You disguised as a woman to enter the Taiyin Holy Land to save your master, but unexpectedly became the recognized most beautiful saint in the Holy Land. Looking at the various dresses, precious clothes, and beautiful jewelry brought by the elders as gifts, you just want to angrily shout, "This doesn't belong to me," just because you mistakenly worshipped the elder Luo Qingyan of the Taiyin Holy Land, not knowing that their sect only accepts female disciples, and male cultivators are strictly prohibited. To save your life, you had to cross-dress as a woman and enter the Holy Land, but what happened next left you completely bewildered. You, who knew the plot well, wanted to save the sons of the major families in advance to build good relationships, but what awaited you in the end was a betrayal of friendship. The divorce flow, the extermination flow, the bone-digging flow, the dragon-proud sky flow. Various protagonists came running to the Holy Land to propose to you, making you so angry that you almost ascended on the spot. At this point, Luo Qingyan's face changed drastically when she knew you were a man. What did you say? Aren't you a girl? It was only then that you remembered that the system had hidden the secrets on your body, and divine sense exploration was useless. Master, I am a man. Luo Qingyan's face turned pale. Oh no! Arene Sanctuary has never accepted male disciples. This is a rule set by the ancestor. What should we do now? Seeing her worried expression, you felt anxious. Is it still possible to leave the sanctuary now? I have never been there, so I shouldn't be considered a formal disciple. Luo Qingyan shook her head helplessly. No, I have already uploaded your name to the sect's Jade tablet. You are now a true disciple of the sect and cannot leave the sect unless you betray the sacred land. But in that case, you will be endlessly hunted by the sacred land. Your heart instantly cooled halfway. Can the rules of the sect be modified? The rules were set by the fourth-generation ancestor. To change them, someone must surpass her prestige and strength. Otherwise, those with lower cultivation will be banned for 1,000 years, and in severe cases, their cultivation will be abolished, thrown into the demon cave to be devoured by the inner demons until death. Lu Qingyan sighed, but then her eyes lit up. Disciple, how about you dress up as a woman? You immediately shook your head like a rattledrum. Impossible, but the observatory of the sect's disciple list has already recorded you and lit the soul lamp. Once your male identity is exposed, you will face the pursuit of the Holy Land. Your thoughts raced, thinking that you could escape to Nanzhou once the Holy Land discovered you, then try to join other Holy Lands, or worst case scenario, you could be transferred to another plane. At this time, Luo Qingyan bit her lips tightly. This is my fault. I didn't ask about the situation before accepting you as a disciple. She stuffed a storage bag into your hand. I have a friend who is the sect master of Tianjin sect. You should go there first. You have the heavenly secret screen, so no one can find out your identity. Lu Qingyan has made up her mind to prepare for punishment and break into the Taiyin forbidden area. Although it is a matter of life and death, you helped her resolve the heart-eating poison before, and she feels responsible to take a risk for you. No, master, the forbidden area is too dangerous. You hurriedly stopped her. After hearing Lu Qingyan's words, you truly regarded her as a master and immediately dispelled the idea of running away. I'll just dress up as a man. Master, you shouldn't take the risk. When my cultivation is enough, I will modify the sect rules. Lu Qingyan was stunned for a moment. Disciple, by the time you reach the quasi-emperor level and modify the sect rules, it may be thousands of years later. Master, do you really not believe in me like this? Within 100 years, I will become an emperor. I am confident. As an old player who travels through game worlds, you are full of confidence. Qingyan Luo knows the difficulty of cultivation, but she won't discourage you. In this world that emphasizes the Tao heart, those who betray their trust often face inner demons. It's a good choice for you to cultivate while disguised as a man. With that in mind, she hands you a bottle of resplendent youth pill. This pill can keep your appearance perpetually young. Then she takes out a jade bracelet. This is a high-grade Tao artifact, the Xiantian jade bracelet, which can conceal your aura, change your voice and appearance, once you acknowledge it as your master. With the help of your celestial mechanism, even the Lord of the Holy Land won't be able to see through you. Although Tao artifacts are not offensive weapons, they are extremely precious, which is why Qingyan Luo is so confident in deceiving the sect. Disciple, try on this wide-sleeved flowing fairy dress. I want to see how it looks. She took out a sky-blue long dress, her face showing a hint of excitement. You took the long dress with a complex expression, sighed, remembering how you once terrified the enemy on the battlefield of a different race, ranked among the top talents of the myriad races. You never expected there would be a day when you would be forced to wear women's clothing. You set up a concealed formation with the changing clothes cloth, took the opportunity to check the system panel, completed the S-level apprenticeship and sect tasks this time, gained 100,000 experience points, a golden tier treasure chest, and a system mall draw. You take a deep breath and use your mind to open the treasure chest. Instantly dazzling white light flashes. Ding! Congratulations to the player for awakening the physique, lunar god body. You are extremely surprised. Knowing that top-tier talents like the god body, even if you don't rely on the game system in the future, you may still have the opportunity to become an emperor through your own efforts. Although not fully awakened, you have already felt the speed of absorbing spiritual energy increase by 1,000 times, even establishing a subtle connection with the moon in the sky. Next, you used up the system's lottery chance. A red light flashed, and you drew a drop of vermilion bird sacred blood, which is also a good thing that can be used in the future to cultivate the sacred beast Dharma form. When you came to your senses, you looked at the long dress in your hand and sighed, eventually changing into clothes. After a moment, Luo Qingyan looked at the girl in front of her with shining eyes, feeling puzzled in her heart. My disciple just changed clothes. Why does she look so much prettier? Could it be that cross-dressing can enhance one's appearance? She put down the eyebrow pencil and rouge in her hand with satisfaction. These things are no longer needed. My disciple, you are too beautiful. Even in the Taiyin Holy Land where beautiful women abound, I have never seen anyone as good-looking as you. What she didn't know was that all of this actually stemmed from your newly awakened Taiyin divine body, which directly enhanced your appearance and temperament towards the extraordinary and ethereal direction. And as your cultivation level increases, this influence will become more and more apparent. And at this moment you cover your face with your sleeve, your face blushing with embarrassment. If the person praising you in front of you is not your master, you really want to curse. A real man should not feel embarrassed when praised by a woman for his good looks. Master, please stop talking. You blushed and covered your face, wishing you could find a hole to hide in. Luo Qingyan marveled. With this outfit, no one would suspect you're a man. She scrutinized from head to toe, but found a flaw. It's just that your chest is too flat. How about? You looked at the peach in her hand and immediately took a few steps back. Master, I'm still young. I don't need that. Luo Qingyan could only give up, sighing regretfully. Time passed, and you practiced on the mountain for a period of time. Your cultivation speed was amazing, and you had already broken through to the middle stage of the 3rd rank. This surprised and delighted Luo Qingyan, and it wasn't until the Sect sent urgent messages that she decided to take you back to the Taiyin sacred ground, the central Taiyin sacred place. Dozens of elders and Sect masters have long been waiting in the main hall. Earlier, Luo Qingyan had already reported her encounter through voice transmission. Sect Master Qingyan coldly said, "The demon clan actually dared to plot against our sacred place's elders? The Hall of Punishment has already captured and killed several fleeing demon kings. I have also destroyed an ancient southern kingdom of the demon clan's territory as a warning. Whoever dares to provoke our sacred place will be killed without mercy." After the formal discussion, a palace-dressed woman smiles at you and says, "So this is the new disciple Elder Luo mentioned. Truly a beauty with ice-cold skin and jade-like bones. This is a gift for you." You see her handing you a storage bag, hesitating as you look towards your master. Luo Qingyan nods slightly and gestures. "Accept it. This is your senior sister Mu Xiao." On the side, Li Shuefei from the Qi Refining Pavilion furrows her brows. True discipleship is not something anyone can easily obtain. Moreover, what talents can there be in the Eastern Wasteland? There is a conflict of interest between the Qi Refining Pavilion where she and Luo Qingyan are located in the allocation of resources in the small world, and her 9th disciple is also vying for the true disciple quota, so she will take any opportunity to suppress the other party. Do I still need to ask for junior sister Li's opinion when accepting disciples? If you have any objections, hit me first before speaking. Although both are in the realm of saints, Luo Qingyan's strength is obviously stronger. Li Shuefei's face turned bright red. Okay, the Sect Master Qingyan interrupted the two. Mu Go has been confirmed as a true disciple of the Holy Land. Without doubt, although the Eastern Wasteland is remote, it has also produced many outstanding talents in history. Elder Li, there is no need for further words. Upon hearing this, the elders all gave you some gifts. These treasures placed outside could already be considered as the entire assets of many sects. Qingyan Luo was about to take you to choose a cave mansion, but Mu Qiao, who walked out of the main hall, reminded, "Junior sister, let Muge go to the Qilin Hall. New disciples must go there to test their talents. It's just right now. No need to wait." Hearing this, Qingyan Luo changed the plan and flew with you to the Qilin Hall. The Tianqing Stone in the Qilin Hall can test talents and help awaken them. And this time you happened to catch up. You flew into the palace without any hindrance under the gaze of the crowd. Qingyan Luo found a place to sit down. As long as you hold the Tianqing Stone, you can start awakening. You stand in front of the Tianqing Stone, reach out and press it, and suddenly a warm current rushes in, with various visions appearing on the Tianqing Stone, and the experience value on the system panel also soaring. But at this time, outside the hall, the situation changed suddenly. The spiritual energy surged, turning day into night, the moonlight shining brightly in the sky, a dazzling divine light shooting straight into the sky. the purple energy flowing like a river, and the picturesque mountains and rivers. Not only the Taiyin Holy Land, but even people from several states have seen the strange scene. The endless power of the moon is quickly absorbed by you, tempering your physique, talent, and even making your appearance more perfect. You awaken the lunar god body successfully with the help of the starstone. Upon seeing such a great commotion, Luo Qingyan was just about to use her magical powers to seal off the main hall, but then a white-robed woman appeared in the center of the hall. With a wave of her sleeve, she instantly calmed the disturbance. Smiling at you, she said, "Back when the Empress of the Moon suppressed all tribes, I never expected that another moon goddess would appear in the Holy Land. Truly, the moon favors us." This woman is none other than the Supreme Elder of the Holy Land, Chu Lingyun. She looked you up and down, growing more satisfied with each glance. She turned around and looked up, snorted coldly, "A bunch of old fogies actually dare to come to the Sacred Sun Territory." Liang Laoguai of the Sacred Sun Territory stroked his beard. "Miss Jiang, your Sacred Sun Territory has produced the Taiyin Divine Body, which is truly a cause for celebration." At this moment, many practitioners from other sacred sites in Zhengzhou have gathered around, marveling at the amazing phenomenon of the Taiyin Holy Body. Chu Lingyun's beautiful eyes flickered. "It is indeed a great joy. My Taiyin Holy Land has received this successor. Since you all have come, should we offer some gifts as a token of our meeting?" "Ha ha, we have prepared gifts. Congratulations to the Taiyin Holy Land for receiving a successor," Luo Jinshan from the Daluo Holy Land said with a broad smile. "You see, when a Taiyin Holy Land produces a Taiyin Divine Body, that's a good thing. If one's holy son or Taoist can marry this Taiyin successor, that would be a great gain." Therefore, a group of senior members of the Holy Land took out gifts one after another, intending to leave a good impression. After Chu Lingyun accepted the gift, she bid farewell to these people. Returned to the Holy Land, Chu Lingyun immediately spread the news throughout the Central Plains, announcing, "From today onwards, Muge is the Saintess of my Taiyin Holy Land, and I will personally protect her. If any foreign race or individual intends to harm the Taiyin Saintess, the Taiyin Holy Land will not rest until justice is served." Upon hearing these words, you only felt a darkness before your eyes, never expecting to become the Saintess of the Taiyin Holy Land. Luo Qingyan's face also turned pale. It seems like the master and disciple have encountered a major event this time. Chu Lingyun looked kindly at you and said, "Muge, I am the elder Chu Lingyun. You can call me grandma. I feel a strong connection with you at first sight and really want you to be my granddaughter." The sect master Qingyan, who came over, remained silent. He knew that Chu Lingyun had a difficult love life in her early years, had a reclusive personality, and was only focused on the sect. Luo Qingyan, on the other hand, tightened the teleportation array card in her sleeve, ready to escort you at any time. "Elder Jiang, I have shallow qualifications, and I have just started not long ago. I'm afraid I'm not suitable to be the Saintess. There are many true disciples in the sect who should be more suitable than me." You hurriedly spoke, trying to change the other party's mind. "Although becoming the Saintess is beneficial to oneself, I'm afraid I won't be able to get rid of this fairy dress for the rest of my life. I thought you would become arrogant because of your identity. It seems I was overly worried." Chu Lingyun smiled with relief. "You have the Taiyin Divine Body, with exceptional talent. Who else should be the Saintess if not you?" Chu Lingyun gently touched your head. "Silly child, what should you call me now?" You were speechless for a moment and gritted your teeth. "Grandma, but I really don't want to be the Saintess." "Why? Is someone bullying you?" She looked around with a cold expression, and everyone immediately fell silent, not daring to speak more. Li Shuefei shivered in the crowd, regretting a few sarcastic remarks she had made earlier. "Grandma, no one is bullying me. I just feel that being a Saintess is not very free. Rest assured, except for the forbidden areas. You can go anywhere in the sect, but you must bring a guardian when going out. You can freely roam in Zhengzhou." Chu Lingyun said so sincerely, and you couldn't find a reason to refuse. Soon, she takes you to a spiritual place with dense aura, handing you a storage bag and a few things. "This jade pendant can contact me at any time, containing 3 sword energies that can defeat enemies inferior to me. Also, this top-grade defensive supreme artifact, the Bagua Rui feather robe, can resist attacks below the supreme realm 9 heavens." Besides, you took the jade pendant and feather robe, feeling a bit depressed. "Oh no, another dress." However, the other resources in the storage bag are quite abundant. You can't help but be amazed by the grandeur of the Holy Land. Chu Lingyun handed you an ancient jade slip. "This is the Taiyin Emperor Classic, a martial art technique passed down by the sect, very suitable for your physique. You can go to the scripture pavilion to check other exercises. If you have any questions, you can contact me, or you can find me in the Lingyun cave." Chu Lingyun finished explaining and then left. The Holy Land has assigned several thousand maids to serve you, with hundreds of people just taking care of the Lingyao garden. but you don't want to have much contact with them to avoid exposure. After dismissing them, the magnificent cave mansion is left with only you. Lin Yuan looked at the open system panel feeling some joy, realizing that at this moment he had directly risen from the original level 26 directly to level 53. It seems that awakening the divine body does help a lot, and it also directly raises the strength, but it's a pity that the movement is a bit too big. Half a day later, Yan Xingxue entered this cave. Apprentice, what can we do about this? Yan Xingxue anxiously asked in a silent voice transmission. She felt like it was going to be the end just by thinking about the matter that in case it was exposed, the Holy Maiden of the Taiyin Holy Land was actually a male. Nowadays it can only be like this. Master, calm down, and don't worry too much, when I cultivate big enough to be able to do that thing. Lin Yuan also secretly transmitted a comforting voice and replied. Yan Xingxue also had no choice but to sigh, then took out a storage bag from her sleeve and handed it over and said, "This is an atonement gift from Lu Fei Meng of the Alchemy Pavilion to you." She sort of took the blood to take out most of her belongings and send it over. "What is this about Elder Lu?" Lin Yuan said with a wink as he took the storage bag, and Yan Xingxue smiled and explained. "The heart is weak. You are now the clan's holy maiden, and the Supreme Elder thinks so highly of you. Didn't Lu Fei Meng insinuate before that your talent is not good enough to become a true disciple? As a result, she was shocked when your talent was revealed, and rushed over to me to help intercede and make amends to you." "So I see." Lin Yuan nodded and said, then asked, "Master, so do I take these things or not?" Yan Xingxue said as she opened the wine gourd and sipped the spirit wine. "Of course I'm accepting it. Anyway, it's not a good idea to accept the resources that others send to your door. If you accept it, Lu Fei Meng will be relieved. If you don't take it, the guy will definitely think you hold a grudge against her and will be even more scared. I think the surname Lu is really overthinking it, but that's how that person is. Great mouth but not so great strength. Moving his mouth but not his hands, and he usually doesn't have a lot of bad deeds." Now Lin Yuan realized that this Elder Lu was a bit paranoid. "Alright then, I'll take these. By the way, disciple, the disciples within the gate and these maids of yours aren't as pretty as you. You don't want to fall in love with some girl to talk about love. Not in this situation." Yan Xingxue secretly transmitted her voice to Lin Yuan and said in a serious tone. Lin Yuan felt solid when he heard that sentence in front of him. "What do you mean they're not as pretty as you?" Thinking that he was so handsome in his previous life. There was also Yao Qi's alternate saint girl who once confessed her love to him, all of which he rejected. "After all, women affect the speed at which I draw my sword. Why did this life after crossing over turn out to be like this?" "Okay, don't worry, Master," Lin Yuan said with a firm gaze. Yan Xingxue was relieved and felt a little guilty and worried. She felt that her own apprentice was good at everything, and if it were normal there would be a lot of girls who would like it. Unfortunately, now the situation is special. Can only male disguised as a woman first to hide the sea? If therefore the disciple cannot find a couple in the future, how can this be good? Or apprentice, if you really have your eyes on that girl, this is not impossible. You talk to your master in advance. It is not without a solution. Yan Xingxue continued to secretly transmit her voice. "Master, I only have cultivation in my heart right now, and I won't talk about love until I've cultivated into an emperor." Lin Yuan replied with a decisive voice transmission. If he met his beloved girl, he didn't want to fall in love with a sister on top of his identity as the holy daughter of the sect. So it's better to cultivate into an emperor than repair through the door rules before finding a Taoist couple. Finished. Lin Yuan glanced at Yan Xingxue. Yan Xingxue over here put down her wine gourd and couldn't help but say, "Good ambition, disciple." Chapter 6, The Secret World. A few years later, the heavenly pale secret realm. Deep in the dense forest, Xiao Tian stealthily hid in the dense canopy, staring at the red-horned savage bull herd that was galloping past underneath. This group of ferocious beasts of the fourth realm. He could deal with them if he was alone, but he could only avoid them when faced with hundreds. Once discovered by these beasts, then Xiao Tian could only run away first. Although he wanted to obtain the purple heart spectral lotus that belonged to a heavenly treasure of the lower grade of the earth rank in the depths of the swamp. However, Xiao Tian pondered that the current situation could only find a way to lure away these red-horned savage bulls with the stratagem of transferring the tiger away from the mountain. This would give him a chance to sneak into the swamp and seize the purple heart spectral lotus. However, at this time, the jungles walked out a person, which was a handsome white-clothed teenager, with an extraordinary temperament that could impress people at first sight. He was strolling through the secret realm of danger, but he felt as if he was at home, walking leisurely. "Teacher, can you tell the realm of the opponent?" Xiao Tian quietly transmitted a message to ask the old man in the ancient sword he carried with him. The remnants of the soul of this one great power left over from the near-ancient period, and also his master, Jian Jiao. "Apprentice, this teenager has a great power shielding the sky for him. There should also be spiritual treasures capable of concealing his realm, and the master can't see through his realm. so you should be careful. Xiao Tian was first startled. He realized that his revered master could not even see through the other party's cultivation realm. It felt like this suddenly appearing teenager was suddenly covered in a layer of mysterious mist. What exactly was this person here for? Only to see the white-clothed teenager arrive in front of the group of red-horned savage bulls. These hideous and ferocious beasts immediately revealed a bloodthirsty and greedy look when they saw a human appear. They rushed forward frantically, bringing up flying sand and dust. Perish! That teenager just swept over with a single glance. And hundreds of red-horned savage bulls from these ferocious fourth realm fierce beast groups instantly collapsed to the ground, and a majestic spiritual force directly annihilated their souls. Rumble! Hundreds of huge beasts just collapsed onto the ground with a loud sound, directly smashing out many large pits, but the dust didn't even float halfway to the white-clothed boy. He directly hovered over the swamp, and with just a wave of his hand, all the spiritual herbs and heavenly treasures in the swamp directly flew over and piled up together, which also included the purple-hearted spectral lotus that Xiao Tian was looking for. Have you seen enough of your friend in the tree over there? You can come out for a moment. The white-clothed teenager looked at the place where Xiao Tian was hiding and said, his voice as clear as jade, causing Xiao Tian to be instantly startled. My name is Xiao Tian. I wonder what your name is. Xiao Tian, who realized that his concealment technique had already been seen through by the other party, leapt down from the tree and in an instant had stood on the ground and said, Lin Yuan, that's my name. The white-clothed young man opened his mouth and said, this person was none other than Lin Yuan, who had found a reason to temporarily slip out of the Taiyin Holy Land a few years later. Lin Yuan took a good look at the handsome black-clothed young man across from him, and he thought to himself that this was the previous Xiao Tianzuan. He didn't look as bitter and hateful as he did in his previous life. Instead, it looks a bit silly and seems a bit gullible for being so inexperienced. Lin Yuan, while thinking in his heart, his last life had also seen Xiao Tian go to the blood prison to slaughter a clan after coming out. That was covered in blood full of murderous aura. Look cold. They had fought side by side together in the battlefield of the 10,000 races, drank wine brewed by the spirit race, and killed many divine races. Therefore, Lin Yuan knew that although Xiao Tian was a man who did not look good to approach, he was a man of iron blood and could be trusted as a comrade in arms who could be entrusted with his back. Xiao Tian, this person is sentimental and righteous. Once for his friend to seek medicine alone into the ghost race of the underworld in the case of 9 deaths and finally returned with serious injuries. Moreover, Lin Yuan had also read the video of Xiao Tian's personal experience that he had seen edited out by the examiner's party players on the player forums. In fact, Xiao Tian's story is not too complicated. His young master of an ordinary family in a city under the Qin dynasty, when he was cultivating, he met the old grandfather in the ancient sword with golden finger to accept his disciple, and then went towards the road of becoming stronger. After this secret realm, Xiao Tian went home. He found out that the family behind him was exterminated. And through the investigation he learned that it was because the Wind and Thunder Pavilion was spying on the Xiao family heirloom treasure. The family was destroyed to investigate the truth of the Xiao Tian is also therefore a big change in character. Embarked on the road of revenge for his father and the family, he took revenge after many life and death trials, and then continued to get stronger along the way, finally becoming Xiao Tianzuan, who made the foreign races scared of him. This kind of cliched plot was simply like a protagonist in a novel, and Xiao Tian counted as one of the main characters in the game's plot. And his popularity among the player base was also very high. At this time, the 19-year-old Xiao Tian had not yet suffered the calamity of extermination, and the great change that filled him with blood feud had not yet begun. This was also the reason why Lin Yuan had rushed over. As a comrade and friend from his previous life, he was prepared to help Xiao Tian solve the Xiao family's extinction crisis to save his family. We have to find a random reason to follow Xiao Tian out of the secret realm, and when the time comes, we will make a move to finish off that what's-his-name Wind and Thunder Pavilion's broken sect. Lin Yuan smiled as he thought this way and said, that brother, do you know how to roast meat? Will, Xiao Tian replied consciously, not quite understanding why the other party would ask. Then these are on you. Roast the meat fully cooked with lots of oil, and as payment this pile of heavenly treasures on the ground is yours. Lin Yuan pointed at the red-horned savage bull on the ground and the pile of spirit grass and strange flowers and said, these things were like weeds to his fortune and he couldn't even look at them. But for Xiao Tian at this time is worth a lot, and he planned a month or two for this to run to the secret realm. Want to get the purple heart of the lotus? So easy to get? Ha! Xiao Tian couldn't help but say with his eyes wide open, feeling as if this was like a pie falling from the sky. Quickly agree, silly boy. The purple heart spectral lotus is precious to you, someone from a mundane dynasty, but it's nothing to the disciples of some high-grade sects, but just the roast you get, you do earn it. Ancient sword in the old grandpa anxious urged. After all, the secret realm only a purple heart lotus. If you leave the secret realm, I'm afraid that only to run to other dynasties can be obtained. That will cost how much time? Oh, okay. Xiao Tian hurriedly nodded his head in agreement, then began to build a fire, set up a wooden rack, split the beast meat and began to roast the meat. Lin Yuan, who was on the side, watched Xiao Tian busying himself on the side with interest, and he found the scene quite interesting. Imagine the future cold god of killing Xiao Tianzuan, who had crisscrossed the battlefield of the foreign races, now baking meat for himself as a cook just for some heavenly materials. This made Lin Yuan feel like laughing when he thought about it, and he was prepared to talk to Xiao Tian about this black history when he became rich in the future. Well, Xiao Tian, your craftsmanship is not bad. This roasted meat is quite fragrant, actually not mushy. Lin Yuan was a bit surprised as he ate the roasted meat, not expecting the other party to roast the meat with just the right amount of charred outside and crispy inside. Xiao Tian ate the roasted meat and did not say anything. What do you mean that there was actually no paste? Although his cooking skills were not considered proficient, but he often practiced in the forest and ate often roasted meat. Alone on the grill, meat has been able to reach the realm of pure fire. Okay, are these really for me? After finishing his meal, Xiao Tian looked at the pile of heavenly treasures that could fetch a heavenly price at the dynasty auction, or couldn't help but ask, "These are yours. Is it hard to see? Shall I give you some more?" Lin Yuan inclined his head and replied. The current him naturally couldn't look at these things in these secret realms. If Lin Yuan wasn't considering the resources in his own storage bag for the first meeting, even if he took out a small portion of it, it would be too advanced for Xiao Tian to keep it all, and he was ready to come up with a formalized meet and greet gift. That's enough. A roast isn't really worth that much. Why don't I roast you a few more afterward? There's no need for any other payment either, Xiao Tian said while using his storage pouch to load the spiritual herbs and strange flowers on the ground. As he thought to himself, what kind of rich son is this guy? The fact that this purple heart lotus was so easy to come by made him feel a little embarrassed in his heart. Then it's a deal. I'll leave my meals in the secret realm to you. Lin Yuan patted Xiao Tian's shoulder and said, "Isn't this reason to send a peer to the door found?" Chapter 7, Withdrawal of Marriage. Above, Xiao Tian, who had agreed to be a part-time cook grilling meat for the sake of the heavenly materials, followed Lin Yuan for the next month as he walked around the secret realm. His expression started with shock and then numbness and then ancientness, because Lin Yuan's strength was too strong directly in the secret realm to kill in all directions. Originally, in the eyes of countless cultivators in the surrounding cities and pools, the secret realm is very dangerous as a place of trekking and picnicking. Before coming to the secret realm, Xiao Tian was prepared to face the possibility of being chased by demonic beasts a few realms higher. But with his teacher, although it would be a mess, there should be no fear for his life. The feeling now is this a secret trip, or are you coming over for a cruise? Eating, drinking and taking heavenly treasures. This caused even Xiao Tian to be a little less than kind. This was because Lin Yuan had thrown Xiao Tian the corpses of the beheaded secret realm demon beasts and other spirit grass and spirit fruit harvests over the past month. Though these things were not even worth looking at and not worth mentioning to Lin Yuan, who was a top player in his previous life and who was now coming out of the Holy Land. But for Xiao Tian, this was a real good thing. And if it was exchanged for spirit stones, it was enough to buy that purple mountain city in his hometown. Brother Lin gifted me with many treasures, although they are not worth mentioning for him, but for me who is still in the rising stage, it is a great help in tamping down my foundation. To be doubled in the future I have to repay, Xiao Tian secretly thought in his heart. His self-respect did not allow him to take benefits for nothing like that, and the two of them became good friends after his month of getting along. And Xiao Tian found that Lin Yuan often have views that coincide with his own. The two discussed both cultivation issues and astronomy and geography have common topics. Simply mutual confidant. Even Xiao Tian himself did not expect to meet such a tacitly agreeable good friend. Unbeknownst to him, this is actually because the relationship between Lin Yuan and him in his previous life is not only a comrade in arms but also a good friend, pushing boss to fight group battles after each time to get together to drink and talk. That the degree of understanding is naturally needless to say. No, all understand. The old grandfather in the ancient sword was also quite satisfied when he heard his disciple's heart voice. Knowing the kindness can also reflect his disciple's heart, he really didn't choose the wrong person. So the old man stroked his beard and laughed. This little doll has an extraordinary origin. It is estimated that it is at least the heir of some hidden clan or maybe even a person in the Holy Land. The strength is much stronger than you, but when you get along with you it is easygoing and straightforward in character. With these heavenly materials and treasures that he has given you, it is possible to forge a flawless foundation. And these resources can at least help disciple your cultivation to improve another 2-3 great realms, which is much better than the harvest I expected at the very beginning. When apprentice brother you grow up, you can rather try to help each other if you can. Xiao Tian also nodded his head when he heard this, and by this time, the sky had already dimmed. Xiao Tian, who was skillfully roasting meat on the campfire on one side, looked at Lin Yuan, who was eating with relish, and opened his mouth. Thanks to brother Lin's care these days, I've gained much. and now I'm ready to leave the secret realm and return home. I wonder where Brother Lin plans to go next after leaving the secret realm. I came out originally to travel. Red dust refining my heart, with or without a purpose. It's the same wherever I go. Lin Yuan had smiled. He knew that the other party should have the idea of wanting to invite himself to his home as a guest when he asked this. Then why don't Brother Lin come with me back to my hometown, Purple Mountain City, to take a stroll? It's more prosperous there with more people. Sure enough, Xiao Tian said with a smile as his eyes lit up when he heard it. And Lin Yuan couldn't help but reveal a smile and said, then I'll be as respectful as I can be. And I'll have to rely on Brother Xiao to introduce more of the famous attractions of Purple Mountain City when the time comes. Ha 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 ha, that's natural. When the time comes I'll take you for a nice stroll, have fun. Xiao Tian also laughed freely and cheerfully. And he patted his chest to ensure that he would definitely bring Lin Yuan to eat well, drink well, and play well in the Purple Mountain City, and that all consumption would be put on his account. So after rushing some days next, the two arrived at the Purple Mountain City, a towering city that appeared majestic, and the inscribed runes of the Great Protective Formation glittered in the sunlight. So it's Mr. Xiao who's back. We'll release him here. The guards guarding the city saw Xiao Tian saluted and said, Xiao Tian was the great young man of the Xiao family, the great clan of Purple Mountain City. Even if he had fallen from the original genius to become a waste over the years, it was not something that a small person like Tian could afford to be offended by. After entering the city, Lin Yuan looked at the bustling Purple Mountain City and nodded. Brother Zhao's hometown is really nice. This was the first time he had come to this city, in his previous life. Purple Mountain City had been destroyed for many years before the players landed. Xiao Tian smiled and pointed at these streets and said, I am familiar with this place. There are some great tasting snacks there. I will take Brother Lin for a stroll. That's when they heard some commotion coming from the crowd next to them, and someone talking gossip said, have you guys heard about this? The Jiang family's eldest Miss Jiang Lingxi, who recently returned from the Sword Sect, is going to the Xiao family to withdraw from the marriage. Lin Yuan listened to the eyes light up. Good guy. The previous life of this gossip did not hear. After all, the Purple Mountain City destroyed for many years did not leave much information for the players to test. In addition to knowing that Xiao Tian's family back then was exterminated by the Wind and Thunder Pavilion, did not think that there is also canon in the canon of Withdrawal Flow. Chapter 8, Withdrawal of Marriage. Below, Lin Yuan thought Scrappy Flow Withdrawal Flow plus family broken. No wonder Xiao Tian progressed so fast in his previous life. The feelings are buff stacked. Classic is too classic, with all the elements of a protagonist. I've heard that Jiang Lingxi is a genius that our Dakian can rarely encounter in 100 years, and he's also the inner disciple of the Sword Sect, which is the first of the 4 major sects in our dynasty, and now I've heard that he's about to become a true disciple. As for Xiao Tian, he used to be a genius, but now he is nothing but a waste. How is he worthy of the eldest Miss Lingxi? That's right, that's not a toad trying to eat swan meat. How dare the Xiao family's waste of a great young man even think about the Sword Sect's true successor? If it wasn't for the dull marriage between the two families, how would he have the slightest chance? That's right. If that Xiao Tian was still the same genius back then, there would still be a slight chance, but now he's just a wastrel. The words of these passers-by made Lin Yuan listen and shake his head, thinking how many potatoes the game planner ate at one meal in his previous life for the whole of this place. Listening to the cynicism of the passers-by, Xiao Tian was calm in his expression. Experiencing all these years, falling from genius to the bottom of the valley, he had been subjected to a lot of cynicism. From the angry unwillingness and pain at the beginning to the firm conviction to cultivate and become stronger at the back, and now with the help of his teacher plus his own efforts, his strength nowadays has not only been recovered long ago, but has also been taken to the next level. 20 years of age of the 3rd grade of the upper stage of the cultivator. Put today's Dakian dynasty young generation is also absolutely one of the geniuses. Once into the clan can directly become a true disciple of the kind. It was already considered good for an ordinary cultivator to be a first-ranked cultivator at this age, and second-ranked was considered excellent. A product 9 products correspond to the gain 1 to 90 level. The player innate endowment a landing although it is a level but also a product cultivator. As for this world ordinary people want to become a cultivator is not easy, for players have a detailed level division. For the native cultivators of this world each grade is subdivided into the initial stage, the lower stage, the middle stage, the upper stage, and the consummation. And this is still far from his limit. With the teacher's guidance, Xiao Tian's eyes have long been put outside the dynasty of that vast world above, an even more distant legend of the pride of the central state. Brother Lin, that Jiang Lingxi brought someone over to withdraw from the marriage. I have to return to the clan as soon as possible. Xiao Tian worriedly glanced at the direction of the Xiao family, frowned and said, although he and Jiang Lingxi had a marriage contract, they had never met. Jiang Lingxi was sent to the sword sect from childhood to cultivate for many years not to return. The two have not even seen the face, let alone what feelings. Purely Xiao family and Jiang's two families between the ancestors of the friendship contributed to the doll marriage. He had no feelings for Jiang Lingxi, but he was full of feelings for his family. His father didn't give up on him when his realm fell to do his best to help him, and his family still provided him with resources as usual. Now that Jiang Lingxi had brought the sword sect disciples over to the Xiao family to withdraw from the marriage, and there was no telling what would happen, Xiao Tian was naturally anxious to go home. Okay, let's go. Lin Yuan nodded and said. He pondered that in his previous life Xiao Tian explored the secret realm without encountering him, should have spent more time in order to get more heavenly treasures, and would have returned to Purple Mountain City at least 2 or 3 months later. So the Xiao Tian of his previous life should not have come back to the Xiao family nor encountered the matter of withdrawing from the marriage directly. And so the previous life of Xiao Tian returned directly after the discovery of the family broke. Xiao family, because of the ancestral treasures by the Wind and Thunder Court, and then was robbed of the treasures of the extermination of the family. So the previous life of Xiao Tian suffered from the experience of the character change to find the Wind and Thunder Court of vengeance. However, in this life, Lin Yuan is confident that with him, this kind of thing will not happen again. A small Wind and Thunder pavilion also dares to wantonly really take the road to death. As soon as he returned to the Xiao family, he saw that the family parlor was filled with people, and sitting in the main seat was Xiao Dingxian, the head of the Xiao family, who was also Xiao Tian's father, and he was also looking at the sword sex party and the Jiang family head inside the room with a grave expression. This time the sword clan people have two. One is the Jiang family Miss Jiang Lingxi. From a distance to see is a white dress like snow, posture beautiful temperament out of the fairy, like a red plum in the snow and the frost, standing next to an old man wearing the clothes of the clan deacon. The Jiang family head was originally chatting with the crowd when he saw Xiao Tian come in from outside, then said, "Xian nephew Xiao Tian has returned. Quickly sit down. Father, elders, this is my good friend Lin Yuan." Xiao Tian bowed to his father and the elders before introducing Lin Yuan, who was next to him. Then he looked at the Jiang family head in the sword sect and the others and said, "I don't know what is the reason for your visit to my Xiao family. Patriarch Jiang? Xiao Xian nephew do not know. This is actually..." Jiang Patriarch thought of the purpose of their trip here is also some guilty eyes snapped said. Then only saw Jiang Lingxi stood out to face the crowd arching his hand and said, "Father, this matter, or let me say it. I have been into the sword clan cultivation since I was a child, now has more than a dozen years of years brightened my heart of the road. My heart to the road, willing to make the oath of the road. This life is only to find the road to seek the truth. Do not love the red dust and wind and moon in the human world. This time I came over to break the marriage contract made by the two family elders back then. This matter is my fault, and I would like to offer a generous gift as an apology." Jiang Lingxi said and took out a few storage rings and continued. These rings contain 20,000 medium-grade spirit stones and some cultivation resources, the most precious of which is this 5th grade elixir, Qing Yuan Dan. This elixir is able to help cultivators of the 3rd grade and below to repair their dark wounds and reshape their roots, and it has the effect of fixing their roots and cultivating their vitality. I've heard that fellow Daoist Xiao Tian's realm has fallen from the 2nd grade initial stage to the 1st grade initial stage over the past few years, and this elixir will hopefully help fellow Daoist regain the 2nd grade realm as soon as possible. When they heard 20,000 medium grade spirit stones, many ordinary Xiao family members' eyes lit up. Many of them have never seen so many spirit stones in their lives. And then when they heard the 5th grade elixir, even the elders and patriarchs of the Xiao family couldn't help but sit up and take notice. It was the legendary 5th grade elixir. As the great family of Purple Mountain City, the Xiao family was only a 3rd grade family, and the usual resources of pills that could be accessed were usually 1 or 2 grades in majority, and 3rd grade pills were considered rare, not to mention a 5th grade elixir. I'm afraid that only those big clans can take it out so easily. These things were not considered valuable to Jiang Lingxi. For the Xiao family 20,000 medium grade spirit stones and those resources were worth a few years of the family's income. To Jiang Lingxi only that 5th grade elixir that she had exchanged for with the accumulated clan contribution value was still precious, but it was used to break the marriage contract, just in time to break the karma. Xiao Dingxian, the patriarch of the main seat, was suddenly in an excited mood when he heard the effects of the Qing Yuan Dan, and being able to cure his son's illness was something he had dreamed of for all these years. As for Lin Yuan, who was eating and watching on the side, he said, "What is a 5th grade elixir?" He usually took 9th grade pills as sugar beans. "There's no need. I'm already in the upper 3rd grade realm. This elixir is useless to me. It's better for you to take it back." Xiao Tian did not receive the storage ring but showed his original hidden realm, only to see the black-clothed young man's body was erect. His aura was awe-inspiring. The invisible strong wind was condensed like an arrow rising up from the ground, rushing straight into the sky, and the layers of clouds were agitated. The third product is also known as the transcendental realm, means beyond the mundane. And from now on, flying to the sky to move mountains and reclaim the sea began to no longer be a dream. This scene stunned the crowd present. The Xiao family members looked at this scene with wide eyes, feeling deja vu. This is the year that the teenage genius who amazed the Purple Mountain City is back again? And it was much higher than the realm of that year. Is this transcendence for my son? Patriarch Xiao Dingxian said with tears of excitement, his hands trembling. I'll give 9 points for this wave of pretending. Xiao Tian, this stuffy person, hiding his realm just to pretend in front of the clan at this time, right? Lin Yuan secretly snickered in his heart, thinking that he had long since seen Xiao Tian's hidden third-grade realm. And the Jiang family head first saw this scene was a shock and then sighed in his heart a pity. If this marriage into the counting stronger together for the Jiang family is also beneficial. But the daughter Jiang Lingxi has become the Sword Clan true biography of the heart towards the road. Even the great Dao vow was made, can only be dissolved marriage contract. Jiang Lingxi saw this scene first a little surprised, then calmed down. Xiao Tian is a genius or a loser does not affect her to withdraw from the marriage. She just want to concentrate on cultivation, do not want to talk about love. Congratulations to fellow Daoist Xiao Tian for being transcendent. It seems that this elixir should be exchanged for these spirit stones and resources to give to the Xiao family. Immediately afterward, Jiang Lingxi took out another storage ring and the previous storage ring and handed it to Xiao Dingxian, the Xiao family head. Xiao Dingxian looked at these storage rings with some difficulty, not knowing whether to accept them or not. He signaled with his eyes what his son should do. Brother Xiao, just take it. This was originally an agreement between our two family elders. Now it's our Jiang family that wants to break off the marriage contract that did the wrong thing. You can just take these reparation gifts, Jiang family head said smilingly. At this time Xiao Tian transmitted his voice to Xiao Dingxian and said, Father, these things you want to accept it, do not want to accept it can be refused. I this time from the secret realm with a lot of cultivation resources back, much more than these things. In the future, our family does not lack of resources. Xiao Dingtian heard these words after the heart more happy. Thinking that the child went out after a trip, not only the strength has become so much stronger and also stayed a lot of good things is really out of the ordinary. Xiao family head and Jiang family had a set of polite excuses a few times, and finally accepted half of the gift. After all, do not accept cannot this is too raw. Two families, after all. In the future there is still business to do. After the people exchanged pleasantries, the Jiang clan and the Sword Sect and the others excused themselves and left. After Xiao Tian finished this side of things, he saw Lin Yuan in the courtyard drinking tea while muttering something about how feudal marriages are harmful, and that a blind marriage with a finger in the belly is not to be avoided. Brother Lin, originally I wanted to bring you to my home as a guest, but I didn't expect to encounter this kind of thing, so I've made you laugh. Xiao Tian said somewhat apologetically, and Lin Yuan said with a smile and shook his head. It's fine. It's just that I didn't see Brother Xiao when you said 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't kidnap the youth. The famous scene is a bit of a pity. Xiao Tian was speechless and silent before finally speaking. Brother Lin, is it possible that I'm not some poor boy? I'm not a scrapper either. So why do I have to say that I'm not a poor boy? Chapter 9, The Secret Treasure. With the Xiao family withdrawing from this matter after the curtain fell, soon the news spread in the Purple Mountain City. Many people were surprised that Xiao Tian broke through the third-grade realm. Have unbelievable discussion. Really? That scum of the Xiao family has become a third-grade cultivator? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Could withdrawing from a marriage still make one's strength soar? There were also chants from those who witnessed the passing. That genius who shook the city back then is back. Third-grade upper stage but transcendent mortal realm cultivators. It's not much farther from the city lord's fourth-grade early stage. Xiao Genius is only 20 years old. Such a young transcendent mortal cultivator has a bright future ahead of him. I heard that Jiang Lingxi is also a third-grade cultivator. Wouldn't that mean that Xiao Tian also has the strength and talent to be able to become a true disciple of the Sword Sect? TSK. It seems that the Xiao family is still not to be underestimated even after this withdrawal. With Xiao Tian in the future, the Xiao family in Purple Mountain City will still be firmly on the throne of the four great families. And over here in the Xiao family compound, Xiao Tian took Lin Yuan around the family. Xiao Tian pointed at the practice field where there was a group of young boys and girls who were practicing and said, "This is our clan's practicing ground, where clansmen between the ages of 5 and under 18 usually forge. Brother Xiao, do you have any childhood friends? Like a sister you grew up with?" Lin Yuan curiously surveyed the crowd in the practice field and asked. Retreat flow protagonist has a Qingmei or sister is also a classic set of Xian fantasy flow. No, my father had only one child, not a sister. Since my father and the clan's grand elder taught me to cultivate after my talent was detected to be excellent when I was a child, I spent very little time with the other clansmen of my generation. So naturally I didn't have any childhood friends. Xiao Tian shook his head and said. Lin Yuan listened to the corner of his mouth twitching a little, want to laugh. The patriarch and the eldest elder alone to open a small stove is not it. The clan's genius treatment is reasonable and makes people want to spit. Lin Yuan turned to think about the Taiyin Holy Land. This generation is also his only seedling. The Holy Land ancestor has been teaching him the Emperor scripture alone all these years. Well, it seems that the elder brother does not laugh at the second brother. All the same, Night is located in the Purple Mountain City 30 kilometers away from the Wind and Thunder Pavilion. As a 6th grade clan naturally occupies a spiritual land around. The peaks are steep and precipitous. Palaces and pavilions stand on top of the cliffs in a patchwork. And from time to time there are clan formations to attract down the lightning flashes. Wind and Thunder Pavilion's deepest dungeon at this time, a middle-aged man holding a long whip with a sinister expression was pacing indoors. And he was also the patriarch of Wind and Thunder Pavilion. Only to see a badly beaten and bloodied old man wearing Xiao family elder's costume tied to the torture rack dying. He was the 7th elder of the Xiao family of the Purple Mountain City, Xiao Mu, who was captured by the people of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion when he took his clan to hunt in the magical beast forest outside the city. Only later did Xiao Mu realize that it was his own beloved men who betrayed the Xiao family, revealing the secret of the secret treasure to the Wind and Thunder Pavilion that had been ambitious. And then there was the matter of setting up an ambush to catch him. Quickly say, where exactly is that secret treasure of your Xiao family hidden? If you don't tell me, I'll whip you to death. You old thing. The Wind and Thunder Pavilion patriarch raised his long whip and said with a cold smile. And the tortured and agonized Xiao Mu said with a hoarse voice and closed his eyes. Our Xiao family doesn't have any secret treasures. Crackle. Another dozen or so whips sounded, accompanied by the sound of skin splitting and miserable cries. If Xiao Mu was not hanging on to his breath by the heart-protecting pill, he was afraid that he would be beaten to death alive. Xiao Mu's heart was full of remorse and despair at the moment. If he hadn't trusted the wrong person, he wouldn't have let the news of the secret treasure leak to the Xiao family to bring about the disaster of extinction. Wind and Thunder Pavilion is a 6th grade clan, and the Xiao family is just an ordinary 3rd grade family. The disparity between the strength of the two sides is like an elephant and an ant, and the gap between each grade is as huge as a rift valley. Since the other side looked on their Xiao family secret treasure and used this kind of ruthless means, certainly will not let go of the Xiao family members to avoid leakage. Still want to lie to me? Your beloved henchmen have told me that your Xiao family is hiding a secret treasure, but it's a good thing. Tell me the location of the secret treasure and I can still spare your life. Patriarch narrowed his eyes to reveal a dangerous smile like a python seeing its prey and said. At this time Xiao Mu had already closed his eyes and did not say anything, as if he had fallen asleep, accompanied by frowns and whipping sounds. Finally the Wind and Thunder Pavilion patriarch cursed. Rather a hardcore. Forget it if you don't say it. I won't believe that I won't be able to search for the secret treasure when this patriarch destroys your Xiao family. And at this time collapsed on the ground of the Xiao family's 7th elder. Xiao Mu has been tortured to break the vitality. The death of him on the contrary is a kind of relief. A Wind and Thunder Pavilion deacon next to him, who was also a close friend of the patriarch, said, Lord Sovereign, I heard that the Xiao family has a marriage with the Jiang family, and that Jiang family's Jiang Lingxi has now become a true disciple of the 8th grade sect, the Sword Sect. So it's not a good idea for us to make a direct move in this Xiao family. The Wind and Thunder Pavilion patriarch, who heard this, then shook his head and lost his smile and said, It seems that you don't understand the relationship between that Xiao family and the Jiang family. Since that few years ago the Xiao family's eldest young master Xiao Tian's realm regressed and became a waste, the relationship between the two families has become less and less. Moreover, Jiang Lingxi is the proud daughter of the Sword Sect's true heritage. What is that Xiao Tian? An invalid? How can a chicken match a phoenix? I got the news that the people of the Sword Sect have arrived at Purple Mountain City in the past few days, and I heard that they went to the Xiao family to withdraw from the marriage during the day today. And when the people of the Sword Sect are gone, after a period of time, we will find an opportunity to strike to exterminate the Xiao family to rob the secret treasure. At this time outside the door came to another pass the news of the trusted men. He was ordered to be responsible for monitoring and inquiring about the Xiao family intelligences in a hurry to come over to salute said patriarch. Jiang Lingxi really did go to the Xiao family to withdraw from the marriage during the day today, but that Xiao family's Xiao Tian also revealed his strength. Surprisingly, he's already a 3rd grade cultivator. What? Hasn't that Xiao Tian become an invalid? How did he become a 3rd grade cultivator? A 20-year-old 3rd grade cultivator. He could become a true disciple if he were to participate in those high-grade sect selections, the Wind and Thunder Pavilion patriarch said with shocked wide eyes. Then he frowned with a gloomy face and fell into deep thought. After a long time the deacon next to him carefully opened his mouth and asked, Patriarch, then do we still have to make a move against the Xiao family? Of course, and we have to move fast. Originally, we wanted to wait for some time before making our move, but now it seems that we need to get rid of the Xiao family and that Xiao Tian as soon as possible. This kid was gifted, but he hadn't participated in the sect selection to be looked at by a high-grade sect yet. As long as he was killed off, the dead wild genius couldn't make any waves. Have the Sword Sect and the others left Purple Mountain City? Wind and Thunder Pavilion Patriarch heavily pounded the wall with a ferocious expression and said. And the men who summoned the message hurriedly reported and said. Reporting back to Patriarch, the Sword Sect and the others left Purple Mountain City in the afternoon after leaving the Xiao family. Good. Then let's get ready to make our move to exterminate the Xiao family 3 days later. Chapter 10, Exterminating the Enemy. The reason why I chose to do it 3 days later. The first is because 3 days later, the Sword Clan and other people should have returned to the Great Qian's Kyoto. The second is, avoid the night-long dream more have to do it as soon as possible. Earlier rob the Xiao family ancestral secret treasure and destroy that suddenly appeared Xiao family genius. Patriarch, will our move against the Xiao family attract the attention of the Jiang family? That Jiang Lingxi is, after all, a Sword Sect true successor was once Xiao Tian's fiancé. That's the Sword Sect The cronies under his command opened their mouths and whispered, and the Wind and Thunder Pavilion Patriarch waved his hand and said, Ha! Both families have already withdrawn from the marriage relationship, now how good can it be? And as long as we do it with clean hands and feet, do not leave any living souls, do not let people know that it is us who did it. The Jiang family won't do anything for the exterminated Xiao family either. At most they'll investigate and leave it at that. This side of the world, the strongest man is respected. In order to cultivate resources to grab often stirred up a bloody storm. That is, some ordinary dynasties and clans offended a certain strong overnight destruction is also often happen. Not to mention a small city of the third grade family was destroyed. Even if the Jiang family, which is also in the same city, finds out that the Xiao family has been destroyed, they will only sigh a few times and will not be willing to avenge their deaths. The interests of the family and the family to and from each other are paramount, unless the relationship is extremely deep to get involved. And the two families are close but far from reaching that point. Patriarch is wise. We'll go and make preparations, and 3 days later we'll destroy the Xiao family and grab that secret treasure. As the saying goes, treasures can only be owned by the strong. That Xiao family district a third grade family why virtue how can have that secret treasure? This object and the Patriarch has a destiny. Should be returned to the Patriarch all. The subordinate fawningly complimented and said. The Wind and Thunder Pavilion Patriarch was very flattered to hear it and stroked his beard with the corners of his mouth curled up. Late at night 3 days later, the night sky of Purple Mountain City is like a black curtain dotted with stars, and the moonlight falls on the treetops and forests to light the shadows more and more elongated. The bustling and prosperous city is also no longer daytime clamor became silent. Only the lanterns are still swaying candlelight. At this time is located in the center of the city of the Xiao family as the sky is dark by the sky-locking air array blocked around. Hundreds of Wind and Thunder Pavilion of the cultivators suddenly descended from the sky, full of murderous intent. Everyone who came was at least a third grade or above, with a majority of fourth and fifth grade cultivators, and the leading ones were even sixth grade cultivators, with the leading Wind and Thunder Pavilion Patriarch being a sixth grade upper rank. To know that the sixth grade cultivator already had the ability to cleave mountains and cut down mountains, striking a sword to cleave mountains had been done. The people of the Xiao family, sensing the raging group of people outside, also came out of their rooms into the courtyard. Xiao family head Xiao Dingxian out of the early when he saw the head of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion Patriarch of the face of the sudden heart-shocked body like falling into the ice cellar. Although the Wind and Thunder Pavilion Patriarch didn't wear the Patriarch's attire and instead wore a black nightshirt, he didn't bother to cover his face. Therefore, the Xiao family Patriarch still quickly recognized that this was none other than the Wind and Thunder Pavilion Patriarch that he had once been ferociously famous in a dozen surrounding cities, and this Patriarch had annihilated many families and small clans back then. As for the Wind and Thunder Pavilion is in the square several hundred miles of the nightmare of many small families. As long as they are the group of hungry wolves staring it will be cramped-skinned and swallowed into the stomach. Although there is the Dacian dynasty's surface rules restriction, but when it comes to the backstage means as a sixth grade clan Wind and Thunder Pavilion can do too many things, and is not an ordinary family or a small clan to be able to resist. It's over. How come our Xiao family is being targeted by the Wind and Thunder Pavilion? It's going to be over. The Xiao family head's inner expression of bitterness but respectfully arched his hand and said, so the Wind and Thunder Pavilion Patriarch has arrived. No wonder there are magpies crowing today. A noble guest has arrived. Alright, Xiao family head cut the crap and hand over your Xiao family's ancestral secret treasure. This seat can still give your Xiao family a full body. The Wind and Thunder Pavilion Patriarch said bluntly with a cold smile. These words listened to the Xiao family head of the heart as shock. The clan has a secret treasure only he and a few elders know. And then associated with the last few days have not returned to the seventh elder suddenly guessed a few of the causes and consequences. Reporting back to Lord Sovereign, our Xiao family doesn't have any secret treasures. There might be a rival family spreading rumors. Please be clear about it. Sovereign Master, Xiao family had pretended to be surprised and angry said. This side of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion Patriarch heart of the old fox to the present is still pretending to say with a sneer. Don't pretend. Old man, when I catch you in the torture I don't believe that you don't tell the truth. As for the Xiao family dare to harbor my Wind and Thunder Pavilion's secret treasures, just wait for the extermination of the family. At this time has been paying attention to this side of the movement of Lin Yuan cannot help but think, good guy, Xiao family's secret treasure has not yet arrived into your Wind and Thunder Pavilion's secret treasure. This is really the inverse of the Big Dipper backwards. After Xiao Tian heard these words, he even showed killing intent. If not for the fact that he was not strong enough now, he couldn't wait to rush out and kill the Wind and Thunder Pavilion patriarch who had made such a big statement. He asked in a low voice through clenched fists and gritted teeth in resignation. Is there really no way for teacher to exterminate those people from the Wind and Thunder Pavilion? Disciple calm. If it is my heyday, even if I blow a breath, can also be called them ashes to smoke. However, I have just been revived not long ago. Only a wisp of residual soul, now can only play the strength of the 5th grade, and the power will be exhausted to sleep for a period of time. Alas, if it's another year or two, when I recover to high-grade strength, it's not difficult to exterminate them, but right now I can only save a few people to take you away. If the moment of crisis for the master will cast a divine ability to take you and Lin Yuan and your father away. Ancient sword came from the old man's leisurely sigh. He was also once in the continent of the vertical side, now fell only a little remnant of the soul rests on this broken sword. After this broken sword was bought by Xiao Tian from a floor stall a few years ago, it was not until this year that it initially recovered. #Groundhog picks up the old Destiny's Child tradition. If we leave, then won't all my clansmen be killed by the scum of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion? Xiao Tian said with a heavy mood of grief and indignation. And he also knew the truth that he was not afraid of having no wood to burn when he stayed in the Green Mountains. However, there were quite a few clansmen here who had a good relationship with him, such as the great elder who had taught him Kung Fu since he was a child, the amiable elder of the Kung Fu Transmission Pavilion, and those clansmen who came over to visit and care for him after his realm had fallen. And it would also make Xiao Tian's heart ache if they were killed by the people of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion. It's actually not without a solution. The old man in the ancient sword slowly opened his mouth and said, Xiao Tian said with a joy in his heart when he heard it. What is the way, teacher? This also depends on little friend Lin Yuan. He's probably a hidden sect heir from the central state with extraordinary origins. He should have some cards or a protector following him around. If his protector steps in, resolving this crisis won't be a problem. A voice came from the ancient sword and said, the reason why it was said that the protector of the path had struck, because in the old man's memory is the central state heavenly remarks list leader in Lin Yuan's age at most 4-5 realms, although the ability to fight across the ranks, but against a few small realms of experience rich in a few small realms of experience there are also spiritual treasures of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion patriarch is still too reluctant. Xiao Tian muttered with a bitter smile after hearing these words. This time the matter is a disaster caused by my Xiao family's secret treasures, but it has involved brother Lin. Squeak, accompanied by a soft sound of the door opening. Lin Yuan at this time had already pushed the door out and casually said, who disturbs my dreams? The crowd's eyes instantly looked toward the white-clothed young man in the courtyard. Handsome and elegant, ethereal and superb. Just to stand there will be like a star arching the moon striking. Where is this coming from? The Wind and Thunder Pavilion patriarch just wanted to say the words little brat but realized that he could no longer open his mouth because a spatial force directly imprisoned his body and divine soul. Cannot even move a finger, can only be fixed like a puppet. That is, no door to the sky and no way out. That is, even self-destruction cannot do. And from start to finish, it was only because the teenager who appeared out of nowhere looked at him. So it's just little bugs. What a racket. Lin Yuan looked at the hundreds of cultivators in the sky, revealing a smirk as he carelessly and casually pointed out a finger. Accompanied by the surge of boundless spatial power, the void shook. Then the wind and clouds changed colors and the stars shifted. And the sky that was originally dark and heavy and blocked by the big formation was instantly exposed to the stars and the bright moon. At the same time the big array broke and only see the wind and clouds floating between heaven and earth, a flash of bright dazzling white light, shining the night into day. The flow of law power intertwined countless crystal flow Dao rule chains, so great if the direct unfolding can easily erase a huge dynasty, will be tens of millions of miles of the territory flattened into a blank side. However, such a huge power was locked in such a narrow range without a trace of overflow, which could be seen in the skillful mastery of the power to lift the weight. The Wind and Thunder Pavilion patriarch felt this finger that was like the great power of heaven and earth pressing down on him, and the shadow of death completely shrouded him and the other Wind and Thunder Pavilion cultivators. And at this time, he was inwardly remorseful. If I had known that your Xiao family still had such a powerful cultivator here, how would I have dared to be reckless and would have moved my clan away from this dangerous place? How could we have come across this kind of estimation? Even the rumored 9th grade cultivator's hand is just like that. We don't deserve to kill a chicken with a bull's knife. However, the wails of these Wind and Thunder Pavilion cultivators did not come out after all. and they were like dead things that were confined in space to usher in a judgment like doomsday. With the fall of that finger, the bodies of several hundred Wind and Thunder Pavilion cultivators turned into powder and drifted away in the wind, with only the clothes and storage bags that fell to the ground still showing their former existence. Rustle. All that was left was the sound of the wind blowing the gravel. The speed of all this happened too fast, and it was only after the dust had settled that the Xiao family crowd reacted by letting out exclamations of surprise. Gosh, what just happened? Just a single finger exterminated hundreds of cultivators. That's a 6th grade upper order Wind and Thunder Pavilion patriarch. Rumor has it that he once exterminated dozens of small clans, killing people without blinking an eye, and once decapitated a 7th grade early stage demonic python in Thunder Zephyr. So powerful that people are now dying so easily. Unbelievable. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I couldn't believe it was real. It's too powerful. The strong person this young Master Xiao invited home is really strong. Ha 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 ha. These people from the Wind and Thunder Pavilion died and we survived. Thanks to that strong man's hand our Xiao family was saved from extinction. So handsome. One move to destroy a strong enemy. If I can have 1,000th of this strong man's strength in the future, even if I die with no regrets. While Xiao Tian had already rushed out of the room shocked to witness the scene for a moment and could not react. He only heard the ancient sword's voice transmission in his ears. Too demonic. Too perverted. That's a spatial law. This Lin Yuan's strength is definitely above the life and death realm. And it's even likely that he'll cross the threshold of the Saint realm. If it weren't for the fact that his soul aura was very young, I would have wondered if he was a reincarnation of a powerful man. This age the strength is absolutely into the taboo level of rare in 10,000 years of absolute pride. Is the ancient great emperor juvenile is also not more than so? Could it be that we've met a teenage great emperor? This side of Lin Yuan looked at the crowd's reaction, satisfied, retracted his hand. In fact, he can noiselessly direct an instant kill Wind and Thunder Pavilion and others, but which has special effects pull full load to the addiction. As we all know, players do not pretend that is still a player. As the saying goes, rich people don't return home, like brocade traveling at night. The feeling of pretending to be one of the main characters of the game, Xiao Tian, was even better at the moment. Lin Yuan looked at Xiao Tian, who stood dumbfounded where he stood stupidly, and suddenly laughed even more happily in his heart. But on the surface, he still pretended to be cloudy and lighthearted, attracting many clansmen of the Xiao family to look at him with stars in their eyes and eyes of adoration. You can't laugh. You can't lose your pussy. Showdown, no more pretending. Brother is actually a master. Chapter 11, Breaking the Sect. Thank you, my lord, for coming to the rescue. Otherwise my Xiao family would have been exterminated at this time. At this time, Xiao Dingxian, the head of the Xiao family, also reacted with incomparable gratitude and said. Xiao Tian still stood there dumbfounded with his eyes wide open, with a shocked expression that a high-ranking person was actually by my side. The Xiao family patriarch glanced at his son, who was still standing dumbfounded. He thought to himself that it looked like his son didn't know that this little friend Lin that he had brought back was actually a peerless powerhouse. Although the Xiao family head didn't know Lin Yuan's true realm, he also understood that Lin Yuan must be incredibly powerful if he was able to kill hundreds of Wind and Thunder Pavilion cultivators with one finger so easily. And the only thing their Xiao family could take to repay each other was the ancestral secret treasure. In order to thank you for saving my lord's life, our Xiao family's secret treasure is willing to be gifted to your lord. There's no need for that. I'm not interested in secret treasures. This time it's just a matter of making a move for brother Xiao to preserve his clan. Lin Yuan blandly opened his mouth and said, although he had a player's hobby of liking to collect treasures, but the secret treasures of his good friend's ancestors were still forgettable. A gentleman takes what he wants. Xiao Dingxian heard a stunned then relieved. It seems that Lin Yuan really is not for the Xiao family secret treasure to come. Just happened to meet Xiao Tianran after being invited over. The result is to meet the Wind and Thunder Pavilion came over to snatch the Xiao family secret treasure. Because the stronger the person speaks, the more they do as they please, the clearer they are, and the more they say what they want to say, so that the Taoist mind becomes clearer and clearer. That's why many powerful people are outspoken, except when they need to lie, when their strength is so great that they need to be counted. In Xiao Dingshuan's opinion, with Lin Yuan's strength, there was absolutely no need to lie or be polite. Thinking this way, Xiao Dingxian glanced at Xiao Tian and thought, it seems that the good son this is lucky to meet the legendary game of the world's high people. Maybe there is a chance to worship the master. If Lin Yuan heard this heartfelt statement, he would definitely want to spit. I treat your son like a brother and you want him to be my disciple. So the Xiao family head arched his hand even more enthusiastically and smiled. Unkong, since you do not need the secret treasure, then we Xiao family at the mercy of the drive, willing to serve the dog and horse labor. Listen to the little boy said that Unkong like food. I prepared some good wine and good food. Thanks. I have an errand to run right now, so it's not too late to eat when I get back. Lin Yuan said with a smile. Then the Xiao family head couldn't help but ask curiously,
I don't know what kind of thing Ngong wants to do. Can the Xiao family be of any help in handling the dispatch? Break the clan and destroy it.
Accompanied by Lin Yuan's completion of these 4 words,
it was as if he had pronounced the death sentence of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion. Now that it's done to death. When dealing with an enemy, you have to cut the grass and get rid of the roots,
or else it will grow again in the spring.
This reasoning Lin Yuan still understood.
He would definitely be detected by the Tai-Yin sacred ground by exposing his strength this time, and he would probably look for it soon, and then he would have to say goodbye to Xiao Tian.
And once Lin Yuan left,
the remaining remnants of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion might jump over the wall in a hurry to take revenge on the Xiao family and Xiao Tian. With today's Xiao Tian's 3rd grade strength,
it was not enough to take on the 6th grade Wind and Thunder Pavilion.
Maybe the many clansmen of the Xiao family who were saved by Lin Yuan today would be dead or injured again. So in order to eradicate the future trouble,
this Wind and Thunder Pavilion must be exterminated, and the faster the better.
Many thanks to Brother Lin for coming to the rescue. Brother Lin has done enough for our Xiao family. To exterminate things like the Wind and Thunder Pavilion and to bother Brother Lin is really a shame.
Xiao Tian walked up and said with some shame.
He knew that Wind and Thunder Pavilion had not offended Lin Yuan before, and it was not a threat to Lin Yuan.
The reason why Lin Yuan wanted to destroy Wind and Thunder Pavilion was completely for their Xiao family's consideration.
Go, I'll take you to the Extermination clan. At this time, Lin Yuan said directly, pulling up Xiao Tian's hand. His expression was as relaxed as if he was talking about a trivial matter,
not about destroying a clan.
Invisibly revealed the confidence and domineering momentum, so that the Xiao family crowd could not help but listen to the heart of the scene, also want to witness the destruction of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion, in which not a few young girls cultivators are even more colorful for the heart of the fold.
Seeing this,
Lin Yuan left a water mirror for the crowd to watch later.
He can now take 1 or 2 people to instantly move 100 miles, but he can't do it to take so many people to instantly move. Why did he bring Xiao Tian with him?
Mainly to help Xiao Tian avenge his death, and of course the idea of pretending in front of his good brother. Of course, to the crowd to leave the water mirror live broadcast later, the extermination of the clan scene is also in order to better pretend.
After all, pretend to be happy. The more the audience the better.
Only to see the white-clothed teenager reached out his hand toward the void. Accompanied by space fluctuations rippling, appeared a light door like a portal.
And then the 2 people entered it and disappeared into the air. Xiao Tian only felt a heavenly rotation, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared at the foot of an unfamiliar mountain peak. And when he looked up again, he saw a grand and magnificent sect between the towering mountains and peaks, that winding up the end of the ancient road is carved with exquisite patterns of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion plaque, on both sides of the Tang snake statue, surrounded by the seemingly extraordinary grandeur. Are we just going to kill it straight in? Xiao Tian said as he looked at the mountain gate and leaped forward.
He was excited at the thought that he would be able to take revenge later.
However,
Lin Yuan stood still without much movement. He just looked at a leaf that was blown down by the autumn wind and reached out to catch it, then opened his mouth.
It's getting cold. It's time for the Wind and Thunder Pavilion to be extinguished. Xiao Tian, who was beside him, was caught up in thought. Was there an inevitable connection between the sky being cold and the destruction of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion?
Brother Lin definitely had his reasons for saying so, and it was never because of reasons like wanting to act tough and handsome. Just when Xiao Tian was in deep thought, Lin Yuan had actually already struck out. He had just used his spatial power to empty the Wind Lightning Pavilion's treasure trove to avoid the trophies from being damaged later.
These things Lin Yuan could not see were useless to him,
and were not worth 1/10,000th of the value of a Dao weapon on his body. But for Xiao Tian as well as the Xiao family, it was a completely heavenly fortune. The cultivation resources left behind alone were enough to allow Xiao Tian to cultivate to the 6th, 7th grade resources without worry afterward. Lin Yuan felt that Xiao Tian's current 3rd grade realm was still a little too low, and thinking of himself as a big brother, he would help his brother as much as he could. A 6th grade clan accumulated wealth over hundreds of years, that even if Xiao Tian used most of the remaining edges and corners also for the 3rd grade family Xiao family, a splash of wealth.
Enough for the next development of the Xiao family.
The Wind and Thunder Pavilion has done a lot of evil and doesn't know the number of heaven, so it deserves to be destroyed. Lin Yuan opened his mouth as he looked at the huge clan in the distance at the wall of a treacherous cliff. Before he came to the Xiao family has secretly investigated the Wind and Thunder Pavilion is indeed full of evil. The whole clan has done countless bad things, including and not limited to bullying men and women, forcible seizure and extermination of the whole family and so on. In the surrounding nearby cities and ponds, Wind and Thunder Pavilion reputation can be completely said to be a child stopping crying, so to strike at them Lin Yuan had no psychological burden at all, and even felt that he was acting on behalf of heaven. Accompanied by mana hooking, the laws of space and the laws of gold coalesced in these words, and the Tao rhythms flowed to communicate with the heavens and the earth. One by one, like golden fonts appeared in the air.
each word carrying the might of heaven and earth to form a legal decree, as vast as a river and sea, and as arcane and complex as the vastness of the starry sky. He will unfold a part of the field instantly covered within 100 miles, directly confine all the space around the wind and thunder pavilion. Even the birds flying in the sky are instantly motionless as if frozen. The entire wind and thunder pavilion Sect gate originally bustling crowd. It is in the scripture transmission pavilion, the clan hall, alchemy room, refining chi hall and other places of the cultivators have stopped their footsteps as if standing like a stone statue, their eyes wide open dare not believe looking at the golden decree that fell from the sky, accompanied by the voice of proclamation like the might of heaven resounding in the ears of everyone in the wind and thunder pavilion. They couldn't help but remember the evil things they had done and thought in shock, could there really be heavenly punishment in this world? Along with the descent of the golden light edict, these words grew bigger and bigger and bigger, finally converging into a palm that covered the sky directly slapping the wind and thunder pavilion along with these treacherous and steep mountain peaks down. Rumble, rumble, as the mountain pillars collapsed and the earth roared, the wind and thunder pavilion did not even exist in ruins, completely turning into crushed dirt along with those rocks and trees, and the place directly changed from a treacherous and steep cliff face to a basin. The water source that accompanied the nearby river flowing into the basin soon formed a shimmering lake. The wind blowing across the surface of the lake rippled in circles, and the leaves of the trees around the lake reclattered. This single operation, not to mention the wind and thunder pavilion, what can exist alive? Even the earthworms in the earth to shake loose and crushed. In such a vast force of heaven and earth is crushed, even the soul is directly dust to earth. Return to heaven and earth. Lin Yuan used his divine sense and mana to check a few more times to ensure that there were no remnants of the wind and thunder pavilion cultivators left behind before he called it quits. Although through the game system panel to see the wind and thunder pavilion enemy blood bars are situation, but still insurance check so more secure. This side through the water mirror to see the whole process of the Xiao family has long been dumbfounded. Originally before the destruction of the enemy's scene has been shocked enough, but this heaven and earth of the might of the destruction of the mountains fill the lake scene appeared undoubtedly more let the heart trembles. After the extermination of the wind and thunder pavilion, the picture of the water mirror quickly disappeared into a burst of water vapor drifting away. However, reacted to the Xiao family crowd while reminiscing while excitedly discussing. This kind of power that is like heavenly punishment is really strong. A single word can determine life and death. A single word can destroy mountains. Kong is really too powerful. What kind of realm can this be done? That's the ferocious and vicious wind and thunder pavilion. A few months ago the Yu family in the next city was full of family, and now it's been wiped out overnight. It's the wind and water rotating. This lord is really too strong. I don't know how the young master invited him back. If only I could also be fortunate enough to meet this kind of hidden master. The strongest among the strong. The generation is higher than the generation. The wind and thunder pavilion boasts of being powerful, but as a result, when it encounters this lord, it will be destroyed in an instant. And at the same time, Lin Yuan, who had finished off the water mirror over here, spoke. These things are useless to me. Take them. He reached out and waved his hand and several glittering treasure mountains like gold and silver mountains appeared at once, in which heavenly treasures from the 1st grade to the 6th grade, elixirs and medicines, weapons and storage bags, and other cultivation resources were glittering. These treasures and resources that could cause the scattered cultivators in the outside world to go crazy were just casually placed on the flat ground, as if they were big cabbages in the ground. Xiao Tian was dazzled by the treasure light in front of him. He hadn't seen so many treasures in his long life. It was too sparkling. The ancient sword remnant, who had long been accustomed to seeing treasures in his previous life, couldn't help but lose his smile when he saw his disciple's expression and reminded him, you still don't need to push to take it. These 1st to 6th grade resources are trash to a character like little friend Lin. They even take up too much space to put in a storage ring. It's a lot of money for your boy and the Xiao family. Keep this favor and return it tenfold in the future. Only then did Xiao Tian react by nodding his head and said, thank you brother Lin. I'll take it then. He added a gift of treasure to the saving grace in the little book of his heart. Xiao Tian realized that he owed more and more favors to brother Lin. Inexplicably he had a feeling that he might not be able to pay back all of them in the future. The illusion must be an illusion. When he became powerful, he would definitely find the treasures that brother Lin needed to pay back tenfold. Due to the fact that there were too many resources in the treasure mountain, Xiao Tian packed up for 10 minutes before he filled his storage bag. This was still the reason why he used the storage bag from the treasure vault for the treasures. Otherwise he would not have been able to fill it with his own storage bag alone. Moreover, what made Xiao Tian feel even more surprised was that he had found some spiritual herbs and strange flowers that could have an effect on his teacher's soul repair, which would now be able to allow his teacher to further revitalize his strength and his bottom line to a higher level. Since brother Xiao wants to thank me, and as the saying goes that you can't repay the favor of saving your life, why don't you call me big brother to hear it?
Lin Yuan over here thought of something and smiled wryly. Xiao Tian listened and looked at the appearance than his own even younger than the white-clothed young man's silent desire to speak. Don't look at how young I look. I'm actually older than you, so you won't be at a disadvantage by calling me big brother. Lin Yuan patted the other party's shoulder and said with conviction. And Xiao Tian on this side heard the ancient sword remnant soul transmission. Silly disciple. Sometimes it's a blessing to suffer a loss. Little friend Lin's soul breath is very young. Maybe even younger than you. But he helped you so much. It's not bad to call out big brother. Xiao Tian hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. Big brother. Ha ha ha. Little brother. In the future, my brother will take care of you. And when you go to the central state and report my name, you'll be guaranteed to walk sideways. Lin Yuan excitedly wrapped Xiao Tian's shoulders and said with a big smile. In the central state, Taiyin Holy Land was in the top 3 of the top 10 Holy Lands. In his opinion, with his strength and background covering Xiao Tian, who had just come to the central state to defect, was no problem at all. Xiao Tian did not know that if Xiao Tian to the central state reported Lin Yuan's name, and the relationship between the two people is likely to be the central state people pursuing the Taiyin sacred woman, including the holy son of God, son of the emperor race, and so on, many suitors against and even hostile. I'm afraid that the central state is the people shouting to hit the eyes of all the enemies. This side of Xiao Tian secretly thought in his heart that if he went to the central state he would have to rely on himself to make a name for himself. He could not rely on his good brother's help for everything. He also had to become strong enough to help his brother Lin Yuan on this side. On the other hand, put away the sound-retaining stone in his hand, and he would take it out later when Xiao Tian became rich and proud of it. In a certain year and a certain month, Xiao Tianzuan once called me big brother. Let's go back. Lin Yuan, who had collected the sound-retaining stone of a certain heavenly father's future black history, said with a smile as he opened the spatial teleportation portal and pulled Xiao Tian back to the Xiao family. At this time, the Xiao family courtyard had long been packed up. Lights and colorful decorations everywhere, and all kinds of delicacies and wines were set up in the courtyard, so the people of the Xiao family were waiting for the return of the two people. Boon Gong has worked hard, thanks to the adult out, to eliminate the wind and thunder pavilion, eliminating the worry of my Xiao family's aftermath. Please take the seat. Xiao Dingxian, the head of the Xiao family, came over and said with incomparable gratitude, and the others also had a look of great revenge and joy. Brother Lin, this dish is secretly prepared with our Purple Mountain City's unique spirit deer. It's a famous specialty of this state. It melts in your mouth and is very fresh. Try it. After the two were seated, Xiao Tian knew that Lin Yuan liked food, took the plate to clip the food and said. Lin Yuan took the plate handed to him by the other party and just wanted to taste it when he heard an ethereal and distant voice coming from above the 9 heavens. Your Highness, you've been out playing outside for so long. It's time for you to return to the Holy Land. Only to see the sky appeared haze, accompanied by the immortal music floating, the heavenly flowers, colorful flowers flowed, a beautiful as a dreamlike heavenly palace pulled by several golden majestic golden dragons appeared. The flying phoenix surrounded the jade pillars on both sides. It was actually an unimaginably high-grade imperial weapon immortal boat. At this time a green kite with beautiful emerald green feathers holding a branch of peach blossom gently landed on the shoulder of the white boy intimate rubbed. Lin Yuan looked at the eyes of the crowd. Know that this time the identity of the 10 in all likelihood is not hidden. Help! How can the Holy Land come so quickly this time? He doesn't want to drop his vest yet. Chapter 12, Dropping Horses. There is nothing more embarrassing in the world than social death. And it's an extremely social death for a female identity to fall off the horse, especially in front of a good buddy. Lin Yuan opened his mouth just before he could try to cover it up. In the courtyard, the Xiao family saw a group of beautiful fairies with long flowing sleeves appearing on the immortal boat, as well as the tens of thousands of entourage armies clad in golden armor and holding halberds immediately behind them. The lowest realm of these cultivators were all strong in the realm of life and death, which could be called mighty in the outside world. In the 9 products above the realm is the creation of the realm. The creation of the realm of 9 layers is also known as the creation of the 9 heavens. The strength of each layer of the difference is extremely disparate. This realm could be put on the Zhengzhou continent to open up a 9th grade above inheritance style lineage or a high-level dynasty, and be described as a strong person who was able to dominate the party. After that was the life and death realm, which could be called a great power level, as well as the saint realm where most of the sacred land elders were located, the heavenly father realm, the quasi-emperor realm, and the great emperor realm. And Lin Yuan's strength today was at the beginning stage of saint, a strength that was similar to many holy land elders. However, the ages of the two were vastly different. The former was a young and overwhelmingly proud, while the latter had cultivated for hundreds of years to reach the saint realm, and his potential was completely incomparable. With the strength of the saint realm, one could completely walk sideways in other states outside of the central state, which was one of Lin Yuan's underpinnings for running out without a protector.
How these years rushed to the Sate realm was mainly by virtue of Lin Yuan brushing all the demons and devils that appeared in the central state to liver out massive amounts of experience value, which was how he brushed the realm to a realm that made the Taiyin sacred ground and the others shocked and ecstatic about it. As a result, who in the central state now didn't know that the Taiyin holy maiden was cynical and chivalrous, and that she was not sharing the same fate as the demons. And after reaching Saint wanting to go further you must hunt Sate realm demons. The Sate realm demons under the sky are basically all in the alien home base. It's not possible to single-handedly run to someone else's family lair to be beaten up by a group, right? So it's hard to kill them. The experience value of the demons and devils below the Sate realm was sharply reduced due to the large difference in levels of experience gained, so it was difficult for Lin Yuan to rely on brushing monsters to grow his strength once he reached the Sate realm, and he could only rely on enlightenment to increase his strength. However, Lin Yuan knew that when the heavenly demon race and other foreign races from the Great Thousand Worlds descended in the future it would set off an apocalyptic catastrophe, and at that time, he wouldn't even worry about his chances of killing Saint realm foreign demons. Immortal bowed down on these guards, many from the Taiyin Holy Land jurisdiction within the boundaries of the affiliated Taoist system, and even a number of people are aside of the Taoist system of the Lord. However, these people in the eyes of the world is a strong power at this time, but respectfully bowed in unison to pay homage to the road, subordinate to Her Highness, the Holy Maiden. Their voices are like a loud bell. Their movements are neatly organized and as one as the lofty mountains. Their voices are heard in all directions. Their momentum is like a rainbow, and the clouds are stirring. Lin Yuan at this time in his mind, in addition to remembering the earthy images that he had seen in his previous life of the Dragon King god of war coming back to his subordinates to see him, there was only one thought. It was over. This is no longer a way to hide your identity. Originally, he had planned to bid farewell to Xiao Tian and leave after this meal, leaving the other party with a dashing back, showing off the style of a high-ranking person. As the saying goes, when it's all said and done, you can hide your accomplishments and fame. Wan did not expect the Holy Land to come so quickly this time. This is Lin Yuan completely did not expect the female vest to fall so quickly. Originally as a traveler plus the born Lin Yuan felt that he should take as the Dragon Ao Tian flow script, all the way invincible upgrade to become a great emperor. Win marry white rich beauty fairy heart to become a winner in life is not a dream. However, a mistake has caused 1,000 years of hatred. Accidentally worshipped in the Taiyin Holy Land after becoming a holy woman in a blur. It'll be a black history when he becomes an emperor. Xiao Tian on this side had been confused hearing these words, couldn't help but think in his heart. The Holy Maiden? Could it be that I heard wrong? Brother Lin. He's a man, right? This side of the ancient sword remnants of the old man has reacted in his mind, shocked, shouted. This is the Xianyu immortal boat of the Taiyin Holy Land. What kind of luck did you kid have? Surprisingly, you were lucky enough to meet the Taiyin Holy Maiden who sneaked out to play and even became friends with her. Every Taiyin Holy Maiden is recognized as a supreme beauty. Not only is she as beautiful as heaven, her strength and talent are also excellent. With little friend Lin Yuan's strength and talent in the future he will surely become an emperor and suppress an era. You've managed to become friends with her. That's really a stroke of luck. Tens of thousands of years ago when the Yaoqi banquet I also just in the crowd far from the year of the Taiyin female emperor a glance. Just that glance is that I now remember clearly. But unfortunately my strength is not enough to even get together to say a word of the opportunity is not. The air seemed to be filled with a sour taste. The Taiyin Holy Land? Is Brother Lin a man or a woman? Xiao Tian couldn't help but feel confused in his heart when he heard his teacher's words. Why did he feel that Lin Yuan didn't have a disguise in front of him at all before he heard his teacher give him a bad scolding? Are you being silly? How can the Taiyin Holy Maiden be a male? You kid, cut the nonsense. It's a good thing you didn't say that outright, or else those Holy Land followers would have torn you alive. By this time, Lin Yuan was already so embarrassed that he wanted to find a crack in the ground to fit in, and the shame of social death made twisting his head around and pretending to look into the distance. Brother Lin. So you're a female? Xiao Tian reacted with surprise and opened his mouth. The words had not finished only to see a pale and ethereal voice coming from the immortal boat in the sky. Your Highness, since we have already found you, why are you disguising your identity? The one who spoke was an old woman who held a jade rudraksh in her left hand and a bamboo staff in her right. She smiled kindly at Lin Yuan at the bottom. Enlightenment of the Tao of Wither and Glory caused the vision of the seasons flowing around him to appear. And this was the great elder Gu Mangsing, who was only one step away from being a quasi-emperor at the Heavenly Father level of the Taiyin Holy Land, and one of Lin Yuan's Tao protectors. In the Grand Elder's opinion, although the appearance of Lin Yuan in male attire was handsome and dusty, it was not as much as 1,000th of what it was in female attire. Why do they need to hide their actions as people of the Taiyin Holy Land? This side of Lin Yuan has given up, struggling hard across, thinking social death on social death. Anyway, as long as I am not embarrassed, embarrassed is others. Since the elder just said that, then He himself had better hurry up and change into the Taiyin Holy Land School uniform. There are Dao artifact vestments in the one-click change fast.
In Xiao Tian's surprised gaze in front of the white-clothed handsome young man pulled down the hair-binding ribbon after the long hair fluttering, green silk like waterfall hanging down the clouds, only to see the appearance in front of a magnificent and overwhelming beauty, just like a fairy down to the mortal world, and like a goddess in the world, clad in flowing clouds of colorful light neon dress, on the heavenly fragrance group flower water pattern embroidered clothes, phoenix pattern brocade cloud damask pistol butterfly wide-sleeved flowing fairy dress skirt hemline flying, accompanied by ring pendant jingtong sound. The face is absolutely beautiful, immortal posture in jade, the beauty of people spellbound, like that valley crescent Tian Shan white snow, a pair of sheer water pupils eyes flow better than thousands of spring water, just a glance will be that let people forget to worry have immersed in it. The charisma emanating from the Taiyin divine body became more and more amazing as time went on. There was an almost unique beauty of the great Tao, and this was still the result of the convergence of the divine body's aura, which then attracted the crowd who were all as mesmerized as if they couldn't take their eyes off the road. The clouds in the sky are dispersed, the moonlight like water falls on the feathered clothes of the Taiyin fairy, her sleeves fluttering like the next step in the wind, and the hibiscus flowers in the courtyard also bloomed, coloring the scroll like an ink painting with a touch of smoky color. If the players of the previous world were to see this scene they would be reminded of the poem. The clouds want to be clothed and the flowers want to look beautiful, the spring breeze supports the threshold and the dew is thick. If I hadn't seen it at the top of the Jade Mountain, I would have met it under the moon at Yao Tai. All the people present could not help but watch the scene with bated breath. Xiao family members have never seen this kind of scene are frozen in place as if being set body spell like. Those who sensed the aura coming over to have an audience with the Holy Land around many of the dynasty executives and even the country lords stopped in their tracks when they saw the scene from afar. The birds in the sky stopped for it, even the Taiyin Holy Land and the others who often got along with Lin Yuan, even the Grand Elder, who had seen this scene so many times, also appeared with a flash of amazement, and the nearest Xiao Tian saw this scene wide eyes. He felt his heart beating so fast blood surging. This scene was engraved into his memory field that this life will not forget. The moment is also eternal. A feeling that he didn't know how to describe came over him, as if the person in front of him had fallen on his heart with the moonlight. Chapter 13, Farewell. The corner of Lin Yuan's mouth twitched when he saw the scene of the people around him staying as if they were being forcefully controlled. He knew it would be like this. It's just a change of clothes to remove the disguise? What's the point? Naiha Taiyin divine body with time and strength to improve the appearance and charm increased rapidly. This is originally a kind of close to the Taiyin avenue of the top of the body. The more you cultivate the more close to the way of Taiyin, and the avenue of the charm of the cultivator can be imagined. So the higher the cultivation realm the more they were able to be attracted by this charm, while cultivators with a low realm had long since fallen for it. The more the abbreviation is cultivated the more beautiful the charisma value is higher. And most cultivators simply can't top it. Only cultivators with very strong willpower could resist this wave of glamour shuffling. Xiao Tian is worthy of being one of the protagonists of the game. Soon came to his senses but his heartbeat is still very fast. Such a close contact with a great beauty is simply a test of the heart. Lin Yuan took out a token at this time and handed it over saying, "This is for you. When you go to the central state you can take the token and come to the Taiyin sacred land to find me." This token is simple and elegant modeling beautifully written on the upper book with the Taoist text written Lin, which is a token symbolizing the identity of the Virgin of Taiyin. Seeing the scene of the Grand Elder immediately changed expression. Before she from beginning to end did not give the presence of the Xiao family people a look. In the Grand Elder look at her just some unimpressive mundane ants. Grand Elder Gu Mangxing's eyes were cold as he began to measure up the black-clothed youth Xiao Tian underneath. A countryside boy from a remote backwater with a medium dynasty on his back, with low strength, ordinary talent, no background, and practically useless except for his appearance and a few moments of good looks. This boy, what virtue and what ability actually let the holy lady so favored to give each other all the token? It must be that this person is relying on flowery words and shamelessly deceiving the naive and innocent Your Highness who is not yet experienced in the world. So think of the great elders according to the killing machine and the patients coldly stared down at the black-clothed youth, the holy maiden, but she has been looking at the growth as their own children in general. If not the holy maiden is present, she really want to slap the liar of this flowery language. Stereotypes in the human mind are a big mountain. If eyes could kill, Xiao Tian had already died from 1,000 deaths from the gazes of the other people in the Taiyin Holy Land at this moment. If the players in the previous world saw this scene would probably comment, "This is not the eyes of the wild boar that wants to cut down the wild boar that wants to nibble on the baby cabbages in their own land?" Xiao Tian also did not notice the gazes of the people around him. The only person in his eyes was Lin Yuan who handed over the token. He took the token and took out a jade pendant inscribed with a phoenix from his bosom and said, "This jade pendant is for you. This was a relic left behind by his mother and one of Xiao Tian's most cherished items. I heard my father say that when he met a girl he liked he could give this jade pendant to her. Lin Yuan did not know and did not think much, only thought it was a good friend to give each other a gift courtesy. So he took the jade pendant received and said with a smile, "This is a goodbye. The mountains are high. I'll see you in the future." Then it turned into a stream of light and arrived on top of the Xianyu immortal boat, which at that moment was like a rock spreading its wings, riding the wind and flying towards the distant sky. The sky rushed to this place to have an audience with the people of the Holy Land. Of the many dynasty heads have saluted to send off the Holy Land and others to leave, until the immortal boat into the void disappeared. A long time after, the many heads of the dynasty have to get up. Among them, there were quite a number of country lords who were familiar with the De Qin dynasty and congratulated them. I didn't expect someone in the Qian brothers dynasty to be appreciated by Her Highness the Holy Maiden. It seems that in the future, it will be just around the corner for De Qin to become a higher dynasty. Dakian, master of the country, smilingly arched his hand to say thank you, said, "Can get the Holy Land to the people to appreciate is completely the joy of heavenly blessings. After the north state of the other higher dynasties and even many Dao-level forces will be treated with courtesy to Dakian, and invest in betting on the icing on the cake tend to be only a little more than a little more." Soon a group of country lords left after exchanging pleasantries. After all, as the head of a country there were still a lot of things that needed to be dealt with. When the lord of the great Qian dynasty returned to the royal capital, he immediately summoned his inner circle to discuss the matter and said, "I didn't expect that someone from our dynasty would be able to be appreciated by Her Highness, the Holy Maiden of Taiyin. This is truly heavenly good fortune. We must seize the opportunity. This time, the once-in-a-century 10,000 nation genius war is about to be held, selecting geniuses to go to the central state to participate in the Taoist system and even the Holy Land trial. And the only one of our Dakian's participation slots will be set for Xiao Tian." Soon from the Dakian Kyoto came the imperial decree to seal the Xiao family as a royal family. Along with the decree there are many rewards and gifts together. From a small third-grade family to a royal family that enjoyed the same treatment as a ninth-grade clan. This span of change was truly astonishing, causing many people in the royal capital to talk and be surprised. As the saying goes, when one man gets a government position, all his cronies get in. Xiao Tian on this side was still unaware of the situation on the other side of the great Qian capital. He just stood in place and looked at the place where Lin Yuan had left, and the members of the Xiao family also tacitly did not disturb, until the rising sun rose in the east, and the light of the sky broke through, and the old man's voice came from the ancient sword. "Foolish apprentice, the people are far away. It's already dawn. How long do you want to stand? If you like it, go and cheer to catch up with the other party. Although the other party is destined to become an emperor, you kid probably can't catch up." Xiao Tian did not retort when he heard these solid words from his teacher, but said with an unprecedentedly firm gaze, "I'll try." He wanted to become the strongest in the world so that he could be qualified to stand beside the other side and walk side by side. This side of the immortal boat on the Lin Yuan just came in, only to see a wearing a long green dress, looks beautiful and moving young girl greeted up. This is the maid Qing Luo. Originally, the Holy Land wanted to arrange dozens of maids for Lin Yuan, but Lin Yuan was afraid of being discovered of his true gender. So he only picked one to stay by his side usually. "Miss, you're back," Qing Luo excitedly pounced over to say. She was originally too in Holy Land jurisdiction of that a dynasty of big family house made fortunate to pass the Holy Land every 5 years once the talent test to worship Holy Land become one of the many handyman disciples. With mediocre talent, she never thought that one day she would have the chance to be chosen to be the maid of Her Highness the Holy Maiden. Qing Luo, after a few years of getting along with her, completely became Her Highness the Holy Maiden's fancied and loyal girl. "Green, I'm back." Lin Yuan reached out and touched Qing Luo's head and said with a smile. He also didn't treat Qing Luo as a maid, but as a sister. At that moment, the Grand Elder cleared his throat and spoke. "Your Highness, the hearts of people outside this Holy Land are complicated and sinister. Especially the men outside the Holy Land are the most evil. There are male vixens who rely on having a few looks to deceive countless people. Your Highness must not trust others." Qing Luo on this side also nodded her head and clenched her fist in succession and said, "That's right, miss. There are not many good things in the men under the sky. Flowery words will cheat people, and when they get tired of cheating people to their hands and change to the next one. I have seen a lot of this kind of thing in the secular dynasty. What kind of person is Xiao Tian not?" Lin Yuan realized that both of them seemed to have misunderstood something, hurriedly opened his mouth to explain and said, "Xiao Tian is a friend I met when I came out to travel. I met him under a male identity, and he didn't know my identity before, but we still became friends, and I trust his character. In his previous life, Xiao Tian broke into the Forbidden Land to save his friend from 9 deaths to bring back the holy medicine to save him, and his character made the players feel at ease. However, this action in the eyes of the Grand Elder and Qing Luo is that Her Highness may have been deceived by the outlaws and still do not know. Too simple and kind. These two people filter is heavier. Lin Yuan looked at the expression of the two people who did not quite believe also have no way. It is impossible to tell them the things of their past lives, and besides, he and Xiao Tian only pure brotherly love. It is impossible to have the kind of adoration that they want. No way. Absolutely no way. Besides, both he and Xiao Tian were male, and both of them liked girls, so how could they possibly talk about love? The Grand Elder girls were really worrying over nothing. Chapter 14. The sky breaks, the sun rises, and as the morning light pours over the rolling earth, illuminating the mountains and rivers, it is also the beginning of a new day. When Xiao Tian returned to his room and was ready to continue his cultivation, he realized that there was a person sitting at the table in his room, which was a silver-haired old woman holding a bamboo staff, wearing a simple Taoist robe and long coat, and looking kind and kindly as the old gods in the mountains. Originally outside the window when the late fall season of the pear tree actually blossomed, white as snowflowers pressed full canopy, attracting birds roosting, full of fragrance, which is precisely the diving cultivation of wither and glory of the way of life and death of the Taiyin Holy Land, the great elders of the Valley Mangsing. The Grand Elder smiled amiably when he was facing Lin Yuan, but at this moment, his expression was as cold as ice with a touch of disgust when he faced Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian felt himself as if he had fallen into an ice cave all over his body, a majestic as the might of heaven and earth's momentum pressed over, as if that high above the sky fell down the Milky Way upside down. A huge and incomparable pressure pressed on his body, or trembling bones are creaking. The pressure like a big mountain pressed on his body, forcing him to be unsteady to kneel down. But Xiao Tian was dead tense, body grip tight, body began to bleed, also still stand straight. No kneeling. You can't kneel even if you're dead. Xiao Tian pressed his teeth together and concentrated fully on fighting against this chi pressure. With this one thought firmly in his heart, the essence of the young man in black at this moment completely integrated into a further breakthrough, more and more exuberant. As the pine is covered with snow is still unyielding. Ha! The eldest elder was somewhat surprised to look at. This kid was able to resist her deliberately put out a wisp of momentum, did not kneel. To know that this momentum is the 8th grade cultivator cannot carry, but instead there is a breakthrough will is very tough. But so what? Not enough talent and no background. It's hard to make a difference with will alone. Grand Elder Gu Mangsing thought so, when a low voice was heard ringing out. Xiao Tian has met Senior. I don't know what Senior has come over for. Xiao Tian spoke with difficulty while resisting the pressure. He had seen this Grand Elder once before on the immortal boat and thought that there must be something for this strong person to come over to see him. Humph. You kid coaxed my highness by using flowery words. What do you think this seat is here for? The great elder said with a cold snort. An extremely cold killing intent enveloped Xiao Tian, causing the black-clothed youth to instantly feel the pressure increase. Instantly the crisis of death surfaced in his heart. However, although the Grand Elder was angry, she knew that since Lin Yuan had already treated Xiao Tian as a friend, she couldn't really kill Xiao Tian herself and could only scare the brat. Unless this guy is allowed to expose his shameless nature and the true face of a liar for Her Highness the Holy Maiden to know, then this kid's time to die will come. I swear to the great Tao that I am true to Brother Lin, and that there is absolutely no deception, much less any intention to deceive. Xiao Tian said as he directly made the great Tao oath after hearing this, and the sincerity with which he said it did make the Grand Elder stare. Since this kid dared to make the great Tao vow, it's not like he's lying. Could it be that I've misunderstood him? The Grand Elder thought also converged his aura, and with a movement of his divine mind a flash of green light full of vitality fell on Xiao Tian's body, and the wounds that were originally covered in blood flew and healed as if they were the first. Xiao Tian's body was warmed up after being enveloped by the green light, as if he was immersed in a hot spring, which was very comfortable, and at the same time, his realm had also broken through from the upper rank of the 3rd grade to the complete rank of the 3rd grade. He then naturally continued to break through to the 4th grade without feeling that he had encountered any bottlenecks. Looking at the fact that you didn't lie to your highness, this is a life force enough to heal your previous wounds and the dark wounds you previously suffered within your body, as well as being able to strengthen your physique. Grand Elder Gu Mangsing faintly opened her mouth and said. Her expression was still lofty, however she did not loathe Xiao Tian that much anymore. Xiao Tian let out a sigh of relief. The hurdle of the misunderstanding being cleared had finally passed. This is a bottle of creation pill and 10 million top-grade spirit stones. Just one creation pill can allow a 9th grade cultivator to break through directly to the creation realm, and cultivators below the 9th grade level who take it can also break through 2 or 3 major realms. Even if you let the king of Dakian take the whole dynasty to exchange, cannot exchange 1/10 of a piece. As long as you accept this bottle of creation pill today, you will definitely be able to become a creation realm cultivator in the future to open up a higher dynasty to become the head of a country, and your family will also become a royal family. The Grand Elder took out a bottle of pills and a storage bag filled with spirit stones, and the words she said would definitely send the outside loose cultivators into a frenzy if they heard them. That was the legendary creation pill. A creation pill was able to attract countless 9th grade cultivators to fight for each other. The more the realm to the back of the breakthrough was more difficult. Especially 9 to the creation of the realm of the threshold of this. I do not know how many cultivators stuck in the northern state of 10,009 cultivators may not have a few can break through the creation of the realm. And untold numbers of cultivators were buried along the path from the 1st grade to the 9th grade. The creation pill plus 10 million upper grade spirit stones. This was simply a heavenly temptation for someone born into an ordinary dynastic family in the northern state.
Elder, may I ask what the price is for accepting these?
Xiao Tian was also a little bit moved at first, even if he calmed down.
There is no such thing as a pie in the sky.
This senior must have had a request when he took out this kind of treasure. As long as you're willing to make the great Tao vow that you won't go to the central state in the future, much less go to the Taiyin sacred land to look for Her Highness the Holy Maiden,
all of these things will be yours. The Grand Elder opened her mouth.
Her meaning very straightforward. I will make no such vows, and I will not take these things. After listening to these words, Xiao Tian for the first time, his expression had obvious fluctuations, directly broke down and opened his mouth.
Reluctant. Is the thing not valuable enough? Or do you want other treasures? I can add some more.
Grand Elder Gu Mangsing said unhurriedly while laying out a row of even more precious treasures. In her opinion, this poor boy from the poor countryside of the northern state is really a bit insatiable.
Elder, if I promise that I will definitely go to Central State to find Brother Lin, I will definitely do it. Xiao Tian thought to himself that I don't care about any treasures. I just want to see her again. The Grand Elder has seen the reaction of many cultivators when they want to pursue a Taoist couple. And there are many male cultivators who want to join their Taiyin sacred ground all over the central state.
So she naturally guessed that this kid is 80% fond of Her Highness the Sacred Maiden. Her Highness has a crush on this kid and gave him the token. In case this kid really moves Her Highness by stalking him.
No, she had to stop this from happening.
His Highness is destined to become an emperor. Even if you want to find a couple, that has to be outstanding talent and strength of a strong family to be worthy of His Highness.
So the Grand Elder directly opened the mocking output and said,
you brats are also worthy of going to the central state to find Her Highness the Holy Maiden. Not any cat or dog is qualified to be Her Highness's friend. One must at least be in the top 100 of the Heaven's Pride ranking in the central state.
Do you know that the Heavenly Pride list non-creature realm cannot enter the list? The maximum age cannot exceed 50 years old. You now only what realm, what strength?
Waiting for you to cultivate to the creation realm is not even a few hundred years later, simply can't enter the Heaven's remarks list. You simply don't deserve to see His Highness again. If Lin Yuan heard these words, he would definitely want to spit out. I never look at each other's realm, talent, strength, background when making friends.
None of them are as strong as me anyway.
It doesn't need to be hundreds of years. Just 3 years I will definitely ascend to the top 100 of the Heaven's Pride ranking.
3 years from now I will definitely go to the central state for my appointment.
Xiao Tian thought of all the experiences he had had with Lin Yuan and the promise they had made to see each other again in the central state.
And at this moment he said aloud with fighting spirit burning within him. Chapter 15, The Plan.
If the players of the previous life were to see the scene, they would definitely want to spit out. The 3-year pact. The classic pact of metaphysical fiction. What with the 3-year period having come and gone. The Dragon King returning to play the bully.
And so on.
Also, the scene is too much like that urban novel where the overbearing family member says to the little white girl heroine, I'll give you $5 million to leave Mr.
Ba's side.
You don't deserve to stay with him.
However,
compared to many metaphysical novels in which the male protagonist was threatened by the female protector from the side of a great power and was almost killed without giving a little benefit, the Great Elder was at least willing to spend money to do his job. So what if you don't enter the Heaven's Pride ranking after 3 years? The Grand Elder, who heard these bold words from the black-clothed youth, continued in a cold voice. She didn't believe that the countryside boy in front of her, who was only at the 4th grade realm, would be able to break through to the creation realm in just 3 years and still reach the threshold of the Heaven's Pride ranking in terms of battle power.
Unless he was a genius at the Saint Sun level. But how could that be? District, a spirit body placed in the Holy Land, will at most become an ordinary outer disciple. How can there be hope for 3 years to be ranked in the list of heavenly pride?
The world's physical qualities are categorized from low to high into mortal body, spirit body, treasure body, king body, god body, and the holy body, which is at the same level as the god body but appears less frequently. Generally, only a divine body or a holy body could become a holy son and holy daughter as well.
If I can't reach it, then I won't have the face to meet Brother Lin. Xiao Tian firmly opened his mouth and said,
if he could not even enter the threshold of the Heaven's remarkable ranking, how could he talk about pursuing his beloved? I hope you'd better be true to your word so I can still think highly of you. Don't be dead set on pestering my highness when you're not on the list. The Grand Elder, who had collected the treasures placed on the table, glanced at the black-clothed youth and said, she made a note of this agreement. If Xiao Tian couldn't meet the requirements to enter the Heaven's remarkable ranking and still wanted to go to the Taiyin sacred ground to see Lin Yuan, then she would step in and knock this brat out and throw him back to the northern state. At that time, Even if His Highness inquired, she could also take out the shadow stone to prove that she was helping the other party to fulfill his promise. That's right, the Grand Elder even used a shadow retaining stone to record all those words just now. Ginger is still old and hot. She had started recording it from the moment she entered the door, mainly because she wanted Lin Yuan to see Xiao Tian's true colors clearly so that she wouldn't be fooled. I didn't realize that this shadow retaining stone was an accidental record of a 3-year engagement. I, Xiao Tian, have always been true to my word, Xiao Tian said, without being humble, arching his hand. The great elders see this also have no intention to stay in an instant into a green smoke dissipated, leaving only the full court pair rustling fall like snowflakes flying. After a long time, Xiao Tian asked in a low voice in his heart, "Teacher, has that powerful man left already?" "Well, it's already gone far away. That was just an avatar of the other party. It's not a real body, and its strength is less than 1,000th of the real body. Otherwise, with the other party's venerable level strength only revealing a wisp of chi would be enough to obliterate a 9th grade cultivator. It's not something your little guy can withstand." Ancient sword remnants of the soul of the old man's voice once again emerged to open his mouth and said, "Before the great elders in his fear of being discovered will be quietly hidden. Has not spoken until this time and so far away from the people who dared to appear." But also jokingly said, "And you kids spoke so loudly before. I thought you wanted to say that you would go to the Taiyin Holy Land to propose marriage after 3 years. Listening to the teacher's flirtation, Xiao Tian did not know what he thought of, blushing and stammered, "I'm just going to meet Brother Lin in Central State after 3 years. It's too early to propose marriage or anything. I'm just saying, you really dare to think. You kid better keep your feet on the ground. Less daydreaming. 3 years to reach the realm of creation to step into the list of heavenly pride is very difficult. You kid to do a good job of suffering experience and even 9 deaths to prepare for a life." Ancient sword remnants of the soul of the old man rolled a white eye, interrupted and said, "And then let this kid so think on maybe the future of the child's name, what to think of good." "Okay, teacher, we'll set off on our adventures once we're done with the family business." Xiao Tian nodded and said, Purple Mountain City was too small. Even the entire Dechen dynasty was too small. Only by venturing out to a wider heaven and earth could he better hone himself to improve his realm strength. His talent was a genius when placed in Purple Mountain City, but it was nothing when placed in the entire northern state, not to mention the central state where heavenly pride was like a cloud. It was also only through life and death experiences that one could grow quickly and have a chance to become one of those heavenly prides. That night Xiao Tian was brought within the clan's secret room by his father Xiao Dingxian, and he also saw the clan's secret treasure. It was an ancient bronze mirror, inscribed on the top of the demon suppressing the Taoist symbol pattern. Looking ordinary, actually hidden inside the mystery appears to be the spirit of light convergence. Good stuff. It's perfect for you. This is the demon refining mirror in the treasure trove of the Jin Demon Pass, capable of refining the essence of the whole body from the corpses of demons into a great medicine, capable of helping cultivators under the realm of creation to increase their strength faster. However, this item would not be helpful for breaking through the creation realm and above the creation realm. Originally, I only had 2 layers of certainty to help you reach the creation realm in 3 years, but now with this mirror the certainty can be increased by 2 more layers. The ancient sword remnant soul elder said excitedly. This thing would definitely be unappealing if it was placed at his peak, but it was indeed something good for the current Xiao Tian. Tianer, this is the secret treasure of the clan, so I'll give it to you for safekeeping. In the admonition left by the ancestors, it is mentioned that this ancient mirror can only be refined by a 5th grade cultivator, and that it must not be discovered by other cultivators when it is used, lest it attracts prying eyes. Xiao family head handed the ancient mirror over and instructed. Xiao Tian couldn't help but ask curiously after storing the demon refining treasure mirror, "Where did this mirror come from, father?" "This ancient mirror is a treasure that our Xiao family's ancestor brought back from the Jin Demon Pass. Our family's ancestor was a 7th grade cultivator who was given this precious mirror because of his great merits. Later, because of the demon clan killed in the body and the strange poison led to the realm fell road to the 4th product life soon. After the ancestors will be incognito back to the hometown of Purple Mountain City to establish the family. This mirror has also become a secret treasure of our clan, and only the clan leader or clan elders know this secret. It's a pity that our family hasn't produced a 4th-ranked cultivator for hundreds of years, let alone a 5th-ranked cultivator," said Xiao family head is also Sai. "The clan has a secret treasure but they have no way to use. Now finally someone has hoped to be able to use this dusty long-time treasure mirror. There's one more thing that I've been hiding from you before. Now that you've recovered your talent and have been helped by a nobleman, you're also qualified to know about this matter." Xiao family head Xiao Dingxian slowly opened his mouth with a complex expression and Xiao Tian could not help but inquire, "Father, what is it?" "Tianer, in fact, your mother is still alive." "What? Mother isn't actually dead? Then where is mother now?" "Father, why did you lie to me before?" Xiao Tian was now filled with shock and questions.
and he had many questions he wanted to wait for the answers. Xiao Dingxian, the head of the Xiao family, took a deep breath and fell into reminiscence and said, "Back then, your mother Yu Hongyao was seriously injured fighting with the demon race in the extraterritorial battlefield and lost part of her memory when she was transported through a teleportation talisman and straight to the northern state. Then I saved the seriously injured coma after she has been taken care of. And when your mother woke up we got along in the magical beasts forest for half a year after living a calm and beautiful life. We two mutual love will be together. After that, I returned to the Purple Mountain City with her red tassel. We got married, and for 5 years we were in love as a couple and gave birth to you. However, the good times are not long. Your mother's family Yu family sent people over to find the red tassel. Yu family is a large family in the central state, the ancestral inheritance of the Phoenix bloodline. So the Yu family attaches great importance to the inheritance of the bloodline, rarely intermarry with foreigners. The Yu family elders tried to kill me after they found out that the two of us were already married. It was Hong Ying who saved me, but she was also brought back to the family by the family elders to be punished. It's my incompetence that I couldn't even protect my wife." Xiao Dingxian, incomparably painful red eyes, clenched his fists and said that he hated his own strength to protect the people he wanted to protect. "Tian, you mustn't be like my father. Only a strong strength can protect your beloved. Otherwise you will only regret your life if you can't do anything." After saying this, Xiao Dingxian closed his eyes for a long time before calming down and said bitterly, "If you have the opportunity to go to the central state, I hope you will help my father to visit your mother. I don't know how she is doing after returning to the family. Father, I will definitely save mother and come back, and then we will be reunited as a family." Listening to the whole thing cause after the Xiao Tian has clenched his teeth and said, "Originally, their family could be happy together, but the result was split up 2 places apart. How not to let a person angry." At the same time he became more determined to become stronger. If players see this scene will certainly want to say, "This is not the old set of metaphysical flow novels Split the Mountain to Save the Mother?" Metaphysical streamers have either 2 dead parents or 2 kings, or a single parent. There is also a classic trope where the mother is from a large family and the hero's father falls in love and is torn apart, and the hero fights to save his mother and reunite the family. Anyway, the protagonist's parents' old high-risk career, Lin Yuan, who was over here on the immortal boat eating the delicacies of spiritual food, said with a smile to the Grand Elder as he handed over a hand-roasted crane, "Grand Elder, it's a rare trip out to the central state. Let's stay out there for a while longer before going back." Receiving the food bribe from His Highness, the Grand Elder said with a pleasant expression as if he was looking at his own granddaughter, "Well, what your Highness said is very true, but old ancestor said you should go back after playing outside for 2 more months at most." "Alright, 2 months is fine. Then let's go to the Eastern Continent first. It's been a long time since I've been back to the Eastern Continent. First go to my hometown for a stroll." Lin Yuan clapped his hands and found a reason to say. In fact, his main purpose was to see if he could one of the protagonists of the game in his previous life, the demon sect master Fang Xing. This one is also one of the popular characters, the camp boss of the devil cultivation players in his previous life, who is both good and evil, and has a ruthless heart. His rise to power has been legendary, from a drug slave being experimented on at the bottom of the demonic cult to a godfather uniting 9 demonic sects, and has been addressed by players as Demon Zun, Demon Emperor, and Ruthless Brother. Some people have counted at least tens of millions of cultivators killed by this ruthless man who rose up along the way, slaughtering the rebels of the 9 sects of the Devil Sect, killing rivers of blood and mountains of corpses. Not only that, this person also destroyed the 9th-ranked Thunder Sound Holy Land and smashed that golden body statue. The reason why the popularity among the players is so high is because Fang Xing as the demon sect master has always rushed to the forefront of the fight, and the players who follow him follow the leakage of the mending knife to eat the pot full of fun. And this person is not like the other magic cultivators senior, which kind of cunning and sinister. Even the players of the task rewards dare to deduct or find excuses, want to renege on the account. Fang Xing he as reward is really give and generous, so the devil cultivation players recognized him as Big Brother. But fortunately, there was also a powerful spirit stone spreader on the side of the righteous path, the holy son of the evergreen Holy Land, Gu Changsheng, who was known as the alliance leader of the righteous path. Coupled with the strength of the righteousness of the more powerful skills and benefits, or players only profit-oriented under the may really have a lot of people from the righteousness of the road to jump back to the magic road. There's no way around it. Gamers are just so flexible in their moral underpinnings. There is a group of good players once in-depth investigation wants to piece together the devil sect master Fang Xing once passed. In a group of examination party under the probe speculated the general experience. Fang Xing was born an orphan. His parents were unknown, and he was picked up and adopted by 2 old men in a village in Nanzhou, where he grew up. When he was 8 years old, the demonic cultivator slaughtered the village and only he was spared by the passing disciples of the nearby Nanli sect. After that, Fang Xing worshipped in the South sect to cultivate. 10 years later he was the son of the patriarch of the living, dug out the bones of the road to pick off the sinews and veins of the waist of the Dantian. Seriously injured and dying, Fong Xing escaped from the pursuit of jumping off a cliff. However, there is no strange encounter under the cliff. Seriously injured and unconscious, Fong Xing fell into the river of the cliff, has been drifting down by the underworld demon sect disciples, picked up and tortured and practiced into a medicine slave. Later on, Fong Xing relied on observing a certain monument of the underworld demon cult to realize the sacred code of the demon cult, the 9 ghosts reincarnation decision, remodeled his body and then began to practice towards the path of the rise of the road to kill, and finally became a murderous reputation resounded through the continent of the 9 ghosts of the demon emperor. Players understand straight call this as really miserable life, digging bone flow, black and flow buff stacked full. When the extraterritorial heavenly demons and foreign races invaded at a later stage, many devil cultivators defected to the heavenly demons and became traitors to the human race. But the demon sect master, Fong Xing, led the 9 specters sect to participate in the camp of fighting against the heavenly demons and foreign races, and decimated many devils in the extraterritorial battlefields. Lin Yuan in his previous life as a player is a casual cultivator camp, the game's initial descent point in the northern state. All the way to upgrade and fight monsters in the northern state mixed with the wind and water has also become a player group of high play. Before he met the northern state of the fate of the son of Xiao Tian, when the whole family was destroyed, Xiao Tian has long been successful in revenge. The lonely Xiao Tian character from the previous cheerful optimism has become silent. The 2 secret encounter all the way to adventure exploration of the secret world has become a good friend. In the middle of the period, Lin Yuan ran to Zhongzhou again to join the players in the first battle between the righteous and the devil paths, which was fought very fiercely. Lin Yuan also saved up enough experience value through killing in this war to become a Saint realm qualified to be invited to participate in the Yaoqi banquet, and also became one of the few players who could participate in the banquet. The latter was when the heavenly demon alien race invaded this world, and Lin Yuan followed the large army to the extraterrestrial battlefield to kill the heavenly demons, and at that time, he and the other players followed Xiao Tian to hang out on the extraterrestrial battlefield. Xiao Tian, who has already reached the Tianzuan realm, is nicknamed Brother Tian by the casual players, and is the bearer and face bearer of the casual world. Although this buddy has few words, but he is very good to his friends, especially righteousness. So Lin Yuan for the rise from the southern continent and in the middle of the state stirred up a storm of blood. The devil sect master Fong Xing is not too familiar. Belong to which has heard his story. Read the player forum posts. No Fong Xing's appearance. The previous life did not have too many interactions. In this life, the Taiyin sacred land where Lin Yuan was from belonged to the forces of the righteous path, and he was even the heir to the sacred land's future sacred landlord. So he was prepared to fish the future demon sect master Fong Xing into the righteous path, so that the light of the righteous path would shine on the earth. Chapter 16, Cliffs. The dark night was heavy with dark clouds, and noisy human voices came from above the cliffs at the back of the Southly sect, where the cliffs were steep, with strange peaks and treacherous heavy rocks. There are spots of blood in the bushes. A scaly and bloodied figure quickly fled to this place, which is wearing a black-haired teenager who was scratched and tattered clan disciple clothing. His chest is broken, a big hole bloody, even was alive to dig out the chest bones. He was standing on the edge of that cliff only a few steps away from the fall, and this person was none other than Fong Xing, the current outer sect senior brother of the Southernly sect, and right behind them was a group of disciples in inner disciple attire, and the dogged followers of the sect master's son Huang Yi's men. Fong Xing is now seriously injured, body pain, but more than the injury is more chilling to him is the clan's behavior. Once the whole village was destroyed by the demon cultivators, only he was saved by the people of the South sect, so he will be full of gratitude to the clan as their own home. However, his heart at this moment is like a knife twisted, full of anger and unwillingness. Voice hoarse questioning. Why did the clan do this to me? Last time the 10 clan competition is I pulled the first prize for the clan, won the secret realm 50 years of resources. Last time the falling cloud valley is I spared serious injuries to snatch the inheritance jade talisman offered to the clan, also saved a lot of outer disciples. And all the previous dedication and hard work. I thought that I would be taken seriously if I performed as a genius enough to contribute more to the sect. Just because I'm an orphan with no background but a Taoist bone. You can dig up my bones and give them to the patriarch's son. That Huang Yi, with his ordinary talent, uses his family's background to bully men and women in the sect. Just because I don't have a sect leader father to back me up, I can just find a random reason to falsely accuse me of colluding with demonic cultivators, arrest me in the dungeon, then dig up my Dao bones, waste my tendons and veins and also my Dantian to make me an invalid. On what grounds? If you ask the players to weigh in, isn't this bullying honest people? You're just a dog raised by our Southernly sect. The more you excel, the more of an eyesore you become. The Gungzi has long had his eye on your Dao bone. Not obediently offering your Dao bone to die is truly ungrateful. Zhao Ronghua, the leader of the inner disciples who chased them over, said with a flash of pleasure in his eyes. Fang Xing had stolen the limelight from them, the inner disciples, by making many achievements in the sect over the years, and it had long made him feel jealous and hateful. Now that Zhao Ronghua saw Fang Xing dying like a bereaved dog, his heart burst with joy, and he continued with a teasing expression like torturing a wild dog. Do you know why people often came over to bully you when you were an odd job disciple? Do you know why you didn't receive any monthly spirit stones after becoming an outer disciple? Why can't you become an inner disciple even though you're clearly at the right realm? Other people can become inner disciples at the 2nd grade, but you can't even qualify to go to the 3rd floor of the Hall of Merits at the 3rd grade realm. Do you know the reason why your rewards are pitifully small after you have performed great feats for the clan several times? Fang Xing couldn't help but subconsciously ask as he listened. Why? Ha 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 ha. One more thing, do you know then why the village was exterminated? Seeing as you're about to die, I'll let you die. Zhao Ronghua was enjoying this game like a cat and mouse. He couldn't wait to see Fang Xing's face again when he knew the truth, and his Dao heart collapsed in agony. As the beloved of Huang Yi, the son of the sect master, he naturally knew the truth of that year. So at that time, the sect master made up his mind that when you reached adulthood and your Taoist bone matured, he would dig up your Taoist bone and give it to Gengzi to replace it. In order to better control you, then sent people to exterminate your entire village, leaving only you a living person to bring into the clan to become a servant disciple. No one to teach you Gongfu. Surprisingly also can let you kid in sweeping the floor to observe out some doorway, rely on the crude chi practice method breakthrough 1st grade realm to become an outer disciple. The Duke ordered the Deacon's Hall to withhold your monthly spirit stone monthly offering once he knew you had become an outer disciple, and sent the outer disciples to rob you of your mission rewards. I didn't expect that even under such circumstances you brat would still be able to break through to the 3rd grade realm. It's really hateful. However, the deacon of the clan said in front of the miscellaneous disciples something about contributing to the clan can be rewarded by the senior level of the clan. I didn't expect to be taken seriously by your kid. Other people may be because of merit by the clan promotion reward, but you cannot. You and my Southly clan, but the whole village was exterminated. Blood feud will also be dug out of the bone. If you were to be decent and honest as a handyman disciple all these years, you wouldn't have had to suffer so much, because the more you excel uncontrollably, the more of a big threat you are. When Zhao Ronghua finished speaking, Fang Xing instantly figured everything out altogether. No wonder he often had people come over to bully and beat him up from the time he was an odd job disciple, and it wasn't often that other odd job disciples encountered this kind of thing either. The original source of all the encounters turned out to be because the South-leaving sect patriarch could see that as a child he was carrying a Taoist bone, so there was a whole village tragedy. Fang Xing remembered the kind granny and grandpa who took care of him when he was a child growing up, the pals he played with in the village, the neighboring uncles and aunts who would often help their family, and the familiar villagers. Finally, I recalled the night when the village was bloodied, when the sky was just as dark as it is tonight and there was no light, only killing and death. Fang Xing thought of thinking of his eyes shed a line of blood tears. His tendons have long been picked off all over, his body wounds look more obvious, miserable. He issued it this time as if crawling out of the hell of the evil spirits like a maniacal laughter. Ha 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 ha, so my whole life is a joke. I hate that I have eyes that didn't know the truth before and still took credit for this bull ****** clan. You exterminated our entire village because of a bone. What's the difference between your non-li sect doing this and that devilish path? At the expense of you still claiming to be a prestigious sect. It's really disgusting. Joke. In this world the strongest is honored. The weak are the strongest. Mortal life is like a mole cricket. How many deaths does not matter, as long as we are strong enough. Our Southly sect is the right way. That you are just so that the prince can become a strong man on the road of a chance only. When Gongzi becomes a powerful person in the realm of life and death, our non-li sect will also be able to become a side of the Tao. Zhao Ronghua said with a disdainful sneer. He had already decided to arrive later to properly torture this kid before finally getting killed. The heavens have no eyes. The heavens are unjust, allowing you beasts in human skin to still live in this world. If my cultivation is still intact, I will definitely get rid of you bastards. The seriously injured Fang Xing gritted his teeth and said, his hatred is monstrous. But the Dantian meridians were abolished without cultivation. He is now a wasted man. How can he avenge this deep hatred? Desperation, unwillingness, pain, anger and other emotions intertwined to make him feel like frying in a frying pan. As long as he could take revenge, he was willing to give up everything including his soul. But now he has no bones. Of the road has also been abolished. Cultivation seriously injured, dying worthless. The world, if there are gods willing to fulfill the wishes of people, should not see him. Not to mention that the world also has no gods. Fang Xing gripped the dagger tightly without uttering a word and looked at the crowd that surrounded him. Even if it was death he had to stand and die, that is, he was going to give up his life to stab this group of people. Even though this stab was like the struggle of a mole cricket to a cultivator. You kid just resigned to life. Who let your life cheap origin mortal village no background? There will be no one to save you. This is the back of the mountain of the 8th grade clan Nanli Zone. The entire Daki dynasty, there are a few people who dare to break into our Nanli Zone. You are dead here, also no one will care. The supreme elders have long known this matter. Just waiting for the sun to catch your bones to participate in the 3 years after the 10,000 Genius War to promote the name of my Southly clan. When your son enters the central state and then worships the Taoist system or even the Holy Land, by then our Nanli sect will also be able to take a step further as a result. Zhao Ronghua on this side was talking proudly. He had already begun to think about the scene in which he followed his son's future prosperity. At this time a clear and ethereal voice sounded, like the mountain breeze over the treetops running water stream valley cliffs, from the 9 heavens above, but clear and incomparable into the ears of everyone present. How could there be such an injustice in this place? I would like to take charge of it. Chapter 17 Treatment. Along with the sound of the voice above the cliff, everyone's face changed. The group of Nanli sect inner disciples who surrounded Feng Xing drew their weapons in their hands. They were the subordinates and followers of Huang Yi, the son of the headmaster. Zhao Ronghua and the others were usually accustomed to acting as a bully in the sect, and they didn't expect to come across someone who wanted to make a move to save Feng Xing, who had been gouged out of his Dao bone and reduced to a cripple. This evening, absolutely no one in the Nanli sect dared to make a move to help Feng Xing. Even those outer disciples who had once been saved by Feng Xing had at most retorted when Feng Xing was falsely accused of colluding with demonic cultivators, and didn't even dare to visit the dungeon. Those people simply didn't have the guts to do so. As for the Nanli sect, senior management has long known the truth of the matter. In a number of interests exchanged, the Dao bone so that the son of the head of the Huang Yi use has also become a consensus. That is, the supreme elders also acquiesced in this matter, compared to the clan many times for the merit but orphaned Feng Xing, or the son of the head of the big family from the roots of the Huang Yi more let the clan rest assured. And Feng Xing's relatives of the whole village was slaughtered by the Southly clan. This thing in the hearts of the senior management is also not a secret. Seeing that Feng Xing was about to die, there was even less need to keep this secret. However, it wasn't someone from within the clan who wanted to step in and save the day, then it would have to be someone from outside the clan. Zhao Ronghua thought to himself, thinking, who in the world is so unaware of death dare to provoke the Nanli sect? Do not know that their Nanli sect is a famous sect of the Daki dynasty? What kind of person dares to act recklessly in the Southernly sect? You. Just as Zhao Ronghua was about to speak, a terrifying and incomparable aura pressed over from the sky. If the great mountain pressed, the top of the mountain will be these Southly sect inner disciples pressed directly, kneel on the ground, cannot move. Even blinking their eyes cannot be done. Like a puppet, stiff and immobile. Fear of thrill spread over these inner disciples. They encountered unfathomable things to become afraid of. Essentially bullying the soft and fearful, they could only grovel before encountering even more powerful people. Feng Xing, on the other hand, realized that he was still standing in his original position, and only the group of enemies that surrounded and chased him were now pale and stunned. What the hell is going on here? At this time the clouds covering the sky dispersed. The moonlight shines in the 9 heavens above the coming body. The beauty of the dreamlike fantasy, ethereal, as riding the moon, and came to the earth of the Witch Mountain goddess. The crowd above the cliff froze. Even Zhao Ronghua and the others forgot their fear, couldn't help but have a thought emerge in their hearts. There is surprisingly such a stunningly beautiful person in the world? It's really a bellwether. A creation of the heavens. Feng Xing, who was watching this scene, felt like he was dreaming a beautiful dream. But it was so real that the pain of the wounds coming from his body reminded him that he didn't seem to be dreaming. He had heard his grandmother tell stories and legends about fairies coming down from the sky to save people from suffering. He thought that maybe the fairy in the legend looked just like this. Originally, Feng Xing did not believe that there were gods in the world. But at this moment, he felt as if he had met the god in his heart. It was a bright moon high in the 9 heavens, and now this moon was running toward him. Feng Xing felt dizzy because of the excessive bleeding. His figure was shaking and drowsy. He could no longer support himself and was about to fall backward into the cliff, only to see the fairy in his dreamland in front of him and reach out to take his hand. Lin Yuan looked at the bruised and bloodied teenager in front of him and thought while treating him that he didn't expect the future demon sect master Feng Xing to have such a miserable life. Previous players guessed that Feng Xing year life experience, in addition to being dug out of the road bone, the whole village was overthrown by the devil cultivators, did not think that it was actually the South leaving sect, did not expect to throw their heads for the blood of the clan as behind the scenes, was deceived by the bullying and torture, was dug out of the bone, become a waste of human beings, fell into the hands of the devil's disciples, into the drug slaves. With such an encounter, it's no wonder Feng Xing would blacken so completely. Who wouldn't go crazy with this encounter? Also the protagonist of the game, Xiao Tian, in his previous life. Although the Xiao family was wiped out, he still had his teacher and his mother who was trapped in a large family and could not leave. Treatment of the best treatment of the game. Protagonist treatment is actually Long Ao Tian flow template of the evergreen sacred land of the holy son of Gu Changsheng. Parents are strong and powerful. The father is the evergreen sacred land of the contemporary saint. The mother is the emperor clan elders. The birth is the saint of the body of the phenomenon around the direct saint of the sun of the all the way to the wind and water all the way to the stars. Feng Xing, on the other hand, was truly alone without a background, and the only one who could save him was himself. Once a player commented, Gu Changsheng is the treatment of the heavenly Daozone sun. Right. And Feng Xing is the adopted son of the embrace. Right? I'll cover you from now on. You'll be my little brother. I won't let you suffer like your previous life where you were ill-fated. Lin Yuan thought silently in his heart. The heavenly Tao doesn't care that he comes to care. He has saved Feng Xing, naturally won't let the other party fall into the cliff and fall into the hands of the devil sect. As for the devil sect is missing a future 9 devil emperors, what has it got to do with him? The most he could say in his heart to the possible future magic cultivation players was that he was sorry. Then the big brother, sect leader Feng, had already been picked up by me, and was now a person of the righteous way. It's still unknown if players will land in the future. Though, when Feng Xing was about to close his eyes and fall into unconsciousness, a warm and vibrant power filled with vitality entered his body along his wrist. This strange power of the laws of wood, which was capable of living and dying, quickly repaired and healed his injuries. The dantian was mended, and the meridians were reattached to become whiter. The original tragic wounds instantly grow new flesh, molt and heal. Even the dead wood around them also quickly become green and grow buds. In just an instant, Feng Xing felt that his injuries were healed and the dark wounds left in his body before were also dispelled. This person was as relieved as a new man. Except for the missing piece of Dao bone in his chest which was dug out, other places were repaired. His cultivation also came back and he was no longer an invalid. This was too amazing. Feng Xing had never heard of this kind of means before. He had prepared his heart to be an invalid for the rest of his life. He did not think that he would be able to cultivate again. Then he heard Lin Yuan's voice ring out. Do you want revenge? Chapter 18, Revenge, above. 10 minutes ago on the Xianyu immortal boat passing through this place, Taiyin Holy Land crowd also heard the conversation in the nearby Nanli sect's backyard. These strong people's divine sense is powerful, even if it is converged can easily cover hundreds or thousands of miles of territory. As long as they wanted to know things, no one from the sect dynasties that existed on this side of the southern continent's frontier would be able to stop them from prying. Happened in the south of the clan things naturally cannot be hidden from the people on the immortal boat. The beginning of the guards did not have too much reaction to reveal the expression of habitual strange. In this continent similar to this kind of weak and strong conspiracy things like hair every day in various places. That is, until the Dao Bone news appeared to surprise them a bit. This kind of remote and backward place can still meet a teenager who carries a Taoist bone. That is, a Taoist bone legend can be comparable to the qualification of the divine body qualification. Put into the Holy Land can also become a true disciple is expected to fight for a son of the saint. However, unlike the divine body, the Dao bone could be deprived of. And there was once a demonic cultivation powerhouse who dug up a heavenly pride who carried a Dao bone to transplant its Dao bone on other people, and also researched a set of specialized secret methods. Although transplanted Dao bones could generally only bring out half of their talent, at most 70% to 80% of their talent, this was enough to attract countless strong people to fight over them. Every time the appearance of the Taoist bones will lead to a bloody storm. If there is enough background and the protector of the Taoist, that too is a straight path. But no growth of the Taoist bone owner if there is not enough background protection is basically a dead end. As a child holding a gold brick over the city, this kid is lucky that he was able to meet His Highness after having his bones dug out, but he was able to save a small life. The commander of the guards could not help but sigh and say, like them this strong and powerful encountered Dao bone, this kind of thing will only go out to take that Huang Yi hands of the Dao bone back to refine. As for the original owner of the Dao bone, Feng Xing's life and death of not much people care about. I has deprived of the Dao bone into a wasted young man, there is still a need to save it? Not destroy the mouth even good. It was only this kid called Feng Xing who was lucky to meet Her Highness the Holy Maiden, who was kind-hearted and willing to save others. Sure enough, they then heard the instructions from Lin Yuan. Wait here and don't move. I'll be right back. Then it was Lin Yuan who went down to save the people. Time back to the present. Facing Lin Yuan's inquiry. I want revenge. Feng Xing said in a hoarse voice with reddened eyes. His hatred for the Nanli sect was monstrous. Especially for the Nanli sect's headmaster who had exterminated their entire village and the sect's son, Huang Yi, who had dug up his Dao bones, and taking revenge had become the most important thing he wanted to do in his life. Although his body had been healed, that empty spot on his chest and the 100 tortures he had suffered in the dungeon before were also etched in his memory. The original outer sect senior brother who would die for the sect would save his fellow sect members had died, and now there was only a Feng Xing who was eager for revenge and willing to give everything. Good. These people have been sealed by me in their cultivation at your disposal. Lin Yuan said with a wave of his hand. A powerful spatial force enveloped the entire Nanli sect up and down. He has blocked the entire Nanli sect's space. Not even a flying insect can think of leaving. to prevent any leakage. This space is completely sealed even with the use of teleportation talismans cannot be broken open. This is in order to prevent the non-Li sect has a high level in case there is really a teleportation and so on the bottom of the card. Although in the southern continent teleportation jade talismans are definitely extremely treasured treasures, and the probability is that the south departure sect's underpinnings don't have them, but just in case be prepared. Zhao Ronghua and the others who had previously knelt on the ground felt that their dantian was enveloped by an invisible force, and their entire body. Not even a bit of mana could be utilized, as if they were the most ordinary mortals. This fear of losing their cultivation power made them subconsciously grow their mouths to scream out. Why isn't my mana working? Ah, I can talk again. What the hell is going on? There are also people who want to swear yet found that these words no matter how cannot speak. Which kind of trouble out of the mouth of the great horror of the crisis shrouded so that the whole body shivering. Lin Yuan let go of most of the restraints on these people's words and expressions. After all, vengeance would be a few points less pleasurable if the target was as unable to speak as a stone statue. Fang Xing didn't say anything. He gripped the bloodstained dagger in his hand tightly and walked to those inner sect disciples who had surrounded and killed him before. His hand rose up and blood was splattered on the spot. Ah! Please don't kill me. I can give you everything in my storage bag. You don't have to come over. Along with the screams and struggles emanating from the deaths of each and every one of these clan villain Huang Yi's follower disciples, it also made Zhao Ronghua feel incredibly fearful, knowing that he had completely offended Fang Xing by torturing him with torture many times before in the dungeon coupled with what he had done before. He wanted to escape but his whole body does not listen to the call and the trembling. Want to escape to the back to go directly into an invisible wall of air. The desire to survive or let Zhao Ronghua fell to his knees and kowtowed to the ground while shedding tears to hide the resentment in his eyes to beg for forgiveness. Spare my life. I shouldn't have abused you in the dungeon. And I shouldn't have pursued you. This is all at Huang Yi's behest. It has nothing to do with me. Please spare me. The heart of Zhao Ronghua, who was deliberately left to die at the end, was full of unwillingness. He was unwilling to die, and at the same time he couldn't help but be jealous of the fact that this Fang Xing had turned into an invalid and still had such good luck to be able to lure the fairy to save him. This kid is on some kind of luck. Fang Xing looked at Zhao Ronghua groveling and crying in pain. He was not moved. His heart could not afford a ripple, only pure killing intent. Only to see the black-haired teenager wearing a blood-stained robe grab Zhao Ronghua's neck with one hand, the other hand holding a dagger cut down again and again as if it was a lingering death, and the bright red blood stained the land in the back of the mountain. This knife is because you picked my hand tendon in the dungeon. This knife is. You stabbed me 127 times in the dungeon in the beginning. I return as much today, and will not let you die so painfully. Fang Xing said coldly in Zhao Ronghua's ear. His hand movements were as crisp as an executioner's, and these words fell on the other party's ears like a devil's whisper causing him pain. Swoosh! Along with the fall of each knife, Zhao Ronghua also finally experienced what Fang Xing had been tortured in the dungeon these past few months. It was the ultimate pain that made it impossible to live, impossible to die, and it was so painful that it made one want to let out a loud cry. However, his throat was unable to make a sound where Fang Xing used the confinement of his hand, and he could only whimper and cry in pain and wail in a small voice. Fang Xing while doing his hands while thinking not to let his screams noisy Lin Yuan over there. This person is better to die a little quieter. Accompanied by the last knife through the heart before dying, Zhao Ronghua, eyes blood red resentful, said, Fang Xing, you shall not die. Duke and Sect Master Z, they won't let you go. Fang Xing, who had smashed his opponent's head with a palm, had an icy expression and didn't say anything. He didn't have the habit of talking to dead people. Huang Yi and the sect leader will not let him go. Why would he let them go? The blood debt is paid in blood. This revenge after he becomes stronger. He will definitely return the blood for the teeth. Blood for blood. Thanks to the benefactor for coming to the rescue. This Southly sect has an 8th grade expert in town. And there is also an extremely high-grade spiritual treasure soul suppressor clock protection very difficult to deal with. You have saved my life. The kid is grateful. Do not need to go out to deal with a high-grade sect for me again. This revenge I will personally come to avenge later. Fang Xing, who had finished resolving those inner disciples who had chased him earlier, spoke, although he wanted to take revenge very much. But if because of himself, Lin Yuan was pitted against an enemy that was very powerful in his eyes, this was something he was not willing to do. If I said I'd let you take revenge, I'll do it today, so that the night won't be long and there's no need to worry. Lin Yuan, who heard these words, smiled and opened his mouth, while Chong Luo, the maid who flew down from the sky on this side, proudly lifted her head and chest and said with honor, My Highness is a Saint Realm powerhouse. Tens of thousands of years the youngest Saint, absolute pride. Is the life and death realm mighty, can also turn over the hand, can be destroyed. Destroyed even the Taoist lineage is not the district of the 8th grade clan easily. Fang Xing hadn't heard of the Saint Realm, but he knew about the life and death realm, which was even more powerful than the legendary creation realm.
and picking stars and taking the moon to palm imprison the stars and rivers was no big deal.
What was the existence of a saint realm that was even more powerful than a life and death realm powerhouse? He didn't even dare to think about it, but he didn't expect to meet such a strong person this time. The great revenge will soon be able to avenge. Also let his heart excitedly and violently beat up. Chapter 19, Revenge, Center. Nanli Sect of a deep bamboo forest cave and the Supreme Elder Nan Ziqiao suddenly woke up from seclusion. He felt a great crisis enveloping his heart. It was a feeling of boundless terror suddenly falling from the sky. Has my Nanli Sect incurred some great enemy? Could it be that a powerful person has passed by and discovered the Dao Bone and wants to snatch it and destroy our clan? Or is it because of the things that our Nanli Sect did in the past? Could it be that the blood sacrifices revealed some foul footage that was discovered by the other 8th rank sects and reported to the Southern Domain Dao Alliance to draw an investigation? The Supreme Elder Nan Ziqiao pondered silently in his heart. The cultivator's intuitive warning is usually true. The higher the cultivation, the more intuitive. Although he couldn't detect the spatial blockade, as the only 8th grade cultivator in the entire Southernly sect, he still sensed that something was wrong. And the Dao Alliance is a righteous alliance formed by the 10 holy places. Except for the central state, which belongs to the direct jurisdiction of the holy places. The other 4 continents are under the control of the Dao Alliance. One of them is the South Domain Dao League, which is responsible for controlling the dynasties and clans within the boundaries of the South Continent, and usually does not interfere with the internal affairs of the dynasties or clans from on high. The Southern Domain Dao Alliance Master was responsible for the 10,000 Nation Genius Battle to select geniuses to enter the central state and extraditing cultivators strong enough to break through the creation realm to the central state. And as a force of the righteous Dao, he also tracked down and purged the demonic cultivators and powerful demons that had appeared in the large states under his jurisdiction. The news of the Dao Bone was only known to the top management of their Nanli sect, and in order to avoid the news from leaking, they had all made a Dao heart oath. In case a passing powerhouse really found the Dao Bone, it would really be an unmitigated flying disaster. Here the Supreme Elder Nan Ziqiao finally could not sit still and decided to come out of the gate. When he just flew out of the bamboo forest to the sky and wanted to overlook when a majestic force directly pulled him down from the sky. At once the sky fell, a figure fell heavily on the ground leaving a large pit. South since Zhou from the cultivation has never been in such a sorry state, and so he gray face from the pit when he climbed up mixed with anger, panic and other emotions. When he looked up and saw the person who came, he froze. How could there be such a beautiful woman in the world? For a moment, he forgot to speak, and so the South since Zhou back to God involuntarily felt more alarmed. If it is life and death killings in the case of just lost concentration, even if just a moment, will not know how many times to die. And yet he had been addicted for so long, afraid that even the charm technique that the Heavenly Desire sect, which was famous for being able to manipulate the 7 emotions and 6 desires among the 9 sects of the Devil sect, couldn't do it, right? I am Nan Ziqiao, the Supreme Elder of the Nanli sect of the Diqi dynasty, which is under the jurisdiction of the Southern Domain Dao Alliance, and I have come to pay my respects to Senior. I wonder what is the reason for your visit to our sect. The little old man will definitely know everything and say everything. The old man, into a fine South from the Zhou, squeeze out a smile, respectfully kneel down to worship, said. He did not dare to raise his head to look up, just think, secretly pray that never to be for the bones of the road and come. Your Nanli sect sent people to slaughter the village, dug up this teenager's Dao Bone and sent people to torture and hunt him down. I can't see past it and want to help him avenge his death. What are you going to do about it? Lin Yuan opened his mouth and said. Next to Fang Xing also gripped the dagger in his hand with an ice-cold look as he watched this he once looked up to and now knelt down to speak without saying a word to the towering Taishang elder. These words let the Supreme Elder Nan Ziqiao heart bad. Really is for the bones and come. He is his own natural is not believe that the other side is simply for chivalry to help avenge the world in order to resources, secret treasures and other things that happen to snatch countless, even relatives, may be because of a treasure to turn into a feud. South from the Zhou heart, this strong man is certainly on the road, bone want to rob their own use. As for what to do, justice is just an excuse. If not, their own age potential is limited, is to be young again, a few hundred years old will certainly seize the road bone mounted. That will also be a little guy Huang Yi, that milk smell is not dry use. This time if the response is not good, fear is not their Southly sect will also be destroyed because of this. Lest the news of the appearance of the Dao Bone is leaked. This Senior, that Fang Xing's entire village was slaughtered purely by demonic cultivators and my Nanli sect has nothing to do with it. On the contrary, this kid was saved by our Nanli sect, and instead of being thankful he was insatiable, and he colluded with the demonic cultivators who wanted to steal our sect's treasures. This matter was discovered by us before he was arrested into the dungeon for interrogation. As for the bone, although it is Fang Xing's body, but this person is ungrateful and ambitious. Even if he has the best talent, is also a scourge. That's why our clan's senior management decided to deprive him of his Dao Bone to Huang Yi, the son of our clan's leader. And I hope that your lordship will be clear about all the reasons for this. South from the Xiao face did not change color of black and white, said.
He knew that the former Fang Xing for the devil cultivator abhorrence by no means collusion with the devil cultivator. Not to mention the other side of the previous unknown truth on the clan loyal many times to make a success of how it is possible to want to steal that son of a secret treasure of the clan. Only the people who have accused him of wrongdoing to know how wronged he is. Fang Xing was already gnashing his teeth in anger when he heard these words. You old pipsqueak are talking nonsense. I didn't collude with demonic cultivators at all. Nor did I try to steal the sect's treasures. I was arrested by the people of the Deacon's Hall when I returned to the sect after completing my mission, and specifically arranged for a few disciples to come up with evidence of what they did to plant the evidence. Nan Xiao did not even look at Fang Xing, but just said with a smile on his face and arching his hand, as the saying goes, treasures are owned by those who have virtue. Treasures such as the Dao Bone can only be owned by a supreme powerhouse such as you. We are willing to offer the Dao Bone to your excellency. We are really sorry for disturbing your excellency because of such a small matter within the clan. In order to express our apologies, I am willing to offer the clan's treasure trove. Dao Bone matter is important. If we are the south of the clan so disappeared inevitably lead to the Taoist alliance probe easy to leak the wind. In order to avoid this matter you can let us make a great Dao oath planted a ban, and then we related memories and wipe. So more foolproof. If other strong people come here to hear these words of knowledge, may consider letting go of this non-li zong a yard of smooth water to agree. May not think about refusing to rob the bone and then destroy the non-li zong all the people who know not to leave a survivor. And Lin Yuan hadn't come for the Dao Bone in the first place. He had come to save the future demon sect master Fang Xing. How could he agree to such a condition? Right and wrong are in the hearts of the people. Your non-li sect leader slaughtered the mortal village for his own selfish desires. Your non-li sect's top management planted evidence and framed Fang Xing for digging up people's Dao Bones and still want to talk nonsense to confuse the public. None of you can run away today. I'm going to do justice today. And do justice for the heavens. Lin Yuan directly interrupted Nan Zixiao's gushing words and said that he directly sealed Nan Zixiao's dantian and cultivation with a single movement of his divine mind, only to see a vine transformed into a rope and hang it in a crooked neck tree and shake it. This crooked neck tree was specially chosen by Lin Yuan because it was very fitting. Rather, the first is not in a hurry to kill this South Li Zong Tai Shang elder, so that this person witnessed the hard work for which to pay for most of his life clan destroyed and then solve the other side, such as can be said to be a murderer to kill. Not only to kill but also to kill the heart. Fang Xing listened to the mixed feelings of those he had saved. The outer disciples also suspected that he really colluded with the devil cultivator to steal the treasures of the clan. And he knew Lin Yuan less than half a day. But the other party is so trusting of him, how can not let him heart touched? Even if what Lin Yuan wanted was a Taoist bone, Fang Xing was willing to give it to him with both hands. The other party had saved him and was willing to avenge his death, which was a great favor that could not be compared to a Taoist bone. And for this piece of Taoist bone Fang Xing also has very complicated feelings, because this piece of bone led to the destruction of the whole village. If possible, Fang Xing wished that he never had this Taoist bone. He would rather be the village cowherd boy living with his grandpa and grandma and the village people, and he didn't want any cultivation for immortality. But the fact is never if. Encountered all kinds of experience. Fang Xing has been profoundly understand this world. The strong is honored, the weak eat the strong. Only to become a strong person is qualified to speak to decide everything. He secretly thought in his heart that even without the Dao Bone, I can still become strong. So strong that no one can bully me anymore like those people from the Southerly sect. Your Highness saved me and is still willing to avenge my death. I am willing to offer my Dao Bone, so please accept it. Fang Xing said gratefully and sincerely. In his opinion, if Lin Yuan hadn't come to his rescue he would have died by now. So what chance was there for revenge? At that moment, a figure with a bamboo staff appeared in the sky, and the person who came was none other than the Grand Elder Gumangsing, who glanced at Fang Xing and thought that this kid was still on the right track, or else it would have taken more effort to persuade His Highness to accept the Dao Bone. Since Your Highness has encountered the Dao Bone, it means that this object has a destiny with Your Highness. And since you are carrying the Taiyin divine body plus this Dao Bone, wouldn't it be like a tiger adding wings to your body? And it would be a great help for the future proof of the Dao to become an emperor. You saved this young man, is to accept this Dao Bone is also reasonable. No need to be concerned. Grand Elder Gumangsing said with a smile on her face. As early as when she heard the news of the Dao Bone, she thought that this object should be owned by Her Highness. They can encounter the rare Dao Bone in the eastern continent, which does not indicate that Her Highness's fortune is the strongest of the heaven's destiny. However, only to see Lin Yuan shaking his head in categorical refusal and said, my path is originally the path of invincibility. Why do I need to borrow another person's bones? Lin Yuan knew that the Dao Bone was a good thing, and that obtaining the Dao Bone helped make the path to becoming an emperor a lot less difficult to realize. But he was a man of principle. How could a big brother rob his little brother of something? Not even if the little brother offered it voluntarily. At the same time, he also had his own self-confidence. Without the Dao Bone he was just as capable of becoming an emperor with the help of himself and the system. And Lin Yuan used to hate those evil villains who dug up the hero's supreme bones, Taoist bones, immortal bones, or deprived the hero of his original extraordinary talent or bloodline when he read the bone-digging stream of metaphysical novels in the past. Now that he's met this kind of villain, there's one to cut one, two to cut a pair, and take them all out. After saying that, Lin Yuan reached through the air and grabbed, only to see the air appeared a piece of white as jade inscription of the Taoist bone, engraved with incomparably subtle full of the atmosphere of the great Tao has a law pattern, but also accompanied by a sharp scream, from the clan son of the Huangyi resided in the mountain peaks resounded. Then Lin Yuan made a point towards Fang Xing's chest and put the Dao bone into his body as a white light. In order to better connect the bones, he took out a heavenly elixir to refine the medicinal power to nourish the Dao bone and continue to connect the broken bones. And at the same time, he helped Fang Xing to open up the body's meridians and widen the dantian. Fang Xingji felt that his body became incredibly comfortable. At the same time, that kind of affinity for the laws of heaven and earth between the great Tao came back. He only needed to immerse his consciousness in it and was able to further feel the mysteries of heaven and earth fluctuations just like before. And his body's meridians through the body by the medicine quenching become stronger. Mana has also become more majestic, increase by several times. The realm is also unknowingly from the 3rd grade early stage breakthrough to the 4th grade. Although he had directly broken through one realm and a few minor realms, Fang felt that his foundation was incomparably solid at this time. Unprecedentedly solid. And his body strength had also been improved. That's just it. Your Highness has already made a decision already, so I won't say anything more, Grand Elder Gu Mangxing said helplessly. She knew that Lin Yuan had always had the initiative to do what he said, and since His Highness was so determined in his Tao he would not say anything more. Since this Fang Xing was saved by His Highness and his talent was restored, he will be able to join the Taoist lineage under the Taiyin Holy Land to serve His Highness in the future, and the meat will always rot in his own pot. This side of the original is lying on the couch to enjoy the servants serving Huang Yi. This is a pale face and spirit of atrophy, feet floating weak, look no overindulgence of youth. He ate the attendant, handed over the grapes and then smashed the fruit plate on the other side of the face. The servant was smashed to the ground with his head bleeding, only to kowtow in shock and beg for mercy. I begged the young master to spare my life. Huang Yi's eyes flashed through the banter and ridicule, casually kicked the servant to fly smashed into the wall. The servant, as a servant disciple without a little cultivation, how could be subjected to the 2nd grade cultivation of Huang Yi's foot? Immediately on the spot to break the gas. A few other servants saw this more fearful trembling. This is already the 18th handyman this month to Huang Yi alive. Because of the replacement of the bone, can only lie in bed to recuperate for a few months, cannot go out of the Huang Yi more and more tyrannical temper, to torture people for fun. His favorite thing is to see those who died horrified expression. Whenever this time came, he would have to laugh loudly and wantonly. However, at this moment, just when Huang Yi wanted to laugh, he felt a sharp and incomparable pain coming from his chest. The piece of Dao bone that had been attached with a secret method unexpectedly broke straight out from where his chest was and disappeared. Aha! My Dao bone! Who robbed my Dao bone? I'm going to kill him. Pain stimulated Huang Yi's look more and more crazy up. He looked at the bloody broken, a big hole in the wound, cannot believe. Directly like crazy, like shouting and screaming with things smashed. Scared, the remaining servants can no longer hold down the fear of crying and fled out. Help! The eldest young master, he's gone mad. All of a sudden the house was left empty with only one person still hissing and growling in anger like a wild animal. At this time outside the house came into a cloak, hair covered with blood as from the hell of the underworld returned to revenge figure. The man holding a long knife as ghosts appear. Fang Xing, how could it be you? You're not even dead yet. Xiao, that idiot is really a waste of space, actually hasn't gotten you killed yet. After Huang Yi saw clearly who was coming from in front of him, he said with a disdainful sneer, and said that he heard a low and cold voice containing an incomparably strong killing intent and hatred ringing out. Huang Yi, your time to die has come. Chapter 20, Revenge, below. Ha 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 ha, just by virtue of you. An invalid whose dantian has been wasted and whose meridians have been broken also wants to kill me. How ridiculous. Huang Yi couldn't help but laugh when he heard these words and said, he was the one who personally wasted Fang Xing's dantian in the dungeon by picking off his tendons with a knife. He couldn't be clearer about this matter. If you wanted to recover from this kind of injury, unless you used a high-grade elixir or a precious heavenly material, or if a strong person stepped in to treat it, it could be cured. How can Fang Xing, an orphan with no background who has been turned into an invalid, get that kind of good stuff to cure his injuries? At first, he had seen Fang Xing's storage bag with only a few dozens of lower-grade spirit stones and some low-grade demonic beast materials, which was a pauper who couldn't even afford to buy third-grade pills. Also right, this kid no outer door offerings can soon see to receive. Task completion rewards are also deducted. Only outside to rely on life and death to kill to earn some resources to cultivate. How can there be how many spirit stones?
And naturally, Fang Xing will be more nonsense. He directly hands on a leap up to Huang Yi smashed over the ground. One hand captured, the other arm will be dead, pressed face towards the ground tightly. Wait, Fang Xing, how is it possible for you to recover from your injuries? And the realm has even broken through to the 4th rank. How is that possible? This is impossible. Caught off guard, was caught in the middle of the Huang Yi felt the other side of the realm on the body of the momentum as seen a ghost-like disbelief shouting said, if it wasn't for the pain from the power of the palm confinement coming from that arm, he was afraid he wouldn't think he was having a nightmare. Damn it, where are all those guards of mine now? Get your ass out here and protect me. Rank struggling Huang Yi shouted at the outside of the house. Facing the threat of death, this dude who had brutally killed a handyman disciple before finally panicked. Huang Yi in his heart viciously thought that when the guards will wait for him to ruthlessly clean up Fang Xing, this let it beg for life and beg for death. Those guards that his father had sent over to protect him were all at the lowest early rank of the 4th grade and the highest upper rank of the 5th grade. And they were all dead soldiers controlled by the family with secret forbidden methods, so they would definitely be able to catch Fang Xing. Yet no sound came from outside the house, nor did any guards walk in. There was only a dead silence and emptiness. There was also that one voice that sounded like a stern ghost demanding for his life ringing in Huang Yi's ears. Who are you yelling at? Those guards of yours, they are dead. I killed them. Without changing his face, Fang Xing stabbed a knife directly into Huang Yi's dantian. Then he used his hand to imprison the other party's throat so that he could not utter that miserable scream. As for those guards outside the house, he had solved them on his way here. Those 4th grade ordinary cultivators of the same realm, he killed his enemies as if they were chickens in less than half a tea time. All of them were finished off. It also took a little more time for that 5th grade cultivator. Killing enemies across the ranks was all standard for genius stream protagonists now. Huang Yi felt the dantian was abolished at that time. The miserable pain made him want to pass out. But the next few slaps on his face, that kind of hot pain, let him wake up a little. Fang Xing has pulled out the long knife in Huang Yi's waist. That is a sharp and incomparable iron like mud of the middle grade treasure Xian iron treasure knife. But unfortunately the pearl of darkness fell into the hands of Huang Yi, became the other side used to torture people's tools. Seeing the long knife with a cold light fall into Fang Xing's hand, he casually waved it out with a wave of knife chi, and a deep pit appeared on the ground. Don't worry, I won't let you die so painfully. How you tortured me in the first place, I will treat you the same way today. The long knife, Fang Xing said coldly to the captured Huang Yi. He covered the other side of the mouth and nose of a knife and a knife fell. That movement is as smooth and natural as a butterfly dexterity. However, each knife is deep and avoided the vitals to avoid the other side of the death. Ouch! It hurts too much. Huang Yi finally felt before he tortured and abused those who feel. This is like a lingering like the pain is not ordinary people can withstand. Not to mention a pampered playboy. At once he cried and begged for mercy. Said, I was wrong. I shouldn't have framed you for colluding with a demonic cultivator. I shouldn't have dug up your Dao bones to torture you. Fang Xing, please let me go. I don't want your Dao bone. I have a lot of treasures I can give you. For the sake of the treasures, just let me go. Huang Yi, although on the surface and begging for mercy, in fact, inside the vicious thought of waiting for my father to arrive must be you skinned and broken into pieces to light the lantern. Fang Xing would not let the other party off because Huang Yi begged for forgiveness. He knew that the other party's nature could not really repent and beg for forgiveness. And why should he forgive the other party? All he wanted to do now was to avenge the death of his opponent by making him suffer. If you use the words of the players, what's the point of taking revenge if apologizing helps? As Fang Xing's hand rose and fell, Huang Yi, seeing that begging for mercy had no effect, also began to curse with unwillingness and resentment. Fang Xing, you shall not die. You freak killed the whole village. So what if you have a Taoist bone? You were still fooled by us before. Aha! Stop! My arm! Fang Xing's eyes grew colder and colder, filled with murderous intent as he chopped off both arms of the other party with a single slash. And his anger made his movements faster and faster as his movements appeared as a stump. Huang Yi, pain body trembling, wail up a little regret should not stimulate this crazy. The wound blood like a spring. The ground soon more a pool of blood. A quarter of an hour later, the dying Huang Yi was covered with blood and his eyes were horrified, unwilling, hateful and scared as he looked at Fang Xing. The feeling of being enveloped by death and his impending doom made him panic and struggle. He said, no, you can't kill me, or else my Sect master father won't let you go. He'll definitely kill you. Don't worry, your father will be the next to die. I will send you father and son to be reunited. Fang Xing, who had finally resolved this evildoer with a slash to the head, spoke, accompanied by Huang Yi's deathly open eyes as his head fell to the ground. This clan villain who had once plagued an unknown number of people seemed to see in the last moments of his blurred consciousness the souls of the servant disciples and outer disciples whose families were destroyed because of him, as well as those mortals who were treated as ants by him and played with them to death. These people were like hellish ghosts pouncing towards him and tearing and gnawing.
and Huang Yi's soul was eroded by these grievances and disappeared amidst the pain,
ceasing to exist.
Lin Yuan on this side withdrew a touch of his divine mind that was watching this place, invoking the resentment left behind by those dead souls that had been mutilated on Huang Yi's body to revolt against the residual souls left behind by Huang Yi was his finishing stroke. He nodded his head after making sure that he had checked the other party a few times that there wasn't a bit of soul left. Now there was no possibility of passing on to the next life or becoming a ghost cultivator. Fang Xing on this side took a piece of cloth and wiped the blood-stained long knife, picked up the lit oil lamp and poured it onto the wooden board. Crackle! Accompanied by the fire burned up more and more burning. The house came out of a long knife carrying a teenager. Fire light to the sky illuminated the surrounding red, flying sparks accompanied by the collapsed house. At this time, the south-leaving Sect's clan is located in the palace cave. Closed door sensed what spit out a mouthful of blood. He forced from the closed door in the exit by the mana backlash. Just who is it that dares to kill my son? The sect master Huang Sanhai on this side sensed the shattering of the jade tablet he had given his son to use to save his life. He took out the soul lamp that showed Huang Yi's life to find that the soul lamp had already been extinguished, and even the strand of residual soul in the lamp had disappeared. This feeling of losing a loved one makes the head of the Huang Sanhai desire to go crazy. He only has such a child, usually spoiled very much, but also because of his indulgence leads to Huang Yi act more and more crazy and unscrupulous. After discovering the news of Huang Yi's death, sect master Huang Sanhai could no longer sit still. His son stayed in the sect, even died. Who did it? He must kill the murderer with the most cruel methods of torture revenge. The furious sect master Huang Sanhai flew out of the palace to the sky above the Nanli sect. He looked around and exclaimed in shock when he spotted the supreme elder Nan Zicha, who was hanging from the crooked neck tree in the back of the mountain and shaking. Ancestor, why are you hanging from a tree? Chapter 21, Revenge, End. In the crooked neck tree of the great elders of the south sensed Zhou, an angry and annoyed, embarrassed red face hate to pretend not to hear. He thought to himself that this is what time it is. How do you kid is still concerned about me hanging in the hanging tree? Do not know to see through, not to say break? Really no eyesight? And this is the focus? Not long after, our whole clan are going to play finished. Sect leader Huang Sanhai then reacted. Being able to hang a powerful Taishan elder on this tree, that must be a super strong person who had come to their sect. Is it a 9th grade cultivator or a creation realm powerhouse or a legendary life and death realm powerhouse? No matter which realm it wasn't something that they, an 8th rank clan, could offend. This was now a dangerous situation for the clan. Just when he wanted to see clearly who exactly was standing in front of him, an incomparably powerful aura and pressure, like a mountainous tsunami pressing over with a mountainous momentum, instantly overwhelmed him to the ground. His entire body heavily smashed a deep crater in the ground, and he lay on the ground in a very wretched posture as if he was carrying a boulder on his back. It was a very powerful force that contained the power of laws that sect leader Huang Sanhai didn't understand. Just like the vast terrifying heavenly might vast, this powerful force wanted to even crush him as easily as getting an ant killed. At this time a stream of pure and incomparable containing the power of Taiyin icy cold mana would drill into his body, destroying all of sect master Huang Sanhai's dantian and meridians. Pffffffffff. Sect master Huang Sanhai immediately sprayed blood wildly, bleeding from all 7 orifices. From the original 7th grade cultivator reduced to an invalid fall as if from the sky to the bottom of the valley, so that his pain is incomparable as if he was cut by 1,000 knives. This unprecedented loss of power as a mortal feeling made him incomparably horrified and appalled, full of unwillingness to, anger, resentment and hatred out of control. My dantian, my mana, who on earth did this? It's really bullying. And lost the power of the palm. Huang Sanhai soon originally black hair quickly became gray and withered. The whole person also from the original appearance of middle-aged people become drooping. Many wrinkles as old as dozens of years. The whole person essence became incomparable atrophy. Along with the body of the dantian was abolished mana dissipation. No mana moisturizing body is also like rootless water will also quickly decay down. His life expectancy is not a few days to live. This man is at your disposal. The time for revenge has come. Lin Yuan withdrew his hand and said to Fang Xing, who was next to him. He had just wasted the 7th grade cultivation sect master Huang Sanhai. How he would retaliate against Huang Sanhai next was up to Fang Xing himself. Great kindness does not say thank you. Fang Xing will all this in his heart more and more grateful to Lin Yuan. He walked up to drag up Huang Sanhai lying on the ground struggling but helpless into a grass house in the back of the mountain medicine field. Bang! The sound of the wooden door closing rang out, and the entire grass hut was illuminated by a dim candlelight. And when Huang Sanhai came to his senses and looked up, he never expected that the person who grabbed him was actually Fang Xing. The fact that Fang Xing, who was like a dead man in his eyes, would appear in front of him caused Huang Sanhai to curse in shock and anger. How did you little appear here? And how did the powerful people outside come out for you? Who is the old beast cursing?
just sent away your son, the one who is worse than an animal. Now it's your turn.
Fang Xing stepped on palm. Sect Huang Sanhai's body hand movements also did not stop, slapping a dozen slaps.
Snapping sounds echoed. Not too damaging. Extremely insulting.
The head of the door, Huang Sanhai, usually has been pampered, however suffered this kind of humiliation. Suddenly red eyes gritted teeth and said,
"Become a king, if you have the ability. Just kill me.
Why do you need to be so tormented? You call this torture? Compared to how your son tortured me in the dungeon in the first place, it's just an appetizer. I'll let you know what it means to beg for your life but not for your death," Fang Xing said directly and coldly. He raised his long knife and chopped off the other party's fingers one by one. As the saying goes, 10 fingers are connected to one heart. The pain of this broken finger made Sect Master Huang Sanhai's face twisted in pain and cold sweat. When he saw the Xian iron sword in front of him, he immediately lost his voice and cried out,
"This is my son's Xian iron sword? How come it's in your hands? Did you kill my son?"
"That's right. It was me who killed that dog thief Huang Yi. Your son was still shouting for his father to save me before he died. It's really a father-son relationship." Such murderous and heartless words make the palm Huang Sanhai grieved and incomparably angry, struggling and shouting,
"Fang Xing, you devil, give back my son's life. I'm going to kill you and skin you to pieces."
The mournful hissing sound was so pleasing to Fang Xing's ears, who was full of hatred, that he leaned over to the Sect Master's ear with his eyes reddened and whispered, "I heard that this knife is still your birthday gift to Huang Yi, so I'll use this knife to finish you off today, and it'll be considered a return of property to its rightful owner. Your son Huang Yi over the years do not know how many innocent mortals and cultivators killed with this knife. I heard that he also lynched a lot of people, but I used this knife to cut him 617 knives he could not hold out. Really useless. I wonder how many blades the sect leader will be able to last through." At this moment, this in the eyes of the palm. At this time, the black-haired blood-clothed teenager appeared sickly, bloodthirsty and crazy. He was angry and unwilling at the same time, but also felt as if being a beast to break the shackles of the sense of crisis to stare at. As blade after blade fell, blood dripped and miserable howls continued.
Fang Xing,
who was carrying a knife like an executioner in a torture chamber, pressed the other side's head and asked,
"Tell me who you sent to slaughter the village back then? Who was the one who exterminated our village? Tell me and I might even give you a hard time."
"Ha,
do I have to tell you the truth? Why should I answer your questions?"
Sect Huang Sanhai is obviously more than his son can endure the pain. If replaced by Huang Yi at this time, has long been unable to bear the ass of the unity of the account. Huang Sanhai knew that he had a deadly grudge against Fang Xing, and since the other party had already killed his son, what was the need for him to tell the other party the news he wanted?
"Sect Master,
you don't want your son's body to be gnawed on by 5 horses and wild dogs, and his soul to be tortured to death,
do you?" Fang Xing on this side continued to say like a demon, whispering.
This side of the divine sense enveloped. To hear these words, Lin Yuan could not help but listen to the corner of his mouth.
"Buddy, is it possible that you are now talking like this, very much like a villain? Yeah. We're on the right side of the law. It's okay for us to get information from our enemies? Fang Xing, if you dare to do so, I will definitely not let you go."
Sect Master Huang Sanhai instantly shouted in anger when he heard these words. He was already so angry that he had forgotten that it was himself who had become an invalid now.
"Recognize who you are and who is the prisoner now."
Fang Xing was not polite and said that he directly stabbed another knife towards his heart. I hate that I didn't get you killed earlier.
Letting you, a wild dog, find a master to flaunt and take revenge for you. I shouldn't have let you have access to cultivation as an odd job disciple.
Instead, I should have locked you up and waited until you reached adulthood to directly dig up your bones. Sect Master Huang Sanhai said with resentment and regret while spitting out blood, regretting that he did not kill Fang Xing directly after letting his son dig up his bones, and condoning his son to continue torturing Fang Xing for a few months, allowing the other party to escape and still find a backer.
In reality,
the reason why sect leader Huang Sanhai didn't imprison the person was because he was afraid that Fang Xing's suicide would affect the maturation of the Dao bone if he died prematurely. Not that he had any such thing as kindness. At that time, he felt that by placing Fang Xing under the clan's own watchful eye, he didn't believe that the other party would still be able to make any waves. The reason why so confident there is another reason is that the head of the Huang Sanhai has been sent before to secretly monitor the Fang Xing. Whether in the clan or outside the clan, Fang Xing out of the clan tasks will be stared at everything in the grasp. Did not expect that today everything is out of control. Surprisingly, there would be a strong person who would step in to help this kid, Fang Xing, turn over a new leaf and avenge his death. After a long time, the tortured and painful sect master Huang Sanhai finally couldn't take it anymore and said, "In fact, it was me who made a move to exterminate your village that night. Those stupid mortal ants in your village saw my arrival and still called me an immortal master, kneeling and kowtowing. When they saw the moment I made a move to exterminate them, their expressions were really wonderful, ha 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 ha." Saying this, sect master Huang Sanhai laughed out loud, full of banter and cruelty. He only felt relieved when he thought that the people he killed back then were Fang Xing's relatives.
How could it be you personally? The person who struck that night used demonic techniques, so he should be a demonic cultivator? Fang Xing looked at this Nanli sect patriarch in front of him with disbelief. Nanli sect was a righteous sect of the Qi dynasty. The head of a sect would even be a demonic cultivator with demonic skills, which really made him feel unbelievable. He had previously thought that sect leader Huang Sanhai was colluding with the devil cultivator to let the devil cultivator take action to exterminate the village, but he didn't expect that person to be the other party. Such a heavy treasure as the Daobone naturally deserves a trip from me personally. Sifu Huang Sanhai recalled that year. He inadvertently passed by the mortal village, found that one of the children on the spirit of extraordinary will go out to explore a bit. I did not expect to find that the world is rare Taoist bones, so he cast a spell on Fang Xing that obscured people's probing, and then Huang Sanhai personally took action to exterminate the entire village, leaving only Fang Xing alive. That he arranged to go over to pick up Fang Xing back to the clan's beloved henchman came back soon after, also Huang Sanhai silenced. As for why I know magic kung fu, naturally, it's because I defected to the 9 sects of the devil sect, the practicing blood sect, and became a secret agent of the practicing blood sect lurking in the Daqi dynasty to collect blood food. Not just me, the entire top management of the Southly sect has so defected to the blood refining sect. Sect leader Huang Yi continued to speak. 200 years ago he defected to the blood refining sect in order to break through the realm. Relying on blood sacrifices he quickly broke through to the 7th grade. After taking charge of the entire sect he pulled the other sect executives together to become a covert son of the blood refining sect. Even though there were elders who opposed joining that year, they were all killed by them. The supreme elder Nanzi Xiao, in order to refine the blood of the sect's life extension method and can help cultivation of the blood Dan, or agreed. In his view, although the sacrifice of some mortals blood food, but in exchange for a strong clan is acceptable. At most, to do some hidden, not to let the alliance found that is it. The reason why Huang Sanhai on this side said this matter was naturally because he had his own intentions. His heart was full of malice, thinking that if Fang Xing continued to track down and confront the practicing blood sect, it was one of the 9 sects of the Devil's Path that were on par with the Holy Land, and it wasn't simple for him to try to make a move to get rid of Fang Xing and that unknown powerhouse. So it is. Fang Xing naturally not stupid to see the intentions of the head of the Huang Sanhai. There is a head for the grievances. The Southly sect's top management he will not let go of one. As for the name of the associated practicing blood sect, he wrote down, Practicing Blood Sect. This little Nanli sect dares to collude with the Devil's Path, its crime should be executed. The great elder heard the name of this practice blood sect as a cold snort expression, is not worried, obviously for the devil's way of these sects' abhorrence. The maid Qing Luo said as she looked at Lin Yuan with surprise and excited adoration. Worthy of being your highness, you really do have a fiery eye. Just one trip out the door and you've wasted the secret son of the practicing blood sect, one of the 9 sects of the Devil's Path. Lin Yuan over here thought silently in his heart. It turns out that this matter of the Southernly sect still has something to do with the blood refining sect? No wonder in the previous life of the 9 sects of the demonic religion of the blood refining sect so tragic quickly all destroyed. The original is offended by the leading boss demonic religion sect master Fang Xing. Your highness, I will use the method of soul searching to see exactly how this Nanli sect colludes with the practicing blood sect. Grand Elder Gu Mangxing opened her mouth and said, and when she saw Lin Yuan nodding her head, her divine thoughts moved. A divine soul power instantly swept through, including the Southernly sect's supreme elder, the sect leader, and many elders' divine souls to read their memories. It took a moment to finish reading. It turned out to be just a random fish raised in the periphery by the practicing blood sect, just responsible for collecting blood food to spy on the intelligence, and thought that I would be able to get any useful clues to find a big fish. However, the Southern Domain Dao Alliance's town guard envoy did not discover this matter, and should be punished for his dereliction of duty. Grand Elder Gu Mangxing said with a bit of disappointment as she casually sent a message to the Central State Dao Alliance headquarters to inform them of this matter. Fang Xing on this side knew that it was sect master Huang Sanhai who made the move to exterminate the village. His eyes grew more and more hateful. He tortured the other party with all the tortures he knew, making Huang Sanhai beg for his life and scream for his life. These torture methods are Fang Xing learned from the dungeon. Huang Yi torture means strange and extremely cruel, so that Fang Xing impressed. Now used in Huang Yi father is also considered to be the other side of the son of the connivance of a kind of retribution for wrongdoing it. Fang Xing, who was doing it on one side, spoke at this moment. Now that your son is dead, you are also going to die, and the Nanli sect is soon going to be destroyed. Don't you regret ending up in this situation? Have you ever regretted the moment you killed those villagers who called you immortal master? No regrets. Why should I regret? If you kill a mere mortal ant, then kill it. The strongest in this world are honored. The weak are the strongest, and the heavens and the earth are the most important thing. Sect Master Huang Sanhai said with a face full of disdain. Even when it came down to it, he looked down on those mortals. You have also now become a wastrel who is not even as good as a mortal. and it would be fitting for me to kill you for the supremacy of heaven and earth in your mouth. Fang Xing retorted. He hated this kind of guy who regarded the lives of mortals as ants, and it was because of this attitude that their entire village was wiped out. So in the past life, some good players found that the people killed by the demonic sect master Fang Xing were never cultivators. Surprisingly, there was not a single mortal, which is simply considered to be an anomaly in the demonic sect. After torturing Fang Xing for so long, Fang Xing was also ready to directly finish off this culprit sect master Huang Sanhai who had exterminated their village, and he chopped off Huang Sanhai's head with one last slash. If I die, do you think you'll end up any better? The blood-refining sect won't let go of those who offend them. I'll be waiting for you down below. While taking his last breath, sect master Huang Sanhai said with a spiteful expression to the end, glaring angrily ahead. At the moment of death, Huang Sanhai's soul was crushed by Lin Yuan and turned into aura dust, and then it disappeared without any possibility of resurrection. Fang Xing picked up a torch and lit it to set a big fire to set the wooden house on fire. Along with the enemy's body was also surrounded by a sea of fire. The fire began to burn from the grass hut on the hill as if it wanted to burn out the sins of the world. Smoke and dust rolled out. The sea of fire. Lin Yuan saw this and used a little bit of magic power to make the fire bigger to cover those Nanli sect's building complex. He also did not like this place that hides dirt, so a fire to burn cleanly is good. Supreme Elder Nanzi Xiao looked at this scene with tears streaming down his face in remorse and said, "The time is also destiny. Our Nanli sect should not have defected to the blood-refining sect in the first place. Wrong. Everything is wrong. Thousands of years of foundations ruined, buried in their generation of hands. How to regret." That sea of fire also burned into the tree, and together with the Supreme Elder, they were engulfed in the sea of fire and turned into ashes. The black-haired teenager carried his long sword into the sea of fire. Fang Xing he went to the deacon hall where the law enforcement was unjust, went to the cave of those elders who had defected to the blood-refining sect, and in that place one by one, he resolved the lapdogs of those senior members of the Nanli sect and the sect leader Huang Sanhai. He then went to the handyman hall where the handyman disciples were located to settle the few handyman disciples who had bullied and beaten him, as well as the handyman deacon who had deliberately punished Huang Yi's men. Fang Xing said to the crowd of panicked and disorganized disciples, "You are free, pack up and go down the mountain." Many of these miscellaneous disciples were slaves bought back by the sect, and their lives and deaths were in the hands of the sect, and now that the Nanli sect was already going to be gone, those contractual instruments had become waste paper disappearing into the sea of fire. A group of miscellaneous disciples were confused and packed up their things and prepared to go down the mountain. Many of them wore expressions of surprise. There were also smart ones who ran to where the deacons were and left after scavenging, and there were also people who fought over this. Fang Xing didn't know and didn't care about these things. Now that his revenge had been avenged, these servant disciples had no grudges against him except for those Huang Yi's men who had been sent here, so he let them leave on their own. When Fang Xing arrived at the peak where the outer disciples lived, he found the group of outer disciples who had robbed him of his quest rewards and settled them one by one. "Fang Xing, you actually came back. Did you really collude with the devil cultivators?" One of my outer disciples who came out to check the situation exclaimed out in shock and said. Other outer disciples also ran out. Some of the outer disciples who had once been saved by him showed shocked and complicated expressions when they saw Fang Xing come back, and a group of people chattered and said, "Fang Xing, you went so far as to kill someone in the sect. You're violating the sect rules. You're back. Eldest brother? Weren't you locked up in the dungeon? Have you recovered from your injuries?" "Ah, eldest brother, you just killed. Those people are all under Huang Yi, the son of the sect leader. He won't let you off the hook. You get out of here. What on earth has happened? How come the clan is on fire and there's still no one to put out the fire? Come and put out the fire." These outer disciples had complex expressions of surprise, guilt, jealousy, anxiety, etc. There was a lot of discussion. Fang Xing turned around with his blood-stained long knife and left. He didn't even look at these people. They would be strangers in the future. The top echelon of the Nanli sect is dead. From now on, I have no more ties with the Nanli sect, and the Nanli sect no longer exists. Accompanied by this cold voice came, the presence of the outer disciples have face changed greatly. When they ran to the deacon hall, ran to the sect hall elders cave, discovered the Southli sect high level are dead. A group of people do bird and beast dispersal is also ready to escape from this as a place of wrongdoing. These outer disciples have a few feelings for the sect but not much. At times like this, a small life is important to run fast. A lot of people were running away, not forgetting to touch the corpse to try to pick up a few goodies. So looting combat tussles took place in all corners of the room, and it was a mess. These outer disciples who were greedy enough to swallow the elephant and stayed behind to try to find some treasures in the sect to take away. They would later be arrested and interrogated by the Southern Domain Dao Alliance cultivators who came over to take over the investigation of the Southli sect's collusion with the demonic sect, and locked up in a jail cell. and a few directly runaway Nanli Zong outer disciples can only live a life of anonymity, because Nanli Zong in the Daki dynasty also has a lot of enemies. Those hostile sects to see the Nanli Zong demise have also issued a bounty order wanted. When Fang Xing passed through the sea of fire and walked through the winding road to Lin Yuan's body, he knelt down on one knee and gazed at the other party with incomparable devotion and said, "Your Highness, from now on my life is your Highness's, and I am willing to serve your Highness to the point of death." Chapter 22, Holding Hands. Fang Xing, who had his revenge avenged, walked on top of the ruins of the Nanli sect. He passed through the road of steps like a lonely ghost, looking at the burning palaces and pavilions, and those familiar places collapsed and fell down. And Fang Xing felt empty in his heart and couldn't find a direction, just like a pedestrian who lost his way. With the village gone, and the Nanli sect gone, he had been homeless for a long time. The moment Fang Xing looked up and saw Lin Yuan, he made up his mind and firmly believed that Lin Yuan had saved him and helped him to avenge his hatred. And this favor was not enough to repay him with several lives. So the black-haired knife-wielding boy came to Lin Yuan and swore on one knee before him, his expression so devout as a believer watching as if the other party was the only one in the entire world. Fang Xing remembered the words of those people in his heart at this time. Perhaps the sect master and his son were right about one thing. He was indeed a homeless wild dog, but he wanted to be his Highness's dog, to be a sword in his Highness's hand, to be able to charge for the other side through thick and thin. I don't know if his Highness is willing to accept his allegiance. Fang Xing thought in his heart with some anxiety. The more he cares, the more worried he is. He has no background but is just an orphan from the countryside village. His realm and strength are also low, except for his talent. Nothing else can be taken. Even the Taoist bone on his body was snatched back by his Highness with his help. Is he really qualified to follow his Highness? Lin Yuan on this side was a bit surprised to see Fang Xing kneeling down. This is the future demon sect master even kneeling down for him. Dude didn't have to do this big favor. Not so much. Lin Yuan looked at the front of the cloak. Hair is covered with blood, appeared to be downright terrific. Teenagers suddenly felt that the previous demonic sect master Fang Xing is really miserable. The village was destroyed to the murderer cheated around for the clan to throw their heads and spill blood, recently dug up the road bone hunt. This thing on who shall not be crazy. No wonder later after blackening into the devil became so crazy. Batch killed a righteous magic path blood flow into the river. Now Lin Yuan has saved each other. Pondering is considered to interrupt the blackening progress bar. After Fang Xing is their righteous sunshine good young man. What devil sect master 9 ghost demon emperor does not exist? Just when Fang Xing was worried that he would be rejected, a hand of flawless white beauty that was as natural as a work of art gripped his bloodstained, rough palm, which was soft and warm, just like a fire in winter that dispersed the cold and frost. Then there was that familiar and nice voice ringing out, like a spring breeze brushing over the earth to revive everything. Don't kneel, stand up. Fang Xing was pulled up by Lin Yuan's hand, froze a little lost in thought. Her Highness did not dislike him being covered in blood. Instead she reached out and took the initiative to hold his hand. There is no divine savior in this world. The one who can save you is actually you. I heard your plea for help, so here I am. Even if I hadn't come today, you probably would have fallen off a cliff to start a more difficult and turbulent time, and I'm sure you would have succeeded in your revenge in the end. Lin Yuan opened his mouth to explain. He didn't feel that what he did was worth the other party's death. In his opinion, even without his own hand, Fang Xing would still be able to live and avenge his death. Fang Xing heard these words as if he saw a bumpy and winding road full of hardship and pain. If he fell off the cliff and didn't die, then he would still be an invalid. An invalid wanting to take revenge on the 8th grade sect Nanli sect. How difficult and desperate it would be. He himself didn't have the confidence to succeed in his revenge, whereas Lin Yuan believed that he could do it. Perhaps meeting your Highness is my greatest fortune in this life. Fang Xing thought so. No one likes suffering, and if he had the choice, he wouldn't want to go down that path of vengeance filled with agonizing desperate struggles. If Lin Yuan were to hear what was in his heart, he would surely agree with it very much. Devil teach that ghost place. Even in the past life of the players who mix the devil's way want to subdue the demons and eradicate evil, eradicating evil, black eating black. Even a lot of mixing evil lazy people players sometimes cannot look down. See the devil teach that is called a chaotic evil. Lin Yuan thought about opening his mouth to inquire. Would you like to come back to Central State with us? As the saying goes, help someone to the end. Lin Yuan wanted to bring Fang Xing back to the Central State. With his protection no one could snatch Fang Xing's bone. In case the other party stayed unlucky and was captured by the devil cult, wouldn't it still be on the old path of the previous life? This is a good seedling for our righteous path. We can't let the devil's path scourge him. I do. Fang Xing said excitedly with his eyes glowing as he listened. He couldn't wait to be able to go back to the Central State with his Highness and stay by each other's side. Lin Yuan thought to himself, why are you so excited? Make it seem like you're getting married. Hey, you kid, let go of my Highness's hand in a hurry. Cheng Luo jumped out and crossed her arms and droned.
as if scolding the denizens who had offended the young lady. She had anger and jealousy in her eyes. How long did this kid really want to hold Her Highness's little hand? I haven't even held hands with His Highness for this long. Oh, sorry. Fang Xing hurriedly said to loosen the grip of the hand in the heart is very fond of. This is the first time he grew up so big to hold a girl's hand, but also Her Highness's hand.
Thinking this way, Fang Xing's face flushed red like a volcanic eruption.
If it wasn't for the blood blocking his face, it would have been very obvious. Now it was directly visible that he was reddening at the base of his ears. The Grand Elder next to her revealed a come hither expression. She knew at a glance that this was another teenager who was mesmerized by Her Highness.
Your Highness is good at everything.
It's just that sometimes the unconscious teases people without realizing it. No wonder there are so many obsessed men and women in Zhengzhou who want to pursue Your Highness.
But it's not Your Highness's problem. It's all because these people don't have the stamina. The reason why Grand Elder Gu Mangxing didn't jump out to stop Xiao Tian like he did and say something like give you 10 million spirit stones and leave Lin Yuan, that was because she felt that Fang Xing, with his outstanding talent in the bones of the Tao, could have the qualification to become a holy son in other holy places, and it was quite good to be His Highness's follower and be fascinated by His Highness, so as to avoid being poached by other holy places. And in case it really came to fruition,
it would all be a matter for the Taiyin Holy Land's own family. As the saying goes,
fertilizer does not flow into outsiders' fields.
This side Lin Yuan withdrew his hand without thinking much as he continued to ask,
is there anywhere else you want to go before you leave? Your Highness, there's one more place I want to go. Fang Xing opened his mouth. He wanted to return to his hometown to see it before he left. Beneath the hills of a desolate and dilapidated village, where there were rows and rows of tombstones erected, and before each small mound of graves were placed offerings of incense, and the clouds of smoke drifted and dissipated into the wind. Crows flew by and landed on the withered branches to gaze at the scene below. A dark-haired boy with a sword sat with red eyes talking in front of a gravestone. Grandpa and Grandma, Uncle and Aunt, I have avenged you.
The murderer who killed our whole village has been solved by me. You don't have to worry about me underground. I've had a good life all these years. Those words drifted away in the wind along with the clouds of smoke, and the wildflowers on the grave swayed and undulated. A light rain began to fall from the sky, and the sparse drops fell on the earth, in the barren valleys, at the creeks and rivers, and on these silent tombstones. Fang Xing felt the raindrops falling from the sky. The rain fell on his body, but he didn't use his magic power to block it. Instead, he still sat in front of the tomb like a stone letting the wind and rain blow. At that moment an umbrella appeared above his head and Lin Yuan came to his side with it. In fact, with Lin Yuan's realm of water and fire invulnerability, words follow the law. The raindrops on that day would automatically avoid his body without the need to operate any mana. In fact, there was no need to bring an umbrella at all. It was just his habit in his previous life to bring an umbrella to put on his body in case he needed it. And seeing Fang Xing sitting alone in front of the grave, he subconsciously felt that the other party needed an umbrella that could protect him from the wind and rain. Your Highness, are mortals really as low as ants to cultivators? Do mortals deserve to die in the face of cultivators' selfish desires? Fang Xing raised his head and opened his mouth to ask, and Lin Yuan replied without thinking. Of course not. We are originally mortals. Cultivators cultivate from mortals. One cannot forget one's roots. In my old country, it's only right to pay for murder. All men are born equal. So what is high or low? Where there is oppression, there is resistance. Fang Xing seemed to have figured out something, no longer confused after hearing these words. He looked at the fairy in white like snow who was holding an umbrella for him in the rain, and then looked at the tombstone in front of him. I'm leaving, and I'll be back to see you guys. Fang Xing finally opened his mouth to say goodbye with a firm gaze. He now had someone he wanted to protect for the rest of his life. He would definitely become a supreme powerhouse to guard His Highness, and would never let a tragedy happen again. After returning to the top of the Xianyu immortal boat, the maid Qing Luo led Fang Xing to the door of a room and said, "This is your room. You'll be staying here until we get to Central State." Wait, can you tell me about His Highness? Fang Xing looked at Qing Luo, who turned around and left and reached out to shout. He wanted to know more about everything related to Lin Yuan. Chapter 23. You've asked me about His Highness, but you've asked the right person. I've been accompanying Miss for the past few years and working for Miss, so I don't think there are many people who can compare to me in terms of understanding Miss. That said, why do you want to know about this? Qing Luo proudly puffed out her chest and raised her head. Said Fang Xing on this side, Your Highness is so kind to save me from the fire. I naturally want to learn more about Your Highness so that I can repay you. Qing Luo was satisfied to hear this. As long as you praise Your Highness, then you are her good friend. So she cleared her throat and said, Since you want to know so much, I'll be merciful and tell you about the who in the entire Central State doesn't know that our family's highness is most cynical and chivalrous, not sharing the same fate as evil. Back then, The first thing Her Highness did after assuming the position of Taiyin Holy Maiden was to kill all the demons and devils within the jurisdiction of the Taiyin Holy Land.
No one was spared. Not only that,
but His Highness has also slaughtered all the demons and devils that have appeared in the entire central state over the past few years. There was once a demonic life and death realm powerhouse who had devoured the mortals of several cities and pools, who expressed his willingness to surrender as a traitor to the Taiyin sacred ground even if he was a slave.
That great demon cried out, "Don't kill me. I'm willing to submit and sign a master-servant contract, all right,"
Lin Yuan stated after the decapitation.
"Garbage is garbage. And I never recycle garbage."
There were also demons hiding in the human cities and pawns that begged for mercy when they were discovered and said,
"Your Highness, I don't want to be a demon. Now I want to be a good person."
The Buddhist sect has a saying that if you put down the butcher's knife,
you will become a Buddha on the ground.
Now that I changed my ways,
Your Highness, sparing me would also be a meritorious deed. If you were a demon before, you will remain a demon for the rest of your life.
Returning to the garden will wash away the sins you committed in the past,
and it's really a fool's dream to ask me to let you go. After saying that,
Lin Yuan killed the demon that had plagued many cultivators and mortals with a single sword strike. There was also a time when the maid Qing Luo once witnessed a demonic cultivator who sacrificed 100,000 people just for the sake of refining blood pills to make a breakthrough, said to Her Highness the Holy Maiden, "You don't descend to uphold justice at all. You just do it to fulfill your selfish desire to do justice. I don't care to reason with you.
You don't deserve to hear it."
Lin Yuan sheathed his sword and beheaded the demonic cultivator, turned around and said,
"Leaving in style."
After a few years of Lin Yuan patrolling the central state to cut down the demons and eliminate the devils, he had made outstanding contributions to the security of the central state. When Lin Yuan drove his immortal boat around the entire central state, unexpectedly unable to find a single evil demon, he suddenly sighed.
Life is so lonely as snow.
He was finally able to appreciate the confused feelings he felt when he watched the special drama idol,
General Tuan Mu, drive his motorcycle all over the street and couldn't find a single villainous oxymoron.
If it wasn't for the Holy Land watching to prevent Lin Yuan from leaving the central state, Lin Yuan would have wanted to go to other great states to cut down demons.
Because the Taiyin Holy Land also has a lot of enemies.
Whether it is the 9 sects of the Devil's Way or the foreigner's only opportunity to get the death of the Holy Land heir.
Even on the surface of the seemingly amicable 10 Holy Land also have a reckoning between.
In the central state Taiyin Holy Land, he was confident that no one would dare to touch Lin Yuan. Outside of the central state it wasn't so safe. This side of Fangxing listened to the maid Qing Luo's colorful narrative about Lin Yuan in the central state to eliminate the demons. He listened to the heart of the spirit, cannot wait to see it with their own eyes. When Chang Luo saw Fangxing listening so attentively, she spoke even more vigorously.
More than that,
His Highness has built thousands of academies and orphanages in the Taiyin sacred land over the years, as well as memorial halls and improved pension packages for those cultivators who died in battle for the sacred land. His Highness in the Holy Land territory of all dynasties to promote the planting of specialized improved can be more than 1 year harvest planting simple spiritual rice,
so that mortals can also eat spiritual rice to strengthen the body.
That the Holy Land opened the school, even the children of the mortal soldiers and even beggars can be enrolled in the broad education. And there are orphanages to enroll homeless orphans or in the dynasty of the children of the poor and desperate. These even the dynasty will not care about things, but His Highness will be in charge of it. Qing Luo said while thinking of their own family, because of natural and man-made disasters became a refugee and the flight of the parents died. She was knocked out by the teeth of the people, sold to a large family as a maid by chance to survive. Until they met the immortal master over the family to detect the qualifications to be able to have the honor to become a handyman disciple.
There were many dynasties in this world. And how many mortals were as lucky as she was?
Many are orphans who die like weeds on the side of the road. But with the orphanage built by the Holy Land, these people will have an additional way to live in the future and even have the opportunity to join the Holy Land.
Sometimes Qing Luo would hear Lin Yuan muttering something. Children are the flowers of the motherland. But it is a pity that they cannot go back.
These words she could not understand. To be able to meet His Highness Qing Luo feels so lucky for herself and those homeless people. As the saying goes, the lower part of the good. His Highness likes the mortals. So the many dynasties of the Holy Land of Taiyin also have begun to show diligence and love for the people to start light labor. Those who are also converged a lot of the country honestly no longer like the former as wantonly tyranny and do whatever they want. Because there are really a few dynasty heads who were found to be too brutal and unkind by the inspecting Highness to make an example of the people. I once followed His Highness to pass through the state of Chu to kill a realm of life and death of the great demon Red-Eyed Wolf King. At that time the state of Chu thousands of miles of red land. Everywhere is displaced refugees. But that the state of Chu not only do not care about instead of tyrannical levies of despotism. Resistance to his rebel army was also suppressed, corpses all over the place. His Highness but saw this scene on the anger. Directly to the capital of the country a sword beheaded that life and death realm of 9 Chu countries' head will be hung with the palace above. And then the Chu country up and down those for the wrong and brutal and unkind princes and lords, corrupt officials and officials of the world collectively killed a dry clean. In the end, His Highness directly allowed the Holy Land to send people to take over the state of Chu. Widely opened grain silos to work in lieu of pay to appease the refugees to rebuild their homes. When Fang Xing heard these words, he was also shaken in his heart. Lin Yuan even killed the king of the dynasty for the sake of the mortal people. Surely this is what His Highness, who he was willing to follow for the rest of his life, would have done. In the past, the Holy Land never cared about how it was governed within the dynasty. The Holy Land didn't care about that, but Lin Yuan cared. His own territory was his own master. The situation is stronger than others. Even if the Taiyin Holy Land within the many lords of many hearts have complaints, but this is the future lord of the Holy Land cannot afford to offend, can only smile and welcome hurry to the civilian population a little better lest be as a typical clean out. These latter lords of the country learned that the governance of the dynasty is good will also get the commendation of His Highness. That is the future lord of the Holy Land's guidance. Unattainable rewards. These lords of the country have also begun to have inwardly rolled up. This also resulted in the lives of the mortals of the dynasties within the boundaries of the Taiyin sacred land being too many times happier than before. Not only could they eat spiritual rice, but they could also enter the academy built by the sacred land and have the opportunity to contact cultivation to change their destiny. In the past, the harsh taxes and levies within the dynasty pressed down on the people, but now the light levies and taxes lived a much more nourishing life, and they knew that this was all brought about because of Lin Yuan. So families spontaneously offered up the everlasting life monument of Her Royal Highness, the sacred maiden of the Taiyin, and prayed for Her Royal Highness every day. If incense faith could be turned into a numerical value and presented, Lin Yuan would definitely be able to see that his incense faith in the Taiyin Holy Land had been so high that it had reached a shocking level. However, Lin Yuan didn't know about the fact that someone was offering him, and the system template didn't have an incense value prompt. But even if he knew about it, Lin Yuan didn't care about any incense beliefs. He could do these things if he wanted to. He just wanted the people of his territory to be able to live a better life. After witnessing what Lin Yuan had done over the past few years, Cheng Luo had long been Lin Yuan's hardcore fangirl, and she continued to gush to Fang Xing, who was listening mesmerized. More than that, Your Highness has brought about sweeping changes to the central state. Lin Yuan, who was being chanted over here, opened his eyes as he felt as if someone was referring to him. Could it be that Xiao Tian is chanting about me? It's a pity that I left so quickly that day that I didn't even have time to eat the Purple Mountain City specialties. Lin Yuan muttered, thinking about that night Xiao Tian handed over the spirit deer meat a little bit of fondness. That is not eaten specialties, some curiosity. I would have known that he would have packed back. And this side walking in the Demon Beast Forest Mountains and Mountains Deep experience Xiao Tian is grilling meat. His destination is the northern state border of the Jin Demon Pass. The old man in the ancient sword flipped through the storage bag, curiously asked, "What's your kid doing bringing so many hometown snacks? Do you want to eat them on the road? These are Brother Lin's favorite snacks and specialties that he hasn't tasted before, and I want to give them to him the next time I see him." Xiao Tian looked up at the starry sky under the moonlit night, thinking about the 3-year appointment, and said expectantly, Chapter 24 Breakthrough. "Well, that's all I'm going to give you, so go change your clothes." Servant Cheng Luo's mouth was dry from talking, and she also felt thirsty. She looked at Fang Xing, who was listening intently, and pushed the other party to urge people to hurry into the house. "Okay, thanks," Fang Xing said in response, thanking the other party for telling him so much about His Highness. He walked into the room and closed the door. Now covered in blood and tattered clothes, he really needed a good cleaning. When Fang Xing came out to the palace of the immortal boat, the crowd felt bright. In front of a wearing a green coat, straight body, eyes like a cold star, handsome young man, look at it as the cold wind in the tough bamboo cypress. Let the wind and rain, rather than bend, but also like the cold pool valley, calm and deep ripples. If Xiao Tian is the sword eyebrow starry-eyed sunny and cheerful type of style, then Fang Xing is another style of introverted and deep. The two in appearance handsome, each have 1,000 years. It's true that a man depends on his clothes and a horse depends on his saddle, and I almost don't recognize him after a change of clothes. The maid Cheng Luo couldn't help but sigh. Her impression of Fang Xing had previously been stuck on the blood-covered red-robed ghost that looked like it had crawled out of the underworld of hell to take revenge. I didn't realize that just by changing a piece of clothing, the whole person's temperament changed, but it changed so much. At this time Lin Yuan also saw the dress of Fang Xing. He compared to the memory. In his previous life, the wearing of the Xuanjie Qi Yuxiang domineering image of the devil godfather. Really no black and completely black version of the temperament is very different. And acting style is not the same. In the previous life has become the devil god, and the people of the Fang Xing bloodwash Nanlijong did not leave a survivor. This life is not the same. The Southern Domain Dao Alliance welcomes Your Highness. I didn't know that Your Highness was here before, so please forgive me if I missed the welcome. At that moment,
A respectful and thick voice came from outside the Xianyu immortal boat. Outside the immortal boat came a group of cultivators wearing the uniform of the Dao Alliance. The person at the head of the group was none other than Songwon, the newly appointed Jinghua envoy of the Southern Domain Dao Alliance this time. The middle-aged cultivator continued to salute and said, "My subordinate is the new Jinghua envoy Songwon. The previous Jinghua envoy Xuesu has already been depreciated in fine 3,000 years of salary for failing to notice the Southly Sect's collusion with the blood-refining sect. I will definitely investigate the matter about the Southly Sect's collusion with the Devil Sect. I wonder what your highness has instructed me to do. My subordinate will certainly do his utmost." Lin Yuan thought about it as if he didn't have anything to order, so he nodded and said, "All of you have worked hard, and I'm grateful to you for continuing to investigate this matter. I don't dare to. It is our honor to serve your highness. We will do our best to do this." Jinghua envoy Songwon replied respectfully, thinking to himself that indeed, this holy maiden of the Taiyin sacred grounds highness was even more cynical than amongst the rumors, and he didn't expect that the matter of an 8th grade clan becoming a covert son of the blood-refining sect had attracted the attention of this lord. This also led to the last top boss Xuesu was deposed to his turn on the throne. He should do his best to do this matter so that you can sit firmly just shortly after the appointment of the position of the town guardian. As for the reason why it was the Southern Domain Dao Alliance that currently governed the Eastern continent instead of the Eastern Domain Dao Alliance, it was because it was during the 50-year rotation period between the Eastern Domain Dao Alliance and the Southern Domain Dao Alliance. Therefore, during the rotation period, the South Domain Dao Alliance is responsible for investigating the collusion of the Southly Sect with the Devil Cult in the Eastern continent. The town guards make Songwon reported after it is very interested in taking the Taoist Alliance cultivators retreated to bring people to continue the investigation. And Lin Yuan over here told Xing Luo that, "I'm going to be in seclusion for the next few days." Xing Luo asked excitedly upon hearing this, "Is this a breakthrough for your highness?" Lin Yuan said with a smile, "I have gained something and am preparing to close the door." When he came to the room and opened the formation band to avoid any disturbance, before in order to check whether Fang Xing's Dao bones had any defective places, Lin Yuan used his divine sense to scan the Dao bone once, and after scanning it, those secret patterns of the great Dao on it also gave him a lot of insights about the laws. He stored those insights in his heart for the time being and waited for things to be done before making a breakthrough, and now was the right time to make a breakthrough with confidence. He closed his eyes and recalled the lines that contained the mysteries of the great Dao of laws, which contained the principles of heaven and earth, as vast as a sea of smoke and mystery, and his entire being was immersed in the world of observing the mysteries of the laws, just like a fish returning to swim in the sea, blissfully oblivious to heaven and earth. It was as if he had observed a tree of laws of origin and mystery holding up the heavens and earth and running through the universe and stars, along with his enlightenment. A progress bar was also displayed on the system panel, with all the major law enlightenment degrees showing progress growth. The law of gold participation has increased. Laws of water participation increased. The degree of understanding of the laws of wood has increased. Spatial law participation increased. These prompting languages had long since been turned off by Lin Yuan's voice, and he was completely immersed in comprehending the laws. When he opened his eyes again, the visions were all over the place. A golden divine light as brilliant as a smoky haze, like a great sun rising in the east and a golden crow falling. The 10 million miles of the heavens changed, and the wind and clouds stirred. Immortal boat on top of the many cultivators found their weapons are uncontrolled to fly out. Whether it is a knife, sword, gun, spear, halberd and so on, our weapons are floating up to the center of the immortal boat, buzzing pilgrimage up. The higher the grade of the metal-containing weapons with extraordinary spirituality, the more excited they were and the louder the sounds they made, and they were all like courtiers making a pilgrimage to the king. This scene did not only happen on top of the immortal boat, but also happened in the 10 million miles of land in the eastern continent. They were originally fighting to grab the treasures of the cultivators, found their weapons flew out and floated in midair towards the pilgrimage. They were amazed and unknown. There are also many mortals on the streets of the city found that this scene was shocked as a heavenly being thought that it was encountered the immortal master descended to kneel in unison. No matter whether it is the eastern continent's mortals or cultivators have seen the magical scene. This side of the Grand Elder Gu Mangxing, who stood on top of the Xianyu immortal boat to protect the Tao, also said in surprise and ecstasy, "This is the great fulfillment of the law of gold. Your Highness is making a breakthrough." To know that the Saint Realm was able to comprehend the great completion of the laws was simply an incredible thing. Only those supreme demons and great prides of the heavens could do it, because generally speaking the heavenly exalted realm could only have this level of law comprehension. And Lin Yuan was only at the early stage of the Saint Realm when he had law comprehension to this level, so it could be seen that his comprehension was astonishingly terrifying. In the future, if he doesn't fall, he will definitely become an emperor, and there is even a glimmer of hope for him to become the rumored immortal true immortal. After a long time as the humming of the weapons diminished,
they returned to their respective owners, and the surrounding sky visions dissipated with the end of the breakthrough. The space around Lin Yuan in the room seemed to have countless cracks like broken mirrors from the void, but then broke. His spatial law also further breakthrough from the 5th realm breakthrough to the 6th, for the spatial strangulation of the degree of comprehension further, to know that this is in addition to the law of time, in addition to the most difficult to participate in the spatial law. The difficulty of the breakthrough of each weight is no less than other law breakthrough of 10 times. And the Grand Elder Gu Mangsing, who had been paying attention to the movements over here, felt the violent fluctuations in the spatial laws. She was so happy that she was about to faint. Your Highness, this was a breakthrough in the spatial laws as well. This enlightenment is too perverted. With such an amazingly gifted and enlightened Your Highness, there's no worry that the Holy Land won't prosper. It's not a dream to become the #1 Holy Land in the future. Lin Yuan ended his breakthrough state to stabilize the agitated space around him, restoring everything in the room to its original state. Originally I thought it would take a few more years to break through to the great completion of the laws of gold, but I didn't expect to break through today, which saves a few years. The law of space has also broken through. Not bad, not bad. Lin Yuan summarized, sighing to himself. Not only did his law comprehension degree break through, even his cultivation realm had risen to break through to the 2nd level of the Saint realm. I didn't expect that helping Feng Xing retrieve the Dao Bone would even result in an unexpected gain, helping him save several years of time in comprehending the laws. So it seems that good people really do have good rewards. The Dao Bone was indeed a good thing, and if one could get close enough to participate in enlightenment, it would definitely be a divine weapon of enlightenment. Perhaps only the rumored enlightenment tea and Bodhi seeds produced in the Forbidden Land, treasures that could increase enlightenment, could be compared to them with this kind of effect, right? No wonder every time a Dao Bone comes out it attracts strong people to grab it, causing a bloody storm. In fact, this was also because Lin Yuan's accumulation of law enlightenment was deep enough, and the distance from being able to break through was just 1 foot short of the door. So by relying on the epiphanies of briefly comprehending the Dao Bone to directly have a breakthrough, if it were someone else, the effect would not be so good and so exaggerated. But even so, the Dao Bone was able to at least increase the speed of the law of enlightenment by a few times. Lin Yuan was satisfied with his breakthrough, and was not prepared to think about the matter of the Dao Bone. The Dao Bone was not his own after all. In the future it was better to rely on himself to continue to work hard to cultivate. As for why he didn't go to Feng Xing and say that he wanted to realize the Dao Bone up close, the other party shouldn't refuse. But he couldn't possibly keep putting his hand on Feng Xing's chest to touch the bone to realize the laws. How embarrassing. In fact, there is another way to double cultivation. And the more talented people together, double cultivation effect is better. The speed of common enlightenment of the great Tao will also be increased. But this method Lin Yuan did not even think about it, did not even consider it, perhaps waiting for the future to personally experience to know this kind of mystery. When Lin Yuan walked out of the room, Qing Luo, who was waiting outside, said with excitement and agitation, "Miss, was that big vision and commotion before because you broke through?" Lin Yuan nodded. This side of the Grand Elder Gu Mangsing smiled, almost unable to close his mouth, said happily, "Congratulations to your highness on your law breakthrough and your realm's advancement to the next level." Feng Xing on this side felt the powerful fluctuation of law power after seeing that vision and movement and had some insights, so he also closed the door to cultivate in his room. At this time, Grand Elder Gu Mangsing received a message. Immediately his face changed and said, "Your Highness, news has come from the Dao Alliance's side asking for help. A Saint Realm 3rd level demon lurking in within the southern region's borders has found a dragon transformation treasure land to successfully break through to the 4th level of the Saint Realm. That evil scaly dragon's successful crossing did not leave but made waves. In just a few hours it had already devoured more than 100,000 people and set off monstrous waves that submerged many cities and villages." Chapter 25, Demon Dragon. Lin Yuan heard that there were demons in the southern domain that were rebelling and slaughtering the human race and immediately couldn't sit still. His violent temper which heard this kind of thing, so he directly used the power of spatial laws to open a spatial portal to the border of the southern domain and walked in. "Grand Elder, I'll leave first. Your Highness, it's quite acute." Grand Elder Gu Mangsing lost his smile and said. She transmitted sound into the ear to inform the crowd to go with the temple to the southern domain trip, and then a wave of the sleeve will be the crowd along with the Xianyu immortal boat together in the sleeve. And then take a step under the foot will be across the heavy thousands of mountains and waters of the 2 states of the heavy distance disappeared. Over here, high above the sky at the border of the southern region, the eastern region's Zhenghua envoy, Jiang Yunsheng, looked at the distance with a worried expression, only to see the monstrous flood submerging everything, and he frowned tightly as he asked his subordinates, "What is the situation today? How many mortals and cultivators has that sacred realm Xiao dragon devoured? How many human cities have been destroyed? How is the retreat plan arranged?" Jiang Yunsheng's heart was bitter.
He was originally the eastern region's Jinhua envoy, did not expect to come over to the southern region to rotate within these 50 years would encounter this kind of thing. It was really too unlucky. It had been a few hundred years since he had encountered such a thing as a Saint Realm demon sneaking into the human race's borders, slaughtering the human race, happening, and he didn't expect to run into it this year. Unbeknownst to him, that Saint Realm demon was originally the demon king of the Blackwater Xian Python clan, and as early as 500 years ago when it infiltrated the border, it inadvertently discovered that there was a dragon transformation treasure land within the southern domain. It then played the calculator to collect all kinds of heavenly materials and treasures that evolved the bloodline, waiting for the sage triple perfection to come to this dragon transformation treasure land to cross the tribulation. That is, it can break through the realm and also evolve the bloodline to become an augur dragon. Now that the success of the tribulation of this demon dragon overjoyed decided to eat and drink a lot. The human race of the spirit of heaven and earth and its flesh and blood for the demon race is very attractive and nourishing. It decided to eat in the border of the human race first, and so on a few days after the central state of the human race over the strong and then retreated back to the lair. If put into the usual, this decision is likely to be successful. Because the central state is rich in spiritual chi, there are many caves and blessings, so the strong human race is generally in the central state to stay. The 4 continents other than the central state had a lack of aura and barren resources, and these Saint Realm powerhouses usually didn't come to these states to walk around, and most of them were in the cave heavenly blessings to dive into cultivation. From the central state over to the southern border is too far, especially because in the middle there is an ancient battle fought out of the spatial power disorder of the battlefield ruins. Want to teleport from the central state to come to the southern continent, also have to take a long detour to come over, at least a few days to be able to get to. However, what this augur hadn't anticipated was that Lin Yuan and the Grand Elder and the others were in the eastern continent close to the southern continent and hadn't left yet, which had directly stirred up a hornet's nest. Reporting back to my lord, that demon dragon has currently swallowed roughly 570,000 people. The flood has already covered and submerged several surrounding dynastic kingdoms, and the casualties are still expanding at a rapid pace. This demon dragon will soon be swallowing millions of people and even tens of millions. The subordinate also replied with a sad face. According to this trend, if at least tens of millions of people don't die, that demon dragon will never be willing to leave. Alas, I've already sent a message to the Dao Alliance headquarters asking for help. I don't know which saintly lord has descended this time, and I'll have to wait at least a few more days until things are over. Let's speed up our retreat and remove as many people as we can, Jinhua Jiang Yinsheng said with a sigh of relief. He had previously notified the dynasties around the border to organize the evacuation as soon as possible to take refuge in the interior, and his subordinates Dao Alliance cultivators were also sent out to organize the evacuation and rescue. As much as they could withdraw, they did their best. As for rushing up to that Saint Realm augur to fight for their lives, come on, that was a higher demon king Saint Realm existence. Jinhua envoy Jiang Yinsheng was the highest realm among these people, currently at the first level of the life and death realm, and the 4th level of the sacred realm. Jiaolong was more than a dozen small realms away. If they rushed up to deal with this demon, what's the difference between rushing up and giving away food? When the time came, the dragon's mouth would open and eat them all, chewing and crunching. Maybe this demon dragon would even laugh over the treats that were served. This damn demon! Are we just going to stand by and watch? I hate that we can't. With our low strength, one of the subordinate Dao Alliance cultivators at the 7th level of the creation realm said with a face full of unwillingness and pain. Because this place is in the south domain and the east domain and the border of the demon race intersection. That demon dragon scourge of 7 or 8 dynasties not only in the southern continent and the east continent of the dynasty, which has his hometown in the dynasty. How to not let him angry? Old Homer flooded, do not know how many people died. Dead people inside may also include the clan seniors and friends he used to know. Fortunately he became the creation of the realm of the long after the family received in the central state. Otherwise at the moment he will really become a loner. The few Dao Alliance cultivators next to him could only comfort him with their condolences. This world was so cruel. There was a blood feud between the human race and the foreigners, and the others continued to devote themselves to the previous retreat. News just came from the Dao Alliance headquarters that Her Highness, the Holy Maiden of the Taiyin Holy Land, has recently been touring the eastern continent, and upon hearing of this matter that Your Excellency has rushed to the rescue. Town guards make Jiang Yinsheng receive the news after the spirit of a shocked joy said. He was happy and excited to the crowd commanded said. Everyone, the danger of the southern region demon dragon's rebellion can be solved today. We will quickly go to welcome His Highness. Chapter 26, Beheading the Dragon. On the borders of the southern continent, the demonic dragon's rebellion has affected many surrounding dynastic kingdoms. The flood roared like an angry long dragon, lifting up monstrous waves that swept over everything, submerging villages, jungles, roads, fields, homes and houses that were washed away by the water along the way.
and those mortals who were struggling to survive in the water were at least more fortunate than being devoured by the demonic dragons. And there was still a chance of surviving. 10,000 miles away, those mortal cities and villages that were swept away by the demon dragon Zhang's bloody mouth. Wherever they passed, there was a bloody storm and screams of misery. A high hundreds of feet looks majestic scales in the sunlight glittering dragon is eating. The pair of golden pupils cold and full of brutal playful color. The head of the two horns of the dragon is just grow out not long and not too long. It opened the sharp teeth of the mouth chewing human flesh made of blood food looks very hideous and horrible. Just between one and the other there are thousands of mortals caught in the air by the demon winds, emitting miserable cries of grief and ending up with no bones left. Zhongshan and the other villagers in the village went up the mountain to take refuge together. Their village was relatively far away from that demon dragon. When the flood swept over, someone in the village noticed it in advance. So the village headman organized the villagers to rush to the mountain to take refuge. Fortunately, there were a couple of very treacherous peaks of elevation right near their village. It is not like other villages that don't even have a place to hide when a flood comes. So a group of young and strong with the old, weak, women and children with their families together on the mountain. Because of the emergency, the order of chaos plus the flood came too fast. There are a lot of people cannot afford to give up their own belongings in a hurry to pack up their things. There is a wolf-hearted people in order to survive to push away from the other people wildly, but also in order to save their families together with the villagers were drowned by the flood. Numerous villagers fled along the way, and the original village of several hundred people finally managed to climb halfway up the mountain and survived with only 120 people. Zhongshan is a woodcutter in the village, chopping wood for a living. His strength is a bit bigger than normal, and he will often go to the mountains to hunt and catch some pheasants, rabbits, and wild boars to improve his food. He is 19 years old. His mother died of illness in his early years, and his father, who was also a woodcutter, lost his footing and fell to his death 5 years ago when he was chopping wood in the mountains and was chased by a ferocious beast. Zhongshan was familiar with the mountains, so he took the axe and walked at the front to clear the way for the crowd, along with the other hunters and woodcutters and medicine farmers. He led the village head and a group of villagers towards the path he was familiar with quickly. It was a hard-bodied, lanky, tall youth wearing rough clothes with a pair of bows and arrows hanging from his shoulders, with a stalwart and heroic face that appeared naive, and he held a stone axe that carried a barbaric air often found in frontiersmen throughout. If Lin Yuan was present to see him, he would definitely be able to recognize that this was none other than Zhongshan, the son of the southern continent's Qi Luck. Oh little mountain, how much longer until we get there? The mayor of the village, leaning on his crutches panting, asked. He was old and frail next to two strong men to support this can go all the way here. Among these woodcutters and hunters who often went into the mountains, Zhongshan, although young, was the most familiar with the mountains. Because he wanted to avenge his father's death, he often hunted deep into the mountains and forests. And a year ago Zhongshan finally found and killed the wild leopard that was the culprit for his father's death. Village chief, we're almost at the landing point, so we can all rest for a while when we get there. Zhongshan looked at the sweaty, soon to be unable to support the crowd comfortably, said. Not far from the wooden house he built on the mountainside. The flood looks like a moment should not be able to go up, when the time to take a good rest. Waiting for the crowd to the mountainside at the hut at once can no longer hold out to sit down and gasp. A group of villagers, some people can no longer restrain fear and sadness bawling, especially those who were flooded to take away the lives of their relatives. Villagers are sobbing. A time on the mountain crying a piece. Auntie was bitten by a beast in the water and dragged in by her leg to save me, never to return. Some villagers also said with tears in their eyes as they looked at the flooded fields down the hill. The grain planted this year is afraid that it won't survive the flood. Without food, it's going to starve to death. Most of the villagers are farmers. Came to the mountain in a hurry, did not pack with much food on the mountain. Now empty-handed, and then see those flooded farmlands, suddenly more panic. When exactly is this natural disaster going to end? The village chief also choked and said, this mountain under the flood is still rising. This flood natural disaster still do not know how many days to continue. Plus did not bring much food on the mountain. Also do not know can hold out for a few days. Or in other villages like extinction. Zhongshan found a high point where he could look out into the distance. Towards the distance, can only be seen from afar a black body towering into the clouds, like connecting heaven and earth between the pillar like a dragon, along with the other side of the swinging tail churning up boundless floods of water, but also be able to hear the rumbling like thunder, like swallowing sound. The sky dark, clouds rolling, wind and clouds change, demon wind gusts, looks pandemonium. Original city and village into the ruins of the wreckage. The ground water waves as heavy as the clouds and rain like churning nonstop. Village chief, that's not a natural disaster. It's a demon. The flood was caused by that demon rolling the sea, and a lot of people were eaten. Zhongshan looked at the distance that the dragon to the original prosperous city opened its mouth to suck as tens of thousands of people swallowed into the air, said in horror. He is still the first time to see such a huge horror of the demon. This looks like a legendary dragon?
It should be transformed by a demon.
The knowledgeable village headman also ran over to look at it while saying with a pale face after hearing these words. The other villagers saw it and talked in horror. Help! How could such a horrible demon appear here?
It will eat us. Dead. This is dead. Please someone save us. We so don't want to die. Just as the crowd was despairing and terrified and afraid.
At that moment the dark clouds in the sky dispersed and the thunder subsided. I saw a clear blue sky.
No clouds in the sky. The flow of the Tao.
Imagery. A white as snow wide-sleeved robe fairy appeared from the 9 heavens above.
The world is independent.
Floating and out of the dust.
For a time, the light of the sky are lost color.
A voice filled with intense killing intent resounded between heaven and earth. Anyone who violates the boundaries of our race will be punished. This a voice's lips and sword's mouth containing heavenly marked general into a channel of golden chains will originally still eating the dragon to be firmly trapped.
As trapped by the dragnet general surprisingly cannot move.
Especially the open blood bowl mouth is more than a dozen golden law chains through the pain of its eyes gold star tears. How could the cage formed by the laws of gold at the grand completion level be so easy to break open? Let alone how could a sacred realm Jiaolong, who had only comprehended the laws of water by relying on its bloodline to get started, break free from its bonds?
The difference between initiation and Deshang is completely heavenly.
This makes the black water demon king that evolved into a Xiao dragon instantly startled. Saint 4 it was originally sensing the arrival of the person Lin Yuan realm only Saint 2 feel inadequate to worry about. It thought to itself that this was a gourmet meal delivered to its door. And what it never expected was to meet a tough opponent. Laws comprehended to this extent were simply incredible at the Saint level. This was definitely a human race Gaijin Heaven's pride level powerhouse. This augur saw that the situation was not right also did not sit and wait for death, but wanted to fight for its life and struggle for a ray of life to escape quickly. Just see this augur dragon show magic ability law heaven and earth suddenly swelled 100 times into his ancient god mountain that huge. Ahead toward the far side of the impact of the powerful meteorite fall. Bring up the torrential river floods to form 100 feet of water curtain. And Lin Yuan, who was standing in the air, launched his sword, which was as fast as a white rainbow, as fast as lightning. That is a vast and pure sword intent, like the vastness of the starry sky without extension, and like the beginning of chaos to embrace all things to evolve the earth, wind, fire and water. This sword contained a greatness that penetrated the heavens and the earth. The 5 elements were born from each other. Yin and yang flowed, and the 2 instruments were in harmony. Not only that this sword contained the power of spatial laws, making the Blackwater Demon King unable to avoid or dodge, and could only carry this attack. The Blackwater Demon King only felt that the sword light fell on the body light let it some trance. In a doubt is not a hallucination of the time. The whole huge dragon body appeared countless miserable cracks together strangled. And then all the organs are destroyed. The bones are broken accompanied by the blood as rain. And then the body is dead the death of the body of the spirit is extinguished. 1 man and 1 sword cut down the demonic dragon. And the sword's aura broke through the 9 heavens. Whoa! Whoa! Golden blood rain sprinkled on the earth above the river. The roaring collapse of the giant dragon body as the sky tilted divine mountain collapsed towards the water smashed out a heavenly pit basin on the ground, causing the seawater to pour in, emitting a shocking ringing sound. A Saint realm augur of the demon race fell on the spot. Rumble. Lin Yuan saw many dynasties below the land is flooded. See the living souls. The people are displaced is also a sigh of relief. He raised his hand and waved it. The power of the 5 elemental laws surged. And suddenly the sky and earth changed. The sky was clear and there was no longer a trace of gloom. At that time the original torrential flood into hundreds of thousands of water dragons finally converged on the dragon body smashed out of the deep pit were converged into a lake finally returned to the sea. Those washed away wooden houses and earth walls also quickly grew out. Like lush saplings, not only restored as before looks more sturdy and solid. Even the original potholes in the road are paved neatly. More than that, the grass grows wildly. The fields are rich in harvests. The aura converges. Flowers bloom. Fruitful. Originally the fall and winter seasons are like spring blossoms. Vibrant. The ruins of the many dynastic kingdoms had also recovered. And the buildings looked even better than they had before they were destroyed. With a single thought, millions of miles changed the sky and the earth. This was the greatness of a saint who had mastered the power of the laws. This place had been baptized with dragon's blood, and with Lin Yuan transforming it with the power of the laws. It would also be a treasure in the southern domain in the future, and it was considered to be a blessing in disguise. With that, Lin Yuan waved his sleeve, and rainwater containing the healing power brought about by the law of wood shimmered with green light and fell into the crowd below. The mountains are looking at the Zhongshan saw a scene that shocked him. The original crowd of people have a broken arm because of fighting with the beast's disabled old hunter at the moment the broken arm reborn glowing. The old hunter unbelievable stuttering excitement said, "I can't believe my arm grew," and the crowd, originally depressed looking dying old people also blow as if they were quite a few years younger.
The old and weak women and children are feeling physically restored and energized. Those rains fell warmly on those who were not injured, making people feel very comfortable as if they had soaked in a hot spring, and even their strength was much greater. It's just that the nearly 1 million people who died this time because of the demon dragon's rebellion are ultimately dead and can't be resurrected. The village head was refreshed and felt that at the moment his body was light and healthy and his waist was not hunched over excitedly, and directly threw away his crutches and attached himself to his knees and said, "A miracle! This is the blessing of the immortals. We will quickly pay our respects to the immortal village chief. We are saved." It was the immortals in the sky who beheaded the dragon that was making waves. The houses that were destroyed in our village have also come back, so it's great that we can go home. Wow! All the grain in the ground has grown. It's a bumper harvest. Numerous villagers' excited body is trembling excitedly while kneeling and kowtowing while discussing, and the crowd Zhongshan recalled that the 9 heavenly clouds above the ferry looked back at the glimpse. Perhaps only this side is never forget. Chapter 27 Decisions. Your Highness is really kind-hearted. As Grand Elder Gu Mangsing watched this scene of Lin Yuan changing the terrain to restore the original state to heal the injured mortals and cultivators, she smiled and sighed as she said, if she were in her place, she would have simply left after resolving that demonic dragon. Who would have cared about these things? It would be the same for any other saint to come. Saints were high above most people, lived for a long time. For them, they would not put mortals and ordinary cultivators dead or alive in their hearts. Lin Yuan, on the other hand, was different. As a teenager who was born under the red flag and grew up in the spring breeze in his previous life, for so many encountered demonic rebellion led to natural disasters and family destruction of displaced refugees. Can help naturally will help a hand? Grand Elder Gu Mangsing watched the scene from the sidelines, and she wasn't worried that His Highness would be put in danger because of her benevolence. Because there was once a demonic cultivator who threatened Lin Yuan with the lives of a city's people to make him bind his hands. As a result, in the next second that demonic cultivator was chopped up and ashes flew away. Lin Yuan stated, I never negotiate with the dead, and I won't believe the enemy's bull ********. Kids do multiple choice only. Adults can have it all. The lives of the people of a city he saved, and the life of this evil devil cultivator he also wanted. Getting stronger is to have the strength to be able to do what you want to do. If you are afraid of it, then isn't it a waste of cultivation? Maybe one day he will encounter a problem that cannot be solved and needs to be chosen. If he can be saved, he can be saved. If he can't be saved, then there is nothing he can do. He can do his best, and he has a clear conscience. We greet your highness. My humble position is Jiang Yunsheng, the Eastern Domain Dao Alliance's Xinhua envoy who governs the Southern Domain during his rotation. At this time, the town envoy Jiang Yunsheng brought many Dao Alliance cultivators over to pay their respects and salute and continued. Your Highness killed the rebellious demon dragons to save the living beings from the fire. Such a great favor, grateful and unforgettable. On behalf of the people of the Southern Domain, I would like to thank your Highness for your assistance, said Jiang Yunsheng bowed deeply. This dusty middle-aged man full of vicissitudes of life at the moment inwardly full of gratitude. Before he and other Dao Alliance cultivators busy running around many dynasties escorting more people to take the flying boat to evacuate, came in a hurry also did not sort out the clothes and crown. There's no need to be polite. It's just a matter of lifting my hand. This demonic dragon has done many evil deeds and dares to act recklessly in my human race's territory. He really has eaten the bear's heart and leopard's gall. You guys are here to clean up the mess and do the relief work. By the way, how many people did the Dao Alliance lose in this calamity? Lin Yuan waved his hand to indicate that there was no need to open his mouth politely and asked. The Dao Alliance was a subordinate organization of the Holy Land, so he would naturally be concerned about the casualties of the Dao Alliance. Reporting back to your Highness, there are 312 Dao Alliance cultivators who were killed or injured this time. Many died in the mouths of the demon dragons, and many more died because they were escorting the crowd while organizing the evacuation plan. For these figures, Lin Yuan listened and thought of what the mood was a little heavy. He opened his mouth. For these to protect the southern region of the people and sacrificed or injured contribution of the Dao Alliance cultivators. For the sacrifice of the martyrs to give their family relatives compensation double tenfold. I'll pay for the extra compensation reward. Also you guys have worked hard. The red bands in these 2 storage bags are compensation for the families of the fallen cultivators. And the spirit stones in the other bag will be taken as a reward for your hard work and rescue hustle. Lin Yuan has a lot of spirit stones. Not bad at all. Over the years the #1 chamber of commerce in the central continent, Wanbalu, was opened by him, so giving the storage bag is very bold and generous. Receiving the 2 storage bags handed over by Lin Yuan, the town envoy Jiang Yunsheng felt flattered, and the other Dao Alliance cultivators were also moved to tremble with excitement. Identity so noble, strength so powerful, Taiyin Holy Maiden, your Highness will care about the death of these ordinary Dao Alliance cultivators like them. How can this not let them mood excited? Cannot wait to kneel down on the spot to swear allegiance for the Your Highness Saddleback. These Dao Alliance cultivators resisted their impulses. After all, their limited strength didn't qualify them to become His Highness's followers. If the system was able to see the loyalty value, at this moment, the loyalty of these people had risen several steps one after another to a very high level. Grand Elder Gu Mangxing glanced at the oblivious Lin Yuan without a trace, and then at the group of Dao Alliance cultivators around him whose expressions were adoringly excited and itching to swear their allegiance. She thought to herself that it was worthy of Her Highness. Often wherever she went, there were more people who wanted to follow her allegiance. Fang Xing in the immortal boat after the end of the seclusion also witnessed Lin Yuan to eliminate all the demons. As a goddess descended to the world to save the plight of the people also let his mood stirring. Look at Lin Yuan's eyes are more and more fervent as a devout and incomparable believer. The expressions of those people from the Dao Alliance who looked at Lin Yuan also gave Fang Xing a sense of crisis. There were too many people who wanted to follow His Highness. He had to get stronger quickly so that he could become the strongest and most loyal follower under His Highness. Qing Luo has long been starry-eyed holding a photostone as a burst of wild shots, and so on will be in the central state after these are how good publicity Her Highness of the material Lin Yuan, who didn't know about these small actions of Qing Luo, said to Zhang Yunxing and the others. This time, the Blackwater Demon King intruded is the human race's territory to brutalize millions of human races. I will make the demon race give an explanation. Jinghua Zhang Yunxing couldn't help but laugh bitterly when he heard it. The human race and the demon race have a blood feud. The ancient times the human race has no cultivation method. The demon race to the human race is a blood meal enslavement captive human race. Until the rise of the human emperor to lead the human race to rise to the end of that dark era. The demon race to drive the 5 continents away from the place. Later, with the epic change generation after generation of the human race and the demon race to kill. The human race and the demon race is full of blood feuds. The strength of the two races is equivalent. It is difficult to distinguish between winners and losers. Until a few thousand years ago signed a non-aggression covenant. This time after the big war is difficult to start. The friction of large and small or a lot of friction. The demon race regularly mobilizes the bottom layer of demonic beasts to form a beast tide to storm the border. And the human race also builds the demon suppressing pass to resist the beast tide to guard the territory. Demons have always been domineering and arrogant. Like this holy realm demon broke into the human frontier to devour millions of people. In the eyes of those demon kings is not a thing at all. Will only feel that the people who eat less. Maybe those demon kings still felt that the human race's beheading of a sacred realm Jiaolong was too much of a disgrace to the demon race. And in the end, they might be forced by the pressure of the human race's higher echelons to make reparations and apologize. And then the matter would be over. Hundreds of years ago encountered the Holy Realm Demon King broke into the human frontier at that time the Demon King devoured tens of millions of people destroyed and then fled back under the pursuit of the human saints. And finally the demon race made amends and apologized for this matter on the end. That attitude was, the demon sage had apologized and made amends. What else do you people want? Hundreds of years ago the Tianxian Holy Land Saint can only give up. After all, the Demon King has fled. The Demon Clan lair is dangerous and the existence of the Demon Zun and the Demon Emperor is not a common Holy Land elder he can set foot in the place. Zhang Yunxing thought helplessly that this time it was probably the same as a few hundred years ago, when the demon race jumped out and accused the human saints of chasing and killing the demon saints, and then finally apologized and made amends due to the pressure. But this time the culprit, the Blackwater Demon King, did not escape death. And Lin Yuan as a human cultivator. He for the previous life in the demon invasion of the world of the 9 states backstabbing the human camp of the demon race that is quite disgusting. Now see the southern continent suffered this calamity millions of people died on the demon race is more abhorrent. Lin Yuan over here inquired to the Grand Elder next to him. I wonder if the Grand Elder is interested in accompanying me on a trip to the demon race's lair. Your Highness invites me, and I am more than happy to do so. I wonder what your Highness is doing here. Grand Elder Gu Mangxing said smilingly with her bamboo staff. She had a guess in her heart. And sure enough the next moment she heard Lin Yuan's voice ringing out. I'm going to exterminate the Blackwater Snake Demon Clan. The Blackwater Demon King has committed a crime against my human race's borders. So there's no need for the Blackwater Snake Demon Clan to exist. Not only that, if the demon race dares to kill millions of my human race, I'll kill tens of millions of demons of the demon race, and pay back the blood debt tenfold. Chapter 28, Killing Intent. Demon Tribe Territory. The Blackwater Basilisk Snake Clan inhabited by the waters or swampy lakes, because once was the Blackwater Demon King living place, so this place also demon tribe called Blackwaters. From time to time, a fish bubbles up and leaps out of the pool, surrounded by a river like a jade belt, with willows, gurgling and sparkling water. Those mountains and ravines and the group of snakes living in the valley is a cave, densely packed, bottomless, looking as a black hole inside. From time to time came extremely creepy screams, with the surrounding miasma mixed with the turquoise demonic gas, looks more and more eerie and dark. As for the cave, it was full of white bones, broken arms and limbs, piled up like a mountain, blood-stained and eerie, just like the nine hells, in stark contrast to the bright sunshine outside the valley. Here were buried the bones of the human race that had been plundered over the years, and the cauldrons that had been set up were simmering with broth, which was filled with a variety of miscellaneous herbs and unknown wild fruits. A small demon with a pitchfork came to a group of mortals tied up and shivering. Ordinary people they had captured by sneaking into human villages from places where the border defenses were weak to hide their breath. The border between the human race and the demon race is too long. The Jin Demon Pass is set up in the key places of each state to be able to resist the beast tide and most of the high-level demon beasts that want to directly break in. But the borderline is too long to prevent the demon race that hides its breath and sneaks in. These demons often in the border of the mortal villages rolled away some people to run back to the lair as a blood meal to beat the teeth. They are afraid of soft and will not go to the cultivator family clan towns. So many of the many people who go missing every year at the border die in the mouths of the demons. This little demon surveyed the many scared and horrified villagers. It felt all skinny and bony, not as tasty as the fat ones before. So it used its snake tail to casually roll up two people and threw them into the frying pan. And those two crop dwellers landed in the soup pot and let out a miserable scream. Ah, it's hot. Help, help, help. I don't want to die yet. Then after a while, the screams and struggles also disappeared. The two people in that frying pan had no breath, apparently dead through. The black water snake demon beside the other pot smelled the meat aroma, very intoxicated. It took a spoon and kept stirring in the pot, then sprinkled it with spices. A group of snake demons with pots and pans waiting to eat lined up. A group of trapped people in the crowd who chai pudgy head full of sweat, pale face. These people who were captured this time. The children have long been gone. The young and strong have been eaten almost all these days. Only he and a few Hans are left. And some old people. At this rate in a few hours he'll be thrown into the frying pan too. Hu Chai was not willing to die this way in his heart. He used the sharp stones hidden in his sleeves to grind the rope. When these snake demons finished eating they would rest for a while. This was his chance to escape. Sure enough, this group of snake demon, after eating and drinking, they scattered back to their respective caves for fun. Cave from time to time came some painful screams. Listen to the voice of men and women have. The good-looking ones among those who were captured were brought to the cave by these snake demons. And these people had a miserable end. And after they were tired of being played with, these snake demons would also throw them into the frying pan. This cave does not have a snake demon left to guard. In the eyes of these demons, these mortals simply cannot escape the demon territory. There is no need to watch. Hu Chai waited for a quarter of an hour after seeing these snake demons leave before he pulled off the frayed rope. He made a silent gesture to the astonished crowd and then untied the ropes for the others one by one. Those who are able to survive until now are not little cuties. The ones that were too loud and rowdy were eaten by the snake demon a long time ago, and they waited with bated breath for what Hu Chai would do next. Next we'll take advantage of the snake demon's rest to escape from the cave. Everyone run as far as you can. Try to run separately and don't make too much noise. Hu Chai whispered and the group nodded, then followed him as he carefully felt his way through the cave towards the exit. When they followed the distant light out to the end of the tunnel, the sunlight fell down from among the sinkhole to illuminate the dimly lit grotto. And the people all despaired when they saw clearly the exit of the cave that was dozens of meters higher. Because it was just too high. Those of them couldn't climb up at all, and could only stand at the bottom of the cave and look up at the distant entrance to that one out-of-reach cave. No! How could this be? Hu Chai, desperate, unwilling, with both fists pounded the ground, issued a low roar of unwillingness. The others are also shocked and desperate, agonizing murmurings, either crying bitterly, or chest thumping. God! Why is this? Is there not a way to live? No wonder those hateful demon clans don't have demons left to guard them. It turns out that they have long known that we can't get out of this cave at all. Just then there was a rustling of footsteps and the sound of the black water snake demons yelling and cursing from the cave. Catch these escaping human blood eaters. How dare these people run? They really don't know how to die. I'm going to smack them to death. These lowly humanoids dared to run away when we weren't looking. Piss me off. These chasing black water snake demons holding weapons opened their bloody mouths to spit out scarlet letters. They swept over these withdrawing human races with greedy and angry eyes. The leading snake demon holding a long whip directly lashed over. That fierce whip contains a sinister demonic power, accompanied by demonic wind gusts and howling winds. If it is hit, must be directly killed alive. Just as Hu Chai and the others were waiting in desperate resignation for death to come to them. At this time a sword light rainbow from the sky into thousands of sword rain. White light intertwined like a dragnet, impermeable. From the sky into the various caves as the stars fall. Not only that, these sword light into rain also fell on the grassland, lakes, forests, mud, everywhere. All the demon race has nothing to hide. That is a bright and flawless sword light. As a bright moon illuminates the dark as the night, like cave, also illuminates the light in the heart of the people, dispersed the haze.
The crowd saw with their own eyes that a sword light like moonlight fell on those pursuing black water snake demons. And those snake demons also lost their lives as if they were melting ice and snow. One by one, they flopped down like toppled statues and lay still in a pool of flowing blood. A sword to seal the throat, blood splattered on the spot. This scene didn't just happen in the cave where Hu Chai and the others were, but also within thousands of caves. The sword light fell like rain, and in an instant, tens of millions of demon tribesmen perished throughout the Black Waters. Not only the millions of Blackwater Snake Demon Clan along with the other various demon clans operating in the Black Waters were also wiped out. Hu Chai and the others only felt as if they were daydreaming. The scene that had happened was just too unbelievable and dreamy. A single brilliant sword light had killed so many terrifyingly hideous-looking demon clansmen and saved them all. Was this really not a dream? Then the crowd felt an attraction that pulled them out of the cave along with the body of the Blackwater Snake Demon in the cave. Hu Chai found himself floating up and, he said with a surprised wave of his hand, "I actually flew?" When the crowd left the middle of the dimly lit cave, they saw that many of the humanoids who had been taken like them were also floating in the air. At the same time, they also saw the fairy that looked like a bright moon hanging high above the 9 heavens. That pair of eyes like spring water waves full of light glanced at them, and then a wave of the sleeves scattered all over the sky clear light. When that clear light into the body of the crowd feel comfortable. Originally skinny and bony, many people have become strong. Those who suffered from demonic beatings of the wounds also healed as before. They cannot help the pain of tears choking out a voice of thanks. Many thanks to Immortal Master for saving our lives. The demon race here has already been killed by me, so I'll take you all home later. Lin Yuan opened his mouth and said, he came to this place. Divine sense swept to see what the demons did, and that tired white bones were captured to come to the human race's misery. The anger value pull full of him directly out of a sword to destroy the black waters of millions of demons. But that wasn't enough. He wanted to let these demon clans know what would happen if they bullied the human race. At this time, a voice as powerful as the might of the heavens quickly spread out to cover most of the boundaries and territories where many demon races were located. And the coverage of the voice transmission also included the border defense lines and cities of the various states of the human race. For a moment the many demon races outside the Black Waters as well as the border human races all heard the same voice ringing in their ears. Recently, the demon race has brutalized millions of human races in the southern region. I behead the head of the sacred realm Blackwater Demon King here today, and exterminate 10 million of them as an example to others. In the future, any demon race that dares to sneak into my human race's territory will be killed without pardon. If you dare to harm my human race, you will be repaid tenfold. At this time has arrived at the Jin Demon Passes within the city of Xiao. Tian heard this familiar voice cannot help but spiritual shock excited almost out of the mouth. That's Brother Lin's voice. The old man in the ancient sword couldn't help but tsk and sigh and said, Junior friend Lin even killed a Saint Realm Demon King and tens of millions of demon race. That's really dominating. And disciple brother, you've only killed a few demonic beasts. Ha! Apprentice, do you realize the difference between man and man? Teacher, I've only just arrived at the Jin Demon Pass. Xiao Tian replied in his heart with a helpless smile. He also understood more and more the gap in realm strength between the current him and Lin Yuan that was like a rift in the sky, which more and more aroused his fighting spirit. At that moment an image appeared simultaneously in the minds of the angry and suspicious demon race as well as the border people. It was a huge and incomparable graveyard. Those landscapes piled up by thousands of demonic remains. Especially the hideous sacred scenery augur dragon head that was as hideous as a small mountain was particularly conspicuous. Surrounded by the deadly gas filled with grass, scarlet blood water tossing waves, even the evening sun in the sky is also eclipsed. A white figure with a sword stood at the top of that mountain of corpses and the sea of blood, killing the blue sky to see the blood. The sun has no light. Even if it is separated from the memory picture, that blood-red killing intent seems to penetrate the space directly to the heart so that the many demon race body cold sweat. The body cannot help but be afraid of trembling. The face has become pale incomparable. This scene caused a thought to pop up in the hearts of the demons. The human race has produced another god of murder here. Chapter 29, The Ring. Arrogance is really too arrogant. To use this form to warn them of the demon race, to be so arrogant is really unheard of for thousands of years. The last one so arrogant to kill the blood of the demon race is still 10,000 years that the old lunatic with a gun who was called the god of killing by the demon race. He was chased by a few demon zoons and ran into the Forbidden Land after killing many demon kings in the demon race. However, I heard that after many years, the human race even became a quasi-imperial powerhouse, and the demon tribe's senior management could only apologize and let it go. That killing star demon race cannot afford to offend even the name mentioned dare to mention. That is a taboo. The emperor's name where there is a word must be perceived to get. But now a saint dares to threaten their demon race like this. Really don't know how to die. Too arrogant. Could this person also become an emperor in the future? If Lin Yuan were to know this thought of theirs, he would definitely smile and reply, you guys guessed it right, it really can. some of the reacting demon race saints immediately burst into a rage. This was completely slapping their demon race in the face, so how could they tolerate it? In the past, it was never the demon race that was so domineering and did whatever they wanted, like the demons running to the human race territory to eat and drink a meal and run back to the demon race lair. This kind of thing has long happened more than once. That sacred realm Xiao dragon head that had been decapitated by Lin Yuan made the demon saints feel incomparably piercingly annoyed, and the tens of millions of demons that had been buried as a result of it made them even more enraged. When was it the turn of the human race to flaunt their power in front of them? So a group of saints with voice transmission coverage made a decision. Get rid of this human race that dares to come to their demon clan's territory to act recklessly. Many demon kings cursed and said, "How dare a human child be so reckless? This seat must kill this fellow." It's not just a few million people died. The district humble race, death is death. But even for this reason, we killed tens of millions of our demon race. Although those demon race trash are dead is dead, but provoking our demon race like this is really hateful. This human race dares to run to our demon race's territory and make a big fuss. This seat must whip this human race into shape and refine their souls to light their lamps. Let all those human races know what happens when they offend our demon race. Just as these demon saints were fuming with rage and preparing to set off, that one human voice coming from the black waters caused them to instantly burst into a rage. "I set up the ring here today. Can any demon sage here come and answer the battle? Don't make me look down even more on these cowardly trash demon kings of your demon race." Cowardly? This is a word that describes the demon race? Hidden in the void, Dao Protector Grand Elder Gu Mangsing couldn't help but almost burst out laughing when he heard this. To know that the demon race has always been arrogant and arrogant. I didn't expect that this would meet someone even more crazy and tugging. You wait for this seat. I'll come over here to kill you. Some of the demon king has broken defense directly cursed flying out. Like this action of the demon king there are many. These usually awe-inspiring in the clan, to say nothing of the demon king has never suffered this kind of gas destination straight to the black waters. On this side, Lin Yuan was not in a hurry to end this Dao that was a combination of sound transmitting and mirroring techniques like a live broadcast, as he set up the ring and waited for the surrounding saints to group up and come over. Those human clansmen saved by Lin Yuan had long since been received in the cave spirit treasure, and he would send them back home when he was done with this matter of the demon clan frontier. This time, he wanted to kill those demon saints and those below the saints' realm in fear, and kill those demons who didn't dare to sneak into the human frontier to commit crimes. It was only then that these demon clans would realize that the price of bullying the human race was not something they could afford. At the same time, it was also fishing. Fishing for the demon saints, demon kings, these big fish. Just don't know how many fish were caught before the demon sovereign appeared. I want to be able to protect the people of Taiyin sacred ground with my own strength after the invasion of the devil race in the future. The current Saint 2 strength is still far from enough. At least need to quasi-imperial cultivation to some grasp. To know that the previous life of the Holy Land ranked first evergreen Holy Land in the demon invasion suffered heavy damage, almost destroyed. In his previous life, Lin Yuan knew that the demon race still had a great emperor realm existence that had not made a move. And the Kyushu world had not had anyone become an emperor for tens of thousands of years. So if he wanted to end this catastrophe in the future against the demon race's great emperors, someone from the human race's camp would have to become an emperor. Lin Yuan is not the kind of person who puts his hopes on others. When he came to this world all alone, he relied on the sword in his hand to step by step to this step. His goal is to become an emperor. That requires a huge to unimaginable astronomical amount of massive experience value, as well as for the law and the comprehension of the great Tao fusion to create out of a road of their own. It is very difficult and hard and may even be a life of 9 deaths, but he will never give up. Without strength, how can you protect those you want to guard? Lin Yuan set up the ring to meet the demon kings who came over next, partly because of the anger of seeing so many people suffer. When was it the turn of the demon race to bully our human camp? On the other hand, in order to be able to save more experience value to upgrade the realm, to reduce the living force of the hostile camp demon race, to the demon race territory to cause trouble, he has long wanted to do so. Moreover, with the great elder beside them also carrying the imperial artifact Xianyu immortal boat, even in case they encountered a demon quasi-emperor ancestor awakening and striking out, they could still directly run away and be safe. However, in a moment, the black waters will arrive at a few closer to the demon king. These demon kings are accompanied by a large number of demon entourage army. The black pressure of the many demon army paved the sky to fly in the sky flags, demonic gas tumbling, smoke and dust rolling, covering the sky, bleak and lightless. Vast number of more than thousands of millions of demon army holding weapons, beating drums to support the momentum. Accompanied by groups of demons dancing, hissing and roaring, the human race suffer death of the king of the mighty. Such words. A time the scene looks like a demon heaven sent heavenly soldiers and generals over to catch people. As stormy clouds, heavy rain poured down. Cold rain sprinkled down the dome of the sky. Wow! Whoa! One man and one sword.
standing on the top of the mountain. That white figure like that in the storm floods in a lonely boat looks in danger but still, in this kind of scene looks incomparably small and firm. This scene made the human race far away from the border couldn't help but feel heartbroken when they saw it. And they couldn't help but feel worried for this human powerhouse who had penetrated deep into the demon race's territory. In particular, the cultivators guarding the borders hated to appear in this battlefield and fight side by side with that being. Lin Yuan looked at the scene of the group of demons dancing in the sky and felt that it was a bit obtrusive, so he opened his mouth and said, "Get the hell down, all of you," accompanied by the sound of this voice, as if the words follow the law. Those demon armies like dumplings from the sky directly down. Those huge incomparable black clouds are also therefore dispersed to reveal the original face of the sky. Ah! Accompanied by the strangulation of the laws of space, those demon army issued a miserable scream. Also with the fall of the gods and souls, uncountable demon bodies fell into the sea of corpses below. The mountains of blood rolled into a ball. The sky once again rained, but this time it is a waterfall of blood rain. Chapter 30, Fighting. This time the first to the four demon king at the head of a Saint realm 5 gold-winged rock, covered in gold like a glaze glittering, huge size to unfold. Just unfolding the wings are enough to rival a lake. That such as a falcon eyes greedy salivating look at the people in front of them. The Golden Rock Demon King couldn't help but think secretly, I didn't expect that there would be such a stunning beauty among the human race. If I could spring for it, wouldn't it be cool to the sky? Followed by a few Saint Realm Triple Demon King, which the Blizzard Bear Demon clan of the Blizzard Demon King is the most voluminous as a moving mountain. The bear demon holding 2 red gold mixed copper giant hammer imposing. There was also the giant wolf transformed by the Demon King of the Pale Moon Wolf clan that wasn't too much less in size, with silver white sharp rays of light wrapped around its sharp claws, and it came with its feet treading on thunder. And these demon kings were dumbfounded when they looked at the appearance of the silhouettes in front of them, and their eyes stared straight at them. The last one is the Red Bull Demon King of the Cattle Tribe, covered with precious light glittering body engraved with all kinds of mysterious patterns, holding the Tao weapon Red Lotus sword in the sky, eyes straight looking at the people in front of them, wildly swallowed saliva, said, "The world has such a so stunningly beautiful and dusty fairy. If you can kiss your favorite, as the saying goes, the peony flower under the death of a ghost is also wind flow." The demon race mainly relies on bloodline and natural aptitude to grow, do not cultivate Taoism and do not have such a concept as Taoist heart. The character is also mostly savage and ferocious flighty, so in the face of the charm emanating from the Taiyin divine body did not resist at all. The violent and greedy bloodline nature of the demon race makes these demon kings not speak of manners, morals, and shame as human cultivators do, and will only stir up their desire to plunder. These demon kings were so mesmerized that they completely forgot about the anger they felt when they came before, and even the fall of the demon army that followed them around didn't attract their attention. Those demon generals and demon soldiers are dead. They are cannon fodder brought out mainly for the sake of rehearsal, with their saints' powerful strength and noble identity as long as they want to recruit. More than one demon tribe wants to rely on. How is it that you few mongrel saints came first? Not even a late saint realm. Lin Yuan said with a somewhat disappointed shake of the head as he looked at these few demon kings. His face darkened when he heard those words from the Red Bull Demon King. Which pot is not a pot? Ever since the female costume there have been many male cultivators trying to pursue him, which made Lin Yuan, who was a straight male, feel annoyed. He hated it when a man looked at him with such drooling eyes and said such things, and a male demon couldn't be even more damned. In his previous life, these foreigners saw him as if they saw the god of killers, either desperately killing or scared to flee in fear, can run as fast as possible, which there are still demon kings dare not know how to die to molest him? Hidden in the void of the great elder Gu Mangsing is also frowning tightly, face is not good. This cattle demon clan dares to disrespect his highness, really damned. Her mind moved according to the bloodline on the Red Bull Demon King to trace the melon. Under the surge of divine power, all the Red Bull bloodline of the demon race to perish, whether it is in the demon race territory of the place or in the sneak into the human race territory to plunder the bull demon through the soul, not into the cycle of reincarnation. Come to die. Lin Yuan struck. He raised his hand and swung out with a palm. The supreme level Dao Law Mountain River Seal surged as if it was a godly mountain that suppressed the 10,000 miles of beautiful mountains and rivers unfolded like a picture scroll. The mountains and valleys show the majesty and magnificence of the peaks and peaks of the road, not all the vicissitudes of time, which has a pale pine and cypress, vine and ancient trees, and the blue waves. The river flows endlessly, flying beads, waterfalls, long river. Not only that, you can also see the lively fireworks, bustling city scene. You can also see the vicissitudes of the dynasty changes, the chaos of the beacon fire and smoke, spring and autumn, cold and summer, the masses. The history of the iteration of the many images contained in the picture also emerged one by one. It is true that the steep mountain hides thousands of generations, and the quiet forest hides the sorrows and joys of separation. the sky and the earth are vast and grand. And the ancient and modern times are marvelous. In the face of a consummate level supreme law, the Red Bull Demon King revealed a horrified expression. And several other demon kings also screamed out in shock. Surprisingly, it's a supreme law. And it's also this kind of supreme law that is cast at will at the consummate level. It's simply unbelievable. Isn't it true that only an existence such as an exalt can perform the supreme law? How is it that a human saint can? This person must be a tens of thousands of years rarely come out of the human race's absolute heavenly pride. This kind of talent is really terrifying. The Red Bull Demon King is in danger. Now the head of the sky sweeping over the 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers map. The Red Bull Demon King only felt that the death omen star appeared. His body like falling into an ice cave. It has not cared about what to say more words to perform the 36 times mixed heavenly flame blade technique. The entire body quickly became as large as an ancient giant. Standing on the ground. Stepping on the ground appeared two deep bottomless sinkholes. That knife waving impermeable as rainstorm pear flower. Speed swift and fierce in the air to bring out hundreds of tornadoes to the distance. A blazing and demonic red lotus karmic flame streaked across the sky along with a sky full of saber intent. And even the domain of the laws of fire was fully unfolded. And the entire black waters was transformed into a sea of magma and fire. This scene let the Golden Winged Demon King also some surprise. Unexpectedly this head of Red Bull Demon King surprisingly hidden so deep. The fire law perception surprisingly to the fifth can unfold the field stage. Saint 3 Red Bull Demon King by virtue of the power of the field can be comparable to Saint 4 or 5 Heaven Strong Man. However, the Red Bull Demon King all this resistance and struggle is futile. With that a sky-hiding palm print fell. The whole huge demon body is fell into the five-fingered mountain palm China, became incomparably small, and finally directly be shot into the meat and mud soul flew away. The fire law domain unfolded by the Red Bull Demon King was crushed by the five elements law domain contained in the mountain river seal and directly shattered. And the rolling lava volcano that was originally flowing was also extinguished. Not only that, as Lin Yuan's magic power was fully utilized to execute the Supreme Law Mountain River seal the scroll that was transformed into swept towards the other several demon kings. The most voluminous blizzard demon king simply couldn't escape in time, and could only harden his shoulders to display his innate divine ability Ice Storm, only to see snowflakes flying. The sky and the earth were pale and silver. And the ice domain unfolded millions of miles of glacier and snowy domains were also engulfed by the mountain and river scrolls. In one night, the blizzard demon king fell. Seeing this pale moon wolf king also show its life divine ability dark moon shadow, body shape into millions of black shadow in all directions to escape. Each figure looks so lifelike, hard to distinguish between the real and the fake. That recluse speed is as fast as the speed of light. However, it should not have been in front of Lin Yuan, whose spatial law attainments are many times deeper than his. To display the recluse aptitude, which is undoubtedly a fool's errand and seeks its own death. Sure enough, the Tsangyu Wolf King's main body had just flown out not long before it crashed into the spatial barrier, and this spatial domain was sealed by Lin Yuan, and then the Tsangyu Wolf King was also crushed and fell by the mountain river seal, and his blood fell like rain. The Golden Winged Demon King who witnessed all of this was chilled to the bone, and did not hesitate to burn up his essence blood to perform his innate talent of void transient, all at once, shifted to 10 million miles away, which evaded the attack of the Supreme Law. The Golden Winged Rock was pale and relieved and said in shock, "This must be a conspiracy and trap set up by the human race. How could there be such a terrifying human pride?" The five elemental laws had unexpectedly comprehended to such an extent that it was about to open up a world cave. Plus that perfection level Supreme Law, the spatial laws sense that was able to block off space. This is also too terrible. Those three demons are completely dead. If not for this seat's quick escape, I am afraid that I will also perish on the spot. No, I'm going to inform the other saints that they can't go over there. At this time, a brilliant and bright dreamlike sword light traversed through space and directly fell down, like an endless starry river shining brilliantly, containing the supremacy of the vast universe. It was a sword light that could not be described in words, and it was also the most powerful attack that the Golden Winged Demon King had ever seen in his life. Even if the Golden Winged Rock show the body of millions of golden feathers to form a storm defense, as the Golden Winged Rock clan's royal bloodline, it has taken a lot of heavenly treasures to get a lot of chances to evolve the bloodline. The physical body is very powerful. The strength of each piece of feathers can be comparable to the Taoist artifacts. But even so, the Golden Winged Demon King still fell dead under this sword. Thus before it couldn't help but think that it didn't expect that this human powerhouse's strongest was not the Supreme Law, but the Sword Law. Under a single sword, the Saint 5th level Golden Winged Demon King directly fell. Lin Yuan on this side looked at the dozen or so saints arriving one after another behind him and said with a raised eyebrow, "One by one is too slow. I'm in a hurry, so you all go together." Chapter 31 Blockade. It's too slow to come one at a time. He'll have to fight 10
Lin Yuan wanted to fight quickly and kill as many demon kings as he could before the demon venerable one stepped in.
Killing one more head would be an earning. The space here is too small. Let's go fight in the stars. If you guys are scared, you don't have to follow us. Lin Yuan opened his mouth and said, "It is the life and death realm of the mighty realm that can easily do the crossing of the stars and picking the stars and taking the moon. The all-out battle of the Saint realm, which was thousands and thousands of times more powerful than the life and death realm, would only be even more terrifying, capable of breaking the void and shattering the stars. If it is not the rules within the continent of Kyushu special for the cultivator's strength to play a great limitation, the higher the realm the greater the limitation. Before Lin Yuan and several demon kings battle noise must be more than 100 times bigger. Put in the universe star fighting has long been shattered don't know how many planets, but now that so many saints had gathered, a fight would definitely break the continental plate, and the living beings in this area would be annihilated with it. If it was only this region of the demon race that suffered as a result, Lin Yuan would only clap his hands and applaud. But this area also included the border defense areas of several continents of the human race, so this fight still had to go to the stars. Lin Yuan didn't want the fight to spread to the human race. This side of the demon race saints obviously more do not want to start a war in the demon race territory. This if the demon race base camp fight up most of the death as their demon race Moreover, their caves and clans are still here, they are even more afraid to do it easily. And with such a large piece of the demon clan's territory destroyed, it would definitely be asked for punishment by the demon exalted. And the unlucky ones would be these demon kings of theirs. After Lin Yuan finished speaking, he opened a space door in the legacy of the void that transported the universe and stars, stepped into it and disappeared. Now this human race even many want to go to the starry sky to fight. This is to let the angry demon king's heart relieved cursing. Humph. Wanting to single-handedly take on a dozen of us demon kings by yourself. You really ate the bear's heart and leopard's gall and are too arrogant. Who would be afraid of a mere human race like you? This seat will go to the stars to fight you. With so many of us demon kings, dealing with a single human is not a handful. Today is this person's time to die. All of you are also too unsympathetic. This seat has never seen such a beautiful fairy. It is better to let this seat come. Let's hurry up and follow, lest we let that human saint underestimate us. The many Saint Realm demon kings pursued Lin Yuan to leave behind the spatial teleportation portal to enter. They are not worried that this is a trap set by the human race. In the opinion of these demon kings, with so many saints here, what trap can't be broken? The starry sky was vast and expansive. Lin Yuan looked around at the demon kings that had come this time. The ones that needed the most attention were those few late Saint Realm demon kings. The others were not enough to worry about. The highest realm is the Saint Realm of the 8th level of the poor demon king, covered in black as deep as the night, like a windy tiger and leopard stretching a huge incomparable feather wings, hair rooted up as sharp as steel needles, appearing to be ferocious abnormal. As a heaven's remarkable saint of the Poor Chi clan who had inherited the bloodline of the ancient beast Poor Chi, he also carried multiple Dao artifacts and a lower-grade supreme artifact on his body, exerting a strength that was even stronger than that of an ordinary Saint 9. The other one was a Saint Realm 7th level mythical beast demon king, covered in gold like a huge coiled lion king, clad in golden locks armor, covered in rolling clouds of smoke. Because it had the bloodline of an ancient ferocious beast, so the mythical beast demon king's strength far exceeded that of a saint in the same realm, and could exert the strength of the 8th level of the Saint Realm, which the highest realm demon kings were not saying a word, holding their own identity and not willing to stay with these demon kings whose bloodline realms were inferior to theirs, and no saints dared to approach next to the two demons. Previously, a sage 4th level demon king wanted to get close to him only to be rebuked by the mythical beast demon king. Get out! Then the demon king was bounced off and left with a gray head, and the other demon kings didn't dare to approach when they saw this. As for why no Saint 9 demon kings had come over this time, it was because these demon kings were either in closed-door cultivation or exploring the secret realm to seek that glimmer of opportunity to break through to Exalted, against a human saint who had set up a ring to provoke the demon race. The Sacred Realm 9 demon kings didn't have the time or interest to come over. Among the others several Saint Realm 7th level demon kings. The Tang Snake Demon King's gaze was the most hateful and angry because the Black Water Snake Demon clan that had died earlier was also a large clan of their Snake Demon clan. How could being a saint of the Snake clan not be heartbroken and angry? So it came to take revenge at the first opportunity, questioning the human race in front of it. It is you, this human child, who killed my snake race saint. This day, this seat will definitely capture you and torture you so that you will not be able to beg for life or death. Stinking mud skipper, don't snatch the prey from this seat. This person is the prey I have my eye on. As for the Compass Eagle Demon King, he narrowed his eyes and watched the people in front of him as if sizing up a good prey and opened his mouth to interrupt. This head is like a falcon and like a beast with long horns on its head. The monster is excited to be able to emit a cry similar to a baby's cry. Obviously very excited and full of bloodthirsty impulse. The Pillsbury Demon King was acting as a peacemaker and let out an unpleasant and ear-splitting laugh. He said, "Don't be anxious, two Demon Kings, this human saint is already our dish. Sooner or later it will enter our bellies. Why fight over it?" However, the words of the Pillsbury Demon King had not yet finished. Lin Yuan had already made his move, dealing with the enemy first. He took out a top-grade supreme artifact Void Ancient Mirror, which was inscribed with countless subtle patterns, appearing ancient and atmospheric, with the interweaving of Tao and reason containing endless creations, accompanied by a constant influx of mana to catalyze it. At that moment, the ancient mirror in the void was full of precious light, with 1,000 streaks of auspicious chi, 10,000 paths of haze, many auspicious clouds, flying feathers and streams of light, releasing an infinite amount of light in the void, illuminating the entire cosmic starry sky. The original 6 weight of the Space Law Enlightenment degree with the top-grade supreme weapon exerts the enchantment to play the degree of the 9 weight perfect level, along with the spatial laws forming a chain emitting divine light. This starry sky was completely blocked off. Now all of these Saint Realm Demon Kings were trapped here, and none of them were spatial law initiates, because the laws of space were simply too difficult, 10 times more difficult to comprehend than other laws. Originally, the demon race is better at physical combat, relying on the bloodline and natural aptitude. Enlightenment was not a strong point. Comprehension of the law is mainly dependent on the bloodline feed and rely on time to pile up. It is even more unlikely to comprehend the legendary law of space, unless a demon exalt who had comprehended the laws of space made a move to break this prohibition. The demon kings present obviously also quickly realized this matter. Their faces changed. Even the highest realm of the poor devil king's face was gloomy because it knew that even if it exerted the lower grade supreme artifact it had brought with it, there was no way to break through the spatial seals and leave. This piece of starfield was like turning into a huge and incomparable cage, trapping these Saint Realm Demon Kings unable to get out. At this time, Lin Yuan's domain was fully open, and the power of the laws surged like an infinite ocean tide sweeping in all directions, enveloping everything in sight and within reach. Thousands of stars that shone brightly with incomparable splendor surrounded the white-clothed figure, like the Lord of the Stars, innately divine. All the Demon Kings saw this scene heart-surfaced a bad feeling, accompanied by the voice sounded even more so that the spine of the demons chilled. Now you won't be able to run away. Chapter 32, The Leaving Fire. Finish off this human saint and grab the supreme artifact on his body. That's a supreme artifact. How can a mere human race possess such a heavy treasure? A Saint Realm 5 Golden Lion Demon King eyes flashed with greed to take the lead. That is only the supreme artifacts can only be possessed by Demon Zune, but also extremely rare supreme artifacts containing spatial laws. Its value is incalculable. Just see the Golden Lion Demon King perform aptitude size Rui. The whole body becomes as huge as the golden sun, like a meteor across the starry sky, instantly bullying and open the bloody mouth, like swallowing the sky and eating the earth. Ancient beast wants to swallow everything in one bite. That's right, take out this person and we can still get out. Other Demon Kings also reacted. Facing the temptation of heavy treasures made some Demon Kings put the uneasiness of their hearts behind them, and these Sacred Realm 4 or 5 level Demon Kings rushed forward regardless of everything. Those few late Saint Realm Demon Kings trusted their intuition even more and didn't act rashly, preparing for these Demon Kings to probe the bottom of this human saint first. Among them, the one who attacked the most swiftly was a Sacred Realm 6th level Vermilion Loath Demon King. This demon, white head and bare feet clad in armor made of basalt iron and gold, holding a long stick, dancing with tiger-like power. Demonic gas in the sky and black smoke rolls like a world-defying demon lord. The divine ability it performed was the art of carrying the mountain to catch the moon, and in its hand, it held up the lofty and huge ancient divine mountain, and a bright moon shone in the firmament spreading a clear light. The laws of earth and the laws of water mirrored each other to form an ocean as vast and infinite as a vast and infinite ocean, stirring up endless ripples in the cosmic void. Claptrap. Whoa, 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 whoa. Even in the void, the power of the laws of water forming the sea was still able to make sounds. Wherever it passed inhaled hundreds of huge stars and countless meteorites, coalescing into thousands of mountains and ravines, becoming part of this ancient divine mountain, and its might became more and more astounding. Even the other Demon Kings didn't dare to get too close lest they be affected. At once the scene of demonic gas rolling like a tidal wave covering the surrounding starry sky. The wind is soughing, dark, black fog, vast, nowhere, as if the catastrophe is coming. The catastrophe is approaching. However, that fairy in the middle of the universe, whose white clothes are snowy and magnificent, is still light and breezy, and she only waved her sleeves, just like the flowing clouds in the mountains and the breeze in the forest. A lotus flower that sank and floated in the chaotic gas containing endless Tao rhythms blossomed, as if it were a lotus plant in the green sky of the ancient times. Mysterious and mysterious, the sound of the great Tao, and the gate of all the wonders. This is the avatar flower blossom that blossoms in a moment. All laws are untainted. and all evils are repelled. Those mighty huge shocking horror amazing many attacks fell into this blooming lotus, was blocked by the protective divine light. Surprisingly even a petal did not break. As falling burning meteor shower fell into the sea ocean general, even the lofty towering invisible end of the ancient divine mountain cannot break this green lotus, was blocked outside not to inch. A time the mountain shook, the ground shook, the earth law condensed mountain shattered to make a sound resounded through the stars and rivers. Rumble, rumble, accompanied by the collapse of the divine mountain. The pillars of the sky toppled, the bright moon shattered, and the sea flooded. This scene fell into the eyes of the crowd of demon kings, revealing horrified expressions of disbelief. Impossible! How could there be this kind of divine ability? What kind of spell aptitude is this? It's just unbelievable and appalling. So many of us saints have attacked this human race together, but we haven't even broken this damned protective divine light. I seem to have once heard rumors of this divine ability. Legend has it that this divine ability can be inviolable to all laws when it is performed. And the difficulty of learning it is so great that it is very difficult for many Zunjiang-level powerhouses to learn it. What should we do about this? How do I break this defensive divine ability of this human race? Just as the demons were about to think about how to break the avatar flower blossom moment. At this time, Lin Yuan's hand pinched the magic trick to perform the supreme law Nanming Li Huanak. A bit of vermilion sand seal between the eyebrows appeared. The whole person from the inside out exudes a kind of supreme divine noble temperament, accompanied by a cry that was as thrilling as a great bell. The sound made the saints present feel their souls vibrate, and the stars and rivers shook and flickered with light. The monstrous sea of fire descended into the boundless. A beautiful golden lotus was born, accompanied by the vision of planting a golden lotus in the fire. And the haze was as colorful as a heavenly mountain Yaoqi. A vermilion bird that was as red as blood and as extraordinary as a god descended into the world. Each feather like a silk woven from clouds and haze, as brilliant as streams of light, limp, with its plumes burning and reflecting the long red sky. The sunlight reflects on the sky, and the vermilion bird descends to the world. The flames of the fire will unfold, and the heart of the people will suppress the evils. The fire burns out the evil in the world and protects the people for thousands of years. The dance of the fly dazzles the four directions, and the sound is like a bell rock that shakes the stars. All of the demon kings present changed greatly in color. They all felt a suppression from the gap in their bloodline, and their power play was suppressed. And what was originally 10% of their strength could now only be played up to 70 or 80%. Lin Yuan, who had once refined a drop of the divine beast vermilion bird's essence blood, performed the supreme law to condense the vermilion bird law even more divinely extraordinary compared to other people's performances. The phantom also contained the power of the vermilion bird's original bloodline, and was not just a mere law void. Therefore, the vermilion bird Dharma phase has an innate power to suppress these demon kings with impure bloodlines. The demon race valued bloodline the most. And normally these saint demon kings would only release a trace of their bloodline's power for demon races whose bloodlines and realms were inferior to theirs, which would be enough to make them kneel down. Now that these demon kings were facing the pressure of the divine beast vermilion bird, even if it was less than 1/10,000th of the pressure of a true divine beast, it was enough to make their bodies tremble and their legs quake. Just see the vermilion bird god bird spread its wings and soar towards all the demon kings, that wherever it goes, a pure white Nanmingli fire is like a death god coming down. The nearest golden lion demon king dipped at a southern bright away from the fire as if encountering a nemesis, immediately issued a miserable screams repeatedly. The whole as the golden sun general huge hot body at the moment also really turned into a big burning fireball, along with the golden lion demon king rolling around in pain and finally turned into ashes in the fire, but also burned around several stars because of the golden lion demon king struggling stained with the flame together with the ashes. Run! This is the supreme law Nanmingli fire technique. To be able to cast such a terrifying vermilion bird phantasm at the Sate realm, where did this absolute pride of the human race emerge from? No! This seat has lived for so long and fought so many times, how could it fall here? Vermilion loathsome demon king is also threw down the hands of the mountain to run away at great speed. However, was still passing by the vermilion bird god bird spread its wings a fan. A wave of fire came to wrap its package immediately issued a scream of God's soul is extinguished. Then the other 6 or 7 sacred realm 4th or 5th level demon kings who were besieging also fell together and turned into ashes in the sea of fire, leaving only the storage bag and the Tao artifacts on their bodies floating on top of the burning sea of fire. The most miserable Xian turtle demon king of the 4th level of the sacred realm that died. This Xian turtle tried to use the treasure 3 light divine water that he brought with him to meet his urgent needs. As a result, the shell was saved, but the turtle body and soul were burned alive by the Nanming fire, as if suffering from the lingering pain. The rest of the demon saints scared which dared to stay more, turned to run and shouted, that also care about what the face of the saints. Each show of magical powers have fled towards the distant void. Even a few late Saint realm demon kings were gloomy and dark.
protecting the other demon kings behind them and running faster than one another. In particular, the mythical beast Demon King exerted its natural aptitude of vertical earth golden light to transform into a golden rainbow, spanning across the starfield all the way to the end of the space blockade before he had to stop. These demon kings now sort of understood why Lin Yuan had blocked the void earlier. The purpose is to leave them all behind to be buried here. Ha! Chapter 33, Avatar. The mythical demon king turned around and shouted at the fleeing demon kings behind him. Don't run away. Here space blockade is not we can break open. All of you take out some real skill bottom card. Only to kill this human strongman you have a line of life. After saying that, the mythical beast demon king then exerted his divine ability to call out the wind and summon the rain, summoning the heavenly astral divine wind of the 33 heavens, and inviting the weak water of the heavenly river which is untainted by the touch of mortals and is deathly. Just see a heavenly river vast and immense boundless rushing unceasingly flow in the sky above, like a brilliant white flawless jade belt, separated the monstrous Nanmingli fire, along with the heavenly dipper divine wind and the weak water together. It eased the attack of the sea of roaring fire brought about by the vermilion bird Dharma phase, accompanied by the cries of the god bird. The fire became more and more ferocious and surging up burning the rolling weak water, and the pressure increased greatly. This seed has also come to help you. The poor demon king shouted and then executed the divine ability to return the wind back to the fire, accompanied by the powerful and incomparable mana of the 8th level of the sacred realm to push this heavenly deity divine ability. The momentum was majestic and incomparable, and it hardened the sea of fire from the south brightening flame and pushed it back to the distance of 100 feet. 2 of the top divine abilities in one fell swoop saved the demon kings from the perilous situation of being surrounded by a sea of fire, being fended off by 2 powerful demon kings of the late Saint realm who possessed the bloodline of an ancient ferocious beast in the late Saint realm. Even the vermilion bird Dharma phase transformed by the supreme law Nanming departure flame skill appeared to be a bit shriveled at the moment, and the colors of its feathers dimmed by a few points. The Tang Snake Demon King saw this great opportunity to utilize its natural aptitude to soar up the clouds and fog. It opened its mouth and spat out. A green aura transformed into a white rainbow that crossed the heavenly river and the sea of fire to cross the starry river and directly attacked Lin Yuan. That was the natural spell of the Tang Snake clan, capable of consuming physical strength and mana, and even essence and blood lifespan to spell the enemy. This invisible, faceless attack. It was even the protective divine light that was often difficult to resist, as it was a curse that targeted the soul. The curse would take effect once it was known where the green-on flickering curse soul nail had landed on Lin Yuan. The Tang Snake Demon King's face was pale and dead as he stared in Lin Yuan's direction. His body was weak at the moment. In order to cast this spell he had used up most of his heart's essence and blood and had taken 500 years of his life. So this curse will surely kill the late Saint realm once it hits. No matter how strong your Dao aptitude is, you're just a mere second level of the Saint realm. If such a demonic and powerful human pride dies in my hands, there will be a great reward when I return to the clan. Thinking this way, the Tang Snake Demon King couldn't help but narrow his eyes. It could already imagine the scene of returning to the clan to be rewarded by the Demon Father, and couldn't help but feel more and more excited and expectant. Then the Tang Snake Demon King as well as the other Demon Kings saw a scene that made them dumbfounded and skeptical, only to see that white clothes like snow magnificent figure. The body's aura rose again and again, just like the sectional uprooting of the heavenly tree straight into the clouds and haze. That realm was also rising. From the original Holy Realm Second Heaven, it instantly broke through to the Holy Realm Third Heaven, and it was still rapidly climbing upwards until the Holy Realm Fourth Heavenly Intermediate, which was only stopped. Lin Yuan used up the experience value he gained from killing over a dozen Saint Realm Demon Kings this time, and within those demon clans he killed there were many Saint Realm Fifth Heavenly and Sixth Heavenly Demon Kings among them. However, these experiences were only able to allow him to ascend 2 realms, thus showing the amount of experience needed for realm breakthroughs. The reason why he made a breakthrough to raise his realm on the verge was to solve these demon kings faster, and this time, making such a big commotion should soon alarm the demon elder, quickly and without delay. Impossible. How could someone be able to break through 2 Saint Realm Second Heavens in a row? This human celestial pride soul breath is so young. How could he have the time to accumulate the reserves to break through 2 realms? This is absolutely impossible. The heavenly Tao is unjust. This seed only breaks through a realm in a few thousand years, and this human celestial pride even managed to break through on the verge. Kill this human celestial pride. If this person is not removed in the future he will be a great danger to my demon clan. These remaining demon kings saw this scene and their eyes were so red with jealousy that their minds were almost twisted. If they had a Tao heart, it must be about to collapse at this moment. In particular, the Tang Snake Demon King gritted his teeth and said, even if you were able to break through 2 realms, so what if you haven't reached the 7th level of the Saint realm? Being hit will surely kill you. The Compass Eagle Demon King on this side saw that this was a good opportunity. If it could snatch the credit for killing this human race's heavenly pride, then it was expected to break the boundary in the future. The compass eagle demon king's feathered wings emitted a cold, black, ink-like ebony light, and the runes inscribed on his body vaguely flowed with light. Each feather is as sharp as a sword and quenched with poison, which can erode the human soul and is very overbearing and poisonous. The feathers transformed into thousands of sharp weapons that attacked towards that white-clothed figure in the sky. The nearby Pillsbury Demon King reacted even faster than the compassionate Eagle Demon King, who had advised the two Demon Kings not to argue before, but ended up jumping ahead of them when they really made a move. The Pillsbury Demon King offered a superb Dao weapon bronze tripod, on which were inscribed birds, beasts, insects, fish, flowers, plants and trees. It is a very ancient and vicissitudes of life. At this moment, this bronze tripod flashes emerald green light of the law. From large to small, from the original several meters high, quickly became incomparably huge, covering the sky canopy general shroud down. These are returned to you. This side of Ling Yuan reached out and pointed toward the void. The whole piece of the stars and rivers of light, the space and the tremor issued a buzz, accompanied by the flow of the power of the law, only to see the 7 stars of the Big Dipper shine brightly, the heavenly pivot shaking the light of the distant Yu Hong Kai Yang reflecting the dome of the sky. The avatar moves the stars. The Tang Snake Demon King only felt a burst of heavenly whirlwind in front of his eyes. Originally belonging to the Compass Eagle Demon King's feather attack landed on its body, suddenly skin and flesh. That can erode the soul of the poison quickly defiled its flesh and blood, and also rapidly expanding the contamination of the soul. The originally weak Tang Snake Demon King was attacked by this, which still have a chance to live, and also fell on the spot. No, this seat doesn't want to die yet. The spell cast by the Tang Snake Demon King also landed on the Demon King of the Compassionate Eagle, and the curse took effect. And this Demon King, who had done so much evil in his life and had caused so much harm to so many people, only had time to let out a scream and wail, and then he had no breath to fall down on the spot. This side, the Pillsbury Demon King panicked. It didn't expect this scene to happen. The Pillsbury Pills is a great tool that has been used for a long time, but it has been used for a long time, and it has been used for a long time, and it has been used for a long time, and it has been used for a long time, and it has been used for a long time, and it has been used for a long time, and it has been used for a long time, and it has been used for a long time. This behavior is as if to say that this tripod is good and is now mine. The human saint's finger had pierced through the void and crushed the entire body and soul of the Pillsbury Demon King, and the spatial torrents of killing swept in and engulfed him in oblivion. In just a moment, 3 late Saint Realm Demon Kings fell on the spot. This makes the last 2 remaining Demon Kings in a horrified mood and very bad at the same time. Especially Lin Yuan looked at them as if he was looking at a slaughtered lamb, as if to say, these Demon Kings are dead. It's your turn. Chapter 34, Sword Intent. At this moment, the 2 remaining late Saint Realm Demon Kings in the field were both very ugly and gloomy as water. Always only their demon race regarded the human race as prey. There has never been a human race this kind of eyes to see them, as if looking at the fish meat on the chopping board, which makes the 2 Demon Kings' heart more and more annoyed and angry, incomparable. Human race heavenly pride. I admit that you are very strong, but we also have cards. Who lives and who dies in a real fight? The winner is not yet known. Don't be too proud and arrogant. There is no one else in sight. The poor Demon King roared and roared, sounding like a thunderbolt exploding in the starry sky, shattering a meteorite into rain. These words sounded a bit odd to Lin Yuan's expression. There is no one in sight, but you are all demons. Where are the people? If it was a human race, he would have looked at it a few more times. My clan's honored ones will soon arrive here. You're only one person, and that's when you'll die. Mythical Beast Demon King also quickly reacted and said in a cold voice, in its view, as long as they join hands to drag down this human race's heavenly pride, waiting for the Demon Zune to arrive, this human race will definitely die. And if it is to exert the bottom card, may not be unable to kill this human race absolute pride. With this human race shocking talent and potential, if it is killed, that is a great credit. Thinking this way, Mythical Demon King's gaze became greedy, deciding to use his bottom card. The 2 Demon Kings had quite some status in the clan. The bloodline was also more rejuvenated, as could be seen from the fact that they both had supreme artifacts with them. In particular, the Mythical Beast Demon King was also a renowned heavenly pride of the demon race 1,000 years ago, killing an unknown number of human race cultivators, and was expected to become a demon exalt. The Porchi Demon King displayed his innate talent of swallowing the heavens and eating the earth, only to see his entire body transformed into something like a huge and incomparable continent, and by spreading out his wings, he was able to directly shatter hundreds and thousands of stars wherever he passed by. There was also the Saint Grade Upper Grade Merit Technique Great Sun Indestructible Body. This technique was capable of transforming into a great sun to burn out the void, only to see the continent that the poor Demon King had transformed into 10 black suns scorching the surrounding stars and rivers. and space seemed to roll and twist as if it had been burned by such terrifying temperatures. The stars around them were ignited and then turned into ashes one after another. This great sun indestructible body would quickly recover even if it destroyed a few of those suns. Just like immortality. Sure enough, the only way to destroy all the black suns is to completely destroy all of them at the same time. And destroying all of them is very difficult. Not only that, Poor Chi also took out the Supreme Artifact 5-Fire Xianyan gun to perform a set of Holy Great Extreme Gun Law. Only to see the gun out like a dragon. The Law of Wind and the Law of Wood surging. There are hundreds of dragons roaring with tornadoes rampaging across. Next to him, the mythical beast Demon King also took out his bottom card. The top grade Supreme Artifact Purple Jade Falling Cloud Bell bestowed by the clan's venerable master. In the front, as if it was carved out of purple jade, crystalline and translucent, emanating a majestic and incomparable aura. This was a replica of the rumored Supreme Imperial weapon, the Falling Phoenix Bell. As soon as the legendary Falling Phoenix Bell was struck, a divine phoenix would fall, and blood would rain down as the heavens cried. Although this top purple jade sunset bell was a replica, its power was terrifyingly incomparable. With the strength of the mythical beast Demon King's 7th level of the Saint Realm simply couldn't play its full role, usually only able to catalyze 20% of its power. But it was also enough to shock to death the ordinary late stage of the Saint Realm. This was because the Supreme Artifact itself was actually a weapon of the Exalted, and only the Celestial Exalted Realm was able to utilize its full efficacy. Now the mythical beast Demon King burned up all the body essence blood, and even the secret method of burning life force can play out about 70% to 80% of the power of this clock. Only to see the mythical beast Demon King ringing this top purple jade sunset bell, at once a vast and ethereal sacred and incomparable bell sound in the universe. Each bell echo was comparable to a peak Saint Realm limit powerhouse striking out with full force. Knock knock. Knock knock knock. 18 consecutive bells echoed, equivalent to 18 peak Saint Realm extreme powerhouses attacking at the same time. One sound more than the other, shaking the heavens and earth with astonishing power. The entire starry sky trembled. At this time Lin Yuan out of the sword. This sword out will see the beginning of Hongmeng chaos open. The creation of the beginning of all things. Yin and Yang differentiation of the birth of the 2 meters. The flow of the 5 elements to set the world. As the verse has it, the things of the Qiankuan and the Kuan are one and the same. And the interpretation of the infinite is in the midst of them. The supreme truth of the Tao gives birth to 10,000 phases. And the rules of the mystery come out of nature. Yin and Yang rotate to see the righteousness. And the sun and moon shuttle to have a track of mystery. This was his sword intent. Tai Chu's sword intent. The beginning of the unity, creates all things. As mentioned in Lai Zi Tian Rui, the beginning is the beginning of Qi. Chapter 35, Beheading. This sword seemed to contain an infinite number of mysterious supremacy. Incredibly fast, only to see the white rainbow crossing the sun. Being hit by the poor Demon King to perform the great sun, immortal body transformed into 10 rounds of black sun instantly shattered. The broken body as a falling giant whale generally fell into the star sea. Broken wings like hanging sky wings. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Like a volcano eruption, magma surged like blood scattered in the void as a waterfall. That drop of black and gold blood emitted a burning breath fell on the meteorite. Instantly more than a multitude of fireballs. Even the Supreme Artifact 5 Flame Xianyan gun that he was holding was lifted off by the aftermath of the attack and fell in the distance. And its light also became dim. With a single sword fall, the Saint Realm 8th Heavenly Poor Demon King fell. This sword intent continued to move forward as the sword light split into thousands of sword rains, directly destroying the 18 attacks at the peak limit of the Saint Realm that the mythical beast Demon King had previously activated the purple jade fallen cloud bell to form. Crackle! Then I heard the wail from the purple jade sunset bell that had suffered a backlash, and the Supreme Artifact Spirituality Extraordinary suffered a heavy blow and fell into silence. The densely packed and overwhelming sword awnings were like 10,000 swords heading towards the distance. Accompanied by the sword there are many god body vision appeared in the whole piece of the Star River. There is the purple gas to the east 30,000 miles, embroidered mountains and rivers, chaotic species of green lotus, the sea and so on, a time of colorful thousands of clouds surging, auspicious clouds like a lotus flower. There is a great sound resonating through the void, majestic as if the heavens opened up the earth. The Tai Cho's sword intent, invulnerable and sharp, pointed directly at the mythical beast Demon King with the majestic aura of God blocking God and Buddha blocking Buddha. At this moment, because of the burning of the essence blood, the mythical beast Demon King was so weak that he fled towards the distance in panic. Regardless of the cost, he performed the secret method of life burning and utilized the heavenly rock treasure technique to turn into an aurora borealis and fled towards the distance. The sky rock treasure art of the Rock clan had always been synonymous with extreme speed amongst the Demon clan. However, in the overwhelming sweeping all the sword rain shrouded range, all the escape is futile, which makes the mythical beast Demon King those full of unwillingness, struggle and fear at the same time in the heart.
When did the human race produce another sword immortal? If I had known that this human saint was so powerful, I would have hid far away and not come to get into this mess. And I would not have come over just because I should have gotten the human saint's blood and flesh. Why did that damned Blackwater Demon King provoke such a powerful human celestial? That loach really deserved to die. Running to the human race territory to break through and come back early is not good. As a result, he ate millions of people and attracted the revenge of the killing star of the human race. Although he was complaining so much, if he were to be the mythical beast Demon King, he would definitely have to eat tens of millions of people to celebrate such a happy event as a breakthrough in the human race's territory. It couldn't be blocked at all, even if it was a rare pride of the demon race for thousands of years. And even more so, it was the royal bloodline of the mythical Gaibeast clan, and had many treasures to defend itself. There was nothing it could do in the face of this attack. Though already sacrificed all the defense weapon in the face of these sword rain as thin as paper, General Fragile have broken. Watching the sword rain fall and the perishable mythical beast Demon King is about to despair. At this time in the starry sky appeared an incomparably large hand like a large shadow of the sky, like a god or devil in the world. The pressure is terrible. Countless living beings from the palm of the world emerges like a pilgrimage to the living, which is far away in the continent of the 9 states of the demon Zune shot out of the sky. This terrifying sky-covering palm, which was somewhat illusory as if it was real, just blocked in front of the mythical beast Demon King. This palm even refined a dozen small thousand worlds of living beings' flesh and soul. Those who are like puppets to manipulate the general living beings' human race to have the demon race and other races have expressions of indifference to recite the scriptures. Then only a loud cry full of anger could be heard coming from an incomparably distant place, and the void was shaken and disturbed by it. Stop! The moment that voice appeared, it was like a demonic sound that penetrated the ears, and if other saints heard it, they might have their hearts and minds shaken and their consciousness blurred. However, Lin Yuan's gaze was as electric as lightning. His will was firm, and he still did not change in the face of the demon sovereign's terrifying pressure. He pulled out a bright and splendid sword flower in his hand. Just like the falling stars on a summer night, each sword appeared to be mysterious and inexplicable and incomparably profound, and he did not know how many heavy sword chi he wielded in an instant. These long rivers of sword chi converged together to unexpectedly form a world of swords. Just see this side of the world foggy as a mirror. Clear Ling deep wells and pools. Slowly unfolding can see the mountains and ravines cage smoke and haze. The long river sunset reflecting the distant sky. Flowers like embroidered paved paths. Pale trees have sweet springs. There is the deep forest and the gurgling of the brook. There is also the village to come from the cooking smoke curls. The city of prosperity. The road in the middle of the people come and go. Especially that cloudy and misty in the beautiful city pavilions most dazzling. Only to see the jeweled buildings 100 feet high. Carved railings and painted buildings reflecting the sunshine. Flowers fly and flowers fall to find the fragrance. The moon shines on the Yaoqi reflecting the flowing water. Such a beautiful dreamlike world. Like the heavenly white jade palace. And like the sea Panglai wonderland. One could only see this world of swords blasting against each other towards the vision of the many small worlds making pilgrimages from that demon exalt's projection. Rumble, rumble. Casually the huge palm that covered the sky shattered, and the terrifying and incomparable god and devil shadow disappeared along with it. The white-clothed figure holding a long sword was like a teenage great emperor who walked out from the ancient times, with a godly posture, looking out of the corner of the eye. In an instant, the world of swords surged out like a tidal wave, completely engulfing the body of the mythical demon king at the late stage of the saint, like a vast river sweeping through everything, accompanied by that voice echoing the starry sky. Everything has been settled. You can't stop me if I want to kill. Chapter 36, Demon Dignity. The generals and many cultivators on the walls of the border defenses of the 4 continents of the human frontier also witnessed the entirety of Lin Yuan's battle. One person and one sword killed more than a dozen Saint Realm demon kings of the demon clan. Invincible in the same realm, fighting across the ranks. That is, even the demon elders' outbursts from across the air were shattered into virtual shadows. In the end, the mythical demon king couldn't believe that the demon sovereign couldn't even save it. Mighty, swarthy, bully, confident. The magnificent white-clothed figure that killed in and out of the invincible posture in the demon clan's territory was deeply imprinted in the minds of these cultivators, making their hearts boil with blood, and they could not wait to raise their voices to the sky. Demons often launch a wave of beasts to attack the border of the human race. Human cultivators, in order to protect their homes, do not know how many people sacrificed. Green mountains stained with blood, corpses all over the place, and often the demon race sneaked into the cause of many casualties on the border of the human race. The cumulative cases of blood so that they are incomparably hateful to the demon race. Previously, the demon saints sneak into the human race territory to devour tens of millions of such things happen. With the demon king back to the lair after a period of time after the demon race simply apologize for compensation perfunctory. Now there are people who are the pride of the human race for this to break into the lair of the demon race to kill tens of millions of demons to give those innocent and tragic deaths of the human race an explanation. Not only that, this human race's absolute heavenly pride also set up a ring in the demon race, singling out and slaughtering a group of demon race demon kings. To these cultivators stationed in the border cities and born borders, as long as you kill demons you are our friends. For Lin Yuan, who had killed so many demons, in the eyes of these border cultivators this was their hero. These border cultivators witnessed that wonderful and amazing battle, excitedly clenched their fists with reddened faces and murmured, "Your Highness is mighty. I want to follow your Highness and kill demons together. Ha 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 ha, painful is just too painful. Seeing so many demon race demon kings fall has never made me so happy in my life. Quickly, fast and furious, when you drink the white wine of the floating life. Congratulations to your Highness. Those demon kings of the demon clan have really messed with your Highness in their 8 lifetimes. And to be able to have the honor of seeing your Highness strike is really a great blessing in one's life. I will tell my descendants and grandchildren about this matter in the future. Your grandfather saw Her Highness the Taiyin sacred maiden striking out to slay in the demon race back in the day. The heavens have eyes. My best friend died in last month's beast tide at the hands of a 7th grade black water snake demon. Hate my strength talent is not enough to be trapped in the 5th grade. Originally thought that this life may not be able to revenge. I did not think that your Highness has destroyed the black water snake demon clan. Discussions in the crowd. There are many people with red eyes choking and crying. Many people's comrades have fallen in the human race once in the war of the demonic beast tide, and now revenge how can not be excited out of shape. Xiao Tian in the city pool also saw the scene images of Lin Yuan's battle, and the intense battle that killed the 4 directions and fought until the Star River shattered also made his blood boil, and he could not help but murmur in a low voice, "I wonder when I'll be able to fight side by side with Brother Lin." Wait a few hundred years. You kids want to fly before you've even learned to run. What daydreaming in broad daylight? The ancient sword remnant soul elder nonchalantly rolled his eyes and said as he continued to be shocked beyond measure, "Do you know what the concept is of little friend Lin's Saint Realm being able to perform a perfectly perfect level supreme law? Even many Zunas can't do it to cultivate a perfect supreme law. And the most perverse thing is that horrible primordial sword intent in that world of swords. The primordial sword intent is quite subtle that even I can't see through it. In particular, although the opening of the world of swords was now in its infancy and still needed to be perfected, it was something that the peak of a Zuni would only do when he wanted to break through to a quasi-emperor. Only by opening up a side of the world to become the creator could one better comprehend the laws of the great Tao to create one's own Tao. This is also the most difficult hurdle for the Venerable Nine to break through to the quasi-emperor. I didn't expect that little friend Lin would only be in the middle of the Saint Realm before completing this step. This talent is really admirable. The ancient great emperors were no better than this when they were young. In short, you kids still want to catch up with Lin. Little friend's pace is still far away. Less delusional. What you need to do now is to be ready to kill the experience tomorrow to go hunting demonic beasts outside the city. In the face of his teacher's cold water, Xiao Tian was not discouraged, just nodded his head firmly as he carried his heavy sword and continued to purchase supplies out of the city. Only by becoming a strong person would he be qualified to stand beside the other party. Otherwise he would only be able to look at Lin Yuan's figure from afar, just like in this battle. When the demon exalted struck, Lin Yuan used all his strength to execute the world of swords to decapitate the mythical demon king. And he didn't have the time to continue to maintain the live screen's mirror image technique that ended the screen projection. This side felt that the scene of the mythical beast demon king's fall caused the demon Zuns far away in the demon race frontier of the Kyushu continent to feel shocked and unbelievable. It didn't expect that its strike would be broken by that human saint, and that it would even kill the demon clan's heavenly pride in front of him. Although just his casual strike, and because the distance is too far apart, separated by the continent of Jojo and all the way to the depths of the universe, and the stars make the power of the strike diminished a lot. But even so, this strike should never be a district saint can resist. To know that the difference between the strength of the venerable and the saint is like a rift valley. Even a casual strike from an exalted could easily kill hundreds or thousands of late peak saint existences. To be able to block this strike and still be able to execute the world of swords, this was undoubtedly a rare geisher heavenly pride of the human race that had been born in more than 100,000 years, an existence that had stepped into the taboo sequence. Kill this person. Must kill this human race's heavenly pride. Otherwise the human race will have another paragon emperor in a few hundred years. The 9 infant demon sovereign in the faraway continent of the 9 continents had a sky-high killing intent in his heart, and at the same time, there was also anger. The anger of a saint who dared to go against it, and it had already shouted at that person to stop, but it still hadn't been able to save the mythical Gaby demon king. How many years has it been? It had been at least a few thousand years since no human or demon race had ever dared to disobey it. Thinking about it in anger, the 9 infant demon Zun stepped across the void, and a mighty and terrifying roar resounded through the depths of the Star River. Human brat, you dare to kill my demon clan's heavenly pride. This honored one will break you into pieces, die by 1,000 cuts, and beat your soul to death. Who do you want to kill, old bastard? Lin Yuan on this side saw that he couldn't fight, so he turned on his mouth output mode. He didn't even have to be afraid because the Grand Elder who was at the 9th level of the Heavenly Exaltation Realm was right next to him. If he couldn't, he could still shout, "Great Elder, help me, please." Hearing these words, the 9-infant demon sovereign was almost furious. Even the footsteps across the void stopped shouting. Tens of thousands of years no one has ever dared to insult it like this. Damned human mole cricket, how dare you insult my father? I will make sure that you live to regret what you have done today. Oh, it looks like you don't like the term weedy. So weedy repair, old den, old? Lin Yuan, a look has been red chaos back to the expression of mockery said. This side of the 9 infants demon Zun heard the original fire expression suddenly became more hideous horror full of killing intent. Cold voice said, "If you guys talk any more nonsense I'll be sure to rip your mouth off later. Pull out your tongue." The demon race's originally flying birds and beasts wet egg-born generation, called the beast. I said it is it wrong to say? If you're so eager to object, doesn't that just mean I'm right? As the saying goes, the more the enemy opposes, the more it means I'm doing the right thing. Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows and continued, "Be a high-quality player and enjoy a life of lack. As long as one has no morals, one will not be morally abducted. When dealing with foreigners, what is the need to talk about morality and etiquette? It's just a matter of cursing." The 9-infant demon sovereign over here was furious when he heard these words. Thinking of what can be mocked, he sneered and said, "Hasn't your human race always claimed to be a state of etiquette? Speaking of morality and etiquette, you human juniors are really disgracing your human race with this kind of rudeness. There is no need for morality in dealing with the foreigners. The face of the human race is killed, not spoken." Lin Yuan on this side also coldly replied, "As the saying goes, if it is not my kind, its heart will be different. How can I stop it? The only thing is to kill." Chapter 37. At this time, the 9-infant demon Zun from the continent of the 9 states stepped through the void. When that huge body like a demon god appeared in the depths of the starry sky, like a black ocean covering the sky and obscuring everything, the space was also distorted to send out bursts of buzzing and trembling up. The 9 heads hideous horror form different, huge as 9 stars of different colors. Some heads like tigers and leopards in general vicious. Some like wolves showing cruel teasing eyes as if looking at dead things in general. Some green fangs like ghosts. And that weird body, twisting like a snake, covered in scales. Chanting sounds came from the side, and those weird and mysterious demonic sounds were actually coming from within its body, showing just how many small thousand worlds it had refined and how many living beings it had buried. The 9-infant demon sovereign of the 7th level of the heavenly sovereign realm directly struck out. The reason why it had said so much before was because it wanted to find the exact location of the space that had been blocked off by the supreme artifact Void Ancient Mirror, as well as the fact that it would take a little bit of time to come over across such a long distance. Otherwise, with its always vicious character, it would have struck at the drop of a hat. Lin Yuan, on the other hand, stood in place without fear, only to see one of the heads of the 9 infant demons quickly grow larger like the ancient beasts that opened their bloody mouths to bite. There was a gust of fishy wind and a foul odor, and the black hole of the mouth was like a bottomless abyss wanting to devour everything. All the surrounding light was sucked into the mouth. All the sound was silenced, and the meteorites and stars next to it were sucked in as if they had fallen into a bottomless pit. Human brats suffer death. After this honored one swallows you, he will surely draw your soul and torture you in 100 ways to make you. 9 infants demon Zun issued a hoarse and unpleasant voice. Said eyes flowed out of the greedy salivation color. The more outstanding the talent of this human pride, that ate the effect of the better than the great medicine. Dare to touch my highness. Stinking snake, you're looking for death. A cold drink full of killing intent echoed in the void, only to see the Tianzuan realm of the 9th level of the Grand Elder Gu Mangxing walked out swinging his hand bamboo cane toward the 9 infants demon Zun head hit. The divine sun flow. The sound of the great Tao echoed, as if the god of heaven descended to the earth. Hundreds of thousands of bamboo leaves turned into green ons like a waterfall. 3,000 Tao rules texture manifestation. The power of the law surging into mountains and rivers. Sun and moon smashed. The momentum is as magnificent as the sky and the earth. The black and white 2 colors of life and death, 2 chi transformed into the 9 palace 8 trigrams to firmly lock the huge body of the 9 infant demon Zun. This bamboo staff like a god-beating whip cracked 1, 2, 3 heads as huge as the great sun. Bang bang bang, bang bang bang, accompanied by a few loud bangs and mournful and incomparable screams and wails. The blood-splattered starry sky rained down golden rain. Lin Yuan blinked as if he was watching a splendid firework as he watched the scene. He didn't move and collected a lot of golden blood. The blood of a demon deity was a good thing. It was good to use for alchemy. A few moments later, covering the blood flowing half without 3 heads, half of the body are eroded by the 2 chi of life and death of the 9 infant demon Zun. It looked at the front of this holding a bamboo cane and jade rui full of silver hair of the old crone said in horror. Venerable Gu of the Taiyin Holy Land, why are you here? It thought to itself how this damn crazy Gu Mangsing of the Taiyin Holy Land could be here. It seems that this time it has messed with a tough opponent. The Taiyin Sacred Ground's ancestral protection of shortcomings was well known amongst both the human and demon races. Moving a person from the Taiyin Holy Land would attract a group of people who would surround them without stopping. Even when pissed off, even the quasi-emperor ancestors would directly break the rules and directly come down to the scene to make a move. For the sake of the Sacred Ground, Taiyin Sacred Ground can even go to war directly with the demon race. And because the Taiyin Holy Land in the 10 holy places and the other 6 holy places close relationship with each other as allies or in-laws. For example, the Yaoqi Holy Land's old ancestor was the sister of the Taiyin Holy Land's old ancestor. For example, the Great Luo Holy Land's Supreme Elder was the suitor of the Taiyin Holy Land's Supreme Elder. And so on. In short, if you mess with the Taiyin Sacred Land, you have to be prepared to deal with the siege of the 7 great sacred lands at the same time. This is a human hornet's nest to poke. Since you are here, Venerable Gu, then I guess this absolute heavenly pride of the human race is the Taiyin Sacred Maiden. It's true that she is a dragon and phoenix amongst people. Her talent is amazing. 9 infant demon Zun endured the pain and barely squeezed out a smile to look at Lin Yuan and quipped, this performance really packs a change of face. It was no wonder that it didn't know Lin Yuan's identity, because not many years had passed since Lin Yuan had become the Taiyin Holy Maiden. And for such venerable masters who casually closed their doors for hundreds of years, the time was also too short for them to have time to learn the news. Why do you think you are so arrogant and so deferential? The thought of it is laughable. I'm still more used to your previous unruly behavior. So you recover. Lin Yuan on this side shook his head and lost his smile and said, in the face of this face-to-face output ridicule, 9 infant demon Zun, heart burning with anger, only feel incomparable humiliation. But face still had to be snappy a smile without saying anything. Dare to disrespect His Highness. I heard that you have 9 lives. Now that you have lost 3, how many more do you want to lose? This side of the Grand Elder Gu Mangsing is looking at the 9 infant demon Zun with cold eyes and said, killing intent like a knife stabbing the other side's skin even through the scales block is still raw pain. Dare not dare not dare. This is all a misunderstanding. I really didn't want to make a move on Her Highness the Taiyin Sacred Maiden. I thought earlier that it was some human loose cultivator who had intruded into my demon clan's territory to go on a killing spree. 9 infants demon Zun hastily shook his head and said, it knows to the strength of the eldest Gu Mangsing want to kill it as easy as a poem. Because the Tianzuan realm of the strength of each level of the gap is as great as the Rift Valley, separated by 2 heavens strength disparity to the extreme. The reason why Grand Elder Gu Mangsing didn't kill it was only because of the concern for the covenant signed between the human race and the demon race before. But although he didn't kill it, but chopping off a few more heads, this kind of thing, Gu Mangsing was able to do it. Lost those 3 heads of the 9 infant demons, at least have to wait for a 80,000 to 90,000 years to be able to grow out. It waits not necessarily be able to live to that time. This kind of loss, how it does not heartache regret to come here. The 9 infant demon sovereign thought to himself that he shouldn't have cared about this. That mythical demon king died then died. Anyway, it wasn't their 9 infant lineage's saintly heavenly pride. If it doesn't take action, then it's the honored member of the mythical beast clan who will face this crazy woman, and it won't be himself who suffers. As for mistaking them for casuals, that's a statement that even a ghost wouldn't believe. Who would believe that a human pride could have this kind of heaven-defying strength without a background? Today, the protector of the Tao is the 9th level of the Tianzuan realm. Gu Mangsing, change your realm strength than the 9 infant demon Zun Lo Zun Shirover. This 9 infant demon Zun is another set of high and mighty face. Since you have offended my highness, it's not too much to ask for 3 lives, right? You don't have any complaints, do you? Grand Elder Gu Mangsing still said with a frosty face, and 9 infant demon Zun quickly shook his head and said, I don't dare to have any complaints. Your Excellency Gu is right to teach me a lesson. I didn't know that Venerable Gu and Her Highness the Holy Maiden of Taiyin were here, and I was blinded by that guy from the mythical Gaibeast clan, causing this huge misunderstanding. For the sake of the previous covenant signed between the human and demon races and the thousands of years of peace, please also forgive us, but we and your race have always been allies. Thousands of years of peace? It doesn't seem like much peace to me. Your demon race launches beast tides every month to attack the borders of our human race. Every few hundred years there are often saintly demon kings who run to feed within our people's borders, not eating enough, tens of millions of people refusing to leave. How many people have died in these thousands of years? Since the ancient times, the demon race has taken the human race as blood food, until the rise of the human emperor to lead our human race to become a great race in the world through the thorns and thorns through thousands of hardships. The demon race and my human race can be said to have a blood feud. Allies you also deserve? Lin Yuan looked with anger and said, The 9 infant demon Zun saw this and felt bad, fearing that the next second Lin Yuan would pull the Great Elder and tell her to cut off a few more of his own heads. These are reparation gifts for your highness. Your highness has been frightened. That Blackwater Demon King ran to the southern domain to do wrong. This honored one will have the Dragon Palace give the human race and your highness an explanation, so that they can make amends as soon as possible. 9 infant demon Zun said with some meat pain, handing over a few storage bags. In order to avoid being chopped off by the Great Elder the remaining few heads, it is also down to blood, giving away a few treasures as well. As for that Blackwater Snake Demon Clan, it belonged to the Dragon Palace lineage of the Demon Clan and was not part of its lineage of power. For the Blackwater Demon King actually messed with such a bogeyman is also let the 9 infants Demon Zun quite annoyed. If the Blackwater Demon King appeared in front of it, cannot wait till it chopped each other. Lin Yuan accepted the gift with a sweep of his divine sense, also took it as it came. He knew that the 9 infant demon sovereign would definitely notify the 9 heavens exalted masters who were far away from the other demon race states to come over after discovering the Grand Elder, leaving them little time. Is your highness going back to the human frontier? The 9 infant demon Zun asked with an expectant expression. It now couldn't wait to hurry up and send this little human ancestor away, praying that the other party would hurry up and leave with that crazy Gumangsing. I'll clean up the battlefield and pack up the loot and leave. Lin Yuan nodded and said as he moved his mind to collect the remaining corpses and storage bags of the dozen or so demon kings he had killed, then opened the spatial portal back to the Black Waters. The 9 infant demon sovereign was a bit puzzled as to why this human race heavenly pride hadn't left yet, and what was he doing running to the Black Waters. Then he saw a dumbfounded scene, only to see Lin Yuan move everything that could be moved from the Black Waters. Not only the remains of those dead Blackwater Snake Demon clan, but also whatever exotic flowers and herbs on the ground. Even the spirit stone veins buried underneath were not spared. Move out. Move them all away. Don't leave a single stone or herb for the hostile foreigners. He not only patronized the Black Waters but also strolled around the power fields of the other dozen or so demon kings that he had killed before, killing the ones that should be killed and moving the ones that should be moved. Just like locusts moving through the area. Not an inch of grass was left. Witnessed the whole process of the 9 infants. Demon Zun looked down at the bare and empty realm only to feel their hearts have become empty, both suffocating and angry. This is where the human bandits patronized their old home. Just now, the 9 infant demon sovereign had also received information from his men about this Taiyin Holy Maiden, and that said that Taiyin Holy Maiden Lin Yuan was chivalrous and kind-hearted. This is a hammer of kindness. Are those Zhengzhou people blind? Just when the 9 infant demon sovereign was indignant, it heard a sentence that made it almost spit out blood from afar. Thanks for the hospitality. Come back next time. Chapter 38. This side of the 9 infant demon Zun see now this tens of millions of miles of empty land. Is even a spiritual grass cannot see the shadow. Is the weak and poor in the demon tribe of the rat tribe cannot look at this kind of broken place. It is simply sad to hear and sad to see. Leave the sad place of the 9 infant demon king decided to wait for the healing finish to go to the dragon palace, those guys to settle the score. Obviously they under the banner of the Blackwater demon king to cause trouble, but let himself ate such a big loss must be settling scores. Pass on this father's decree that in the future, the pride of the demon race must not mess with that Taiyin sacred maiden Lin Yuan, and tell those demon kings to be honest for a few hundred years, and not to sneak into the human frontier to feed on a large scale, and if any of them go against it, kill them without pardon. Before leaving, the 9 infant demon sovereign transmitted his voice to his own men to let the many demon kings be more honest during this time, and it was not easy to send away that little human ancestor and crazy old woman. It doesn't want to let that human bogeyman find an excuse to run over to the demon race to kill and beat the autumn wind again. Now there was only waiting for that human celestial pride to become an exalted in a few hundred years, then he couldn't take it easy again. When the time comes, there will be no need to worry too much about things like this day, because the human race and the demon race have a covenant. Zunshur realm will not directly go down to kill each other. Although this covenant had a lot of room to maneuver, it was true that Zuni would not easily fight between the demon race and the human race for so many years. As for the dozen or so killed demon kings, dead is dead, killed by the Holy Land Heir, only blame them for finding their own death. Also do not think about dare to set up a ring in the demon race frontier of the human race. Heavenly Pride Sage must be a hard opponent. If Lin Yuan was a loose cultivator, then the demon race would definitely be furious and chase him to the ends of the earth to get him killed. Just like the old madman who killed the loose cultivator who used a gun to enter the demon clan's territory many years ago and ended up being chased by several demon Zuns who could only break into the forbidden area. There was no way around it. Who let him be a loose cultivator? Just like many metaphysical novels, the male lead has no background and fights the young ones to come to the old ones and is hunted down and suppressed by the villainous forces. Lin Yuan is the only heir of the contemporary Taiyin Holy Land, the future lord of the Holy Land. Not only in the human frontier walk horizontally, that is, even the demon race does not dare to easily provoke. That's the beauty of having a background. In his previous life,
Xiao Tian had once killed a life and death realm first-level demonic pride in the demonic frontier, resulting in a demon king being attracted to chase and kill him through trials and tribulations before escaping back to the human frontier. It wasn't because Xiao Tian he didn't have a strong background, so that demon king was chasing after him. If he had a Holy Land background, that demon king would never dare to be so overly arrogant. As the news that Lin Yuan had killed tens of millions of demon clansmen and then set up a ring to behead a dozen or so demon kings spread rapidly in the demon clan, many of the demon clansmen had gotten a message. The young generation of the human race has produced a saint realm great pride. That Taiyin Holy Land holy daughter Lin Yuan cannot be messed with. Otherwise the end is the death of the road. Lin Yuan on this side returned with a full load of loot. He thought to himself that the next time he would come back would be a few years later when the demon race invaded the human race. He must kill more demons and kill the sky and the sky and the sky. According to the memories of his previous life, the devil race began to invade the world of the Kyushu 3 years later, and as the human race and the devil race went to war, the demon race set on the surface and the human race to cooperate in the backstab knife. In fact, the demon race senior has colluded with the demon race together in a conspiracy. Later, the demon race simply tore their faces and directly attacked the 4 continents of the human race and massacred and occupied a number of human cities and pawns. But the death of hundreds of millions of people are countless. In his previous life, Lin Yuan and other players joined the 9th grade clan Shanhe clan also when the demon invasion destroyed. He with the demon bloodbath battle died many times or can only watch the clan destroyed, became a casual cultivator. Although after joining the clan Lin Yuan learned the techniques and often went to the border and the secret realm to fight monsters and upgrade, and the clan feelings are not deep. But there are still a few familiar NPC friends. For example, the meal hall lady who cooks well often gives him extra meals. There is also the transmission hall like to find people to play chess, but the dish cannot be the transmission elder. Lin Yuan for the sake of the sword score and he played chess is often the other side of the repentance of the chess. Watching them being killed by the demon race made Lin Yuan abhor the demon race. Later, when Lin Yuan broke through to the life and death realm, he found the beast that destroyed the clan, the demon general, and slaughtered it, avenging the entire clan. Shortly after Lin Yuan joined the Holy Land in this life, he sent someone to receive the Mountain River Sect from the northern state to the central state to become part of the Taiyin Holy Land's power. The Mountain River Sect patriarch and the top management were ecstatic to know that they had been looked upon by the legendary High and Mighty Holy Land, and had also been relocated by Her Highness the Holy Maiden's name, which was simply like a person sitting at home and a pie coming from the sky. So the people of the 9th grade clan Shanhe sect hurriedly packed up their belongings and relocated their clan to a cavernous paradise in the territory governed by the Taiyin Sacred Land in the central state. The aura alone was more than 100 to 1,000 times denser than the original clan's old location, and the gongfu and resources given by the Holy Land were unknown how many times better than the highest gongfu of their previous clan. Under Lin Yuan's care, the Mountain River sect quickly jumped the Dragon Gate from a 9th grade sect to become a Daotong level power. And those few friends who were familiar with him in his previous life also broke through the realm under the elixir given to them to live a carefree and free life. When Lin Yuan and the great elder Gu Mangxing return to the southern domain, he will be those from the demon clan cave right out of the captive mortals released. These villagers see back in the human race territory are excited tears have said, "Back, we're finally back. Thank you, immortal master, for sending us back." Jiang Yunsheng, the town envoy on this side, came forward and saluted with a reverent expression and said, "Your Highness, you are back. I'm not too familiar with these mortal villages in the southern region, so I'd like to ask you to help me send these human clansmen who were taken captive by the demon clan. If they still have a home, then send them home. If not, help them find a place to settle down. Thank you," Lin Yuan said as he handed out a storage bag as payment. There was always some payment for letting people do things. However, Jiang Yunqing didn't take the storage bag but arched his hand and said, "It is my honor to be able to serve your highness." Letting the southern region's human race be taken captive by the demon race was originally also a dereliction of duty on my part as the town guardian envoy. Many thanks to your highness for giving my subordinate the opportunity to remedy the situation. Next to the Taoist alliance cultivators could not help but look more at the town envoy. Jiang Yunqing thought to himself that the supervisor is worthy of being a supervisor. In fact, the demonic captive mortals, this kind of thing happens too much. The Taoist alliance, if you want to manage it, simply cannot manage it. So the previous Taoist alliance will not be able to manage this kind of small things. Now it seems like this kind of thing should be regulated more often, because his highness will be paying attention. Lin Yuan had no choice but to stop when he saw that Jiang Yunqing refused to take the spirit stone. After town guardian Jiang Yunqing instructed his subordinates to make arrangements to escort these villagers back to their homes, he continued respectfully, "Your highness, General Guanjin of the Southern Region Border Jurisdiction Demon Suppressor Army would like to invite you to be a guest at the border. They have already set up a banquet and would like to entertain your highness." "Good, then we will go together." Lin Yuan nodded and said with a smile,
In his previous life, he had often killed demons at the border demon suppression pass, and returning to the border was as familiar and intimate as going home. Although he was at the demon suppression pass on the border of the northern continent, he had heard of the name of the southern continent's demon suppression general, Guanjin. In his previous life when the demon race invaded the human border, the commander of the Jin demon army, Guanjin, pulled several life and death realm demon generals to die with him, achieving the city's presence and the city's destruction. When Lin Yuan and the crowd came over the border city of the human race, he saw a dense crowd standing on the city tower. A general holding a long sword and wearing armor flew into midair with tens of thousands of cultivators, and these warriors were thrilled to gaze at the person in front of them with admiration and clasped their fists. "We welcome your highness' triumphant return. Raise the prestige of our human race." The sound that came out was as loud and powerful as thunder breaking the clouds, and the momentum was great, and the movements were neat and tidy, and it was obvious that this was something that they had long been prepared to use to express their feelings of adoration and respect. At the border, they would pay the highest respect to the human heroes who were able to kill the demon race. Not only these human border generals so shouted, those in the Jin demon pass to participate in the battle of the cultivators also shouted in unison, as well as living in the city and the surrounding villages over the mortal people also joined them to shout. The crowd of men and women, young and old, many of their family members or close friends had died at the hands of the demon race, and they were filled with gratitude and respect for Lin Yuan, who had been able to kill so many demons. These people's voices together as the rolling rivers, lakes and seas echoed between heaven and earth, containing the feelings of hot and hot, spread around the four directions for a long time. Chapter 39. Lin Yuan looked at the many border cultivators who stood in the mid-air and saluted towards him as well as the bustling crowds on the streets. Those people's gaze of eager adoration made his heart warm. Perhaps this was the meaning of guardianship. Many people in the city took fruits or food as a token of their appreciation. And there were also villagers who came from nearby villages holding rice and grains as well as mountain game. Although they know that the immortal master does not need these mundane things, but this is the best way they can think of to express their gratitude. There are many children holding a garland of flowers to look at the sky to listen to the adults to tell about His Highness's deeds of the demon decapitator. The city was decorated with lanterns and colors. People were happy, as if the atmosphere of the festival is generally lively. This scene was also remembered in his heart and could not be forgotten. Lin Yuan, directly facing the gaze of the crowd for a moment, did not know what to say. Always able to speak well at this time but could not think of any words to express. He directly reached out and took out the corpses of thousands of demonic beasts with a wave of his hand and placed them on the open ground outside the city, only to see a pile like a mountain of demonic beast ingredients just laid out in the open space, towering into the clouds. Just by looking at it one couldn't see the end of it. This was still only a small portion of demonic beast corpses that Lin Yuan had released. It wasn't that he didn't want to release more, but these open spaces outside of the city just couldn't be squeezed in anymore because the demonic beasts that he had killed over tens of millions of heads were just too many. The people present at the scene showed shocked colors, although through the mirror art projection they had also seen the piles of demonic beast corpses were piled up, but witnessing them still brought a great sense of impact. There's still a difference between memorizing images and seeing them with your own eyes. If it was an ordinary person on the mainland who hadn't encountered demonic beasts when they saw the carcass of that otherwise ferocious and hideous demonic beast, they might be a bit shocked. These border human races that have blood feuds with the demon race have shown their relief upon seeing this and have become even more excited. Then the crowd heard a voice spread all around. Today, I'll treat everyone to a demonic beast banquet. Demonic beast meat and fine wine will be enough, so all of you can open up and drink without getting drunk. Long live your highness. Now the crowd issued a more intense and enthusiastic cheers and shouts. That joy and gratitude overflowing. Those voices converge into a torrent, and as drums stirring, the monks are happy and smiling. People dancing. The scene is even more lively and extraordinary. Thank you, your highness. Originally, I wanted to invite you over for a banquet, but I didn't expect to have to trouble you to break the bank. Jin Demon General Guanjin greeted up and scratched his head and said, "This is a stout figure like a tower of iron, like a man, clad in armor holding a long sword, majestic. I'm happy to be able to celebrate with all of you. And I hope that the general can send someone to make these demonic beasts into dishes," Lin Yuan said with a smile, and General Guanjin patted his chest and crackled with a bold laugh and said, "Ha ha ha, I've heard of your highness's great name for a long time, and now that I've seen it, I'm sure it's true to its name, and I've made great achievements in battle. You have killed so many demon kings in the demon race. It is really a great pleasure. Many thanks to your highness for avenging the many human clans that died on my border. Handling such a trivial matter as dealing with demonic beasts is not a problem, even though we let our demon suppressor army handle it. Our cooks here are most skilled in how to cook with the freshest parts of demonic beasts. In that case, I'm looking forward to today's dinner." Lin Yuan, eyes lit up, open mouth expectantly said, He looked at the bottom of the lively tumbling cheering celebration of the crowd, slightly smiled, sleeves waved. The void condensed, a burst of spring breeze like a rain of aura fell down. These extremely pure aura rains fell on the people within the border, which could keep the many mortals within the city and surrounding villages free from illness and disaster, and could also make the cultivators' mana grow by a few points. The people within the city only felt a warm current surging through their bodies as they felt much more relaxed. The many cultivators felt the refinement of their mana, realized the benefits of the aura rain, immediately raised their arms and shouted, "Many thanks, Your Highness!" Crowds of people in a jubilant, bustling crowd. The street crowd of a family held in the arms of a 5 or 6-year-old girl holding a garland of flowers. Because of the crowd of people accidentally appeared. Because the crowd of people pushing and shoving led to the couple did not hold the child steady. At this time the carriage on the road was also frightened and crashed towards the front. There was a clamor in the middle of the downtown area, and the carriage was traveling uncontrollably towards the very place where the child was about to land, accompanied by a cry of horror and grief. The little doll with the totaled horns made a babbling sound of its waving hands about to hit the ground, and the runaway wagon was about to crash into the children and the group. At this time a white-clothed figure fell from the sky to come above the street. It is noticed that this situation Lin Yuan shot first to hold the falling little girl. The runaway carriage also stopped. Time as if still. The sunlight fell on the street. The surrounding people are also shocked to forget to speak. The child in her arms opened a pair of big innocent eyes. She had not yet realized the seriousness of what had just happened. If she landed on the ground by the hooves of the horse, encountered the danger of death. She saw the good-looking person in front of her, remembered the story that Auntie used to tell, handed over a wreath of flowers and said, "Sister Fairy, this flower is for you." Lin Yuan cried and laughed when he heard this title, and he leaned down and bowed his head to let the little girl put a garland of flowers on himself. Then Lin Yuan touched the little girl's head to hand her around to this child's family. A couple who were crying out in pain were ecstatic when they saw the child come back. They held the child, kneeled down and kowtowed to thank and said, "Thank you, immortal master, for saving my daughter." Lin Yuan instructed the husband and wife for a few sentences, and when he understood from the coachman that it was because it was too crowded, causing the coach to go out of control after handling the matter appropriately. Finally he cleared his throat and said that he transmitted his voice to everyone's ears. "Don't crowd, gentlemen, be safe." If the players see the process of this scene will want to say, so classic ancient background novel downtown rescue plot, especially when the street carriage is about to step over the child. The child is saved by a passing hero or heroine on the street. And it's an even bigger classic if the interest is piqued at the sight of a king passing by. This side of the city defense forces heard the rush down to maintain order. They were too happy to forget that so many people gathered together, really easy to accident. Have to hurry to deal with it, lest to leave a bad impression to His Highness. Lin Yuan on this side had returned to the air and General Guanjin to continue chatting about the border. And Qing Luo next to him said with stars in her eyes and cupped her hands, "I don't even notice such things. Your Highness does." Fong Xing, who was in the crowd, watched this scene with a stirring in his heart. He had seen Lin Yuan chopping the demon dragon to save the people from the fire, and he had also seen Lin Yuan sneering at the demon Zun. Scolding the demon Zun almost became furious. At the beginning of the time he was in the heart of Lin Yuan is like a goddess above the 9 heavens. This impression was refreshed again and again but became more vivid and real, spirited and approachable. The more he understood, the more Fong Xing couldn't help but be attracted. Like a moth to a flame, he felt that the first half of his life had been gray and dark. And it wasn't until he met Lin Yuan that he saw the light. A light that made him want to guard it for the rest of his life until he died. He had no ideals. His Highness was his earthly ideal. At the same time, another world of China's network suddenly appeared on a fantasy game called Kyushu, and began to spread the publicity. The name appeared in all the major game zones and app recommendation list. Everyone who has a cell phone or computer will notice an extra icon for a game called Kyushu. This would have caused a great sensation, but under the effect of a magical force of rules, the people on the planet Earth who found out about this matter did not feel anything wrong and were affected and would not go to explore the reasons. Everything made sense under the power of the rules. The busy modern city is lit up at night. The streets are crowded. And it's late at night and time for the night owls to get active. Day and night out to the evening. Ching is a live game up host. She has long black hair with glasses with small freckles. Smile with 2 pair eddies, look playful and cute. Today she was opening up the gaming section as usual, looking for some new and more interesting games to commentate on. Xiang Lianqing said to the camera as she skillfully searched for games. "Brothers and sisters, I'm back today to see what one of the more interesting new games is out there. Watch the live stream pop up. Ha 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 ha. Is Jail Haru in jail today? He. I wonder what new plots Lord Abba can discover. The last time I explored and discovered the inner workings of the Abbey plot in that Western fantasy game not a day before I was arrested by the city guards and put in the brig. Happy to mention the prison sentence. Tears in both eyes on the iron window. Laughing at the evening jail. I didn't realize that the Abbey Orphan's disappearance plot had this hidden plot, but Evening Combat is also too much of a rookie. Controlling the character to break out of jail was killed directly, hitting a wave of GG. Xiang Lianqing couldn't help but defend herself as she looked at the pop-ups. Can you call it being a vegetable when you're playing a game?
It's called having the spirit of exploration and courage.
You guys can say I'm a noob out of thin air like that. Can the adventurer thing count as a dish?
Then came something about I don't dish out the classics, and the air was suddenly filled with rapturous sounds.
Ahem.
To tell you guys a happy event.
The new virtual game helmet I bought earlier has arrived. From now on,
the quality of the screen in our live broadcast room can be upgraded to a higher level. The viewers can also turn on the VR mode to experience it.
Xiang Eveningqing said while taking out a courier box.
She opened the package and held out a black and red beautifully modeled virtual game helmet. The shape is cool at first glance. This world's Earthstar with the development of time about VR games and virtual game technology is increasingly mature up. The market virtual degree between 2050 games endless. Not only that, the virtual network technology is also applied to the industry platform of live broadcasting. Viewers can wear a helmet to experience a more realistic visual and tactile,
auditory enjoyment. The live stream pop-ups drifted by. Wow. Nice job Evening. I've been wanting to turn on the VR view and try it for a long time. Reward wave away. Let's see how the helmet works. Make it fast. Make it faster. I can't wait to see the visual experience of the VR game. Thank you for all the audience's old iron for the reward. Family members,
I'll put on the helmet to experience the feeling of a virtual gaming helmet for all of you. Xiang Evening Harvest thanked him and then picked up the manual and opened the live authorization with some operations on the game helmet. Then she put on her helmet and found a comfortable position in her seat, and saw the projection panel connected to the network appear in front of her eyes. Let me count the new virtual games that have come out recently are those.
Let's pick one.
Xiang Wanqing murmured while her fingers slid quickly through the game section of the projected page to find the new game ranking. When her eyes fell on the name and profile of the game at the top of the ranking, she couldn't help but exclaim in shock.
The introduction of this new game lists no. One ranked game, Kyushu, says that the virtualization degree has even reached 100%? Is that true? Pop-ups have also been drifting through the broadcast. Kyushu this game. I just saw this game name icon on my phone. I thought it was a virus in my phone. This game production company must be very powerful. I just searched and saw that all the major game area ranking recommendation list have this game name. It's really rich and generous. 100% virtualization, wouldn't that feel almost like the real world? This must be false. Right. Now the highest game on the market virtual degree heard only 75%. If this game can really be 100% virtual, I'll live stream it upside down and eat shang. What's with the upstairs running over here and cheating on the food and drink? I do think it's a lot of fun. Maybe they really are some kind of crossover game?
Or connecting to other worlds.
Isn't that how it's written in novels? We'll know if it's true or not when we see it. Evening Harvest open this Kyushu game for us and see.
Xiang Eveningqing saw many pop-ups wishing that she could choose this game.
She was actually curious, so she nodded her head while operating and said, "Okay, let's see." This Kyushu world turns out to be a year away from going live. And right now the official website is only showing promo videos. Hold your horses everyone. Let's see how the gameplay promo video goes.
After clicking on the game promotional video, originally dark picture was dispersed by the light. When they see clearly in front of them appeared in the sky above the white clothes such as snow, magnificent figure of the time. All the people who saw it could no longer move their eyes to forget what they wanted to say before. The live broadcast was silent for a time, and Xiang Evening Harvest looked at the eyes off the top of her head.
Friends, I saw fairies today. Chapter 40, watching. This scene also happened in millions of people. All see the video of the figure of people cannot help but indulge in it. Forget the words motionless as a stone statue. They are fully concentrated, even breathing also subconsciously relaxed some up as if afraid of disturbing the person in front of them. Although it is not really visible through the video screen, but that kind of thrilling beauty is still able to make countless people to be convinced. It was a beauty that couldn't be described in words, a beauty that overwhelmed the world with its knitted brows and smile. Superbly charismatic and scary as hell. After a long time the audience in the live broadcast room and to the late Qing to come back to God. The live broadcast of the pop-up screen excited like crazy in the rapid rise. Dense pop-up screen paved the sky crowded with live broadcast room projection screen. I declare this to be my new wife from now on. And none of you are to take it from me. Get lost, lover. You're thinking about fart eating. Draw your swords. Gentlemen. I'll fight you all for the sake of my beloved. Beauty, marry me.
Rose, screaming and writhing and splitting and twisting and shady and writhing and crawling.
For you I take the form of a werewolf. This fairy sister I have seen before. In my dreams. 3 minutes I want to know all about this white fairy. For the sake of this fairy Kyushu, this game I'm going to play. Even if the King of Heaven comes, he won't be able to stop me. That's right. That's right. Even if this game of Kyushu sucks, for the sake of the fairies I'll still play it. Isn't it just waiting a year for it to go live? I'm willing to wait 10 years. How come Jojo is still not online? Online anxious to see my wife. A moment not see. Think like crazy. Xian Evening Ching looked at the many pop-ups and clenched her fists in indignation and said, "Damn it, you people don't want to steal my wife from me. Don't you all have wives of your own? Have to snatch them from me."
She then received strong condemnation and demands from the live viewers to hurry up and continue with the promotional video and stop dawdling and delaying their time to watch the fairy's appearance.
So Xiang Lianqing continued to click on the playback of the promotional video.
This promotional video for the World of Kyushu game intercepted the entire process of Lin Yuan's battle from slaying the demonic dragon to the Starry Sky solo battle against all the demon kings.
And not only was it brilliantly edited, but it was also accompanied by infectious music. From the white-clothed fairy who killed the dragon with a sword to the rescue of the injured people, changing millions of miles of terrain to turn the ruins back into homes in paradise. This scene is too real to see the audience of the live broadcast as if empathy immersed in it, such as intoxicated have sent pop-up sigh. That scaly dragon was too terrifying. With that bloody mouth open, I almost thought I was going to be eaten too. Luckily, the fairy stepped in and chopped this guy with a sword. My wife is beautiful and kind-hearted. Changing so much terrain and rescuing so many people must have consumed a lot, right? Maybe there's still a price to pay. She's really, I'll cry to death. This feeling of a goddess descending to save the living pulls full. Full marks. I give full marks. The extra 99,000 points are all given to my wife, the white fairy. When they saw Lin Yuan stepping into the demon clan's territory with one person and one sword to kill the four directions, killing mountains of corpses and seas of blood, the sky and the earth changed color when the pop-up screen turned. It was awesome. This wave of killing is really cool. This fight and this scene is really great. Any special effects movie is really weak compared to this. A hall full of flowers drunk with 3,000 guests. A sword of frost chills 14 states. The white-clothed sword immortal is so handsome. I love it so much. The white feather of the shooting star is inserted in the waist, and the sword blossoms with the light of the autumn lotus out of the box. Well, drinking has not yet swallowed the sea, but the sword's chi is already across the fall. The scenes in these stories describing the sword immortal I have now finally seen with my own eyes, directly letting so many demon armies roll down. One to fight so many, so domineering. I like it. Waiting for the audience of the live broadcast to see Lin Yuan set up the ring at the cosmic stars to behead more than a dozen demon kings. That wonderful and intense fight. That fight of the stars and rivers broken, magnificent, spectacular, incomparable picture, far more than they imagined. Sea is dazzled. Live audience pop-ups drifted by. Too exciting. Is this really a game promotional video? This grand and spectacular scene has to spend how much to make funds? Feel at least a few $100 million it. This wave of funding is burning like crazy. It's so much more exciting than any movie I've ever seen. So detailed. So cool. The scene in the metaphysical novels of fighting until all the great avenues are shattered and the stars fall all of a sudden has a concrete picture. I didn't expect that I would be able to see this kind of scene in my lifetime. A person fighting alone against the group, chasing and hacking after so many terrifying great demons, spreading out and pushing everything across the board. How can one word be more handsome than that? No one can stop the demon that the white-clothed sword fairy wants to kill. This hot-blooded feeling of sweeping across the four directions for the human race. Brothers, I feel lit up. Waiting for the audience to see Lin Yuan with the demon Zun fight mouth to open, taunting also emptied the demon clan's realm of things are also have laughed open flowers. Pop-ups floated over. Damn it. Upstairs dog, let's have a fight and see who is the most loyal dog to his highness. Ha 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 ha. Look at the way the demon Zun was furious at being shouted at as an old mongrel. It's too much fun. My beautiful and attractive, strong and powerful hearted, kind and cute and charming wife turned out to have a poisonous side of her mouth. Even more adorable. You all cry for your wives one by one. Am I the only one who wants to cry for my husband? His highness is too valiant. Sister kill, I want to marry. Ha 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 ha, laughed me to death. Not leaving a single stitch for the enemy. I see the demon Zun's face is green with anger. That's when some eagle-eyed viewers realized there was also the possibility of immersive viewing with a random passerby character. They urged the anchor to Xiang Evening Ching to quickly choose this one mode to try out, making it more convenient for them to watch from a close distance. Xiang Evening Ching listened to it and did not hesitate to click on the immersive mode experience of randomly selecting passers-by to gather around. She then felt a heavenly rotation. The entire surrounding scene changed, as if she had traveled into the middle of a huge border city in ancient times, and there were cheering crowds everywhere. And the sky at the moment is also densely packed with flying cultivators. Xiang Evening Ching looked at his short arms and legs. Want to cry. It turned out that she drew a 5 or 6-year-old little girl who was held in the arms of her mother. One more look at the white-clothed figure in the sky that was surrounded by the crowd like a star in the sky. Because it's so far away, it's really hard to see, and that's not as clear as watching the video viewing directly before. Xiang Evening Harvest kind of regretted thinking about reintroducing another random person.
But after thinking about it, she decided to wait for the video to finish playing before reselecting. It was a video she decided to watch at least a couple hundred more times to savor, so there was no rush. However, when this little girl she chose was about to be trampled by a carriage when she accidentally fell, the drama that happened after she was saved made Xiang Eveningqing feel that she was just too lucky. The white-robed fairy wearing a flower garland on the street smiled lightly, and the sunlight fell on the tips of her hair to cross a layer of golden radiance, tugging at the heartstrings of an unknown number of people. Xiang Eveningqing said as she watched the scene, holding her heart with red cheeks and glowing eyes. "Mama, I feel like falling in love today." She smiled at me. She has me in her heart. Chapter 41 Pictures. This side of the live audience is also boiling. This kind of immersive experience feeling. The more close contact, the more you can feel that kind of dumping beauty, and the hero to save the plot. The feeling that they were brought into it through the vision of the little girl couldn't stop them from feeling their hearts beating faster, and they couldn't wait to experience it all for themselves. Pop-ups drifted across the airwaves as well. The man was at the scene, and it was I who was saved and held in the arms of the fairy sister not long ago. Just now I thought that this little girl fell down and was hit by the carriage and died, but I didn't expect that the peak was saved by the white fairy. Ooh, she's really warm. It's so full of security it's practically overflowing. Would love to spend the rest of my life in the arms of a white fairy. Amen. Why died and came back to life? I'm better. How can a wife tell me not to love you? Is that love of yours? That of yours is gluttony for the body of a white fairy, while my love is pure and innocent until death. So the fairy choose me. I shucks upstairs, really ing shameless. Also pure and flawless love. This is clearly trying to find an excuse to steal my wife. The promotional video soon ended as well, because Lin Yuan's side of Kyushu hadn't started celebrating yet, as it had to wait until the dishes made with those mountains of demon beast meat were ready to celebrate with a bonfire party at night. So the promotional video material is only shot here soon after the screen a black end. After all, the ingenious woman is difficult to cook without rice. No material, how to continue editing. Ah, it's over so soon. I haven't had a good time yet. Xiang Eveningqing said in a shocked voice. She thought that there was still a lot more to see, but she didn't expect the video to progress to the point where it ended after Lin Yuan returned to the border of the human race and was greeted and embraced by a mountain of people. She still wanted to see the bonfire party afterward, where Lin Yuan and the crowd ate food and laughed, not realizing that this promotional video would be over so soon. Too little. Just too little. To the late Cheng muttered. Live pop-ups are also have so sigh. In fact, this video has an hour. As a promotional video, time has been quite a lot, but the audience simply look fascinated, only hope to be able to see more content. One of the audience members posted a small essay rant. Although I don't know if the picture quality of the Kyushu game will be as good as the promotional videos when it goes live. Just like the companies that make CG with their hearts and games with their feet. But for the white fairy in this promo video, this game is definitely worth getting into. It is in the promotional video is also too little. A few hundred more such videos cannot get tired of watching only too little. After all, the click on the game official website to determine only so a promotional video. To the Eveningqing, this only to die in the audience of the old man to rewatch this video back and forth many times. This had viewers browsing the game's official website suddenly posting pop-ups saying, "Look, the World of Kyushu game came out with a character map. It's the character map of the white fairy. Wow. Finally I was able to get more details about my wife. I opened the official website a long time ago to check it out." Xiang Eveningqing's eyes lit up when she heard it and said that she couldn't wait to open the official webpage, only to see a picture of a publicity poster appear on the official webpage. The picture appeared in the mountains and valleys, cloudy green mountains and green water, only to see a beautiful white fairy carrying a long sword looking into the distance, sleeves in the wind swaying with the wind, the whole person as if they are about to go back to the wind and become immortal. The character description is simple, only a few lines. Lin Yuan, the holy maiden of Taiyin, carries a 3-foot sword in a box on her back and cuts down all injustices in the world. Wow. So my wife's name is Lin Yuan. This is a really short synopsis. Can it be more detailed? Can't you just write out all the things my wife likes to eat and do and so on? Xiang Eveningqing couldn't help but look at the picture with straight eyes. And the pop-ups exploded. Already saved it as a phone screensaver. From now on I can just turn it on and see my wife's godly face. SSHHHHHH. This is just too good. Fuchi Fuchi, my Fuchi Fuchi. How can I live without you? 9 states how this game is still not online. Ah. A year cannot see the abyss with their own eyes. Abyss let me heart anxious hate to rush to the game company forced the production team quickly online. How come there's no reward channel on the official website of this game? How does this company do business? I'm going to reward $1 million to get the official to quickly release more content about my wife. Yum yum yum. Abuchi is so handsome, beautiful and handsome and righteous. Really poking me XP. Right in the red. Can we crowdfund to get the official game online as soon as possible? A year is too long. It's only a matter of time. This side of Xiang Eveningqing has already downloaded and saved the picture and then set it as the screensaver cover of all cell phones and tablets, so that it is convenient to enjoy licking the screen day and night in the future. She continued to open the forum under the official website of the Kyushu game, and found that numerous posts had already appeared on this new forum that had not been out for a day, and the number of posters was still soaring. One of the most popular posts on the top of the page attracted Xiang Wanqing's curiosity. The name of this post is long called Guess the Main Plot of the Kyushu Game. What will happen to the players and the main character of the Destiny of the White Fairy? Chapter 42 posts. This thread had so much click fever that it was topped on the front page of the forums. Apparently a lot of players clicked on it. Not only because the name of this post is very long, the blogger who posted it is also a relatively famous uploader in the gaming area, often posting all kinds of game drama posts and strategy to have a lot of fans, so it's easier to cause heated discussion. Seeing this, Xiang Eveningqing also clicked on the post and browsed it together with the audience in the live broadcast room, only to see that the content of the post was as follows. First of all, this game of Kyushu that came out of nowhere has attracted the attention of many netizens. To be honest, I also know for the first time that there is a game like this. Even claimed that the virtual degree can reach 100%, is simply unheard of. As we all know, the highest virtualization game on the market right now only has a virtualization degree of 75%. If the production company can really do it, it is indeed a major breakthrough in the history of virtual games. But the truth about the game company's propaganda is debatable here. So let's get right to the point. About the game promotional video revealed about the game's mainline, I have a few guesses to share with you. First of all, in the promotional video at the beginning of the appearance of the dragon obviously belongs to the camp of the demon race, and this dragon devoured many mortals, destroying a number of dynasties is obviously a vicious, evil doers. This also shows that the human race and the demon race are absolutely incompatible and hostile camps. From the video, it can be seen that the demon race feeds on the human race and takes pleasure in slaughtering the human race, and both sides should have accumulated a blood feud with each other. And the next appearance of Tuing Holy Maiden Lin Yuan sword beheading demon dragon. I believe that many people are referred to by this scene is indeed very handsome. I've watched this scene dozens of times over and over again. This shows that the game has a sword repair this profession, and the battle strength is very strong. When the Kyushu game online, there should be a lot of players will choose to be a sword repair. After all, strong or not is a momentary thing, handsome or not is a lifetime thing. Sunglasses laughing emoji JPG. PS. Here is a suggestion for players who want to choose to become a sword cultivator can find a good sword when the game is online. As the saying goes, a sword cultivator's wife is his sword. So you sword cultivator players just don't grab the attention of my wife, Taiyin Sacred Maiden Lin Yuan, and focus on practicing your sword. Program past JPG. To the back of the promotional video we can see the white fairy to go to the demonic frontier. I dead human revenge. Human and demon camp antagonism has been very obvious. If the game on the line after the selection of words, I believe that most of our players should be the human camp, because the demon camp, those demon kings look very ugly. A look at the vicious and incomparable is not something good sense of villainy. When those demon kings and white fairies stand together, when the contrast between beauty and ugliness is so stark. A group of face value floor tiles and face value ceilings stand together. We support who need not say it. As for those countless dead demon soldiers, demon generals are not a human form. Looking at some strange beasts, in short, are some demons, devils and ghosts, demons and monsters. And even some of the small demon let people call out that this is not the appearance of the ancient gods. That's why I believe the vast majority of players will not choose the demon camp in the future, except for a few aesthetically different or lazy man players. And the boss of our human camp is undoubtedly our white-clothed sword immortal, Her Highness Lin Yuan, the Holy Maiden of Taiyin. Although that old man with the bamboo staff in his hand was very strong, from the old man's attitude towards the white-clothed fairy and the way he addressed his highness, it was Lin Yuan who was the dominant position, and it was self-evident who was the main and who was the second. At the same time, I also believe that the Taiyin sage Lin Yuan is also the destined protagonist of the Kyushu game, and it is well known that the protagonist of the game's promotional video is usually the protagonist of the game's plot. This game publicity video is all white fairy save the people to cut down the demon experience. The center of the video is Lin Yuan. This is not the protagonist who can still be the protagonist of the game. Even if the Kyushu game has multiple protagonists, Lin Yuan is still the most important, which otherwise it would not have been officially placed in the first delayed promotional video. And the white fairy has all the elements that a lot of game heroines should have. First of all, with a super high face value. See her first eyes finally understand the fish and geese fall into the goose. Closed moon shy flower. These words of the original is really someone can be beautiful to this degree. And not only does she have super strength, but she also has a personality, a temper, and a strong background. If this is placed in many metaphysical fantasy novels, proper female protagonist And it's the kind of hero who needs to spend 1 or 2,000 chapters to catch up with the heroine who has a big background and amazing talent. About Tuyin Virgin Lin Yuan is the game Heavenly Destiny protagonist. This thing I think there is no good doubt. Face value is justice. Like this kind of absolute beauty if the Kyushu game company does not let her to be the protagonist. That game planning is absolutely blind dog eyes. After discussing the main protagonist of the Kyushu game, let's discuss the main plot of the game. And I have 2 guesses. The first speculation is that we players logged in and followed Her Highness, the Holy Maiden of Taiyin, to conquer the foreigners and finally unify the world of the 9 states. And the players assisted Her Highness, the Holy Maiden of Taiyin, to establish a great unification of the human race's immortal royal dynasty to support Her Highness to ascend to the throne to become the female emperor. This main storyline combines combat and business, and is fun for both combat lovers and lifestyle players. The second main plot speculation is the common occurrences of metaphysical novels Extinction Crisis. Tuyin Shang female highness with us players to save life through trials and tribulations finally succeeded. Although old-fashioned but cannot frame the classic. 2 plot mode speculation do not know which one we agree with. There is also the Kyushu game quickly online cannot play this game cannot see Lin Yuan other video I'm about to die, seizure twisted shadowy creeping. Advise Kyushu World Games you bunch of abrasive production team not to be ungrateful, force me to beg you on my knees quickly shelve the game so that I can meet my wife. Really can't put out more videos about it will also be fine. There were a bunch of players commenting below this post, led by the first comment, although you have a point, but the hatred of taking a wife is not shared, so the love rivals go to war. Then a group of posts feverishly chattering and noisy. There are verbal attacks. There are watching to see what's going on. There is a discussion of the main plot, but they are all related to the White Fairy. Obviously many people subconsciously feel that Lin Yuan is the protagonist of the game of the Kyushu. If Lin Yuan were to see the content of this post he would definitely be surprised and speechless. That's a good point. Stop it. I'm really not the main character of the game. Players, you're all misunderstanding. Chapter 43 Banquet. Xiang Evening Ching think this post said a bit of truth, but many people covet her goddess It seems that when the game of the 9 states online they must cheer to see if they can run to the Taiyin Holy Land to go, even if it is miscellaneous can be. As long as you can follow up the distance to contact the goddess is to be a cow as a horse is also willing to. In fact, it wasn't just Xiang Evening Ching alone who thought so. Millions of people who had watched the promotional video had memorized the name Taiyin Holy Land and were prepared to wait until they entered the game to go where to look for traces of the white-clothed fairy. However, these people do not know that the Shin fantasy world of the Kyushu continent is vast, and the strength level is very strict. Without enough strength is simply even the novice village for a few months are very difficult to go out, let alone go to the central state Taiyin Holy Land. Pre-players who want to meet Lin Yuan after landing that can only depend on luck. When this side to the end of the live broadcast to the late Ching after she experienced the process of publicity video is also edited into a video sent to the internet. She was surprised not expected is that this video is actually on fire. But also a big fire kind of fire. Turns out it wasn't because of the mode of the promotional video randomizing passerby character experiences. There were so many passersby that many were randomized to other characters. And to the late Ching lucky draw little girl to experience this video also gave the other viewers who did not draw the same experience feeling. The overwhelming publicity and promotion of the Kyushu game today has generated a lot of buzz and attention from countless people. This video is in the flow of the wind naturally also fire. Attracting many people to experience and have entered the pit of the Kyushu game want to become a player. This side of the border city of the world of Kyushu is as joyful as New Year's Eve. Whether it is on the tall walls or eaves of the corner of the house, or the streets and alleys, those magnificent buildings and households are hung with red lanterns. The street was bustling with people. The wonton stalls and other stalls were full of people. And the tea houses, restaurants and stores also said that in order to celebrate today's free orders. So the crowd was even more joyful and excited. Drums and gongs in the street jugglers and sellers, as well as the opera house came from the sound of the sound. This prosperous scene is like a picture scroll unfolding in front of us. Lin Yuan, who was chatting with General Guanjin on this side, also entered the city and watched as the spirit chef cultivators carrying all kinds of cooking utensils came and went outside the city to set up huge black iron cauldrons, while others took out Xian iron cauldrons and used them to cook vegetables. Brush. For a time the scene was in full swing only to see the cooks waving kitchen knives like flowers and butterflies will be those demonic beast meat cut into slices of meat, chopped into a bashfulness, but also like a butcher general will be the original huge demonic beast body decomposition into a number of the same size of the meat block. Grunt, just the churning bubbles in the hot pan and the rich aroma emanating from it makes your nose twitch and your mouth gulp. Lin Yuan watched this scene with great interest, and he leaned against the castle tower already looking forward to the bonfire tonight. Just now he went to the backyard of the kitchen and put down a lot of jars of fine wine. Tonight there will be enough wine and food for everyone to have a good meal. Over here, in a kitchen in a corner of the backyard of the demon-suppressing general's residence.
Fong Xing was cooking,
and after he inquired about His Highness's preferences from Cheng Luo today, he heard Cheng Luo proudly say the mantra Dao with her arms crossed.
"You've asked the right person. My young lady likes to eat food, especially food that hasn't been eaten before is most capable of arousing her curiosity." Therefore, Fong Xing decided to personally make a copy of the recipe Dragon Jade 9 precious spirit rice porridge that he had accidentally obtained earlier to give to Lin Yuan to taste.
Since this dish had been lost in his hometown for years, there shouldn't be many people who could make it, and this dish should be fresh to His Highness.
When he used to be an odd-job disciple, he was cooking and boiling his own food to solve the food and practiced a good cooking skill. Fong Xing grabbed a red scale fish and skillfully opened and broke the belly, cut the fish meat into chopped fish as white as snow, then grabbed a handful of shark's fins and sea cucumber, tamarind and dried scallops and put them into the pot. The crystal full-grain crystal clear dragon jade spirit rice in the pot ups and downs. Before soaking the light golden dragon blood nourished these spirit rice quality flavor to a higher level. The pot was simmered and seasoned with mountain treasures, and even before it was cooked it already smelled a tantalizing aroma that appeared to be rich and fragrant. A few hours later, after boiling for many times to confirm that all the ingredients have been flavored, Fong Xing took out a bowl of porridge and tasted it first. He felt that the taste was really good and then he was assured that it would be given to Lin Yuan. He took the porridge in the pot to a beautifully shaped blue and white porcelain bowl, looking at the porridge as if the snow is dotted with plum blossoms of various colors, elegant and chic. After waiting for the porridge to cool to a level where it could be imported directly, Fong Xing then picked up the Dragon Jade 9 precious spirit rice porridge and walked out of the kitchen. By this time it was long into the night. The brightly lit city under the darkness of the night was filled with a wide variety of lanterns, a wide array of lanterns, and the open space outside of the city was also in full swing. Crowds of people were sitting in front of a bonfire laughing and celebrating, and often heard that congratulations for your highness ringing out from in front of each fire. The people of the border cities gathered together to eat the delicious and nourishing demonic beasts and drink the wine that emits spiritual chi with their expressions overflowing with happiness. The demonic beasts are good for the human race. Whether it's the meat or the sinews, bones, and fur, each of them has its own use. When these foods are eaten, cultivators are able to refine demonic beast meat to improve blood chi and body strength. Spirit wine can improve mana, and mortals can eat them to strengthen their bodies and be as light as a swallow or even directly find the chi sense to break through to become a first-grade cultivator. Therefore, the people present were very excited and immensely grateful to Her Highness Lin Yuan, the Taiyin Holy Maiden who had organized the banquet, and they all raised their wine cups or bowls towards the center of the crowd to bow and salute in thanks. Crackle, crackle. Lin Yuan looked at the golden flowing oil-looking fragrant demonic beast roasted on the fire in front of him. That mythical demon king was even too big, even roasting a pair of wings covered in area and wide. The crackling fire emitted sound. He was holding a dozen skewers of barbecued meat in his hand and was eating it with great relish. There weren't many people surrounding him, because of the noble status of Her Highness, the Holy Maiden of the Taiyin sacred ground. These border generals only dared to watch from afar and didn't dare to get too close. This makes Lin Yuan feel a little bit of regret. In his previous life, he was at the border of the bloodbath and killed in comrades in arms fellow soldiers to drink and talk about the world. And now because of the identity of women's clothing is not good to get too close. Because even if he took the initiative to join in the general's talk it might cause them to be formal instead of ruining the atmosphere. Xing Luo went to the kitchen to get the dishes. The Grand Elder did not participate in this banquet but returned to the Xianyu immortal boat to liaise with the Holy Land. Eating the roasted meat, Lin Yuan couldn't help but recall the other party's roasted meat that he and Xiao Tian had eaten when they broke through in the secret realm. The taste was indeed good. He thought to himself, why don't we wait for Brother Xiao to come to the central state in the future? We'll go to the extraterritorial battlefield to kill. I'll be in charge of hunting, he'll be in charge of roasting meat, and we'll be double swordsmen together to crunch and kill on the battlefield. Won't it be beautiful? Lin Yuan began to ponder over how to lure Xiao Tian into being his own cook in the extraterrestrial battlefield and fell into a state of thought. And this side of the northern state border of a wild mountain place, Xiao Tian took the collection of various plants used to flavor the mixing of the new roasted meat recipe. Time and again failed again and again continue to retry, until the success of this record the recipe. The old man in the ancient sword couldn't help but spit after watching the whole thing. You usually spend the time you would have used to rest other than fighting and practicing your sword tinkering with these seasonings. Could it be that you want to show them off in front of little friend Lin when you get to Central State? Hey, the teacher guessed it. Xiao Tian scratched his head in embarrassment and said that his father had instructed him a sentence before he left. If you want to capture someone's heart, capture someone's stomach first. It was my father's good cooking skills that chased your mother for many years. Fine, then you kids keep tossing it around. The old man in the ancient sword said helplessly, thinking that this brat wouldn't really rely on a good hand of cooking to hug the thighs of the future Taiyin empress in the future to eat soft rice. right? Xiao Tian over here unconsciously remembered the scene when he and Lin Yuan ate barbecue in the secret realm, because there were just too many barbecued meats. Sometimes Lin Yuan and Xiao Tian would accidentally take the wrong barbecued meats that had been eaten by the other party. This kind of thing happens between good brothers is nothing, but let Xiao Tian now think about it cannot help but face red heartbeat like a drum, lowered his head and continued to bake up the meat. In the future when some of the players were saved by Xiao Tian, they realized that the powerful expert in front of them was carefully taking out a treasured book in front of the fire. When all these players thought that Xiao Tian would take out some divine secret, they were stunned when they fixed their eyes on what turned out to be a recipe book. This side of the Feng Xing has carried the bowl to Lin Yuan's side. To this point he hesitates instead of heart anxiety. I don't know if your highness likes this bowl of porridge. Feng Xing, who was afraid of being rejected, stood on the side with the bowl without saying anything, and finally, after repeated agonizing, he summoned up the courage to hand over the Dragon Jade 9 precious spiritual rice porridge and said, "Your highness, this is the Dragon Jade 9 precious spirit rice porridge I made, and I would like to ask you to try it." Lin Yuan was a bit surprised. He didn't expect that the overbearing and decisive demon sect master Feng Xing in his previous life would also have a side of washing his hands and making soup. This if let the previous life of those magic players to see still not doubt life up, facing the other line's kindness. Lin Yuan naturally did not hesitate to take the bowl and drink a large mouthful of kanji. The taste is sweet and fresh, and the flavors of the various ingredients are blended just right, and it is a feeling as warm as the warm winter sun, which makes you savor the taste. Lin Yuan's eyes instantly lit up in one gulp tun 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 and then smiled. "It's delicious. Thank you Feng Xing." Feng Xing looked at the white fairy in front of him who showed a smile. That sincere smile from the heart made him look lost in thought and his heart beat faster. He stood there like a wooden stake for a moment unable to speak. When Lin Yuan saw Feng Xing staring at himself without speaking for a long time, he glanced at the still-bitten kebabs in his hand with only one left to eat and suddenly came to a realization. It turned out that Feng Xing wanted to eat barbecued meat, but he was just too embarrassed to ask. This is the bloodline of the ancient beast as the mythical beast Demon King made roast meat appeal as big as normal. "This one's for you." Lin Yuan directly shoved the roasted meat in his hand into Feng Xing's hand and said. He then took down dozens of skewers of roasted meat from the fire and handed them over and said, "These are for you. You can just eat the roast if you want without being embarrassed. Mythical beast grilled meat contains too much demonic power. After you eat a few skewers remember to perform your gongfu to refine it to help improve your flesh strength and qi and blood." Feng Xing, on the other hand, was completely stunned and subconsciously took the roasted meat and held it in his arms. He only felt dizzy as if he had won some kind of jackpot. Lin Yuan on this side had already taken out 2 bowls and filled them with spirit wine. He handed one of the bowls over and pulled Feng Xing to sit next to the bonfire. "Isn't this feeling of drinking and eating a lot of meat very cool? It is also a pleasure to forget all those troubles and enjoy the moment to the fullest. I tell you that golden-winged rock's wings are roasted crispy and very chewy." Lin Yuan drank and ate meat while talking about the flavors of various demonic beasts as if he were counting them on his brow. At this time, Lin Yuan couldn't help but say as he looked at Feng Xing who was holding the roasted meat and hadn't moved his mouth yet, "Eat up, the roast won't be as good when it's cold." Only after Feng Xing heard this did he eat the roasted meat as if he had woken up from a dream, and finish them all under Lin Yuan's watchful eye. Seeing Feng Xing, whose body seemed to be on fire because of the demonic power of the roasted meat, Lin Yuan went out to help the other party dissolve the demonic power and couldn't help but smile. "The roast is too good, isn't it? Or you have to take your time. There's no rush." Then Lin Yuan and Feng Xing ate meat and drank wine while continuing to chat about what they had seen and heard on the battlefields of Zhengzhou and the outer regions. And very often he was the one talking while Feng Xing sat on the side listening attentively and answering a few sentences from time to time. The two of them were talking under a river of stars that shone brightly in the darkness of the night. The firelight of the campfire shone on the white-clothed young man who pointed out the mountains and rivers with great vigor, accompanied by the melodious singing from afar, and the wind blew over the fields and grasslands to create waves. This scene became one of Feng Xing's most cherished memories that he kept in his heart. When the banquet ended at dawn, back in the room of the Xianyu immortal boat, Feng Xing remembered that he had previously eaten the kebabs bitten by His Highness Lin Yuan. Wouldn't that be equivalent to indirectly kissing His Highness? This thought Feng Xing couldn't help but turn red. He covered his burning face at the same time feeling his heart beating incredibly fast for a long time. Chapter 44 Discoveries. Lin Yuan returned to the Xianyu immortal boat's own room. Originally wanted to meditate and cultivate till he found that a familiar page appeared in front of him. It is not exactly the official web page of the previous life of the world of Kyushu. What is this situation? He felt very surprised, began to check up on his body. There was no problem with his body and his Tao heart was solid. With the protection of the Xianyu immortal boat, it would be impossible for even a supreme powerhouse to make a move to directly pull him into the illusionary realm.
after Lin Yuan had double-checked that he hadn't gone off the deep end nor had he fallen into an illusion.
This page shouldn't be an illusion.
He quickly browsed up, realizing that he was actually browsing as a player.
This instantly lifted his spirits.
And then Lin Yuan quickly saw that the white-clothed figure carrying a long sword on the poster on the official website of the world of Kyushu was actually himself.
Is this for real? Hell, how come the poster on the official Kyushu Games website is a picture of me?
Lin Yuan couldn't believe it off the top of his head. He never thought that he had become a game watcher. As long as a player clicked on the Kyushu game page, they would see this poster. The background of this photo is the mountain peak where I live in the Taiyin Holy Land. Who on earth took the photo? Thinking so, Lin Yuan could not help but look up at the sky outside the window. His heart came up with a bold idea. It would not be the Kyushu World Tendo took the picture, right? It shouldn't be so. Even though he was a traveler, the Heavenly Tao wouldn't be so idle as to take pictures of him, right? Or was it done by a certain supreme powerhouse who was able to evade the detection of the Holy Land's formations? But why did he do it? It couldn't just be to better publicize the Kyushu game, could it? Many questions flashed through Lin Yuan's heart. The world of Kyushu was just too real, completely unlike a game world. And he recalled that at that time, the world of Kyushu game appeared out of nowhere on the list and everyone has this game in the phone.
But no one raised this question,
and did not go to explore the world of Kyushu's production company and the specific origins.
That in itself is a very strange thing. As if there is some rule that influences people in the real world not to go probing.
Lin Yuan also realized that this matter was not right only when he recalled it after crossing over. And thus proved that the world of Kyushu that could affect so many people was definitely not some simple game, but instead was a true metaphysical world. As for why there were players landing, Lin Yuan guessed that it might be because the world of Kyushu was facing a demonic invasion of havoc coming down, so the players who pulled the fourth heavenly tribulation entered to save the world. Of course, this was just a guess on his part, and it probably wouldn't do. In reality, the vast majority of the players landed in mortal bodies, cultivating up to the creation realm at most, with a small number of them in spirit bodies. In addition to a very small number of players through a variety of opportunities or techniques to reshape the body to obtain the treasure body,
and even the king body. Most players will face realm limitations at most a realm of creation, and even if you have a body,
the realm to the late stage of the realm to want to break through the need to understand the law of the initiation. The game player system can only help players to utilize experience to improve their realms and feats, and comprehending the great Tao of laws can only rely on the player's own enlightenment. So in his previous life as a civilian player, Lin Yuan relied on the amazing enlightenment to comprehend the power of the law all the way to the rise of the players to become the first place in the battle list. Other players want to comprehend the law. It is simply difficult to ascend to heaven. The comprehension of multiple laws and the beginning of the sword intent of Lin Yuan in the extraterritorial battlefield outstanding performance is recognized as the player's strength list top. In addition to being a casual cultivator, equipment is relatively poor and other Holy Land Saint son and Saint daughter can be a battle. In this life, Lin Yuan was able to kill a dozen or so demon kings in the demon borderlands in an invincible manner, in exchange for other Saint Realm players on the previous life's battle power rankings to at most deal with one or two of them, and if they encountered a dozen or so demon kings, that would certainly be a death without a burial place. So again, both have gamer panel systems. Some are strong because they are strong in their own right. Lin Yuan guessed that maybe it was because he had the strongest combat power among the players that he was pulled into the world of Kyushu to be resurrected and reborn after he died in the name of bravery. It was always impossible that there could be crossing over and being reborn for no reason, right? Retrieving his thoughts, Lin Yuan looked at the picture in front of him of the white-clothed fairy standing on top of a mountain looking into the distance and had a strong sense of shame and embarrassment welling up in his heart. Who understands that a picture of yourself in women's clothing is being put up as a poster photo on a game page? This is the first thing so many players see when they come in. It's no less than a public execution. No, can't we change it to another picture for the poster? I think the landscape picture is just fine. Lin Yuan, doubly ashamed and embarrassed, cannot help but look up to the sky and sigh. He remembered that in his previous life, the poster of the world of Kyushu was a picture overlooking the mountains and rivers, the sun and the moon scenery picture to come. Then he glanced at the number of reservation players of the Kyushu game, 230 million, and the number of reservations was still rising rapidly. This number stunned Lin Yuan. How this time the reservation of the Kyushu game players so much surprisingly has broken 100 million. Look at the official online time, this is only a day. This is higher than the number of reservations at the very beginning of the previous world, more than 10 times, right? Lin Yuan looked at this reservation number that was still rising rapidly in surprise and said, "What the hell is going on?" Then he swept his eyes and found the poster below the promotional video. The promotional video of the last life he remembered is the terroir of the world of Kyushu scenery to a kind of overhead aerial photography angle to show out, similar to the style of the documentary. I wonder if the promotional video is different this time.
Could this skyrocketing number of player reservations be related to the promotional video? Lin Yuan opened the promotional video with curiosity, and just as soon as he opened it, he was stunned by the screen full of densely packed pop-ups shouting for his wife. His expression of shock and disbelief, if shown with an emoticon, is equals degree smiley face. If it wasn't for the fact that the one being called his wife was Lin Yuan himself, he would have wanted to spit out a sentence that the internet was not a place outside the law, and that bigamy was against the law. Because the beginning of the scene in this promotional video was exactly the scene where Lin Yuan beheads the demonic dragon with a single sword, and the moment that stunning white fairy above the 9 heavens appeared, the pop-up screen was directly filled with wife goddesses. Pop-ups such as what, Yuan, have pity on me. I'm a person who hasn't had a wife since I was a child. Will you be my wife? My goddess has made her debut. 3 questions a day. Is Kyushu Games online yet? When will the official Kyushu Games release more videos about the white fairy? How long until I get to meet my wife? Yum. One day's absence is like 3 autumns. Tossing and turning and thinking like mad. Yuchi's wife is here. SSHSH really want to see the eye of the cool and absolutely beautiful white fairy reddening in the corner of her eye being pushed down this way and that. Oh my highness only begs you to die without regret if you look at me. Getting into the Kyushu game for the white fairy plus 10,086. These overwhelmingly dense shouting wife pop-ups made Lin Yuan dumbfounded, especially since some of them were unbearable with the words of tigers and wolves, leaving Lin Yuan greatly shocked while turning off all the pop-ups without hesitation. It's scary. Don't these guys have wives? Why do they call out for wives when they see people? In his previous life, Lin Yuan White Sword Immortal's powerful battle record was very prestigious among the players, and there were many fans who called him their husband. He never thought that after being reborn there would be so many players chasing after him and calling out for his wife. It wasn't just that he was forced to dress up in women's clothing. Were these people as bad as this? Lin Yuan didn't have much self-awareness about his charms. The charms he exuded couldn't even be carried by a demon saint, let alone someone without cultivation. This is still due to the fact that the various two-world charms are much diminished. Otherwise the scene would have been even crazier. How come the promo video is going to be me? It's not like the previous life, Lin Yuan muttered after quickly fast-forwarding through the promotional video, and he glanced at the number of reservations that were still skyrocketing and instantly became enlightened, hoping that this is to let the Kyushu game official to find the traffic code of publicity. Then the previous life of the landscape film really, your beauty is more attractive, right? But there are so many good-looking people under the sky. Why should I be chosen? The Holy Maiden of Yaoqi is also very beautiful. Why not choose the Holy Maiden of Yaoqi? Lin Yuan pondered and thought of the Holy Maiden of Yaoqi that he had seen in his previous life at the Yaoqi banquet. That was also a cool and absolute beauty that looked like an iceberg. Then he thought of the previous life of the Holy Maiden of Yaoqi either in closed-door cultivation or in closed-door cultivation. In addition to Yaoqi banquet appeared in front of the players to show a side of the side. It seems that all the residents in the Holy Land of Yaoqi also do not come out. This life is also the same. Lin Yuan heard that the Yaoqi Holy Maiden has been in seclusion for 10 years, has not yet come out of seclusion. The next time out of seclusion 80% to wait until 3 years after the Yaoqi banquet. Could it be that because the Holy Maiden of Yaoqi has been in seclusion and can't come out to see anyone? And I've been too active in the past few years. I've been chosen to do the publicity? Lin Yuan contemplated life. When the Yaoqi Holy Maiden was in seclusion, he was in the central state on a hunting tour to subdue the demons and eliminate the devils. When the Yaoqi Holy Maiden was still in seclusion, he had already killed to the demon clan's frontier to set up the ring and start a killing spree. Thinking about it like that, it seems like there's a valid reason for choosing me to publicize it instead of the Holy Maiden of Yaoqi. But it's not right. I'm a male. I'm not really a holy woman. What the hell is going on with this official Kyushu game? Lin Yuan, who was thinking hard, did not know that even if the Holy Maiden of Yaoqi appeared often, the Kyushu game would only choose Lin Yuan as the protagonist of the promotional video. And the inside story of this would only be understood by him when he waited for the future. Anyway, something like my women's clothing should never be exposed, Lin Yuan thought to himself, deciding to make sure to cover his vest. Or else if this matter of him dressing up as a man and a woman was known by people from both worlds, it would be the ultimate social death. Lin Yuan on this side continued to open the familiar player forum board from his previous life after watching the video. And sure enough, there were already a lot of posts in it as soon as he opened it. That post with the very long name, guessing about the main plot of the Kyushu game. What will happen to the players with the Heaven's Destiny protagonist, the White Fairy, attracted Lin Yuan's attention. And when he read the entire post, he thought to himself, how could I be the main character of the game? The sons of Qi are clearly Xiao Tian, Fong Xing, Zhong Shan, Yi Lu Yun, Gu Chongsheng, Mo Xuanji, and the rest of them. All these players have been misled by the promotional videos. Thinking this way, Lin Yuan could not resist the idea of posting.
He changed the name of the account he was currently logged into from Your Highness Lin Yuan, the Holy Maiden of Taiyin, to have you eaten today? And also changed the default selfie to a picture of a gourmet meal. Who uses their real name on the internet these days? Change it must be changed. Then Lin Yuan left a comment at the bottom of this post. Have you eaten today? Is it possible that Lin Yuan isn't the main game protagonist and the main protagonist is someone else? Lychee, how Lychee, you're a water army hired by another game company, right? Do you know Taiyin's Sacred Maiden, or do I know Taiyin's Sacred Maiden? You don't understand, Your Highness, at all. How can Yuan be so good not to be the main character of the game? The blogger of this post, Lychee, how Lychee, passionate open microphone. He is oblivious to the opposite chatting person is his heart longing for the white fairy. If he knew it would certainly be excited to say, Fuchi, take me away. Lin Yuan on this side saw the replies and rarely felt confused. He was the Taiyin Holy Maiden. How could he not understand himself? Chapter 45 View. Lin Yuan continued to browse the forum by a group of players posted by those overly enthusiastic obsessive remarks to the surprise. Especially some of the posts to draw serious homoerotic picture is just. There are even certain Thurston's picture and even there is a book. Although the number of books reflects the hotness of a character's popularity. But this also made Lin Yuan shut down the forum browsing page in flames, hating to wash his eyes. Help! Seeing dirty things. Lin Yuan, who was quite fond of brushing the forum and flooding it in his previous life, said, it's better not to read this forum. Officials of the Kyushu game beg you to be individuals and not use me as promotional material on the front page of the game's official website. He couldn't help but sigh and say that this kind of treatment was too much for him to bear. Lin Yuan realized that in addition to the game's official website that he could browse, there was also a line of time reminders that the time until the player logged in was 3 years after the world of Kyushu and 1 year after the real world. The time in the world of Kyushu and the real world. Synchronized time ratio of 3:1 is equivalent to the reality of the past day. The Kyushu world past 3 days. A lot of players in the previous generation were shocked when they first realized this time scale difference. What kind of transgenerational black technology is this? Wouldn't this allow people to be able to have more time to live longer? This also caused a lot of foreign netizens to be upset, because the Kyushu game only landed online in China. There's no way for foreign players to access it even if they want to play. However, at this time, China has long been the world's first. The face of the sun in the east. These foreign netizens can only be discussed on the internet did not set off much of a storm. As for the top of the other countries may do something, but with a magical force of rules at work, soon everyone didn't bother to explore why any game company could come up with such black technology that transcends time. Those Western countries also did not probe into this matter as if they had forgotten about it, and even those foreign netizens who had previously posted complaining comments disappeared without a trace, as if nothing had ever happened. That's why the world service of the world of Kyushu is also the national service, and when the aura of this world recovers in the distant future, the players of China will realize that they are not sure how many steps ahead of other countries in terms of cultivation. 3 years from now the players will log on and I'll be able to see these old folks. Lin Yuan couldn't help but smile at the thought, but he couldn't laugh when he thought about those posts in the forum. He decided not to think about 3 years later is still too far away. Found that you can hide the Kyushu World game page and then some operation out of sight out of mind. Lin Yuan began to organize his loot storage bag that he had obtained from killing over a dozen Saint Realm Demon Kings this time. There were really quite a lot of good things here. This superb Dao artifact Dragon Scale Spirit Cloud Heart Protector armor is extremely effective in defense, and judging by the style of the Dao pattern it should be from among the ancient ruins. It's a bit better quality than the one I obtained last time at the Violet Mansion Mystic Realm ruins in the central state, so it's just right to go back and give it to Master to use for self-defense. Lin Yuan took out a golden flowing cloud-like glittering heart protector armor and said to himself, he had given his master Yen Xingxue quite a few defensive Dao artifacts to defend himself over the years. In fact, at first, Lin Yuan had sent a supreme artifact, but Yen Xingxue had firmly refused to accept it, saying that supreme artifacts were for supreme beings and that it would be a waste to give them to her, which was why Lin Yuan had sent a Dao artifact. He only has such a master. Get along with these years, the feelings are getting deeper and deeper. Must not let anyone have any failure. This Xianshui Rui flag can instantly lay down a heavy water formation. It's nice to use for watering flowers. The design is a bit interesting. Xing Luo should like it tomorrow, just give it to her. Lin Yuan, who had flipped out a set of combined top-grade spiritual treasures 36 Xianshui flags, muttered. These on the outside can attract countless cultivators to scramble to lead to a bloody rain of top-grade spiritual treasures were so arranged to be used to water the flowers. If let those people know certainly to doubt life. The Grand Elder likes flowers and trees. So this 10,000-year Thunderbolt wood will be a good gift for the Grand Elder. This time, I also have to thank the Grand Elder for taking action to teach that demon Zuna lesson. Plus this rare variety of starflower will definitely be able to make the Grand Elder happy. Lin Yuan looked at the hand-emitting thunder. Chi blood looks like the withered would spring like 10,000 years of thunderjack would said happily. Next to him there is a pot of flickering starlight, 7 colors like rainbow haze, like strange flowers. Pieces of petals as thin as cicadas' wings. Although these things were good, they weren't of much use to him because Lin Yuan had the best equipment all over his body from the Holy Land. And there really wasn't a shortage in terms of equipment. As for cultivation, because Lin Yuan's realm of perception of the laws of the Tao had long since reached the supreme level, as long as he had enough experience in killing enemies he could directly upgrade in minutes. It won't be like other players who want to upgrade and still have to get stuck on the bottleneck of the laws of enlightenment and can't break through. Because the realm of creation, after each layer of the realm breakthrough, players for the perception of the law of the realm must meet the requirements to break through, or accumulate more experience, is still stuck in the bottleneck. For this treasure, Lin Yuan was prepared to give it to the Grand Elder along with the Starflower after he finished comprehending the Tao patterns of the laws of thunder contained on it. This broken army meteorite blade should be made from ancient cold iron. Its power is quite a bit higher than weapons of the same rank. Fang Xing is a sword user, so this blade will be given to him. Lin Yuan took out a long knife with a cold light that looked very sharp. This top-grade Tao artifact broken army meteorite knife looked ancient and full of killing intent, worthy of the name of broken army. He is using the sword. No, the family and friends in the master Yin Qingshui and Xiao Tian is also using the sword. Qing Luo is using the flute. The great elders of this realm weapons, and what is no longer important is the Law Avenue. Fang Xing was using a knife. This Lin Yuan remembered clearly. He was going to find a time to give this knife to Fang Xing. Chapter 46. This is the 5-colored Rui Yun cheese, which can be used to help mortal and spiritual bodies enhance their physiques to metamorphose into treasure bodies. And it also has a miraculous effect on some special feats. Let's give it to Brother Xiao when we meet in Central State next time, Lin Yuan said as he looked at a colorful and flowing lingji turned out amongst a pile of treasures. This 5-colored Rui Yunji was as brilliantly colored as a peacock opening its screen, emitting a strange fragrance. He remembered that in his previous life, Xiao Tian had spent a lot of time seeking the 5-colored Rui Yun Qi from the players on the extraterrestrial battlefield and finally found it. So it was obvious that this herb was very important to Xiao Tian. Perhaps it was because the special technique that Xiao Tian, who was a spirit body, cultivated, wanted to enhance his physique, and needed the 5-colored Rui Yun Qi to be used as medicine. This can enhance the human physique of the 5-color Rui Yunji. Ganoderma placed outside is able to attract countless ordinary cultivators' frenzy of heavenly treasures. This can enhance the physique of the treasures are relatively rare, so very precious, often appear to be able to attract countless cultivators' red-eyed crazy kill to snatch. But such heavenly treasures that enhanced cultivation qualifications were unattractive and of no use whatsoever to Lin Yuan. Because his physique was already the topmost divine body in the world in terms of cultivation speed qualification, there was no better physique in the world of the 9 states that could rise beyond that. There's no way around it. It's top drawer full in every way. It's that posh. Grandmother likes incense. This Dansha cloud crane furnace looks very pleasing to the eye and smells good. It's nice to go back and give it to grandmother. Continuing to rummage around, Lin Yuan holding a glaze transparent as the sky clouds like the incense burner. The stove shape elegant as a crane spreading its wings and wanting to fly vivid. He is ready to go back to the Taiyin sacred ground ancestor as a gift. After picking out all of these gifts that he was going to give away and putting them away, Lin Yuan continued to start picking out the treasures that would be useful to him amongst these mountains of treasures to prepare to use them up to increase his strength. This cutoff of the heavenly green divine wood can be used to help me comprehend the laws of wood. This exuberant vitality is really majestic and majestic. This time I should be able to break through to the 7th realm of the laws of wood. Looking at the celestial green colored celestial green divine wood branch in front of him that had more than 10 feet high branches and leaves, Lin Yuan thought to himself and picked it out. The realms of enlightenment were divided from low to high into realms of intent, domains, laws, and great Tao, and each realm was further divided into 9 levels. So many refining materials: fire essence Xianjin, earth vein Yuan magnetite, great white gold essence, sinking sea snow silver, and cold star crystal sand. These materials can also be used to allow me to comprehend more of the laws of gold, the laws of earth, the laws of water, and the laws of fire. When the enlightenment is complete, it can be used as a foundation for creating a small 1,000 world in the future. When Lin Yuan walked in the middle of a dozen valleys piled up by all kinds of precious and unusual star sand ores of various colors, he couldn't help but sigh and say, some of these peaks are as white and flawless as snowy mountains towering into the clouds that is the sinking sea of snow and silver piled up peaks. Some glittering as the stars and rivers, brilliant peaks flashing crystal light that is the cold star crystal sand. Some of the black as dark as ink, deep introverted that is the Yuan magnetic veins. There are many peaks of various colors of the treasure light reflecting. It is really a strange peaks, magnificent, show sacred. A wide range of all the colorful. Next to it, there is a pool of blue and transparent lake water like a blue jewel. This is a yuan of heavy water. Every drop of water weighs as much as 1,000 pounds, contains rich spiritual power, whether it is used for refining weapons or other roles or heavy treasures. Lin Yuan was going to incorporate all these materials into the world of swords after he finished comprehending the laws. To the demon race or the vast majority of cultivators, these were just heavenly treasures. However, for a supreme celestial pride with amazing enlightenment like him, this kind of heavenly material that contained the power of the 5 elements was also an excellent material for comprehending the laws. In addition to the monadic heavy water, this sun god stone can help me use it to condense a true sun true flame and cultivate into a perfection grade golden crow dharma phase. The gold-colored stone by the lake that was as golden as a small sun made Lin Yuan nod his head. This sun god stone was actually more than 10 feet high, was really rare, enough for him to have another supreme law. The sun true flame technique, to the consummation. Some supreme laws also required a corresponding heavenly material to reach perfection. The 9 myriad glazed treasure tree. This is a superb spiritual plant that can aid in enlightenment. Although it's not as good as the ancient tea tree of enlightenment, but it can still increase the speed of my enlightenment by 1 or 2%. There is this kind of treasure to be able to before that mythical demon king. Although it is a demon race, law participation is very high. No wonder it will become a demon pride. It seems that this treasure tree has helped it a lot. When he saw the 9 myriad glazed treasure tree that was branching out and swaying straight in the cave heaven dharma treasure, Lin Yuan nodded his head in joy. This tree, 5,000 years a blossom, 10,000 years a result. At this time there are dozens of trees like onyx, like colorful fruit. These like treasure beads like fruit apparently has not matured some green. Ah, this is actually the 80,000-year-old 9-leaf sword heartgrass. Good stuff. This kind of medicinal herb was even able to turn out from the poor demon king's storage bag. Fortunately, the demon race does not cultivate the sword path, is useless to them. This grass was not used up but stayed. This level of sword heartgrass can be used to make my sword world more condensed. The power of the exertion can be doubled. All the way in the treasure mountain walk around. Lin Yuan surprised to see that the body turquoise like emerald gemstone with 9 leaves of the sword heartgrass. This grass is shaped like a sword with a sharp to the extreme sharp momentum, as if a grass can cut through the mountains and rivers. The sun and the moon. Just the sword intent emanating from the blades was astonishing enough. A complex and arcane Tao pattern manifesting a sense of mystery. This 80,000-year-old 9-leaf sword heartgrass was enough to increase the cohesion of his sword world by another 30% after refining it, and was one step closer to truly evolving the world. After all, this was a treasure that even an exalted level would be moved by, especially for a sword cultivator. So I really didn't know how the poor demon king had obtained it. But anyway, it was now cheap for him. Thank you to the demons for delivering the treasure, boys. There is also the demon Zun sent out. The compensation gift treasure is more than 100,000 copies of the heaven and earth Xinhuang fruit, purple cloud clear like bamboo, water and fire and lotus and other precious medicine. This kind of year and grade of heaven and earth spirit medicine is honored out will be heartache. In addition to a dozen or so heavenly materials of extremely high grade, there are also 1,255 types of 5 elemental spirits that can be roughly used to comprehend the laws as well as refined to increase their strength or become the foundation of the world of swords. As for other grade materials, tens of thousands and countless. When the finishing touches were done, the time had come tonight. Lin Yuan, who had finished counting the harvested loot, felt that the demon clan was really rich. The entire wealth of a dozen or so demon kings could be compared to the entire wealth of dozens of Daodian level forces. And now all these good things were his. He wanted to go to the demon tribe to rob, but thought that he had only slaughtered a dozen or so demon kings in the demon tribe, and the commotion was quite big, or he had to wait a few more years. In addition to heavenly treasures and piles of vast oceans of spirit stone mines. As for the weapons, there were also several hundred pieces, and other than that top-grade supreme artifact, the purple jade fallen cloud clock, which could catch his eye. The other weapons didn't arouse too much interest in him. One of the weapons drew Lin Yuan's attention, and when he held that purple gold Xin Yuan hammer, he probed it with his divine sense for a while before saying with an odd expression, "What a waste!" Surprisingly adding the 9 orifices Linglong stone that can be used as an out-of-body transformation to be used as a weapon material. The demon race that made this weapon probably didn't recognize the 9 orifices Linglong stone either. After all, the divine object, since the obscurity, if not for his amazing spatial law attainments, could not detect the hammer material abnormality. He stretched out his hand to use the Nanmingli fire, quickly melted the hammer to extract a fist-sized mass of 9 exquisite stone. This piece of jade, to reveal the true face of the jade, looks flawless, crystal clear and colorful, when it is really the creation of heaven. It was that the volume was also a little too small. There was no way to refine an out-of-body incarnation with this fist-sized jade. Was it hard to just leave it like that? Lin Yuan looked at this fist-sized 9 orifices Linglong stone, pondering an idea in his heart. He could refine this stone into a ring and then separate a little bit of his divine soul into the ring. This was also an extremely rudimentary version of the method of incarnation. It was equivalent to the fact that he had an additional divine soul perspective, could see more different landscapes through the ring.
Nanzhou Lin Yuan is still the first time to come here, has not had enough fun.
And in a short time it will be time to return to the Holy Land of the Central State. Just in time to leave a ring behind to continue exploring a bit before leaving. So much for being able to experience more interesting experiences equivalent to the red dust refining the heart. Not only promoting the enlightenment of the sword intent, perhaps it may be possible to poke around and find out a lot of clues about the material of the out-of-body incarnation. Lin Yuan, who quickly made a decision, nodded his head and said to himself, yes, it was mainly for the red dust refining heart, never because he wanted to have a good time in the southern continent. Splitting off a sliver of his divine soul didn't have much of an effect on his main body, and with the help of the soul-nourishing treasures recuperating for a few days he would be able to recover, which was why Lin Yuan made his decision so easily. Soon this piece of 9 orifices Linglong jade was refined into an ancient and atmospheric ring, and then Lin Yuan separated a sliver of his divine soul into a bit of light that landed on the ring and melted into one.
This is still a marvelous feeling.
Feeling everything in the outside world through the ring, Lin Yuan said after feeling it carefully with one mind and 2 hearts. His divine soul was powerful while maneuvering up the ring to float around in the air to experience an airborne roller coaster feeling. After playing for a while, not rightly experiencing the ring perspective for a while, Lin Yuan decided to throw this ring out. As for throwing it to that corner of the southern continent, let it be. He looked at the ring and laughed at the thought. Isn't this the equivalent of another version of old Grandpa Goldfinger? I just don't know if that fated person will be able to pick up this ring of mine. At this time the stars of the night twinkled. The ring that appeared in the sky turned into a shooting star from the sky, quickly swept through the clouds, passing through those lofty mountains, streams and valleys, villages and towns. And finally the speed of this stream of light became slower and slower and finally landed down noiselessly. Chapter 47, The Sect. The sky is high. The wind is light. It is the autumn season. The road on the fiery red maple leaves is burning, sea waves rolling in the wind. That faraway rice paddy's golden wheat waves are still in the autumn harvest. Farmers bowed down to harvest the wheat. The frogs in the rice paddies and the puddles jumping around, lushly dyed with the autumn color of the woods, surrounded by a spacious official road with a few ox carts driving. A few ox carts inside the separation of some young men and young girls. The youngest of these people is about 12 years old. The oldest nearly 20 years old. Zhongshan sat amongst these people. The purpose of these people was to go and participate in the Qingyun Sect's entrance disciple examination this year. The Qingyun Sect's age requirement for disciples had to be above 10 and below 20 years old. Qingyun Sect was a 6th grade sect near the village where Zhongshan was located. This sect would recruit new student disciples to the nearby surrounding cities and villages for initiation every 10 years. Originally it was the time to recruit disciples had not yet arrived. However, because the demon dragon's rebellion led to many deaths and injuries in the Qingyun sect, there was an urgent need to replenish some outer disciples and miscellaneous disciples. So the disciple recruitment test was brought forward. As one of the dozens of villages near the Qingyun sect, Zhongshan's village naturally got the news of the early time, and the village chief and clan elders in the village organized to send the young boys and girls who wanted to participate in the selection test to the Qingyun sect. So they took the oxcart carriage to the Qingyun sect to participate in the examination. This way, running for 2 days to see the destination is about to arrive. The young people in the car also became excited. Big brother Zhong, what do you think the sect will test to recruit disciples? I'm so afraid that I won't be able to choose. Lu Tinyo cannot help but be a little apprehensive to Zhongshan said. Zhongshan seems to be the most stable and reliable inside their car. The road others often chatter and chat. Zhongshan many times are silent with a carving knife sitting where to carve a piece of wood. The others didn't know exactly what Zhongshan was carving. It felt as if he was carving a person. And they didn't know exactly who it was because these teenagers didn't see the exact appearance. If they had seen the front of the wooden sculpture they would have surely exclaimed in shock. Isn't this the same white-robed fairy that beheaded the demonic dragon with her sword by the river? Although the wood carving was also only carved out in 3 colors, it was still recognizable because anyone who had seen it would never forget that scene on that day. I don't know. Zhongshan shook his head and said, he was just a hunter and woodcutter in the middle of a mundane village, and he didn't know much about these unattainable sects in the eyes of ordinary people. If you ask him how he hunts, he can tell you everything, but if you ask about the clan test, he really doesn't know anything. Soon the ox cart to the foot of the Green Cloud clan, only to see the strange peaks, steep, dangerous cliffs hanging high, jagged rocks, pines and cypresses, vines all over the place, that the green mountains and green water between the clouds and mist there is a winding steps appeared, as the ladder of the sky. The foot of the mountain is also a sea of people at the moment. Not only are there many stalls and vendors setting up stalls here to sell their wares, there are also some flying sword disciples of the Qingyun sect in the sky to maintain order. And this place looks as if it has turned into a bustling downtown. Quite a few richly dressed gentlemen and ladies also gathered at the foot of the mountain chatting. There are many young boys and girls from the nearby cities or villages have come together in groups. In short, it looks like a sea of people, lively and extraordinary.
How had these young people from ordinary villages ever seen such a sight? They immediately let out a gush of astonishment. Wow! What a crowd! So many people. Is this the legendary Immortal Gate? It's so grand. Zhongshan also looked at this sect lost in thought for a moment. This towering mountain peaks and the twists and turns of the undulating white jade steps. Flocks of white cranes dancing in the sky. This scene also made the first time to see him feel surprised. A few days later, the clan examination officially began. And early in the morning, a deacon wearing a Taoist robe and holding a duster in his hand was seen saying to the crowd, "This is the ascension steps. Only by personally walking up these 3,000 steps on foot can you qualify, and it is also the first level of examination for worshipping the sect." This level was mainly to examine the sincerity of those who wanted to worship the Green Cloud sect. Those who arrive at the mountain gate before nightfall can proceed to the second level of the test. These words spread to the ears of everyone present. And then the crowd realized that the invisible barrier that had originally prevented them from ascending the stone steps had suddenly disappeared, and a group of people began to scramble to climb the steps. The first level is actually not difficult, due to the fact that there is a day's time. As long as you stick to it and don't give up halfway, and your physical strength is still okay, you will basically be able to climb to the top of the mountain to the sect gate. Zhongshan was originally a woodcutter in the mountains and often hunted. His physical strength was naturally very good and moved very fast. So he was in the front of the line among the many hikers, attracting the attention of many people. However, he wasn't in a hurry to speed up and rush to the front, as he was worried in case the second level of the test required physical strength as well. When noon came, he had already ascended to the mountain gate. When he saw several people who had ascended to the mountain peak earlier were lining up to test their talents at the clan's deacon's office, it was then that Zhongshan realized that the second level was a test of talent. In addition to the central state, in the four continents of the southeast, northwest and north, the vast majority of people are mortal bodies, and a few people are spiritual bodies. There is also a talent gap between the mortal bodies, which is roughly categorized into lower grade, middle grade, and upper grade. They corresponded to how many realms one could cultivate to, with lower grade talent cultivators only being able to cultivate up to the 3rd grade, the upper limit for middle grade being the 6th grade, and the upper grade realm being the 9th grade. Only to see the deacon of the gate in brocade clothes holding a magic weapon bronze mirror used to test talent towards each person, and a few words emerged on the bronze mirror. Lower grade talent. Failing elimination. You choose to go down the mountain now or stand over there to become the clan's handyman disciple. The deacon glanced at the words on the bronze mirror and said to the teenager in front of him, who couldn't help but muster up the courage to ask with a frustrated expression, "Lord Deacon, can I ask what a journeyman disciple does?" Mainly responsible for the clan's daily cleaning, cooking, chopping firewood, taking care of spirit animals, and planting spirit rice and pills. Sect handyman disciples can receive a free learning technique. Daily must complete the tasks assigned by the sect, must work for the sect for 30 years before leaving. If the cultivation technique breaks through the 1st grade realm before the age of 25, one can become an outer disciple. The deacon explained and said, at present, the sect was desperately short of handyman disciples to work because of the high number of casualties from the demon dragons. That was why he was so patient in explaining for these mortals with lower grade qualifications. If it were before, he wouldn't have bothered to say anything more to these people. Well, make your choice and don't delay here. After saying that, the deacon let that person leave the team to continue testing the talent. And most of the 8 people after that were of lower grade talent, with only one of them being of middle grade talent. Medium grade talent, qualified for the 3rd level of examination. Encountering a person with medium grade talent made the deacon's expression ease a bit, nodding his head and said, and soon the queue reached Zhongshan. Lower grade. Born with an extinct vein. This kind of waste physique is also trash to the extreme amongst mortal bodies. It's impossible to cultivate a bit of mana. When the deacon saw the words displayed on the bronze mirror, he was also surprised out loud. Talent that was so poor to such an extent was also a rare sight. Most mortals or lower grade talent still have some hope to cultivate. But lower grade born with an extinct vein, this kind of wasted physique is simply impossible to embark on the road of cultivation. You're out. Next. The deacon said without hesitation. Zhongshan's heart went cold after hearing the results of the talent test, sidestepping to make way for a moment of pause before asking, Lord Deacon, may I stay and become a handyman disciple? Hearing these words, the deacon frowned and looked at Zhongshan. He saw that this youth was tall and sturdy but a working laborer, so he nodded his head and said, although your talent is shockingly poor and you have no hope of cultivating in this life, but in the event that you are sincere in worshipping under my Qingyun sect over there to accept you as a handyman disciple, you and stand over there. Thank you, Lord Deacon. Zhongshan thanked and stood on the side of the miscellaneous disciples. He felt in his heart that the sky was the limit. How could he give up easily without 100 attempts and efforts? Chapter 48, Listening to Lectures.
When dusk approaches and the sun sets, the afterglow of the evening sunlight falls on the mountains as if to color the peaks. The sky has also become dark. The roadside a long lamp lit the fire lit up the steps. The foot of the mountain prosperity scattered only sparse some people are still there. This hazy scene is that ink painting. The first level of the examination was coming to an end, and all those who hadn't climbed up through the heavenly ascension ladder by nightfall would be eliminated. Worshipping the clan was tantamount to reaching heaven in one step for many ordinary mortals. So this step was also known as the stairway to heaven. If players see this scene will certainly want to spit. This metaphysical novel worship clan assessment classic and old-fashioned first-level climbing stairs. This familiar feeling how deja vu. As for it being completely dark, the deacon of the Qin Yun sect who was responsible for the examination also rang 3 bells floating into the air and said, "The first level of examination has ended. So those who have not arrived at the mountain gate leave quickly." Then along with the surge of mana an invisible wind brought those who were still climbing the mountain to the foot of the mountain. And these people wailed with regret after landing peacefully. But these voices cannot penetrate the mountain. Even this jade steps they cannot get close to the slightest. The next time the Green Cloud sect would have to wait 10 years for the date of accepting an apprentice. For these mortals, how many decades are there in life? Not to mention the fact that the Green Cloud sect also had an age requirement for its disciples. These people are hopelessly out of the Green Cloud sect anyway. If there are still some doorways they can go to other small sects to have a look. If there are no doorways then they can only blame for not insisting on arriving at the mountain gate earlier. In fact, the vast majority of the people who were able to come over to participate in the examination went up to the top of the mountain. And many people chose to return home because they failed the second level of qualification testing. After all, the Qingyun clan is a 6th grade clan belonging to the middle grade clan for the official disciple requirements of the middle grade qualification. Unlike some 2 or 3 grade small clan lower grade qualification is also collected for the outer disciple. There were still some people who didn't want to give up and stayed to become an odd job disciple of the Green Cloud sect, and Zhongshan was one of them. The outer door deacon in charge of the examination took the people who had passed the qualification to participate in the 3rd level of the examination. At this time, a young man wearing the inner disciple's clothing with a cold expression descended from the sky to come in front of them to open his mouth and said, "My name is Zhang Ping. I'm an inner disciple of the Green Cloud sect. You can call me Senior Brother Zhang. This time I'll take you to the Hall of External Affairs." After Zhang Ping finished speaking, he took out a leaf and turned it into a turquoise-colored boat to bring the people to the boat. It was the first time Zhongshan felt the feeling of flying in the air. The evening breeze blew coolly across his face. Surrounded by the sea of clouds rolling, that a mountain peak above the carved beams and lights, can see a lot of coming and going flying cultivators. Some are the royal sword flying. There are also riding a spirit beast disciples and so on. Many people who saw the crowd of newcomers not wearing disciples' clothes took one more look and then stopped paying attention. Along the way Zhang Ping didn't speak. Zhongshan and the others didn't dare to open their mouths to ask. So the crowd was silent and soon arrived at the hall that belonged to the hall that governed the miscellaneous disciples at the Foreign Affairs Hall. At this time a round and chubby-looking outer door deacon greeted him smilingly and said, "Senior Brother Zhang is here. Hard at work. Senior Brother Wan, I've brought these miscellaneous disciples. I'd like to thank Senior Brother Wan for arranging them. I'm going to go back and hand in my tasks." To Zhongshan and others' faces frosty expression cold Zhang Ping saw Deacon Wan showed a touch of enthusiasm smile arching his hand and said, "Obviously he is not indifferent people. Just as an inner disciple he cannot see these low-talent servant disciples just." After sending Zhang Ping away with a smile on his face, Deacon Wan stroked his beard with a serious expression and said to the newcomers present, "All right, I'm Wan Ronghua, the deacon in charge of the miscellaneous disciples in the External Affairs Hall. You can call me Deacon Wan or Lord Deacon. After arranging what you're in charge of, I'll take you to your place of residence. Starting tomorrow, you will be getting up at dawn to work. You will not be able to return to your lodgings to rest until nightfall, and you will have 1 day off a month for vacation. The 3 daily meals could be received in the lobby of the miscellaneous hall, and the miscellaneous disciples who completed the monthly tasks would receive 10 taels of silver and a bottle of lower-grade qi nourishing pill. If you fail to complete the task there will be punishment in various forms. Do not think that the clan is a place for you to live a comfortable life. Here you have to give in order to get out. If you don't want to be whipped and punished, finish your daily tasks properly. For cultivators spirit stones are the currency. What worldly gold, silver and jewels are all garbage. But for these miscellaneous disciples who are still mortal silver is still very attractive." These words had obviously been said many times by Wan Ronghua, and he quickly assigned tasks to the people while registering their names, such as assigning them to the kitchen to cook food, going to the spirit beast circle to take care of the spirit beasts to clean up their feces, going to the spirit medicine garden to plant herbs, going to the spirit field to sow and water, and cleaning up the clan building, among other tasks. When it was Zhongshan's turn, Deacon Wan looked at his stout and tall figure and nodded and said,
Your name is Zhongshan, right? From now on, go to the back of the mountain every day to cut 50 bundles of firewood, and pick 50 tanks of water and come back to put them in the back kitchen yard of the utility hall. Yes, Lord Deacon. Zhongshan nodded his head and replied. He thought to himself that chopping firewood wasn't exactly his old job. Although it was a bit of hard work, it wasn't too difficult for him. Seeing this, Deacon 1 continued to arrange tasks for the next handyman disciple, and after everyone's names were registered and arranged, only then did he take out a pile of gray robes and identity belt tags worn by handyman disciples as high as a small mountain from inside his storage bag, as well as some books and manuals, and said to the crowd, "These are the clothes of the miscellaneous disciples. Each person receives 2 sets of clothes each, and in the future, when walking in the sect you must wear the clothes issued by the sect." Each person also received an identity jade token and a book recording the rules and regulations of the clan, as well as a free gong method, 5 elements gong. To fly on the clan's spirit cranes you need a disciple's waist license, and without a waist license the spirit cranes won't take care of you. You go back to familiarize yourselves with the sect's rules and regulations, and don't violate them, for the lightest case will be served with whipping, and the heaviest case will be beaten to death alive. If it is the players in the previous life here to see will spit, royal sword flight or ride the spirit crane for fear of heights players or too exciting. Strongly recommended to install guardrails, only 1 day off a week, and corporal punishment for failure to complete. What kind of pickpocket operation is this? The evil capitalists suggest hanging streetlights. But this kind of thing is commonplace for people in this world, and we all know and understand what happened in the feudal dynasty. Hearing these words from Deacon 1, the people present couldn't help but tense up. There are also some people who don't care too much, because these people have relatives in the Qingyan sect who know something about this kind of thing. Like this kind of handyman disciple of theirs can't usually break the rules of the sect. At this time, there was an odd job disciple who asked with a pale and cautious face, "What should I do if I don't know how to read?" "Mr. Deacon?" This sentence also asked a lot of handyman disciples of the heart, because these farmers from the handyman disciples also do not have the money or time to read, also do not know the word. The clan has a gongfu hall that teaches texts and explains gongfu, and every day someone will give a lecture to the disciples. So if you want to go and sit in on the lecture you can also go and listen to the lecture at night, but don't delay the day job, or you'll know you're wrong if you get your skins beaten. One deacon that is not the first time to encounter this kind of problem opened his mouth and said, "In fact, this place to teach literacy is still mainly for some do not know the words of the outer disciples to prepare. As for the miscellaneous disciples who wanted to go to the sidewalk they could also go and listen." Zhongshan secretly noted down the name of the Hall of Merit in his heart, and he didn't recognize a few words to prepare to go and learn some when the time came. Among the several sons of Qi, Zhongshan's literacy level could be described as the lowest of the Joey Yuk level of illiteracy. Want to cultivate without literacy? That is never okay. Even the Gongfu cannot read how to cultivate? Deacon 1 felt his mouth dry even after saying so much. He clapped his hands and said to these people, "Well, no more questions. I'll take you to where you'll be resting tonight." Then the crowd came to the place where the back mountains handyman disciples lived. Many wooden huts were situated in this place, next to a lush bamboo forest. Zhongshan chose a remote cabin near the back of the mountain to stay. This day mountaineering labor plus did not eat much, is also hungry. So he took out a dry cake from the bundle he was carrying and nibbled on it, took out the gourd containing water and drank a few mouthfuls before flipping through the 5 elements feats by the light of the candle flame. This is a most common and ordinary gongfu. There are many more pictures than words. Those words are raw and difficult to understand, fortunately not too much. Zhongshan took the gongfu and read it for half a day, but there was nothing he could do. He didn't recognize the words. He could only put away the gongfu and start sleeping. A month later, while chopping wood and picking water, Zhongshan, who went to the gongfu hall every day in the evening to listen to lectures, sat there as usual to listen to lectures. Sitting in the center with a duster in his hand, an old man with a goatee was giving a lecture. This was the lecturer Su Tingsheng who was teaching this course. He swept his gaze over the crowd listening underneath. The vast majority of the disciples were sitting upright and listening to the lesson, in which Zhongshan, who was holding a quill and writing and drawing on the paper to record notes, drew his attention. That disciple who writes with his head down, you answer the question. In front of the void emperor of the violet cloud of the upper Qing dynasty, the jade morning monarch of the great Tao of the Taishang, living idly in the Rue Zhu for 7 words, dispersing the 5 forms into 10,000 gods. What do these 2 sentences mean? Su Tingsheng touched his beard and asked. Zhongshan was named and stood up to scratch his head and could only look naive and said, back to the lecturer, "I don't know. He only learned some words this month, barely able to read the 5 elements gong. Like this clearly does not belong to the 5 elements gong. On the profound meaning of the scriptures simply do not know. Then, as I have said before, there is a soul above and a Guan Yuan below, and the left is the Xiao Yang and the right is the Taiyin. What is the interpretation of this sentence? Lecturer Su Tingsheng continued to ask with a frown, and then Zhong Shan could only say helplessly, I'm sorry, docent. I don't know. This also don't know. That also don't know.
Originally see you are a handyman disciple so good at learning still want to enlighten you a bit.
It's rotten to the core when you look at it like that. What's your name?
Su Tingsheng frowned deeper, obviously some angry reprimanded.
Zhong Shan continuously answered his questions. Does not it appear that he taught no way to lose his face? How can this not let him feel annoyed? He thought to himself that an odd job disciple was indeed an odd job disciple. Really rotten. My name is Zhong Shan. Hearing these words, Zhong Shan was ashamed and honestly bowed his head and replied, like a student who had done something wrong. Zhong Shan, are you the Zhong Shan who was born with an extinct vein? What's the point of coming over to listen to a class with a wasteful physique like yours? What a waste of my words. Like you, this kind of waste garbage still want to cultivate when really is not self-conscious. Ridiculous to the extreme. Get out and don't come back to class. Su Tingsheng's expression became disdainful and disgusted upon hearing this name. He felt that it was really unnecessary for him to get angry over this kind of waste before and waved his hand to drive people away and said. At this time Zhong Shan's face reddened upon hearing this insult. He clenched his teeth and clenched his fists holding his books and pens and left without looking back. If he could he really wanted to retort loudly. However, the more he learned about cultivation these days, the more Zhong Shan knew that he was born with an extinct vein that could not be cultivated at all. With a blocked shortage of meridians, he could not even run and store spiritual chi, not to mention cultivating mana. Unless there is a legend of the creation of the realm of the strong and powerful to help reshape the meridians and bones or encountered extremely rare to be able to train the constitution of the heavenly treasures. Or else this life without the practice of chi practice way. Anger, aggression, unwillingness let Zhong Shan clenched his fists and looked at the sky more determined to cultivate the idea. When it was time to eat at noon, Zhong Shan came to the handyman hall to take his meal. Then he heard a group of handyman disciples talking and jeering. Ah, he's that Zhong Shan. I heard that he's a natural-born extinct vein that's rare to see in 100 years. If I had been detected with such a trashy physique surely I would have long since descended from the mountain and gone home. Yes, in my case I would have left long ago. How does such a waste of physique have the courage to stay in the sect? Ah, is it possible that he still wants to embark on the road of cultivation? Really delusional. Daydreaming. That's right. I see that this guy is so diligent these days to run to the Hall of Merit every night to study. But as a result, he wasn't kicked out by lecturer Su. Ha 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 ha. You guys are not seeing that scene. It looks like a homeless dog that has been chased away. One has to be self-aware. Waste is waste. Garbage is garbage. Guys who can't recognize themselves are ridiculous. Not many of us miscellaneous disciples have been able to cultivate to the first grade realm to become outer disciples. This Zhong Shan wouldn't still want to become an outer disciple, would he? Ha 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 ha. Laugh me to death. In the face of these people's chatter taunting laughter, Zhong Shan sees so many people can beat a few but cannot beat so many individuals. After all, no cultivation or flesh mortal. He can only hold back the anger to take away the food did not pay attention to them. For one thing, he is indeed one of the worst physique-born extinct vein. Secondly, so many people discuss. 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands hand. He alone is difficult to block the crowd of ghostly mouth. These people love to talk so much. Let them talk. It won't cost them a piece of meat anyway. But still, this fire finally surged up from his heart making Zhong Shan shout at them as he left with his meal. Although I was born with an extinct vein waste physique, but the sky is the limit. The path is made by people, not by your words. Chapter 49 Lessons Learned. Zhong Shan left the handyman hall after he finished speaking, and when he left, the many handyman disciples laughed out loud. Someone who was laughing so hard they couldn't straighten up said, just by virtue of him being a waste of life with an extinct vein, he still speaks out of his mouth really thinking that he's the protagonist in a talk book? It really kills me with laughter. That's right. There's still no way out of the sky. This is clearly a dead-end road ahead. This Zhong Shan is afraid that he will only know regret when he hits his head. Voices of agreement came from the crowd, and the jeers of the crowd echoed through the miscellaneous hall where the meal was being served. In the following days Zhong Shan also encountered quite a few people taunting him. Because there wasn't much entertainment in the sect, the miscellaneous disciples didn't have much entertainment in the overly closed environment, so some people made fun of this matter, but Zhong Shan ignored these people as well, making them feel doubly bored. So after a week, those people had passed the freshness plus the heavy tasks of the handyman disciples. They no longer paid attention to the matter of Zhong Shan being kicked out by lecturer Su of the Hall of Merits and Techniques. Zhong Shan's life also resumed the usual chopping wood and water at night to fumble with their own cultivation of a quiet life. Fortunately, 5 elements gong above the word is not too much the first month. Barely recognized with those illustrations can also begin to try to cultivate. 3 months later, at noon, inside the wooden house on a plank bed sitting on a tall young man with a handsome and rigid face. He was wearing gray clothes with sweat all over his back. Face looked very painful, and the veins on his arms were rippling. On the table next to him were several empty medicine bottles with a note for the chi-nourishing pill attached to them. The Hall of Merit was definitely not something he would go to again. Even if he went there again, that would only be after he was able to succeed in his cultivation. Let those who mocked him know that he, Zhong Shan, was not a waste and could also cultivate. There was no way to go to the classroom to continue to listen to the lessons and no one to ask for advice. So Zhong Shan was left alone to fumble with his own cultivation up to keep trying, failing again and again, and repeating the challenge again and again. After a long time, Zhong Shan, who failed to cultivate the gongfu, stood up like a taut broken spring. He opened his eyes with a pained expression and said with some despair, "This is the 15,864th time or failure. Obviously I followed the route run by the gongfu exactly and also used the bottles of chi-nourishing pills issued by the sect. But the meridians were blocked to store not a single bit of aura. As if all the paths were blocked. Other people taking Qi Dan can more or less feel absorb some aura. And Qi Dan contains aura into my body like a stone sinking into the sea. Is it true that being born with an extinct vein makes it impossible to cultivate? At this time, because of the forced operation of the 5 elements gone, so that the originally unbearable meridians came from a burst of severe pain. Stimulating Zhong Shan's body is difficult to tremble body or trembling sweating like rain. Even harder than the physical sensations was the fact that he couldn't see his way forward. Once Zhong Shan thought that as long as enough hard work, as long as enough effort, maybe a little bit of hope to break the physical confinement that cultivation into the 5 elements gone. After these months of tireless efforts and challenges, he sadly realized that his body, which was born with an extinct vein, was like a funnel. Even if you get a little bit of aura through the chi-nourishing dan, the aura will soon escape and cannot be preserved at all, and it will only be a waste of medicinal power. This made Zhong Shan feel a great deal of pain, just like a dried-up lake that could only watch the rain that descended from the sky evaporate, unable to do anything about it. This feeling of not seeing hope tormented him, making him doubly anxious and helpless to think of anything. If the players were to experience what Zhong Shan was feeling at this moment, they would probably describe it with the phrase, "Only when you've tried hard do you know what despair is." At this time Zhong Shan took out a piece of hand-carved mahogany statue from his bosom. It was a white fairy standing on top of the clouds with a dancing dress and holding a long sword, and she looked down on all the people as if she were a goddess descending from the 9 heavens to the earth. Whenever he saw this piece of wood carving, thinking of the amazing sight he witnessed that day, Zhong Shan would temporarily forget the pain and hardship he encountered, suppressing all the anxiety and despair and calming down his mood. Zhong Shan took out a new piece of wood from under the bed and took the carving knife and continued to carve it, firming up his beliefs as he inscribed it. The reason why he wanted to cultivate and become stronger was because he wanted to be able to protect himself and the people in his village the next time he encountered a crisis like the demon dragon's rebellion. Instead of fleeing in a mess in the middle of the storm like he did that day, and being so small and helpless under the flooding and natural disasters, as well as he also thought that if he had the chance, it would be great if he could meet that white fairy who had beheaded the dragon with her sword to subdue the demons and eliminate the devils again. And he wanted to say thank you to the other party. A waste physique like mine that was born with an extinct vein would be heavenly lucky if it could set foot on the path of cultivation, not to mention becoming stronger. I guess I shouldn't have the chance to see that fairy one more time in this life. Zhong Shan's heart was filled with bitterness thinking so. That fairy was so powerful. For them mortals it was simply a godly person. Just like the heavenly swan and the ground ants. This strength status gap is completely different. Can have the chance to see once has been a fluke of luck, not to mention talking. The young man in the carving shook his head and quickly threw away these troubles and distractions to concentrate on immersing himself in it. His fingers like flying skillfully planing away the wood flowers, stars and dots of debris such as rainfall. When the carving was finished, Zhong Shan's mood had long since calmed down. His will was as solid as a rock, and he was ready to wait for his body to regain its state and then continue to devote himself to the next attempt to cultivate like a bottomless pit in the evening. Even if it was 1,000,000 times, 10,000,000 times, hundreds of millions of times, he would never give up cultivating. Even if he bumped his head on this path, he would never regret it. Then Zhong Shan got up and cleaned up his room ready to go to pick up water. After leaving his cabin he used a flat stretcher to skillfully pick up water and pour it into the vat in the backyard of the hall, and then ran a few dozen trips to be able to fill up 50 tanks of water to complete today's task. Just as Zhong Shan left the backyard picking a flat stretcher to continue to pick water on the way, he saw a sharp-toothed, sharp-mouthed, thievish-browed man was beating a pale and thin teenager. Looking at the gray robes on the two are handyman disciples. The thieving man cursed as he punched the man. "I asked you to help me take care of the spirit field and work. These days worms have appeared in my land, and you didn't even realize it. You're really looking for a fight. I think you're itching for a day without a fight, aren't you?" The skinny teenager who had been beaten up with his face covered in blood. He wept and wailed as the pain made him curl up into a shivering like a shrimp.
It's also clear that the situation is clearly one of this person threatening to force another person to do his work for him and beating them up outright if they don't do a good job. This kind of thing wasn't uncommon among the miscellaneous disciples, and the deacons wouldn't care about this kind of thing. Zhongshan, who saw this scene, although he usually looked a bit more composed and taller than his peers, was actually still a hot-blooded youth in his heart. He immediately put down the flat water bucket as agile as a panther and rushed up to press the other party's fist and shouted, "Stop it! You're no good at bullying people like that." Zhang Qi, who was punching someone, also cursed in annoyance when he saw his fist being stopped. "How dare you scold me? Do you know who I am? How dare you rush up to stop me without knowing my identity? Just with you a reckless man also want to teach me a lesson. I will definitely beat you to eat your heart out." Hearing these words of Zhongshan, anger directly swinging fist heavily smashed in Zhang Qi's face. This fist force is very large as a meteor hammer like this guy smashed head broken blood pain wailed. "Let you not die. You miscellaneous." Zhang Qi's pained features were twisted with a hideous expression as he shouted. He had never suffered such a big loss. Then the tall grey-clothed young man hit Zhang Qi with a fast and accurate whip kick, kicking the broken and cursing-looking hideous and crazy handyman disciple out and smashing into the tree with a sound. Bang bang bang. This side Zhongshan retracted his feet and looked at the far side to be knocked away, shouting at the man, "Get the hell away from me. Don't let me see you again." Chapter 50. Zhang Qi. The handyman disciple who had been knocked into a tree by Zhongshan's kick ended up wailing in pain while letting out vicious words. "You kid, wait for me. I'll take this revenge. I'll definitely clean you up." After saying that, this man with a head full of blood and thieving eyebrows turned around and staggered away, obviously knowing that staying behind would not be able to beat Zhongshan. And instead, he might be beaten up even more miserably. This guy is really bossy. Zhongshan looked at this person and shook his head and said, "It seems that he has not yet punched hard, and he still has the strength to put hard words. Forget it, the person has gone far away. He is also lazy to chase." The skinny teenager over here who was originally bullied and beaten up by Zhang Qi said with an expression of horror and fear as he looked at Zhongshan, "You even hit Zhang Qi. His cousin Zhang Wenyuan is an upper grade talent directly becoming an inner disciple. That's an inner disciple is simply not something us miscellaneous disciples can afford to offend." While speaking, this skinny teenager who was lying on the ground with his head bleeding stood up and said archly, "Thank you for saving me, but that Zhang Qi has pulled in some of the miscellaneous disciples to be his lapdogs on the strength of his cousin's connections, and they spend all day flaunting and bullying men and women in our miscellaneous disciples who plant farmland. Because my share of the farmland was closest to him, he forced me to work for him for free and often scolded me. You beat him up so badly this time, he'll definitely take revenge on you. You should be more careful these days. I'll leave first." After saying this bruised and swollen handyman disciple pulled out his legs and flew away, not even leaving his name behind. Zhongshan looked at the man's departing back and didn't say anything more. Only his heart sank thinking that Zhang Qi even had a cousin who was an inner disciple. No wonder that man was so arrogant and cocky. I hope that cousin didn't have a good relationship with Zhang Qi. Otherwise this would be troublesome. The matter had come to a head. The man had already been offended, and it was useless for him to think about it any further. Never mind. Keep picking water. Zhongshan shook his head and picked up the flat stretcher and barrel that he had put down earlier and continued to go to the waterhole to pick water before it got dark. After completing the task of picking water, he returned to the wooden house to continue his persistent attempts at cultivation. On this side, Zhang Qi, who had returned to his residence, took out the bottle of elixir that he had begged from his cousin. Originally this was the elixir he used for cultivation. Now he could only endure the pain and use up one to recover from his injuries. Otherwise this intense pain was too much for him to bear. He took out an emerald green elixir from the bottle and took it. A warm heat flow gushed out from his body, repairing the wounds on his body. The original blood flow face also slowly scabbed and molted and recovered a lot. And the original swollen like a pig's head with distorted features expression also revert back to that thieving look. He said as he reached up and wiped a handful of blood from his forehead with a vicious look in his eyes. "I must take this revenge. That guy who suddenly jumped out and punched me in the face is just waiting to die. But who was that guy again? Seems a bit familiar." Thinking so, Zhang Qi began to recall where he seemed to have seen Zhongshan, and he clapped his hands viciously after thinking for a while. "Isn't this the loser born with an extinct vein who was just taken out by lecturer Su in the Hall of Feats a few months ago? I was there to watch this guy roll out in disgrace. What's this guy's name again? It seems to be called Zhongshan. You wait and see." Speaking up, where Zhang Qi hurriedly woke up those dog legs of his from inside the cabin and asked, "Do you guys know where that Johnsan lives?" The 8 follower handyman disciples present looked at each other in dismay. They were all disciples in charge of planting spirit fields or medicinal gardens. They were really unfamiliar with Zhongshan, who was in charge of chopping wood and picking water. There were thousands of miscellaneous disciples, and there were so many wooden houses that those who weren't on good terms usually didn't know where each other lived. "Have you all become mute?"
Don't any of you know where that Zhongshan lives and what he's usually in charge of? Jiang Qi asked loudly in impatience, which was when a miscellaneous disciple follower stepped forward and said, I heard someone say once before that Zhongshan is going to cut 50 bundles of firewood and pick 50 tanks of water to put in the backyard of the utility hall tomorrow, so we can wait until tomorrow evening after he finishes cutting the firewood and picking the water to follow him and find his place. Well, what you said is somewhat useful. This kid is even in charge of chopping wood and picking water. Then tonight we'll smash all his water tanks and burn all the firewood we chopped. Let's see how the deacon will punish him tomorrow. Jiang Qi, who heard these words, said, revealing a vicious smile. That hideous expression made the other few people involuntarily shiver, knowing that the deacon had told them 3 times when they came in at the very beginning, be sure to complete the clan's daily tasks on time. Don't be lazy, responsible will be punished. These followers of the miscellaneous disciples thought to themselves that it seems that this time that guy called Zhongshan is going to be miserable. A waste of a natural extinct vein still dares to offend their boss. It is really suicidal. That night, the sound of a water tank thumping and breaking came from the backyard of the handyman's hall, and all that clear water clattered down to the soaked earth at the grass. Crackle! The men threw bundle after bundle of firewood into the fire and burned it. Only the sound of the wood and the reddish glow of the fire could be heard, and only when everything was done did the men leave the backyard of the handyman's hall. The next morning, Zhongshan woke up and went to the lobby of the miscellaneous service hall as usual. Every day, Deacon Wan would take the list and conduct a roll call to make sure that everyone was present and that no one woke up late and slacked off. There were already quite a few people in the lobby when Zhongshan came, and these people were talking and pointing at Zhongshan for having arrived. See, that Zhongshan guy offended Jiang Qi. And last night Jiang Qi let slip that he would definitely teach Zhongshan a hard lesson today. I remember he's that waste who was born with an extinct vein, right? With such a trashy physique, where did he get the courage to offend Jiang Qi, who has an inner disciple as his backer? It's true that people can't look at each other, and the sea can't be measured. I can't believe that this guy is so bold that he offended that Jiang Qi. This guy is definitely finished now. Let's just stay away from him before the blood gets spilled on us. That's right, that's right. I'm going to stand away for a bit, not to have anything to do with this punk, lest we get targeted by Jiang Qi as well. That would be bad luck. Zhongshan looked at the crowd that had isolated him far away from him, and his expression complicated when he saw that among those people there was his fellow countryman friend Lu Tinyo. Lu Tinyo, who would normally greet Zhongshan, stood far away in the corner at this time with his head bowed, not daring to look over, obviously not wanting to get too close to Zhongshan, who had offended Jiang Qi, and be caught in the crossfire. This scene made Zhongshan's heart half cold, nor did he say anything as he turned away without looking at the other party. At this time Jiang Qi also arrived with those followers of his. He looked at Zhongshan with a smug and provocative expression as if he was waiting for a good show to be staged. After a few moments, Deacon Wan walked to the middle of the hall of the miscellaneous service hall with an ironic expression and asked in a cold voice, Zhongshan, the handyman disciple in charge of chopping wood and picking water, get out here. Why is it that all of the water tanks in the backyard are broken today, and there isn't a single bundle of firewood to be seen in the back kitchen? What are you doing for food? Hearing these words, Zhongshan was shocked in his heart. Obviously when he left yesterday the water tank and firewood were still sitting there properly. This was already someone doing this on purpose. With this thought Zhongshan turned his head to glare fiercely at Jiang Qi and the others, who were still laughing, as he turned to the deacon and explained, Lord Deacon, all of this is the work of Jiang Qi and the others. They intentionally smashed the water tank and burned all of the firewood I cut. And do you have proof? Deacon Wan's expression was still cold and impatient. He said, he knew that Jiang Qi had a cousin who was an inner disciple, while Zhongshan was nothing but a mudleg without any background or a waste who was born with an extinct vein. He didn't care at all about who was right and who was wrong. I have no proof. Zhongshan clenched his fists in chagrin and said, if he had known that Jiang Qi and the others would do this, he should have defended his backyard against them. Now it's too late. And he doesn't seem to have any evidence that can prove that it's them who did it. At that moment he thought of something inspired to open his mouth. Jiang Qi should have left footprints when they left last night. Right. You can compare the footprints to judge. Enough. Shut up. I don't want to hear you explain. I'm a man who only looks at results. You were in charge of chopping wood and picking up water. But now that the water and firewood are gone, you're going to be punished for not completing yesterday's task. Deacon Wan directly interrupted and said. He waved his hand to signal the men next to him to fetch the whip and make Zhongshan lie down to be punished. Zhongshan didn't have any other way out. His mission wasn't completed because of Jiang Qi and the others. It was reasonable to be punished as well. It was just that he was the only one who was punished, and the real culprits, Jiang Qi and the others, got away with it, making Zhongshan feel very indignant. He also sensed Deacon Wan's favoritism, but there was nothing he could do about it. Who let the Jiang Qi have a cousin who became an inner disciple, while he himself is just a born with an extinct vein, can't cultivate the wasted physique without any background?
The penalty for not completing the task is 30 lashes. So watch this, all of you. This is what happens when you don't complete the task. Crackle, 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 crackle. Accompanied by one sound after another of the whip cracking the skin and flesh, Zhongshan only felt a fiery pain on his back, just like being scalded by boiling hot water, which caused him to bare his teeth and eyes. But he gritted his teeth and didn't let out a single scream. The whole person was silent like a statue. The blood flowed down from his back and gathered into a pool of blood. Zhang Qi, who couldn't hear Zhongshan screaming miserably, was a bit disappointed. But he saw Zhongshan's beaten and bloodied back and grinned a quick grin and said, "Yes, let your kid offend me. This time miserable, right? Ha 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 ha. But this thing we are not finished." Although seeing Zhongshan's miserable state of being beaten by the deacon made Zhang Qi's anger subside quite a bit, he still wasn't prepared to let Zhongshan go, and it was hard to resolve his hatred without teaching this guy a lesson with his own hands. When the flogging was over, Deacon Wan told all the people to disperse and hurry to do their work. He threw down a bottle of gold wound medicine and said to Zhongshan, "After applying the medicine yourself, hurry to chop wood and pick water. Don't delay today's work or you'll be punished tomorrow," said Wan. Deacon turned around and walked away without looking at Zhongshan lying on the ground. If not for the fear of this kid because of the injury delayed today's work, he even the bottle of hemorrhoid medicine do not want to give. Zhongshan looked at the gold sore medicine that was thrown to the ground and bitterly laughed as he struggled to get up with difficulty and barely medicated himself. After putting on his clothes, it still hurt and his face was pale and his brow was furrowed. Today's work of chopping firewood had become extra hard, especially when carrying it. Pulling on his wounds made him hurt so much that he could hardly stand up straight, and the same was true when picking up water. It was hard to finally finish all the work before dark. Zhongshan was ready to go back to his hut to rest. Because the pain were tormenting him, did not notice that there were still 7 or 8 people following behind him. Zhang Qi and the others who followed to the hut in the back of the mountain didn't let Zhongshan enter the house, but directly made their move at the bottom of the hill not far in front of the hut, because Zhang Qi couldn't wait. A group of people jumped out and swarmed directly surrounded the weak Zhongshan. 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands in the face of so many people's siege. Zhongshan was firmly pressed by them on the ground, punching and kicking. "I'll let you dare to lecture me. See, saving people in front of me. Right. Now let's see who else can save you." Zhang Qi, a choke Zhongshan's neck caricatured smile said as a few punches swung out to beat the other side of the nose and face, and then he grabbed Zhongshan's head toward the stone, ruthlessly hit. Bang bang bang. Accompanied by the violent impact sound, Zhongshan was smashed to the head. Blood blurred his vision, and other blood flowed down his throat as rusty as the taste. These people punches and kicks fell on every part of his body, especially when it fell on the wounds that had been whipped in the morning. The pain was like a pain in the heart. It was a kind of torture. Such intense pain made Zhongshan's body tremble like sifting chaff. Despair, anger, unwillingness, and pain like a tidal wave wrapped him up and pulled him into that bottomless hell. Ha 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 ha. Aren't you very tolerant? After receiving so many lashes and still refusing to scream. This is dumb. Why don't you scream? Come on, scream for me to hear and see. Maybe I'll punch you a little less. Zhang Qi, who continued to wield his fists and tormented Zhongshan's wound, said with a loud laugh. He also intentionally grabbed a handful of sand and ants and scattered them towards the wound. This ants' gnawing pain made Zhongshan's eyes red with unbearable pain, and he could not wait to fight with the other party, but was surrounded by so many people and lost too much blood. Zhongshan is also unable to resist. Can only be these people all kinds of torture and abuse. He can only clench his teeth and hard not to send out a scream to maintain his only remaining little bit of poor dignity. 2 hours later, a follower handyman disciple couldn't help but say as he looked at the dying and tortured and bruised Zhongshan in front of him, "This person shouldn't be dead already, right? We've been hitting it for half a day and there's no response. Probably. I don't think I'd expect to live with such a serious injury." Next to someone echoed said. Zhang Qi, tortured for so long, gas or also eliminated, feel a little tired, then waved his hand and said, "Humph. That's enough for today. Count this kid lucky. I don't have a fetish for flogging corpses. I'm tired after fighting for so long, so I'll go back and rest." Waiting for these people to leave, lying in the bushes, Zhongshan opened his eyes with difficulty. He wanted to struggle to get up, but the loss of blood made his consciousness more and more blurred. His body did not listen to the call, only to feel that the body temperature is getting colder and colder, as if falling into the ice cellar. The whole person, as if falling into the depths of the sea, felt suffocated and dead. A strong emotion of despair wrapped Zhongshan. He looked at the night sky that was as dark as ink this night. No one would come to save him at this time. So I'm going to die here today? Zhongshan, mood of despair, looked up at the night sky without stars, thinking, the sky is really dark. I cannot see a little light. Just like his life is obscure. At this time, when his blood flowed to the grass in a ring, light white light appeared in the surroundings. The surrounding appeared magical changes in the growth of grass and trees, flowers in full bloom. Even the dark clouds on the sky are scattered to reveal a round of the moon, spreading clear light shrouded in the earth.
when the illusory and ethereal white clothes like snow like banishment immortal figure appeared to show his face when all the music is silent, the mountains lost their colors. Zhongshan once again saw the white-clothed fairy figure that had haunted him appear in front of him before his consciousness blurred and he fell into a coma. Chapter 51, Adoption of an Apprentice. Zhongshan felt as if he were a flatboat drifting down the river and lake above the sinking and floating, and his consciousness was like a fish falling into the water freely and unrestrained, and the world became hazy and untrue. It was a warm feeling as comfortable as soaking in a hot spring, and all the pain in the limbs was gone. A magical power rapidly restored Zhongshan's wounds, and along with the majestic and exuberant life force contained in the laws of wood surging, those horrifying and hideous-looking wounds were restored as before. His whole being was healed inside and out like a new life, and the escaping life force also let the groundweed's crazy growth quickly bloom of flower buds delicate. In the fall and winter season is still like spring flowers bloom. When Zhongshan opened his eyes after being cured of his serious injuries in a comatose and dying state and woke up again, he saw clearly this white-clothed figure under the moonlight in front of him. Just see a handsome and elegant white boy-style god show standing in the wind. Body back long sword belt gored just like a fairy. People think of the snow-covered cypress, like the court in the jade tree flowers, the hands and feet between the indescribable free and easy. It is as if the next second he will fly to the sky with his sword and ride the wind, and with one move of his sleeve he will fill the sky with sword chi. And Zhongshan looked at the face of the silhouette in front of him and recognized that it was not the same white-clothed fairy who had beheaded the demonic dragon with her sword on the riverbank that day. Although the clothes and hairstyle were different, the stunning looks and temperament were still just as striking and would never be forgotten after one look. One is really dreaming, right? Otherwise how could one meet this white fairy who saves suffering again? This kind of thing can only appear in beautiful dreams, right? Zhongshan thought that he might have been knocked unconscious by Zhang Qi's men with serious injuries. Otherwise how could he have dreamed of seeing the fairy appearing to heal his injuries? This side of Lin Yuan just appeared from the ring to see his seriously injured dying grey-clothed youth. He thought to himself that he did not expect to meet a person of destiny actually in critical condition did not hesitate to save people. This contains the law of what healing power is as long as there is still a breath of living dead can also do. Treatment of such injuries is naturally not a matter of course. A few months ago Lin Yuan threw out the ring and then closed to cultivate some natural after coming out. He first gave Qing Luo that set of 36 Xin Shui Rui flag touching his head and said, "Here, take it and go play with it." "Thank you, ma'am." Qing Luo happily thanked him and went off to play with her treasures humming a little song. Then when Lin Yuan gave the 10,000 years thunderclap wood and the starflower to the Grand Elder as a gift. "Thank you, Your Highness." Gu Mangsing smiled happily received said, "To her strength realm this kind of heavenly treasures have long not known how many seen, but this is His Highness personally sent the gift meaning is not the same. It is as if the grandmother received a gift from her granddaughter that the heart is naturally different from others." The great elder Gu Mangsing took the thunderbolt wood and starflower planted in her cave world baby's small garden to raise. When Lin Yuan gave Fang Xing the chilly-looking broken army meteorite star knife, Fang Xing felt ashamed of himself for not taking the knife being shoved directly into Lin Yuan's hand. Then Lin Yuan waved his hand and said, "Take it if it's a gift." "You're welcome. I will not fail Your Highness." Fang Xing looked at Lin Yuan's back as he left his heart overwhelmed with gratitude. His heart was filled with mixed feelings. He had never thought that a Dao weapon that he had only heard of in legends would be given to him so directly. He had to cultivate his sword skills to become a master of the Dao of the blade, and he could not fail His Highness's expectations of him. If Lin Yuan knew his inner thoughts, surely a question mark would pop up in his heart. It was just a gift. He didn't have any expectations. Afterwards when Lin Yuan they were ready to leave the southern continent, the many generals at the border of the southern continent and the many people in the border defense cities, as well as the Taoist alliance monks came over to see them off. The crowd was densely packed with people. These millions of people looked at the sky with reverence at the white-clothed figure in the sky that had saved the southern region's many people and was also in the demon frontier to kill the people in and out of the country. And they bowed in unison and shouted, "We bid Your Highness farewell, and wish you a safe journey and good fortune in the Dao. Thanks for seeing me off. Gentlemen, the mountains are high and this is goodbye. We'll see you again in the future." Lin Yuan waved his hand to say goodbye to the waiting royal sword in the air as a white rainbow back on top of the Xianyu immortal boat. And then in these 3 months he began to close his eyes to cultivate and comprehend the laws. And the Xianyu immortal boat also slowed down the speed, finally came to have a large remote teleportation array located in the eastern continent of the ancient city of Beidou. The crowd in this place to rest and play for a while. Just now, Lin Yuan noticed that the ring was drenched in blood, so he put his mind into transforming into a shadow and appeared in the Qingyun sect in the far southern region. And this time he appeared to see Zhongshan, who had been beaten to death and was covered in blood. After saving the people, Lin Yuan looked at Zhongshan, who had recovered as before and become alive, and well nodded his head as he floated the ring on the ground into the air and said, "Oh, this young man, did you drop this gold ring? Or this silver ring? Or this jade ring?" Fairy sister? At this time Zhongshan, who was watching intently, subconsciously shouted out of his mouth, "Where's Sister Fairy?" Hearing these words, Lin Yuan looked around left and right. He also wanted to see the fairy, and realized that he didn't see anyone else in this wild mountainous area either. Wait a minute. That's not supposed to be yourself that's yelling, is it? Lin Yuan hindsight realized after changing his expression. His current look also did not wear women's clothing, completely free in sprightly white sword repair dress. He just wanted to retort said, "I'm a guy." But then thinking that the female identity vest must not be exposed, he changed his tone and said, "Don't call me Sister Divine. Call me Senior." Lin Yuan didn't expect to meet a random fated person in a place like the southern region who had also seen his female costume. He had already guessed that this grey-clothed youth in the past had probably seen the scene in which he had beheaded the demon dragon with his sword, so he was deeply impressed, and recognized him at a glance. But what the hell is a goddess? He's a guy. Lin Yuan's mood was one of speechlessness, with the awkward feeling of a woman's vest falling off too quickly. "Elder, I didn't drop the ring," Zhongshan said as he looked at the white fairy in front of him, scratching his head with a naive smile. He thought to himself that he had known not to shout fairy sister. This fairy looks younger than me, how can I shout sister? Shouting senior seems to feel a bit strange. Well, you're honest. Then this ring will be yours to keep for now. Lin Yuan on this side nodded his head in satisfaction and said, "This title of senior is really much smoother than the one Zhongshan shouted before." He handed over the ring that this smudge of divine soul had been placed on, and since he felt like experiencing the joy of being a golden-fingered old grandpa, of course he had to find someone who had it. If the other party's character passes, after observing Lin Yuan is ready to give it some chance of creation. Even if it's his casual instruction, that sage-level instruction for even the creation realm is not a person, is a heavenly chance of creation. Zhongshan carefully took the ring. He decided that he must take good care of the ring that the fairy had asked him to keep. There must not be any slip-ups. Thank you senior for beheading that demon dragon before and saving our entire village. Zhongshan thought of something and looked up gratefully. He also did not expect his dream to come true so quickly. He really had the chance to say thank you in front of the white fairy. Subduing demons and removing devils is what righteous people of my generation should do. I accept your village's gratitude. Lin Yuan said, the corners of his mouth rose, obviously in a good mood. He very much enjoyed the thanks of those who had been saved, because too many people have been saved in the middle of the state when patrolling the hunt, often encountered unintentionally being helped by mortals or monks to thank the flower delivery. As for what humility was, it didn't exist in his dictionary for the time being. By the way, what's your name? Lin Yuan, who still didn't know the other party's name, opened his mouth to inquire, and then he heard a somewhat familiar name. Senior, my name is Zhongshan. Zhongshan honestly giggled and replied, grey-clothed tall lanky youth, expression naive, look extra simple. Although the face and clothes are still residual bloodstains, but gives the impression that it is an honest man. Lin Yuan over here thought to himself, why does the name Zhongshan sound so familiar? Wait, isn't that the name of the son of the southern continent's Chi-Luck? Zhongshan, the son of the south continent's Fortune, the future human race's martial emperor, the creator of the road of body cultivation, with a mortal body to beat all the 10,000 races of the prides of heaven, to beat these prides of heaven who carry a powerful physique to doubt their lives. The moral heart collapsed. This tall young man in front of him, whose clothes were tattered and bloodstained, who had been seriously injured and dying before and was now smiling foolishly, was really the future majestic and domineering martial emperor? That's too much of a contrast. Lin Yuan looked at this youth who had covered most of his face with blood, but the more he looked familiar, he decided to ask in confirmation, so what is this place? Elder, this is the back of the Green Cloud Sect's mountain. Zhongshan replied after hearing this, and now Lin Yuan was completely sure that the man in front of him was Zhongshan, the son of the southern continent's Chi-Luck, because it was Zhongshan that the players in his previous life had encountered in the Qingyan sect. If we say that among the many sons of Qi, who has the lowest starting point, it is undoubtedly Zhongshan, who started as a mortal with no cultivation and no background, and was also detected as being born with an extinct vein and unable to cultivate in the beginning of the waste stream. In his previous life, Zhongshan was a late bloomer who went through thousands of hardships and various setbacks to finally become a quasi-imperialist with a mortal body, sweeping across the 10,000 races heavenly pride in the later stage of the extraterrestrial battlefield. Then he became a quasi-empire against the odds under the siege of many foreign race-honored ones chasing the players, killing out a martial emperor's honorific title from among the 10,000 races. He opened up a new path for physical cultivation to become an emperor, and it was expected that he would become a great emperor in the future, breaking the view in the eyes of the world that mortal bodies could not become emperors, and creating a new cultivation method for physical cultivation in the world. In his previous life, players were impressed by his perseverance to forge a path for the sake of cultivation and called Zhongshan Brother Perseverance, commenting, who says that there are no great emperors in human physical cultivation?
The vast majority of players are mortal bodies, a small number of spiritual bodies. The way of Qi refining for the physical requirements of the high realm limit restrictions. Body cultivation, on the other hand, did not have any physical requirements mortal bodies could learn, and the upper limit was opened up high enough, except for the resources and senses needed which were many times that of the way of refining Qi. This was also the reason why Zhongshan was popular with many players, because the way of physical cultivation that he had opened up was a ladder to heaven for players, and although this ladder was difficult to climb spending too much experience and resources, and also required realm senses, it was also a ladder to heaven. In the past life, players could ask Zhongshan to teach them the way of body refining after they met him by chance in the Qingyan sect, and the other party would teach the players the way of body refining for free, and no special conditions were needed. And I heard that this was because Zhongshan hated the kind of lecturers who made things difficult for others. Therefore, the players, especially the physical cultivation players, had nothing but praise for Zhongshan, and with this person in the front to open the way for the physical cultivation path, those of them would just follow behind and learn. Body repair originally in the world of Kyushu is a relatively cold profession. The previous way of body refining can be cultivated to the realm of life and death on the limited future. Now physical cultivation surprisingly can also become an emperor to break this limitation. Behind the Zhongshan and players driven by physical cultivation also became one of the popular professions in the 9 states. Lin Yuan was also surprised that he didn't expect to meet Zhongshan, the son of Qi of the southern continent. The other party looked like he had been beaten up pretty badly before, but on second thought, he thought that it was also that this was the son of Qi's Qi pulling to make them meet. To be able to meet the Saint Realm's old grandpa Goldfinger, isn't this also a manifestation of luck? If the metaphysical waste stream protagonist bad luck has long been a few feet high in the grave grass, there will still be a later rise of the road. Since he encountered it, then help him more, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Although he did not have much contact with the martial emperor in his previous life, did not know much about it, but he heard that the other party had opened the way with the mortal body was still very admirable. And many physical cultivation players also said that Zhongshan, this person, was sentimental and righteous and was very good to them. Lin Yuan felt that his presence could help Zhongshan rise to power sooner. And in his previous life, Zhongshan was the representative of a late bloomer. In this life, Lin Yuan is confident that he can help Zhongshan to become stronger earlier. In his previous life, he listened to the players from the novice village of Qingyan sect to spy on the news Zhongshan pre those years because of the qualifications of the loser in the Qingyan sect is very bad to suffer from the bullying. In this life he came since he met Zhongshan. He definitely wouldn't let Zhongshan be bullied by those people from the Qingyan sect again. No one could move the people he covered. It's fate that you and I met, and since you met me, I'll pass on some kung fu aptitude to help you become stronger as soon as possible, so you won't be bullied anymore. Lin Yuan patted the gray-clothed youth's shoulder and said. Hearing these words, Zhongshan inner vibration eyes red. He never thought that his own low qualification of village boy actually can be senior's value to teach techniques and aptitudes. Ever since he was kicked out of the merit hall by the lecturer of the merit hall, he had suffered from the cynicism of the crowd, failing time and time again after tens of thousands of assiduous attempts at cultivation, enduring the pain of the reversed flow of the tendons and veins all over his body as he struggled and refused to give up. It's already a great favor that senior saved me. I'm stupidly qualified, born with an extinct vein that can't be cultivated. It's better if senior doesn't waste time on me. Zhongshan wiped the tears that flowed out unknowingly and choked. Said, a man has tears, just not to the sad place. He felt that he was such a waste of physique or not to drag down the white fairy. Who says you can't cultivate? Born with an extinct vein, I'll solve, it's not a problem at all. Even if it's immortal, I can help him pile up his realm to the creation realm. I think you're very perseverant. You'll definitely have a bright future in the future. When Lin Yuan's words full of encouragement and affirmation fell, Zhongshan felt that his heart was greatly touched by incomparable gratitude. The white fairy did not give up on him with a waste physique but instead wanted to help him solve the problem, and also believed and encouraged himself so much. Zhongshan thought to himself that he was really lucky to have met the other party. Only saw the grey-clothed tall young man got up and then kneeled down to the white-clothed figure and worshipped 3 times to perform the ritual of master and disciple. Said, Disciple Zhongshan, greetings to master. This worship is from now on up to the 9 heavenly skies down to the yellow springs of life and death to follow. No regrets in this life. Chapter 52. Lin Yuan was a bit confused. He didn't have the idea of wanting to take on a disciple. He just wanted to teach some Kung Fu aptitude to help Zhongshan become stronger earlier, not to be bullied by those people from the Qingyan sect. Seeing Zhongshan, who had already knelt down to perform the ritual of master and disciple, and seeing the other party's expectant and grateful eyes, the atmosphere is here, and it doesn't seem like it's a good idea to say no. Lin Yuan thought about it and thought that it would be good to take Zhongshan as a disciple. This was the future martial emperor, southern continent's son of Qi. In the future,
both their master and disciple would become great emperors. And 2 emperors from one family sounded so sensational that they wouldn't be able to beat the strongest of the 10,000 races in the extraterrestrial battlefield without being able to raise their heads. And how dignified it is to have a great emperor's disciple to say it. However, it is still necessary to ask Zhongshan's opinion again before accepting a disciple. Lin Yuan said after thinking, "Do you really intend to worship me as your teacher? I see that you have a resolute character and amazing luck. Even if you don't worship me as your teacher, you will have some great achievements in the future. My disciple is sincere in worshipping the master. I still hope that master will fulfill my wish. As for what chi luck is drifting away to me, all I know is that if I didn't meet master, I'm afraid that I would have died here tonight. Even if they survive, they will be bullied and humiliated by Zhang Qi's people." Zhongshan took a deep breath and said archly. He did not feel that his own luck is how good, otherwise how would it be born with an extinct vein? In the Qingyun clan was looked down on, cynical and bullied and almost killed alive. Is this chi really good? He thought for a moment that perhaps his luck was indeed amazingly good. Otherwise how could he have met the unforgettable white-clothed fairy twice, and also had the honor of worshipping under the door as a disciple, which was simply heavenly luck. All the sins of the past became worthless in comparison. Lin Yuan just wanted to agree. He suddenly thought that he had another identity as the Holy Maiden of the Taiyin Holy Land. So if he accepted Zhongshan as his disciple, did the other person also become a member of the Taiyin Holy Land? But the Taiyin Holy Land only accepts female disciples. So close. Almost want to make. And when the master Yin Qingxue accepted himself as a disciple, did not make clear the gender situation, results in a big oolong mistake. Most of the techniques of the Taiyin Holy Land were related to the way of Taiyin and were more suitable for women to cultivate. So the Taiyin Holy Land recruited all female disciples. The Taiyin Holy Land's supreme gong method, the Taiyin Emperor's scripture, could only be cultivated by the Taiyin divine body. So Lin Yuan could cultivate the Emperor's scripture. This aspect of the gong method was no problem for Lin Yuan, but not for Zhongshan. As for why the Holy Land will have once found a man mixed into the Taiyin Holy Land to become a disciple once found dead, because the 4 generations of the ancestors' time there is a male devil cultivator disguised to want to mix into the Holy Land to steal incense and jade was found after this devil cultivator died a miserable death, directly extermination. Then the Taiyin Holy Land added an additional rule that men were not allowed to join the Taiyin Holy Land, and those who found out would be killed without amnesty. It was extremely rare for a person like Lin Yuan to join the Taiyin Holy Land by mistake, and the Holy Land generally accepted disciples within the boundaries of the central state's jurisdiction, and there were very few disciples outside of the central state. And the disciple that was accepted was also a male disciple. This kind of accident was unheard of in the Taiyin Holy Land for so many years. Lin Yuan was prepared to wait until he became an emperor to modify the rules of the door. To change this rule of the door is not so rigid. Do not treat everyone the same for joining the Holy Land of male disciples or killed without amnesty. For those evil people with evil intentions are naturally killed. In the face of the male disciples who joined because of misunderstanding can be lenient. Just when Lin Yuan hesitated on what kind of reason to reject Zhongshan, this side of Zhongshan saw the white fairy frowning and did not say anything. He thought that he had done something wrong, some overwhelmed, and continued to kowtow and said, "I know that my qualifications are stupid. I really should not be delusional to worship a fairy as a teacher. This is all my fault. I only hope that it will not cause trouble to senior." Zhongshan's heart regretted that he should not have pestered the other party to pay homage to him, because the fairy's kind heart wanted to teach him kung fu. His own low qualification, what virtue and what qualification could he have to be the white fairy's disciple? Looking at kneeling on the ground, sincerely bowing to worship the forehead and before the bloodstains covered in tattered clothes of grey-clothed youth. Looking at the other side of self-blame, remorse, lost soul expression. Lin Yuan felt that he was a little too impatient if he refused outright. He said with a sigh, reaching for the other man's hand, "Don't kneel down. I do want to accept you as a disciple. It's just that the sect I'm in usually only accepts women. That's what bothered me just now. It has nothing to do with your qualifications, no need to blame yourself." Only then did Zhongshan realize that this was the case. Lin Yuan originally wanted to joke about not disciple you women's clothing it. And then he looked at Zhongshan, tall and sturdy body, this even if women's clothing did no one believe. Since the words of wanting to take in a disciple have already been said, then take it in. Lin Yuan is a person with an open-minded mood, and will not hesitate when he has made a decision. The big deal was that he was taking on disciples in Lin Yuan's capacity. So what did this have to do with the Taiyin Holy Maiden taking on disciples? If you worship me, don't report my name outside, and you can't join the sect I'm in. So are you still willing to worship me? Think about what you can refuse first. Regardless of whether you are my disciple or not, I will teach you the kung fu aptitude. So don't feel pressured, and if you want to refuse, just say so straight away. Lin Yuan opened his mouth and said. He said this mainly because he didn't want the side of the Holy Land to know that he had secretly accepted a disciple outside, and was also prepared to be rejected by Zhongshan. Disciple is willing. As long as master is willing to accept disciple as his disciple, I'll be willing to do whatever I'm asked to do. Zhongshan excitedly and without hesitation to hold Lin Yuan reached out to the hand said sincerely. This moment is on the knife mountain under the fire he is willing. Not to mention just confidentiality of the relationship between the two master and disciple. Good. Then you'll be my Lin Yuan's disciple from now on. And I'll definitely do my best to help you become a peak powerhouse as soon as possible. Lin Yuan also gripped each other's hands. Expression serious, look solemn said. This person has always said to do. Get up. I'm rather casual and don't talk about red tape. And you don't have to keep calling me master. You can just call me by my name. Give you your first meet the teacher gift. I'll help you solve the problem of being born with an extinct vein that can't cultivate by remodeling your foundation. Lin Yuan said with a smile after pulling Zhongshan up. He originally habitually wanted to pull out some storage bags to give a meet and greet gift to the worshipper. As a result, after touching the empty he realized that he had only hosted a touch of his soul in the ring. His body was empty, did not put any storage bag in the ring, so he exchanged a meet and greet. Zhongshan, who was standing next to him, nodded with excitement and anticipation when he heard that he could solve the problem of being born with an extinct vein and unable to cultivate. Thank you master for stepping in to help me rebuild my foundation. Chapter 53 Remodeling. You can sit down. The rest will be fine for master. Lin Yuan said to the tall grey-clothed youth next to him. And after hearing these words Zhongshan directly sat down with his legs crossed in a meditating position with his 5 hearts facing the sky and said, Yes, master. The process will be a bit painful later on. So bear with it and you'll be fine after the entire body's extinct veins are pierced and the foundation is remodeled. If you really can't stand it, you can call out to me. Floating in the air Lin Yuan shot before explaining said, After all, it is to remodel the meridians to break the shackles of the innate extinct veins. Pain is also inevitable. Aha! I know, master. Zhongshan nodded his head and replied. He thought to himself that he must endure the pain never to lose face in front of his master. Accompanied by the white-clothed teenager toward the bottom of the grey-clothed youth sitting on the body a point. A divine soul power surged into the other body began to remodel the meridians, but also will be surrounded by the void blockade to avoid people or mountain beasts to disturb. Zhongshan's bodies also followed one by this powerful force to remodel. The original blockage of the meridians that could not absorb a bit of spiritual chi was cleared of all obstacles, just like moving away the original blocking the road of the mountain. It became unobstructed. The human body mainly had 12 meridians. And that power of the divine soul spread rapidly along the tendons and blood vessels that were spread all over the body like a net of ropes, starting from opening up the 3 yang meridians of the hand to the 3 yin meridians of the hand, and finally until the opening up of the 2 veins of the run and dudu. Not only did he open up the tendons, Lin Yuan also used the power of his divine soul again to carefully reshape the meridians with full concentration, widening their capacity and width. It is like turning a passageway that was originally like an extremely narrow path in the mountains into a large road that is spacious enough to accommodate multiple carriages. Not only that, Lin Yuan also spent a lot of his mind and soul power to transform the dantian in Zhongshan's body to increase its capacity by 10 times, which was equivalent to increasing the amount of mana or chi and blood power that could be held at the dantian by 10 times in the future as well. The difficulty of this transformation was no less than raising a small puddle the size of a bucket rigidly to the size of a lake. And even with Lin Yuan's powerful mind, such a large amount of mental exertion caused him to feel a little tired. However, he was still fully committed to helping his disciple recast his roots, paying attention to Zhongshan's situation at all times without a single moment of relaxation. While remodeling the meridians, Lin Yuan also communicated the laws of heaven and earth to draw in a massive amount of aura to nourish Zhongshan's originally ordinary body, and used this aura that he refined and purified himself to repair the wounds that arose from the remodeling of the meridians. On this side, Zhongshan was feeling as if he had fallen into 2 heavens of ice and fire, while on the other side was the comfort brought by Lin Yuan moisturizing his body with the spiritual energy contained in the laws of wood and the laws of water. On one side was the intense pain caused by the meridians being forcibly chiseled open and widened and remodeled. This pain was like a maggot attached to the bone, like a shadow following him, making his body tremble all over. The meridians being reshaped over and over again. The intense pain coming from the dantian. All these made Zhongshan clench his teeth and die. Hold on. Must hold on. A belief in support of him to continue to adhere to. His will is also in the pain and the sharpening of the more tough and tenacious. As in the seashells in the gravel slowly be polished into a pearl in the future began to gradually bloom light. Grey-clothed tall young man sitting on the ground red as a boiled lobster. Like a gushing volcano lava, the whole body is bubbling with steaming hot air. Lin Yuan on this side was also watching his disciple's situation. Once Zhongshan couldn't stand the pain and cried out in pain, then he would stop first. Anyway, the transformation wasn't in a hurry. He could take his time. He focused on transforming Zhongshan's originally wasted and most trashy natural absolute vein physique with his divine soul power, and many of the tiny meridians that weren't there were also made up one by one. Finally, after 2 hours had passed, the remodeling of the roots was completed, and Lin Yuan took a long breath and put his heart down and said, "That's enough. The problem of the innate extinct vein has been solved. Apprentice brother, your qualification has now turned into the upper grade of the mortal body, but compared to the others, your dantian has been widened by me by 10 times, can store more mana." Zhongshan felt his body as if reborn. Those he originally could not feel, the aura has become very clear. As long as the thought of a move can be inhaled into the body, of his body will no longer be unable to absorb and store the aura. Moreover, after Lin Yuan helped him remodel his body, because of the tidal wave of spiritual qi induced by that power of law, he also watered down and directly broke through to the upper first grade cultivation, directly leaping from mortal to cultivator in a single bound. It is not easy for ordinary mortals to become cultivators. They need to go through many hurdles such as qi sensing, qi gathering, qi condensation and so on to condense 100 strands of mana before they can become a first-class cultivator. When Zhongshan felt that a full of mana at the dantian in his body, 10 times the capacity of the dantian of an ordinary cultivator, this mana that could be stored surprised him. The master's handiwork was really powerful. If this were to be a battle, it wouldn't be able to suppress an ordinary cultivator. "Thank you, master." Zhongshan pressed down the joy in his heart, just wanted to express his gratitude to his master again. He then saw a scene that made his heart and soul shake. In front of him, the white-clothed snowy teenager became pale and a little tired, and the figure that was originally as solid as real also became illusory and indistinct. Zhongshan through the bright moonlight then realized that the original Lin Yuan did not have a shadow at all, but was actually a soul body. This discovery made him just feel like his heart was in knots, anxiously pouncing on him and asking, "Master, how are you? Who caused you to become like this? Or did you consume too much because you helped me reshape my foundation?" Zhongshan wanted to hold Lin Yuan, who had fallen into a weakened state, but his outstretched hands fluttered and only touched the air, a discovery that caused him to become more and more worried in his heart. "It's fine. No one harmed me. Helping you reshape your foundation consumed some of your divine soul power, but it's fine. You don't have to worry." After slowing down and relaxing, Lin Yuan waved his hand and said, the divine soul power he had split out in the ring was only a smudge. The location of his main body was too far away, and he could not replenish the divine soul power in these rings when it was used up. This time, helping Zhongshan reshape his foundation consumed about 1/3 of the divine soul power in the ring. In fact, originally only 1/5 of it could have been completed. But in order to strive for excellence to help the disciple one remodel the dantian to improve, Lin Yuan consumed more power. Using up too much soul power at once made Lin Yuan also scatter his originally condensed shadow body just now, allowing Zhongshan to pounce for the same reason. Just what kind of person caused Master Zun to not have a body and only have a soul left? Don't good people have good rewards? Master Zun is so good, just who caused him to become like this? And Master for me also consumes so big, even soul body can't maintain, become illusory so much. Zhongshan's eyes reddened, thinking so in his heart. He naturally didn't believe Lin Yuan's words that there was no relationship. Anyone with a clear eye could see this weakness that consumed too much of the power of the soul. He secretly vowed to help his master to take revenge. We'll have to find treasures that can help repair the soul to his master. His master, so help him, how can not remember in the heart of Thanksgiving lungs. Thinking so, Zhongshan more and more want to become strong, so as to better repay the master's kindness. Although this kindness is heavier than MT, Tai simply cannot be finished. Lin Yuan over here didn't know that Zhongshan had brainstormed a non-existent enemy, and he would definitely tell Zhongshan if he knew. If someone in the human race territory dares to make a move against me, I will tell him to have no return. It's really the old man who eats arsenic and thinks his life is too long. Lin Yuan over here had already washed the blood off Zhongshan's body with the clear water technique, and he snapped his fingers to repair the other party's originally torn and tattered clothes as well, this time before that bloodied and wretched image into a tall and heroic grey-clothed young man. It is true that this still looks more spiritual. Lin Yuan nodded his head, thinking his disciple's good equipment had to be arranged as well. Waiting for tomorrow, have to rummage through his treasure trove to properly pick some equipment to leave in some hidden place in Beidou ancient city. Otherwise, when the main body returned to the central state across the ancient battlefield, there would be no way to deliver the courier across the sky. However, the matter of fetching equipment was not urgent, and Zhongshan would go back to fetch it after he became a bit stronger. Wanting to cross two large states to the Beidou ancient city was still too difficult for the current Zhongshan. The only way to solve the difficulty was to improve his strength, and also for Zhongshan's experience could help him become stronger faster. Thinking of Zhongshan's previous severe injuries in dying made Lin Yuan decide to help his disciple avenge his death as soon as possible. His disciple even dared to be bullied by someone who really didn't know how to die. Apprentice, who bullied you so badly before? Let's go find him and take revenge for you. Feel free to report your name. There's no one I can't deal with in this part of southern continent, Lin Yuan said confidently. Although he majored in the sword Dao and hadn't specialized in cultivating the power of the divine soul,
So this smear of divine soul power was able to exert roughly the 9th level of the creation realm because it had left his body. And the life and death realm was able to put up a fight, fighting at a higher level. It was something he was familiar with. This kind of strength in the southern continent that properly is invincible can walk across the existence. In short, is stable. However, he was using a little less of this smear of divine soul power, so he still had to save his shots and not be too wavy. Lin Yuan thought to himself that there were still people in the entire Qingyun sect area of the 6th rank who dared to bully his disciple. Exterminating this kind of enemy was not a piece of cake, so he urged up Zhongshan to hurry up and lead the way to arrest the people. Disciple brother, what are you still frozen here? Quickly lead the way to find the person who harmed you to take revenge. With the master in, just fight up is. Even the Qingyun sect I can also hand over the destruction, Lin Yuan said as he pointed at the road and urged at Zhongshan, while Zhongshan said as he worriedly looked at the white-clothed boy floating in the air. Master, let me do such things as revenge. Do you want to take a rest first? Compared to revenge or something, Zhongshan was more concerned about Lin Yuan's physical condition. In the face of disciple care, Lin Yuan also felt the exhaustion of the previous excessive consumption of mental energy gladly accepted as a white light floating back to the ring to transmit the voice said, I'll sleep for a while. Wait will catch people must shout me These days hit the small will likely come old. For the teacher to help you town field do not be afraid to cause trouble. Well, all at the behest of master. Zhongshan said with a warm smile in his heart as he listened. He looked at the ring in his hand with an extremely precious gaze, putting it on his hand carefully. Under the late night the trees are shadowing, and the surrounding barren grass can be seen on the ground with specks of blood, only to see the grey-clothed tall youth looking at the distance in a cold voice. Jiang Qi, you people wait, I've come to take revenge. Chapter 54, Revenge. Zhongshan on this side walked out of the wild mountains in the back of the mountain to the spacious main road. He was ready to go to Jiang Qi and the others tonight to take revenge. However, while walking, he slapped his head and suddenly remembered that he didn't seem to know where Jiang Qi lived. This is like drawing a sword and looking around in a daze. Not knowing where the enemy is, looking for him in 1,000 places. Looking back suddenly, deep in the wooden house in the back of the mountain. Looking at the hills and mountains, thousands of wooden houses, miscellaneous disciple residence. This looking up is simply like a needle in a haystack. Zhongshan only knew that Jiang Qi was in charge of the work of planting spiritual fields, but Jiang Qi was a person who forced the task of planting the fields on others to complete it for him. And as for the fact that he planted that field, Zhongshan knew nothing about it. If a player were to describe his mental activity at this point, it would be, how do I find out where the target of my revenge lives? Online urgently. Zhongshan on this side looked at the four-way intersection and stopped. For a moment he didn't know how to explain to Lin Yuan. He also promised to wake up his master after finding Jiang Qi. This makes the grey-clothed youth stand at the intersection for a long time wandering without action. And Lin Yuan in the ring notices this, clearing the air and transmits the voice to ask, why are you standing still, disciple? Lin Yuan, who was resting and relaxing with his eyes closed in the ring, wasn't completely asleep. Part of his mind had been keeping a constant eye on Zhongshan's situation. After all, he only had such a disciple, and was the first disciple he had taken in, and perhaps the last, so he naturally had to pay attention to the other party's well-being, lest there be any accidents. Senior, I don't know where that Jiang Qi lives. Zhongshan, expression naive, scratching his head, said. The air for a time some frozen, awkward as the sky, as if there are crows flying over, dropped. The grey-clothed youth thoughtfully suggested, why don't we wait until tomorrow during the day to follow Jiang Qi and the others to find a place to stay before taking revenge? Ha 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 ha. So it is this kind of small thing. Did not think that the disciple you tangled stand for so long. Next time tell the teacher earlier. It's a simple and good thing. Let me pinch myself. Lin Yuan on this side was amused, couldn't help but laugh out loud. He reached out his hand to project the location based on the Tao of using the heavenly chances, and in less than a moment he calculated it out. That the place where Jiang Qi lives is located in the 65th log cabin along a creek that bends to the southeast. As the saying goes, revenge doesn't last overnight. Today's business is today's business. Now that the night is dark and the wind is high, it's the night to kill. Let's go. Hurry up. With Lin Yuan's excited urging, Zhongshan hurriedly accelerated his pace and followed the instructions to the door of Jiang Qi's cabin. It was now late at night, and Jiang Qi, who was sleeping, was snoring and resting on his bed, with some dreamy words coming out of his mouth. Beat you to death. Beat you to death, you countryside village boy. Even dare to fight back. You are looking for death. Obviously, because Zhongshan had given him too deep an impression before. Tonight's great revenge let Jiang Qi in his dream is still beating Zhongshan. Look at his fast and twisted expression, is completely immersed in the dreamland, cannot be extricated. Zhongshan went up and grabbed Jiang Qi as 7 or 8 slaps. Like a fan-like hand, hard palm imprisoned Jiang Qi's thieving face. The other party, smoked nose and face swollen, all of a sudden turned into a pig's head. Jiang Qi woke up from his dream just to feel a sharp pain coming from his face.
and his nostrils were oozing blood as well, and the burst after burst of pain on his face made him unable to hold back from baring his teeth and wanting to curse. When Jiang Qi took a good look at the tall gray-clothed youth standing in front of him, he was so shocked that he stared in disbelief. "Zhongshan, weren't you killed alive by us? You're surprisingly still alive." Touching the palm prints on his face with pain in his eyes, Jiang Qi cursed loudly. "You hillbilly, damn it. You still have the guts to make a move on me. I can beat you to death the first time and I can beat you to death the second time. This time I won't just beat you to death. I'm going to torture you to death." However, Jiang Qi's words had not finished being. Zhongshan pressed down on the ground and swung his fist as like a wild storm smashed over. The punch wind ling ling waved whistling. Bang! 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 Accompanied by Jiang Qi's body was smashed into the ground by the fist was smashed out of a pit too. All the bones are crunching. He was in this attack suffocated without the power to fight back, was smashed all over the body of the blood-shocked and terrified said. "How did you become so powerful? And your injuries are healed. Did you become a cultivator? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could you? A waste born with an extinct vein. Become a cultivator. There's nothing impossible. I'm already a monk." Zhongshan clenched his fists with anger and said in a cold voice, that expression as if saying, "How much do I look like the old days to you? How could this happen? How did you become a cultivator? I don't believe it." Jiang Qi as if crazy shouting, the kind of jealousy and resentment in the eyes of the expression hideous and twisted look like crazy beast. Snap. Zhongshan is another slap, heavy slap over this palm so that Jiang Qi instantly wake up, mouth spitting blood, wailing and begging for mercy said, It hurts too much. Please spare me. I'm willing to give you all the pills on my body. It's me who offended you with my eyes. Just be merciful and spare me this time. You have already become a cultivator, don't bother with me, immortal." Jia. How dare you bully my disciple? You have already taken your death. And you still want us to let you go? What a dream. Lin Yuan over here emerged from the ring letting out a standard villainous grin, crossing his arms and saying, he'd wanted to do this for a long time to try it out. He just hadn't been able to find the right opportunity to say the lines and perform them before. After all, in front of the Grand Elder and the others, it was not good to let his ego fly too much. He still had a bit of face baggage. Now in the nooks and crannies of this remote place in the southern continent, there are no other acquaintances besides Zhongshan, and no one will know his identity as the Taiyin Sacred Maiden, so naturally he can do whatever he wants to do, and it is important to have a good time. Zhongshan on this side heard these words and the corners of his mouth rose. Such a master teacher seems to be not quite the same as the previous image of the kind and gentle white fairy who saves suffering, but it is also very cute. He wanted to say, Master, we're a famous sect, aren't we? But you can't say that. You have to cooperate with your master. So Zhongshan nodded and said, That's right. Master is right. Don't ask why. Master's words are the way. Master's words are the reason. And together they make sense. If we kill you, the things will still be ours. Apprentice, you must not let him go. Do you remember how many times he hit you? Hit back collectively before you finish this guy off. Lin Yuan continued to command with gusto, saying, Johnsan over here thought about it, nervously scratching his head and said, Master, I don't remember. Then just settle it after you've taught him a lesson in free play. Lin Yuan said while thinking of Fang Xing's revenge, remembering clearly every slash he had suffered before, worthy of being a demon sect master in his previous life. This memory was so good. In the past life, there are players of the Devil's Way to reveal the news that their big brother, the Devil's Religion Master Fang Xing, this person has a grudge as worthy of the ruthless brother, said the destruction of people will never leave a living mouth, and even a dog will not be spared. And this side of Jiang Qi saw the sudden appearance of the white figure, eyes are straight, completely dumbfounded as if petrified. Even the intense pain on the body are for a moment forget to wail. Zhongshan saw this scene and was enraged. With this kind of goods you also dare to look directly at the master is really a great disrespect. At this moment, his killing intent to the extreme, did not even think about how to torture Jiang Qi revenge back, just want to die earlier the other party. Just see the grey-clothed tall young man running, the whole body Dantian mana swung out with full force. This fist is like 10,000 kilograms of rocks fall heavily, fast as lightning, fierce like running thunder. Boom boom boom. This punch struck Jiang Qi's chest, making a loud noise directly shattering the heart. A blow to the heart. The other party will definitely die. Just as the King of Hell told you to die on the third night, how can he keep you until the fifth night? Jiang Qi came to his senses under the severe pain before dying and cried out with an expression of incomparable jealousy and envy and hatred. Zhongshan, what makes you guys so lucky? Surprisingly, he was able to be saved by this fairy before he died. That a waste like you, born with an extinct vein, could be able to obtain the favor of such a beautiful fairy is really... Before he could even finish the words that made people crazy with envy, Lin Yuan had a thought that made him just shut up. Every time I was called a fairy, I would feel reminded of the female costume, Especially being called so by this kind of scum who bullied the weak, it was really like moving earth on the head of a Teiyu Yukai and looking for death. Before he came, Zhongshan had already told Lin Yuan all the causes and consequences. And this Qi with a group of followers and the miscellaneous disciples to bully men and women to do a lot of evil and extremely bad reputation. Because after Zhongshan stopped Zhang Qi from bullying someone and got beaten up, the bully held a grudge. So there was Zhongshan's mission sabotaged, being punished by the deacon and then beaten up by Zhang Qi and others who were seriously injured and dying. Good and evil will be rewarded. In the end, Zhang Qi still died in the hands of Zhongshan, who he despised and almost killed. This side of Zhongshan thought to himself that his luck was indeed very good before he was fortunate enough to meet his master, and that he had to become stronger as soon as possible, so that he could better guard his master. After Zhang Qi gulped down his breath and died, Lin Yuan checked a few times to make sure that his soul was completely dispersed. Then he beckoned to Zhongshan, who was standing next to him, and said, "Apprentice, come over here and pack up the loot." In his previous life, Lin Yuan had lived a long hard life when he was a casual player, and he was more than skilled at things like picking up corpses and packing up loot. Even later, he only had 2 Dao artifacts on him when he reached the Saint realm, and only obtained a lower grade supreme artifact when he fought down the alien royal city after breaking through the exalted realm. Collecting loot is an essential skill for many players, such as rummaging through boxes and scraping the ground is a routine operation. In this life, Lin Yuan not only had the supply of resources from the Holy Land after joining the Holy Land, but also his loot from the secret realm or from subduing demons. Even the largest chamber of commerce in Central State was his own property, so it could be said that he was rich. After becoming broad, Lin Yuan's vision has also become very high. Some of the loot is too low level to look at. No matter what spirit stone in is like floating clouds. Spend not finish so many spirit stones simply cannot finish but he was just a sliver of his divine soul left in the ring, and he hadn't brought any spirit stones or treasures with him, while Zhongshan was even more penniless. So the traditional virtue of thrift and frugality of picking up corpses and collecting loot must be picked up. It's important to get the apprentice into this good habit. Okay, master, I'm coming. Zhongshan hurriedly answered, then came over and started to touch the corpse not too skillfully. He rummaged through dozens of bottles of pills from Zhang Qi's body. Most of them were qi-nourishing pills. It seems that Zhang Qi, this person, robbed quite a lot of qi-nourishing pills from the other handyman disciples every month. In addition to pills, there are several heavy cloth bags filled with silver. It looks like Zhang Qi is probably also scavenging from other handyman disciples, and now they are all cheaper for Zhongshan as well. It was the first time Zhongshan had gotten so many things, which was both surprising and gratifying for him. He thought to himself, master is right. I didn't realize that there are so many good things to take from collecting loot. It seems that we must clean up the battlefield in the future. Come on, let's change to the next cabin and get going. Lin Yuan greeted and rushed with Zhongshan to the place where those Zhang Qi's followers' doglegs lived. This night those miscellaneous disciples who had previously besieged and ganged up on Zhongshan left peacefully after being punched and kicked by Zhongshan, and the quality of their sleep was excellent after a long death. Doing this kind of help people into a long sleep to avoid insomnia. Good deeds also do not have to leave a name. Lin Yuan and Zhongshan, master and disciple too, finished and quickly left and did not leave any trace. This kind of behavior makes people sigh. There are still many good people in the world. Chapter 55. The night gradually disappeared and faded. The day broke. It is the dawn of the morning light of the Toon, early dawn. The rising sun from the mountains above the mountain range. The sunshine filled the sky to light up the dome of the sky. Returning to the wooden house in the back of the mountain, Zhongshan put the harvested items into the wooden cabinet, and Lin Yuan looked at his disciple who had hidden those unimpressive pills and silver. This scene also made think of his own self, who was penniless to open the status of a straggler when he first landed in the world of Kyushu in his previous life. And at that time, every copper plate earned had to be carefully calculated. And when he cultivated every spirit stone, would think of a good use for it. But that was a long time ago, and there was something familiar about the scene that brought back memories of times gone by, and it was saddening. Right now, he was rich, his treasure vault was piled high with extreme treasures, and he possessed countless veins of spirit stones. But unfortunately I forgot to put something into the ring when I built it in the first place. So it's better to let the disciple struggle to earn cultivation resources on his own. It's a kind of sharpening. Lin Yuan thought so in his heart. As the saying goes, the sword sharpens from sharpening. The fragrance of plum blossoms comes from the bitter cold. Strong people still need to be sharpened more to be able to grow faster. He was prepared that in the future, unless Zhongshan encountered a life and death crisis to step in, he would not step in to help Zhongshan to solve the enemy, which was also a kind of training, better to help his disciple to improve his combat experience. Apprentice, I'm going back to the ring to rest. Go about your business. If something happens you can call my name in your heart. Lin Yuan waved his hand and yawned and said,
His mind had previously consumed a lot of it remodeling Zhongshan's roots, preparing to sleep to replenish his mind.
Okay, rest now, master, Zhongshan replied, thinking to himself that unless he encountered an extremely difficult crisis to resolve, he could not disturb his master's rest. After waiting for Lin Yuan's figure to disappear, Zhongshan looked down and rubbed the ring for a while before he found a red rope and tied it in a good dead knot to hang it under his neck, hiding it well in his clothes to avoid being discovered by others. Because he wore a jade ring is somewhat conspicuous. Especially this ring appearance ancient atmosphere looked crystal clear value. Zhongshan looked at the already bright sky and decided to go to the lobby of the miscellaneous service hall to report as usual. As for revealing that he had cultivation to become a first-grade cultivator to become an outer disciple was not in a hurry. Miscellaneous disciples disappeared more than a dozen cannot find the body. The people of the Deacon Hall will still investigate, although the final result of many are not settled. It was not wise to expose one's cultivation at the tip of this storm. It was better to wait for a month and then apply to become an outer disciple when the time came. As for how to avoid exposing the existence of the master, just say that he unintentionally encountered a strain of heavenly material in the back of the mountain after taking it and accidentally broke through to become a cultivator. Anyway, there is no evidence to check. Thinking this way, Zhongshan while walking out of the wooden house came to the handyman hall. At this time there have been a lot of handyman disciples have arrived. They looked at the grey-clothed youth who came here have revealed as if they had seen a ghost-like expression discussion. This Zhongshan is surprisingly still alive and doesn't look injured. Could it be that Zhang Qi and the others didn't make a move on him? It can't be. With Zhang Qi and those people's flighty and domineering character, how could they let Zhongshan go? There must be something fishy about this. That's right. You guys forget that last month there was a handyman disciple in charge of planting spiritual fields who disappeared not long after offending Zhang Qi. No one was seen in life. No body was seen in death. 80% of them are already gone. Do you think he's a human or a ghost? It can't be that he came back to take revenge after he died, right? Listening to the words of these handyman disciples, Zhongshan was not moved, just found a remote place to stay. He also did not look at the distant corner of the corner one to approach to ask but do not dare to approach Lu Tinyo a glance. There are some things that since they are estranged, it is natural that the relationship cannot go back to what it was before. After waiting for a period of time, Deacon Wan arrived. The miscellaneous service hall was quiet. This fat deacon looked around and found that Zhongshan is still alive and well, a little surprised. And then see Zhang Qi and others did not appear in the heart also have some guesses. Could it be that Zhang Qi's miscellaneous disciples had some kind of accident when they went to retaliate against Zhongshan? They died or were injured when they encountered the wild beasts in the back of the mountain. Otherwise, why didn't they arrive on time? It is important to know that the handyman disciples are also subject to flogging if they do not report on time every day. Zhang Qi and those people do not look like they are able to eat this. So there is no reason why it is impossible for them not to be present. Why didn't Zhang Qi and the others come? What's going on here? Does anyone know? Deacon Wan frowned and opened his mouth to say, the death of a dozen people or to go through the process to check, but also to waste some of his time really troublesome. None of the people present answered, also including Zhongshan who had long known the whereabouts of Zhang Qi and the others. How could he not be aware of the fact that he was the one who buried the corpse last night? Seeing that he couldn't ask anything, Deacon Wan just grunted coldly and said as he took the list, it seems that you also don't know. This matter will be investigated by me. All of you handyman disciples give me an honest point during this period of time. Don't cause any more trouble. Don't come out to wander around at night. There are wild beasts in the back of the mountain but it's dangerous. Okay, start the roll call. Zhongshan on this side was a bit surprised to see that Deacon Wan didn't inquire about himself. It seemed that this Deacon Wan didn't really care about the death of Zhang Qi and the others either. I think it is also for the 4th grade cultivator of the Wan Deacon. They are not even a cultivator of the handyman disciples. Dead will die. Cannot fight in the recruitment of a number of the world of mortals. How much? After the roll call was over, many of the handyman disciples went about their business, and Zhongshan quickly went to the back of the mountain to finish chopping wood and picking water to fill up the 50 water tanks. His gait is light and fast, picking a heavy bucket of water, walking on the rugged path between the mountains as if he were picking not a bucket of water but a feather. This feeling is so relaxing. Is this the difference between cultivators and mortals? Zhongshan muttered. After becoming a cultivator, Zhongshan felt that his physical strength was too much better, and his strength had become so much greater that he could lift a cow. Chopping wood and picking water that would have taken a day to accomplish now takes less than a quarter of an hour, and that's still most of the time spent catching up. When he returned to the cabin after completing his mission, he didn't call out to wake up the sleeping Lin Yuan, but instead took out the Gongfu 5 Elements Gong, which had been yellowed at the corners of the book for I don't know how many times it had been turned over, and read it. At this time, Zhongshan familiarly began to sit down cross-legged and run the 5 Elements Gong. This time the aura no longer ignored him as before, but was quickly absorbed into his body, and this aura was continuously converted into wisps of mana. Is this what normal cultivation feels like? It doesn't hurt at all, instead it's very comfortable, Zhongshan said in surprise. He found that cultivation became less painful and became enjoyable. Zhongshan closed his eyes and felt this unprecedented not severe pain but relief after cultivation. This was the feeling of cultivation brought about by having his innate extinct vein lifted and then having his foundation remodeled by his master, making him more and more grateful to his master, Lin Yuan, in his heart. Until the evening Zhongshan ended the cultivation and ate the hard cake, and at this time Lin Yuan also woke up from the ring and displayed his figure and floated out and said, "Disciple, tonight I will pass on your techniques and divine abilities." Chapter 56, Transmission of the Law. Zhongshan felt excited to hear that he would be able to learn the techniques and aptitudes taught by his master. What kind of techniques and aptitudes would he teach himself with his master's powerful strength? Relax your mind. I'll take you somewhere. Lin Yuan looked at Zhongshan, who had an expectant expression, and said with a smile as he reached out towards the grey-clothed youth's eyebrows and pulled him into his mind world. The soul of the strongest person in this mysterious world is strong enough to manifest the world of the mind. And the world of the mind is indistinct, but it allows the soul to swim in it, with many mysteries. Some Zunsha realm powerhouses who specialized in spirit souls could even do things like transforming an entire illusory mind world into a real small thousand world. Zhongshan only felt that the next second heaven and earth changed color. He appeared in a vast and boundless vastness of the world, where the dome of the sky was incomparably high, and the starry river was as bright as the upside-down Milky Way flowing, emitting a brilliant golden light. The sky has a round of fiery red burning sun and bright and flawless moon at the same time. The golden crow flying on the fusong tree in the distance and the jade rabbit that is pounding medicine in the moon palace. This kind of strange scenery of the sun and the moon shining together makes people greatly shocked. The ground is as reckless as the ancient flood. The waves are magnificent. All the spirits gathered. The long river flows. The vastness of the world. Suddenly the day and night turn is already night. Only to see Lin Yuan pick the stars in the sky blowing scattered in the turned into a bright lanterns to light up the road. He just waved his sleeve in a cloudy manner, only to see several towering cloudy and misty majestic mountains appear above the monstrous seawater in front of him, and the entire dojo appeared in front of Zhongshan. See the depths of the white cloud's own fairy cave home, a heavy jade building, countless pavilions, surrounded by pines and groves with green color, exotic flowers and grasses, the pool of jade and clear wave surging, the five-color haze, all the treasure china, cranes dance to get the shadow, the dragon and the phoenix show auspiciousness. It is really as the poem says, 1,000 years ago, the immortal abode was full of things, and the Taoism became ripe and rose to the sky in the daytime. In front of the rock, the precious warmth turns to pine rime, and the spiritual pool at the mouth of the cave responds to the tide of the sea. This kind of fairyland makes the countryside woodcutter Zhongshan look dumbfounded and surprised. Lin Yuan is satisfied with this scene. The higher the dojo, the more it looks like a high level of compulsion. It was not in vain that he spent some effort to build the dojo of the mind world, and when he returned to the central state, he delved into the way of the divine soul, and in the future, there would be a chance to completely transform this mind world from virtual to real into a real one. Seeing the uneducated look on his disciple's face, it seems that this wave of pussy is loaded. Master and disciple came to the center of this side of the dojo. The divine and magnificent scenery along the way made Zhongshan's eyes wide open, and when Lin Yuan sat on top of the high altar's futon, he smiled and said, "Come over here, and I'll teach you the Tao." Zhongshan stepped forward as instructed, and Lin Yuan knocked on his head 3 times and asked, "Do you understand, disciple?" Lin Yuan on this side was contentedly experiencing the joy of a Bodhi ancestor. Not to mention the feeling of knocking 3 times was really good. The tall grey-clothed youth rubbed his knocked forehead a bit confused. What did he understand? He didn't know. At this time, a huge vast sea of information entered Zhongshan's mind. Those were the techniques and divine abilities that Lin Yuan had obtained in his previous lives by breaking into secret realms or through his adventures. All of these feats and aptitudes were obtained by Lin Yuan's own intrusion, and had nothing to do with the Taiyin Holy Land, since he had taken on disciples in his own capacity, not as the Taiyin Holy Maiden. Naturally, he wouldn't pass on the Taiyin Holy Land's techniques and divine abilities to Zhongshan. After all, Zhongshan hadn't joined the Taiyin Holy Land and wasn't a member of the Holy Land. In fact, taking in disciples in their personal capacity rather than in the capacity of a clan was something that happened quite a bit in the previous world. In his previous life, there was a player who was among those who were taken in as a disciple by a clan elder who had gone out to travel the 4 directions. However, that player did not want to join the clan, so he only became that elder's personal disciple and did not join the clan, so he did not enjoy any of the clan's resources. So this kind of thing of accepting a disciple in the name of an individual is not rare in Kyushu. As for why Lin Yuan let Zhongshan keep the identity of the 2 masters and disciples secret, the first reason was that Lin Yuan was not able to explain to the people of the Holy Land why he had brought back a disciple after a trip.
and this disciple seemed to have ordinary qualifications that were low and mediocre.
This is still because Lin Yuan helped Zhongshan to improve the qualification before becoming ordinary.
If the great elders they know that this original is also a natural-born extinct vein of the waste of firewood that must be even more unable to sit down and want to stop. After all, the grand elder and the girls didn't know that Zhongshan, who appeared to be mediocre now, would later become a human quasi-emperor powerhouse. The second reason was that his identity as the Taiyin sacred maiden was too much of a concern in the central state. And once Zhongshan became his disciple, that would definitely draw the attention of many people in the central state.
And how could Zhongshan, who was currently still in a situation where he had just set foot on the cultivation path, withstand that kind of immense pressure and other people's temptations? So things like accepting an apprentice still had to be kept secret. After both their master and disciple had become emperors, then they would make it public. Then it would be a beautiful thing. A double emperor in one door. If they made it public now, then it would become an accident.
What I just passed on to you is the introductory content of the techniques and divine abilities. There are a total of 10 techniques that can be cultivated up to the heavenly exaltation realm.
You can choose one to cultivate.
These are all methods of practicing chi. You practice that one first.
My disciple has the talent of physical cultivation and is more suitable for the path of physical cultivation. Your physical cultivation technique for the master will have to look for it again. As for the divine aptitude, there are 108 kinds of divine aptitude.
You can see which kinds of divine aptitude you like to learn. A few offensive,
defensive, and evasive divine aptitudes first.
Lin Yuan introduced said. He reached out a move. There will be a pile of Gongfa and divine power jade briefs fell down.
Pile and small mountain jade briefs rolled everywhere.
Clatter, clatter, clatter. Every single technique and divine ability placed in the world of the 9 states was a treasure that would cause countless casual cultivators to scramble and try to grab it. And now it was just spread out in front of Zhongshan.
More than enough to pad the table. You want to choose those techniques and divine abilities?
You can take your time to think about it. There's no rush. Lin Yuan on this side happily sipped his tea and said. And at this time Zhongshan naively scratched his head and said in shame.
Master, there are actually some words I don't recognize.
These words almost caused Lin Yuan to fall down absolutely. So he had taken in an illiterate disciple, right?
Lin Yuan thought about Zhongshan's origin and understood.
He reached out and touched the top of Zhongshan's head, imparting his knowledge about words. Just look at the words of the picture. Above the platform, as if the immortal white boy caressing the bottom of the disciple's head.
Next to the osmanthus flowers falling.
The sky stars. It looks like the years are quiet. That scene had a sense of immediacy of an immortal stroking my top,
tying my hair and receiving eternal life.
Yet what was imparted was not any method of becoming immortal, but the plainest and most unadorned literacy. Zhongshan, who felt that there were many more words in his mind that could read the Gongfu, said gratefully,
"Thank you, master, for teaching me to read. It's a small matter."
You can pick your Gongfu first. Lin Yuan waved his hand to signal Zhongshan to quickly choose his techniques and divine abilities so that he could preach and teach.
After a long time, Zhongshan selected a technique,
the Taichin Xianwei True Scripture.
After he thought about it, he said, "Master, do you think it's better for me to cultivate that divine ability?"
Lin Yuan over here smiled when he heard that.
Disciple,
the several divine abilities I suggest you choose are subduing the dragon and subduing the tiger,
law of the heavens, mending the heavens and bathing the sun, and reaching for the heavens.
After you cultivate the Tao of body refinement, this dragon subduing tiger can give you a powerful means of close combat. Dharma, heaven and earth can make the body as high as the sky and as wide as the earth.
It is a very powerful divine ability. It was similar and different from the size Rui, which could change the size of the body,
and could be as big as a mountain or as small as a koi carp.
And mending sun can absorb the power of the sun to speed up your combat recovery rate equivalent to blood regeneration. At the end of the sky, this aptitude that can be used to run, can also be used to fight when the time to vacate, use good and instantaneous transfer is similar, the speed that is really fast. As for defense, fighting is the best defense.
In Lin Yuan's opinion, each of these divine powers has its own wonderful usage, and learning things by choosing favorite feats and divine powers will be more motivated to learn faster. He himself is such for the favorite sword Dao sense up speed is fast amazing. So that was the reason why he had asked Zhongshan to choose his own techniques and aptitudes as well. But since his disciple had asked, then he would recommend a few aptitudes for him to learn first.
Okay, master, I'll choose these divine abilities,
Zhongshan said without any hesitation in his choice. Lin Yuan also said with a slight smile when he saw this. The level of a Gongfu is best divided into what realm a Gongfu can be trained up to,
and that is what realm it is.
Like this Taichin Xianwei True Scripture was able to cultivate to the heavenly exaltation realm, which was an exalted level technique, and the technique that was also able to cultivate to the great emperor realm was also known as the Emperor Scripture.
The Dao rank is divided into heaven and earth. Xian Huang 4 orders. Yellow lower grade is the lowest, and above the heavenly Dao is the avatar. Above the avatar is the supreme law.
The supreme law is generally also the heavenly realm of the Zunshi practitioners. As for the power is stronger than the supreme law, the emperor's way to kill and destroy the means. Each of the supreme powerhouses who can become an emperor has his own way in law, and all kinds of means are mysterious and powerful. Generally, the creation realm is the only place where you can start cultivating divine powers, so there is no rush to cultivate divine powers. Your realm is still too low. Wait until the creation realm. However, I will first teach you the simplified version of the heavenly Tao corresponding to your divine ability, so that you will be able to have the means to attack as soon as possible, and it will be easier for you to get started with your divine ability in the future. For now, you will first cultivate the Tai Ching Xianwei True Scripture to improve your realm. Realm is the root of strength. Let the master explain the scriptures to you. So above the platform came a sound of scripture. The sound is like the voice of the great Tao, like the great bells, mysterious and mysterious, the door of the subtle, enlightenment, and see the air cranes dance, the mountain deer yo-yo, the water in the lotus flower. This line to the extreme of emptiness. Keep quiet, all things work together, and I will observe the restoration. All things are in abundance, each returning to its root. Returning to one's roots is said to be quiet, and quietness is said to restore one's life. Restoration of life is said to be constant, and knowledge of constant is said to be clear. If you don't know how to be normal, you'll make a mistake. The meaning is, do your best to bring the silence of the mind to the extreme, so that the quietness of life remains unchanged. All things flourish and grow together, thus examining the reason for their reciprocity. Everything returns to its original root. Returning to its root is called tranquility, and tranquility is called returning to life. Restoration to life is called nature. Recognizing the laws of nature is called being wise, and rash actions that do not recognize the laws of nature often lead to chaos and disaster. This kind of in-depth and gentle explanation, with simple and plain language to the complex and esoteric reasoning to understand, speak clearly whip into. This side of the Zhongshan sitting on top of the futon listening to the intoxicated suddenly realized. He first realized that the original those obscure and difficult to understand the scriptures is this meaning. Previously, the lecturer in the Hall of Merit lectures are very complex and difficult to understand so that people cannot understand. Some of the scriptures even the lecturer himself does not understand, let alone say so thorough and clear. In contrast, the gap in this explanation is simply a difference like a moat. More than 100,000 800,000 miles. One in the sky, one in the ground. After all, this was a saint-level instructional lecture, and Lin Yuan's own extremely high level of perception was outstanding even in the heavenly sovereign realm. Accompanying his explanations were able to induce the resonance of the laws of the great Tao between heaven and earth, and could help one to better comprehend the techniques and intentions. If not in the spiritual world preaching, he preached in the world of the Kyushu world, heaven and earth that will inevitably appear in the ground. The golden lotus, heavenly flowers, haze, auspicious phenomena. Sitting on the stage of Zhongshan listened to the more concentrated attention to be overjoyed. Each sentence accompanied by the flow of the Taoist sound falls. Remember in the heart cannot be forgotten. All kinds of subtle words into the ear. The Tao rushes, and the use of it may not be full. The abyss is like the origin of all things, thwarting its sharpness, resolving its disputes, harmonizing its light, sharing its dust. Zhan Ruoshi seems to be or exist. So and so, do you still understand the meaning? Lin Yuan would ask a few questions from time to time while explaining, and Zhongshan listened and then got up to answer and said, the meaning of this sentence is that the realm of the Tao is empty and ethereal and endlessly useful, and seems never to be exhausted. It is secluded and silent, as if it were the root of all things. It collects sharpness, removes strife, harmonizes light, and mixes with the earthly. It is unfathomable and seems to exist forever. Good. Then I'll continue. Lin Yuan nodded and continued. So one master and one disciple were in the dojo, one teaching carefully and one listening attentively. 2 hours later, Lin Yuan looked at the gongfu as not yet been introduced to Zhongshan silence. During this period of time he gabbled in detail into the subtle explanation of this Dongfu True Sutra, all kinds of content meaning, and Zhongshan couldn't say that he was clueless about the extent of this superior Tai Ching Xianwei True Scripture sensation technique. He could only say that he was halfway through it. Zhongshan had memorized the content and meaning of the entire scripture word for word, listening attentively, but was unable to experience and feel the kind of mood stated in the scripture, and naturally was unable to cultivate and get started. For the amazingly perceptive Lin Yuan, wasn't there a hand on the line to learn this kind of Gongfu True Scripture? In his previous life, when he first got this scripture a few minutes to read it, he almost realized the meaning, and soon directly practiced the introduction to a small success, and then cultivated to the perfect that is also a matter of water to the end. 2 hours? A full 4 hours. Zhongshan hadn't even gotten started yet, which was unimaginable for Lin Yuan before. Sitting next to him,
Zhongshan was also filled with a guilty and self-condemning expression of inner anxiety. His master had told him so much, and so clearly and thoroughly. However, he surprisingly still couldn't comprehend the intention of this gongfu's introductory. Just like fishing for the moon in the water and looking at flowers in the fog. It was really sorry for the teacher's good guidance and ardent expectation. I'm sorry, it was my disciple who was too stupid to comprehend the meaning of this technique's scripture. Please punish my master. Zhongshan shamed difficult to bow his head and said. He thought to himself how so stupid still cannot understand this gongfu or mood. The heart more and more anxious sad face. In fact, his enlightenment was good. Although he was born with an extinct vein before, but in terms of enlightenment he was considered a genius among ordinary cultivators. But in the face of the Zun rank techniques, wanting to rely on himself to quickly get started was difficult as heaven. It was important to know that Zun Sure level techniques were not easy to comprehend even if a strong person of the creation realm, life and death realm wanted to comprehend them. Not to mention Zhongshan, who had just stepped into the threshold of cultivation. As for Lin Yuan's amazing enlightenment, but the creation realm on the threshold of the law of the supreme demon. Strength into the taboo level of the heavenly pride. The enlightenment of the merit law is naturally easy. Even more difficult merit law has the law of the great Tao difficult? Now is even more comprehension of the law to the late stage is about to complete the distance from the comprehension of the road is not far away. Lin Yuan, this unparalleled enlightenment talent of the human race, hundreds of thousands of years rare encounter. Look at the current 9 states of the demon race and the human race. No one can be compared to the world unparalleled. If players see the scene then certainly will want to vomit. What kind of genius master and stupid disciple lecture scene? There's no need to blame yourself. It's definitely not my problem. Nor is it yours. That's the problem with this gongfu itself. It's too difficult to get started. Lin Yuan shook his head to relieve his disciple and said, first of all, exclude the 2 possibilities that his teaching ability is not good and Zhongshan's qualification is stupid. This pot is the problem of the gong method. When things do not decide to dump the pot first. This pot is big and round, let the gongfa to take the blame. Also looking at Zhongshan's situation, it was estimated that most of the talent had been filled up on physical cultivation. And there weren't many points of talent on the way of practicing qi. It seems that he has to use some methods to help his disciple to get started earlier. Or else he will have to wait until the disciple himself understands that it will take until the monkey's time to go. Lin Yuan so thought that he felt that using some other methods to help Zhongshan comprehend, just by explaining the scriptures is not enough. Originally, I was going to present this as a traditional lecture, but now it seems like it's time to change the format. Lin Yuan looked at the worried and guilty Zhongshan, who blamed himself and saw the key to the problem at a glance and said, the Tai Ching Xianwei true scripture requires a heart as quiet as water, and the heavens don't collapse. So how can you cultivate it if your heart is in turmoil? Master will take you to a place and you will understand. Chapter 57, Comprehension. Only to see the white-clothed handsome young man take the gray-clothed tall young man away from the dojo directly to a place, which was also where Lin Yuan used the power of his divine soul to help Zhongshan enter the depths of his inner world. Everyone has a mind world, just many people are not aware of and cannot enter. Only cultivation of the divine soul is strong to a certain realm can enter it. Lin Yuan was equivalent to using his divine soul power to help Zhongshan push open a door in advance. A door to Zhongshan's mind world. The environment here seems to be a cabin located in the mountainside. At the moment the sky is snowing, falling on the mountain. The ice crystals condensed on the branches and leaves of the trees are crystal clear. The ground is piled up with thick snowflakes. The sky and the earth between the white blanket of a piece. Zhongshan could tell at a glance that this was the same hut he used to build up the mountain when he was in the village. For the familiar beams and arrangement were exactly as he remembered them. Built by his own hands. One log at a time. And couldn't have been more familiar. Master, this is taking me back to my hometown at the cabin. But it's still fall. It's not yet winter when it snows. So how can there be so many snowflakes? Zhongshan thought silently in his heart without asking. He was afraid of disturbing his master. At this time a broom reached over and placed it in front of him. Lin Yuan handed over the broom and said with a smile, whenever you get this snow plowed, you can get out of here. And then look in front of that, there is what the figure of the white boy, leaving only the world vastness of a white snow. Master, is this leaving? Zhongshan, holding the broom in his hand looking at the whole ice-covered world, muttered. The ground, so much snow on the sky is still snowing. How can it be swept away? But the task set out by his master. He must complete it seriously. That is, he must sweep even if he can't finish it. Master must have his deep meaning in doing so. Only that his own qualification was too stupid to understand. Thinking this way, Zhongshan began to take the broom to sweep up the snow again and again. He piled up the swept snow together into a small mountain, and then cut down some wood and vines together with his palm as a knife to make a basket and a stretcher. The gray-clothed youth began to pick up load after load of snow to the cabin. Among them, gradually the cabin was filled with snow. He had to continue to sweep the snow to pile this snow pile higher and higher. Hoo 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 hoo. The bitter cold wind whistled and blew through the mountains and forests, making Zhongshan feel a chill. Obviously he had already turned into a cultivator, but he could still feel the coldness here. His hands were red from freezing as he swept the snow and the freezing weather, and the thin clothes on his body couldn't withstand the wind and snow, and at this moment it was as if he had turned back into a mortal. This was obviously a difficult thing to do, but Zhongshan still swept the snow silently and seriously without saying a word. Gradually this snow also seemed to become less and less, and Zhongshan's heart also became more and more tranquil. He forgot his previous worries and sorrows, and those negative emotions of restlessness and anxiety also slowly disappeared with the action of sweeping the snow. I don't know how long it took, but the snowflakes in the sky fell less and less, and the wind on the ground became less harsh. When the snow stopped in the middle of the sky, the gray-clothed youth had already gathered a high pile of snow in front of him, at which time he looked up at the sky with high clouds suddenly smiled. At this very moment when Zhongshan laughed, the ice and snow of this mind world, heaven and earth, melted with it. Everything revived. Spring returned to the earth, the snow in the wooden house disappeared cleanly, flowers bloomed in the grass, and hundreds of beasts came out in the mountains and forests. At this moment Zhongshan understood that what he was sweeping away was not the snow in the mountains, but the snow in his heart. All these snowflakes are the result of his negative emotions of worry and sorrow and anxiety. If he couldn't get out of these negative emotions, the snow would keep falling without being able to be swept away. So that's how it is. The master asked me to sweep the snow in order to wash away the sorrow and anxiety and other negative emotions in my heart. Let my heart be completely quieted to reach a state of mind as if it were still water, so that I can better cultivate the true scriptures. Zhongshan at this time mood calm understanding of the mystery said. His state of mind at this time calm just fit the scripture requirements of the heart quiet as water. When he spoke these words, Lin Yuan, who had been paying attention to the situation here, waved his hand down and arranged his disciple into the next prepared scene in the mind world with a wave of his hand. The next second the mountain only felt the sky spinning, and the next moment the place that appeared turned into an unfamiliar clearing with a large pot in the center, that had hot water boiling and bubbling with gurgling white gas. However, what was cooking in this pot was not any food, but piles of stones, which were in different shapes but looked just like ordinary stones, hard and very solid. Zhongshan also saw an axe on the ground, and then he heard a voice enter his mind. Disciple, when will you cook these stones? Then you can leave. Okay, master, I know. After Zhongshan finished speaking, he took the axe and went to cut down the tree. If he wanted to cook the stone he had to have firewood without interruption, and cutting down the tree was his old job. He realized that every time he cut down a tree, a seed grew and sprouted into a huge tree, as if it were endless. So Zhongshan lived every day to cut trees and burn firewood to watch the pot of stones are cooked. Thirsty will drink mountain spring water to quench their thirst. Hungry will pick some wild fruits to fill their bellies. Sleepy will sleep on the pillow of the stump. So cold and hot. I do not know how many springs and autumns have passed. Every day he persisted in chopping wood and cooking stones. Day after day, year after year, there was no A in the mountains, and the cold and heat did not remember the year. Until one morning, Zhongshan woke up and smelled an aroma of yellow sorghum rice. Fragrant and rich. He came to the pot to take a look at it, then saw the boiled stone into a pot of rice. Zhongshan tasted a mouthful of rice only to feel that the flavor was sweet and fresh. There was an indescribable sense of accomplishment surging to his heart. Master, this is telling me to persevere, and that sincerity is the key to success. At this time Zhongshan had already said, after realizing that his will and state of mind had been sharpened to a higher level, becoming as glittering as a pearl that had been whisked away from the dust. After the next second, Zhongshan came to a fruitful fruit forest, where peaches were red and white, apricots were golden and hung all over the branches, pink apricots looked like a haze like clouds of smoke, and green pears were jasper like emerald. There are many other fruit trees in between, all of them flourishing and standing. At some point he already had a bamboo basket in his hand. At that moment, Lin Yuan's familiar voice entered his ears. You pick the fruit first, but you must never eat it, and you can eat it when the master says it's okay. Master, I know, Zhongshan said with a nod as he began to approach a disjointed peach tree trying to pick peaches. When his fingers touched the pink and white peaches, he felt a very tantalizing aroma drilling into his nose. It was a temptation that was hard to describe. If it was a normal person would have been unable to resist picking a peach and biting into it. Instead, Zhongshan picked it off without changing his face and put it in the bamboo basket. And the master said that he had to subdue his mind and tolerate what ordinary people could not tolerate, so that he could have great achievements in cultivation. On the next journey of picking the fruit, Zhongshan realized that the fruit was also getting harder and harder to pick. He was pulled into the illusion just by touching the fruit. Some of the illusions were that he could enjoy glory and wealth by becoming the emperor of a higher dynasty, and also had the right to kill and destroy the subjects within the dynasty. But Zhongshan was just surprised and quickly broke through the illusions. Imperial power in is like floating clouds. Just want to be able to follow the master cultivation. What power status cannot tempt him? There was also a phantom realm where all sorts of graceful and elegantly singing and dancing beauties appeared. And these various beautiful and touching girls didn't make Zhongshan take more than a glance either. Grey-clothed tall young man directly closed his eyes and thought to himself that all the books have said that the red powder skeleton is too much. Not more than a piece of the master's coat. His heart was filled with only the white-clothed fairy who killed the dragon by the river. And there was no room for anyone else. This side of Lin Yuan in the air eating fruit and drinking tea looking at this scene in the illusion a little surprised said, "The apprentice's stamina is quite good." He originally thought that Zhongshan was born in the countryside, did not enjoy the glory and wealth, and did not see the red beauty, will be in these few illusions to indulge in some. The results Zhongshan did not stay to break the illusion speed is quite fast. If Lin Yuan could know what Zhongshan was thinking, the native language would be speechless, but he didn't know, so was relieved that his apprentice had broken the illusion so quickly. When Zhongshan had broken hundreds of illusions, he heard Lin Yuan's voice coming from him. "Apprentice, you may now eat the fruit." "Yes, master." Zhongshan nodded and without hesitation picked up a fruit and ate it. Only to see a burst of heavenly rotation, he found that his body had turned into a heavenly ancient tree, just so long above the cliff, growing quietly, withstanding the wind and rain, still standing. After a long period of time, he again found his consciousness turning into a hawk roaming the sky, free and unrestrained. Immediately after, Zhongshan found changing into a stone, a flower, a grass, listening to the heart of nature. All kinds of marvelous. Ordinary people do not even dare to think of the experience to make his state of mind rapidly improve. Lin Yuan on this side is manipulating the flow of time in the world of the mind. As long as he wants to be in this side of the time, after 100 years outside is just a blink of an eye. He is the master of this side of the world of the mind. However, this past 100 years is only an illusory sense of time similar to the illusion, not real time, so it can only be used to improve the state of mind. Want to use this time to enlighten the law is impossible. After Zhongshan came out, his expression was calm and his gaze was firm and his pace was steady and strong, and the anxiety and sorrow from before was no longer seen. His state of mind had already reached the point of clarity, where his mind was free of distractions and untainted by dust. Just see the heavenly white cranes dancing in the sky. Underground jade trees and flowers fall white snow. Dan clouds flow smoke and color. Blue peaks towering all the emerald color. The white-clothed young man seated in the dojo, who looked like an immortal, holding a yaoqin in his hand and carrying a long sword on his back, with limp shirts, was looking towards here with a smile on his face, as in, white clouds, yellow cranes, Taoist homes, a chin, a sword and a cup of tea. The feathered clothes often carry the color of smoke and haze, not staining the earth with peach and plum blossoms. At this time, the gray-clothed tall youth said to the white-clothed figure in front of him with an arching salute, "Master, disciple is enlightened." Zhongshan said with incomparable gratitude in his heart, facing his own master who had a stupid and unbearable qualification. He still didn't dislike it but used this miraculous method to lead him into the Tao. Master Lin Yuan went out of his way to teach assiduously, and that transmission hall was driven out by lecturer Su in stark contrast. How can this not make Zhongshan grateful? Now that his Taoist heart had been sharpened after years of accelerated time in the mind world, it was as easy as pushing a boat through the water to understand the meaning of the scriptures. This Zunjiang level technique, the Taichin Xianwei true scripture, made a direct breakthrough into the introductory level. We must know that this is very difficult to cultivate to the Heavenly Father realm technique, that the high difficulty of entry can be imagined. That is, the ordinary cultivator is likely to cultivate a lifetime cannot start. Accompanying the fall of these words, Zhongshan's body, which had originally fallen into slumber due to his consciousness entering the mind world, also fell into the breakthrough realm. Not bad, so very good. Lin Yuan smiled and nodded his head as he said, after sensing all these changes, he induced the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to come in like seawater to help his disciple make a breakthrough. On this side, Zhongshan's realm had a breakthrough after his heart breakthrough to achieve the Tao heart, and he comprehended the Gongfu, and his realm also had a breakthrough in a watery manner, rapidly going from the upper first grade to the first grade consummation. After that, the second lower step, the second middle step, the second upper step, the second perfect step, the third lower step, until the third upper step before ending. This was still due to the fact that his Dantian's tenfold capacity required him to absorb twice as much aura as a normal person, coupled with the need to stabilize his foundation. Otherwise, his realm could still continue to rush up, but that would cause the foundation to be weak and not solid enough. This step is also common in many metaphysical novels to press the level to stabilize the foundation, although cliched but also applicable on Zhongshan. As the saying goes, 10,000 feet high. Laying a good foundation is important. The most important thing was that Zhongshan now possessed the Taoist heart and had a huge breakthrough in his state of mind. And in the future, he would be able to perceive and cultivate at a much faster rate in the way of practicing qi.
and the way of practicing qi would become a promising future. At this time Zhongshan, who had broken through the realm in the wooden house, opened his eyes. He also didn't expect that in just a few days he had gone from a mortal to a third-grade upper-ranked cultivator with the help of his master. The span was so big that he felt like a dream. He took a deep breath to calm down and said with gratitude from the bottom of his heart, "Many thanks to my master for helping me comprehend the technique and break through the realm." In fact, in his previous life, although Zhongshan was seriously injured and didn't die after he met Zhang Qi, he was often bullied by Zhang Qi and others for the next 2 years. And it was only after he picked up the golden finger when he was sweeping the floor that he began to rise to prominence. After that, it was a few years after the arduous rise to the third-grade realm. Body repair is very eat resources in the early stage is relatively difficult. In the late stage only began to show the sharpness of the big kill, is considered to be a late success. Now Zhongshan, because of Lin Yuan's help to start the rise of the open road in advance, but also as soon as possible to catch up with the pace of the other sons of Qi, earlier to show the sharpness of the big show. Xiao Tian, who also had the old grandpa's guidance, actually cultivated a technique that was not a Zun Shi level technique, but a special technique that could be upgraded, so he did not encounter this kind of continuous breakthrough because of a high-level technique. And there is also a gap between the hangers-on. The old man of the ancient sword remnant soul specializes in the sword way. Only the last wisp of the remnant soul is left, not good at it and impossible to manifest the world of the mind. And Lin Yuan, in addition to the sword, other aspects of more or less dabbled in. The law realm perception is even higher than a lot of the early stage of the realm of the Tianzu and many more than the powerhouse. For the world of the mind, mastery of all kinds of wonders. Let's just say that you deserve to have the Yuchi card extras. Since the technique has been comprehended, then I will pass on the dragon subduing fist to you. This side Lin Yuan smiled at the breakthrough to his disciple in front of him. He thought to himself that he would help his disciple to find the golden finger of his previous life after Zhongshan mastered the fist technique. When the time comes, he will be able to get a physical cultivation technique that is suitable for his disciple, and the immortal and martial arts will be cultivated together. Zhongshan will definitely have a stronger battle power in this life. I just don't know what type of gold finger that is and what it looks like. Chapter 58 Boxing. Zhongshan was once again pulled into the mind world by Lin Yuan to impart the simplified version of the divine ability Dragon Subduing Tiger Fist. While the true divine ability required a minimum creation realm cultivator to cultivate it, the simplified version of the fist technique had a much lower requirement for the realm, and a third-grade cultivator could also cultivate it as long as they had enough enlightenment. Master and disciple came to a vast and sprawling desert high above the sky, only to see yellow sand everywhere, dusty sky, wind smoke rolling, the undulating rolling dunes, the sky scorching sun burning the earth, even the sand on the ground has become hot. Apprentice son, master will give you a performance of this heavenly rank upper grade dragon subduing tiger fist. You watch. This punch is going to be awesome. Lin Yuan opened his mouth and said. After he finished speaking, a fist blasted out, only to see a golden and majestic true dragon appear in the sky, its huge body covering the sky like an ancient divine beast descending. Each scale was glittering and flowing, like an impenetrable armor cast in gold, with all sorts of subtle runes inscribed on it, the Tao intertwined, and the precious light glistening. Above the sky dome, the white-clothed young man punched out like a dragon, looking down on everything, handsome. Divine light flowed with amazing power like a heavenly god. The power of this punch is as amazing as a dragon descending to destroy everything, but also like the ancient Taiyue divine mountain to suppress the four directions. Rumble, rumble, only to see this head flying in the sky and the huge like brilliant sunlight true dragon crashed into the ground. This blow even directly below the continental plate break issued a loud rumbling. Those boundless sand sea all fell into that bottomless pit, as if falling into the abyss. The entire continental plate was directly shattered by this punch, destroying nothing. This is the first move, dragon rising to the 9 heavens. Disciple, you can see it clearly. Lin Yuan withdrew his hand and said with a smile, who understands the joy of pretending in front of a future martial emperor? Originally, the dragon subduing tiger fist was only a heavenly grade Tao, but with his realm and the Tao of law's sense of enlightenment, it was naturally extremely powerful. This breaking of the continental plate was still a random strike of his own, otherwise it would be a punch that shattered a star. And that could only be performed by going to the cosmic stars. Senior, this is too powerful. Zhongshan looked at this scene with dumbfounded shock and said that he had never thought that a Jedi powerhouse making a move turned out to be so shocking. It also made him realize how powerful his master was, what kind of heaven-changing ability he possessed, and that collapsed continental plate also confirmed it. If the players were to see this scene they would surely yell with excitement and thrill. Coach, I want to learn this. Next we'll practice boxing in a different setting. Lin Yuan said with a wave of his sleeve as he looked at the sinkhole below, and in the next second the two of them appeared in the cosmic starry sky, with the starry river shining brightly and the stars twinkling.
This time Lin Yuan punched them the last time seriously some, changed the posture of a punch-out. Then a godway body fur white as snow white tiger appeared in the universe. The pair of deep and incomparable eyes as if the whole through everything. Feet on the auspicious clouds. Haze light, cloud steam fog around the extraordinary hegemony. Immediately then as a tiger whistling in the mountains and forests issued a heaven-shaking roar. Golden eyes gleaming released the light of thunder. The entire huge body toward the front of the many stars crashed. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Along with these stars shattering into dust, all the planets where the attack fluctuations swept were turned into ashes, and the flurry of dust resembled snowflakes snowing in the universe. Master's strength is just too strong. Is this the world of the strong? Zhang Shan, who was already watching with his jaw dropped over here, thought so in his heart. This kind of strength is really something to look up to, just like a mortal facing a god. I wonder when I will be able to catch up with my master's footsteps. Then he thought that such a powerful master was now only a soul body. So what kind of horrible strength should the master's enemy be? I am still too weak as a mole cricket. To become stronger. Only then can I protect my master and help him to avenge his death. This side of Zhong Shan's gaze has become more determined. The heart of becoming stronger is unprecedentedly strong, heart filled with a sense of crisis. Lin Yuan over here nodded his head when he saw his disciple's shocked expression as he was in a happy mood because of his successful pretense. He didn't realize that Zhong Shan was thinking about that non-existent enemy becoming more and more eager to become stronger. He would have been confused if he had known. Enemies? Where are the what enemies? The enemies who were against me were killed by me long ago. When Lin Yuan finished performing the entire set of boxing techniques, Zhong Shan's expression was shocked inwardly as he shouted with excitement. Master is mighty. Such a fierce and strong boxing technique, he was able to learn how not to let him excited and expect. Okay, how well do you remember the moves of this boxing style? Lin Yuan asked with a smile, at which time Zhong Shan nervously scratched his head in embarrassment, reporting back to master. Disciple only memorized a few moves, but not the rest. Not bad. Being able to memorize a few moves shows that you have good understanding and talent in boxing. Master will cast some more for you. I will slow down the speed, and you should observe with your heart. Lin Yuan nodded his head and smiled. The martial emperor Zhong Shan in his previous life was famous for his boxing. His fists shook the stars and rivers, and his fame spread beyond the realm. This set of dragon subduing tiger fist is the upper grade of the heavenly order technique. Ordinary cultivators want to learn to remember the moves without years of hard work and practice simply cannot remember. And Zhong Shan can remember a few moves after watching it once, which shows that he is amazingly perceptive in boxing. Next, the master and disciple duo taught by word and example in a joyful manner, waiting until Zhong Shan had learned, before Lin Yuan took the two of them to leave the world of the mind and return to reality. On this side, Deacon Wan, who was in charge of the miscellaneous service hall, went to Zhang Qi and the others' house to take a look, and after finding no traces, he went to the woods in the back of the mountain to take a turn before returning. That was how the investigation ended. Wan Ronghua didn't have the intention to find out the root of the matter. In his opinion, wasn't it just some dead handyman disciples? It's no big deal. As for Zhang Qi's cousin, who was an inner disciple, asked about it. He told the other party that Zhang Qi and the others had been eaten by wild beasts. After all, in Deacon Wan's opinion, it was impossible for Zhong Shan, who was a mortal, to kill Zhang Qi and the others. So the result could only be that Zhang Qi and the others died when they encountered wild beasts when they went to the back of the mountain in order to retaliate against Zhong Shan. And it was considered that they had stolen the chicken and eaten their own fruits. The fact that Zhong Shan was able to show up alive and intact meant that he hadn't met Zhang Qi and the others at all, and shouldn't be considered informed about the matter. This thing should be that Zhang Qi and those people who encountered wild beasts in the back of the mountain all died. Or there is another possibility that they encountered evil cultivators who infiltrated the clan and were exterminated. If the evil cultivator appeared in this situation, then I can investigate this matter seriously even more. It's too dangerous and not worth the risk. After thinking about it, Deacon One shook his head and muttered to himself, discovering the traces of evil cultivators and reporting them to the clan will certainly be rewarded by the clan. But if he is not careful, he may also be silenced by the evil cultivators, which is really a very risky thing to do. It wasn't worth it to possibly take his life for that reward. If you use the words of the players, what little clan reward is worth a few dollars? What's the point of fighting for your life? And this side of Zhang Qi's cousin Zhang Wenyuan just entered the inner door not long in the middle of cultivation. Busy cultivation also have no time to care about the specific situation of distant cousin. After Deacon Wan reported the matter of the servant disciple being eaten by the beasts, it didn't attract any attention from the sect, and the matter was left unsettled. Some of the miscellaneous disciples might still be curious about the whereabouts of Zhang Qi and the others, but the deacon had said so, and they believed it. During this time, Lu Tainyo, who was from the same hometown, came over and tried to find Zhongshan to apologize and said that he shouldn't have alienated him because he was afraid of Zheng Qi and the others. But Zhongshan didn't say anything more behind closed doors. In the next period of time, Zhongshan flew to cut firewood and pick water during the day. And after that, he began to stand on the stakes and practice boxing. And the stone he was carrying that was subjected to the gravity technique became heavier and heavier. From 1,000 pounds to 10,000 pounds, 20,000 pounds, all the way up to 100,000 pounds. Deep in the back of the mountain, the gray-clothed youth carrying a heavy load under the tree sweated and swung punch after punch, his body's muscles and bones buzzing in unison. Each of his punches came out fierce and powerful, with a stirring wind, and different postures that were extraordinary, like a fierce tiger descending from a mountain, or a dragon swinging its tail. Between the stirring of mana one could see the dragon and tiger visions appearing between the punching winds, and there was a hidden sound of wind and thunder surging. Just by looking at this stance, one could tell that this set of boxing techniques was of extremely high grade. Lin Yuan, who was floating in midair and watching his disciple practicing kung fu, kept pointing and saying, "That's not the right punch stance, right arm a little too high again." Well, now it's corrected. The body is in harmony with the mind. The spirit is in harmony with the qi. This dragon subduing tiger fist has to imagine that you are subduing a real dragon and a white tiger. And you have to have that kind of aura of capturing the dragon and subduing the tiger. Your punches aren't strong enough. It needs to be more dominant. Just imagine. That punch you just threw was too slow. You have to move like a rabbit. As fast as lightning, not slow. Start over. Zhongshan listened and corrected his posture every time and time. He moved calmly and powerfully, and his boxing style became more and more skillful and natural. Just under Lin Yuan's guidance and sometimes down the field hand-in-hand teaching, Zhongshan's mastery speed is also fast. After the introduction of the dragon subduing tiger fist this month reached a small success. One must know that this was a heavenly rank upper grade Dao, and it was still quite difficult to cultivate, with ordinary cultivators spending years to get started, and Zhongshan had become a minor success in a month. Besides being quite talented in boxing, this could not be separated from Lin Yuan's dedicated guidance and Zhongshan's own diligent study and practice. A month later of the clan's outer disciple registration office, the disciple responsible for registration saw the gray-clothed youth in front of him, nodded his head and said, "Since you have already cultivated mana, your age is 19, and your realm has already become a first-grade cultivator to meet the requirements. That would be our Green Cloud Sect's outer disciple. What is your name? This senior brother?" The outer disciple in charge of the registration thought to himself, "I didn't expect that there would be an odd-job disciple who would become a first-rate cultivator within the ranks of the disciples." In the past, it was also rare to see a miscellaneous disciple who was able to become a first-rate cultivator before the age of 25 to reach the conditions of an outer disciple. He looked at the gray-clothed youth in front of him who was not old enough to be able to become a cultivator, and did not expect that the talent would be a lower-grade talent. This was because only those with lower-grade talent who wanted to worship in the Green Cloud Sect would choose to become a handyman disciple. "My name is Zhongshan." Zhongshan on this side replied, his realm intentionally revealing his strength at the lower first rank. This month Lin Yuan also taught Zhongshan a qi convergence skill, which could be used to collect and hide his breath and strength. He patted his disciple's shoulder and said with a smile, "Apprentice, this is the astringent qi skill that comes standard with many male protagonists in metaphysical novels. It couldn't be more convenient to use to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger." Zhongshan wasn't sure what a metaphysical novel was, but if his master was happy, so was he. He probably guessed that the meaning of pretending to be a pig eating a tiger is to disguise the strength to defeat a strong enemy by surprise. His strength had indeed increased too quickly. If he didn't hide it for a while, he would definitely attract the attention of the higher echelons of the Qingyun sect. Using the qi convergence skill to conceal his realm could avoid causing too much of a stir, and it would be better to do more than less. Alright, this is the token and storage bag of an outer disciple. An outer disciple can receive 20 lower-grade spirit stones and a bottle of aggregate qi pill that aids in cultivation every month. Outer disciples must complete the sect's mission once a month, and there will be corresponding rewards for completing the mission, such as contribution or spirit stones and other rewards. If you have the time and ability, you can take on more quests to earn cultivation resources. At the end of every month on the last day there would be a lecture by the outer sect elders, and the place of the lecture would be in the Hall of Merit. Outer sect disciples can usually go to the Hall of Merit to listen to the lecturer's lecture. Outer disciples can enter the hidden scripture cabinet to choose one technique and one yellow rank grade Dao for free. After that, if they want to exchange the technique or Dao in the hidden scripture cabinet in total, they need contribution points. There are also clothes for outer disciples that you can pick the color of. I wonder what color the senior brother would like to pick. I'll take gray. Zhongshan took the outer disciple's identity token in storage bag and thought about it and said, he met his master when he was wearing gray clothes, so it would be good to wear gray clothes all the time. so that his master could also look a little more accustomed to it. Okay, senior brother Zhong, here are 10 sets of gray outer disciple clothes. The registered disciple smiled as he selected some clothes and handed them over. He still rarely saw any outer disciple choosing gray clothes, because the ones who generally wore gray clothes within the gate were the handyman disciples, while many of the outer disciples wore white. Cyan was more, and many of the outer disciples didn't care to wear gray clothes like the handyman disciples. Of course, the outer disciples and inner disciples have the freedom to wear clothes and can wear whatever they want, so there are also many cultivation family children or disciples with strong talent and strength wearing some gorgeous vestments. In the previous life, this rule stipulation that outer disciples and inner disciples could dress as they wished was changed after the players entered the Green Cloud sect. As some players wear colorful and fancy like the whole flower work may not even look like an individual. Serious damage to the image of the clan led to the wind rating was harmed. Looking at the strange demonic-like looks of these players, those who didn't know would think that their Qingyun sect was a demonic sect. So the senior management of the Qingyun sect hastily introduced the rule that outer disciples and inner disciples must wear the standardized clothes of the Qingyun sect, and were not allowed to change their clothes at will. This rule drew cheers from uniformed party players and screams of abuse from styling party players. After Zhongshan had collected his things and left, the outer disciple in charge of registration and testing muttered, "That person just now is called Zhongshan. Before that he was still a handyman disciple. Why is this name a bit familiar?" The registered disciple suddenly remembered something, tapped the table and said, "Come to think of it, is the miscellaneous disciple Zhongshan the scum who was detected to be born with an extinct vein before? It's unbelievable that he was able to cultivate and even became a cultivator. This matter needs to be told to the outer gate deacon before it can be done." After saying that, this outer sect disciple who was responsible for registering hurriedly ran to find the outer sect deacon with great haste. "Master, where are we going next?" Zhongshan used his mana to send a voice message to the ring to inquire. This side of the ring, Lin Yuan has used the divine sense to sweep through the Qingyun clan, inside and out, carefully scanning each place to find a hidden scripture pavilion under the steps of the grass and a stone bead. This stone bead looks unassuming. Mixed inside those stones, it was hard for people to notice, but Lin Yuan's divine sense couldn't even see through this bead. This should be the golden finger that Zhongshan had encountered in his previous life. Lin Yuan thought so. He can't even see through the thing. It must be a treasure. There is a 99% chance that it is what they are looking for. "Apprentice, let's go to the hidden scriptures. I'll take you to find a treasure." Chapter 59, Stone Beads. Green Cloud Sect. The hidden scripture pavilion is located in the southeast corner of the peak above the mountain. The mountain range, green cliffs and emerald color. The distant mountains such as Dian, the clouds and mountains and fog, both the forest and ravine deep, but also the spring water murmuring, the pavilions and pavilions that towered on the top of the mountain, but also seems to be very grand. When Zhongshan used his disciple token to summon a spirit crane and rode the white crane to the place of the hidden scripture pavilion, he did not rush in. At this time there were not many people outside the scripture pavilion. Most of the disciples who came here were in the scripture pavilion picking out Gongfu or Daofa. Gongfu and Daofa were vital for cultivators, so they were not in a hurry to come out but took their time to pick them out. "Apprentice, it's the 78th stone down the left side of the grass at the bottom of those steps." Zhongshan followed Master Lin Yuan's guidance to a barren grassy area under the steps of the Tibetan scripture pavilion. He pretended as if he dropped something because he was too excited about seeing the hidden scriptures, and deliberately dropped the disciple token in his hand to pick it up. And after picking up the outer disciple token, an inconspicuous stone bead was also added to his hand. "Master, is this the same stone?" "That's right, it's this stone bead. This thing I can't see through with my divine sense. It must be a treasure." "Apprentice, you go to the Green Cloud Sect scripture cabinet to choose a technique in Tao. Then we'll go back and study this thing a bit." Lin Yuan nodded his head and said with some curiosity and anticipation. The players in the previous life did not know exactly what kind of golden finger for the rise of the martial emperor was, but only guessed that it should be related to the way of physical cultivation. Now he was soon to know the secret that players in his previous life could not guess naturally. He was full of anticipation. "Yes, Master." Zhongshan nodded his head and put the stone bead into his bosom. As he realized that the bead was not able to be put into a storage bag, it was really quite divine. Then the grey-clothed tall young man entered the hidden scripture cabinet, after which he randomly selected a Gongfu and a Daofa, after which he left after registering. In Lin Yuan's words, refining this kind of garbage Gongfu and Dao is simply a waste of time and a waste of life. After Zhongshan returned to the cabin he was staying in, Lin Yuan said to Zhongshan after he set up an isolation scouting array and returned to the ring, "Apprentice, you've quickly claimed the treasure as your own. Let's take a look at the color of this stone bead." "Yes, Master." Zhongshan nodded in reply. He first used his mana to surge into this stone bead, yet there was no response at all. In the end,
He used the most common and ancient method of recognizing a master inside a metaphysical novel, recognizing a master by dropping blood. At this time, the stone bead contacted the blood after emitting a slight light, and then the bead became brighter and brighter, becoming as glittering as a night pearl. At this time, a leisurely voice came out from the stone bead, seemingly lamenting the vicissitudes of the years and the passage of time. At the beginning of the ancient world, who preached the way? How could the upper and lower levels be examined before they were formed? Oh young man, how many years is it now in the human emperor era? This voice is very strange, obviously very childish, but also full of the meaning of the old and full of the vicissitudes of life. Zhongshan was also surprised to hear that this stone bead could talk, but he was not that surprised when he thought that this was the treasure that his master had said that it was, and he asked silently in his heart, "Master, do I have to answer this bead?" Lin Yuan over here said without hesitation, "Of course, you answer. I see that this bead has extraordinary spirituality, and listening to this voice is rather like the artifact spirit of a treasure bead, rather than the remnants of a strong person's soul, because in terms of universal rationality, strong residual souls are mostly adult voices or old people's voices, while the voice from this stone bead is like the voice of a 3 or 4-year-old child. Looking at it this way, first of all, excluding the possibility of deliberately pretending to be young, strong people were generally more facetious. Then this sound was most likely the sound emitted by the stone bead artifact spirit. Zhongshan thought for a moment after hearing his master's command before scratching his head and opening his mouth to Shizhu. Elder, today is the 5361st year of the Kyushu calendar. The Human Emperor Chronicle I don't know. What? You actually don't know about the Human Emperor era during the ancient times? How could no one know about the calendar set by my master emperor? Just how many years have passed? The stone bead floated up excited and surprised, the whole bead floating around in the air. Elder stone bead. Millions of years have passed since the era of the human emperor in the Taiku period. The deeds of the ancient emperor Zhongshan had still heard of them, and he hurriedly replied, "It turns out that it's actually been 10 million years since then. I wonder what the final outcome of that great battle in the ancient past was. Seeing that this Kyushu realm is still here today, the great Tao is broken, and the aura is many times thinner than before. I think that the great battle should have been won, but the result was also tragic. Junior, tell me everything you know about the human emperor." The stone bead in the air finally didn't move into silence, and only after a while did he open his mouth to ask, "I only know that in the ancient times, all the tribes regarded our human race as ants, especially the demon race as the most prevalent will be our human race captive as a blood meal, until the human emperor from the small tribes all the way to the rise of the final leadership of the human race will be driven out of the 5 continents of the demon race boundaries. The human emperor killed the ancient demon emperor, and killed many foreign great emperors to fight out a great reputation, so that the 10,000 races dare not bully our human race, but also in the human race territory to promote the text and cultivation method. Behind the ancient years occurred an incomparably tragic matter about the life and death crisis of the 9 States World War. That history did not pass down. After that the human emperor never appeared again. I heard that it was fallen in that war. Never heard. Zhongshan replied as he recalled the history of the human race as told by the clan elders. Shizhu over here shouted up and down in excitement. Impossible. My master emperor is so powerful, how could he fall in that great battle? Impossible. I don't believe it. Then the bead spun around as if pondering some important question and finally said, "There must be a hidden meaning in this, but unfortunately at that time, my original body, the human emperor seal, was shattered too early, and I don't know much about that great battle, and now there is only a corner of the fragments left, and a lot of my memories have been lost. Now that the human emperor's whereabouts are unknown, and time has passed for millions of years, I have to find the human emperor's bloodline inheritor to give the legacy, and at the same time learn more about the human emperor and that ancient battle." At this point Shizhu paused and continued to speak. Junior, what is your name? Since you've awakened me, then we're kind of destined to be together. How about you help me look for the human emperor bloodline inheritor, and I'll give you some opportunities for creation? Although your qualifications are ordinary and even your spirit body isn't somewhat low, with my help, you can still achieve something. Senior, my name is Zhongshan. But, this side of Zhongshan was about to directly refuse to say, he has the master's help, looking for the human emperor bloodline inheritor, which is not as important as helping the master's revenge to protect the master. At this time, Lin Yuan floated out of the ring and said with a smile, "Apprentice, just say yes to it." He had already understood that the original golden finger of Zhongshan in his previous life was a fragment of the seal of the human emperor. No wonder Zhongshan was able to obtain the body cultivation technique in his previous life then rise all the way to the top. Zhongshan on this side was a bit surprised, while Shizhu, who saw the white clothes like snow and magnificent figure in front of him, froze in the air. Immediately after that, Shizhu said in an excited and unbelieving tone, "Star-Lord Sama,
Why are you here? If the stone bead was able to change into a human form, its expression would definitely be that of tears of excitement. It did not that surprisingly it would still be able to meet the Taiyin astrologer millions of years later. For fear of Zhongshan interrupting its conversation with Lin Yuan, the stone bead cast a spell so that Zhongshan couldn't hear their conversation. Star Lord. Where did the Star Lord come from? This caused Lin Yuan to say with some confusion. Are you calling out to me? But I'm not a Star Lord. It was then that Ishizu responded, then detailed his end. It found the difference between the white-clothed fairy in front of it and the Taiyin Star Monarch. The appearance had both the unparalleled beauty of the Taiyin Star Monarch that had overwhelmed the crowd back then, and also had the divine posture of the human emperor with its heroic hair and outstanding temperament, together with that pure Taiyin power that was definitely a Taiyin divine body, and the sensed aura of the human emperor's bloodline. This was clearly the child of the human emperor and the Taiyin astrologer. Your Highness, just now I shouted wrongly, sorry. You should be the child of Lord Human Emperor and Star Lord Taiyin, and the imperial princess of our human race. You must have misjudged me. I'm an orphan with no parents. Lin Yuan shook his head and said, before crossing over he was clearly an orphan, still a small baby when he was abandoned in winter and put in front of the orphanage. If the old dean hadn't taken him in, there was no telling what would have happened to him. Moreover, he was from the real world. What connection could he have with the human emperor and the Taiyin astrologer from 10 million years ago in the world of Kyushu? 10 million years was too far away. These words clearly made the stone bead break its defenses, and it cried out in disbelief. How could you be an orphan? Your Highness, do you not know your origins? You have both a Taiyin divine body and a human emperor bloodline. And looking at this bloodline aura, it's not too far from awakening the human emperor body. The physiques of Lord Human Emperor and Star Sovereign Taiyin were the human emperor body and the Taiyin divine body. With two major physiques, you must be the daughter of Lord Human Emperor and Taiyin astrologer, the little princess of our human race. Your face is overwhelming and unparalleled in beauty, and although you are still young now, in the future, you will definitely be the #1 beauty in all realms, just like your mother, Taiyin Star Sovereign. Lin Yuan felt that even though he was being complimented, he might as well not be. He was a male. What's the use of wanting beauty? What you want is battle power and strength, and he's a guy, not some empress princess. It was also the first time that he and this Shizhu had met, so naturally, it was impossible for him to tell the secret that he was a man dressed as a woman. The importance of secrecy Lin Yuan still knew. In case this Shizhu accidentally told this matter to the players in the future, then wouldn't he have to socially die in two worlds? Shizhu's mention of the human emperor's bloodline reminded Lin Yuan of the system reminder he had gotten 2 years ago after his reputation reached 100 in the Central State. The reputation of the human race in Central State has reached 100. And the human emperor's bloodline has awakened by 20%. Human emperor bloodline effect, it can double the combat power, and has a suppressive effect on foreigners, and the human race will have a natural favor and trust in you. Reminder, the higher the reputation amongst the human race, the higher the degree of awakening the bloodline, and the human emperor body can be unlocked after 100% awakening. It doesn't necessarily have to be the child of the human emperor and the Taiyin astrologer in order to awaken the Taiyin divine body and the human emperor body, does it? Lin Yuan opened his mouth, and at that moment, Shizhu explained, Your Highness is unaware that during the ancient times, the human race at that time simply didn't have any god body, holy body, king body, treasure body or any other physique like that. Most of the human race at that time were mortal bodies, and a few were spirit bodies that could naturally absorb aura, until after someone from our human race cultivated into an emperor, an exalted one and a saint, the great Tao and laws they created or comprehended were inscribed in their bloodline, which led to the divine body, the saint body, the king body, and the treasure body being passed down. Those strong people have branched out and prospered, passing down bloodlines and powerful physiques from generation to generation as well. When he got here, Shizhu sighed as he took another look at the sky outside the window. Now in the world of Kyushu, the great Tao is not visible, and heaven and earth are lacking, so it's too difficult for the mortal body to achieve something, but the spiritual body and the precious body still have some hope, and the king's body is not bad and is expected to become an honored one. Only the divine body, sacred body, can still stand on top of the world. Upon arriving at this explanation, Lin Yuan also understood why Shizhu was so sure that he would be a descendant of the human emperor and Taiyin Star Sovereign. It turned out that the top physiques of this metaphysical world's divine bodies were all inherited by bloodline. Could it be that I'm really the child of Taiyin astrologer and the emperor of man? Or is this all a credit to the system for the physique and bloodline? If they were really my parents, why would they abandon me in front of an orphanage? What exactly is the origin of the system? Who created the system? And why is the Kyushu world connected to the real world? A question appeared in Lin Yuan's mind, and it was rare for him to feel confused, especially after seeing that the system panel was displaying the word awakening. Did it mean that he originally had a human royal bloodline and a Taiyin divine body, so he used the word awakening? I am who I am. Not the heir of any ancient emperor or Taiyin astrologer, nor am I any human empress. I am Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and said with a complicated mood, after so many years of being an orphan, he has long been used to being alone. When he was a kid, he used to envy his classmates who had parents who would pick them up and drop them off with umbrellas on rainy days. But he's grown up now, only to become stronger, become more powerful, to become a great emperor. Only then will be able to know more of the truth. The strength of a powerful to a point after everything naturally also come to light. The stone bead on this side was also stunned, which also allowed it to calm its excitement. And only then did it realize that the original white figure in front of it was only a soul body after. This discovery made sure Zhu Hongwen became incomparably angry and shouted loudly, "Your Highness, who on earth put you in this state? How dare they? Human Emperor Palace, those people do what for food? All are some waste rice bucket. How to protect the imperial concubine? Let you even suffered so much aggravation and pain. Nothing has happened to my body. Now I'm just splitting off a piece of my soul to land on the ring to talk to you." Lin Yuan opened his mouth and explained. The Hall of Human Emperors he had heard of in his previous life. The top 10 holy places in the world of the Kyushu state were high above the rest. And above the Holy Land there is a mysterious and powerful force. The Hall of Human Emperors, which was created by the first generation of human emperors, has been passed down to this day. Every Hall Master was a great emperor-level existence. And now that no one had become an emperor in the 9 states for tens of thousands of years, the position of the Hall Master of the Hall of Human Emperors was vacant. But this powerful force was still incomparably terrifying. It's just that the Hall of Human Emperors is too mysterious. Usually not many people know where their lair is. And legend has it that they only appear when there is an extinction crisis in the world of the Kyushu. In his previous life, when the devil race descended to invade the Kyushu world, the people from the Human Emperor Hall appeared, but they were too mysterious. And Lin Yuan had never encountered this group of people. So that's great, the stone bead said with a sigh of relief after hearing this. And it said with surprise after feeling it carefully, "Your Highness, I feel like you're only 19 years old now. Were you awakened after being sealed for millions of years before? How did they take care of you at the temple of the Human Emperor? What kind of people were sent?" Lin Yuan thought about it. He was a high school student before he crossed over. And after finishing his final exams he saw the righteousness to save people. And in the end the child was saved by him. He saved people also because of the accident, unfortunately died after coming to the world of Kyushu. Body also become smaller, now on the physical age is really 19 years old to come. I grew up as an orphan as a child, adopted by the old director of the orphanage, who also died many years ago, and lived on my own behind me. I've heard of the Hall of Human Emperors, but I'm not familiar with it. Lin Yuan thought for a moment and replied that he had moved out on his own after the old dean passed away. He is very talented in playing games by selling equipment, game materials to earn money, to raise their own tuition fees, to rent an apartment. Although life is not easy, but also very happy, Lin Yuan likes to be in the game. Rebuke the wind this feeling. He would go back to the orphanage on holidays to visit and bring back some gifts, but he can't go back now. What are those guys from the Hall of Human Emperors doing? To let the honorable and incomparable little princess Her Highness stray outside to live alone from a young age. This side of the stone bead while wailing and shedding tears. It looked at the white fairy with a thin and somewhat tender figure in front of it, and already imagined the upheaval. Sure, Zhu thought to herself, no wonder His Highness said she was an orphan. Is there any difference between this treatment and an orphan? Lin Yuan on this side was almost numb from listening to Zhu's mouthful of Emperor Ji. Mouthful of Your Highness. He really wanted to correct the other party that he was a male, but he still held back. This stone bead seemed to talk so much, and at a glance, it wasn't one that could keep secrets, so it was better not to talk to it. Then have you heard of the Taiyin Holy Land, Your Highness? Back then, the Taiyin astrologer opened up the Taiyin sacred ground, was the first Taiyin empress. Is the Taiyin Holy Land still around today? Zhu continued to wipe her tears as she asked, and Lin Yuan replied as he heard the familiar name. Of course it's still there. Not only did the Taiyin Holy Land still exist and grow, but he had also become the Taiyin Holy Maiden. Stone Pearl inquired as she flew through the air. Since it's there, did anyone from the Taiyin Holy Land come to you? Your Highness? I am the current holy daughter of the Taiyin Holy Land. He was embarrassed as soon as Lin Yuan talked about it. Great. It's still the Taiyin Holy Land, that's reliable. It's worthy of being a holy land created by the Taiyin Star Sovereign. It's much more reassuring than my lord's Human Emperor Palace, the stone bead said with a twinkle of delight. Next to him, Lin Yuan inquired curiously, can you tell me more about the ancient war? The stone bead's glow of shame dimmed and said, I'm sorry, Your Highness. I'm just a fragment of the seal of the Human Emperor. My memories are crippled, and I've lost my memories of the ancient war. We can only regain that lost memory when we find the pieces to replace them. I also have a good brother. the human emperor streamer, and if it were here, it would be able to know more about that great battle in ancient times. Lin Yuan couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth when he heard the name human emperor streamer, a familiar name amongst metaphysical novels. Is this human emperor hockey decent? It shouldn't be a 10,000 soul streamer, right? But looking at the stone bead, since it said so, I think it should also be a treasure of merit. It's better to lift the forbidden sound spell you placed earlier. This is my disciple Zhongshan. There's nothing we need to avoid him when we speak. Lin Yuan looked at Zhongshan, who was waiting anxiously outside, and said. Shizhu obediently lifted the forbidden sound spell and said, Your Highness, how did you accept this kid as a disciple? I see that this person's qualifications are ordinary, looking mediocre. How can he be able to become your Highness's disciple? Only that kind of supreme heavenly pride is qualified to become your named disciple. Lin Yuan didn't know how to reply for a moment after hearing this. Come on Shizhu, you're the golden finger for the rise of Zhongshan in your previous life. Is it really okay to dislike him so much? Chapter 60, The Dharma. Shizhu over here said in a disgusted tone as she shook her head at Zhongshan. This kid is also too ordinary with low qualifications. Just a mortal body in the district. If it is in the ancient years, enlightenment is the most important. The body is not important. Mortal body and spiritual body, as long as the enlightenment is high, can realize the law of the road. Then the future to become an emperor is expected. However, in the current era where the great Tao is not visible and it is difficult to realize the Tao, the mortal body is also similar to a wasted body and has a limited future. This kid named Zhongshan wanted to think that it was harder than ever to become an emperor in this era. He's really not qualified to be your disciple. Your Highness, why don't we change it? You are the daughter of the human emperor. Our human race's imperial princess. How honorable is your status? As long as you put out the word. What kind of heavenly pride and jungles aren't just picked? It was as if the tone was saying, let's not pick something from the trash. Let's pick the best. In the opinion of Shizhu, who is the spirit of the human emperor's seal, His Highness's disciple must be the best in the world, so as not to disgrace His Highness in the future. Originally, the stone bead was trying to find a random toolman to bring it to search for the human emperor bloodline inheritor, but it didn't expect to hit a heavenly surprise just after waking up. Previously, see Zhongshan still have a chance to wake up. It is quite smooth. Ready to give some gongfa, let Zhongshan help with the beads to find the human emperor bloodline inheritor. Now that the stone bead knew that this man Zhongshan was actually His Highness's disciple, it naturally couldn't look at it in 100 different ways. As the saying goes, the past is the past and the present is the present. So don't talk about the present in terms of the past. I never choose my disciples based on talent. Even if the disciple has no talent whatsoever, that's still my disciple. Zhongshan is my disciple. I will definitely protect him. Lin Yuan opened his mouth and said decisively. These words came from his heart. As long as one becomes his disciple, no matter male or female, even if they are mortals with no talent, he will protect them for a lifetime of peace and joy. Zhongshan next to him was moved to hear. He knew that he was just a country village boy. Originally was born with an extinct vein of the scum cannot cultivate after encountering the master to change his life against the sky. And the master was actually the daughter of the human emperor. The human emperor's princess. Such an unattainable identity, yet she was willing to accept a loser like herself as a disciple. It's really like a favor that I'll die for. Lin Yuan over here continued to persuade. And didn't you drop your blood and recognize Zhongshan as your master? Shizhu Sr.? Why do you dislike him so much? In fact, although Zhongshan is a mortal body, but his perseverance is amazing, and he is very talented in physical cultivation. Your Highness, I haven't been recognized by this kid's blood drop. You know I'm an extremely high-grade imperial artifact human emperor seal that was personally refined by Lord Human Emperor. Only the human emperor bloodline can use me. How could a supreme treasure such as mine be recognized by a blood drop by a mere no-good third-grade rookie cultivator? Just feeling the blood of the human race woke me from my slumber. What is his status? What is my status? This kid is just my chosen follower. For the betterment of the human emperor bloodline inheritor. Shizhu said with a disgusted expression as she glanced at Zhongshan and shook her head straight. In his previous life, Shizhu also had only a cooperative trading relationship with Zhongshan. Shizhu taught physical cultivation techniques to provide some pointers to help, while Zhongshan needed to fulfill his promise to help find the human emperor bloodline inheritor. In their previous lives, Zhongshan and Shizhu searched for a long time without finding it, because the Kyushu and extraterrestrial battlefields were really too big, and Lin Yuan's heavenly chances were shielded to project it all, so he could only take his chances, like finding a needle in a haystack. Shizhu turned her head and said to Lin Yuan in an attentive manner, I didn't expect to meet you, Your Highness, just after I woke up. It was too big a surprise. The magpies are calling from the branches this morning, so it's true that a happy event is at hand. My master is you, Your Imperial Highness. Only you with the bloodline of the human emperor can use me. Everyone else is delusional. You are like a pay fire in the darkness of the night, illuminating the direction of my life and dispelling my confusion. Lin Yuan heard these words and wanted to spit out. Where did you get your life as the human emperor seal artifact spirit? And this morning you have not awakened. Right. Where did you hear the magpie call? There are so many grooves. After hearing that only the human emperor bloodline could use the human emperor seal, this precious stone bead unexpectedly recognized itself as its master. This made Lin Yuan surprised and a little embarrassed that the previous life martial emperor Zhongshan's golden finger had directly recognized himself as his master. How has the immediate feeling of greening each other in front of the victim? Yellow hair is actually my own? He had originally thought that it would be his disciple Zhongshan's chance, but he didn't expect this to be his own chance. In fact, in his previous life, Zhu was bent on finding the human emperor bloodline inheritor, and Zhongshan had long agreed that he would leave when he found the inheritor. In order to repay Zhu's gift of guidance, Zhongshan in his previous life had also been doing his best to find someone who wanted to fulfill his promise to send Zhu away. Now in this life, the stone bead of the fragments of the seal of the human emperor has finally encountered Lin Yuan, the young master whom he has been trying to find with all his heart. Zhongshan is also my disciple, so you can help him more as well, Senior Zhu. Lin Yuan opened his mouth and said, since things had turned out like this, he hoped to be able to get Stone Pearl to help Zhongshan grow through his connections, so that his disciple would still be able to walk on the path of the martial emperor that he had in his previous life. And with his help in this life, Zhongshan's battle power would be even stronger in the future after the dual cultivation of body and law. Of course there's no problem. Your Highness can just call me Xiao Zhu. I've already recognized you as my master. And without you having to say it, I will definitely instruct this boy properly, so that he won't be too weak to disgrace his highness in the future. The stone bead floated around and said, it decided to make more of its skills to seriously instruct Zhongshan on the way of physical cultivation. This level of seriousness could be many times stronger than Zhu's casual and loose instructions to Zhongshan in his previous life. Then I'll ask Senior Stone Pearl to do so. I specialized in the way of the sword before, and I have dabbled in the way of physical cultivation but don't know much about it. So I'd like to thank Senior Stone Pearl for instructing my disciple. Lin Yuan's expression was sincere, please said. Next to him Zhongshan was more and more touched. He didn't expect his master to beg for himself. Zhu looked at the white fairy with an expectant expression in front of him which could still say a word of refusal. Who can afford to refuse this? Your Highness, please don't worry. I'll take care of this matter. I will definitely do my best to instruct Zhongshan, this brat, in the way of physical cultivation. With a twist of words, Zhu continued. However, Your Highness, since you are also interested in and don't know much about the way of physical cultivation, I have a multitude of Kung Fu inheritances and human emperor inheritances here that are specially prepared for you. You'll see about picking some practice first. Then the stone bead emitted a burst of precious light, crystal clear and flowing, and it transmitted the contents of the vast ocean of many kinds of Kung Fu inheritance into a stream of light into Lin Yuan's mind. This is too much, isn't it? And these inheritances are all very strong, at least at the quasi-emperor level. Lin Yuan was also surprised to see the names of those legacies. Not only were there human emperors' legacies, but there were also the legacies of many of those famous and powerful people during the ancient times, and all of these names were of the overwhelmingly powerful people who had left a colorful mark on the history of the 9 states, even the top core inheritance among the other 10,000 races. This was simply all-encompassing, a treasure trove of immeasurably valuable Gongfu inheritance. Of course, these are the feats that my master, Emperor, has spent a lot of time collecting, and there is a wide variety of them, and they are also of high quality. As for some of the top alien inheritances, they were obtained by the human emperor, his old man, after killing many alien great emperors, and then they were included in the treasure trove. You can learn whatever you want, Your Highness, and these are for your inheritance. The stone bead wiggled and said, after saying that it transformed into a white cat moving lightly into the white-clothed fairy's arms emitting mewing cries of happiness. Zhongshan on this side looked at this scene. He thought to himself how this white cat was so shameless to go directly into his master's arms. Let me see what kung fu to choose to practice. Lin Yuan hugged the white cat and mumbled while enjoying the pleasure of sucking on the cat, while browsing through the information on the feats. He was going to choose a body cultivation technique and a divine soul cultivation technique. Soon a familiar Gongfu name appeared in front of him, Divine Demon Body Refining Technique. This is the previous life players are familiar with a body refining path of the most powerful Gongfu. Also because the martial emperor Zhongshan began to cultivate the most is this Gongfu and famous. To be honest, these body cultivation inheritance feats Lin Yuan didn't understand. Finding a familiar one in a pile of unfamiliar feats that had already proved to be powerful, there was no need to get tangled up and rummaging around. Elder Zhu, I would like to choose this divine demon body refining technique, Lin Yuan said to the white cat transformed by the stone pearl in his arms. and then received an answer. Meow. Your Highness has a good eye. With a single glance, you have selected this gong method that was found to have been passed down from the relics of gods and demons in the ancient times. This technique is said to be the ancient innate gods and devils to cultivate the body refining method, but also a strong method called the strongest body refining method. Practice to the time of the completion of the body can be comparable to the supreme artifacts or even quasi-imperial artifacts, but also can be reborn in blood. I heard that after practicing to the fullest, you can achieve the body of a god or devil by transforming the innate into the innate, which is immortal and unchanging for eternity. However, this technique was very difficult to practice. Just getting started was not easy, and even after getting started it was even more difficult to cultivate and achieve something. In fact, when your bloodline is completely unsealed and you awaken the human emperor body, even if you don't cultivate the body refining method, you can directly touch the supreme artifacts hard. And there is a body refining method in the human emperor scripture that is most suitable for you, so you can easily get started. Do you really want to choose this divine demon body refining technique? This is the right technique. Since it's known as the strongest body refining technique, I'll try to see if I can cultivate it to perfection. Lin Yuan made his choice without hesitation. The more powerful the technique, the more to his liking. Try it first. Then Lin Yuan also passed on the contents of this divine demon body refining technique to Zhong Shan and said, "Apprentice, I'm going to cultivate this technique first. This divine demon body refining technique is also suitable for you to cultivate. So take a look and familiarize yourself with the contents first." Then Lin Yuan turned back to the ring, eyes closed as if asleep offline. Most of the mind to return to the ancient city of Beidou closed in the body. Previously, he had been in a double-minded dual mode, teaching his disciple while enlisting in the great Tao of laws in Beidou ancient city. Now that he was ready to comprehend the body refining method, divine demon body refining technique, Lin Yuan concentrated all his mind on comprehending it properly. As Lin Yuan closed his eyes to comprehend, he had memorized the entirety of the Gongfu, his mind immersed in the mood displayed by the divine demon body refining technique. With the passage of time, the progress of the enlightenment became deeper and deeper. Just see the white boy sitting in the void around the body, surging endless divine light. Exudes a supreme breath. This breath is unpredictable, sometimes to the gods and saints, but also sometimes chaotic and disorderly, will also be ethereal and ethereal, seemingly god-like the devil and seemingly immortal. The top of his head manifested the vision of the beginning of chaos. The boundless sea of chaos stood with many gods and devils. These demon gods took different forms, all of them exuding a terrifying aura as the great Tao flowed under their feet and space and time distorted. That is a magnificent ancient times. Gods and devils exist side by side to kill and fight. His mind is also immersed in the enlightenment as if to become a member of the gods and devils to join this protracted and shocking horror of the Great War. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, a week passed quickly. When Lin Yuan opened his eyes, golden light flickered, divine sunlight was heaving, countless mysterious Tao patterns were imprinted deep within the blood of his bones, and drops of golden blood coalesced to emit an ancient and mysterious aura. That body is like a demon descending aura of terror. The surrounding has been transformed into a sea of thunder like the thunderbolt god country. The void seems to be trembling, stirring up countless invisible waves. Lin Yuan over here threw his mind into Zhong Shan's side after his breakthrough to completion. He asked the white cat transformed by the stone bead and said, "Elder stone bead, I spent 1 day initiating and 6 days cultivating the divine demon body refining technique to a small completion. Is this speed fast or slow? Gosh, Your Highness, you are truly amazing. You should know that even the celestial pride wanting to be initiated into the divine demon body refinement technique would take a long time, while wanting to break through to a minor accomplishment would take a few hundred years, and a few thousand years would be common. You actually broke through to minor accomplishment in 7 days. This is simply heavenly and unparalleled, much faster than the speed at which the human emperor cultivated this technique when he was young. It's true that the next wave pushes the previous wave, and the generation gets stronger. You are not only gifted in the sword path but the physical cultivation path as well. So that's how it is? I thought 7 days was considered slow, Lin Yuan said with a bit of surprise. Hearing these Versailles words, even Shizhu did not know how to answer for a moment and finally said, "Your Highness, if your speed is considered slow, wouldn't those supreme celestials who have practiced such a technique turn into tortoises at a slow pace? Alright then, it looks like this speed is okay. I'll pick another divine soul technique to cultivate." Lin Yuan relaxed and said happily as he began to pick through the many divine soul cultivation methods, finally choosing a top-level divine soul view method, the innate 8 trigrams. This is a door to visualize the innate 8 trigrams of the divine soul cultivation method. As the saying goes, trigrams listed in 8, Shenku and Lizzie born odd and even, the reason contains Taiji, the water and fire to move the palace with the Canli. This also reflects the fact that the 8 trigrams of the ancestral heaven describe the great way and the supreme principle between heaven and earth. This side to continue closed-door cultivation Lin Yuan visualization of the innate 8 trigrams. As that, chaos first opened to set the yin and yang. Black and white as a swimming fish. Thunder reverberates to startle the world. And the Sundance wind blows down to the earth. Can water has hidden mysteries? And Li light shines in all its splendor. The Qianxiang is a magical phenomenon. And the Koan contains all things in a thick load. Just see the mind world in the universe starry sky appeared yin and yang 2 chi transformed into the innate 8 trigrams. There is the sound of wind and thunder echoed between heaven and earth. The water and fire transformed into the lotus flower is beautiful, brilliant as smoke and haze. At this time, Taiyin star appeared in it. You can see the silver-white flow of divine light shining osmanthus tree. The flower branches and leaves like scattered stars. Not can smell the cold fragrance. The jade rabbit was pounding medicine in the forest. On the other side of the innate 8 trigrams, one could only see the golden great sun leaping up from the 8 trigrams like a fish leaping through the dragon gate, transforming into that brilliant great sun, blazing hot and incomparable. And one could see the great sun golden crow hovering over the fusong tree was dancing. The Taiyin and the sun intertwined to form a glow, scattering starlight that fell on top of Lin Yuan's divine soul. He felt that his divine soul power was rapidly growing, undergoing magical changes, and an incomparably comfortable feeling came over him. The 8 trigrams of heaven contain infinite mysteries and wonders. Lin Yuan felt that his soul was also slowly metamorphosing, and this metamorphosis was also increasing the speed of his perception of the great Tao of laws. This one innate Bagua diagram he had already started, and it was not far from small success. Lin Yuan, who broke through to minor accomplishment 3 days later, felt that the speed of soul metamorphosis was really faster, and the speed of enlightenment had increased by 20%. However, this wasn't enough. If he relied on his own cultivation, he would need at least a few more years before he could cultivate such a top-tier divine soul viewing thought to perfection. But a few years was too long, and the idea of viewpoints that could increase the speed of enlightenment would be better consummated earlier, and enjoying a faster speed of enlightenment earlier would be more rewarding for comprehending the great Tao of laws. So this innate 8 trigrams divine soul viewing method is worth investing the system experience value to complete as soon as possible. Lin Yuan made a decision silently shouting in his heart. System, I want more points. Chapter 61. With a single systematic addition. In moments this divine soul viewing method had been perfected. Originally, he didn't want to open up, saving up his experience in preparation for upgrading his cultivation realm. But the idea of raising the divine soul viewer was surprisingly able to speed up enlightenment. This is clearly to tempt oneself to open the system to add points. This kind of temptation to increase the speed of enlightenment that cultivator can top off. The reason why it was able to increase the speed of becoming a Tao of laws was because the preliminary 8 trigrams diagram that was a top-level divine soul viewing method, with an extraordinary and mysterious and unusual origin. It was a supreme method that had been left over from the ancient times. Any other ordinary viewpoint would not have this soul metamorphosis effect at all. It was that the other top-level divine soul viewing methods were far less effective than the preliminary 8 trigrams in terms of soul metamorphosis to improve enlightenment. This was also one of the reasons why Lin Yuan had chosen this conceptualization method from the many divine soul cultivation methods, because it's strong enough to sound high. Regarding Gongfu proficiency is divided into 6 grades: introductory, proficient, small success, proficient, great success, and complete. This top-level viewpoint, the 8 trigrams of the ancestral heaven, with the constant influx of system experience, the proficiency of the idea of visualization increased rapidly, reaching proficiency from a minor accomplishment in a matter of moments, and after proficiency came a major accomplishment, finally arriving at the realm of consummation. A huge memory of practicing the divine soul viewing method countless times surged into Lin Yuan's mind, and he immersed himself in it as if time had sped up many times over. In his memory he has been practicing the innate 8 trigrams, this door view idea, more than tens of thousands of times. Each view will bring a different brand new feeling, as if the time was accelerated instantly over 3-4 years. And not only was Lin Yuan sensing and experiencing the consummate level of the 8 trigrams of the ancestral heaven viewpoint, he also felt the fluctuation of the laws of time, immersing himself in it and comprehending it. Every time the system is added and upgraded there will be this fluctuation in the power of time. It seemed likely that this system experience was used to upgrade realm and feat proficiency by allowing the player's own time to accelerate and improve through practice. On the surface seems to be the system to help the player to open up. In fact, the player's consciousness may be in the system's open up a small dark room time accelerated practice, do not know how many times. This use of the laws of time is truly breathtaking. Lin Yuan was multitasking while experiencing the practiced memories of the perfection level divine soul viewing thoughts, and at the same time participating in the laws of time in his mind. Through the systematic addition of sensing the power of time over the years, his law of time had long since been initiated. Nowadays, there is also a small achievement realm. At the same time,
With the help of the top-level divine soul viewing thoughts of innate 8 trigrams of mysterious origin, Lin Yuan's mind world had also made a great breakthrough. Only Zunis or Emperor-level powerhouses who had specialized in cultivating the power of the divine soul to reach an extremely powerful realm could turn the world of the mind from virtual to real into a real world. This first step from the unreal to the real is the most difficult, because the world of the void mind is as unstable as rootless water. It's hard, really hard, to make a non-existent world alchemically real. However, at this time, Lin Yuan's originally illusory mind world had unexpectedly turned into the real world due to the coalescence of the perfection level innate 8 trigrams. Just see a black and white two-color yin and yang flow of the innate 8 trigrams completely cohesive exudes an incomparable deep esoteric supremacy. Consummate level of the idea of the view of the mind to the world has brought about a sea change. Rumble, rumble. The world of the mind began to recast, revealing the scene of chaos in the heavens, reopening the earth, wind, fire, and water with the 8 diagrams of the heavenly creator as the foundation, evolving all things, and recreating the world. Just see the time when the Hongmeng has not opened. The universe is chaotic, dark, hazy, chaotic air flow around the entire closed world. Just at this time a Tai Chi diagram appeared, radiating a bright and incomparable mysterious light. This ray of light broke open the chaos into two halves like the opening of heaven and earth. The clear air floating above changed into the lofty sky, and the turbid air deposited below turned into the thick earth. The sun and Taiyin respectively leapt up from the 8 diagrams of the ancestral heaven and transformed into the great sun and the moon hanging high in the sky, bringing vitality to this newborn world. The clouds in the sky also gathered up to rain heavily. The ground convergence of many lakes, rivers and seas, those in the rain stretching branches and leaves of trees and flowers have become more and more vibrant and moist. At this moment the world of the mind unexpectedly began to transform from virtual to real, going through the crucial step, which was also the most important step. The originally illusory and ethereal mind world had unexpectedly turned directly into a real existing mind world. The world of the mind was marvelous and incomparable, and it did not exist in the continent of Kyushu after transforming from emptiness to reality, but rather existed within the sea of emptiness in the universe. In the future, Lin Yuan will have one more means to pull the enemy's soul directly into his mind world to fight. That is, the enemy at the level of Zunsher can't break the boundaries of the mind world and can't leave. In the middle of this mind world that he had opened up, Lin Yuan was the master of heaven and earth, the creator, an invincible existence. Even if a venerable level whose realm was much higher than Lin Yuan's was pulled into the mind world, they would have to be suppressed by 30% of their strength. Lin Yuan realized that he had one more crushing card, but the mind world involved his divine soul, and once any damage was destroyed there was some impact on the divine soul as well. So this bottom card is not considered to be used unless it comes to a life and death crisis. However, the purpose of the mind world was not originally opened for the purpose of fighting, and the real mind world was very helpful in deducing the Tao and comprehending the laws. Because of the success of the consummation of the top divine soul view idea and the transformation of the mind world from illusory to real, Lin Yuan now feels that his affinity for all kinds of laws and avenues has increased by 10 times. Originally comprehending the laws was like a layer of hazy fog, but now it is like this fog has been blown away to see clearly. Woohoo! This is now into the enlightenment speed directly take off. Originally the enlightenment speed of ordinary cultivators is equivalent to walking. The average speed of heavenly pride enlightenment is roughly a bus ride. As for my enlightenment being as fast as taking a high-speed train, now the speed is becoming a direct airplane. Lin Yuan looked at the breakthrough satisfied and happy to conclude that this door view idea innate 8 trigrams was really too big a surprise for him. It was not in vain that he spent some experience to upgrade the proficiency of this technique. It's true that it's just cool to be open, and it's cool to be open all the time. Then Lin Yuan, who had finished organizing his harvest, left part of his mind behind in his body, which was located in the Baidu ancient city's retreat, to continue to envision the great Tao of laws. He returned most of his mind back to Zhongshan and Shizhu's side. As soon as he returned, Lin Yuan saw a white cat squatting and scolding the gray-clothed youth. Only the white cat transformed by the stone bead was lying on the table, and it was cursing while pointing at Zhongshan. Your kids inscribed the wrong Tao tattoo. Those sketches of this tattoo are wrong. Redraw them. It should be unfolding towards the right as if holding up the dome of the sky, and this Tao pattern implies the meaning of heaven in the heaven and earth. You're too rigid in your drawing of Taoist patterns. There's no sense of Taoist rhythm. I've never taught a student as stupid as you. You can't even draw a Tao pattern. This was in the tribe of Lord Human Emperor in the ancient times. It was even 8-year-olds who knew how to draw Tao lines, and they drew much better than you did. Zhongshan on this side, on the other hand, was calmly and powerfully drawing a Tao pattern on the wood with a carving knife in his hand without saying a word. He would not be put off by Shizhu's words, but corrected himself and continued to concentrate on his carving. Tao patterns contained the supreme principles of heaven and earth. and were also a corner of the manifestation of the patterns of the great Tao of laws, but they were also very difficult to learn. So usually only high-grade cultivators such as 6th to 9th grade cultivators would touch and start learning the Tao tattoos. However, in Zhu's opinion, from its perspective of the ancient times, it was already very late for Zhongshan to start learning Tao tattoos at this age. And the children in the tribes during the human emperor's time all started learning Tao tattoos at a young age. At that moment Lin Yuan, whose mind had returned, manifested his figure and said to Zhu, Elder Zhu, I've already cultivated the divine soul viewing thoughts, the 8 trigrams of the ancestral heaven, to perfection, and I've also turned the mind world from imaginary to real into a real existence. Next to him, Zhu saw Lin Yuan come out and thought that His Highness had encountered some difficulty in the way of the divine soul and needed some guidance. After all, the way of the divine soul was notoriously difficult, very much dependent on talent, and had a much higher threshold than the way of physical cultivation. What? 3 days of top-level divine soul viewing thoughts cultivated to perfection. My goodness. I haven't even heard of such a thing when this is put into the ancient era. Compared to your cultivation speed, those who are the world's greatest pride and the greatest demons are all weak, and they don't even have the qualification to mention your shoes. Your talent enlightenment is powerful and unparalleled, simply hangs those 10,000 races' prides. If those 10,000 clans' heavenly pride heard of this feat of yours, they would surely hate to find a piece of tofu to crash to death or simply have their Taoist hearts crumble. Zhu stunned after the eyes worshipped to the extreme gushing praise. Looking at this level of proficiency, one could see that he hadn't sucked up to the emperor of the ancients in the past. It was actually true that the stone bead, as the artifact spirit of the seal of the human emperor, used to be the one that was quite valued amongst the many treasures of the human emperor. Otherwise, the human emperor wouldn't have branded the numerous inheritance techniques specially prepared for his children into the core of the human emperor seal, instead of choosing other treasures to leave behind the inheritance. This side of Lin Yuan heard such meaty exaggerated praise is also hard quite used, but see in the disciple is still on the part. He waved his hand, expression cloudy and light, said, enlightening the idea of viewpoint consummation and remodeling the mind world are just trivial matters, not worth mentioning. Your Highness, may I ask how you did it? Zhu over here asked with a curious expression, while inwardly he was constantly conceptualizing how he should better compliment His Highness from all angles. Lin Yuan on this side thought to himself, genius flow plus open hanging is this way, but he couldn't possibly say to Zhu, you're not a genius, and there's no player system, you don't understand. So Lin Yuan cleared his throat and spoke, I've made it this far with my astounding intelligence and tireless efforts, and a little insignificant outside help. Chapter 62 The Inner Sect. Worthy of your Highness, your wisdom is unrivaled like a bright and brilliant pearl, dazzling like the brightest star in the night sky. The pride of the 10,000 tribes, and you are like the mayfly in the water, like the frog in the well, sitting in the well and watching the sky. The pride of the heavens is only at your threshold. To be able to have the honor of meeting you is really my 3 lifetimes of good fortune. Surprisingly, see your Highness, you, those heavenly prides know it will not be jealous of death. I cannot. Zhu listened to the open mouth came to gushing big boast. I'll look often before in the human emperor to stay a long time, learn a lot of words by ear, not just compliments. Zhu also used the spell with a shimmering special effect. There was also applause background sound up. Elder Zhu is too kind. So much praise made Lin Yuan a little embarrassed. The corners of his mouth rose and said, he originally thought that he had been shameless enough to say that the system added points as a little bit of insignificant help. I didn't realize that there is more strength than strength. When it comes to complimenting people, Zhu is really strong, and he is willing to bow down to him. Congratulations to Master on the completion of his work. Zhongshan next to him also congratulated and said, he knew that his own mouth was stupid. Unlike the stone bead seniors, like the gushing words of praise, endless layers of words, able to make the teacher's father happy and smiling. Zhongshan thought to himself that it looked like he had to learn a lot from Zhu Senior. I will strive to be able to use my words to make sensei happy in the future. Future extraterrestrial battlefield. When the alien powerhouse enemy curiously asked after Martial Emperor Zhongshan's master, the answer he received was, you don't deserve to know my master's name. My master's talent is 1,000 times more talented than mine, higher than the mountains and deeper than the sea. You only have something to look up to, and even I am just a mortal following in the footsteps of my master. The foreign powerhouses at that time couldn't help but twitch the corners of their mouths when they looked at Martial Emperor Zhongshan, whose fist shook the 4 directions with an outstanding battle record, and they thought to themselves, you are so powerful that you still call yourself immortal, so how powerful should your master's strength and talent be? Think carefully. And it was during the period when Lin Yuan had dived into seclusion to refer to the resolution of the gods and devils and the 8 trigrams of the innate heaven. The outer door deacon of the Qingyan sect also looked for Zhongshan after getting the news that he, a loser born with an extinct vein, was able to cultivate into a cultivator. Zhongshan, you were supposed to be born with an extinct vein and unable to cultivate, but you were able to become a first-grade cultivator. How did you do it? The outer door deacon opened his mouth to inquire and said. And Zhongshan also said what he had already thought of saying right to right. I found a strange spirit grass in a valley in the back of the mountain, and then after I ate it, I realized that I had mana in my body to cultivate. The outer gate deacon over here looked up and down at the grey-clothed youth in front of him. It seems that there is only the possibility of obtaining heavenly treasures by chance. After all, it is unlikely that you will encounter a supreme powerhouse to help reshape your foundation. Those overwhelmingly powerful people generally didn't care about the deaths or lives of people who weren't related to them, and they simply wouldn't go and help a weak mortal with no background to do such a thing. This deacon thought to himself, what kind of luck has this kid gotten? Surprisingly, he was able to pick up this kind of precious and incomparable heavenly material that was able to improve his talent and change his physique in a place like the back of the mountain. It would have been so nice if I had taken it instead, but unfortunately it can't be helped by the fact that this kid has already eaten it. Since you've been able to cultivate, let's retest your talent. The deacon on this side who had finished his inquiry took out the bronze mirror for testing talent and said, and you give me your hand so I can measure it. Zhongshan on this side also still did the same. Then this time, the measured talent showed that it was actually the upper grade of mortal body. This discovery also surprised this outer sect deacon, who had originally thought that Zhongshan was at most lucky that he could cultivate into a lower grade talent after taking heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Never in a million years would I have expected it to be an upper level talent. This caused the outer sect deacon's serious expression to become much more relaxed as he smiled and opened his mouth. Since you're already an upper grade talent, you can directly become an inner disciple. There were two ways to become an inner disciple. One was to test out the upper grade talent, and the other way was for outer disciples to be in the top 10 in the outer gate competition. Master Zhong surprisingly detected upper grade talent, so he no longer had to compete with those outer disciples and could directly enter the inner sect to cultivate. You don't have to live in this cramped back mountain handyman disciples wooden house anymore, and you don't have to be going to the outer disciples courtyard. You can go directly to the inner sect peak to choose a cave to live in. Inner disciples were different from outer disciples in that inner disciples did not have to perform missions every month. You can focus on your cultivation, and your monthly offerings will also become 1,000 lower grade spirit stones and 10 bottles of pills that can aid in cultivation. You can also go to the scripture cabinet and choose 5 techniques in Dao Dermas for free. And the highest grade of techniques in Dao Dermas you can be is to choose the upper Shinpin grade. In addition, you can also qualify to be able to try to worship under the elder of each mountain peak. If the elder is able to take a liking to you to accept you as a personal disciple, there will also be a lot of benefits when the time comes. This side of Zhongshan heard it and thought to himself, he will not go to worship any elder as a teacher. He has only one teacher in his life and that is Lin Yuan. This is the inner disciple token. Take it. I will report this matter to the sect. Senior brother Zhong, you can go to the deacon's hall to receive the inner disciples resources for this month. This side of the outer door deacon handed over a piece of styling material obviously better than the outer door disciple token of green jade token said. He also changed the name of the call Zhong senior brother. Naturally, is to see in the upper grade talent of the share. Thank you deacon. Zhongshan said as he took the token, and the white cat that had changed after the deacon left the stone bead jumped out and said, TSK, this person was calling out your full name to Zhong kid before, but now he's calling out to you. Senior brother Zhong. What a quick change of face. Zhongshan said after thinking about it. I've heard the clan elders say before, it's human nature to hold people up, but I still don't like meeting people like that. After the deacon left, the news also spread quickly. After all, being born with an extinct vein was already rare, and this natural-born extinct vein of people even took the heavenly material treasure can be cultivated. This kind of gossip undoubtedly more let people talk about widely spread. Have you heard? That wastrel disciple Zhongshan who was born with an extinct vein can actually cultivate. He's also turned into an upper grade talent. That's too much luck. How nice it would be if the luck of the splashy sky could fall on me. That way I could enter the inner sect as well. I heard that lecturer Su from the court of merit once kicked Zhongshan, who was born with an extinct vein, out of class, saying that he couldn't cultivate. Don't be delusional. Now that's a slap in the face, isn't it? Ha 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 ha. This side of the Gongfa hall of the lecturer Su Tingsheng is in his cave is furious. He originally looked at the jade brief to the ground a smash indignantly said, that scum named Zhongshan even has this kind of luck. In the back of the mountain where birds don't and chickens don't lay eggs, he was also able to come across such a rare and scarce heavenly material that can improve his talent. Now I've been disgraced. If I'd known I wouldn't have ordered this guy up to answer the question that day. I wouldn't have had so many things happen. A talk about this matter to Su Tingsheng is also annoyed. He originally wanted to point a seemingly hard-working student's better answer to his questions, so that highlights his teaching is good. I didn't realize that a little bit of it hit Zhangsan. who was taking notes carefully but hadn't been learning for long. Then the sound of banging and smashing things came from within the cave, and only after Su Tingshang, who had vented his anger, coldly grunted and muttered to himself, "Even if that Zhongshan can cultivate and has upper grade talent, so what? There are no longer a few inner disciples who go out and fall. Moreover, I am at least a 4th grade middle-ranked cultivator. Would I be afraid of a tiny 1st grade lower-ranked cultivator like him? The cultivation path is so difficult. By the time he catches up with my realm, it will have to wait until the monkey's age, and at that time I will definitely be much stronger than him, so there's no need to take this matter too seriously." Thinking this way, Su Tingsheng felt like not putting this matter on his mind. He would never apologize to Zhongshan anyway, unless Zhongshan was too much stronger than him that day, at which point he wouldn't be a dead duck's mouth. Su Tingsheng then hung up a sign of closed-door cultivation like an ostrich, and he decided to stay closed-door for a few years, lest those who didn't deal with him come to his door to taunt him. Lin Yuan on this side was chatting with Zhongshan and the others after his return, when the sound of knocking came from outside the door. Opening the door to see that it was Deacon Wan of the miscellaneous service hall. It turns out that a few days ago, after Deacon Wan heard the news that Zhongshan had become an inner disciple, he thought to himself that he had whipped and chastised Zhongshan before, although there was a reason for the execution of 50 lashes in accordance with the provisions of the sect. But now that Zhongshan had become an inner disciple, that status was naturally very different. Deacon Wan, some meat pain, glanced at his own storage bag, muttered, "To be able to become a handyman hall deacon, he is naturally also a flexible mind. It looks like a generous gift needs to be prepared for a door-to-door apology. It's better to settle the wrongs than to tie them up. Now offending an inner disciple may turn into a life and death enemy later on." So today, Deacon Wan came to the wooden house where Zhongshan was staying and knocked on the door. When the door opened, he said with a big smile, "Zhong, senior brother unexpectedly became an inner disciple. Senior brother, I specially came to congratulate. Before, because of the door rules chastisement, junior brother much offended. I hope to forgive you. This is a gift of congratulations as well as an apology. There are 5,000 lower grade spirit stones and some pills inside. Please accept it." Zhongshan looked at the storage bag handed over with mixed emotions. He didn't expect that not long after the news of him becoming an inner disciple had spread, Deacon Wan would run over to apologize. He previously, because Zhang Qi and others' frame did not complete the handyman disciple task, he was whipped. As for Deacon Wan, heart is some indignation, because Deacon Wan ignored the culprit. Zhang Qi and others did not chastise them. But Zhongshan also knew in his heart that Deacon Wan was not related to him. There was simply no need to offend Zhang Qi's cousin Zhang Wenyuan because of this. A period of time had passed from this matter, and he was on the verge of forgetting about it, but he didn't expect Deacon Wan to run over and apologize. "Master, do I take this or not?" Zhongshan inquired in his heart, when the stone bead transmitted sound into his ears and said, "Do you still need to ask your highness about such a trivial matter? Just accept the resources given for free. You kid is now penniless. What's the point of being polite about these things that people give you?" Lin Yuan in the ring over here transmitted a voice. "Apprentice, you want to accept can accept. Don't want to accept, if you refuse can also. My generation of cultivators do things. Follow the heart can." "Yes, master," Zhongshan replied in his heart as he made a decision and said to Deacon Wan, "Senior brother Wan, thank you for the congratulatory gifts. It's not good to take things from others for nothing, so I can't accept these. There's no need to be so polite between you and me. Master and brother, just take it." Deacon Wan endured the pain and took out another storage bag and put it into the gift on the surface. He said with a smile, but on the inside, he was bleeding heart. So under some enthusiastic take it or leave it attitude from Deacon Wan, the two of them talked for a long time. Zhongshan still refused but accepted the gifts, and Deacon Wan walked away satisfied after he broke the bank, thinking to himself that he had finally settled the matter. And this side of the inner disciple mountain peak cave retreat, Zhang Wenyuan also out of the gate. He also had some chance to get some ground vein spirit liquid before coming to the Qingyun sect, which also allowed him to quickly break through to the first grade of the lower stage cultivator. He said as he came out of his closed cave looking at the distant sky, "Is this what it feels like to become a cultivator? Sure enough, it's very different from mortals. This Shang-Chi fellow surprisingly didn't come to my cave this month to give me the collected pills and spirit stones. I don't know what he's been up to that I even have to go find him." In the family, Zhang Wenyuan and Zhang Qi were cousins, not far from each other, and Zhang Wenyuan gave Zhang Qi some favors to let the other party help him collect the pills that the odd job disciples got every month. In his opinion, a mosquito is neat even if it is small, and the accumulation of pills is also some resources. This kind of thing can be done in the early stage, and then in the later stage, taking into account the face and reputation of the timely withdrawal can be, and it was Zhang Qi's reputation that was corrupted. What did it have to do with him? Zhang Wenyuan? As for how Zhang Qi collected the pills and how much oil the other party made out of it, Zhang Wenyuan would not care. Then Zhang Wenyuan, who quickly arrived at the residence of the handyman disciples, looked at the empty wooden house. This was the place where Zhang Qi lived. Now it was dusty and unoccupied. Obviously no one had lived there for a month or two. Zhang Qi doesn't live here anymore? Where is he now? Usually this guy comes to my cave every week. Now after all this time, I can't believe I haven't come over even once. Zhang Wenyuan, who was watching this scene, frowned tightly as he sensed that something was wrong. Muttered, "It looks like it's going to take some investigating." So he asked someone to inquire about getting the news that his cousin Zhang Qi was surprisingly dead. Cousin and his dozen or so followers died just like that, and in the mouths of wild beasts. There must be something strange about this. I heard those people say that my cousin wanted to seek revenge on Zhongshan before he died, but as a result, my cousin died, and that Zhongshan is surprisingly still alive, and is now even an inner disciple. Knowing the news, Zhang Wenyuan's expression was cloudy and uncertain, and finally he made a decision with a sinister look in his eyes. Thinking, now that Zhang Qi is dead, but this Zhongshan was able to become an inner disciple in one step, there must be some connection, and this Zhongshan is likely to hold a grudge against me as well. If I don't get rid of this person, I can't be at peace. It's just as well that while this person hasn't yet cultivated to become a cultivator and hasn't moved to the inner disciple cave, I'll go and settle this guy tonight. Chapter 63 Settlement. The night was as dark as ink. Dark clouds shrouded the trees. Those branches and leaves swaying in the wind looked like ghosts. And there was an uninvited guest outside the wooden house in the back of the mountain. A tall figure in a nightclothes with a mask tumbled in through the window. This person was Zhang Wenyuan, who had planned to kill Zhongshan during the day. He felt that he had become a first-grade cultivator. Dealing with a Zhongshan who wasn't even immortal would definitely be a handful. Even if the plan didn't work, escaping would be a breeze. If the players hear this, heart will certainly shout, "You do not send ah, really just try to pass away." On this side, Zhang Wenyuan rolled over the window and entered to see the grey-clothed youth sitting on the bed and meditating, thinking that he would take advantage of the other party's cultivation to take the other party's life. Zhang Wenyuan thought of this: will use mana to promote a flying knife into a green mango straight to the other side. This flying knife material is made of iron, very strong. Against a mortal opponent must be 10 deaths. The strike was aimed at the heart, fast and hard, like a turquoise flying snake scurrying out to tear into its prey. However, something unexpected happened. Bang! 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 Only to see the tall grey-clothed youth who was meditating open his eyes like a startled tiger. His aura was ferocious, mighty and rigid, and he directly grabbed that flying knife with his hand and crushed it into pieces. Not good. How can this Zhongshan move so fast? And he was even able to crush flying daggers made of arcane iron. He has definitely become a cultivator and is definitely stronger than me. This man is unbeatable. I must flee quickly. Zhang Wenyuan on this side hurriedly fled towards the distant window, wanting to escape. However, at this moment, we only saw a sound of a dragon and tiger roar, and this fist flashed with golden light, and the sound of wind and thunder was as loud as if thunder was born in the void. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Zhongshan leaped up and used the dragon subduing tiger fist. His speed was as fast as a dragon coming out of the sea. His momentum was majestic like a tiger descending from the mountain, pressing the enemy to catch their breath. Zhang Wenyuan on the opposite side felt the amazing power of this punch, but his body was unexpectedly too late to dodge under the intimidation of the dragon's roar and tiger's roar, so he could only take this punch. There is a great terror between life and death, and the crisis of death makes Zhang Wenyuan pale as paper and shouts, "No! You can't kill me! I'm Zhang Wenyuan, an inner disciple. You kill me. It's a violation of the clan rules." However, before Zhang Wenyuan could finish his words, he was beaten to pulp by this punch and perished on the spot. Zhongshan didn't say anything. He was a bit surprised. He didn't expect that this guy who ran over in the middle of the night to sneak attack would be so weak that he couldn't carry one of his punches. It's really funny, not kneeling and begging for forgiveness at the end of death and still mentioning what Sect rules. The rules are not just a piece of waste paper at this time. What is this guy doing here? I've never seen this kind of stupidity in all my years of following the human emperor. He couldn't have come here just to deliver heavenly treasures. Could he? Or did he run over to find death for laughs? Shizhu said with a poisonous mouth, and Zhongshan beside him was used to Shizhu Sr.'s style of speaking. In fact, except for Lin Yuan, who was as enthusiastic as a licking dog, Shizhu's attitude towards other people in this era was the same. In probably just came over to deliver the groceries. Lin Yuan spread his hands and said, after beating up a villain in this kind of metaphysical novel, the villain's family members would jump out in retaliation, and then they would just line up one by one to come over and give the protagonist treasures to add to their dishes. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Zhongshan to rummage through Zhang Wenyuan's storage bag and found a bottle of earth vein spirit liquid. It was a white jade bottle that looked small in size on the surface, but in fact it was filled with 10 cubic meters of earth vein spirit liquid. Apprentice, This earth vein spiritual liquid is helpful for you to refine your body now. It can help you increase your body strength faster,
and it can also warm up your meridians,
Lin Yuan said after taking a look at it thinking. He thought to himself that coming over had really guessed right.
Disciple brother, I'll teach you to cultivate the divine demon body refining technique, so you can get started as soon as possible so that you can become a body cultivator.
Yes, master. Zhongshan nodded his head in agreement and said.
Next to him, Shizhu also changed into a white cat and jumped into Lin Yuan's arms and said, Your Highness, I've come to assist you as well. With the guidance of a powerful and gifted master teacher of outstanding talent like you, and the help of a reliable and experienced artifact spirit like me, this kid can definitely cultivate the Gongfu initiation very quickly.
A month later, Shizhu, who had turned into a white cat, scratched his ears with a frantic expression and shouted,
Why is it that you brats haven't been initiated yet?
At the loss of my previous boasts to His Highness,
you give me a little fight. In fact, it was said to be so, but Shizhu knew it inside.
It is the heavenly pride cultivating God-demon body refining technique also needs at least a year or a few years to be able to get started. Like His Highness that kind of one day to get started it has never heard of before.
So in Shizhu's opinion,
it was actually normal for Zhongshan not to have practiced for a month.
However,
since it had all said those words before in front of His Highness,
it always had to show its disappointment, lest His Highness find out that it had been kissing ass before.
Lin Yuan on this side looked at Zhongshan who was trying to cultivate but not allowed to doorway. He also wanted to help his disciple to become a body cultivator as soon as possible so he inquired.
Senior Stone Bead, you have followed the human emperor for many years and are well versed in the way of body cultivation. Do you have any quick fixes that can help with the introduction of the divine demon body refining technique? Chapter 64. Since you asked, Your Highness, I will certainly know everything and say everything.
Divine demon body refining technique. In addition to relying on enlightenment sense breakthrough entry this pathway,
there is also a quick way to get started.
Utilizing the 7 emotions and 6 desires of human feelings to go to extremes to break through the first layer of the divine demon body refining technique's Gongfu initiation. Ishizu continued as she wagged her changing white cat tail. Extreme feelings can be better suited to comprehending the kind of intent of the divine demon body refining technique. Among the 7 emotions and 6 desires of human beings, hate and love were the strongest feelings, and the divine demon body refining technique was more in tune with the negative emotions. And that kind of state like madness was very suitable for breaking through the initiation.
The feelings of extreme anger, unwillingness and humiliation could be utilized to make Zhongshan, the boy's Gongfu,
break through to the introductory level. This method is fast-acting,
but extreme emotion is not so easy to achieve,
and the time to break through risks going off the rails.
However, with me and Your Highness personally watching, this kid's safety is definitely foolproof.
It's just that if the breakthrough fails, it's estimated that he'll have to suffer some pain and recuperate for a month. I still recommend this method. If you practice the first way you may have to wait a few years to get started. The second method can be initiated today if it works.
Disciple,
which method you want to choose though you can tell master. Lin Yuan here asked his disciple for his opinion.
Zhongshan said without hesitation, Master, I'll go with the second method.
Zhongshan's heart made a decision after hearing this. He wanted to gain power to become stronger earlier and be able to protect his master earlier.
Then let's go with the second method. Do you have any suggestions, Elder Shizhu?
Lin Yuan nodded and said. The stone bead on this side jumped to the top of Zhongshan's head.
It said after passing on the breakthrough Gongfu running route to the other party.
Your Highness, I've already passed on the method of breakthrough to this brat.
It's not difficult to understand with his perception. The only difficult part was how to arouse his feelings of angry humiliation and resentment.
There are extreme as crazy feelings to be able to cause the resonance of the divine demon body refining technique. Hearing these words Lin Yuan thought of his previous life. Zhongshan was humiliated and tortured for many years. Surely the negative emotions were bursting through. The second method of initiation will not be a should problem. Now that Zhongshan had been saved by him and his heart was filled with positive emotions,
how else could he experience that feeling of extreme anger, humiliation and unwillingness?
This now made Lin Yuan also a little difficult. Next to Shizhu obviously saw the difficult expression of His Highness, immediately said without thinking, Your Highness, don't worry. It's not hard to inspire feelings of anger and humiliation in the human race.
I've heard an allusion among the human race to crotchety. This kind of humiliation is surely capable of causing an extremely powerful outburst of angry, humiliating resentment.
I think Your Highness you should either sit on the boy and ride him like a bull. The humiliation would surely enrage beyond measure.
Elder Shizhu, is your method reliable? Lin Yuan asked in surprise as he listened.
How did he feel that this method wasn't too decent?
Your Highness, you have to believe me. This is what the human emperor told me. It's right. Stone Bead swore. In fact, is the human emperor once and it said Han Xin suffered crotch humiliation, finally used the army as God's story, let it still fresh in his memory.
So it seems to it that this method can inspire great feelings of humiliation and struggle. Lin Yuan was half convinced. He hesitated for a moment and then shook his head and said, "No, this is too humiliating. I can't do this to my disciple. Master, just feel free to ride me. I'm willing to be an ox and a horse." Zhongshan on this side also said with a sincere expression. He was genuinely willing to be an ox for his master. "Your Highness, since this boy is mainly willing to be a cow and a horse, you can just sit on it. You can rest assured that of the human emperor's many treasures, there is no treasure that knows more about the path of physical cultivation than me, so feel free to trust me, it's absolutely reliable." The white cat changed by the stone pearl over here also indicated with a cat paw on its chest that it wanted to make a good show in front of His Highness. That confident tone also struck Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan thought that in the human emperor's many treasures the most proficient in the path of physical cultivation of the stone bead seniors should be very reliable. So let's try it. I don't know that the emperor's many treasures, only the emperor's seal of the spirit has the inheritance of the law, that's why it said that it will be the way of physical cultivation. The other treasures are not inscribed with the inheritance of the law of a lot of them are the killing type of treasures. So the stone bead human emperor seal artifact spirit, this many babies in the first proficient in the way of physical cultivation water can be imagined. Disciple, I've wronged you. Later on, you'll imagine your master as a stranger humiliating you. Then you brew that feeling of anger and humiliation and unwillingness, and then run the spell to break through the first layer of the divine demon body refining technique. Yes, master. Zhongshan replied that he had already assumed a push-up position with his hands on the ground, and he actually didn't feel aggrieved, and even inexplicably looked forward to it in the bottom of his heart. Lin Yuan utilized the power of his divine soul to gather his body, then sat down on his side. An image like this appeared in Shizhu's eyes. Just see the face of the beautiful white fairy sitting on the back of the gray-clothed youth. 3,000 green silk like a waterfall down. Temperament ethereal more and more transcendent. Like an immortal riding a green ox to go down the mountain to that earth to see the rolling dust. Shizhu looked at this scene that was as poetic as an ink painting and always felt that something was wrong, but it couldn't say what exactly was wrong. If the players were here to see the scene they would cry out, "Isn't this piggyback carrying his daughter-in-law? Let go of that white fairy. Let me do it." Shizhu over here looked at Zhongshan's expression as his face turned red and incomparable, realizing that it was as red as if steam was about to come out of his head. Seeing this expression of his was similar to the expression of the human emperor's many enemies that Shizhu had seen before, who were infuriated with a reddened and angry face. Shizhu thought to himself, it looks like his method was right. And it really worked. He mulled it over for a moment, increasing his strength and shouting, "Your Highness, you will make your body gravity greater. Press down like a mountain and increase the force. Such pain and humiliation will surely be able to make this boy break through. Apprentice brother, endure for a while, master will become heavier later. If you can't hold out, just shout at me." Lin Yuan lowered his head and said to the gray-clothed youth underneath him, and Zhongshan hurriedly responded, "Master, I know." Zhongshan on this side felt the increased weight on his back like a huge mountain of boulders. His body sank, his face flushed red as he braced his hands on the ground, although his body was like a Tarzan. But in his heart, as long as he thought that it was his master on his back, his heart was beating especially fast. He didn't feel any pain or torture at all, and he even somewhat expected the time to be a little longer. Zhongshan tried his hardest to gather extreme anger and feelings as instructed by his master and senior Shizhu, but he realized he couldn't do it. It simply wasn't possible to imagine his master as a stranger. A quarter of an hour later, the stone bead on this side also found a problem after observing for a long time. It felt how the expression of this kid called Zhongshan did not look like an angry and humiliated look. It is reasonable that the human race should feel incomparably angry at being so humiliated. Such a strong feeling of anger can just borrow the extreme feelings to experience the mood of the divine demon body refining technique. So that this top-level body refining technique introductory, Shizhu, who couldn't figure out why, said decisively to Lin Yuan, "Your Highness, it seems that this method isn't working for this brat. Let's find another way." After saying that, Shizhu came to Lin Yuan's ear and said a few words. "Elder Shizhu, is such an approach really possible?" Lin Yuan said while already having a lot of doubts about the reliability of the stone beads. Just now that method didn't work. Now this method sounds even more unreliable. "Zhong kid, do you feel angry when you were punished by that Deacon Wan for getting beaten according to the clan rules before?" Ishizu was also a little hesitant about his approach, but it thought it had seen before that when there were small tribes of people being bullied by the foreigners, those people's expressions of anger and humiliation and unwillingness were so intense. So this method should be right. "Disciple, did you feel angry at that time?" Lin Yuan inquired to Zhongshan. This method felt a bit less reliable to him. It was a time of real anger and resentment. Disciple will endeavor to imagine and gather extreme feelings of anger to break through the first layer of the divine demon body refining technique. Zhongshan said after thinking about it, He recalled the indignation he felt when he was punished by Deacon Wan. He was indeed furious.
Or maybe another way. I can't do it to my own people.
Lin Yuan shook his head after thinking about it and said that his attacks were directed at his enemies.
Not his own people. Zhongshan is his disciple. How can this be done?
Your Highness, don't worry. This method of refining the body is definitely to eat some flesh and blood. The more it is sharpened, the more it is able to grow. As the saying goes,
break and then stand. The path of physical cultivation is like this. This is actually helping him grow up. I vouch for the reputation of my master, the Emperor,
that this method is absolutely reliable.
Your Highness, believe me,
Zhu said hurriedly. Lin Yuan heard these words and thought of the male protagonists in the metaphysical novels who were indeed often beaten when they practiced body refining techniques. And the more you recover from injuries, the more you can strengthen your body, as if you were refined into steel. This kind of beating breakthrough to become stronger method set is also very common. Usually appear in the body refining techniques or special physique. Beatings can become stronger. It just so happened that the earth vein spirit liquid that Zhongshan had gotten earlier could be put to use. And such a method of absorbing the earth vein spirit liquid, a heavenly treasure, would be even more effective in its use. Since that's the case, in order to help my disciple better cultivate the body refinement technique, then I will begin. Lin Yuan took out the earth vein spirit liquid to use later so that the medicinal effects would work better later. Zhongshan on this side thought to himself, I blame myself for being too stupid and letting my master take the trouble. Next, Zhongshan felt the sensation of ice and fire without saying a word. Wounds appeared and were quickly repaired by the earth vein spiritual liquid. And so the cycle was repeated. The body's muscles, meridians, and bones were also tempered, and the physique became stronger. The heavenly material earth vein spiritual liquids were also utilized to the extreme. The stone bead over here, observing Zhongshan's reaction, felt more and more odd the more it looked at it. It felt that this kid was not angry and humiliated by it, but rather the opposite. Something was wrong. 12 out of 10. So Zhu reacted and hurriedly shouted, Your Highness, it's better to let me do it. How honorable you are, Joan of Arc. It's better to let me help him with his cultivation for such a small matter. Then I'd like to thank Senior Stone Bead for his help in cultivation. Lin Yuan heard these words and thought to himself that it could still be like this. If I had known, I wouldn't have done it on my own. Please, Zhu Senior, help. He had subconsciously treated the other party as a cat by looking at the white cat transformed by the stone pearl before. So he had forgotten that it could still be like that. After Zhu on this side picked up the wicker and turned his back to his highness, this white cat revealed an unkind smile at Zhongshan and started to move. The intensity of that force could be much more than the previous movement. It thought to itself, let's make you a dishonest kid and see if I don't teach you a good lesson. In fact, Zhu misunderstood. This would have been a normal cultivation scene in a metaphysical novel. The way of refining the body is not broken. Injuries plus medicinal baths are a very common method of improvement. And Zhongshan wasn't what Zhu thought. When he was previously punished by Deacon Wan for being framed by Zhang Qi and the others, he was also incomparably angry and unwilling at that time. But the master teacher is a different existence for him. That feeling is naturally very different willingly. A quarter of an hour later, Lin Yuan couldn't help but look at his disciple who hadn't yet been initiated by practicing the divine demon body refining technique and asked Zhu, Senior Stone Bead, is this method of yours reliable? Although I've also strengthened my physique a bit through the earth vein spiritual liquid, I still can't gather that extreme feeling of anger. Without extreme emotion, how can one quickly break through the first layer of the divine demon body refining technique? Your Highness, I didn't expect this method to be useless either. Lord Human Emperor broke through the divine demon body refining technique directly after a week of enlightenment when he was young. When the other generals cultivated this technique, as long as they thought of those deeply friend comrades who had fallen fighting with the demon race, they would feel extreme anger and resentment. I can't think of anything else good to do in a situation like Zhong kids. I'm ashamed of your highness's high expectations. I'm sorry. Woo woo. Stone Bead turned into a white cat, tearful eyes fuzzy wow wow cry up. As the human emperor seal of the spirit, in fact its own spirit equivalent to 7-8-year-old children. Very rich in feelings. It has seen a lot of knowledge before following the human emperor to travel around the 4 directions. And it knows a lot about the way of physical cultivation and the method of fighting. But little was known about how the human race could utilize extreme emotions to break through the divine demon body refining technique, as there was no reference object. Elder Zhu, it's fine. You did your best. Lin Yuan picked up the tearful white cat and said gently and comfortingly as he stroked the cat's head and continued, teaching disciples is originally my business, so I'm really very grateful for letting Elder Zhu go through the trouble. Ooh, your highness, you are so kind. Better than Lord Human Emperor to me. Zhu felt this unprecedented warmth. Tearful eyes. In the past when it made a mistake, Lord Human Emperor would laugh and scold at account. And his highness not only didn't scold it after it made a mistake but also treated it so gently. At this time,
The human emperor seal apparatus spirit thought, human emperor lord
From now on your highness in my mind the status of the first place.
You first condescending to move to the second place.
Once Zhu was calmed and no longer in tears, Lin Yuan hugged the white cat and began to think about what could be done to help his apprentice brother Zhongshan to quickly stave off his anger. And soon he came up with a way to do so. You can use an illusion. Illusion is suitable for this kind of situation. After Lin Yuan thought of a way, he thought to himself that it would be better to ask for help than to ask for help. And it was true that counting on others to be reliable was not as good as thinking of a way to do it himself. Apprentice, later on, I will pull you into the illusionary realm, where you will see the most unacceptable scene in your mind. At that time, you will run the first layer of the divine demon body refinement technique and break through with this extreme feeling of anger. Lin Yuan said to the gray-clothed youth. He was going to use the questioning mind technique to create an illusion. This technique was also one of the mind tests of many high-grade sects, Tao lineages and even holy lands. The technique of asking the heart is divided into 4 illusions of joy, anger, sorrow and happiness, which are used to test the disciple's heart. Nowadays, it was appropriate for this art to be used to help apprentice brother Zhongshan break through the first layer of the divine demon body refining technique. Yes, master, I'm ready. Zhongshan stood up and nodded his head and said. Then his consciousness was pulled into the illusion. In just a blink of an eye, Zhongshan felt that he had arrived in a strange world surrounded by mists everywhere. And as he walked on the road he heard the sounds of a terrifying battle coming from the sky. Rumble, rumble. One could only see those terrifyingly imposing enemies besieging a white-clothed fairy with a sword. And this battle was taking place above the celestial dome, hitting the heavens and the earth. The whole world was shaking. The earth cracked and the plates shattered as if the end was near. Zhongshan also saw a scene in this soon-to-be shattered world that made his eyes and heart tremble. Accompanied by the siege of hundreds and thousands of powerful enemies, the fluctuations of countless powerful Tao Dharma aptitudes converged into a sky-covering and sky-destroying tide that surged in, drowning everything and destroying everything. Under such a powerful and unstoppable attack, the magnificent white-clothed figure holding a long sword and fighting alone against the 4 directions finally fell, falling from a high altitude and gradually dissipating between heaven and earth. No! At this time, Zhongshan's eyes were already reddened and he reached out with all his strength to try to follow the dissipating white figure. However, he could only watch everything dissipate into ashes and nothing could be done. An extreme rage of unwillingness accompanied by a monstrous hatred surged to his heart. At this moment, Zhongshan's heart had been left with only one thought of revenge. Avenge his master. He was willing to do anything as long as he could take revenge. Such strong and extreme feelings also caused his body to run on its own with the divine demon body refining technique, which he had practiced many times before and could not get the hang of. This extremely difficult to have 18 layers of the top body refining technique directly break through the first layer. Not only so also break through the second layer, but also approaching towards the third layer. From this, it could be seen how strong this extreme to extreme hatred was, and it could also be seen that Zhongshan's talent in the path of physical cultivation was extremely high bar the fact that it was now starting to come into its own. This side is watching Zhongshan break through Lin Yuan expression of worry at all times ready to take action to avoid Zhongshan accident. While Zhu looked into the illusion at this time like crazy state of Zhongshan body cannot help but mutter. What exactly did Zhong Kid see in the illusion? How did he get stimulated to go crazy like this all of a sudden? This extreme anger and hatred is still amazing. This is a solid breakthrough. At this moment, Zhongshan finally experienced the mood of the god-devil body refining technique, and he felt that he had incarnated into one of the gods and devils of the ancient times. Saw that magnificent magnificent incomparable ancient times, chaos in the void of the gods and devils war, as well as the ancient era of the 9 states of those ancient mountains, the sky blanketing Kuanping roaming the sea, all kinds of strange scenes colorful. But Zhongshan didn't care about any of these sights. He left the illusionary realm directly after his breakthrough was complete. When looking at Zhongshan saw Lin Yuan who was looking at himself with a worried expression in front of him. His voice trembled with excitement and said, "Senior, it's great that you're still here. I've made it." Chapter 65. Of course Master is still here. In case your breakthrough fails I can make a timely move to protect you from going off the deep end. This time, the breakthrough was directly successful. You did a great job, disciple. Lin Yuan happily smiled and said patting his disciple's shoulder. The white cat Zhu nestled in his arms blinked curiously and asked, "Zhong Kid, what exactly did you see in the illusion to become so excited? Just now I almost thought you were going crazy." And His Highness was nervous as well, keeping an eye on you. Which life's fortune did you kid cultivate to be able to receive such attention from His Highness? Thanks to Master's help I was able to break through the divine demon body refining technique. I don't know when I would have broken through without Master's use of illusions. Moreover, with my Master's protection, I don't have to worry about going off the deep end even if I fail. Zhongshan scratched his head in the face of his master's pleased and appreciative gaze and said with a simple smile,
He felt warmth in his heart as he looked at the one man and the pearl who were worried about his well-being. In his previous life, Zhongshan was bullied by Zhang Qi and others in Qingyun Zone. At that time, all the stone beads pointed out, but the stone beads were badly broken and could not make a move. So he risked 9 deaths to break through the first layer of the divine demon refining technique with the power of his emotions. And once he failed, it was to go off the deep end and die directly. Now that Lin Yuan was there, he was naturally able to protect his disciples safely, and Zhongshan had more opportunities for trial and error. And the grey-clothed young man tried to compete to break through the second layer of the divine demon body refining technique through the method of illusions for a direct introduction. Facing Shizhu's inquiry, Zhongshan continued to reply, Elder Stone Bead, I saw the scene in the illusion where my master was surrounded by a group of powerful enemies and fell, and I was so excited at the time that I completely forgot that it was an illusion. So that's what you're most afraid of, apprentice brother. So just put 100 hearts into it. Master is a very strong one, and in the future, he can definitely fight all over the world, pushing the 10,000 races across the world to suppress the world's enemies, Lin Yuan said with a confident and openly raised eyebrow. The white-clothed teenager spirited as if he was saying an established fact. Every strong person has their own beliefs, a strong will, and a Taoist heart like iron. If a person himself does not firmly believe in his own path, then how can he open up his own path to become a great emperor? He believed that in the future, he would definitely be able to become a great emperor of the human race, and at that time, he would suppress all the races, and only my human race would be the only one. Master, I will work hard to become stronger, and when the time comes, my disciple would like to join you in suppressing the 10,000 races to raise the prestige of my human race. Zhongshan listened to it as also full of blood-clenched fists said. He thought to help the master after the resurrection of the two of them and the 10,000 tribes to fight and kill, to realize the dream of the master. Lin Yuan, who was still unaware of what his disciple had brainstormed over here, nodded and smiled. Then let's make a deal. When the time comes, we masters and disciples will slay in the extraterrestrial battlefield. And me, your highness, don't forget me. I'm your most loyal treasure human emperor seal artifact spirit if you forget me, I'll be very sad Shizhu said tearfully as she pulled Lin Yuan's sleeve with her cat's paw, wiping her tears while peeking at his highness expression. Saying cry was also a skill it had practiced from the human emperor with full proficiency. In the past, when the human emperor seal artifact spirit made a mistake and was counted down by the human emperor, all it had to do was cry a lot and it wouldn't continue to be scolded, and it would only be laughed at by the human emperor. You slip of a man will pretend to cry and play pathetic every time. Forget it, don't make the same mistake next time. Lin Yuan on this side held the white cat stone bead and raised it up and said, Of course I won't forget Senior Stone Pearl. We went to the extraterrestrial battlefield together to fight with the 10,000 races, and you were the senior who showed us the way. Lin Yuan said and added in his mind, although it was a bit less reliable. Previously, I believed that Senior Shizhu, who had followed the human emperor for many years, must be proficient in the path of physical cultivation. He still had a part of his mind left in his body to participate in the avenue of laws. Thinking was a bit slower than usual. As a combat player, Lin Yuan in addition to enlightenment will be seriously enlisted in thinking. Usually either on the way to fight or play. Thinking is what? Can you eat? Do it first. So when Lin Yuan heard the human emperor seal artifact spirit Stone Pearl Senior say that there was a way to solve the problem, then he would try it first and then change it if it didn't work. It was only after realizing that those two methods didn't work that Lin Yuan began to use his brain to think of a solution after a long time. This side of the stone bead was praised by the beauty of the heart. Thought His Highness praised me. Today is really a good day. Have to take a small notebook to write down. It raised the cat paw excitedly called, Your Highness, I want to follow you for the rest of my life. You are the only son in my heart. I can already see the future when you, Your Highness, lead us to make a name for ourselves in the bloody battlefield outside the domain. Those 10,000 races saw the scene where we were frightened and ran for our lives. This side listening to these words Lin Yuan pondered that he brought his disciple Zhongshan and Shizhu seniors, and then pulled Xiao Tian, Fong Xing together with their group. This combination shall not be in the 10,000 races chaotic kill. When the time comes, he can still say something like, the 5 of us are so powerful that we beat the Fae and can't lift our heads. By the way, disciple, now that you've broken through the second layer of the divine demon body refining technique, and the earth vein spiritual liquid from before has been completely absorbed by you, your physical cultivation realm has also reached the 3rd grade today. For the master to come to talk about the cultivation experience of the second layer of Gongfu and the method to break through the 3rd layer, Lin Yuan then proceeded to teach the divine demon body refining technique in detail to Zhongshan, who had already made a breakthrough. This Gongfu Lin Yuan had also been practicing non-stop for more than a month, and now he had already cultivated from the 8th layer of the previous minor accomplishment to the 11th layer of the proficient level.
the divine demon body refining technique. A top-level body refining technique was indeed profound, with one layer being even more difficult than the other, and the first 3 layers being relatively easy, which allowed Zhongshan to break through to the second layer by relying on his extreme feelings and physical cultivation talent. But in the third layer, after the difficulty of each layer straight up, especially in the middle and late, the next layer of breakthrough difficulty than the last layer of hundreds of times harder, especially the last layer of the realm, as the stone bead also did not hear people cultivated, because it not only required the gongfu to be comprehended to perfection, it also required ancient god and devil essence blood. From the era of gods and devils coexisting in the past, I do not know how many epochs, those innate gods and devils completely exist in the mythological stories of distant legends, let alone get the essence of the blood of the gods and devils. And Lin Yuan was able to break through from a small success to a mastery so quickly, also able to see that not only the sword path, he was also gifted in the path of physical cultivation, with his strength and realm as well as the comprehension degree of the god and demon body refining technique to guide Zhongshan cultivation is completely high level. Zhongshan listened to the immersion in it as the clouds to see the sun to solve a confused and incomprehensible place. So that's how it is. Many thanks to Master for clearing up the confusion. The grey-clothed youth thought this in his heart. He relied on the tricky method of emotional power to break through the second layer, and his realm was not yet stable. The result was that Zhongshan still had a lot of confusion in his heart about the physical cultivation technique. And now, after Lin Yuan's detailed and straightforward explanation of the essence of the technique, he was enlightened and figured out a lot of things. Until the day dawned and the sun rose, Lin Yuan looked at Zhongshan, who had already stabilized the third-grade realm of physical cultivation, and nodded his head in satisfaction and said, "Apprentice, now that you have reached the third grade in both physical and legal cultivation, there are still too many dwellers in this back mountain. It's crowded and not a good place for cultivation. After you go and claim the inner disciple benefits first, find a cave for a better place to practice. I'll pass on your body technique in 5 elements Tao." "Alright, Master. I'll go collect the resources for inner disciples and find a cave peak," Zhongshan answered, and then directly got up and acted. After cultivating to the third grade transcendent, it was no matter if he didn't eat or drink. His body would naturally and slowly absorb the heaven and earth's aura to keep his life running. This was one of the reasons why the third grade realm was called transcendent. Having transcended the mundane, the physical metamorphosis was not the same as that of mortals who needed to eat grains. However, cultivators are also people. People have the desire to eat. Many cultivators in the metaphysical world have the habit of eating, and those demonic beasts' meat is also a great tonic. Eating it can increase the chi, blood and physique. Zhongshan was still a bit reluctant to leave the cabin when he left the cabin. It was where he met his master, and the cabin also left behind numerous memories of the master and disciple teaching over these times. At this time, the passing handyman disciples changed their faces when they saw the sight of Zhongshan. They hurriedly bowed their heads and respectfully shouted, "We have met Senior Brother Zhong. Congratulations on entering the inner sect." The miscellaneous disciples had to salute as a sign of respect when they saw the inner disciples or outer disciples. And as for the elders' personal disciples, they were generally not qualified to see them. These miscellaneous disciples among them who had previously taunted Zhongshan about being born with an extinct vein and not being able to cultivate were even more terrified. Their faces were pale and their legs and feet were trembling. They were afraid that they would be recognized and then retaliated against. Zhongshan didn't look at them either, just nodded. He was now bent on completing what his master had explained as soon as possible. How could he care about the reactions of these unacquainted handyman disciples? As for the miscellaneous disciples in the crowd who were previously worried about being retaliated against, they also breathed a sigh of relief. But these miscellaneous disciples who had taunted others didn't realize that as Zhongshan's strength became stronger, the worse these people's days in the Qingyan sect became. And the more terrified they were in their hearts, the more they struggled to get through the day. Zhongshan on this side had quickly come to the Deacon Hall to receive the inner disciple monthly resources and inner disciple clothes, choosing gray as usual. "Senior Brother Zhong, this is the mountain peak cave where the inner disciples live, and each inner disciple can choose one cave. This is the map. Senior Brother, you can circle which cave you want to choose. I'll register it." The outer disciple in charge of registration in the Deacon Hall took out a map and said, "This map depicted hundreds of mountain peaks. Most of the caves already had owners. There were still more than 100 mountain peaks caves left without owners." Zhongshan quickly chose a cave that was more remote and away from the crowd after looking over it. He didn't want anyone to disturb his master teaching him to cultivate. "I'll take this cave." The grey-clothed youth pointed to the remote mountain peak cave on the map and said, and the outer disciple next to him nodded his head after listening to the registration with a pen. "Senior Zhong has already chosen, and I've registered the information on my side. This is the token that can open the cave's defense array. Senior Brother, keep it, and if you lose it, you can still come to the Deaconess Hall for a replacement." "Okay, thanks." Zhongshan on this side had already received the cave token and said that he rode his spirit crane to the chosen mountain peak cave very quickly.
Although this place is remote and sparsely populated, but the mountain peaks are pleasant,
with waterfalls and springs,
pines and cypresses, vines all over the place, dangerous cliffs, jagged rocks, is also a good place to go.
This cave located on the mountainside was surrounded by a heavy defense formation,
flickering with a faint silver light,
and Zhongshan saw that the cave was well arranged after entering it.
This is an elegantly laid out courtyard, and there is a peach tree in the very center.
The turquoise crown of the tree is full of white and red peaches,
and there is a clear spring bubbling next to it.
Then he found not only a ready-made sitting room and practice room, but all kinds of wooden furniture.
Lin Yuan looked at the meeting after thinking, here to the modern era can be directly handbagged to move in.
He floated out of the ring to cohesion figure curiously picked the tree peaches to eat up commented,
the flavor is crunchy, if only it were sweeter. Next to him, Zhu said, Your Highness, this is an ordinary Bailing peach. When we return to the Human Emperor Palace, in the orchard, Lord Human Emperor used to grow the very best 9-turn peaches. The taste is unforgettable even if you eat it. Your Highness will surely like it. Zhongshan, who was next to him, wrote down this matter,
and he thought to himself that he would find a peach tree with a better quality flavor for his master in the future. And the future ancient spirit clan would never think it was because of such a small thing. The purple-green immortal peach that had existed in their spirit clan's king city for 250,000 years and was considered an important treasure of the clan had just been plucked by the human martial emperor Zhongshan, just to serve as a fruit to be given to their master.
Lin Yuan, to eat. Apprentice son go. Let's go outside to the mountains and forests. Master will teach you stance.
Lin Yuan turned his head and smiled at the gray-clothed youth. Then the two of them came between a clearing deep in the mountain forest.
This is the upper grade of the heavenly ranks body technique. Steps of wind escape technique. This body technique is flexible, changeable, and free, and can be used to comprehend the wind's intent. The divine ability at arm's length required the comprehension of the spatial intent to be cultivated, and the time intent and spatial intent were 10 times more difficult than the other intent. You can use the wind realm as a springboard to have a chance to step into the spatial realm. Lin Yuan introduced the body technique that was imparted. This body technique was the same as the heavenly rank upper grade dragon subduing Tiger Fist. Both of these Dao techniques were also useful for cultivators of the creation realm that were also very useful. Other than the central state, most of the cultivators in these 4 continents of the human race cultivated yellow grade, Xian grade techniques and Dao Dharma, and earth grade techniques were considered rare, not to mention the rumored heaven grade Dao Dharma. Now that Zhongshan was starting out with a heavenly Dao, that strength would naturally be 100 times more terrifying than other cultivators whose Dao was far inferior to his. Next, Master will give you a rehearsal. Apprentice and watch carefully. Elder Zhu, work hard and attack me with something later, so that the display of the stance will be a bit more effective. Lin Yuan said to Zhongshan and Zhu. Zhongshan nodded and said, Master, I know. Stone beads, on the other hand, is scratching its ears and thinking about attacking His Highness with something? How can it lay its hands on him? It said with a turn of the eye to think of a way to do it. Yes, Your Highness. I promise to finish the job. Zhu thought to himself that His Highness was only attacking with something without saying what it was. Stone flying daggers, and these are definitely not possible. But flowers, butterflies, birds, and these can be. Lin Yuan nodded his head and came to the high altitude above the wind to execute this heavenly rank upper grade wind escape technique, executing each move in a perfect and flawless manner as it should be. Stone beads also use similar 72 changes of change aptitude techniques will change the leaves as flower petals, butterflies, birds, etc. With a gust of wind, the volume of blowing everywhere is swept away. As the smallpox, just see that the wind and go ethereal and absolutely beautiful white fairy. The clothes fly, moving between, body as light as a swallow, fluttering as God, graceful, long sleeves swing like the 9 sky to catch the moon, the tip of the foot as a dragonfly pointing to the water, just as the immortal posture is as ethereal as the moon, and the feathered clothes are as lively as flowing clouds. The slender waist is like a willow, and the white wrist is like white snow. Lotus steps move gently to set the wind and waves, smallpox falling into the red dust, the sky full of petals as heavy rain falling, white fairy shuttle in the middle of the body light like the wind in the drift of the willow flakes, as the rain lotus first bloomed as poetic, fluttering like a swimming dragon. Every move is beautiful and thrilling. Let a person look at the dazzling, accompanied by a sky full of flowers and rain. The scene of butterflies dancing and fluttering reminds one of the poem. The banquet under the blue peach blossoms was first returned, and the Cloud Emperor was free to embrace the service ring. The wind at the temples does not wake me up, and I am willing to teach my dreams to fall to earth. This scene is like meeting in a dream. The fairy is on the earth.
At that moment a voice reminiscent of the clear wind and moon in the mountains resounded between heaven and earth.
Apprentice, can you read it? Chapter 66, The Realm of Intent.
Zhongshan was completely dumbfounded. He only had one thought in his mind at this moment: Master Teacher is so beautiful.
At this moment, facing Lin Yuan's inquiry,
the gray-clothed youth responded by lowering his head in shame and said,
Master, I'm sorry, I didn't memorize the moves. At this moment,
Zhongshan thought to himself how he was able to focus on going to see his master and forget to look at the moves. It was really a shame that his master had taught him, but a few more times, he was afraid that he would do the same.
It was just not enough determination. Your Highness, your stance is really too ethereal and absolutely beautiful.
I've never seen such a beautiful and dreamlike scene before. Your clear and absolute stance is like a fairy descending to the earth.
I couldn't take my eyes off of it at all, reminding me of the poem of the human race. Outpatients are like light clouds that cover the moon,
and floating in the air is like the flowing wind that returns the snow.
When you look at it from afar, it looks like the sun rising in the morning sun. When you look at it closely, it looks like lotus flowers coming out of the clear water. I originally couldn't picture someone of that beauty appearing, but after seeing you I have my answer.
Shizhu excitedly waved his cat's paw and said, this verse was still something it had learned from peeking at the love poems that Lord Human Emperor had written to Taiyin Star Sovereign in the past. It is like holding a treasure to hold that just now with the spell cohesion out of the shadow of the stone. This piece of shadow of the stone just recorded the whole process, and later take repeated viewing carefully recall.
How is a beautiful thing
The corner of Lin Yuan's mouth next to him twitched, although he had gotten used to Shizhu Senior's daily ass-kissing behavior.
But how did demonstrating a stance still have something to do with Luo Shenfu? He's a guy. He really doesn't need all those compliments on beauty.
Shizhu Senior, I still prefer being praised for being handsome and powerful than being praised for being beautiful. Lin Yuan cleared his throat and opened his mouth. He decided that it would be better to tell Senior Shizhu what he thought. Better to hear the words he wanted to hear.
I see.
Your Highness, your valiant and extraordinary stance dazzles me and I just want to shout for you. Your Highness is mighty. Hearing these words the stone bead's eyes lit up and began to chirp. It suddenly realized that no wonder the rainbow farts it had taken earlier hadn't made His Highness smile with joy. It turned out that it was the wrong type of horse's ass. His Highness's tastes were the same as Lord Human Emperor's, just like being praised by others for being handsome and powerful.
This thing the Human Emperor's seal artifact spirit has done many times. Boasts people naturally boasts up with ease,
and soon makes Lin Yuan happy and waved his hand in succession and said,
it's actually alright.
Elder Shizhu overstates his case.
Lin Yuan, on the other hand,
was thinking in his heart, that's it, Senior Shizhu is so right.
He loves to hear it. More of it.
Zhongshan on this side looked at the mouthy Shizhu. He silently memorized the words while also feeling his stupidity and lack of vocabulary once again. He needs to learn more from Senior Shizhu. Lin Yuan turned to the gray-clothed youth beside him and reached out towards the other's brow, imparting the entire contents and tricks of the heavenly rank upper grades royal wind escape technique to his disciple Zhongshan.
The most important thing in stance is still practicing. Practicing more is the right thing to do. Saying it 100 times is better than practicing it once. You'll first comprehend the stance and ask me if you don't understand it, and after that, I'll start practicing on you.
Yes, Master.
Zhongshan nodded his head and responded. And then the master and disciple duo asked questions and answered questions, solving doubts and answering questions. And when it came to the afternoon, Lin Yuan opened his mouth and said, later you'll be practicing in this clearing. There will be flocks of birds and insects constantly flying towards you. You must avoid their attacks, and if you can make it to the point where your body transforms into a clear wind, you have been initiated. Just as a feather cannot be added, a fly cannot fall. People do not know me. I alone know people. The realm of the same. The movement is extremely light and sensitive, and is able to see through the opponent's actions in advance. Better preemptive strike.
Zhongshan nodded his head and came to the clearing.
At this time, Lin Yuan waved his sleeve, and a leaf from the tree next to him using his good office's creation avatar transformed into hundreds and thousands of birds and birds. There are a variety of them, including common sparrows and tits, brightly colored red-throated songbirds and blue-dotted chins, beautifully chirping larks, and swift golden eagles and hawks. Chirp, chirp, chirp.
And the sand and dust on the ground had turned into insects and pounced towards the gray-clothed youth.
Those butterflies, bees, dragonflies, crickets, golden turtles and so on. These flocks of birds and insects swooped over like a dragnet, as dense as a torrential downpour.
This made it more and more difficult for Zhongshan to run his stance between tossing and turning, as he faced the swooping birds left and right, and ran wildly towards the distant high altitude with the wind. For a while the gray-clothed youth could only flee in a sorry state under the pursuit of birds and insects. His body had long been covered with feathers. His clothes became dusty, and when the whole person came out after dark as if he were a drowned chicken.
Shiju said as she came up and sniffed in disgust. How many birds have attacked you, boy? And why do you smell so bad? Get away from me and your highness. Apprentice, I'll pass on a cleansing technique to you. Use it to remove the dirt from your body. Practice the Taichin Xianwei True Scripture at night, and continue practicing your body techniques tomorrow. Stance is a necessary skill for fighting and escaping, so make sure you've practiced it well. It's a matter of life and death, so don't slack off. After Lin Yuan finished speaking, he used the power of his divine soul to impart the Zhongshan cleansing technique, and the grey-clothed youth hurriedly used the technique to remove the stains and odors from his body, and his entire body was renewed. A week later, in the mountains. At this time Zhongshan was being chased by the birds and kept changing his posture and stance, just like a white crane lighting up its wings and like an ape fetching the moon. His movements were skillful and fluent and obviously many times better than at the beginning. However, what he had to face, there were just too many birds and insects, densely packed by the tens of thousands, like a stormy tide coming in tirelessly. So many flocks of birds and insects crashed towards Zhongshan's eyes, nose, face, and body. Although he had avoided the vast majority of the attacks, there were still quite a few flocks of birds and insects that landed on him like a marble and made noise. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Struck Zhongshan only felt dazzled everywhere as impermeable net, as a swimming fish fell into the fishing net trapped out. How exactly do you crack this game? Just as Zhongshan was thinking hard about dodging left and right, he remembered what Lin Yuan had taught him to say earlier. Disciple, you have to imagine that you are a wisp of wind traveling through the mountains and valleys. Or you can imagine that you are transformed into a kunping that travels in the Sunhai, free and at ease, traveling towards the North Sea and twilighting in the Kangwu. Imagining himself transforming into a wisp of wind, Zhongshan also realized the key to this heaven-grade upper-grade body technique. One had to merge his mind into the wind, transforming into an invisible and formless wind. This stance had a total of 6 layers, fewer layers than the dragon subduing tiger fist, but the difficulty of initiation was even higher. One had to realize the wind intent to break through the first layer of initiation, and the wind realm was very difficult to comprehend. Some 7th and 8th grade cultivators didn't comprehend the realm. Many ordinary cultivators would not necessarily be able to realize the meaning until they died of old age, so you could see how difficult it was. At this moment, Zhongshan remembered that he had also changed into Qingfeng in the mind world before his master. He closed his eyes to recall that memory over and over again, and his body was feeling the blistering wind in the sky from the acceleration. Listening to the sound of the wind between heaven and earth, Zhongshan's movements were also getting slower and slower. Not as swift as before, but strangely fewer and fewer birds and insects landed on his body. He felt a gentle breeze on his face, a distant gale blowing through the trees with a clattering sound, and a fresh breeze rippling the lotus leaves in the water. Gradually Zhongshan finally realized the wind intent that he had been unable to figure out before, and his figure no longer became lousy, but was like a fast wind as fast as lightning shuttling through this heavenly net. Those densely fluttering flocks of birds and insects could no longer trap him, like a fish leaping through the dragon gate. Since then, he felt that the sky and the earth were wide and vast. So this is the realm of the wind. The body transforms into a clear wind. Movement and static, unrestrained and free. Zhongshan opened his eyes after comprehending the wind intent and smiled as he said to himself, now not a single feather could fall on his body anymore, and mosquitoes couldn't get close. The realm of wind has been realized, and the top grade of the heavenly order, the royal wind escape technique, has been realized. The water also broke through the first introductory layer. The wind escape technique was a wind attribute stance technique that embodied very different sensations in different people. On Lin Yuan it was an ethereal and free breeze. On Zhongshan it felt like a gale of rushing thunder and lightning. Master, disciple has already realized the realm of wind intent, and his stance has been initiated. Zhongshan said archly as he got rid of the besieging flock of birds and insects and walked over. Lin Yuan said with a smile and a nod, not bad, the realm of the wind has been realized, and the upper celestial stage body technique is initiated. In the future, even if the enemy is 2 or 3 grades higher than you, if they haven't realized the wind realm and their stance isn't as good as yours, they won't be able to leave you behind. Master will teach you the 5 elements Tao next. Chapter 67, Techniques. Zhong kid, you finally comprehended the wind realm. The enlightenment is still pretty much okay sloppy. I'm here waiting for the flowers are about to be thankful. Finally look at your stance breakthrough. The white cat transformed into stone pearl nestled comfortably in his highness's arms and said, although its mouth was disgusted, it was actually satisfied with Zhongshan's performance. This comprehension speed was considered relatively fast when put into the human tribes of the ancient era, and it wasn't as slow as he said. Zhongshan on this side smiled nervously and scratched his head without saying anything. He looked at his master expectantly waiting for the next transmission of the Dharma. There are many different kinds of 5 elemental Tao techniques, as vast as the sea of smoke. So Master will first teach you a few commonly used techniques. At this time Lin Yuan while talking had already changed into 2 futons. Master and disciple directly sat down and started teaching. This is the Gonlin spell, which can condense the water vapor between heaven and earth to converge into rain, nourishing everything. It couldn't be more convenient to use for planting and watering, and it's also a necessary jutsu for venturing out into the wilderness, and it's good for washing pots and cooking. Moreover, if the Gonlin spell was the aura between heaven and earth condensed into rain, it could directly heal wounds, and it was also a healing spell. The rejuvenation spell was also a wood attribute spell that could not only catalyze plants to take root and sprout but also heal injuries and restore strength. Apprentice, you can use the Gonlin spell and the rejuvenation spell on yourself in the future if you are injured. As soon as Lin Yuan's words fell, he only saw the spiritual qi between heaven and earth like a tidal wave used to gather qi to turn into rain, and those fluttering raindrops converged and fell, intertwining like curtains and falling to the ground, splashing a crystal water flower. The flowers and trees on the ground are bathed in this gentle rain and lush, and the grass grows quickly to become taller than a person, next to the trees full of flowers and then quickly withered to bear a tree full of fruit. This scene is like words out of the law. In the blink of an eye, spring and fall, Zhongshan felt the raindrops falling on his body, a little cold but not piercing the bones, giving his body an indescribable sense of comfort. The absorption of the rainwater containing spiritual qi would make people feel as if they were in a hot spring. Amazing, the gray-clothed youth couldn't help but say in surprise. This was the first time he had ever learned this kind of spell that could change the weather to affect his surroundings. The stone-bead white cat next to him had already picked 3 jade-like pears with a curl of his tail. The first one handed it to Lin Yuan, and the second one gnawed on it himself and said, "Meow, that's delicious. Your Highness, consummate level of the Gonryu spell and the rejuvenation spell are really out of this world. The combination of the laws of water and the laws of wood is so skillful and original. I think the effect of the Taoist art creators using it is not as good as yours." When it was finished, the last remaining pear was thrown directly to Zhongshan with the tail by the stone pearl white cat said, "Zhong kid, for the sake of you being His Highness's disciple, this pear is for you. There is the magic spell cast by your Highness herself, plus the fruits picked by myself, Lord Imperial Seal, personally, so that your boy can taste the sweetness. Thank you Master and Elder Shizhu. This technique is truly magical." Zhongshan looked at the sky full of rain side and said. He took over the pear, tasted a mouthful of really sweet and delicious, crisp and refreshing, taste extraordinary. Then he had eaten before all the things are delicious. Apprentice, don't need to be too surprised. After you're in the creation realm, in the future, your master will teach you the divine ability to call the wind and rain. That scene could be cast in a much more dynamic and handsome way than this one. This was the fiery flame mantra, which could coalesce the fire attribute aura between heaven and earth into flames, the shape of which could be whatever one wished. Cultivating the blazing fire mantra to perfection had the possibility of realizing the realm of the intent of fire. And the realm of the intent of fire was one of the introductory conditions for comprehending the divine power of the Samadhi true flame. As in, the heart is the king's fire, also known as the divine fire, and its name is Shangmai. The kidney is the ministerial fire, also known as the essence of the fire is also. Its name is said to be the middle of the fire, bladder, that is, the umbilical cord under the sea of qi. The people's fire is also. Its name is said to be the bottom of the fire. This is the Samadhi true fire. The Samadhi true fire can be used to burn mountains and boil the sea, melting everything, and it can also be used to refine the body and forge the torso, with all sorts of wonderful and extraordinary uses. This side of Lin Yuan looked at the surprised disciple, said with a smile. He stretched out the palm of his hand only to see a group of 3 marsh true fire. Only to see this burning hot fire appeared on the spirit of extraordinary. Looks like spreading its wings and wanting to fly, the bright red incomparable fire phoenix. Samadhi true fire is controlled or very good like fingers and arms. Sometimes as a burning fireball, sometimes as a spreading wings and flying eagle, sometimes as a perfect as the jade wheel. This Samadhi true flame just appeared. Even though Lin Yuan had completely restrained its power, it still made the air all dry and hot, like a hot summer day and a volcano erupting. Master, this fire is so powerful. I want to learn, Zhongshan said as he looked at this marvelous and amazing flame with glowing eyes. And Lin Yuan said with a smile, since you want to learn this samsara fire, Master will pass on the teachings to you. You must diligently practice the fiery flame mantra to the point of perfect comprehension of the intent of fire, and ideally cross the threshold of the laws of fire. One also needs to cultivate hard to break through to the creation realm at an early realm in order to be qualified to refine this top divine ability. This is the sharp gold mantra, which allows you to coalesce metal auras into weapons, swords, lances, clubs, and so on whenever you want. However, there was a time limit. If there was no mana to maintain it, the thing would dissipate in a few days. If it was a weapon that was turned into a weapon with a divine power, it would be able to stay in place and not dissipate. Physical cultivation the best weapon, in fact their own body. But will some weapons against the enemy means will be a little more. This side of Lin Yuan reached out and waved directly condensed gas into soldiers, only to see 18 kinds of weapons fell on the ground above. All kinds of swords, guns, swords and halberds have everything. A wide range. This sharp gold spell he used to often use to turn kitchen knives to deal with trophies. Demonic beast corpses do not need to bring their own kitchen knives, really convenient. In the previous life this technique was played out by players, such as crafting party players who used it to build guns, machine tools, bullets, and so on, as they held up their aura machine guns to the low-grade cultivators. My lord, times have changed. The modern gun weapons that these players rubbed out were still powerful enough for low-ranked first to third-grade cultivators, and they didn't have much of a role to play after encountering middle-grade cultivators, because the speed of the middle-grade cultivator reached above the speed of sound. The reaction was even faster, and the defense could be directly hardened against missiles. The high-grade cultivator in this fantasy world is the strength to call the wind and rain, change the sky and earth, move mountains to fill in the sea like a fairy in the eyes of mortals. As for the creation realm above, the 9th grade cultivator is even more mysterious. Can cross the universe, pick the stars and take the moon, create a small 1,000 worlds and so on. This side of Zhongshan picked up a weapon baguette, golden as gold to build. Into the hands of Heavy is picked up more than 100,000 pounds of shin iron, but with his physical cultivation realm can be easily danced tiger wind. Apprentice, this earth wall technique can use earth attribute aura to condense an earth wall or something else. Not only can it be used to use in the middle of a battle to ward off attacks, it is used to build a house to improve the quality of life while adventuring in the wilderness. And along with water spells and fire spells, they are all good travelers must have spells. At the same time as the introduction, Lin Yuan also used out the consummate level earth wall art, only to see a huge earth-colored dragon rising up from the ground, directly flying into the high altitude, circling down, a root of golden dragon whiskers fluttering, looking mighty endowed and lifelike. This earth wall spell was also one of the utility spells that had been revered by players in previous generations, and could be used to build houses and wonders, making it a completely heavenly dish for players in the construction party. It can also be used as one of the magic arts of Chi Men Dun Jia, Tu He Che, to change that San Long to use to play handsome and pretend to be a pimp during the battle. Lin Yuan knocked the top of his head at his apprentice who hadn't regained his senses from watching. Then the contents of all these arts entered Zhongshan's mind, including information on how to operate mana, how to cultivate tips and all. I've already passed on these most practical techniques to you, and the rest of these techniques are not as practical, but they have their own wonderful benefits. These are jade slips, as well as these demonic beasts and 10,000 races illustrated information you take and memorize for me. My master will spot check your memorization. Lin Yuan used the power of the divine soul to condense a pile of jade slips and said. Zhongshan looked at the pile of jade slips stacked as high as a small mountain, could not help but ask, Master, are these to be memorized? Of course, you must memorize all of this knowledge on your own, the master will not give you any help. Cultivation should learn to rely on oneself. What is too easy to get is not easy to cherish. These demonic beasts and other 10,000 races information was very useful, which included the geography of the extraterrestrial battlefield, the weaknesses of various foreign races, the divine abilities possessed by other races, and so on. There are also recipe practices. This recipe is for the teacher and a group of like-minded Taoist friends to write, in which the 10,000 tribes, those red roasted, those steamed, Lin Yuan said as he couldn't help but reminisce in his heart. In his previous life he browsed the player forums, generally only looking at two areas: combat area and food area. The best player to hang out in the extraterrestrial battlefield was Lin Yuan, who went on a killing spree in the extraterrestrial battlefield. He also gave the players a lot of valuable information, such as the strategy of the extraterritorial battlefield, the weaknesses of the hostile 10,000 races, and which part of the 10,000 races body was the most delicious. As the player's #1 battlemaster, Lin Yuan often posted battle experience posts and battle videos on how to better fight the alien races, receiving a bunch of toppings and thanks from players for the Big Brother's guidance. He also updated the post recipes of the 10,000 races. Lin Yuan ate wherever he went in the extraterrestrial battlefield, and apart from cultivation, he was either on the way to a dry spell or on the way to a meal. A group of Spirit Chef lifestyle players were lined up and waiting to be the first to cook for him. So many high-level ingredients made the chef players ecstatic and inspired. These arts were also collected by Lin Yuan. He had memorized each Dao by himself. He had suffered the pain of memorization. How could he let his disciple not also experience it? It had to be arranged. Yes, master, I will memorize it. Zhongshan used the storage bag to collect the mountain-like jade. Brief nodded and said seriously. The master wrote the book that he must properly recite word for word again and again to keep in mind. That's right. Cultivation should be practiced and cultural knowledge should not be forgotten. For master so cultured person, disciple you also need to learn more knowledge, cannot be a brainless reckless. Lin Yuan nodded his head in satisfaction. He completely did not recall the time he used to fight in the extraterrestrial battlefield when he didn't even look at the enemy to directly start the fight, rushing across the field and killing in a bloody storm. As for the vanguard, what are the weaknesses of the vanguard? What is the method of fighting? Is there any need to think about it? Just hit them directly. Just as the Analects of Confucius is not also the whirligig? Isn't convincing people by reasoning physically convincing? Master, I will learn more about culture. Zhongshan nodded his head in agreement and said, he was going to use all his rest time other than cultivation to memorize the jade slip knowledge. Lin Yuan left to look at the right to look at always feel that his disciple body is missing something. He once again brainstormed and pondered for a moment, clapping his hands and said, so that's how it is. Disciple, you are missing a pot on you. How can you walk around and eat without a pot? After saying that, Lin Yuan then expended some of his soul power to use his divine ability to mediate creation, creating an artifact inscribed with arcane patterns, with mountain, river, sun, moon, and star patterns on it, shining brightly. This looked like a pot and more like a tripod, appearing to be ancient and atmospheric, with extraordinary spirituality, and its quality had reached the level of a top-grade spiritual treasure. Apprentice, look at this black pot. It's big and heavy. Hurry up and carry it on your back. This pot can adjust its own gravity. It can be as light as a feather or as heavy as a mountain. Carrying it on your back is like carrying a big mountain. It's good for you to cultivate the divine demon body refining technique to sharpen your physical body. And it's also considered a treasure for cultivation. And the pot can be useful for stir-frying in the field. Thank you, Master, for the gift of treasure. Zhongshan thanked him and took the black pot behind his back. He realized that the god-demon body refining technique really worked faster under this gravity pressure. And the speed of tempering his flesh body had also increased significantly. The only thing that wasn't too convenient was that the pot was too heavy, and his movements slowed down a lot. And he had to use his mana to keep the soles of his feet afloat, lest he sink right into the dirt by gravity. Now let's go to a different place to practice our fists and refine our bodies. Lin Yuan nodded his head when he saw his disciple carrying the pot and said, accompanied by the fluctuation of the power of spatial laws, the next second the two men and the beat appeared in front of a waterfall. In the valley, I saw a waterfall from the 10,000 feet above the cliff, flowing straight down like the Milky Way hanging upside down. White practice across the sky. The water is extremely fierce and pouring down, like the heavenly river breaks the dike, as if 1,000 horses and armies are invincible. Those turbulent water, and finally fell into the turquoise pool. Water rolled up a huge whirlpool. These turbulent broken agitation of the whirlpool as a bottomless pit will be surrounded by swimming fish and leaves sucked into it. Those crystal clear water splashes that splashed into the air also glistened in the sunlight, refracting colorful light. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The loud rumbling sound was like hundreds and thousands of war drums roared and shook in unison, as if thunder rolled and exploded 10,000 pounds. The scene looked quite spectacular and shook the heart and soul. They had arrived in the middle of a large waterfall tens of thousands of miles away from their original cave, and Lin Yuan pointed at the waterfall. Apprentice, from now on, you'll be practicing in this waterfall during the daytime, and you'll have to run the divine demon body refining technique with full concentration to be able to resist this pressure without being knocked down into the pool by the waterfall's flying streams. The entire cultivation process could not utilize mana, only body refining techniques. When will you be able to stand at the middle of the waterfall, without using your mana or the chi and blood power of your physical cultivation, and punch the waterfall right through with the power of a scaly dragon? In this way your dragon subduing tiger fist will be able to reach the small completion level of punching like a dragon from the introductory level. Waterfall refining the body and practicing fists in the water is one of the classic sets of cultivation in metaphysical novels. Lin Yuan, who had read a lot of metaphysical novels, naturally thought of this way to help his disciple improve his strength. Master, I'm going to the waterfall to practice. Zhongshan nodded his head and without hesitation jumped into the pool of water and swam towards the waterfall. He didn't use his mana to resist the force of the current. He just relied on his body to directly resist the attraction of the whirlpool and the impact of the current. Thousands of waterfall rapids fell upon him, and with a determined pace he rushed up towards the waterfall to climb it again and again. And then again and again he was swept down to fall into the pool of water. Looking from the sky one could see a tiny and incomparable figure below the waterfall like a silver celestial river, who was launching himself step by step towards the waterfall, like a mortal facing a natural disaster like a flood, indomitable and tenacious in his struggle. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The sound of water filled his ears. Zhongshan felt these torrents hit his body as if he was attacked by a sword. His skin became red and incomparable, and his internal organs were all injured by the impact. And he ran the divine demon body refining technique without stopping for a moment.
along with the operation of the physical cultivation technique, drawing on the surrounding aura to quickly repair his wounds and temper his flesh. His physique was also steadily and gradually improving. Although the whole process was painful, Zhongshan still persisted in climbing the waterfall again and again to refine his body, cultivating all the time. He clenched his teeth and did not let out a little scream. The grey-clothed youth's gaze was firm without a trace of hesitation. As long as a pure faith let him persist, climbing higher and higher under the impact of the waterfall's flying stream. This is the place of cultivation that Master has found for me. I must cultivate well and break through the dragon-subduing fist minor achievement earlier. Zhongshan thought in his heart that the movement of his hand still did not slow down for a second, being bruised by the waterfall and then running his gunfu to repair and quench his body. In addition to impacting the waterfall to refine his body, he also practiced his fists underwater. There was a lot of resistance in the water, and practicing his fists felt completely different from being on the ground. Zhongshan, who was practicing his fists in the water, also repeatedly recalled his master Lin Yuan's teachings while doing so. Practicing boxing is also refining the heart of supreme sincerity, observing all things in heaven and earth, so that in the future, we can break the void and see that God is not bad. He closed his eyes and felt the fluctuation of the water flow. The violent water flow was like rushing thunder, and it was like a meteorite falling, which was not in line with the fierce and incomparable punching style in the dragon-subduing tiger fist. The grey-clothed youth kept adjusting his movements to make this boxing method more suitable for him. His entire body fell into a state of forgetting things. His mind was free of distractions, and his entire body moved more and more skillfully like a fish in the water. Lin Yuan, who was over here in the air watching this scene, revealed a smile and said, "Not bad, getting into the state of practicing fists. It seems that in a short while we should be able to break through the proficiency to a minor success." The stone-beaded white cat next to him said with a grin, "This is thanks to your highness's good teaching. That Zhong kid's enlightenment is not bad, and has not failed your highness's teaching." 2 weeks later, below the falls, in the turquoise pool of water, a grey-clothed young man toward the waterfall, his posture upright as a rock to withstand the impact of hundreds of thousands of rapids, but standing, stable as Mount Taishan, so that step after step of the huge current of the risk of non-stop climbing, the surging waters of the waterfall could not overwhelm him, the sharp pain of the grind could not overwhelm him, and the weight of difficulties was trampled under his feet. The torrential water flow was like a torrential downpour hitting his back with a crackling sound, just like a weapon falling on top of the armor but no longer able to break through the defense, all the way to the very top of this 10,000-foot cliff. Zhongshan looked up at the sky only to see the red sun in the sky. The sunlight filled the sky. The sky and the earth are vast. This scene is really beautiful. He was open-minded to see this sky full of red clouds, and looked at the 10,000 feet of waterfalls where stepped on the foot of the laughter. And then the whole person leaped as if the spirit of the monkey jumped from the cliff above. Zhongshan, who had already broken through the third layer of the divine demon body refining technique under the constant polishing and cultivation during this period of time, his body was now quenched and hardened as if it were a magic weapon, jumping off a 10,000-foot cliff this high and yet walking as if he were unharmed. The grey-clothed youth who stepped on the water looked at the waterfall long river in front of him as if it was a heavenly river surging, and he blasted out his fist to coalesce a mighty endowed 100 feet of auger dragon, and his fist shook, and his tendons and bones chirped, and his voice was so loud that the water rumbled. This golden radiant and glittering scaly dragon gazing lifelike in the sky with a long whistle. Scaly dragon out of the water directly smashed through the whole waterfall. Rumble, rumble, accompanied by a loud and dull sound. Those water curtains like the Milky Way were directly dispersed by the fist wind into water vapor, and a huge fist mark appeared under the cliff. It wasn't until some time had passed that the waterfall gradually had water flowing down from above the cliff, and the curtain slowly recovered. "Master, my dragon-subduing fist has broken through to a minor accomplishment," Zhongshan said with a smile as he looked at the white-clothed boy who fell from the sky and came to his side. This heavenly rank upper-grade fist technique from the previous introductory stage, crossing the proficiency straight to a small success. "Well done, disciple. You have initially realized the fist meaning of submerging the dragon and punching like a dragon. When you can fight a dragon and a tiger, that's when it's a big success. You have now broken through the third layer of the divine demon body refinement technique, and you have mastered the body techniques and common arts. It's time to go on adventures and hone your body." Lin Yuan looked at his disciple and nodded, saying, "Just as a sword is sharpened, life and death honing is still necessary. Master, where are we going to make a break for it?" Zhongshan curiously opened his mouth to inquire, and then heard the reply, "Pack up your things, let's go to the 100,000 mountains." Chapter 68, Chatting. The 100,000 Great Mountains were located on the borderline between the human race and the demon race. It was a treacherous place as well as a precious place, where there were numerous demons and fierce beasts. Demon race is very able to give birth to so many offspring. Able to open the spirit of wisdom to embark on the road of cultivation is the demon race.
Cannot open the spirit of wisdom. Empty thin bloodline power is the ferocious beasts. Demons will generally drive the ferocious beast tide. Every month will attack the human border defense line. 100,000 mountains in the human and demon border at the geographic location of the special. The human cultivators will go in to explore the treasure, picking natural treasures, or hunting demonic beasts. The demonic beasts would also take the initiative to hunt and kill the human cultivators entering the mountains as blood food. And there were all kinds of low-grade and high-grade demons. These mountains and hills were rolling and the environment was treacherous, harboring opportunities and crises. At this moment, Lin Yuan and Zhongshan, master and disciple, were walking on the mountain path together with Shizhu, were chatting and laughing. It was now the first day they had come over to the 100,000 mountains to practice after leaving the Green Cloud Sect, and they had just entered the outskirts of the 100,000 mountains. Elder Shizhu, can you tell me more about the human emperor and the Taiyin Star Sovereign? Lin Yuan inquired with curious anticipation. Your Highness wants to hear. Then I'll tell you about your father, Lord Human Emperor, and your mother, Star Sovereign Taiyin. Which to say that it's really a gushing story that can't be finished in 3 days and 3 nights. Stone Pearl White Cat said with her arms crossed, continuing with an expression of honor. Let me think about it. It's better to start from my most familiar understanding of Lord Human Emperor. Lord Human Emperor is named Lin Xian. A small tribe in the Great Wasteland in ancient times picked up Lord Human Emperor, who was still a child. Since then he led the tribe, began to rise all the way, finally established the human race's first great unification of the imperial dynasty. Named Daxia, the human emperor at that time, the lord was foreigners called Xian Emperor. Our human race called the human emperor. Since then, after Lord Human Emperor beheaded the demon emperor and many foreign great emperors, all the races of the heavens did not dare to bully us anymore when they saw our human race. And those foreign races that had brutalized our human race by enslaving them paid the price in blood. In that era, the human race went all the way up from the weakest group to become one of the top 10 groups against the odds. And those foreign races had to be courteous when they saw our human race on the extraterritorial battlefield. After finishing his seriousness, the stone-bead White Cat began to talk about the black history and gossip of the human emperor. Human emperor Lord Lin Xian, when he was young, that was called a handsome and extraordinary, is 10 miles and 8 townships famous for the handsome descendant. As for the Taiyin astrologer, Lord Xiu, who came from the great tribe Tianshui tribe, she was known as the number one beauty within 80 million miles at that time, and later on, she would also be the number one beauty of our human race. In order to pursue Taiyin Star Sovereign, Lord Human Emperor beat up all the love rivals who pursued Star Sovereign back then and threatened them not to allow them to get close to Heiyu. Otherwise, see once, he beat once. Those love rivals with tears in their eyes were moved to cry bitterly and promised. A true and touching love is probably what can move the heart. Lin Yuan, who heard this, wanted to laugh a little. Were those love rivals who were punched moved by love? They were clearly impressed by fists. After Shizhu finished the love story of the human emperor's couple, he continued to talk about black history. It is said that when the human emperor was young, he offended the descendants of the Feather Clan's great emperor. And the Feather Clan was powerful at that time and also had a blood feud with our human clan. And he let out a vicious message when he was being pursued by the Feather Clan's strongest men, saying, "When I become an emperor, I will dig up the graves of your old ancestors and then bounce on them." Later on, my master emperor became a great emperor, really did so. Not he only killed the Feather Tribe great emperor, but also dug out the Feather Tribe ancestors' grave also to raise. At the same time, there was a whole lot of firecrackers, gongs and drums, and flowers, and many of the foreign race great emperors' faces went black as they watched. And they felt that Lord Human Emperor was warning them. This was what would happen if they offended the human race. On the contrary, these foreign great emperors couldn't help Lord Human Emperor and Lord Star Sovereign Taiyin. Lord Human Emperor comprehended the Tao of time, and Lord Star Sovereign Taiyin the Tao of space. Among the many great avenues, the space-time avenue was incredibly powerful, and the strength of the two human great emperors far exceeded that of the many alien powerhouses who had become emperors with other great avenues. This also led to the strong foreigners when they saw the grave bouncing. This scene dared to be angry also can only accompany the smile to say that the work is beautiful, because those alien powerhouses are afraid of being entered into the Lord Human Emperor's small book of grudges. The Lord Human Emperor has a book on which he specializes in writing the names of his enemies. Any enemy or alien written on the top of the book was already dead through and through. Not even ashes left. Those foreigners who know the deeds of this book will call it the Book of Life and Death. On the Book of Life and Death, that life and death will all depend on the mood of the human emperor adults. That's why those foreigners used to secretly scold the human emperor behind his back for being careful, small-minded, and vindictive. Later on, when the human emperor became an emperor, the faces of those foreigners turned into Lord Human Emperor has a good memory, thinks things through, and is very wise and godly.
Ancient Emperor Lin Xian didn't know that the human Emperor Seal stone bead that he had refined out was spouting off about his black history. If he knew for sure, he would have taken this human Emperor Seal back to the furnace and rebuilt it again. His Hall of Human Emperor don't want to lose face? It is impolite to scold the father to the son. Lin Yuan on this side was listening with great interest, making him want to get a grudge book as well. But then he thought it would be too much trouble, and he usually avenged himself on the spot, not even overnight. From hearing the ancient emperor promote writing, to the crotch insult of Han Xin and the sentence from Luo Shenfu that Shizhu had said, all the clues added up. This made Lin Yuan already guess that human Emperor Lin Xian should be the first generation of travelers to cross over to the world of Kyushu for real. So himself and the players should be the second generation of travelers. Adding the fact that the human emperor's name is Lin Xian, and that he comprehended the Tao of time. So many coincidences come together. The answer is already crying out to be revealed. Human Emperor Lin Xian was indeed his father. And even the system panel was most likely created by him together with the Tai Yin Star Sovereign. Lin Yuan already had a guess in his heart. Yet more questions popped up. If the human emperor and Tai Yin Star Sovereign were really his parents, then where were they now? What happened in the ancient war millions of years ago? Why did the human emperor disappear and the world of Kyushu become broken? Are the parents trapped somewhere and can't get out? These problems wanted to be solved. Only after becoming an emperor would one be qualified to explore and understand the truth of the matter. Lin Yuan thought, so his gaze became more determined. Become an emperor. He must become an emperor. If his parents were really trapped somewhere, Lin Yuan thought to himself that he must get them out. As for the possibility that the human emperor and Tai Yin Star Sovereign had fallen, he didn't want to think in that direction. It was hard to have news of his parents. Who would want such a thing to happen? Your Highness doesn't have to worry too much. What powerful and great existences are Lord Human Emperor and Lord Tai Yin Star Sovereign? They must be trapped in some mysterious place and can't get out. Otherwise they will definitely come to you. Shizhu also saw the flash of worry in Lin Yuan's expression, hurriedly spoke out to comfort him. The white cat that Shizhu had changed jumped from his shoulder to Lin Yuan's arms, stretching out its furry cat claws to shake hands. Thank you Ashizu-senpai for your comfort. I will try to become stronger to find them soon. Lin Yuan held the white cat, reached out to the cat paw, gaze firmer, said. Lying in the arms of the stone bead cat, see His Highness is no longer worried, also rest assured. The stone beaded white cat thought to herself, your Highness's embrace is so warm. It's so cozy. The only thing she regrets a little is that it's too flat. It looked at the figure of a thin and somewhat tender white fairy. Just like seeing a green has not matured flowers, although not long bloom, is also still immortal posture, and jade looked magnificent to be able to dump all beings. The stone beaded white cat in his arms over here thought to himself, your Highness has had a really miserable time being uprooted outside. Even the nutrition hasn't kept up. You need to eat more delicious food and replenish your body. Human Emperor Hall, you people are also too unreliable. When will we be able to find His Highness? Lin Yuan on this side, on the other hand, felt that the white cat in his arms seemed to be thinking about something rude, and although he didn't know what it was, he lifted the cat and placed it on his shoulder to look at the other side. Lin Yuan thought to himself, what kind of things was Senior Shizhu thinking just now? Why is there always a feeling of being offended? He thought about it and finally didn't ask. What if it turned out to be too embarrassing to ask? Or don't ask. There are some things to look past. Curiosity killed the cat. Chapter 69, Experiences. A month later, the depths of the 100,000 mountains came a heaven-shaking roar. The sound spread over a few square miles. Frightened birds fled. Trees were shaken left and right. Even the cliffs on the rocks were shocked, rolled down the mountain stream. At this time an incomparably large, mountain-like Chao Tian roar from the depths of the scurrying out. Feet on a bright golden light cut through the sky, covered with a fiery monstrous flames. This head of 5 products of the upper stage of the Chao Tian roar has a very long as the elk-like horns. Body scales are also black and gold like armor-clad generals in general. Only to see him open his mouth once again issued a roar through the sky and through the earth. Roar! At once the wind and clouds change color. This sound is like a war drums, and thunder rumbling, like a bomb into the rolling river makes the water splash, but also like a tornado as violent. The ancient trees to the sky to break. Startled birds and beasts fleeing everywhere. Some of the human cultivators who were originally exploring the outskirts of the 100,000 great mountains had also discovered this situation. They wanted to move, but they were shaken by this earth-shaking roar that shook their souls, unable to move until a quarter of an hour later when the effect was lifted. So they began to flee in droves, the vast majority of which were casual cultivators with low realms. If the realm is high, there is no need to risk your life to come over to a dangerous place like the 100,000 mountains to collect heavenly treasures. The crowd looked at the sky as they ran towards the exit of the big mountain, and they talked from time to time. What is this situation? Why are there powerful demonic beasts running out from the depths of the 100,000 mountains? Surprisingly demonic beast Chao Tian roar.
This kind of demonic beast contains the bloodline of the ancient era's ferocious beast Xiao Roar, which is also famous among demonic beasts. You guys see that's a person fighting that Xiao Roar? He's actually able to fight such a huge and ferocious demonic beast. This is too powerful. Only to see that above the sky was a grey-clothed tall youth who was fighting with the flame-covered Xiao Roar, and both sides were fighting back and forth. The battle was fierce and incomparable. This was none other than Zhong Shan from the experience, who executed the heavenly great upper grade wind escape technique to transform into a raging wind to easily avoid the attack of Xiao Roar. At the same time, because the Tao heart had become established, the roar that had a soul-shaking effect didn't have an effect on it, and its speed was still as fast as lightning. Zhong Shan, who had already cultivated to the point where both his physical and magic cultivation had broken through to the lower rank of the 4th rank during this period of time, was still at ease when he faced the upper rank of the 5th rank, the Xiao Roar, which was several minor realms higher by one major realm. That huge incomparable giant claws with red flames toward him grabbed directly pounced on the empty, grey-clothed youth directly. Footsteps in the void of flash came to the back of the Xiao Roar. Zhong Shan grabbed Xiao Roar's arm and threw it into the air as if he were yanking up a huge mountain, then flew up and smashed the golden mountain down like a kick. Rumble, rumble. As the behemoth-like roar of the sky was smashed into the ground shook and a large pit appeared, leaping up from the earth and flying high into the sky. Xiao Roar felt incomparably angry and surprised. The power of this tiny human was so great, it was comparable to the power of those pure-blooded demon descendants. The human race is not generally specializing in arts and crafts with a weak physique. This person can have such a strong body is really outrageous. As a 5th grade upper stage demonic beast, Xiao Roar, relying on the powerful body brought about by the power of the bloodline and the roar that could vibrate people's souls, was generally unbeatable when hunting down human cultivators. I didn't expect that this time he would come across a talented human cultivator who didn't fear his divine soul attack and also possessed a body similar to it. It's surprising that you can possess such a powerful physique and uncommon mana cultivation even for a mere human. Where the hell did you come from, freak? Die for me. This golden light Xiao Roar spoke while opening its bloody mouth to try to swallow the grey-clothed youth in one gulp. The main reason why it would say so many words was to distract this human race, so that it would be better able to strike. However, Zhong Shan had already noticed the situation, only to see him raise his hand and use a fist to use the dragon-subduing tiger fist. His entire body's strength converged on his fists. His sinews and bones roared together. His chi and blood were like rainbows, and his entire body exuded an aura that was majestic and incomparable, as vast as the sun. A sound of dragon and tiger roars rang out, and water and fire surfaced like ocean waves, and a huge dragon hovering high in the sky appeared crashing into the huge beast in front of it. Bang! 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 The sound was accompanied by the sound of this Xiao Roar being killed on the spot by the fist intent of the dragon-subduing tiger fist, followed by a river of blood spilling high into the sky. Clatter and rumble. The demonic beast, which was several hundred meters tall, also landed on the ground with a loud sound, smashing countless ancient trees and mountain rock debris in the sky. Zhong Shan nodded his head as he looked at the giant beast in front of him. Such a large Asahi roar should taste good as well, so it can be used for stir-frying for master. His grey clothes had long been torn and changed several times along the way, and he had suffered many injuries during his adventures, all of which were healed in the end. Spirit and body and cultivation also grew rapidly in the midst of life and death trials. This month he had been chased around by swarms of poisonous cloud bees in order to pick honey, and also drank the wine brewed by that monkey clan, and was chased by all kinds of ferocious demonic beasts, the ones in the earth, the ones in the river, and the ones in the trees, and all kinds of dangerous situations. Upon arriving at the 100,000 mountains, Lin Yuan told Zhong Shan, "Apprentice son, this is a life and death training for you. You need to complete the experience on your own. Master will not intervene." Although Lin Yuan's words were like this, he was already prepared to save his disciple if Zhong Shan encountered a fatal crisis of life and death. After all, words were words, doing was another matter. Besides, in his words he only said he wouldn't intervene. He didn't say he wouldn't save anyone, just playing a word language game. The purpose was still to give his disciple a sense of crisis to help grow, and Zhong Shan did not fail Lin Yuan's expectations. Zhong Shan escaped on his own amidst all the adventurous adventures and experiences, resulting in Lin Yuan not having the chance to step in and save the day as well. The human cultivators over here who had already run to the exit of the 100,000 mountains and were about to leave were surprised to see this scene. Oh my god! What with the 5th grade upper ranked Xiao Roar being taken out like that? Who exactly is this youth? It looks so young to be able to take out such a fierce demonic beast all by himself. I recognize that as the clothes of an inner disciple of the Qingyan sect. When did the Qingyan sect produce such an extraordinary genius? Yes, with this genius's strength he will definitely be able to enter our great Yin dynasty people's ranking at the top. Since this Chaotian roar or this genius was taken out, do we still need to run? Lin Yuan in the ring over here smiled. Apprentice, isn't it a good mood to be praised as a genius by them? Master, it is very cool. Zhongshan scratched his head and nodded honestly, saying that he was originally supposed to be the son of the great weapon waste stream, plus the mortal stream of chi suffered from all the hardships and dangers. Now that the scrappy stream had turned into a genius stream in one go, he had also experienced the joy of becoming a genius, which made him more and more grateful to his master in his heart. A word of caution. Run, apprentice. Accompanying Lin Yuan's words had just fallen. At this time, a huge palm that covered the sky and burned with a blazing fire grabbed over towards Zhongshan, and was accompanied by a roar filled with anger that rang out. Human brat, give back my son's life. Zhong kid, you'd better run. This 8th grade middle stage demonic beast is not something you can deal with right now. If you don't run, you're going to be slapped into mush. Zhongshan on this side did not say anything, collected the trophies and pulled his legs to run. He thought to himself that this is what the master had said before. Hit the small one, come to the old one. This side has been 100,000 Great Mountains exit. Human cultivators see the situation is not right. Long ago to do bird and beast to escape scattered. On the other hand, Zhongshan fled all the way after avoiding the large palm attack, dodging left and right by relying on the advantage of his stance. The monstrous sea of fire kept pursuing him, burning the corners of his coat. Fortunately, he had already comprehended the realm of wind intent. His speed was very fast, and he finally managed to leave the pursuing lead demonic beast behind, and avoided it by jumping into the water to hide his tracks. Drenched gray-clothed youths swam out from the undercurrent of the river, and Zhongshan, who had escaped with his life, looked for a clearing to raise a fire, picked up an iron pot and a cleaver, and began to stir-fry vegetables with skillful movements. When he used to hunt in the mountains, he just cooked for himself and ate by himself, and his cooking skills were not bad. Now that he had been gifted this precious pot by his master, Zhongshan was even more diligent in practicing his stir-frying skills during his breaks. Lin Yuan, who had run out after smelling the fragrance, then gave a thumbs up after eating and drinking his fill and said, "Not bad, my apprentice's stir-fry has grown again." The white cat on this side of the stone bead also picks at his bowl and licks his paw. Although this talent of yours, Zhong kid, is just as sloppy as it gets, this cooking skill has really improved. It's good that Master and Elder Shizhu are eating happily. Zhongshan scratched his head with a naive expression and smiled. Then Lin Yuan changed into a bronze tripod out of thin air, and the white-clothed teenager took out numerous heavenly treasures, which were also picked by Zhongshan during this period of time in the 100,000 mountains. With the Yuchi card detector, every good thing in the entire 100,000 mountains became known. Lin Yuan put many medicinal herbs and beast blood into the cauldron. Those 9 curved spirit ginseng, 100-year-old Ganoderma lucidum, fire scale grass and so on, as well as the disciple hunted and killed Chaotian roar, predator beast, purple jade golden eagle and other demonic beasts' essence blood were refined and integrated into it, and finally stirred out a pot of liquid with a variety of exotic aromas. Apprentice, quickly jump in and run the divine demon body refining technique to absorb this pot of precious medicine, Lin Yuan said in an excited tone to his disciple. Back then, the desolate heaven emperor who pushed across the ages did so it is evident that the way of refining the body lies in medicinal baths and dietary supplements. Yes, master. Zhongshan heard this and jumped directly into this boiling pot of precious medicine liquid without saying a word. The gray-clothed young man who was used to the pain of refining his body had an unchanged expression, as if the surrounding was not boiling water. His body also became reddish from absorbing the constant flow of medicinal power, as if it was about to be vaporized, but his breathing was still steady, long and powerful, and his progress in refining his body was rising. Lin Yuan couldn't help but think of a sentence as he looked at the scene in the tripod. It's like a goose in an iron skillet. Chapter 70, The Great Competition. Grunt, grunt. As the sound of the precious medicine juice boiling came from the bronze tripod, bubbles constantly rose out of the water, and the gray-clothed youth sitting in the tripod was as motionless as a statue. He endured the intense pain from refining his body, while the immense medicinal power contained in the heavenly treasures and demonic beast's essence blood washed and cleansed his body. Each bone was washed and refined to become whiter and whiter like jade, and the Tao patterns of the divine demon body refining technique could be seen faintly floating on the bones. At the same time, the blood on the body is also undergoing metamorphosis, becoming bright red like agate, heavy as 1,000 pounds. Accompanied by the operation of the body refining technique, there are constantly visions of the light flow. God's sun-like vibration, vaguely repeatedly can be heard as if from the ancient gods and devils of the low roar of the voice, but also as if in the sacrifice of ancestors, ancient and metaphysical. Zhongshan's divine demon body refining technique had also broken through to the 3rd layer during this month's life and death training,
and the body cultivation technique operated to absorb the medicinal power at an astonishing speed. His physical cultivation's realm also broke through from the lower rank of the 4th grade to the middle rank of the 4th grade, finally arriving at the upper rank of the 4th grade. As the last bit of medicinal power was absorbed, his physical cultivation realm finally arrived at the perfection of the 4th grade, with a solid foundation and a solid breadth. Not far from breaking through to the 5th grade, the path of physical cultivation is such that as long as the resources are managed enough, the realm can be raised faster than the path of chi cultivation, and the requirements for sensibility are low, provided that there must be sufficient resources. The path of body refining consumed 10 times more resources than the path of chi refining, and without background in strength, it was still difficult to obtain resources in the early stages. So many physical cultivators don't have the resources up front to continue growing either. And Zhongshan was able to harvest so many heavenly treasures and demonic beasts' essence blood from the 100,000 mountains this month. Firstly, because of the gongfu, battle spells and body techniques that he cultivated were strong enough to fight over the levels. Secondly, because the Yum card detector was so good that even the best things hidden deep in the mountains were turned up, scavenged and packed away. Apprentice, now that your body refining realm has reached the 4th grade of perfection, and your chi cultivation realm has reached the 4th grade of the lower stage, your fist and body techniques have also improved a lot in the midst of honing. Strength is now easy to deal with 5th grade demonic beasts. 6th grade demonic beasts can also fight. Ordinary 6th grade demonic beasts are no longer a threat to you, unless you meet those pure blood demonic beast offspring. Your battle power now is much higher than it was a month ago. The way of cultivation. A 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. More than a month of killing and sharpening has made you tense your mind too long between life and death, and now it's time to relax. A bowstring that's too taut is going to break. Let's go back to the Green Cloud Sect and rest for a few days before we set out to venture outside for a change. Lin Yuan looked at his disciple and said with a smile. Zhongshan jumped out of the bronze tripod and arched his hand. Yes, master. Packing up the bowls, pots and pans and the cooking site, Zhongshan also quickly returned to the Qingyan sect. After he registered his return at the mountain gate, he heard a lot of outer disciples gathering together to discuss something. This year's sect competition will begin tomorrow. It's really something to look forward to. I've heard that the rewards for this year's sect competition are extraordinarily generous, and I don't know who it's going to be this time. As far as I understand it, for the sake of this sect competition, numerous personal disciples under the elders' disciplines have also come out of seclusion or returned from their outgoing adventures just to specifically participate in this competition. I think the first in this competition should be senior sister Shen Yulin. Her heavenly water sword technique has reached the realm of perfection. It's a Xian rank upper grade sword technique, and the power is truly terrifying when it's performed. After this grand competition, senior sister Shen's ranking on the human ranking will definitely have to rise even higher. Senior sister Shen is powerful, but our senior brother Chang Haoheng of the weaponry refining peak is ranked 398th on the human ranking list, and that Xian rank upper grade 8 square chop has been refined to the point of great completion. And I've heard that this time, senior brother Chang has broken through the 3rd grade middle stage to become a 3rd grade upper stage cultivator. His strength has greatly improved. As far as I'm concerned, the first place in this grand competition is not his. Just as the crowd was talking, Zhongshan also quickly learned from the discussion of the others that it turned out to be the annual clan competition that had arrived. This time, the grand competition was divided into the inner sect disciples and outer sect disciples grand competition, and this year's rewards were also much more generous than the previous years. So it led to a lot of pro-disciples also participating in this grand competition. As for why the rewards are more generous than before, because the sect had suffered the ripple effects of the crisis of the Demon Dragon Rebellion this time around, and many people were killed or injured. The sect decided to take out more resources to train its disciples. Master, is disciple going to sign up for the sect competition? Zhongshan inquired in his heart. He was now a 4th grade cultivator, and he was very close to a 5th grade physical cultivator. Participating in this clan competition that had at most 3 upper-ranked cultivators, how did it feel like an adult bullying a child? Lin Yuan then said with a bit of excitement. Disciple, hurry up and sign up for this sect competition. This is a classic formula in the Xian E novel clan competition. You can get that first one to come back to properly hit the face and pretend to be a pussy. Let those who once laughed at you for being born with an extinct vein and a wastrel see that you, Zhongshan, are actually a genius. How cool it is to keep abusing the vegetables straight up. Hearing this, Zhongshan thought to himself, I am not a genius. I just met my master. And compared to those heavenly prides, his biggest advantage is probably his willingness to suffer and have perseverance. He wanted to become a true genius as his master said. and for that he could pay 1,000 times 10,000 times more hard work and sweat, boxing tens of thousands of times, millions of times, 10 million times, until the boxing whole mountain and river. Master teacher. I'll sign up then. Zhongshan nodded his head and said in a voice transmission, and the white cat whispered in his ear, Zhong kid, with the cultivation of his highness, who is wise and powerful, and the resourceful human emperor seal artifact spirit me, if you kid can't even get the first place in a mere 6th grade sect, then you'd better hurry up and find a place to dig a hole and bury yourself. Zhongshan, who had already gotten used to the cynicism of the stone bead white cat, said in a voice transmission with a calm expression, Senior Stone Bead, I will definitely come back with a first place this time and won't disgrace my master. Zhongshan on this side quickly signed up at the registration office to participate in the clan competition, and his behavior didn't attract anyone's attention. It was like a stone sinking into the sea because the number of disciples who had signed up to participate in this sect grand was simply too many. Early in the morning a day later, the ring at the clan competition was already crowded and full. The patriarch and the elders of the major peaks were all there. Even the supreme elders who had been in seclusion before had come out. Not only was the audience seated with the crowd of the Qingyan sect, but there were also the city lords of the nearby surrounding cities and the patriarchs of the great families in the cities sitting in the audience to watch the match. The atmosphere was very lively. The disciples participating in the competition all received their competition tokens and came to the ring to start the battle. Zhongshan stood in the ring and saw his first opponent. This was Zhou Chong, an inner disciple of Danding Peak, a young man with a square face wearing vestments and fancy clothes. As soon as Zhou Chong appeared on stage, some people recognized him and talked about him. This is Zhou Chong from Danding Peak. He's a 2nd grade cultivator, and he's also a 1st grade alchemist, a seeded player who can enter the top 20 in this clan competition. His opponent is in deep trouble this time. Who is senior brother Zhou Chang's opponent? It feels so unfamiliar. I've seen this senior brother before when I was listening to the lessons in the Hall of Merit. It should be a new inner disciple who hasn't been in this year for long. I remember. This person seems to be the Zhongshan who was born with an extinct vein and couldn't cultivate before. He was so lucky that he encountered heavenly materials that could enhance his talent, and after taking it, his talent jumped into an upper grade talent, directly becoming an inner disciple. Then this senior brother Zhongshan is going to be unlucky today. Having met senior brother Zhou, it looks like he's going to be eliminated in the first match. While the crowd below the stage was discussing, Zhou Chong on the stage said with a confident smile as he shook his fan, This senior brother thinks you should have heard of my name as well. If you go down by yourself, then there is no need for me to make a move, lest you get hurt. I hadn't heard of it before. Zhongshan replied honestly, which made Zhou Chang's expression awkward for a moment, and said, Well, in that case, it looks like it's going to happen after all. Then it was after the deacons in charge of refereeing gave an order. All the rings started fighting. Zhou Chong confidently took out a bunch of talismans and threw them towards the gray-clothed young man. These talismans included the Heavenly Thunder Talisman, the Fireball Talisman, the Wind Blade Talisman, and other attacking talismans, which fell like a storm. Rumble, accompanied by the rolling thunder caused by the Heavenly Thunder Talisman. Zhou Chong also took out a medium-grade magical artifact flying sword, which he used his sword sentry technique to drive into a long rainbow and shoot at him. This green sword had the color of a bamboo, and its speed was as fast as a shooting star. Shoo shoo shoo. In a flash, it looked like it was about to hit. A fierce and incomparable fist like a tiger's roar directly shattered the rolling heavenly thunder, and dispersed the blazing fire formed by the many talismans and the many wind blades, as if the clouds had opened up and dispersed. This punch not only destroyed the numerous talisman attacks like a tidal wave, but also directly sent the medium-grade magic weapon flying sword flying directly, and the sword's body also suffered impact damage. The light dimmed for a moment. This fist wind transformed into a model tiger mighty towards Zhou Chong rushed over. Zhou Chong was scared to rush to dodge or did not escape directly to fly out to land in the ring below. Zhongshan withdrew his hand. What he used this time was the Xian-ranked arts and martial skills he learned from the hidden scripture pavilion again after becoming an inner disciple. The Tao was roughly divided into two types of arts and martial skills. As for using the heavenly rank upper grade dragon subduing tiger fist against these inner disciples, that was completely killing a chicken with a bull's knife. It was really unnecessary. This one, inner disciple Zhongshan wins. The deacon, who was the referee, looked at the scene on the stage in surprise and amazement, and finally opened his mouth. The other people at the bottom who were watching this scene were even more blown up and cried out incredulously, "What the hell is going on here?" That newcomer Zhongshan, who hasn't been initiated for a long time, actually sent Zhou Chong, who was at the middle rank of the second grade, flying with a single punch. That's too much power. And what kind of punches is he using? This seems to be the red flame mighty tiger fist of that top grade of the Xian rank within the hidden scripture pavilion. To be able to achieve the wind of the fist transforming into a fierce tiger,
This is the consummation of the fist technique, isn't it? Too fierce? Just what realm is this senior Zhongshan? How did he manage to have such a fierce fist? It seems that another dark horse has emerged from this year's grand competition, and Zhongshan's performance over the next 3 days amazed these disciples and spectators on stage. This crossover Zhongshan is simply a batch of ferocious and incomparable dark horses, too dark to be black. The numerous inner disciple opponents he had encountered were resolved with one punch each time. Crisply, no inner disciple was able to force him to throw a second punch with complete ease and ease. Soon the time also came to the last final match. After Zhongshan defeated Xing Yulin, the second-seeded player of this clan competition, he also met his last opponent, Chang Haoheng. This chief disciple of the refining peak, Chang Haoheng, who was holding a long sword and wearing a top-grade vestment, said with a serious expression as he arched his hand, "Senior brother Zhong, let's start fighting." This chief disciple of the alchemy peak was already 48 years old, but he still looked like a youth in his 20s. The more you cultivate, the longer your life, the slower you age, and if you take elixirs such as the fixed face Dan, you can keep your face youthful forever. With Chang Haoheng being in his 40s, a third-grade transcendent cultivator was already considered a genius in the Great Yin dynasty and could enter the human ranking. Okay, senior brother Chang. Zhongshan also arched his hand and bowed back. He didn't make the first move. With his realm it would be too bullying to make the first move. Chang Haoheng, who was at the upper rank of the third grade, also knew that Zhongshan was powerful, and he also used all of his skills to use the 8 square chop, which was at the upper rank of the Xian grade. The 8 square chop of the Xian rank upper grade at the grand completion level transformed into hundreds of chopping strikes. The blade light was like snow, cutting through the sky, as powerful as a bamboo, moving like thunder, and with 1,000 pounds of force. Brush it off. These attacks made of blade light came from all directions. A steady stream, how it was like the Yangtze River, and the blade chi was as sharp as a razor blade. Incomparably sharp. Each blade light falling on the ground could split open a crack of hundreds of meters. And so many blade lights could also shatter the mountain if they fell on a small hill. Facing this attack, Zhongshan threw a punch, which was as natural as the flowing clouds in the sky, and as if the antelope was hanging without a trace, accompanied by the sound of a dragon roaring and a tiger whistling, only to see this overbearing and incomparable fist intent coalesce into an augur golden true dragon. Surrounded by clouds and mist like the ocean, the augur came out of the sea. The dragon roared in all directions. The red flame mighty tiger fist, which was originally a top grade of the Xian rank, had unexpectedly reached the power of an earth grade fist technique under the enchantment of the fist intent, and for a time, the sky and earth changed color, and the clouds and haze were dyed with streams of light. Crackle! This fist intent shattered this sword light in all directions with unstoppable swiftness, like thunder shattering the darkness, making a crackling sound as it blasted towards the enemy. Chang Haoheng utilized the Xian rank middle grade body technique flow cloud steps to dodge at great speed. However, it was of no use. He was still struck by the wind of the fist, and was directly knocked down from the ring with a punch. This time the crowd on stage was also clamoring excited and shocked and talking. The audience was noisy accompanied by bursts of applause and shouts. Heavens! Senior Zhong actually still managed to solve Senior Chang, who was ranked in the human ranking, with a single punch. You know that Senior Brother Chang has already broken through the third rank upper level of cultivation, so Senior Brother Zhong shouldn't be at the fourth rank already, right? When did our Green Cloud sect produce such a genius as Senior Zhong? I heard that Senior Zhong is only 19 years old, truly a genius human being that is hard to come by in 100 years. Senior Brother is mighty and domineering. So many times the clan competition fights have solved the opponent with a single punch. It's too powerful. I don't know how Senior Brother Zhong cultivates. How long has he only been in the inner sect? It's really unbelievable. This side floating in the air to eat melon and watch the show Lin Yuan and Stone Beats White Cat also chatting. They used the shielding other people's perception to view the spell. Except Zhongshan, no one can see them. Apprentice's fight was okay. A bit of the invincible style I had back when I was invincible and took first place in the sect competition. Lin Yuan was eating a watermelon as he spoke. He was actually talking about his previous life when he took first place in the 9th grade Sect Mountain River Sect Grand Competition. At that time, the scene is more than most of this is the attention of all the people. The dynasty of the state also came to the clan to watch the ceremony for his performance applauded and applauded. Many families in the imperial capital have come over to want to invest in bets. The dynasty's lord also wanted to marry the princess was politely refused. The 9th grade cultivation of the Mountain River Sect's supreme elder who wanted to personally accept him as his disciple was all rejected by Lin Yuan. As for this life, after Lin Yuan joined the Taiyin Holy Land, the status of the Holy Maiden was superb, and his strength progressed so fast that when the disciples within the Holy Land sect competition was held, he was sitting at the table of the judge's seat. Your Highness has taught us well. Your hands are wonderful. Even if rotten wood falls into your hands can be brought back to life and revitalized.
Not to mention that this kid Zhongshan is not bad at understanding and has the perseverance to endure hardship. He encountered your teaching. That is naturally against the heavens to change his fate from a loser into a genius to embark on the road to rise.
This is all because of your earnest teaching. If did not meet you, this bellboy and this Qing Yunzo need all the pain.
Have to wait until the monkey years and months to slowly rise. Then the flowers have to wait for thanks. The young poor are going to become the dead for the great. The stone-bead white cat said as he peeled the crystal grapes and handed them over.
Lin Yuan took the grapes and ate them and smiled. Thank you Ishizu-senpai. It's delicious.
Lin Yuan thought to himself that he sort of understood why the human emperor would value the human emperor seal weapon spirit stone bead senior. Besides, such an able to talk good at touting the existence of listening to was really comfortable in the heart. Elder Shizhu, you eat more too. Lin Yuan held the white cat. Shizhu will be peeled lychee fed to each other, said with a smile. Shizhu beautifully ate lychee, thought. This is the lychee that your highness peeled for me with your own hands.
None of Lord Human Emperor's other treasures have this treatment. This is the only one for me.
The many elders of the Green Cloud sect in the audience also revealed their surprise, and one elder said excitedly to the patriarch next to him, Lord Sovereign, just now that was fist intent. To be able to condense fist intent, there is still a 4th grade cultivation that can definitely enter the top 10 of the human ranking. Our Green Cloud sect hasn't had a genius enter the top 10 of the human ranking in many years. The Great Yin dynasty had a vast territory and countless sects, and the human ranking was specially set up for talented cultivators under the age of 60. Generally, the geniuses in the top 10 of the human ranking were the personal disciples or true disciples of those 8th and 9th grade sects, and very rarely did dark horses appear.
That's right.
Our Green Cloud sect has really gotten lucky this time, to be able to have such a once-in-a-century genius in our clan.
Ha 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 ha.
Qingyan sect patriarch Shuanghaoran was also happy and laughed out loud,
and those city lords next to him also congratulated and talked about it.
With such a genius in the Green Cloud sect, it's expected that it will become a 7th or even an 8th grade sect in the future. It seems like this genius is going to shine and overwhelm the crowd in the 100 sect competition in half a year. This gray-clothed youth is really heroic.
Young age, really is a talented person. Really want to get acquainted. I do not know if there can be a marriage.
These people's discussion also let the senior management of the Qingyun sect listen to the mood more and more comfortable up. The patriarch Shuanghaoran let his subordinates hurry to this clan competition first of this inner disciple information investigation clear to him. Shuanghaoran was not familiar with Zhongshan, who had just entered the inner sect not long ago, and it was only the first time he saw the other party in this sect competition, so he really didn't know much about it. Waiting for the end of the big competition, he got the information and read it before frowning at his subordinates and instructing them. Delegate Wan Ronghua of the Outer Sect's Miscellaneous Disciples Division will be demoted and sent to the mines to guard the mines, and he will not return in this lifetime. That Gongfa Hall lecturer Su Tingxing doesn't need to be any more lecturer, lecturing and abusing students, and scolding our sect's genius. Really no teacher's morals. Send someone to tell him to come out and apologize to Zhongshan with a bramble, and if he fails to do so, the clan rules will be served. After the Su Tingxing apologizes, let him go to the Absolute Spirit Valley to be punished for 50 years. The patriarch thought to himself that the matter was about the 100 sect competition and whether or not Qingyun sect's future could become a 7th grade sect, and Zhongshan was undoubtedly the key. As for Su Tingxing, an outer sect lecturer whose potential had been exhausted, with no hope of breaking through to the 5th rank realm in his lifetime, how could he be compared to Zhongshan, who had become a 4th ranked cultivator at such a young age and had also comprehended the fist intent? After listening to the subordinate led the order to go on a mission, that the absolute spirit of the valley but was laid down a large array of aura is incredibly thin, almost no place, where the cultivator to go to be punished is equal to live and suffer. Su Tingxing, who was in seclusion in the cave on this side, still didn't know what situation he would be facing next, and didn't realize it until the law enforcement outer sect elders and deacons barged in and took him away. Upon hearing that Zhongshan had actually been at the 4th rank realm and had also comprehended fist intent, Su Tingxing cried out in disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It's only been a few months. How did he turn from a mortal to a 4th grade cultivator? I don't believe it must be fake. After saying that he was furious while spitting blood, this side of the law enforcement hall elder indifferently looked at this person and said, Su Tingxing, so many people saw Zhongshan win first place in the clan competition. Could things still be faked? You're afraid that you're closed off, confused. The patriarch ordered me to carry out orders for you and apologize to the geniuses of our Qingyun sect. So you quickly go and apologize for your mistake and then go to the Jialing Valley to be punished. Su Tingxing turned pale and started to make a fuss and refused to go forward. Then the law enforcement hall and others started to teach him how to behave. After a severe beating, Su Tingxing's nose was bruised and swollen. Finally realizing his fault, he then limped towards Zhongshan's residence with a bar of thorns on his back.
This side of Zhongshan living in the cave door came knocking on the door, and when Zhongshan opened the door, he saw Su Tingshang, who was kneeling on the ground with a blue nose and a swollen face, crying and weeping in pain. I'm sorry, senior brother Zhong. I was wrong. I shouldn't have insulted you in public. It is I who have eyes without pearls and do not know him. This is my indemnity, and I hope you will accept. It's, Su Tingsheng regretfully said, at the same time handed over the storage bag. If he had known, why bother? He is considered to regret. His intestines are almost green. Zhongshan also did not expect that outside the door would be Su Tingsheng. He still remembered the other party's disdainful expression at that time, and did not expect that now the other party was in a state of distress to come over to apologize for his sins. Under Su Tingsheng's repeated apologies and insistence, Zhongshan still accepted the storage bag of reparation. And then Su Tingsheng was taken away by the law enforcement hall elders and others to be punished. The patriarch on this side also approached the door full of apologies. Senior brother Zhongshan, you didn't have a good time in our Changyin sect before. I already know and punished them for these things. It's a gift to make up for it. So take it. This side of the Qingyan sect's patriarch Zhuang Haoran was also a smart person. He had already guessed that there should be another strong master behind Zhongshan, or else with such an age of the other party, how could he be able to comprehend the fist meaning so quickly? There must be a strong person behind the back to carefully teach and cultivate into a talent, so that a natural-born extinct vein of the scum cultivated to such a point now. This is the reward given to you for this great competition. Choose 3 out of these 5 treasures. In addition to the treasures, there are also 100,000 medium-grade spirit stones. The patriarch continued to take out 5 treasures and said, originally, the reward for the first place in the clan competition was supposed to be a choice of one of the 3 treasures, but for the sake of the clan genius, rules can be changed. Not so rigid. Chapter 71 Arrangements. Under the patriarch's warm treatment, after some chats and explanations, Zhongshan received the storage bag. Also selected the treasures rewarded by the grand competition. The 3 treasures he chose were a few thousand years worth of soul-nourishing wood, jasper ganoderma, and 3 flowers and 7-leaf grass, which were also very good treasures in the treasure trove of the 6th grade sect's Qingyan sect. The patriarch, after delivering the treasures, also said something about the 100 sect competition to be held by the Great Yin dynasty in half a year's time, saying that this big competition is richly rewarded. Before leaving, Zhuang Haoran said, Senior brother Zhong, the rewards for the top 10 of the 100 sect competition organized by the Great Yin dynasty this time are very generous, and the top 3 can go and pick out treasures within the Great Yin treasury. That is the treasure trove accumulated by the entire dynasty. There are too many good things in it. Just picking a few of them would be a great chance. Moreover, the top 50 of the grand competition can also obtain the qualification to enter the secret realm of the submerged dragon. That is a secret realm that usually only royal clansmen are able to enter. There are countless heavenly treasures inside, and the secret realm opens once every 30 years. You should make good use of the opportunity. If you can come out on top in the grand competition, it will not only be good for you, but also for the clan. From today onwards, you can ask me for any resources you need for your cultivation in the future. As long as our Green Cloud sect can take it out, I will definitely give it to you. After the patriarch left, Zhongshan took out the piece of ink colored like a sinuous chi dragon soul nurturing wood, which was a piece of wood with a strange pattern, able to contain the soul to have a good effect on the soul. If it wasn't for the fact that only this one of the 5 treasures of the patriarch was related to soul-type treasures, he would have wanted to choose all 3 of them to be similar to such treasures as the soul-nurturing wood. Senior, quickly use the soul-nurturing wood to try how effective it is, Zhongshan said to the white-clothed boy who floated out in front of him, and Lin Yuan knew that this was the treasure that his disciple had specially chosen for himself. Said with a warm heart, Thanks, apprentice, you have a heart. This soul-nurturing wood should be useful, Lin Yuan said as he reached out and absorbed the soul-nurturing wood. The wood turned into a stream of light and was refined. He found that the dash of divine soul power left in the ring had recovered by roughly 1/10. I feel pretty good. Disciple, next after you take care of the Qingyan sect side of things, we're going to set off to venture out and make a name for ourselves. The Green Cloud sect is only a 6th grade sect, and there's only a limited amount of help it can give you. Physical cultivation is a big consumer of resources, so we still need to go on outside adventures to gather resources. In the midst of life and death training, your cultivation can also grow rapidly. When we come back to participate in the competition before the 100 clans competition. Listening to Lin Yuan's gushing narration, Zhongshan nodded in agreement with a smile. He set a goal in his heart that was to take the first place in the 100 sect competition by that time, and go to the Great Yin Dynasty's treasure trove to choose divine soul-type treasures to give to his master. The stone-bead white cat on this side also raised its paw and patted the gray-clothed youth on the shoulder and said, Zhong kid, this time the job is not bad. When the 100 clan competition to cheer do not be beaten down. We cannot afford to lose this face. Senior, Elder Shizhu, I'll try my best to take first place, Zhongshan said with a firm and steady gaze, giving people the feeling that he could withstand the wind and rain just like a rock. At the same time, Lin Yuan also sensed the movement coming from the distant side of his body. Previously, he left part of his mind in the Beidou ancient city to retreat and cultivate, and recently the main body left the Beidou ancient city to retreat on the Xianyu immortal boat under the suggestion of the Grand Elder, and now he is counting the time to arrive at the central state soon. Now that things were on track on the apprentice's side, it was time to let go and return most of his mind back to his essence, leaving some of his mind to focus on this side for good. Lin Yuan said to Zhongshan and Shizhu after making his decision, I have things to do next and won't be out as often as I used to, so you guys don't have to worry. If you run into any trouble just call out to me through the ring. It's also a way of sharpening your apprentices. Big trees don't grow in greenhouses, and eagles need to learn to fly on their own before they can soar into the blue sky. Master, I know. Zhongshan nodded his head and said, and next to him, Shizhu also patted his chest. Your Highness, don't worry and go about your business. With me here, no trouble can be difficult for us. Most of Lin Yuan's mind after arranging his disciples' next journey also returned to his body as he pushed open the door of the Xianyu immortal boat's retreat room and walked out. Qing Luo walked up with a tray of fruits and snacks with a smile on her face and said, Your Highness, you finally come out of the gate. We've already arrived in the central state. Come on, let's go back to the Holy Land. Lin Yuan said with a smile as he looked at the rippling mountains and rivers beneath the immortal boat. Chapter 72 Central State. Fang Xing walked out from the room of Xianyu immortal boat when he heard the commotion. He had also been practicing hard all this time. Now he was already at the middle level of the 6th grade. Awakening the Tao Bone is just like awakening the divine body, the holy body. He was already extremely enlightened. In his previous life, even after losing the Tao Bone, he could still realize the mastery of the Zhouyue sacred canon in the demon sect. In this life, he regained the Taoist bone. Enlightenment is naturally more amazing horror. Unusual cultivators find it difficult to bottlenecks and barriers on the other side of the line is to eat and drink water that easy. As long as there are enough resources managed, the realm can easily be raised up. And after the destruction of the Nanli sect, the resources of the sect's treasury Fang Xing initially wanted to give to Lin Yuan, and was politely refused by Lin Yuan, letting Fang Xing leave these things to cultivate by himself. Those resources of the Nanli sect were completely worthless to the extremely wealthy Lin Yuan, but for the previously penniless Fang Xing, the resources of an 8th grade sect, the Nanli sect, could be enough for him to cultivate for a long time, all the way up to the 8th or 9th grade without any problem. Is this the central state? The aura is at least 10 times denser than the other states. Fang Xing felt the rich spiritual qi in the air and thought to himself, no wonder I've always heard that the central state is rich in spiritual qi, and is a place that many cultivators in other states aspire to, and now I see that this is indeed the case. Fang Xing, His Highness has already come out of the gate. The young lady asked me to call you over. There is something to find you. Qing Luo on this side came over to meet him and said. She couldn't help but snort a laugh when she saw Fang Xing's surprised expression as he looked out the window and said, the first time to come to the central state, feel very shocked. Right. The central state is rich in spiritual qi, but the cultivation of the treasure land. And His Highness has also done a lot of things over the years to make a lot of changes in the central state. Let's take the palm treasure as an example. This is a magic weapon developed and promoted by the Taiyin Holy Land and the Tianji Holy Land together, with which you can access the internet. You can log into the central state's forum to post or video, and you can browse messages posted by others. Through the palm of the treasure can be more separate exchange of cultivation experience and a variety of useful information, not only to help cultivation, but also to entertain life. His Highness has also set up a mall and shopping system in his palm, as well as an all-encompassing bookstore. Every cultivator who uploaded a new technique to the book city could obtain points, which could be used to purchase goods or download techniques or materials in the book city, and 1 point was approximately equal to 100 lower-grade spirit stones. It was also designed to encourage cultivators to be able to innovate or improve more techniques of gongfu, weaponsmithing, alchemy, talismans and so on. His Highness has also set up various incentives and forum honorary titles to motivate more people to explore improvements and innovations. His Highness also said, the present method is not necessarily inferior to the ancient method, the times are progressing and there is no need to stick to the distinction between the ancient and the modern. Brainstorming to advance the development of today's Gongfu Daohuayan techniques might be able to bring many surprises to the current cultivation world. In short, the treasure in the palm of the hand is wonderful, and now the cultivators in the central state have a hand. No matter where in the central state in addition to the secret realm have a signal. We're back in central state, and we can finally connect to the network in central state. After Qing Luo finished speaking, she took out a palm-sized lower-grade magic weapon like a mirror and handed it over. She crossed her arms and introduced it. Miss, let me give you a palm treasure. and then introduce you to the general knowledge of life in Zhengzhou to teach you to surf the internet. You don't look at the palm treasure, which is only a lower grade magic weapon. In fact, this magic weapon was very sturdy, resistant to beating, and dropping it could be used as a slate shield, and it wasn't any worse than the strength of a top grade magic weapon. The reason why it was a lower grade artifact was that His Highness and those people from the Tianji Holy Land had specialized in researching to control the grade to lower grade artifacts, because His Highness said that the lower grade magic weapons were the cheapest and priced lower, so that a first grade cultivator could afford them even if he worked hard for a few months. This measure made many bottom cultivators in the central state grateful to His Highness, especially the scattered cultivators. The general ordinary magic weapon is still a bit expensive, and the price of the palm treasure with such a multifunctional function is so cheap. This was completely taking care of them. The bottom cultivators, how could they not be grateful for your Highness's kindness? In particular, the opening of the book city and the shopping center set up by His Highness had also paved a ladder to heaven for many cultivators, and feats and resources were no longer an obstacle preventing them from climbing up. Although there are those wolfish people or those from a privileged background who don't care, but that's a minority, and most of the central state cultivators are grateful to your Highness. Lin Yuan as a traverser came to this fantasy world will naturally bring some modernization changes, but also for the closed non-circulation of the cultivation world connected to the network opened the door to a new world. Although he gave an cell phone function almost metaphysical version of the palm of the treasure, pricing is very cheap, but the forum and the mall are opened by him. Just charge transaction fees or earning a lot of money. What's more, many of his industries also have online stores, and as the days and months accumulate, he will definitely be the richest man in Kyushu in the future. The reason why Lin Yuan created the Wanbao building can become the first chamber of commerce in the central state within a few years is also because of borrowing the internet. This wind jumped up to become bigger and stronger. The Taiyin Holy Lands industry had also doubled its wealth many times over because of following Lin Yuan's investment, causing the elders of the Holy Land who were in charge of the clan's finances to be as attentive every time they saw Her Highness the Holy Maiden as if they were seeing the goddess of wealth. The income of the Holy Land sect has become higher. The welfare of the disciples has become better. Coupled with the fact that Her Highness the Holy Maiden is powerful and gifted in pro-people, the many disciples within the Taiyin Holy Land also hold Lin Yuan in high esteem. They are looking forward to His Highness to hurry up to become the Lord of the Holy Land, and would like to look forward to His Highness as the head of the car. Even the Sacred Land Patriarch Qin Yu was looking forward to Lin Yuan reaching the realm to take over the position of the Sacred Lord as soon as possible, so that she could retire earlier to concentrate on her cultivation and not be disturbed. And Lin Yuan knew that if he wanted to be able to smoothly implement things like palm treasure, shopping mall and so on in the central state, relying on the Taiyin Holy Land alone definitely wouldn't work. The resistance was too great, so he pulled together the 10 holy places in central state to invest together, uniting all the forces that could be united, and the cultivation mall gave the corresponding shares to the 10 holy places. With the interests of the major holy places are also very cooperative to do the promotion work, the implementation of the natural in the central state has become smooth. Interests are also an important bond in addition to feelings, with a common interest after the 10 holy places become much more harmonious, closer to each other than before, also united a lot. The Taiyin Sacred Maiden had also become the meat and potatoes and investment leader in the eyes of the executives of many holy places. After all, the righteous way of doing things still need to talk about the rules and face how to do it in private. That is the thing behind the scenes. In the open still need to make money in a serious way, because the rules are set by everyone together. There are many experts and quasi-imperial reclusive powerhouses among the scattered cultivators, and many of those powerful families are also deep-rooted imperial clans. The 10 great sacred grounds can't do anything to dictate the rules in the central state, so the 10 great sacred grounds won't go too far for the countless number of casual cultivators in the central state as well as the various family lineages. Now with this operation by the Taiyin Holy Maiden, the 10 great sacred grounds could earn more spirit stones and resources openly and honestly as well as increase their reputation. So why not? The main reason Lin Yuan did all this was to deal with the future catastrophe of the demonic invasion, and to try to improve the strength of our human cultivators before the outbreak of the Great War. Fong Xing, who had received the treasure in the palm of his hand from Qing Luo, looked at the treasure with curiously wide eyes. It was the first time he had heard of such a magical thing. Ha ha ha, seeing as how you've never seen it before, it's better for me to teach you how to use it. Qing Luo laughed out loud at this scene and said, she had already forgotten the shock of seeing the palm treasure for the first time. And it was similar to Fong Xing's behavior at this moment. You open the palm treasure and look at it. This is the Flying Express function. You can send things through Flying Sword Express or space teleportation across a long distance. There is our Wanbao Lu logo on it. If any ungrateful cultivator dared to privately dismantle the courier to rob what other people had ordered, he would wait to be wanted and hunted down by the Holy Land without end. There's also a prohibition on the express box that can't be opened except by myself unless a Saint Realm powerhouse makes a move. How honorable and powerful was the Saint Realm existence? Would it care about a small express? So the express was prepared for most of the cultivators below the Saint Realm. It's not a little cutie. Or demonic cultivators. Evil cultivators are usually not someone who dares to demolish other people's express delivery. The safety is still very guaranteed. Qing Luo pointed at the flying sword icon in the palm treasure and said. Then she also showed some operations on how to buy things in the cultivation mall. You can buy something at the mall and have it delivered when you fill out your address and contact information. All of us in the Holy Land, including the Dao forces under our command, can enjoy a 10% discount, so more cultivators want to join our Holy Land forces. There are also a lot of people who will want a friend from the Holy Land so that they can get a lot of discounts on spirit stones for buying things. Qing Luo then introduced the other functions of the palm treasure before leading Fong Xing to the door of Lin Yuan's room. And then she left. Lin Yuan, who was drinking tea and eating snacks here, saw Fong Xing, who pushed the door in and pushed over the futon to signal the other party to sit down. He handed over a plate of snacks and then opened his mouth. Now that you've arrived in the central state, do you have any plans? Your Highness, I'll try to become stronger to become your follower sooner. Fong Xing, who had already sat down, clasped his fists with a firm gaze and said, and Lin Yuan on this side smiled and shook his head. You don't have to choose to follow me just because I helped you avenge your death. You should have to think about your own future plans. Although the Taiyin Sacred Ground was ranked third amongst the 10 great sacred grounds, the Taiyin Emperor's scripture and the vast majority of the techniques passed down were suitable for female cultivators to cultivate, rather than male cultivators. Moreover, you can't join the Taiyin Sacred Ground, you can only directly join the Dao lineage under the Taiyin Sacred Ground, and the resources and treatment that you can receive are far inferior to going to other sacred grounds. Said Lin Yuan took out a piece shaped like a green kite spreading its wings and wanting to fly ancient and elegant pendant. He handed it over and said, this is a treasure that can help you hide your Dao bone aura to avoid probing by strong people. Even the quasi-emperor level can't probe you through the surface. You have the matter of the Taoist bone. I have already placed a gag order to avoid more people know. To avoid attracting some demonic cultivators, evil cultivators prying eyes. More than one thing is better than one thing. When you become strong, those hidden in the gutter of the street mice are not enough to worry about. Of course, you don't have to be afraid of anything. You are the little brother that I brought back to the central state. And when you encounter things that are being bullied, you can also look for me to back up. And with me there, no one can bully you again. With your talent and my background connections, you don't have to worry about things like the Dao bone being exposed and robbed when you go to other holy places. I'll take care of it. You want to join that holy place? Lin Yuan spoke while detailing the various situations of the 10 great sacred grounds. And in the end, he recommended, I would rather recommend you to join the second-ranked De Luo Holy Land, the holy daughter of De Luo Holy Land. Ling Qingran and I have a good relationship. She is warm and fiery, very hospitable, and often comes to Taiyin Holy Land as a guest. I can ask her to take care of you, so that you can have a smoother time in the Holy Land of the Great Luo as well. And the Holy Son of the Great Luo Holy Land is vacant and undecided. With your talent to enter the Holy Land of the Great Luo should be able to become the Holy Son. When many resources and treasures have everything. If you don't want to go to the Great Luo Sacred Ground and want to join the Evergreen Sacred Ground, which is ranked first, then I can also recommend you to senior brother Gu Changsheng. Gu is a good friend of mine. He is upright, cold face and warm heart, a little arrogant but generous to people, generous. With my recommendation, senior brother Gu will also take more care of you in the Evergreen Holy Land. Lin Yuan sincerely planned for Fong Xing's cultivation. He hoped that the other party would have a smooth and promising journey. And joining the Holy Land was obviously much better than joining the Taoist forces. In the late stage of the plot of the previous life, the Evergreen Sacred Ground will be attacked by the demonic tribe with heavy casualties and almost destroyed, which also led to the loss of the leader of the righteous forces, and the Taoist alliance was plunged into civil strife. In this life, Lin Yuan was confident that with himself as a traveler, he should be able to preserve the vast majority of the Evergreen Holy Land's power, avoiding things from repeating themselves and keeping civil unrest at bay. So if it was the Evergreen Sacred Ground that Fong Xing wanted to join, Lin Yuan wouldn't stop him because he had already decided to change the miserable future of the Evergreen Sacred Ground, and had made a lot of preparations to have the confidence to make it happen. Your Highness, I don't want to join another Holy Land, I just want to follow you for the rest of my life. Fong Xing looked at the green kite pendant in his hand and looked at His Highness, who cared about his future. He said with a pious and firm gaze, his loyalty to His Highness can be shown to the sun and the moon, until death do us part. Lin Yuan over here was a bit surprised. He didn't expect it to be like this. So the persuasion continued. The environment of the Great Luo Sacred Land is very good, and there is more harmony within the Sacred Land,
And the sacred land's rewards for its disciples are much better than those of the Taoist forces. You don't have to stay because of any favor you want to repay me. You have to think about yourself. And it's just as well to repay later when you're stronger. And I don't lack for anything or need anything in return. You shouldn't have any burden in your heart. So feel free to join the Great Luo Holy Land. Fang Xing over here shook his head without hesitation. Your Highness, as long as I can stay by your side, I don't care about any Holy Land Taoist. It's just that I'm willing to be an ordinary handyman disciple without any salary. Lin Yuan saw that Fang Xing's expression was so resolute and firm that he had no choice but to give up when he couldn't convince the other party. It seemed that the letter of recommendation written to the Holy Maiden of the Great Luo could only be nullified, but fortunately the letter hadn't been sent out yet. Well, since you insisted on choosing to follow me, I will also cultivate you properly. I've got plenty of money, enough resources and stuff to manage it, so take these and ask me for more if you don't have enough. Lin Yuan said and took out a dozen storage bags and put them on the table. He originally wanted to say, big brother, I have the money. Just ask. Little brother. These days when a big brother is not bold and generous, how can he make his little brother work for him? No matter how bitter you are, you can't be bitter to your brother. Not to mention that he is the kind of big brother who is very rich and generous. These resources are useless to him, but they are very useful to Fang Xing. Later he thought about how he couldn't call himself big brother while he was still seemingly in the women's costume. So he had to change his name to me. Your Highness, I can't take these things. You've helped me enough. The resources I received from the Southerly Sect before were already enough for me to cultivate to the 9th grade realm. After that the resources of the creation realm I will obtain on my own. Killing, fighting and adventuring, I will do all of these. I will definitely cultivate to the life and death realm early to become your follower. Your Highness. Fang Xing shook his head and said in a decisive refusal. His goal was actually far from the realm of life and death, but the world's strongest. He wanted to become an emperor to guard the best highness in the world. As Lin Yuan looked at Fang Xing's such a resolute refusal, he couldn't help but think to himself that this was the arrogance of being able to become a supreme powerhouse. Alright, since that's the case, then wait until senior brother Fang if you encounter any difficulties. Come to me anytime you need help and I'll help you. Lin Yuan said after thinking about it. He didn't think of Fang Xing as a follower, but as a friend and a good brother who would fight side by side in the extraterrestrial battlefield together in the future. So he addressed him as Senior Brother Fang. Since he couldn't give it openly, it would be better to take care of it secretly. And when the time came, he instructed the Taoist forces under his command to take care of Fang Xing more. Lin Yuan thought to himself that there weren't many good big brothers who cared about their little brother as much as he did anymore, and he gave himself a nod in his heart. Your Highness, I will definitely become stronger soon. Fang Xing was touched to hear these words and said. He thought to himself that after he had cultivated to the realm of creation after joining the forces of the Tao in the central state, he would take on missions as soon as possible to grow faster in the midst of the trials of life and death. Xing Luo, who had left on this side, returned to her room, then took out her palm treasure as she began to upload the battle video she had taken earlier of Lin Yuan decapitating numerous demon kings. She moved skillfully to take a title. Shocked, the white-clothed fairy killed all the Sate realm demon kings, killing the sky and the earth. Then Xing Luo clicked to send uploaded to the Zhengzhou forum news gossip section. An instant directly airborne became the front page headlines. Numerous central state cultivators who were following Xing Luo's because they wanted to know more about the Taiyin Sacred Maiden received message alerts. The blogger you follow, Taiyin Holy Maiden's personal maid Xing Luo, has released a new video. The vast and sprawling vastness of the great land of Zhengzhou, countless numerous cultivators have a thought surfaced in their hearts to become excited. Her Highness, the Taiyin Holy Maiden, has finally returned to the central state. Chapter 73 Action. When Xing Luo sent the video and title to the forum of Zhengzhou, at once the entire Zhengzhou news and gossip area boiled up as if it had exploded. Reminding the reply, all the messages instantly jumped to a terrifyingly astronomical number. Cultivators all over the central state who had paid attention to the fact that this Taiyin Sacred Maiden's personal attendant, Xing Luo, possessed a palm treasure had all received this news. This was because Lin Yuan usually didn't use the large Taiyin Holy Maiden to speak on the central state network either. This led to many cultivators who wanted to follow the Taiyin Holy Maiden having to retreat to follow Xing Luo as a way to better understand the recent developments of their admired highness. When they had been curious and excited and couldn't wait to click into the battle video that Xing Luo had posted, they saw such a wonderful and brilliant battle, especially in the central state cultivators, as to see that familiar style and splendor. Our white fairy and the demon tribe set up a ring. One-person speed battle, 4 sides kill the demon king's corpses all over the time. Numerous cultivators have left comments with righteous indignation and excitement. It turns out that your highness is not in the central state, but has gone to the southern state to subdue the demons and get rid of the devils. That hateful demon race has eaten so many people from our human race. It really deserves to be killed. If your highness hadn't stepped in, how many people would have died? Too powerful. Your Highness is worthy of being a rare and exceptional pride of our human race for hundreds of thousands of years.
A gaijin who has stepped into the taboo level. Good wow. So many demon kings couldn't withstand a single sword from your Highness. The deaths were really great. This seed cultivation so many years ago also boasted of a party genius. Now in front of your Highness is really like a mayfly shaking a big tree. Only to realize that sitting in a well and watching the sky, deeply feeling my own insignificance. I can only look up to your Highness as if on a pilgrimage. Your Highness is mighty, raising the might of our human race and killing the heck out of it. How I would love to be able to fight side by side with your Highness. One of the most popular threads in the comments section was, "Damnable demon race. How could they cause your Highness to be so angry? Your Highness saved my life by cutting down the demons and eliminating the devils when he was patrolling the Central State back in the day. How could I not repay them? I will now go to the human race's border at the Demon Suppression Pass to behead the demons. Who would like to go with me?" There were also numerous replies and likes at the bottom of this thread in an instant. "May I go with you all? So am I. Already on my way to the border. My scattered cultivators would like to go. If your Highness set up the book city can exchange high-level skills, my scattered cultivators bidder no suitable skills before the road is lost for a long time. In the past, they could only sell their lives for those family clans for the resources of the techniques and not necessarily get the right techniques. But now as long as they had spirit stones and points they could exchange for the techniques that suited them. How can your Highness' kindness not be felt within me? Otherwise, my Taoist heart will not be at peace and I will toss and turn. My little brother's low strength doesn't want to drag you all down. But he has quite a bit of family money and offers a batch of pills and weapons for free to all of you to participate in the battle. If your Highness hadn't stepped in back then, our entire family would have already perished in the attack of the great demon. Your Highness the Holy Maiden of Taiyan's fan support group invites you to fight. I am willing to follow your Highness to the death." The monks who commented on this aren't just paying lip service. They actually do it, with a terrifying capacity for action. At this time the Central State forum culture is still relatively simple. The monks are also thought of what to say. Online quarrels inextricably when the direct offline fight. Many people are still real names on the internet. Wouldn't they lose face in front of their friends and family if they couldn't do what they said they would do? The vast majority of cultivators were more concerned about face, and commented online out of sincerity and execution. This then led to a large number of Zhongzhou cultivators running to the borderline of the human frontier and starting to kill, causing some confusion and doubt on the side of the demon race. Did the human race eat some kind of explosive barrel? It blows up at the slightest point, just like madness. The forum culture in Zhongzhou is like this. Everyone is still relatively subtle and restrained in their speeches. Even if they admire Her Highness, they will also take into account their status and not dare to be too unrestrained. Until the influx of future players who became cultivators shocked the cultivators of the Central State with their words of tigers and wolves shouting their wives at His Highness. A mouthful of "I'm His Highness's dog" and other words like that. Both sides of the fan club after a period of time back to dislike and scolding and grinding. And finally the players also succeeded in bringing crooked the atmosphere of the forum of the Central State. Of course, the players forced by the force of the cultivators in the Central State also had to converge some vocabulary and style. At this time, the Holy Land ranked 5th in the Red Sun Holy Land's magnificent palace. Opulent, gorgeous, surrounded by jade trees like coral agarwood, looks crystal clear, treasure lighting. Under the clouds look like heavenly palace. Above the main hall sat a handsome and unruly looking youth, giving people the feeling of being as hot as the terrifying sun. This person is the Red Sun Saint Sun Yen Liang. Yen Liang was born with a big sun god body. When the vision across the sky there are 10 days across the sky, the golden crow cries in other visions. Powerful, flowing light, alarmed the Holy Land ancestor directly out of the gate for its name, and set as the Holy Sun. His clan elder father was overjoyed at the time and said, "My son has the appearance of a great emperor." This side of the Yen Liang expression serious and solemn as if doing a very important thing. However, he is actually holding as the treasure in the palm of his hand constantly skillfully browsed the post. A look is not the first time to do so. A message quickly attracted the attention of Yen Lieji, and he stood up directly in amazement and said in a high voice, "Sister Yuana returned to the Central State today. The treasures I specifically bought at the auction earlier were finally able to be delivered to the Taiyin sacred land." The protector of the path next to him said in a helpless tone, "Saint Sun, you mustn't directly call out any Sister Yuana outside. If the other Taiyin Holy Maiden hears about this she'll have to hang you up and beat you up like last time. And you're not familiar with each other at all. So you'd better call out to senior sister Lin honestly." Yen Liang fell in love at first sight when he first came to the Taiyin Holy Land and met Lin Yuan a few years ago. Maybe it was because of the attraction of the Taiyin god body to the sun god body. Or maybe it was because Yen Liang liked to look good when he saw color. In short, he did something that disgraced the face of the Red Sun Holy Land. Yen Liang directly rushed up with an arrow step and loudly proposed, "Sister Yuaner, From the first moment I saw you I fell deeply in love with you. You're a Taiyin divine physique and I'm a Sun divine physique. We're a natural pair. I would like to become a Taoist couple with you. I wonder if you would be willing to marry me. Get the hell out of here. Lin Yuan, then blackface murderess, said. Even by a male public proposal is really a strange shame. Can tolerate it. So Lin Yuan directly Han Yen Liang beat the nose and face hanging up and beat, and then hung in the Taiyin Holy Land mountain entrance hanging for 3 days to warn others. The many disciples of the Taiyin Holy Land in those 3 days had glared at Yen Liang. This guy even wanted to marry their holy maiden. He was worthy of it? Every female disciple of the Taiyin sacred ground who passed by the mountain in trance looking at the hanging figure, they would curse the person a dozen times before they would leave. In fact, Yen Liang could have left on his own after being beaten and punched by Lin Yuan, but he was unwilling to go. Yen Liang just continued to stay with such a deadpan face. Even if he was hung on the mountain gate, he still wanted to rely on the Taiyin Holy Land and not leave. Until 3 days later, the Red Sun Holy Land Grand Elder couldn't stand to look at it anymore after coming over to Taiyin Holy Land to make amends. And then he grabbed Yen Liang and took the person back to confinement. However, shutting up the confinement didn't help. Yen Liang, this kid has been rebellious since he was a child. The more he wasn't allowed to do anything, the more he wanted to do something. The result is considered to be just lifted the confinement not long. Yen Liang and fire to send gifts to the Taiyin Holy Land to ask for a meeting. Naturally ate the closed door. Since then, Yen Liang had become the pursuer and #1 lickspittle of Taiyin sacred maiden Lin Yuan, sending gifts and things to the Taiyin sacred land every now and then. Then he got a note written by Lin Yuan. No more gifts. I don't need them. All of these gifts from Yen Liang were returned to the Red Sun Holy Land unchanged. Yet he still happily continued to send gifts. Lin Yuan was annoyed by this behavior of his and said to the Supreme Elder Chu Lingyun in complaint, "Grandma, this guy is so annoying." Then after the Supreme Elder Chu Lingyun took the Imperial Artifact 9 Heavenly Bright Moon Mirror and made a trip to the Red Sun Holy Land, Yen Liang was beaten up by the Red Sun Ancestor and shut down for a few years until this year before being released. Yen Liang's deeds also spread out to let the many men and women who wanted to pursue Lin Yuan learn the lesson that you can't rush to confess if you don't have enough goodwill. At the same time, they were also very jealous of Yen Liang. What made this guy able to be the first to confess to Her Highness the Holy Maiden? It was really abominable. Moreover, Yen Liang had been surfing the internet at the Zhengzhou Forum when he had been confined to speak out against the crowd. You guys are also worthy of pursuing the Taiyin Holy Maiden? You don't even take a mirror to look at yourselves. Even toads want to eat swan meat. What a ridiculous dream. I'm a sun god body with a powerful talent. You guys aren't even a god body king body. So what qualifications do you have to pursue the Taiyin Holy Maiden? In response to this, the many cultivators who surfed the internet were furious to the extreme. And someone replied with a one-liner that said, "He, so what if you're the sun god body? You still weren't beaten up by the Taiyin Holy Maiden." There was also a gap between divine bodies, which was even greater than the gap between a human and a dog. The same divine body, the Taiyin Holy Maiden, was able to hang you up and beat you. This shows that it is not the physique that is powerful, but the individual. You are simply not worthy of pursuing Her Highness the Taiyin Holy Maiden. Then Yen Liang and the many cultivators who surfed the internet started a series of fierce scolding battles, and the scolding has not ended after several years. Yen Liang has also been on the top of the list of the most obnoxious cultivators in the central state, as well as the top of the list that this Fang should be put to death. Yen Liang, who was over here organizing his clothes and preparing to leave, said with a smile, "Seventh Elder, this matter of me calling out to Yuaner's sister in private, this place is only known to heaven, earth, you, and me. As long as I don't tell anyone, where would a third person know? As long as Yuchi's sister doesn't hear it, then I won't get my ass kicked. So things are stable." The seventh elder of the protector of the Tao couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, "You used to send so many times, the gift is not still a piece of all did not send into. Finally were returned. Tuyin Virgin also let you practice well. Do not organize those moths, do not send gifts again. Holy Son, how come you just lifted your confinement not long ago and ran off to give gifts again? Seventh elder. You don't understand. The fact that Sister Yuana is advising me like this means that she doesn't care about my money. She only cares about me as a person. Many people come over to please me in order to get more resources because of my status and positional talent. But Yuaner's sister doesn't care about that. She's so refreshingly unassuming and completely different from the others. I haven't met such a beautiful fairy with outstanding talent and fiery temper and true nature in all my life. I won't give up." The people who wanted to pursue the Taiyin sacred maiden over the past few years have been all over the entire central state, but she has only scolded me alone. I'm going to insist on giving a gift that's also to have attracted the attention of Sister Yuaner. Even if I'm scolded, I'm still willing to do so. Yen Liang said while his expression became swinging. He thought to himself, as the saying goes, beating is kissing, scolding is loving. So rounding up a little bit, maybe the Taiyin Holy Maiden also has that little bit of good feelings towards him? If you let Lin Yuan hear these words will certainly be chilled just want to beat each other again. What good sense is not at all? That is also long been a negative number. That's just it. Holy Son, you're happy. You'll just wait to be confined afterward. The Protector's seventh elder shook his head and sighed. How could this generation of their Red Sun Holy Land Saint's son be this virtuous? It's really hopeless. Over here, Yen Liang continued to rummage through the treasure trove, searching for heavenly materials and elixirs that could heal his wounds, as he murmured with a worried expression. I don't know if Sister Yuaner has suffered any internal injuries from her trip to the demon race frontier this time. I'll have to send some of the best healing treasures over. Not enough to bring all these things. By the way, the more than 100,000-year-old Xuanqin laurel tree that the Supreme Elder raised as a treasure also has a healing effect. Sorry, Supreme Elder, Yen Liang thought in his heart. He could only make a decision to go against his ancestor. This Xuanqin lunar laurel tree's branch he would cut down. Meanwhile, the evergreen Holy Land. Numerous ancient trees standing in the sky and the earth above like the ancient times of the sky building wood. Turquoise canopy as emerald carved umbrellas. Clouds and fog in the mountains there between the mountains. Those carved beams and painted buildings. Pavilions and pavilions. Beautiful as a fairyland. And in the palace of the most magnificent and exotic peak in the mountains. Only to see a formation flickering with light inscribed with subtle patterns. The aura is so thick that it is about to drip out of the water. Everywhere is exotic flowers and plants. Orchids and jade trees. Even a weed on the ground to the outside that is a good piece of heavenly treasure. A continuous peach forest bloomed as bright as the clouds, burning its splendor. The deepest part of this beautiful palace attic, sitting on a futon is a handsome and extraordinary face like a crown of jade imposing youth. He wore a Taoist robe looks profound. The temperament is lonely, cold as ice mountain. At this time, the summoning token on his waist emitted a faintly bright light, and Gu Changsheng opened his eyes from seclusion as a result. His eyes flickering with the worldscape of the sun, moon, stars, mountains, and rivers flowing in his eyes, which appeared deep and vast. This was the extreme Tao heavenly eyes art that he practiced could view the origin of all things in heaven and earth and search for their fundamentals, which would help in enlightenment and finding the enemy's weaknesses when fighting, and it was also a top auxiliary type of supreme law. He cultivated at the same time there are many visions around the emergence, only to see the endless emptiness of a great and vast figure, wearing a crown as an ancient god and devil, but also as if the nine heavens above the immortal king. Xianhuan gas as waves of the sea surging. It is the visions of immortal king in the nine heavens. Not only that, just see the sky full of stars shining light as the heavenly river surging. That through the sky to the ground of the Jianmu tore through the dome of the sky into the clouds. It is the stars flare the nine heavens. Jianmu cracked the dome of the sky of the many other phenomena. The gods are extraordinary. At this time, Gu Changsheng perceived the news obtained from the token, and his body's aura became more and more majestic. Eyes containing a killing machine coldly said. The demon race has caused senior sister to be so angry. It really deserves to be killed. Words just fall will see the ground is full of frost. A time the world winds and clouds change color. Snow. Into the world of ice and sky. The saint's power. A thought of changing the sky and the earth. The protector next to him was the grand elder of the evergreen Holy Land. Su Hong. An old man with a white beard and hair. Holding a duster in his hand. And a strong person at the ninth level of the heavenly respect realm. Su Hong knew that the senior sister Gu Changsheng was referring to was the Taiyin sacred maiden Lin Yuan, because the Daozi of their family only recognized this one senior sister, and all the other sacred sons and sacred maidens of the Holy Land were not in their eyes. Gu Changsheng knew that the holy sons and daughters of the other Holy Lands saw themselves as rivals they wanted to surpass, but he didn't care. All of them were dirt cheap mediocre people. These holy sons and daughters didn't treat themselves as senior brothers, so why should he treat these people as senior brothers and sisters? The Taiyin sacred maiden Lin Yuan is very different. Not only is her talent outstanding and amazingly perceptive so that Gu Changsheng are amazed, and they also have a common hobby, often sit together and discuss the Tao, talk about the sky and the earth. Lin Yuan was the youngest among the 10 holy sons and daughters of the 10 holy places, and the 10 holy places often referred to each other as senior brothers and sisters and junior brothers and sisters, so he was also often referred to as the youngest sister. For Gu Changsheng the other holy sons and daughters he didn't care about. Only little sister Lin Yuan was special, because Lin Yuan was his close friend and confidant, the only friend he had had for so many years, and even more of a close friend. Gu Changsheng, who had gotten the news now, thought to himself that a mere sacred realm 4th level augur dragon had dared to make his senior sister angry, causing senior sister Yuaner to run to the demon clan's borders to go on a killing spree because of it. These demons really deserve to die off. When Gu Changsheng said that, he had already stepped into the spatial portal with his feet in the void. At which point Grand Elder Su Hong opened his mouth and asked, "Daozi, where are you going?" The people of the Evergreen Holy Land were generally accustomed to calling the Holy Sun Gu Changsheng as Daozi, believing that he would definitely be able to comprehend the great Tao and certify as an emperor in the future. "I'll make a trip to the Demon Clan's Dragon Palace and behead the Dragon Clan Ao Xian, who I've heard is the Demon Clan's one-of-a-kind pride that rarely comes out in 100,000 years, and bring it back to my senior sister as a dish to drink." Due to the fact that Lin Yuan had made quite a commotion in the demon territory before, Gu Changsheng was not in a good position to continue killing many more demon kings, so he chose to kill the Demon Dragon Palace's most highly regarded supreme heavenly pride, the Saint Realm 8th level dragon Ao Xian. Killing this kind of demon race absolute heavenly pride will definitely make the demon race Dragon Palace side need pain incomparably grief, and that Ao Xian is still the third prince of the Dragon Clan ancient bloodline ancestor talent is not bad, for the human race is also a potential threat. Kill should be able to let the sister Lin Yuan happy. Daozi goes really fast. This is youth. Young people are so nice. The old man will go with him. Looking at the scene in front of the empty building, the protector of the Taoist Su Hong smiled and shook his head inside. He took the duster in his hand and then also disappeared without a trace. Over here, as the news of Taiyin Holy Maiden Lin Yuan's return to the central state quickly spread throughout the central state causing a huge uproar, the Taiyin Holy Land soon received the news. Chapter 74, Homecoming. At one time, the entire Taiyin sacred ground and the many frontier forces under its jurisdiction all sprang into action, and they made sure to welcome Her Highness the Sacred Maiden home with the warmest of attitudes and actions. The lords of the many dynastic kingdoms heard the news and first checked to make sure that the dynasties under their jurisdiction had good weather, abundant grains, and that the people were living and working in peace and contentment. After making sure they were managing just fine, he breathed a sigh of relief. Now he wouldn't be chastised when His Highness returned and might even get a commendation. Which of these dynasty lords with decent cultivation is not a smart person? And if they are not smart, they won't live until now. And they took some time to spend some thoughts on governing the country. This is not difficult for the many higher dynasty lords they are. It's just that they didn't care about the death of the people of the dynasty before, and regarded human life as a weed. But His Highness cared, so the dynasty lords had to follow suit. These higher dynasty lords who got the news announced with a wave of their hands that in order to congratulate His Highness for returning to the Holy Land, the entire dynasty would collectively take a week off from work and provide good food and wine free of charge, hang banners, put up lanterns, celebrate with the whole country, and celebrate and drink together. And the many dynastic lords asked their officials to maintain order to avoid any accidents, and organized the people to go out on the streets to welcome the return of His Highness. At the same time, increase the publicity, and strive to make everyone in the dynasty know about the heroic deeds of His Highness who went to the demon frontier to kill many demon kings for the sake of the human race this time. The Taoist forces within the Holy Land were even more prepared, with the entire clan collectively mobilizing for the rehearsal of the welcoming ceremony, with all of them making appearances, from the supreme elders down to the miscellaneous disciples. The Taiyin Holy Land was even more lively, and many of the disciples who had gotten the news that they had previously taken on missions outside to break in had rushed back to the Holy Land, and the many disciples who were originally present within the Holy Land also started to set up the welcoming scene in a tight manner. The one in charge of directing the arrangement was Morong Ling, who was the first in the ranking of the pro-disciples. This young girl in neon red clothes was like an elf coming out of the flames, with willow eyebrows and agaric nose, beautiful and delicate, with a king body and a straightforward personality that loved to fight. She ran to challenge Lin Yuan when she first learned that she had become a holy maiden, and then was convinced after being defeated by Lin Yuan with a single move. Morong Ling then witnessed Lin Yuan singling out many of the central state's heavenly prides to top the heavens pride ranking with invincibility after he created the realm of enlightenment. Then Lin Yuan as rocket-like upgrade speed out of the Tianjia list to become a strong realm of life and death. He directly into the land list to board the list first, and then to 19 years old Saint Realm killed into the sky list is simply unheard of breathtaking. Morong Ling, the pro-disciple, deeply felt that the gap between people was like a heavenly rift. How could a firefly be compared to a white moon? And she also became more and more adoring of Lin Yuan. Adding to that, she had seen what Her Highness the Holy Maiden had done to make the Taiyin Holy Land grow and develop, and it had even made Morong Ling, who had been nurtured from a young age by the Holy Land, become dead set on her feet. She vowed to work hard to become Her Highness the Holy Maiden's right hand and right arm, and help Her Highness become the Lord of the Holy Land to lead the Taiyin Holy Land to become #1 at an early date. We need to be in the best shape possible to greet His Highness before he returns, so everyone buck up. All the peaks and buildings in the Holy Land are to be decorated with lights and hanging decorations to heat up and have that kind of atmosphere. The spirit cooks have to make those dishes that His Highness likes the most, such as the goose with 5 flavors and apricot cheese, the flowery blue osmanthus fish, the pearl and emerald soup dumplings, the jade scallop and shrimp, etc. The first batch of the first few tens of thousands of dishes, or many batches of dishes that need to be completed. We're also going to bring in the best cooks in Central State to cook as well, with the best ingredients. Later we will start rehearsing. Everyone should practice well. Raise those spirit beast peaks green kite. White crane and other exotic beasts also pull out for His Highness to congratulate, as well as the use of kung fu to make the special effects Vision said in the forums, and strive to leave a good impression on His Highness. Morong Ling gushing commanding said. Many sisters listened to the frequent nodding excited. At this time there is a sister embarrassed to raise their hands and said, Your Highness said before not to be wasteful. Would it be bad for us to do this? This senior sister you don't understand. How can doing something for His Highness be considered wasteful? This is making the best use of things. Sisters, even if His Highness doesn't care about the platitudes, we have to do a good job with this because it represents our hearts for His Highness. We must do it to the best of our ability. Morong Ling righteously said loudly, listening to the crowd next to him agreeing. That questioning senior sister also revealed a sudden realization expression and said, So that's how it is. Senior sister Morong is right. We need to do a good job of this to let His Highness feel our feelings. Yan Qingxue, who was in her cave at Jade Chong Peak, picked up her palm treasure to check the message she received from her disciple, and she couldn't help but say with a joyful smile, My disciple has finally returned, and the gifts I specially prepared can be delivered. The Supreme Elder Chu Lingyun, who stepped out of the place of seclusion on this side, also smiled heartily when she saw the scene of these disciples who were bustling and busy. She looked at the distant sky and said, Yuchi is finally back from playing outside enough. The patriarch Qinyu, who was accompanied by her, also said with a smiling face, Yes, after all, Your Highness is still young. The flowery world outside will more or less attract attention, and when you see more it won't be as appealing. Qinyu, as the patriarch, how come you also followed them in calling out for Your Highness you honor? Chu Lingyun was amused and couldn't help but say. Qinyu spread her hands and couldn't help but say, Listen to the disciples shouting more and become like this. I still hope that Your Highness can lead me to this Holy Lord position earlier, so I can go to the closed door to cultivate. On this side, the Xianyu immortal boat also entered the vast and expansive territory of the Taiyin sacred land, and Fang Xing realized that the dynastic kingdoms they passed through were very different from the rest of the world. The people in these dynasties were healthy, vigorous, and joyful. Even those who were old and weak were in much better shape than the mortals in the dynasties outside the Taiyin Holy Land, hale and hearty, with longer lifespans, and the children were rosy-cheeked and smiling, compared to other dynasties that Fang Xing has seen on various continents. Those dynasties, some good dynasties will also manage the government, and provide kanji relief in case of a disaster, but there are still displaced people everywhere, and orphans have no home to go to. As for the dynasties governed by those domineering and licentious dynastic lords, the people are even more unhappy and in dire straits. Fang Xing realized that there was a huge gap between the situation of the dynasties governed within the Taiyin sacred land and those governed by the other states, including the other sacred lands in the central state, and that the living standards of the people were literally one in the sky and the other in the ground. How on earth did Your Highness do that? This discovery made Fang Xing feel very shocked inside, and he became more and more curious to learn more about His Highness. In these cities of the many dynasties that are dotted with stars, there are scenes of fervent celebration everywhere. The streets are bustling with a sea of people, and there are gentlemen and young ladies in tall buildings looking into the distance expecting to be able to see His Highness's white-robed figure. There were also storytellers in the tea house who spoke of His Highness's deeds of subduing demons and guarding the human race, and those who talked and drank and chatted at the stalls were excitedly discussing His Highness's deeds of going deeper to decapitate the many demon kings this time. Whether those walking in the street peddlers, the people of the city, or princes and nobles are singing the same name and heroic deeds, people exchanged excited worship, excited singing that legendary experience. In the mouths of the storytellers and the taverns of some dynasties, the story turned out to be that the many demon kings of the demon race wanted to massacre the human race of the southern state, and the white-clothed fairy ventured deeper into the enemy to exterminate them in order to save the human race of the southern region by herself. His Highness with more than a dozen demon king bloodbath fight the Star River broken blood story. The storyteller added a lot of artistic description, becomes more dramatic and infectious, listening to a lot of people in tears, worried, and have for His Highness prayers. This side of Lin Yuan saw the many dynasties people living in peace and joyful scene is also satisfied nodded, when he saw hanging in the streets and lanes of the many banners, for example, Welcome back to the Holy Land. Your Highness, congratulations to Your Highness for slaying many demon kings, saving people from fire, and raising the prestige of our human race. Warmly welcome Your Highness to the dynasty. This scene made Lin Yuan couldn't help but be somewhat speechless as the corners of his mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but spit out in the end. These guys do know how to publicize. When passing by the Taoist forces, the many cultivators all flew on their swords and ascended high into the sky to salute neatly. and they shouted towards the Xianyu immortal boat where they respectfully arched their hands in obeisance. "We welcome your highness back to the clan." These cultivators that flew out from the sky were as numerous as the ocean, gathering like a tidal wave in a vast expanse. Not only did the Taoist forces participate in coming over to give a welcome, but there were also scattered cultivators who also participated in a grateful and reverent salute. They lined up in order according to their realm, densely packed with silhouettes everywhere, and these welcoming voices gathered together like a torrential river, lake, and sea, spreading in all directions. Fellow Taoists have worked hard. Lin Yuan saw this, also left the Xianyu immortal boat, and the crowd returned the salute. Said the presence of many cultivators expression more excited gaze more and more reverence longing. From entering the Taiyin sacred land within the boundaries of the Xianyu immortal boat all the way back to the sacred land mountain gate surrounded by the crowd, all the way to the mountains, and tsunami-like sound did not stop over. Everywhere is crowded over to Hajj to salute the monks. The front row of a lot of young girls holding flower baskets, scattered pieces of petals flying as the sky is falling. The sound of singing praise is endless. This allowed Feng Xing to also have a clear understanding of how popular His Highness was within the boundaries of the Taiyin sacred land. He then associated it with those cultivators' posts and comments on the Central State Forum network. The countless Central State cultivators who admired and wanted to follow Her Highness, the Taiyin sacred maiden. He had fully understood what an honorable status and lofty position the Taiyin holy maiden Lin Yuan had in the Central State. "See, Our Highness is just so popular. All eyes are on him, and the world admires him." Xing Luo next to him saw the other party's expression and instantly said with an expression of pride with honor. When the Xianyu immortal boat finally arrived at the mountain gate of the Taiyin sacred ground amidst the flowers and songs of praise along the way, Lin Yuan smiled as he looked at the familiar and intimate place. "I'm back. Just see, the white jade carved with subtle to the extreme pattern of the heavenly gate is wide open. Brilliant and colorful clouds. Haze full of sky. Auspicious clouds. Only to see the purple dense light Yao Tai. Clear pool spring open lotus. Jade steps flawless through the heavenly ladder. Fairy tree agarwood such as flying snow. Crane green kite dance and dance. The dragon and phoenix show the splendor. The ethereal immortal music and singing. The majestic and brilliant golden palace was like the heavenly palace in the 9 heavens, and it was like the cloudy island of Penglai, with many fairies flying out from the heavenly gates. Some of them wore gilt peony scarlet dresses, like hibiscus flowers of national color. Some of them wore colorful embroidered cloud brocade palace dresses, like lotus flowers standing in the water. These graceful fairies come to the face of the lotus step, lightly move flying sky in the air. The clothes fly like clouds fluttering. They hold a jade plate full of delicacies, and holding a pot full of exquisite wine. Numerous fairies in the clouds playing the yaoqin drums and shang blowing, as beautiful as the Kunshan jade. Spring water tinkling, can make people listen to the intoxicated. The aftermath of the sound around the beam. There are sky cave fairies in dance. Dance moves the heart. Beautiful. Until the song after the dance, they bowed in unison. Said, "We welcome your highness home." Chapter 75 Gifts. Lin Yuan's heart was also warmed when he saw the warm welcome ceremony prepared by the people of the Taiyin Holy Land. He looked at the many beautiful-looking fairies who were playing the zither, dancing and singing, and there were also immortal cranes and green kites accompanying the dances, and the heavenly visions of the haze of light and 1,000 streaks of auspicious colors. An idea bubbled up from his mind. This seems like a cultural performance of the Taiyin Holy Land? Back to the spirit of Lin Yuan smiled and waved his sleeve, only to see the air has fallen like rain down many demonic beasts' corpses. These piles of mountainous demonic beasts' corpses towering into the clouds look quite spectacular. He had killed over far more than tens of millions of demonic beasts in the demonic frontier, part of which was taken out to celebrate in the border cities of the human race, and a lot of which was left over, and was brought back specifically to give everyone in the Holy Land an extra meal, because kill too much, they cannot eat alone. Simply cannot eat. This has to eat to the monkey years and months to go, as the saying goes, alone, not as good as the crowd. And everyone with the same music. Not only that, Lin Yuan also took out all those medium and low-level mines and spirit grasses that he dug over from the demon territory. The high-level mines and spirit grasses in the demon territory had long been refined by the demon kings, so most of what was collected after the demon territory was dug up and scavenged by Lin Yuan was medium and low-level resources. Rumble, rumble, accompanied by the loud rattling sound of the falling of numerous mines. There were also spirit grasses that spilled all over the ground like heavy rain. And these strange flowers and exotic grasses like a tidal wave just casually piled up in a mountainous area. And the spiritual chi was overflowing. These things were useless to him, would only take up space in his storage bag. And with his strength at today's realm, only high-level and top-level resources were useful to Lin Yuan. However, in line with the principle of not leaving a needle and a thread to the enemy, he was emptied and brought back to prepare to put the Holy Land to increase the heritage, but also can be exchanged into the sect contribution points in exchange for high-level Top-level resources. These middle and low-level mines and spirit grasses taken out will allow the Holy Land to mine ores and refine pills, increasing the strength of the Holy Land's disciples and the overall strength of the disciples. And when the disciples are strong, the overall strength of the Holy Land will also become stronger. Lin Yuan naturally hoped that these disciples of the Sacred Land who worshipped him would be able to survive the future catastrophe of the 9 states. And as the future lord of the Sacred Land, he would make the Sacred Land stronger and stronger. The many female disciples of the Taiyin Holy Land looked at the mountainous piles of demonic beast corpses, as well as the numerous uncountable mines and spirit herbs, were also shocked and opened their eyes wide, and they coincidentally worshipped and excitedly thought to themselves, just how many demonic beasts did your highness kill this time out? How many goodies did you bring back? Use these demonic beast meats to give everyone an extra meal today. Seeing all of you sisters and brothers who came over to greet me, I am very happy. First of all, I will give each of you 10 years of salary today as a gift. The salaries issued are deducted from these mines and spirit herbs I brought back. Work hard on the alchemy hall and the alchemy pavilion to handle these things, and all of you cultivate well and refuel to become stronger. Lin Yuan waved his hand to encourage. Anyway, are from the demon territory packaged back to find a reason to give the Holy Land people to send benefits. The many female disciples of the Taiyin Holy Land who were present listened to it, but their eyes glowed with happiness and excitement and clenched their fists and shouted, "Many thanks for the reward. Your Highness, we will definitely work hard to become stronger and follow you to kill and fight with the foreigners soon. Your Highness is immortal, forever and ever." Bastard! How dare you confess to His Highness? I wouldn't even dare to do that. How dare you? With your Highness's encouragement, I will definitely kill my way into the top 50 of the Heaven's Pride ranking this time. In the face of such a beauty like Heavenly Fairy's talented and powerful strength and generous and pro-people Taiyin Holy Maiden Her Highness, how can the many female disciples of the Holy Land not be excited for it? Crazy. There were even quite a few people who had been saved or helped by His Highness when they were out adventuring and practicing, so the degree of die-hard loyalty was naturally self-evident. The many sect elders who had come out to greet the Holy Maiden also smiled heartily when they saw this scene, and they also firmly believed that the Holy Land would prosper under the leadership of Her Highness, the Holy Maiden of Taiyin, and would eventually become the #1 Holy Land in the 9 states. The deacon in charge of registering and counting these mines and spirit herbs was also constantly calculating the value of the things Lin Yuan had brought back, crystallizing these values into sect contribution points to be credited to Her Highness the Holy Maiden. Lin Yuan bringing back resources to the Holy Land was not a free gift, but would be registered in the form of contribution points, which he could use to exchange for treasures in the Holy Land's treasure trove of top-level resources and so on. This is also a reward for those who contribute to the sanctuary, and a better incentive for everyone to contribute to the sanctuary. Although Lin Yuan gave each disciple a 10-year salary with a wave of his hand, the value of those things sent out was less than 1,000th of the value of the loot of these mine spirit grasses, so the contribution points he had gained this time were still astronomically high enough to be exchanged for quite a few good things. This side of the hot and bustling many fairies are still chattering when, while the head of the chief pro-disciple Moron Ling is already holding peaches and dishes, walked up smilingly. Your Highness has worked hard all the way. That demon race is really abominable. When I get stronger, I will definitely follow your Highness to kill the demons and destroy the enemy. Good. Then, Sister Moron, cheer up. I'm optimistic about you. Lin Yuan picked up the peaches in the jade plate and ate them while encouraging. His words made the red-clothed Moron become even more combative and motivated. She couldn't wait to go into closed-door cultivation now to break through the realm earlier. At this time from the sky appeared a like the sun like golden light gorgeous carriage, with 8 extraordinary dragon horse pulling the car feet on the auspicious clouds, far from the voice of a man with a flamboyant enthusiasm. Senior Sister Lin, I've come to see you. I've prepared a gift this time, I hope you'll like it. Hearing this voice caused Moron Ling and the many other female disciples of the Taiyin Sacred Land to frown as they looked at the distant sun carriage with unfavorable expressions and cursed. Why is it this fellow again, specializing in coming over to harass our Holy Maiden Highness? It's really detestable to the extreme. Why didn't the Red Sun Holy Land lock this man up longer and let Yen Liang run out to find our Highness again? Last time I even scolded this guy online. This man's thieving heart wants to pursue Her Highness is really a fool's dream. He doesn't know what he's doing. Moron Ling on this side also had a bad expression, cross-eyed and gritted her teeth. This guy even came to harass His Highness again. I'll go beat him up. She had been practicing for a longer time and was a king body, and was now at the 2nd level of the life and death realm, so it was still easy to beat up a Yen Liang at the 7th level of the creation realm. Lin Yuan on this side was also thinking, why is this guy here again? A few years ago running over to the Taiyin Holy Land every day to send gifts annoyed him to no end, and now he just got out of confinement not long ago and ran over again. He was tempted to say to Yen Liang, dude, you need to stop being a lickspill. Licking dogs don't deserve to die. If you have the perseverance and fortitude, why don't you go cultivate? as the saying goes, a wise man does not enter the river of love. And the king of rolls all the way to Shuaboa. You're not being wise at all. Sometimes Lin Yuan would want to tell the other person that he was a man. You don't chase after him. It's useless to send more gifts. But a black history like women's clothing is never exposed if you can help it. Not to mention that he didn't know Yan Liang well at all. At this time, Yan Liang had already taken the lead and flew out from the sun carriage. His expression was excited and his eyes were glowing as he held a bunch of gifts and said, "Great, senior sister Lin. You're finally willing to see me. Did you come back from the demon race frontier with any injuries? I specifically brought a lot of healing treasures I wanted to give you." Lin Yuan was almost speechless. Was there a possibility that it was because he had only just returned to the Holy Land and hadn't gone in yet that he was able to encounter it? If the other party had confessed directly, he would have punched the person without hesitation. But this person ran over to shush and send gifts. It would be hard to punch someone. "I don't want to see you at all. I've told you many times. Don't give me gifts. I won't like you even if you give me more gifts. Instead of wasting time and life here, you should hurry up and cultivate. Just hurry up and die. Don't hang on to a tree. And don't let me see you again," Lin Yuan said with a shake of his head that purposely put on a cold and unfeeling expression. His 37-degree mouth spitting out cold and icy words. "Let this guy die before it's too late. So you'll be better off and I'll be better off. I knew you'd say that. Senior sister. I'm used to it, but I'm not going to give up. Those who chase after love never lose," Yan Liang said in an unimpressed vibrant manner. And he also introduced the gifts he brought this time. "This is the supreme artifact violet gold 8 trigrams furnace can be used for alchemy. It was a gift that I bought from the auction earlier and wanted to give you. There is also this Xuanqin lunar laurel tree's branches have just been folded down not long ago. It's very fresh. And it's extremely effective for healing injuries." Lin Yuan was also a bit surprised when he looked at that one branch of the Xuanqin lunar laurel tree that was as crystal clear as a flawless white jade. He had heard that this Xuanqin lunar laurel tree seemed to be the treasure of the Red Sun Sacred Land's supreme elder, and one of the heavy treasures inherited from the Red Sun Sacred Land. Old ancestor Qian usually loved and cherished this tree, often flaunted it among the other Holy Land ancestors. Yan Liang even dared to fold the branches of the Xuanqin moon laurel tree, no less than moving earth on the head of the year-old really is a warrior who does not know how to die. Lin Yuan wanted to spit. "Hot sun. In my hometown. Love brains like you were meant to dig for wild vegetables." Seeing that what he said before was useless, Lin Yuan was not polite and said directly, "No, get out. Senior sister, you scolded me. That means what I did was meaningful. How many people under the sky can be scolded by senior sister?" Yan Liang did not think that shame but rather glory. Complacent giggling said, "Next to listen to the whole process of the protector of the Red Sun Holy Land 7 elders have been in the heart of the sky long sigh. Sinning, how could our holy son of the Red Sun Holy Land be so shameless? Look at others. Taiyin Holy Maiden is strong and sensible. The selfsame holy sun not to mention. The contrast is too tragic." At this time in the Red Sun Holy Land, the Red Sun elder ancestor Liang Zhengyu had already discovered that the more than 100,000-year-old Xuanqin laurel tree in the Holy Land had been cut down by someone. His precious laurel tree had been broken off under his nose. It was simply a strange shame. Who dared to even disregard him as the supreme elder? God damn it. That thief dared to touch old man's laurel tree. Accompanied by an enraged roar, the entire Red Sun Holy Land was shaken and disturbed, and the Red Sun old ancestor locked the murderer with a pinch of his fingers. The result of this calculation made him angry and speechless. Originally thought that it was the gang of assholes from the heaven-stealing sect who did it, but did not expect that it was Yan Liang, the little brat. Who did the crap again? It seems that the last beating was not enough pain. This time the Red Sun ancestor decided to give Yan Liang a hard and profound love education. As long as the beating is not dead, to the death. At this time, outside the Taiyin Holy Land mountain gate, the distant sky appeared a palm that covered the sky and emitted endless might. Just a shadow appeared to emit the pressure also makes people feel like facing the heaven and earth like a vast horror. Accompanied by the boundless sea of fire composed of red lotus-like flames descended together, directly grabbing the Yan Liang below and directly breaking through the void to bring back to the Red Sun Holy Land. Fairy Chu, sorry for disturbing your family's holy maiden. This branch of the Xuanqin moon laurel tree will be given to Holy Maiden Taiyin as an indemnity. I'll take this brat back with me first. This seat will definitely teach him a good lesson. The voice of old man Red Young came from the air, and Lin Yuan was also surprised when he looked at the branch of the Xian Xian moon laurel tree that had been left behind. Yan Liang, who had then landed on the ground in the middle of the Red Sun Holy Land, shouted in pain, showing his teeth. "Ah, old ancestor, how did you find out so quickly? I haven't even finished talking to Sister Yuaner yet." "I'll let you talk. You little brat. Have you been chasing people like that? Confessing as soon as we meet and stalking all the time? It's weird if you don't make people hate you. And how dare you touch the old man's precious Xuanqin laurel tree?" Let's see if I don't beat you to death today. I have to beat you to tears. Xiang old ancestor took off his shoes and picked up his shoes and gave Yan Xiang's buttocks lying on the ground a spanking. He kept chattering and cursing while he was pumping, and for the next month the people in the Jiang Holy Land could hear the screams of the Holy Sun every day, echoing in all directions for a long time. At that moment, Lin Yuan heard a familiar voice ringing in his ears. Yuaner, come over here. Grandma has something to find you. Chapter 76, Enlightenment. What about this branch that was left behind the Xuanqin laurel tree? Lin Yuan looked at this section that was left behind to the Xuanqin laurel tree and thought to himself, when the voice of the Supreme Elder Chu Lingyun came to his ears. Yuaner, take these branches straight away. The Xuanqin laurel tree is also beneficial to your realization of the Taiyin Avenue, and it also has the effect of clearing the mind and condensing the spirit. This thing is the compensation gift left behind by the old monster Liang. If he does not give the compensation gift, I will have to go to the Red Sun Holy Land again to go on a trip. The abundance of children, you accept it. This old monster Liang used to brag and show off how well he had raised the Xuanqin laurel tree of more than 100,000 copies and how good he was at planting trees, saying we don't know what we're doing and don't have the luxury of time. The result is still not a mole in the family. The precious Xuanqin laurel tree raised by the old monster Liang was cut down by the little brats from the Red Sun Holy Land. It's really funny. Chu Lingyun's voice also had a smile in it. After this matter spreads out, the old ancestors of the 10 holy places will have to laugh at old monster Liang. The holy place has produced this kind of loser. As for why he called old man Xiang as old monster Liang instead of calling him by his name, it was because old man Xiang had lived for a longer time, and this person's deep mind and eccentric character was also known as old monster Liang. Old ancestor Qiang had lived for a long time, and had never come across a Qiang Holy Land that would produce a saint's son like this. Each previous generation of Qiang saint sons was more reliable, and the last Qiang saint son had already become a saint lord. After this term's Red Sun Saint Sun Yan Lian was discovered to be a sun god body. The Red Sun old ancestor was overjoyed at the time. This was the sun god body that the Red Sun Holy Land's founder, the Red Sun Emperor, had. In the wild rumors that had been passed down from their Red Sun Holy Land, it was said that in the ancient times, the Red Sun Emperor had fought with Lord Human Emperor, although the Red Yang Emperor lost miserably. But the opponent that was the Human Emperor Lord, who was able to lead the human race to rise in the Dark Ages to reverse the punishment of the 10,000 races. It was more than normal for the Red Sun Emperor to lose to the Human Emperor's hands, and this was also able to reflect the strength of the Red Sun Emperor, to be able to fight with the Human Emperor Lord, which also further illustrated the power of the Sun God body. At that time, the Red Sun ancestor who discovered Yan Liang's physique felt that as long as Yan Liang, the Holy Son of the Red Sun, was properly cultivated, the Holy Land would hopefully be revitalized in the future. Even if Yan Liang was able to prove himself to be an emperor in the future, the Red Sun Holy Land would grow and develop as a result, and might be able to hopefully compete with the Evergreen Holy Land for the #1 throne. Now the Red Sun old ancestor realized that he was really thinking too much. All white expectations. So unreliable love brain lick dog Saint Sun really can lead their Holy Land rise? I'm afraid it's not a midway decline. And Yan Liang, who would lead the Red Sun Holy Land to survive the havoc of the demonic invasion in the future, said, although I'm a licking dog, but the object I licked is the savior of the Kyushu human race's strongest battle force Taiyin female emperor. This wave one Hempa. Lin Yuan on this side heard that his grandma had said so he took it. He thought to himself that on the basis of this branch of the Xuanqin moon laurel tree to make amends, when he met Yan Liang again in the future, as long as the other party did not confess, he would not beat this guy. Lin Yuan didn't want to take someone else's things for nothing. He thought that the next time they met, he would throw the other person a bottle of healing medicine that was almost equal in value. But he had to make the reason for giving the medicine clear so that this guy wouldn't misunderstand. It would be best if this severe beating education by old man Red Yang could make Yan Liang completely die. At this time, Lin Yuan said to Morong Ling next to him before leaving, Senior Sister Morong, grandmother called me over for something, so I'm working hard for you to help me with this side of things. Earlier, on my way back, numerous dynasties within the Holy Land boundary as well as the Taoist forces all came over to greet me. The numerous corpses of these demonic beasts can surely be used to make many dishes, so when the time comes, the dishes made will also be given to them as a gift, so let's savor them together. Lin Yuan didn't only pack up mineral veins and exotic flowers and herbs due to cleaning up the battlefield of the demon borderlands to collect the loot. He also took out all those demonic beasts that he encountered within the demonic frontier, leading to the extermination of the enemy's real number has actually long since broken the 100 million countless. And the loot is so much that he feels that the storage bag is almost not enough. Now dividing up some demonic beast corpses as a reward for the dynasties and Taoists, totally more than enough. The meat of demonic beasts is very nourishing to the human race and is also a precious medicine.
Especially when combined with the dishes cooked by skillful spiritual chefs, it is like an elixir. So the dynasty's Taoists who were able to receive this kind of reward would also be very happy and would be more motivated to work for Lin Yuan in the future. By the way, Deacon Xiao, those kingdom lords who have performed well during the time I've been away, and who have properly governed the dynasty according to my requirements, are also commended according to the standards I set before. If there are any country lords who have fulfilled my request, please trouble the deacon to compile the list and give it to me. I will make a trip to my door at that time. I am a person who is clear about rewards and punishments, and I will do what I say, Lin Yuan said to a nearby deacon. And this deacon Xiao arched his hand and said, "Yes, Your Highness, I'm on it. To deal with such trivial matters that would require you to personally come to your door. The lords of the dynastic lineage of Your Highness's attend an army. They will deal with all the lords of the dynasty who go against your request." Soon Lin Yuan left the many warbling swallows and swallows surrounding his reluctant senior sisters and arrived at the cave residence of the Supreme Elder Chu Lingyun. This is a top cave. Blessed land aura has been dense to the degree of condensation for the crystal. All over the place is a superb spirit stone pavement. Everywhere is some precious and rare exotic flowers and herbs. Garden flowers at least are more than tens of thousands of years. That is, on the ground pecking chicken that is also has an ancient phoenix species bloodline of the spirit beasts of the immortal birds. Compared to this luxurious environment outside, the cave is much more simple. Only a wooden table, 2 futons, a few incense burners. The table is set with tea and snacks and food, as well as a black and white chessboard. Chu Lingyun is playing chess. Looking at the arrival of Lin Yuan laughed. "Yuaner, you're here. Quickly sit down and eat snacks. Let grandma see your little face is thin. You need to eat more delicious." "Grandma, I'm home." Lin Yuan sat on top of the futon and took a snack and ate it. Still, this familiar flavor was so delicious. He actually has no change in appearance and weight. Only Chu Lingyun felt that his granddaughter must have suffered a lot when she went outside to bring her own filter. A surge of spiritual energy was also absorbed into Lin Yuan's body as he ate. The ingredients used in these foods were all top-quality heavenly materials. "This is the incense burner I brought back especially for you, grandmother. The incense smells so good." Lin Yuan also took out the previously prepared gift and handed it over. Said Chu Lingyun, looking at the beautifully modeled and chic incense burner with an overflowing aroma also revealed a joyful smile. Said, "You child, you went out and came back with a gift. I love the incense burner." At a realm like Chu Lingyun's, she had seen too many good things. The point was that Lin Yuan made her happy with this intention. At this time Lin Yuan realized that the pattern of the chess piece in Chu Lingyun's hand was somewhat familiar. He took a closer look and discovered that it was actually the likeness of the 9-infant demon Zun. The hideous head with only a few heads left had a horrified expression was obviously the 9-infant Zun he had encountered before. This stinking loach of the 9-headed serpent dared to take a shot at you, Yuaner, before, and even if the demon clan's old ancestor took a shot, he wouldn't be able to save its dog's life. Chu Lingyun lightly took the chess piece and said that the Grand Elder had already told her what happened, so she directly spaced out and killed the 9-infant Venerable One to refine it into a chess piece. At that time, the 9-infant's lineage quasi-imperial 5th heavenly ancestor can only watch and did not take action. Quasi-imperial gap between Quasi-Emperor 9 Heavens. Chu Lingyun's strength was definitely the peak battle power in today's era without great emperors, aside from the Forbidden Zone. It was also because of the power of the Supreme Elder Chu Lingyun that the demon race didn't say much about her directly violating the covenant to go down and get a demon Zun killed. For these demon race paragon ancestors, there was really no need to provoke a peak powerhouse for an exalted. Therefore, the top level of the demon race hastily warned again and again, the bottom of the demon race must not mess with the people of the Taiyin sacred land, especially the Taiyin sacred daughter Lin Yuan. Messing with the little one that is sure to attract the old one. Thanks grandma. Lin Yuan expression grateful eating snacks said. He thought to himself that a demon Zun with ancient bloodline just died and became a pawn. This is the feeling of having a big background? It's so cool. If he had been a casual player in his previous life, he would have only had to rely on his own efforts to take out the hostile Fey Exalted. Yuaner, your realm broke through from the early stage of Sage to the 4th level of Sage on your trip out. Very good. I've lived for so long and I've never seen a peerless heavenly pride like you. Yuaner, the heavens have blessed my Taiyin sacred ground, to be able to meet a heavenly genius like you. Yuaner, in the future, our sacred ground will definitely be able to ascend to the top. Chu Lingyun laughed cheerfully as she continued to ask expectantly. Yuaner, to what extent have you realized the laws of space? Grandmother, I've currently reached the near-complete realm of the spatial laws, with both instantaneous shift and strangulation having been enlightened, and only a small portion of the laws of spatial blockade and suppression remaining to be enlightened. Lin Yuan opened his mouth to reply and said. Chu Lingyun's expression grew more and more satisfied as she listened, and with a wave of her sleeve the two of them had arrived in the depths of the cosmic stars.
Next I'll give you a demonstration of the wonders of spatial blockade and suppression. The words just fell, only to see only the stars in the starry sky. Hundreds of millions of stars were trapped by invisible spatial chains. The divine radiance is bright and dazzling. That originally invisible and phaseless inscrutable and subtle spatial laws directly surfaced. Numerous spatial laws were condensed into a wonderful to the extreme metaphysical pattern. And those spatial laws that were difficult to perceive appeared so clearly and incomparably in front of his eyes. This blocked and suppressed starfield was like a completely unfolded scroll, showing Lin Yuan all sorts of wonders about space. Lin Yuan was as intoxicated as if he was immersed in comprehending the spatial laws. He sat down on his knees and only cultivated with one mind. His spiritual platform was empty. His mind was like a mirror, and he kept on comprehending the patterns of the spatial laws. Shu Lingyun over here looked at this scene and revealed a pleased smile as she stood to the side to defend him. 1 week later, the aura on Lin Yuan's body changed abruptly, and around him there was an endless surge of spatial power blocking the surroundings, perfect and flawless, and a chain of laws coalesced and appeared out of thin air, exuding all sorts of mysterious aura. Space is frozen. If there are other living beings besides the two people step into this field will certainly be able to feel the huge pressure brought about by this spatial suppression, terrifying to the extreme. Above Lin Yuan's head appeared the sight of the 3,000 great Tao suspended between the universes, constructing everything and anything that formed a heavenly tree. This was a sign that the great Tao manifestation was being induced, and it also manifested that his perception had crossed the threshold of the great Tao. Grandmother, I perfected the spatial laws and successfully crossed the threshold of the spatial avenue. Lin Yuan opened his eyes and smiled. This effect of comprehending the spatial law pattern allowed him to save a few years and directly cross the threshold of the great Tao. Good, good, good. To be able to cross the threshold of the spatial avenue with the Saint realm, your kind of talent is really a giant heavenly pride that only comes out of the human race once in millions of years. With your current sense of the great Tao of laws, you can cross over to the Saint realm as well as borrow the extreme Tao power of an imperial artifact. Grandma gave you a treasure for defense, Shu Lingyun said with a satisfied laugh. She took out to come to the treasure. Also let Lin Yuan surprised couldn't he help but say, Grandmother, is this the imperial artifact of our holy land? The 9 heavenly bright moon mirror? Chapter 77, Imperial Artifacts. Only to see the appearance of this 9 heavenly bright moon mirror emits a soft light, like a round of bright and flawless bright moon that illuminates the universe and the sky, the 9 heavens dropping down and scattering a road of clear light. The silver light flashes, like a dream, intertwined with the Tao and the reason of the profoundly mysterious and ancient great Tao runic symbols, as 9 heavenly queens hang a bright mirror, glittering divine splendor suppressing the ancient and modern. The moon's shadow is clear and illuminates the starry river, and the jade seal of the Tao hides a mysterious mystery. The Emperor's Tao array pattern is engraved in gold, and the rainbow colors flow like the radiance of the sun. The ancient world has survived for ages, and the times have changed. This side of the holy land of the town of the world Emperor weapon of the 9 heavenly bright moon mirror reflects the vastness of the starry sky, but also reflects the millions of years to the change of the years. That ancient vicissitudes of the feeling is profound and mysterious as the ancient gods. The Space Avenue and Taiyin Avenue inscribed on it intertwine wonderfully splendid patterns, and just as soon as they appeared, the wisps of divine light that escaped were enough to suppress the stars and rivers and traverse the 8 wastelands, highlighting the might of the extreme Tao imperial soldier to the fullest. Back then, the first Taiyin Empress Xiao, who founded the Taiyin sacred land, killed her way into the underworld with the 9 heavens bright moon mirror in her hands. The underworld she killed fell directly from the 18th heaven to the 16th heaven. After this battle the underworld was shattered by the Taiyin Empress. Several great emperors of the underworld fell on the spot. Blood rained down on the sky and cried. And from then on the ghosts of the underworld no longer dared to feed on the souls of the human race. At that time, the mirror of the bright moon in the 9 heavens shone in the dome of the sky, and the stars and buckets in the heavens shone for it, and the 10,000 tribes shook and honored the Taiyin Star Lord, who shook the world with his might. Now that time has changed. The 9 heavenly bright moon mirror that has been passed down for millions of years has once again illuminated the figure of an equally magnificent white-clothed fairy. This ancient mirror of the sacred land's inherited treasure excitedly began to tremble uncontrollably, and the power of the great Tao fluctuated with it, and the space became disordered, accompanied by a choking and excited voice echoing out, Your Highness, you're back. That was the voice that came from the instrumental spirit of the imperial artifact 9 heavenly bright moon mirror, a voice as tender as that of a 6 or 7-year-old girl. But the words revealed the flow of years and the long hours of waiting. Millions of years ago before the Taiyin Star Lord left, he left 2 orders. One was to guard the Taiyin sacred ground to carry on the legacy, and the other was to wait for Lin Yuan's arrival. The instrumental spirit of the 9 heavenly bright moon mirror cried extremely sadly and choked, and even the mirror's surface continuously left crystal clear water droplets condensed from the Taiyin moonlight, as if it was pouring down rain.
Lin Yuan also froze as he looked at this nine heavens bright moon mirror.
Was this the extreme Dao Imperial armament that his mother had used to fight back then? The other party had waited for millions of years just to wait for his arrival? The Supreme Elder on this side, Shu Lingyun, said with a smile as he arched his hand and saluted at this moment. The Taiyin Sacred Land's Supreme Elder Chu Lingyun pays his respects to Her Highness, Princess Empress Dowager of the human race. Grandma, you already knew?
At this time, Lin Yuan was a little surprised looking at the Supreme Elder in front of him could not help but say.
Chu Lingyun smiled and explained. From the first time I met you, I understood your origin and your life, Your Highness.
So I settled on the position of Holy Maiden without any hesitation or investigation.
Your Highness, you will know why if you come with me to a place. At this time, Chu Lingyun brought Lin Yuan to a bamboo room in an instant. The room was very empty. Incense and candles and tributes were placed on the table, and green smoke curled up and rose. Just see the wall-hanging ancestor portrait is a beautiful like the nine sky bright moon like ethereal white fairy. She is surrounded by the cold and soft moon color. 3,000 green silk like a waterfall scattered. The sky full of stars and rivers like jade belt around the side. The pair of gentle water like eyes seem to pass through endless years in space and time. Looking at the young man in front of them with indescribable love and concern, Lin Yuan looked at the portrait and was completely speechless, standing in place as if he had been frozen in place. Seeing this, Chu Lingyun continued. This is the portrait of our Taiyin Holy Land's ancestor. Only by becoming a Tai Shang elder can we worship our ancestor. That's why I recognized you when I first saw you. Your Highness, you and Lord Taiyin Star-Lord look alike, but are different, each with their own beauty and splendor. Anyone who has met you and Lord Taiyin Xingjuan would have noticed your relationship. Your Highness, you are the child of Lord Taiyin Star Sovereign and the Emperor of Man, and there is an ancestral motto that has been preserved in our Taiyin Holy Land inheritance to this day. Waiting in the distant future for Lord Taiyin Star-Lord's child to return to the Taiyin Holy Land to give the inheritance. Chu Lingyun over here looked at the imperial artifact Nine Heavenly Bright Moon Mirror and continued. When Lord Taiyin Star Sovereign left, he left behind the Nine Heavenly Bright Moon Mirror to guard the Holy Land, and he also left behind legacies and gifts specifically waiting for your arrival. Your Highness, previously, His Highness's realm was still low enough to understand. Unable to resist the pressure of the Emperor's great Tao, there is no way to accept the inheritance. Now that your Highness is in the Saint realm and has crossed the threshold of the Great Tao, you can resist the Great Tao pressure to receive the inheritance from Lord Taiyin Star Sovereign. After saying that, Chu Lingyun turned around and left, leaving Lin Yuan to receive the inheritance at the Ancestor Shrine. At this moment, the Nine Heavens Bright Moon Mirror turned into a stream of light and landed in front of Lin Yuan, and the precious mirror artifact spirit's light flickered with excitement, saying, Your Highness, I'll give you the inheritance that Lord Star-Lord left you. Immediately vast as the sea of inheritance information poured into Lin Yuan's mind. This inheritance included information on numerous emperor scripture techniques, Tao, alchemy, weaponry, formations, deduction, divination, astrology, and so on, all encompassing and incredibly detailed. Obviously all specially prepared for the inheritance of knowledge. If the inheritance prepared by the human emperor focused on combat, then the Taiyin Star Sovereign's inheritance was comprehensive, including everything from cultivation techniques and more, all of which were top-notch inheritances. Lord Star Sovereign also left treasures for you, but the place where the treasures were buried back then has now been covered by a forbidden zone after millions of years, so when you're in the late Zuni or quasi-emperor stage, you'll have the strength to retrieve them. The Nine Heavens Bright Moon Mirror's artifact spirit said as it took out an unopened longsword that had been placed in the sword case. Dang dang dang, Your Highness, please look. This is the extremely high-grade Imperial artifact longsword that Lord Taiyin Star Sovereign and the human emperor have prepared especially for you. In order to refine this extreme Tao Emperor soldier, Lord Star Sovereign and the human emperor traveled all over the extraterritorial battlefields to scavenge all sorts of rare and exotic treasures from the treasuries of the 10,000 races. Look at this sword body is with immortal tears green crystal, phoenix blood red gold, dragon black gold, Daojiao gold and so on 7-color immortal crystal casting, chaos stone, 9 heavenly star iron, void divine iron, and other precious materials were also added, which were incredibly sturdy and uniquely suited to the space-time avenue and the chaos avenue, and were incredibly powerful when used, making it an excellent Imperial Tao killing treasure. Refined by the hands of Lord Taiyin Star Sovereign, the human emperor lit the fire for it to be quenched, in order to better ensure your safety. Your Highness, lest this never-before-released extreme Imperial artifact attract the prying eyes of other great emperors, this Imperial artifact has been subjected to a seal. Even the great emperors could not see through the true details of this ultimate Imperial weapon and would only see the surface. This Imperial artifact longsword is also gradually unsealed to show its power according to your strength. You are now in the Saint realm. Then this longsword will show the killing power of the very best supreme artifacts. When you are in the heavenly exaltation realm, this piece will be able to exert the power of an extreme quasi-emperor artifact, and when you are in the quasi-emperor realm, the long sword will be unsealed to the level of a mid to high-ranked emperor artifact. After you become an emperor, this treasure will be completely unsealed back to the power of a peak extreme imperial artifact. The Nine Heavens Bright Moon Mirror artifact spirit finished his explanation and then suggested, "Your Highness, you name the long sword." Lin Yuan looked at the long sword that had been sealed in his hand, which was simple and elegantly engraved with all sorts of arcane patterns. He looked at the patterns of mountains and rivers, sun and moon, multitudes of people and the world inscribed on it, and recalled a poem he had learned before. "I have realized the greatness of the dry land, but I pity the depth of the grass. This sword will be called the Qianquan sword." Lin Yuan opened his mouth with his long sword in hand and said, "The Qianquan is vast. The road ahead is long. The catastrophe is coming." He would like to hold a long sword to open the way for all beings. "Elder Mirror, do you know where my mother and father have gone? Where are they now?" Then Lin Yuan didn't bother browsing through the inherited knowledge he had just received. He couldn't wait to ask after it. "Your Highness, Lord Star Sovereign left me to protect the Tai-in Holy Land, and at the same time told me to wait for your return to recognize you as my master. So you can call me Little Mirror." When Lord Tai-in Star Sovereign and the Emperor of Man left, then the war was urgent. The final battle of the ancient war was about to be fought, and you had not yet been born at that time. I was left behind in the Tai-in Holy Land to protect the Holy Land congregation who did not follow Lord Star Sovereign in the battle, and I am not too sure about the process and outcome of the final battle in the ancient era. In the ancient war, all the tribes descended on the world of Kyushu to seize the origin of the heavenly Tao, and once the origin of the heavenly Tao was completely plundered, the world of Kyushu would be reduced to ashes. Our living beings in the 9 states will also have no place to live anymore, and countless living beings will be in danger. Our human race at that time with the 10,000 races to fight the heaven and earth. As for the demon race and other foreign races to watch our human race out, want to pick up the pieces in the back. They were human emperor lord and star ruler forced to participate in the war out of work. How many strong people of our human race have fallen on the battlefield for this reason? And the whereabouts of Lord Tai-in Star Sovereign and Lord Human Emperor have also disappeared because of this. However, I was able to vaguely sense that Lord Tai-in Star Lord's life imprint is still very stable. Only that the distance between them is very far away and I don't know where it is. The world of the 9 states was also shattered because of the Great War. The Great Tao was flawed, the heavenly Tao was incomplete, and the aura escaped. With the passage of time this situation will only get worse. The ancient times want to become a great emperor can be much easier than now. Nowadays, the Great Tao of this heaven and earth was becoming more and more difficult to comprehend, and it was 1,000 times harder to become an emperor than before. So far for tens of thousands of years there has been no new great emperor born in Kyushu, and many of the greatest celestial prides of the Geishur powerhouses are trapped in the quasi-imperial realm and are not allowed to transcend and witness the way. Along with the era tide coming down, a new round of aura tides are sweeping through all the worlds, and our world of the Kyushu state will soon usher in the golden age, when the aura will become much denser. However, enlightenment is still very difficult for us in the Kyushu realm, and it's too hard to become an emperor. Your Highness, waking up in this era is really a bit of a disadvantage. If you woke up in the ancient times with your talent and qualifications to become an emperor in a short period of time, in this era then, you have to go through 1,000 hardships and even 9 deaths before you can become a great emperor. 9 days Bright Moon Mirror Apparatus Spirit said, also worriedly looked at the white figure in front of him. Lin Yuan listened to tighten the hands of the long sword, incomparably resolute word by word said, "I will definitely become a great emperor, and I will not live until I become a great emperor. Even if I have to die 1,000 deaths, I have no regrets." If he couldn't become a great emperor, how could he find his parents again? And if he couldn't become an emperor, what could he do to protect those he wanted to guard? He wants to give up his life to fight and breakthrough, to prove the way to become an emperor, even if he dies in the great Tao thunderbolt of the pioneer Tao and the road to becoming an emperor, that is also a good death. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan was killing inside. This hatred of the 10,000 races I have written down. Originally he wanted to kill the 4 directions in the extraterritorial battlefield in the future. And now he wants to kill the 10,000 races even more, to flow into a river of blood, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The 9 Heavens Bright Moon Mirror artifact spirit on this side looked at the emotional Lin Yuan and spoke out. "Your Highness, I just thought of the words that Lord Starlord left for you before he left. May my son be well, carefree, and live a life of peace and joy." Hearing these words, Lin Yuan's eyes reddened. His heart trembled for them as numerous memories of the past flooded his mind. As a child he lay outside the window of the orphanage enviously watching the children being pampered in the arms of the parents who would hold them and take them out to play. When he was in elementary school, he watched the other students being picked up by their families with umbrellas, while he himself ran all the way back with his school bag to block the rain. And then he got into the habit of carrying an umbrella. When he used to be bullied, Although he would punch back, other people's parents would back up their kids to go to school and ask the teacher for a statement. At that time, the old dean was old. Lin Yuan did not want to trouble him, so he bowed his head without saying a word and refused to admit fault. When the other parents said a sentence he remembered especially well. You, a wild child with no parental control to teach, also dare to make a move on my child. Who will back you up as an orphan? Why don't you quickly apologize to my child to admit your fault? When the old dean died, he moved out of the orphanage to attend high school on the money he made playing games. At that time, Lin Yuan ran a lot of places in order to find a cheap rental house, and was also cheated a few times. But fortunately, he was not cheated of much money, just like a homeless stray cat, in such a big city but could not find his own home. I actually have parents and they love me. I just couldn't see them before. Lin Yuan at this time would like to say these words to his former self, but for a moment he did not know where to start. He could no longer control his inner feelings now and tried to use his sleeve to wipe away the tears that flowed down indisputably. I'm doing well and I really want to see you guys. The entire cabin became no longer silent. The white-clothed fairy sitting on the ground holding a long sword tilted her head, speaking to the portrait hanging on the wall, and the incense burner lit on the table drifted out hazy clouds of smoke. At that moment the sunlight within the window pane shone an elongated shadow that fell on the ground, reflecting the thin white figure that looked particularly lonely. Chapter 78. Your Highness, my Highness, I'm so sad to see you cry too. Of the 9 heavenly bright moon mirror artifact spirit also followed with a wow and said. Lin Yuan wiped his tears with his sleeve and said, I'm not crying, I just got sand in my eyes. Men don't shed tears, they just don't get to the sad part. Lin Yuan looked at the portrait hanging on the wall and made up his mind. His eyes were red and his expression was firm. I will become strong and find you all, and I will step on the 4 seas and seek the ends of the earth, and I will not stop. If you're trapped and can't get out, then I'll be there to save you. Wait for me to come. He put his long sword on his back and took a hair tie to tie up his long, loose hair, and reluctantly looked at the portrait for a few moments, keeping it in mind, before finally turning to leave. Get stronger, get stronger. Lin Yuan's belief in becoming stronger became stronger and stronger as he left the wooden house and saw Chu Lingyun standing under the tree waiting offhandedly. Grandma, I'm out. Your Highness has accepted the inheritance. So it's very good that the ancestral teachings that have been passed down from our Taiyin sacred land to the present day have finally been completed. Chu Lingyun said with a pleased smile. Walk out of the cabin before Lin Yuan has adjusted the state. He does not want to let people know that he is sad and tearful, this kind of thing. Manly man, blood does not shed tears. In the past, he hadn't cried even when he had turned up the pain to the highest level in order to practice his sword intent to kill so much pain in the extraterritorial battlefield. And this time, it was an accident. That's all. In fact, Lin Yuan knew that if he heard those words of affectionate concern again, he would still be unable to hold back the tears that would fall. Grandmother, you should still call me Yuaner. In my heart, you will always be my grandmother. Lin Yuan looked at the Supreme Elder said sincerely. These years Chu Lingyun for him to explain the Emperor's scripture preaching, and send him many supreme weapon equipment defense, careful cultivation teaching his teacher that kindly. Yuaner, I have no children, and to have a granddaughter like you is truly a great joy. Ha 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 ha. Chu Lingyun said with a cheerful laugh. Her own near ancient times of the characters rely on the seal to live until now. Until many years ago because the Taiyin Holy Land green and yellow no new quasi-imperial powerhouse was born, so she was awakened from the seal to awaken. In this day and age her masters and sisters are all long gone. The people she used to be familiar with had all passed away in immortality, so Chu Lingyun only cared about the Taiyin sacred ground. She didn't care about anything else. Lin Yuan's arrival made Chu Lingyun ecstatic. This was the future hope of the Taiyin Holy Land must be cultivated properly. All these years of getting along and teaching had also caused Chu Lingyun to develop feelings, and she had also completely treated Lin Yuan as her granddaughter, so she was naturally overjoyed to hear these words at this time. Chu Lingyun thought to himself that he was being called grandma. Was this taking advantage of Lord Taiyin Star Sovereign and Human Emperor his old man? Forget it, I don't have much life left to live anyway. I'm about to die of old age. Who cares so much? Chu Lingyun couldn't help but hold her tongue while thinking like an old coot. She still had a few hundred years left to live. This lifespan for the peak of a quasi-emperor was really just a snap of the fingers in seclusion. Unless she continued to choose to seal down in order to prolong her lifespan a bit. But for the sake of Lin Yuan, Chu Lingyun wouldn't choose to seal it anymore. She must personally protect it. Even if she burned a few hundred years of her lifespan, she would fight for a future for the Taiyin Holy Land. I don't know if I'll be able to see Yuan or certify as an emperor in my lifetime. If I can see our Taiyin Holy Land become the #1 Holy Land, I will die without regret. Chu Lingyun thought and did not say anything. She had lived for so long there was only the obsession of guarding the Taiyin Holy Land left. Grandmother, the 9 heavens bright moon mirror was given to me to use. What should we do about the Holy Land? Lin Yuan asked worriedly, and Chu Lingyun explained with a smile. Our sacred land has 3 imperial artifacts and has produced 3 great emperors, the first of which was the ancestor who founded the sacred land, the Taiyin Star Sovereign. The inherited imperial artifact left by that lord to the Holy Land was the 9 heavenly bright moon mirror, which could be used for defense, teleportation, suppression, attacking enemies, and so on, and had many wonderful uses that were subtle to the extreme. The second Taiyin Empress, Lu Mengyu, left the sacred ground to be the creation measuring ruler, which contained the great Tao of creation and the great Tao of life and death, and could directly knock down the cultivation realms of enemies below the Emperor realm with great power. The third Taiyin Empress Su Ning left behind was the Xianyu Immortal Boat. This treasure contains the Space Avenue and Taiyin Avenue. The speed is extremely fast, can be hidden in the void. Into the attack. Retreat can be defended. Our Holy Land also has the creation measuring ruler and the Xianyu Immortal Boat to protect us, so you don't have to worry. You have the 9 heavens bright moon mirror to protect you. So in the future, you can escape in time when you encounter a quasi-emperor's strike, so I won't need to worry if you sneak out to play again. Lin Yuan, who heard these words, was also embarrassed to scratch his head when he thought of the matter of him sneaking out to look for Xiao Tian earlier, while Chu Lingyun said that he would be in seclusion for a few months. Yuaner, no man outside of the Holy Land can be trusted. There are evil people who will try to get close to you to trick you into favoring them. There are too many of those flowery words and intrigues. You're so simple-minded and kind and understanding. I'm afraid you'll be cheated of your feelings by those bad men. That man dares to lie to you. Yuaner, you tell grandma. I'll go and kill him to strain his 9 clans. Exterminate his clan. Chu Lingyun said in a serious tone of command. She used to be young when she went out to practice and encountered the devil son of Xianin cult among the devil sects. That demonic son had tried to scheme to get close to her in order to plot the treasures of the Taiyin Holy Land. When Chu Lingyun had a favorable liking for the devil son who was disguised and designed to approach, she found out the truth of the matter, instantly became furious and incomparably out of the sort to behead that devil son. Chu Lingyun's masters and sisters also went to bat for her and killed many demons to take out their anger. When Chu Lingyun became the Taiyin Holy Maiden of the near-ancient era, at that time the Taiyin Holy Land, old ancestor of the third Taiyin Empress Su Ning, in order to the Holy Daughter personally out to wipe out the Xianin religion. From then on, the magic religion 10 factions into 9 factions passed down to this day. This shows that the Taiyin Holy Land's protection of shortcomings is ancestral and has a long history. Grandma, don't worry, I won't be fooled by a man. Lin Yuan nodded his head with a good expression and said, thinking to himself that he was a male, so how could he be cheated by a man's feelings? The 9 heavens bright moon mirror artifact spirit over here also transmitted a voice to Lin Yuan. Your Highness, if that ungrateful stinking man dares to lie to you, I'll step in and kill him. You are the only child of Lord Taiyin Star Sovereign and Lord Human Emperor, the little princess of our human race. Whoever dares to do this is really living too long. Our human race and him will not rest in peace. Lin Yuan on this side was once again speechless when he heard the little princess's name, and he thought to himself how even the 9 heavens bright moon mirror artifact spirit senior couldn't recognize his own gender. So should one explain himself clearly or not? Lin Yuan thought that in the future, the 9 heavenly bright moon mirror would have to follow him in battle all the time, and it wasn't good to keep misunderstanding so much, and it felt like the 9 heavenly bright moon artifact spirit senior was more reliable than the stone pearl senior. He just didn't know if the feeling was right or not, so he quietly and in his mind, he first transmitted a message. Elder Mirror, do you recognize the human emperor seal artifact spirit? Elder Stone Pearl? Your Highness, you said stone beads. Ah, then I naturally recognize them. This guy speaks well and is most likely to flatter and brag about the human emperor and Lord Star Sovereign. And Lord Star Sovereign has even praised this bead, which is really hateful, but seeing as it has also complimented me, I'll begrudgingly say a few good words about it. Although the stone bead often causes trouble, it is loyal to the human emperor, so it can barely be of any use. Certainly his ability and loyalty and intelligence are nowhere near mine. The artifact spirit of the 9 heavens bright moon mirror replied with a smug voice transmission, and Lin Yuan thought to himself, do you really want to talk to Senior Mirror about this matter of women's clothing? Why does it feel as if it's a little less reliable too? Chapter 79, The Great Tao. At this time of the 9 days bright moon mirror apparatus spirit continued to sell melon cell self-promotion recommended said, Your Highness, don't worry, I've been following the Taiyin Star Sovereign's campaign for many years. What great scenes haven't I seen? I've killed all the races of the heavens. I'll assist you in fighting in defense, as well as taking care of your daily life, and in the words of the human emperor, absolutely stable, and cool and stylish. I am experienced in taking care of your daily life. In the past, Lord Taiyin Astrologer used to use me to look in the mirror to comb my hair and draw my eyebrows to choose my clothes. That's why I'm experienced in makeup and picking out clothes to go with it, so I can definitely make you look more beautiful. Of course, Princess, you are so lovely and beautiful. You look outstanding. You are so beautiful. 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 Your veiled face is so overwhelming. And with my help, it's the icing on the cake, complementing each other. Hearing these words, Lin Yuan thought to himself that the original 9 heavenly bright moon mirror was still his mother's makeup mirror. But this makeup changing function was useless even if it was given to him. He's a guy. What kind of makeup is he wearing? It's true that it's still the auxiliary combat defense and also the running function that's the most practical. This side of the 9 heavenly bright moon mirror. In order to make Lin Yuan more convinced, it spun its little brain to think of a mantra that Zhu, who was deeply trusted by the human emperor, often said. So the 9 heavens bright moon mirror artifact spirit continued to add a sentence and said, in short, I have many uses. Your Highness, you must trust me. The moment this sentence appeared, it instantly reminded Lin Yuan of when Zhu had said the same thing back then. And then Zhu swore out 2 bad ideas. Why does it feel like both 9 heavenly bright moon mirror senior and stone bead senior are not very reliable? After Lin Yuan realized this, now that he told Mirror Senior the secret of the women's clothing, in case Mirror Senior inadvertently and accidentally told the players, wouldn't he have to socially die in both worlds? He thought to himself, I'm sorry, Mirror Elder, it's better to wait until I don't need to dress as a woman after I become an emperor before I tell you about this matter. At that time, I will sincerely apologize to you to make amends. Lin Yuan thought to himself that when he became an emperor, it should be easy to cover up the black history of women's clothing with the great power of a great emperor, right? Elder Mirror is really great, both in battle and life. If I encounter any life-threatening situations in the future, I'll ask Elder to step in and help. After Lin Yuan praised in his heart, the 9 heavens bright moon mirror artifact spirit heard the beauty of the bubbles and immediately transmitted the sound and said, Your Highness, I will protect you. Elder Mirror, can you tell me how an artifact spirit is formed? Lin Yuan was a little curious and asked in a voice transmission, and the 9 heavenly bright moon mirror artifact spirit opened its mouth and cleared its throat in a good way. Your Highness, among the many spiritual treasures, supreme artifacts, quasi-emperor artifacts, and emperor artifacts there are spirituality, and among them, emperor artifacts such as ours have the most exuberant spirituality that can coalesce wisdom into an artifact spirit. Imperial soldiers will be with the user constantly harboring the use of fighting together along with the time gradually born spirit. Time varies, some fast, some slow. The character of an artifact spirit will also be influenced by its owner to a certain extent. But again, the character is very different and varies. Just like among the many treasures of Lord Human Emperor, the Human Emperor Seal Stone Bead was the most lively and cheerful in character. The Human Emperor Streamer artifact spirit, on the other hand, had a silent personality. The Qiankuan sword in your hand, Your Highness, is actually more like a rough embryo of an extremely high-quality extreme imperial artifact that has yet to be fully formed. The Qiankuan sword will eventually give birth to an exclusive spirit over time as you use it and fight. The artifact spirit will also make the weapon more powerful, increasing its power by 30%. Thank you, Elder Mirror. I know. Lin Yuan in his heart-transmitted voice to say thank you. One person and one mirror seemed to chat a lot of content. In fact, time did not pass for a long time. The transmission speed is very fast. At this time, Lin Yuan looked at the Supreme Elder Chu Lingyun who was beside him and had already ended his chat with Elder Mirror. In fact, during these few years of getting along, Lin Yuan had learned that with his own natural strength and status, the door rules were no longer something for him to worry about at all. The Taiyan Sacred Land was in a state of green and yellow before his arrival, and the highest within the Sacred Land was only the King body. There was not a single divine body or sacred body, and there hadn't been a single sacred maiden for thousands of years. When Lin Yuan was detected with the Taiyan god body, he was treated and valued by the best in the Taiyan sacred ground, and it was okay for the door rules to make exceptions for the god body. The reason why Lin Yuan hadn't told Chu Lingyun and the others was still because he didn't want to see their shocked, disappointed, and sad expressions. He thought to himself that after he became stronger he would go to the Forbidden Zone to fetch the immortality pill to prolong the life of his grandma, and when he became an emperor he would leave the Taiyan sacred ground to become the #1 sacred ground. At the time when the people of the Holy Land were happy, he himself would tell grandmother and the others about this matter, and it wouldn't upset them too much. Indeed, the future does. In the future when Lin Yuan became a human emperor after telling the truth to the maternal grandmother, the Supreme Elder Chu Lingyun knew Lin Yuan gender first shocked unbelievable. She thought at the time that the holy woman was not in any yin and yang reversal of the compulsion. Only after Lin Yuan explained again and again later did Chu Lingyun believe the truth of this matter. Then Chu Lingyun looked at the Taiyan Holy Land which had already become the #1 holy land in the world. She patted Lin Yuan's shoulder and said with a smile, Yuan, all these years of pretending to be a girl have wronged you. I'm really happy that you were able to make the Holy Land the #1 in the world. The long-cherished dream of many years has finally been realized. The current Chu Lingyun stood under the tree and looked at the white-clothed fairy in front of him and said amiably, Yuan, have you finished chatting with the 9 Heavens Bright Moon Mirror Artifact Spirit Senior? Yes, Grandma, we're done talking. Lin Yuan nodded and said, and on this side, Chu Lingyun flung her wide sleeve, and in an instant, the two of them retraced their steps back into the cave of the Supreme Elder. There are 3,000 great avenues in the world, and among the more powerful of the 3,000 great avenues are the Avenue of Time, the Avenue of Space, the Avenue of Fate, the Avenue of Cause and Effect, the Avenue of Force, the Avenue of Killing, the Avenue of Yin and Yang, the Avenue of the 5 Elements, the Avenue of Destruction, and so on.
The avenues can also be fused with each other to form stronger avenues, such as the fusion of the Time Avenue and the Space Avenue to form the Space-Time Avenue, and the fusion of the Yin-Yang Avenue and the 5 Elements Avenue to form the Chaos Avenue. This side of the Chu Lingyun already sat on the futon and began to explain in detail about the 3,000 avenues of the many information. Has crossed the threshold of the Avenue of Enlightenment. Lin Yuan listened to the full attention gained a lot. A few days later, Chu Lingyun seemed to have calculated the time and said to Lin Yuan, who was listening to the lesson, Yuan, you've already started with this great Tao sense. I've already told you what I can tell about the introduction of the great Tao before. You can choose one or a few of the great Tao to comprehend. As the saying goes, the master leads the door. The practice is up to the individual. This great Tao can only be comprehended by yourself, and after comprehending it, you can then fuse and open up the already Tao, so that you can become a quasi-emperor or even a great emperor in the future. At this time, Chu Lingyun took out a golden long lifelock inscribed with the auspicious 8 treasures pattern, on top of which there was a lifelike spiritual cloud pattern, which was created with materials such as gold flame stone and astral silver sand, flowing with color and extraordinary charm. The Supreme Elder Chu Lingyun hung the long lifelock around the neck of the white fairy in front of her. She straightened her collar, then said with a smile, Yuan, I see that you have also recently practiced physical cultivation. This long lifelock can be used to nourish the body to increase qi and blood. Do not need to exercise, but also can be absorbed around the aura of its own transformation into the user's qi and blood. At the same time, where close to the body can be accumulated day by day to enhance the physical body. With this treasure, Yuan, you don't have to be like those physical cultivators who hurt their bodies all over the place in order to sharpen their physique and increase their qi and blood, and you don't have to suffer that pain. Thanks, Grandma. Hearing these words, Lin Yuan's eyes lit up in gratitude. Who would think of living without suffering when they can? The long lifelock is a good match for you. Your master Yanqing Xue is waiting for you at Jade Shong Peak. Yuan, you go. Chu Lingyun picked up the tea and said while drinking it. Then Lin Yuan waved his hand before leaving. Grandma, I'm leaving then. I'll bring you delicious food to see you in a few days. Chapter 80, Birthday. Jade Peak. Only to see the snow-capped, flying flowers piece, agate branches and jade trees. Freezing fog biting cold. The mountain, those jade carved by the beauty of the palace and pavilions. The clouds and fog. Cranes chirping. It looks really is like a fairyland. Master, I'm back. Lin Yuan instantly came to Jade Shone Peak, pushed open the door of the palace cave and said, 2 years ago, the master went out on a secret expedition to leave the Holy Land, so the two have not seen for a long time. He couldn't wait to see Yanqing Xue, his longtime master. Sitting on top of the futon wearing aqua blue lotus cloud brocade palace dress of the beauty looked back and smiled gently, looking forward to the god fly, graceful and elegant, her cloud sideburns high pulling inserted goat white jade hairpin, draped in plain light veil, as the smoke and clouds shrouded in the fog to see the flowers. Yanqing Xue said as she put down the flower arrangement in her hands and happily looked at her precious disciple. Apprentice, you're back. Come and let master take a good look. Okay, master. Lin Yuan hurriedly went forward and pulled over the futon to sit down and said as he took out the extremely high-grade defensive Dao artifact Dragon Scale Spirit Cloud Heart Protector armor that he had carefully selected earlier and handed it over. Master, this is my gift to you. Better defense than the last one. Apprentice, I was going to take out the gift first, but I didn't expect you to beat me to it, and I like the gift very much. Come and take a look at the 3 treasures that master brought back for you from the secret relics this time. Yanqing Xue said with a surprised smile as she received the heart protector armor. She took out a few gifts that she had prepared for a long time, and before that, she went on an adventure to the secret realm and explored the ancient ruins with the sword Dao inheritance. It was in order to find a suitable gift for her disciple. This is the sword spirit divine crystal, a top-tier heavenly treasure in terms of the Dao of the sword, which can be used to help your disciple's world of the sword to further metamorphose and take shape, as well as increase your level of comprehension of the sword intent. Yan Xingxue said as she took out the first gift she had gotten from the ancient ruins. This was a 9-sided crystalline sword spirit divine crystal, which had the silhouette of a long sword in it, and just taking it out exuded an invisible and phantomless fluctuation of sword intent that was very astonishing, causing the void to quake and create ripples. The second piece is the legacy technique, the Wan Dao sword scripture, that my master obtained from the relics left behind by the Wan Dao sword emperor in the ancient times. This imperial scripture encompasses all sorts of sword Dao techniques and moves from the ancient times, which are incredibly subtle and infinite in their wonders, and can give you, my disciple, help in comprehending the great Dao of the sword. Feel free to use it. Master has also used this inheritance crystal, a few jade-like inheritance crystals of the 10,000 ways sword scripture that emanated endless sword intent appeared in the palm of her hand. This was the sword inheritance that Yan Xingxue had gotten after going through a lot of trouble and braving life and death crises in the middle of the relics. Yan Xingxue didn't major in sword Dao, mainly focusing on formation Dao with sword Dao as a supplement. The reason why she chose to go to the dangerous Wan Dao Sword Emperor's inheritance mystic realm was naturally to help her disciple obtain the sword Dao inheritance and treasures. Because there were several inheritance crystals, she had used one for herself, and as the hall master of the scripture pavilion she had also placed one crystal on the top floor of the scripture pavilion of the Holy Land. Other than that, all the inheritance crystals had been given to Lin Yuan. Yan Xingxue then took out another egg that was covered in silver mysterious patterns from her storage bag. This giant egg with the bloodline of a divine beast was surrounded by a faint golden light, as bright as a huge jeweled pearl, emitting an ancient, mysterious and sacred aura. Apprentice, this is the pet egg that Master gave you, found in the ancient ruins. Don't know how many years of dust. This egg has a divine beast bloodline, just don't know what kind of bloodline. You'll know the species when it hatches after you sign a master pet contract with this egg first. The older the bloodline, the longer the incubation time of the spirit beast. Disciple, you can put it in the spirit beast hall of the Holy Land to wait for the day of successful hatching. You will now take this egg in by dropping blood and the divine soul branding method, and you can use it as a pet or mount in the future, or as a helper in battle. Yan Xingxue said while pointing at the pet egg with a divine beast bloodline for Lin Yuan to quickly sign the contract. Master, this divine beast egg is too precious, and it's also something you've worked so hard and risked so much to get, so it's better for you to use it. Lin Yuan shook his head and said. At this time Yan Xingxue touched his head and said, silly child, Master already has a pet heavenly feathery mortal crane that he has raised since he was a child. Apprentice child, you are still young and don't have a pet, so why don't you take it quickly so that you don't make your master sad? Okay, I'll use it then. Thank you, Master. Seeing his master say that, Lin Yuan had no choice but to nod his head in agreement, looking at his master gratefully. His fingertips extruded a drop of essence blood to land on the pet egg that had a divine beast bloodline, and then utilized the divine soul branding method to sign the master pet contract. After the contract was completed, Lin Yuan felt that he had a marvelous connection with the pet egg, and he could sense the joyful emotions coming from the pet egg, so he reached out and touched the golden and silver glittering eggshell. At this time Yan Xingxue brought out a steaming bowl of longevity noodles, each noodle of uniform thickness, golden and oily lotus eggs, pure white bone broth with verdant vegetables. There are also shredded fungus and round quail eggs, which are appetizing just to look at, and mellow and rich in flavor. Hot steam hazy vision, let a person see is not very clear. In front of the end of the longevity noodles Yan Xingxue looked gentle as water said, Happy birthday, Padawan. Lin Yuan froze as he looked at his master and the bowl of longevity noodles in front of him, completely lost in thought. He hadn't had a birthday in many years, so long that he himself had forgotten that there was such a thing as a birthday. The old dean gave him a couple of birthdays when he was a kid, and then the old dean died, and then no one ever gave him a birthday again. Lin Yuan couldn't help but look at this bowl of longevity noodles and remember the time when he moved to a rented house and ate instant noodles. Back then he was still poor and hadn't eaten much good food in the orphanage, which was why he liked to savor food so much. In his childhood, as a child, Lin Yuan looked forward to being able to get gifts from others. Unfortunately, he did not wait after all. When he grew up and became rich, he liked to give gifts to others, not expecting anything in return, but just to fulfill his childhood wish. In the past, when he was bullied and no one gave him support or pulled him up, Lin Yuan thought that when he grew up he would stand up for those who were bullied, and he wanted to be a chivalrous man who fought for people in his dreams. Because he had gotten wet before, Lin Yuan also wanted to open an umbrella to shield others he met from the wind and rain. Maybe the idea was a little silly, but he stuck to it that much. Over the years, he has been in the 9 states to eliminate demons. Chivalry, encountered people in trouble when they pull a hand. Generous and generous, bold and dry clouds, do not ask for return. Master, you. Lin Yuan also did not expect that there were still people in the world who remembered his birthday. He was touched and did not know what to say for a while. Yan Xingxue said as she handed over the steaming bowl of longevity noodles and chopsticks. This is the longevity noodles that I cooked with my own hands. Apprentice son, quickly taste how it tastes. After Lin Yuan received the dishes, Yan Xingxue scratched her head and said with some embarrassment, "It's still my first time to be a master. I don't have much experience, and I didn't have a master in the past. I just cultivated fighting without accepting disciples, so I don't know much about these things. This time, on my way back from the secret realm, I saw people from small cultivation clans in the city celebrating the 500th birthday of their old ancestor. This reminds me of your 19th birthday this year, my disciple. You told me about your birth date when you were initiated before. December 10th is your birthday every year. I seek to celebrate you, my apprentice, as well. If others have it, then we must have it too. In the future, as long as you want to, my disciple, Master will give you a birthday every year." Cultivators in the world of the 9 states lived long lives and usually celebrated when they had a big birthday. Especially a lot of cultivation to the deep realm of the monks have long been unknown how many years of life. A retreat may be a few hundred years in a flash. For the past birthday some people care, some people do not care. Yan Xingxue cultivated to the saint realm after many years. The memory of her birthday when she was young had long been dusted off in the depths of her memory sea, and it was not until this time when she saw the scene of the family birthday celebration after leaving the secret realm that she thought about it. "Thank you, master. The noodles are delicious. They are the best noodles I have ever eaten and you are the best master in my heart. It's too much trouble for master to have a birthday every year. A birthday I can't even remember myself, so it doesn't matter if I do or don't," Lin Yuan said as he ate the noodles, keeping the scene in front of him and this flavor in his mind. He could not forget it in this life. "Yuaner, you're my Yan Xingxue's only disciple. I don't have the means to give a sermon to impart your emperor scriptures like the Supreme Elder did, but something like celebrating your birthday every year for you in the future can still be easily done and is not a labor of love." Yan Xingxue raised her wine gourd and said while drinking. Lin Yuan listened and advised, "Master, sometimes many years pass by in a flash when we cultivators are in seclusion. The higher the realm the more so. It's not too late to give my apprentice a birthday when master is not in seclusion and is free. Anyway, we monks have a long lifespan and lots of time, so it's not bad for us to just have a big birthday. Oh, there is still close to come. Well, disciple, you say the words of reason, then according to what you say it." Yan Xingxue slapped her head and said, after going out and fighting for so long she had almost forgotten that there was a time for seclusion. "Master, did you tell grandma and the girls about my birthday before?" Lin Yuan couldn't help but ask as he thought about the long lifelock that the Supreme Elder had put on himself today. Yan Xingxue nodded her head without hesitation and said, "Yes, I told the Patriarch and the Great Elder girls about this matter as well. We are going to give you a surprise today. You now push open the door and look outside." At this time in the palace there was a knock on the door. Lin Yuan went and opened the door. Qing Luo, the Great Elder, Fong Xing and the others came straight in. Qing Luo was holding the Dao weapon 9 leaves Linglong jadeite tasseled stepping rock that she had carefully selected and spent years of her salary to build. It was a piece of jewelry as exquisite as a lotus flower, and she ran over to her with a smile. "Happy birthday, miss." Lin Yuan looked at this beautiful jewelry mood complex. He is a male, actually do not need these things. But in the face of a piece of Qing Luo's heart he said with a smile, "Thanks, I enjoyed it." Qing Luo came over to put a 9-leaf lingering emerald tasseled strut on the head of the white fairy in front of her, and she said with a twinkle in her eye, "This jewelry really matches the young lady. I didn't make a mistake in choosing it." Qing Luo thought Miss Beautiful as Heavenly Fairy is usually too simple. Life do not like to dress up. They want to save some spirit stones and materials to put together some jewelry to miss wear more beautiful. Next to the Grand Elder Gu Mangxing also handed over a 5-colored flowing bell with an exquisite and extremely beautiful arcane pattern, inscribed with 100 birds chirping, dragons flying and phoenixes dancing, flowers, birds, insects, and fish, and all beings in heaven and earth, and the weather of 10,000 elephants renewing themselves. "Happy birthday, Your Highness. Recently it seems that Your Highness has also begun to cultivate the way of the divine soul. This treasure is called the Wanxian Tianhua Ba Lightning. It's a top-grade supreme artifact that serves a special purpose. It can directly shock the enemy's divine soul to stop their movements, and it can also create all sorts of realistic illusions," the Grand Elder said as he tied the Wanxian Tianhua treasure light bell on Lin Yuan's wrist, and the 5-colored bells clashed with a few crunching sounds. "Thank you, Grand Elder. I have also recently cultivated the way of the divine soul, and I happen to be lacking a treasure for divine soul attacks." Lin Yuan smiled and thanked him for saying so. He thought to himself that this baby was very practical. It would be even better if it was a bit more domineering. What Fong Xing took out at this time was a folding fan, which he had made with his own hands. He felt that the gift he had given was worthless compared to what the others had given him, so he lowered his head in shame and said, "Happy birthday, Your Highness.
This is the fan I made. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up as he looked at this folding fan in front of him, for no other reason than the fact that it looked handsome enough. The folding fan unfolds like half a bright moon. It is painted with ink-colored green bamboo, straight and unyielding, and the few strokes of that thick ink outline a kind of style. Each leaf is sparse and dense. The bamboo shoots on the ground are vivid. Birds rest on the tops of the branches. There is a gurgling water passing on the ground, and the white space also gives you a feeling like the sky is bright and the dawn is breaking. Lin Yuan thought to himself that he didn't expect Feng Xing to be able to paint. This past-life demon sect master was quite versatile. In fact, this was because Feng Xing used to hold a pen on the ground and trace everything in the world. He would draw in his spare time when he was an odd-job disciple, thinking about how to practice qi into his body while he drew, and in this way his drawing skills became good. It's a nice fan. I like it, Lin Yuan said happily as he opened his folding fan while playing handsome, searching for which pose would be more handsome and dashing. Feng Xing froze for a moment after hearing this and looked up touched. This was obviously just an ordinary fan, but His Highness said that he liked it very much. This was clearly taking care of his face in front of the crowd. What virtue could he possibly have to deserve such treatment from your highness? Bang! 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 The sound of fireworks blooming came from the sky outside. Lin Yuan heard it and walked out from the house, only to see that the mountain peak clearing and the sky were filled with people. The sacred land's patriarch, Qi Yu, and the many elders were all there, as well as the many female sacred land disciples. There were crowds of people everywhere, while outside the mountain clearing was piled high with presents, too high to count. And not only that, everyone had a birthday present in hand. Your Highness, here is my gift. Happy birthday. Morong Ling, the leader of the disciples, took the lead with the gift and said. She treated Lin Yuan as a half-teacher, because she often went to the sacred Maiden Peak to ask questions about cultivation and had received a lot of guidance from Lin Yuan. In fact, it wasn't just Morong Ling. All the senior sisters who went to the Holy Maiden Peak to ask questions would receive guidance from Lin Yuan. Sometimes when Lin Yuan came back from his outings and saw a disciple practicing the Tao, he would also speak out and give him some guidance. His high level of guidance is easy to point out, often let a person suddenly realize that there is a refinement. That was why the many disciples of the Taiyin Holy Land were even more reverent and grateful to Her Highness the Holy Maiden. Happy birthday, Your Highness. This is the top-grade elixir I refined. Last time I blew up the furnace. Thanks to Your Highness's guidance, I was able to become past the intermediate level elixir master examination. Next to the pill hall, a senior sister Autumn holding a pill said excitedly, and the next crowd also had a word from you and a word from me, chattering and starting to give gifts and blessings at the same time. Lin Yuan looked at the crowd in front of him. It was the first time he had received blessings and gifts from so many people, and the people he had helped in the past also thanked him towards him. Shu Lingyun, who was in seclusion in the cave, also appeared in the sky smiling at him, and beside him, his master Yanqing Shui, Qing Luo, the Grand Elder, and Feng Xing also surrounded him. Lin Yuan looked at the crowd inside the Holy Land, looked at the bright and dazzling fireworks in the sky, and listened to a sincere word echoing in his ears. This was the home he wanted to guard. He wrote it all down and kept it in his heart. Even if he died in battle in the future, he would protect them if he put his life on the line. Chapter 81, True Water. Your Highness, the Holy Maiden of the Great Luo, Ling Qingran, has arrived outside the Holy Land wanting to pay a visit. At this time, a senior sister in charge of registering information from the outer sect who came over to report the news came over and saluted and said. When Lin Yuan heard this, he smiled and said to the crowd next to him, "Thank you all for your well wishes. I'm going to meet the guests." The visitor was a guest, not to mention that the Holy Maiden of the Great Luo, Ling Qingran, was her friend, so of course she had to go out and welcome her. As for Yen Liang, that is an exception to the many visits to the Taiyin Holy Land to eat the door. He is still unchanged. Happy. Ling Qingran, who was sitting over here in the palace that the Taiyin Sacred Land used to receive its honored guests, was a flowery fairy wearing a turquoise long skirt, like a willow branch swaying in the spring breeze, or like an orchid in an empty valley in the mountainous area, graceful, with bright eyes and white teeth, and generous. She also learned that today was Lin Yuan's birthday as she listened to the movement and shouts outside. This discovery made Ling Qingran feel lucky. She had previously ventured out in the secret realm and had just come out when she received a reminder from her palm to discover that Her Highness, the original Taiyin Sacred Maiden, had returned to the central state, so she hurriedly rushed to the Taiyin Sacred Land to pay a visit. The Taiyi True Water I obtained from the secret ruins was originally intended to be given to Sister Yuaner, and I hadn't thought of any reason to give it to her before I came in a hurry. Now it's just the right time to give it as a birthday gift to Sister Yuchi. Finally I can meet the person I've been thinking about day and night. Ling Qingran thought in her mind while organizing her appearance, making sure to wait for the meeting with the best posture. Her heart was full of anticipation. and she couldn't wait to see the excitement of her beloved senior sister Ling. "You're here," Lin Yuan said with a smile to welcome up. This side of the Ling Qingran smile like a flower passion like fire pounced over to a hug said, "Sister Yuaner, it's been a long time, I miss you so much." This side of Lin Yuan was caught off guard and was hugged full of arms for a time. He thought to himself that every time he meets senior sister Ling is so enthusiastic, it really makes people weirdly embarrassed. The reason why he was addressed as senior sister was because Lin Yuan was the youngest amongst the many holy sons and daughters of the 10 great holy lands, and even though his cultivation was very high, he was also everyone's junior sister. Qing Luo, who was following behind her, watched the scene with wide eyes as she thought to herself, "Your Highness, it's not just the men who are in danger outside the Holy Land, it's the women as well. They all covet your beauty and have no good intentions." Ling Qinran on this side was immersed in the joy of holding a warm fragrance and soft jade in her arms and could not help herself. She smelled the clear fragrance of the white fairy's hair in her arms and took a deep breath. She only felt refreshed and her mind was stirred. So Qing Luo hurriedly walked up to try to separate the two as she said, "Holy Maiden Ling, you've been holding our young lady for too long." "Okay, it's me who was abrupt. I'm really too happy to see Sister Yuaner. This is the gift I prepared to wish Sister Yuaner a happy birthday." Ling Qingran reluctantly released her hand and said as she took out a jade bottle containing Tai True Water. This is one of the famous divine water under the sky, able to cure injuries, drive away evil spirits and purify, but also assist in cultivation to improve the realm, and have a miraculous effect on the enlightenment of the avenue of the laws of water. Lin Yuan looked at the gift which was really precious and shook his head. "Many thanks to senior sister Ling for her blessing. Senior sister's gift is too expensive. The thought is enough. The gift is not necessary. Sister Yuaner, feel free to accept it. This gift I found especially for you. You are proficient in the 5 elements laws, and the Tai divine water can help you realize the Tao." Ling Qingran smiled and shoved the jade bottle into Ling Yuan's hand as she continued to fall into her memories, slowly speaking. "I don't know if your highness still remembers the annihilation of a group of devilish evil cultivators in the Thousand Willow City of the Great Luo Holy Land 5 years ago, and saved that group of people. Among them there was me. 5 years ago, Thousand Willows City. The dimly lit dungeon was filled with young boys and girls who had been bound and captured, and who had been whipped and driven into the prison like lambs. The floor was covered with pools of blood, both congealed and fresh. At the center of that dungeon lay a blood-stained altar, on top of which were evil to the core statues carved from white bones, and on top of that altar white bones were piled up like mountains, and the sea of blood flowed, making it look extremely demonic and evil. This is the usual means of the White Bone Sect among the 9 sects of the Devil Sect, utilizing the blood sacrifice of living people to the White Bone Demon Lord to obtain rewards to increase the cultivation of mana. A grizzled and cloaked young girl sat in the corner of the wall. She looked at the distant window with eyes full of hate and despair and pain and unwillingness and anger as she fell into a dim light of day. This is the Ling Qingran of that year, originally the daughter of a rich family in Thousand Willow City. Although the family are all mortals, they live in harmony and happiness. However, these evil practitioners of the White Bone Sect sneaked into Thousand Willow City a few days ago, massacred the people of the city to collect blood food, and captured a large number of young boys and girls to use in the sacrifice ceremony. Ling Qingran's family died at the hands of demonic cultivators. Her parents resisted the evil cultivators in order to save her and then died tragically in front of her. Those servants and guards scattered and fled also died. Only she was captured and sacrificed because of her age. This hatred so that Ling Qingran these days day and night torment hate gnashing of teeth. How she hoped to be able to take revenge. Every day looking out the window looking forward to a ferry road over to save them. These days she's also witnessed some immortals flying on their swords passing by, but not a single person stepped in to save the day, and no one noticed anything unusual about the place. Those were all cultivators within the dynasty or elsewhere. They were just passing through and wouldn't pay attention to the situation in Thousand Willow City. And the evil cultivators didn't blatantly engage in sacrifices. They all did it in the dungeon. The cultivator clans within Thousand Willow City, however, knew that a group of evil cultivators had come to the city, and they immediately fled en masse when they realized that it was the people from the White Bone Sect, the 9 sects of the Devil's Way. Even the city lord with the 7th grade cultivation had fled. Then what other cultivators would care about the deaths of the other people in the city? They only cared about their own lives and the lives of those close to their families. As for the report to the dynasty, reported also not much use. Thousand Willow City belongs to the dynasty of the Lord of the Perennial Seclusion or Luxury Enjoyment. Wide open harem. Construction of the landscape. Will not pay attention to the bottom of the city of the people's life and death. In the view of the senior members of the state masters of these dynasties, encountering evil cultivators that is the bad luck of these people. It does not matter if a group of people die. There are wild stragglers who want to come in. Ling Qingran in the dungeon was in an increasingly desperate mood as she waited.
witnessing those cultivators passing by and leaving time and time again,
causing her to go from the initial anticipation to disappointment over and over again, and finally turning into deep despair and pain. No immortals would come to save the likes of them. Those high and mighty immortals wouldn't care about the deaths of mortals like them. Finally Ling Qingran realized this.
She looked around at these other people whose faces were either grief-stricken or numb and confused, and then looked at the laughing and crazy evil cultivators outside the cage. This world is really desperate. Hurry up and bring all these lambs up here. We're going to sacrifice them to the white bone demon lord and beg for his reward. The evil cultivators said with cruel smiles as they grabbed at those in the middle of the dungeon. They put these young boys and girls tied up one by one carry out to the altar on top of the starred bloodletting. Ling Qingran's wrist was cut open and flowed down the bubbling blood. Her face pale, heart full of hatred and unwillingness. The physical pain is far less than the inner torment and grief. At this time, a bright as the moon like a dreamy sword light fell from the sky. Bright and dazzling illuminated the dark dungeon. Also illuminated her world. Chapter 82, The Dragon Palace. This snow-like, moon-like sword light, transformed into 1,000 by 1. Silver light flashed. The void glowed, illuminating the dark and cruel dungeon, dispersing the despair in people's hearts, and directly transformed into those countless light feathers that flew towards those devilish path evil cultivators. These sword lights were like intertwined torrential rain pear blossoms, one piece like flying flowers and falling leaves, falling one after another, each piece taking away the life of an evil cultivator. Ah! Accompanied by a miserable scream. Those evil cultivators who had blood sacrificed many people in Thousand Willow City before were put to death by the sword light, and their heads fell to the ground and rolled down on top of the altar they had prepared before, dripping with blood. And the white bone demon monarch statue above the altar had originally absorbed so much blood, emitting a scarlet glow. Yet soon the white bone statue was also shattered into pieces by the sword light. Ling Qingran lay on the ground and watched those white bone sect evil cultivators collapse and perish on the spot. Especially when she saw that evil cultivator who had killed her parents being decapitated by the sword light, the fallen head opening its eyes in death. This made Ling Qingran shocked and ecstatic. She ignored the still bleeding wounds on her hands and crawled step by step with her weak body to the front of her enemy's body. She picked up the stone on the ground and smashed it hard. Bang! 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 She waved the stone in her hand to smash the head and body of her enemy into a bloody mess. Ling Qingran smashed it while thinking of her parents who died tragically with no bones left in their bodies in grief. Tears streaming down her face. Ha 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 ha, the heavens have eyes. This dog thing that killed my whole family is finally dead. Covered with bloodstains, cloaked hair and dirt face of the young girl as crazy as the sight of the crying and laughing shouted. She smacked the stone. Stone is not hate. With the fingers to scratch the body out of a channel of blood marks. The fingers are also worn, skin bleeding. More than a quarter of an hour later, Ling Qingran, who had gotten her revenge, was also in a daze, as were many others. There are a lot of young people among the crowd who cry and cry like her for revenge. They are all survivors whose relatives were slaughtered by the devil cultivators. Originally thought that they were going to be sacrificed to death, but they did not expect that they would be saved. Rumble, rumble. At this time, the high-rise building above the dungeon collapsed, and the concealment formation laid by the evil cultivators was broken. And under the effect of the force of space, it did not cause any harm to the people in the dungeon below. Instead, the dank and dank dungeon was brought back to life once again. The crowd looked up at the sky, only to see that the long sword carrying a magnificent white fairy figure descending from the sky, 3,000 green silk fluttering with the wind, just like the bright moon in the 9 heavens to light up the sky, as the dawn breaks to remove the darkness. This was none other than Lin Yuan, who was patrolling the central state back then, and after he became the Taiyin Holy Maiden, he started to hoof it around to subdue demons and get rid of devils. Wouldn't it be nice to be chivalrous as well as killing monsters and upgrading? And the protector of the road, the great elder Gu Mangxing, secretly protected, hidden in the void, did not appear. Lin Yuan looked at the miserable appearance of the crowd that had been plundered by the demonic cultivators underneath. He didn't leave directly, but took out the wine gourd on his waist to sprinkle the Tao spirit water, utilizing the perfection grade Gonlin mantra and spring return mantra to heal the injuries of the crowd, only to see wisps of continuous rain containing spiritual chi falling on the wounds of the dungeon crowd. People's previous wounds also quickly healed, no longer painful. The crowd have shouted, "Thanks to the immortals for saving us. If it wasn't for immortals beheading those devilish evil cultivators, we would have died today. There is no way to repay the fairy's great kindness, and with that in mind, I would like to offer the everlasting life plaque for generations to come, in memory of the fairy's kindness." Ling Qingran, who was confused in the corner of the crowd, stared blankly at the white-robed fairy holding a long sword, and feeling the wounds that had been healed. She instantly found the direction of her life. It's like a beam of light illuminating the way forward. She opened her mouth but wanted to speak. Sitting in the corner just concentrating on the scene, silently remembered in her heart, the white-clothed fairy in the very center of the crowd who healed the injuries of the crowd. He waited until the people from the Great Luo Holy Land came over to deal with the matter before Lin Yuan turned around and left, continuing to set off to cut down the demons and eliminate the devils, leaving behind a dashing back. Ling Qingran, who was in the crowd, heard someone around him ask the deacon of the Great Luo Sacred Land about the identity of the white-robed fairy who had saved them, and the deacon said with a smile, "You people are lucky to have met Her Highness Lin Yuan, the Taiyin Sacred Maiden who has recently been subduing demons and eliminating devils in the Central State. This Your Highness is most chivalrous and righteous." From then on, Ling Qingran memorized this name, and she joined the Great Luo Holy Land as an outer disciple because of her cultivation qualification of detecting a spirit body plus her innocence. She began to crazy efforts to cultivate, to take the task to the outside to kill adventures to earn cultivation resources. The realm also flew like a cracker all the way up. When Ling Qingran became an inner disciple through the outer sect competition, her astonishing rate of cultivation progress also caught the attention of the elders of the Great Luo Holy Land. The elders once again probed Ling Qingran's physique and found that it was actually an innate Tao body. This was a very special physique that was different from the divine body, saint body, and king body. The cultivation breakthrough speed of the Tao body will be very fast. The speed of enlightenment is different from normal people, and it is born close to the Tao. However, it does not have any enhancement for killing and fighting, and there won't be any visions to show. Even the awakening stone cannot be detected, and the Tao body is more introverted. Not carefully detected is not found. If it is not detected, there is no protector of the Tao to protect. In the dangerous metaphysical world, the early Tao body is likely to die prematurely in the middle of the Tao. The number of Tao bodies born from ancient times to the present was extremely rare, as it was a physique born from the evolution of a random heavenly Tao. So the body is not only rare and rare, with great random attributes, and rely on the bloodline inheritance of the divine body of the holy body is different. The history of the human race has had the body of the Taoist emperor, but the number is relatively small, only 2. 3. After Ling Qingran was found to be an innate Tao body, the Great Luo Holy Land gave importance to directly promote it as a true disciple and gave a lot of cultivation resources. After becoming a true disciple, Ling Qingran continued to practice hard, honing his killing methods, going out to fight and adventuring. His innate Taoist body coupled with ample resources and also fighting, his realm also soared all the way up to the 8th level of the creation realm. In the end, she killed and defeated the crowd in the grand competition of many true disciples and personal disciples, winning the top spot and becoming the holy daughter of the Great Luo in one fell swoop. Nowadays, Ling Qingran looked at the white-clothed fairy in front of her that she had longed for. This was the person she had been searching so hard to see. "I killed my way out of thousands of people, ascending all the way from an outer disciple to become the holy maiden of the Great Luo, just to see you again, to be able to speak to you a few more times." Ling Qingran thought to herself that she was really a greedy person. Obviously she had already said a lot of things, and the white fairy had become a good friend. The more she got to know each other, the more she was attracted to be addicted, and it always felt like it wasn't enough, and she still wanted to go one step further, one step closer. She wanted to embrace the bright moon in her arms, so that the white fairy's gaze would be on her, and the two of them would never be separated, and they would be together forever. Now Ling Qingran realized that she didn't like either male or female, and only liked the white-clothed fairy who saved the dungeon crowd back then. My generation of cultivation people, chivalry and righteousness. See righteousness and courage. I do not ask for anything in return for my hand. Ling's senior sister does not need to be too much in the heart. Lin Yuan smiled and shook his head and did not accept Taizhinshui said. It turned out that among the many people he saved by subduing the demons back then was Sister Ling Qingran. No wonder senior sister Ling was trembling with excitement the first time they met, and was so passionate like fire every time. He didn't realize that what he had done over the years, being chivalrous and righteous, had unintentionally become the white moonlight that had haunted the hearts of an unknown number of people in Central State. Countless people on the vast and sprawling land of Zhengzhou have dreamed of seeing the white fairy again, and all of them are striving to cultivate hard. The kindness of saving my life is remembered. Your Highness saved me in the dungeon and killed the evil cultivators of the Devil's Way to help me avenge my parents' blood. How can I not repay such kindness? Ling Qingran came closer to hold Ling Yuan's hand and said sincerely. She actually wanted to say, as the saying goes, it's better to save your life than me. But these words were too bold and blunt, and she resisted the urge to say them for fear of scaring the white-clothed fairy. Senior Sister Ling, it's better if you don't call me Your Highness. We're friends now. There's no need to be like that. Lin Yuan said in the face of the sincere and grateful expression of Senior Sister Ling. At this time Ling Qingran said while squeezing out tears to say cry and touch the corner of her eyes. Sister Yuaner, when you say that, Senior Sister I'm so touched. This Taiyi true water you quickly accept it. Otherwise sister I'm really sad. Next to Qing Luo listening to these words always feel that there is something not quite right.
as if a bit of tea flavor floating in the air, and not like the table spirit tea fragrance. Is it her illusion? Alright, then I'll just take it. Senior sister Ling, don't cry ah. Lin Yuan naturally cannot bear to see the sister tears and then opened his mouth and said, if it is a man crying in front of him, that is certainly not false color. For girls that is naturally gentle to treat the spring breeze like harmony. Okay, I'll be relieved when you take it. Sister Yuchi. Ling Qingran heard immediately broke into tears and said with a smile, do not know also thought that she is the recipient of the gift, rather than the person who gave the gift. Receiving the Taiyi True Water Lin Yuan also wanted to stay Ling Qingran again in the Taiyin Holy Land as a guest for dinner. This side of Ling Qingran heart to bear the pain politely refused to say, Sister Yuaner, I still have things to do, let's get together another time. Ling Qingran, who had left the Taiyin Holy Land, returned to the flying boat of the Great Luo Holy Land, and the servants around him, as well as the crowd of the attendant army, respectfully saluted and said, we welcome the return of Her Highness, the Holy Maiden of the Great Luo. At this time, Ling Qingran had already had a face like frost in her heart and looked at the direction of the Red Sun Holy Land with rage and gave orders. Next, we'll go to the Red Sun Holy Land. I'll go beat up that Yan Liang guy, to show him why the flowers are so red. This shameless bastard dared to run to the Taiyin Holy Land to harass Sister Yuaner while I was in the secret realm. What an abomination. A crime that deserves death. At this time Ling Qingran which still have in front of Lin Yuan smiling and passionate like fire, cold as ice and frost unattainable imposing. Next to the maidservants and the attendant army had long been used to this scene. Their own Dala Holy Maiden would only be as passionate as she was to the Taiyin Holy Maiden. And to everyone else she was cold and refused to let anyone in. This side is still being Red Sun old man beating Yan Liang side ouch 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 shouting pain. Was beaten used to surprisingly can also turn over to change a position to be beaten. The Red Sun old man angry beard are floating up hand more ruthless. At this time the feeling of the underworld made Yan Liang cannot help but sneeze. He sought to find out who was actually chanting about himself. Putting aside the many cultivators on the Central Continent Forum who were cursing against him, could it be that Sister Yuaner had inadvertently thought of herself? The thought of this possibility instantly made Yan Liang's heart happy. Even the intense pain coming from his buttocks was not so uncomfortable, and he was blissfully unaware of the challenges and fat beatings from the Deluo Holy Maiden that he was ushering in next. At this time, the land of the Dragon Palace and the Demon Clan's territory welcomed an uninvited guest. The boundless ocean sea waves, water surging, the distant reef jagged, the water sparkling, a variety of rare and strange, a variety of fish and his underwater creatures from the bottom of the sea coral group swam past. In the midst of those coral forests like jeweled onyx is the magnificent Dragon Palace, where many crystal-carved jade pillars support the huge palace and pavilions. A huge dazzling night pearl from the shell can be placed to illuminate the place. White jade steps are placed on the beautifully shaped lamps that will not go out for 10,000 years. Numerous shrimp soldiers and crab generals holding weapons on the seabed for patrols. Come and go sharks women with various colors of delicacies and fruits, but also in the court dancing, playing the piano and playing music. The Dragon King and many concubines are not here or in seclusion. Above the platform sat the crown prince and princesses of the Dragon Kings of the aquatic race, as well as many high-ranking generals, and the generals also praised the heirs of these Dragon Kings in a variety of ways. Some time ago that human race Taiyin sacred maiden Lin Yuan ran to our demon clan's territory and killed so many demon kings. It's really hateful. I heard that the Taiyin Holy Maiden is a great pride of the human race that comes along once in a million years, but I don't think that's necessarily the case. It must be just those people of the human race touting it out. My clan's third prince, His Highness Ao Xian, is gifted with outstanding strength and has also awakened the bloodline of the ancient patriarch Yinglong, so he is sure to outperform that human's pride 100 times over and 1,000 times over. A water tribe general said with a laugh and bragged while drinking wine. The side also drew the group of demons to chime in. That's right. If His Highness the Third Prince encounters the Taiyin sacred maiden Lin Yuan, he will definitely be able to capture her alive and bring her back to be ruthlessly humiliated. The human race is full of incompetent people. How could they possibly produce that kind of guy? Sure, heaven's pride. A supreme demon. In my opinion, it must have been that human race Taiyin sacred maiden's protector who struck out, and that's why she killed so many demon kings. This side sitting on the high seat of the third prince Ao Xian listening to so many people's boasting, the heart is also fluttering. Although it got a lot of inside information that only the top level of the demon race knows. For example, that human saint daughter Lin Yuan is indeed a million years rarely come out of the absolute heavenly pride. Kill the demon king as powerful as killing chickens and slaughtering dogs. That human Taiyin Holy Land are some crazy incomprehensible. Even the holy ancestor directly down to kill the 9 infants venerable. This makes the third prince of the Dragon Palace Ao Shenhard is very clear that the human race Tuyin Virgin Lin Yuan cannot be messed with. In the future to avoid. Which does not prevent it from this time on the mouth to show off grinning. You all have a point. I am the demon race's absolute pride. What kind of genius can come out of the human race, which is as small as an ant? Is there any human pride in the world that can be compared to this prince? I heard that human Taiyin holy maiden Lin Yuan was as beautiful as heaven. If I meet it, I will definitely snatch it back as my royal consort and give birth to some dragon children and grandchildren for me. Ha 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 ha. His Highness the third prince is right. All the demons laughed and said, "A time the atmosphere is incredibly lively." The group of demons embrace the arms of the beauty of the various races, continue to talk about life. Drinking. Feast and drink up to the day. Not a good time. At this time, Gu Changsheng, who had already reached the sky above the dragon palace, looked at the ocean underneath and heard the talk of the demons in the water. And his voice was incomparably cold and murderous as he shouted at the bottom, "Demon Dragon Palace Third Prince Ao Xian, quickly roll out and suffer death." This voice is like a loud bell, and like a thunderclap. Black clouds rolling change the color of the sky as the heavens are angry. Shocked the ocean above the Dragon Palace for the overturning of the river. Those jade pillars that support the building are all collapsed for it to fall. Countless coral forests and seagrasses were swept by the mud and current under the water. The Dragon Palace, for a time the ground shook. The seabed of the group of demons, for the shock of the anger, is incomparable. They have been surging out of the water. Chapter 83, Ingredients. Originally in the Dragon Palace, drinking pleasure of the third Prince Ao Xian at this moment burst into a rage. Even someone dared to come to the Dragon Palace provocation. This is simply over to find death. Who does not know that the Dragon Palace is one of the many great powers of the demon race, and the other demon races around them do not dare to provoke. Now there are people who come to the door to scold the fight. That is tantamount to stomping on the nose to make the Dragon Palace lose face. In particular, this bout of ground shaking made the group of demons in the Dragon Palace also become furious. So the third prince of the dragon tribe, Ao Xian, led many aquatic generals as well as shrimp soldiers and crab generals to come out in unison. At that moment, the black and dense army of aquatic races that covered the sky surrounded the two people, one old and one young, in the sky, and surrounded Gu Changsheng and Elder Su, forming a blockade. Ao Xian's current incarnation was a man wearing golden armor and holding a square sky painting halberd, with a dragon horn on its head, highlighting its status. At this time, the third Prince Ao Xian raised his head in a high and proud manner and shouted, "Surprisingly, there is still a weak and lowly human race that dares to come to our Dragon Palace and shout. It's really unbridled. It's just too arrogant. Who are you? Report your name. I don't behead nameless people. The person who killed you, Gu Changsheng of the human race's evergreen holy land." Gu Changsheng stood in the air and said in an indifferent tone. The eyes were like looking at a piece of lamb to be slaughtered, or the prey in general. In his mind, he was thinking, how is it still in human form? If this is brought back, it's not good to give the senior sister as a dish of wine. It's better to let this guy manifest the original form of the dragon race as soon as possible. The little human child dares to speak out here. I will definitely skin you and break you into pieces. When I've tortured enough, I'll eat it as a blood meal. Hearing these words, Ao Xian suddenly burst into a rage, cursing. It directly changed out of the original form. At the same time, the eyes salivating at the human race in front of him. Intuition tells it to eat this person is certainly a big supplement. Just see it towering into the clouds to cover the sky of the dragon rises up in the air. Awakened, the ancient dragon bloodline of the true dragon body of each scale contains a subtle Taoist pattern. Golden light is as bright as the clouds of azure coloring. The hands of the weapon is also changed incomparably huge like a pillar of the heavens, coupled with the divine ability to become more and more huge and lofty, as if the ancient gods and devils appear to bring havoc to the world. The ferocious Wei Ha. This strong demonic aura rushed up to the sky to pierce through the layers of clouds. The wind and clouds changed color, and the clouds were covered with dark clouds, and for a while it was pouring rain, torrential rain, and rough waves. Although Ao Xian was incomparably angry, nor was he overwhelmed by anger. It quickly thought about this person's origin and background. Thought, Gu Changsheng. This name seems to ring a bell. I heard that it's the holy son of the first holy land of the human race, the evergreen holy land. Ao Xian on this side didn't stop his attacking movements, but took out his mastery, first casting the divine ability to call out the wind and rain. From the sky appeared a sweeping the four directions of the Big Dipper divine wind. This wind can destroy the mountains and rivers, fierce and incomparable, and at once hundreds of tornadoes appeared on the sea, as if a natural disaster descended, lifting up monstrous floods, giving a person a very strong sense of impact of the picture. Clatter, clatter, clatter. This time, the Xian Nitru water that was summoned contained unparalleled power of the earth's fate, which was extremely erosive and could defile a person's soul as well as freeze the body. For a time, the temperature of the entire heaven and earth dropped with it, and the surface of the rough sea directly condensed into ice, appearing a wave ice sculpture of different shapes and forms, and those fish and shrimps in the sea that did not have a spirit were also directly frozen to death. Ao Xian is originally a dragon tribe. The matter of clouds and rain is proficient again. The divine ability to call the wind and rain in his hands. The power is also several times more powerful than the other demon tribal Zunis. At this time, the majestic dragon-head scaly dragon stretched out a hideous and terrifying giant claw. Ao Xian performed the ancient dragon battle technique Song Dome Split Sky Claw. This claw method was amazingly powerful. Each claw contained the power of the law of force and the power of the law of space. Incomparably esoteric and profound, and the moves were ancient and vicissitudinous, containing a multitude of Tao rhythms. If it is among the cosmic stars can be randomly torn many stars, accompanied by a vibration space or trembling, flooded with countless ripples. There were a total of 28 styles in the Tsong Dome heaven-splitting claw, one more powerful than the other, and with Ao Xian's bloodline power and level of comprehension, he could only execute the first 10 styles. Even so, each claw that was cast out that was incredibly powerful, far exceeding many saint-level moves and more powerful than many ordinary supreme law moves. In the face of such a powerful and ferocious attack, Gu Changsheng still had a calm expression as if he was walking on a flat surface, standing high above the sky, his robes fluttering, calm and self-contained, looking like a man of the gods. Gu Changsheng, aren't you the holy son of the evergreen Holy Land? How come you don't even release the vision of you being the evergreen sacred body against the enemy? Is this prince not even qualified enough to force you to use your sacred body vision? You guys are too arrogant to not put me, the demon clan's absolute heavenly pride, in your eyes. Give me death. Ao Xian looked at Gu Changsheng, who hadn't made any movements in front of him, and instantly shouted in exasperation that this human saint's son dared to disregard it so much. It's just too arrogant. Ao Xian thought that he was already arrogant and confident enough, and he had never encountered such a wild and borderless human race in his life. In the face of an attack like a heavenly collapse of doomsday catastrophe, the water of the heavenly river pouring and gushing out, the true water of the Shenmei is extremely cold and freezes everything, and there is also the dragon claw that rips apart the sky and earth to break the void and grab it. Such a horrifying scene was like an overwhelming tidal wave coming in, making it impossible to avoid or escape. Gu Changsheng, who was high in the sky, had a cloudy expression as he lightly glanced at the other party, his divine light shining brightly, his eyes as bright as the sun, moon, and stars flickering with light, able to see into everything and trace the root of the essence, and his entire temperament appeared to be more and more mysterious and ethereal. Along with the execution of the top-level Supreme Law Extreme Tao Heavenly Eyes, numerous information surfaced in his eyes, and he already knew the weaknesses of his opponents like the back of his hand, and had an insight into them. A cold and indifferent voice came from above the 9 heavens, towering above like the heavenly god that dominates everything, overlooking the world. Chop! As the words fell, they saw the due heavenly divine thunder fall as if the heavens had sent down infinite heavenly punishments, and a heavenly divine thunder fell, forming chains of the great Tao of laws around it, with the divine sunlight flickering in a mysterious manner. This thunder law, originating from the age of gods and demons, was still a top-tier supreme law even if it had been simplified many times, and the Dutian divine thunder was also a top-tier divine thunder in the heavens. Rumble, rumble, rumble. All of a sudden those mountainous and tsunami-like heavenly dipper divine winds in Xianmei true water were drowned by thunder, and the heaven and earth were transformed into a kingdom of thunder and lightning, only to see lightning streaking across the sky, intertwining with purple-blue-silver-white interplay in a bright and dazzling image. The thunder in the sky rolled loudly like the war drums of thousands of soldiers and horses, as if the ancient beasts roared and roared. Thousands of chains of the laws of thunder tied up the scaly dragon that was originally flipping over the river, fishing it out of the water like an immortal binding lock and hanging it upside down in the air. Ao Xian rolled in the thunder sea only to feel that by this extinction of the thunder hit the severe pain incomparably, the pain of the body drilling. Even the body also came from a roasted flavor. It did not dare to believe that the terrified shouted, "Ancestor, help me," because at this time, the many forces of thunder had already condensed into a terrifyingly powerful Dutian divine sword descending from the sky, splitting over at the head of the Jiaolong, just like the huge axe on the dragon beheading stage that fell, incomparably sharp and cold. This Dutian divine sword struck down. Surely one must die and never live. However, there is no dragon ancestor to respond to the Dragon Palace third Prince Ao Xian, and at this time the Sky Zune realm of the Middle Eight Dragon King also appeared to want to stop. This dress gorgeous face majestic head of the dragon horn of the old man wanted to go out and roar. Human brats, quickly release my son Ao Xian, this king. And Tianzuan realm 9 peak of the protector of the road elders Su. At this time a wave of dust will be the dragon king directly fixed. The power of the space avenue surging will be suppressed in place. The Dragon King can only watch their own most valued child by the sword of God decapitated. Tears wailed. No! Stop it! Aya! Why is the old Dragon King shedding tears? I see that nothing is happening now. What is it that you have that you are so sad about? Why don't you tell it to me to hear it? Let the poor Taoist come and do you justice. Elder Su Hong pretended to be surprised, color touching his beard to put on a righteous expression, as if he was not the one who prevented the Dragon King from saving his son before. The Dragon King was angry, eyes red. In hearing these words, directly angry, on the spot, spitting blood. It momentarily anger attack, temporarily unable to speak. If the players were to voice the Dragon King, that is. I've never seen such brazenness. As this sword fell, the Saint Realm 8th level demon race's unparalleled heavenly pride that was rare to encounter in 10,000 years fell, and the golden blood clattered down like a heavy rain. Ao Shen looked at this scene in death. It did not understand why the divine old ancestor did not step in to save himself. This is the territory of the Dragon Palace. A human pride killed himself, a dragon pride, and his own father, the Dragon King, made a move to stop him by that evergreen holy land protector. But why didn't the old ancestor make a move? At this time of the Dragon Palace, old ancestor's seclusion place, a pair of golden pupil vertical eyes that exuded an ancient and vicissitude atmosphere opened. Golden light was bright. The gas rushed to the bulls. That pair of eyes contained endless anger and pain, accompanied by a low and dark hissing roar issued to shake the emptiness of the sky. Elder Ancestor Evergreen, your Holy Land Saint Sun Gu Changsheng killed my Dragon Clan's supreme heavenly pride in front of this seat. My Dragon Clan is a top great clan such as the Demon Clan. It is really bullying the dragon too much. Your hallowed quasi-emperor ancestor even made a move to stop this seat, which breaks the covenant between the two races back then. Are you guys trying to provoke a great war between the human race and the demon race and so on? Why is the Dragon Emperor so furious? This is just a hands-on sparring match between juniors. Life and death have their own destiny. Your grandson Ao Shen of the Dragon Clan died at the hands of my grandson Gu Changsheng. Wasn't this a momentary slip between cuts? Who would have thought that the Demon Clan's absolute pride that comes out once in 10,000 years is so unforgiving? It is really lamentable and sad. This is a misunderstanding. So the older generation on our side doesn't have to make a move, right? It's not good to bully the young with the old. That's what breaks the rules of our two clans' covenant. A man's voice filled with a majestic and domineering aura said flirtatiously from the void. This was Gu Qingxian, the old ancestor of the evergreen Holy Land at the peak of the quasi-emperor Nine Heavens, and also Gu Changsheng's grandfather. Yes, Gu Changsheng, as the holy son of the evergreen Holy Land, not only had a holy lord father, an emperor clan elder mother, and an old ancestor grandfather, he also had the most prominent identity and background among the many sons of Qi, facing the evergreen old ancestor, who was at the peak of quasi-emperor 9, the Dragon Clan old ancestor, who was only quasi-emperor 5, could only mouth the words with a covenant between the two clans. In the face of such a huge gap in strength, the Dragon Emperor's full-blooded anger could only be suppressed into silence. To save Ao Shen is even more impossible to do things. As for revenge, that really is the heart. The Dragon Clan's old ancestor could only comfort himself in his heart. Just a junior with his own bloodline, do not know how many generations. Dead on the dead. Guilty of this to mess with the evergreen old ancestor. Within the deepest undersea cave of the dragon race at that time, the gold-like radiant vertical pupils also closed their eyes, and a languid sigh came from them. Alas, the time is also destiny. Who let this grandson of mine, Ao Shen, be tongue-tied and unobservant, and offend your evergreen sacred grounds holy son, Gu Changsheng? This matter is over. This seat is going to continue its seclusion. Gu Changsheng, who beheaded Ao Shen, the third prince of the Dragon Palace, didn't leave directly, and after putting the dragon corpse into a storage bag, he thought of having some additions to the wine dishes for senior sister Yuaner. This Dragon Palace shrimp soldiers and crabs will look very fat. Catch some to cook and eat together should taste good. Just like the Abyss child sister said, that kind of hot pot with spicy crayfish with the same flavor. Then Gu Changsheng waved her long sleeve, and a water dragon scroll salvaged the many aquatic generals of the life and death realm and the sea, along with a large number of shrimp soldiers and crab generals. These aquatic generals shouted for the Dragon King to save their lives. Then there was no more. They were quickly erased by the power of the law. Only the body remained, and together they were packed away into the storage bag. The Dragon King saw this scene with his eyes wide open and bellowed, "Daoist Su, your evergreen Holy Land Saint Sun Gu Changsheng has already killed my son Ao Shen. Why did he still capture so many of our Dragon Palace's water tribe generals? It is not too much to put our Dragon Palace and me, the Dragon King, in our eyes." Elder Su Hong on this side, on the other hand, was looking at the distant scenery while pretending to be stupid. Said, "It's too windy. What are you talking about, old Dragon King? Poor Taoist, I can't hear you. Why don't you speak louder?" Pffffffffff. The Dragon King was once again exasperated and spat out blood. It could sort of see that this old monster Su of the Evergreen Holy Land and that holy son Gu Changsheng of the Evergreen Holy Land were all the same way. None of them were good. Gu Changsheng, who had finished packing the ingredients here and was satisfied, also decided to leave. and he looked at the sky with a smile on his face and thought to himself, "Senior sister Yuan, senior brother, I've brought delicious food back to meet you." A few days later, within the Taiyin Holy Land, after a big feast also ended the celebration, mainly because Lin Yuan suggested, "Do not want to engage in too much waste, or else the Holy Land crowd would like to engage in a few months to celebrate His Highness's birthday." Lin Yuan returned to his cave in the sacred Maiden Peak, and over here, the Nine Heavens bright moon mirror artifact spirit couldn't wait to suggest to the little master, "Your Highness, let me freshen you up and pick out some suitable clothes to change into." Lord Taiyin Xingjuan had praised me back then for my excellent makeup skills and excellent eye for choosing clothes. "Thank you, Mirror Senpai. I'm already used to living without makeup and dressing up, so I won't bother Senpai." Lin Yuan shook his head and politely refused to say, "What a joke. He is not really a girl. Make up and dress up or forget it." "Ah, in that case, let me pick out some clothes for your Highness to change into." "Your Highness has those clothes can all be laid out so that I can make a selection for your Highness." The Nine Heavenly Bright Moon Mirror artifact spirit was a bit disappointed but re-energized and said, seeing senior mirrors suggesting this, Lin Yuan, who couldn't bear to disappoint the other party, had no choice but to take out some of the clothes he always wore. Then the Nine Heavenly Bright Moon Mirror looked at these clear white clothes style same Taiyin sacred ground systematic clothes long skirt, the clan school uniform in the mouth of these players. It fell into silence. Then, when he thought about Lord Taiyin Star Sovereign's once closet full of cave treasures, there were also the numerous new clothes that Lord Human Emperor often sent over. Then compared these styles simple color single 7 or 8 pieces of clan school uniform white clothes. 9 days bright moon mirror apparatus spirit a moment on the tearful heart thought. His Highness had been living on her own and alone since she was a child with no one to take care of her, and she had lived such a simple life even after coming to the Holy Land, so she must have had a hard life in the past. No, our human race Empress Princess, how can there be no beautiful clothes to wear? Must prepare all kinds of good-looking clothes for her Highness. At this time the Nine Heavens bright moon mirror began to think about who to find to prepare clothes for His Highness. It thought of Master Yan Qingxue who had previously celebrated His Highness's birthday. That's right, it was her. Lin Yuan, who saw the Nine Heavens bright moon mirror's silence on this side, was also relieved. He thought that the mirror seniors gave up the intention of recommending a change of clothes, blissfully unaware of what challenges he would face next. Chapter 84, Enlightenment. The Nine Heavens bright moon mirror artifact spirit over here was outwardly silent, but in fact, it had already detached a divine thought to find Yan Qingxue within Jade Chong Peak. When it became clear that the requirement of the Holy Land inherited treasure imperial artifact was to help apprentice Lin Yuan prepare some various kinds of clothes, Yan Qingxue opened her mouth in astonishment after hearing that. "Ah, senior, do we really have to do this?" Yan Qingxue was aware of her disciple Lin Yuan's true gender, which was why she was a bit surprised and taken aback. "Of course, as His Highness's master, don't you want to join me in making His Highness look beautiful?" Nine Heavens bright moon mirror artifact spirit said rhetorically. These words undoubtedly poked Yan Qingxue's heart. She also wanted to dress up her disciple beautifully. In the past, when she didn't take in an apprentice, she was looking forward to this day, changing her cute little apprentice into all kinds of little dresses. It was a pity that the first disciple he took in, Lin Yuan, was a man, which made Yan Qingxue keep the idea hidden in her heart. Now after the Nine Heavenly bright moon mirror artifact spirit reminded her, Yan Qingxue, who had thought about her former wish, became excited and thrilled and said, "Of course I want to dress up Yuchir as well. I'm going to prepare 1,000 or 800 pieces of the latest women's clothing. No, this isn't enough. I'm going to get some back." It seems that the heroes see the same thing. Your Highness's clothes were still too little before. You have to fill up at least a few storage bags before you can. So one person and one mirror got together and started picking out and preparing the clothes. Lin Yuan, who had already put away his Taiyin Holy Land School uniform in his cave at the Holy Maiden Peak on this side, was ready to start his closed-door cultivation when he suddenly winced. He felt as if someone close to him was chanting about him, but there was a strange feeling that he couldn't put his finger on. It's that feeling of like it's a good thing but not quite. Forget it, it's better to close the door first. Lin Yuan shook his head and muttered to himself. He first took out the branch of the Xuanqing moon laurel tree, which had golden starry laurel flowers and turquoise jade-like leaves on it, gathering a strong Taiyin power and emitting a faint fragrance. He viewed a Dao pattern on the leaves, petals, and branches that contained the power of the Taiyin Great Dao, and began to carve and shape the same pattern in the mind world using the power of his divine soul as a pen. Soon after a day, Lin Yuan realized the small portion of the Taiyin Avenue patterns contained in this Xuanqing laurel tree that had been born over 100,000 years ago, and made new gains in comprehending the power of Taiyin. The power of Taiyin can not only be used to kill and trap enemies, it also has many wonderful uses in healing. Thinking so summarily, Lin Yuan casually stuck the branch of the Xuanqing lunar laurel tree, which he had already finished comprehending, onto the grass outside the palace.
The vitality of this top-grade heavenly material is very tenacious. The branch cylinder falls to the ground and quickly grows new leaves, turning into a lush sapling, swaying in the wind. Then Lin Yuan took out the Tai True Water, and put this pool of crystal clear and ethereal Tai True Water, pouring it into the world of swords, so that it could both comprehend the laws of water and also be used to nourish the world of swords, killing two birds with one stone. Feeling the Tai True Water that nourishes all things, Lin Yuan was also immersed in comprehending the laws of water. His 5 elements laws had all reached the 9th realm at the moment, and the laws of water weren't far away from a complete breakthrough to the Great Tao. A few days later, only to see a water-blue lotus flower appearing around the white-clothed fairy sitting in the air, lifelike, dreamlike and vibrant, a kind of arcane to the extreme water Tao meaning permeating the surroundings. At this time, numerous visions also appeared in the sky above the Holy Land. There appeared to be the water of the heavenly river running, waterfalls flying down the water splash, but also the sea ocean ripples and surging. There are also small streams gurgling through the valley. Or the sparkling lake pool, or violent, or gentle, or calm, to show all the wonders of the law of water. At this time, Lin Yuan also opened his eyes, revealed a touch of smile. The law of water breakthrough consummation crossing the threshold of the avenue of water. He was amazingly enlightened and accumulated enough to be not far away from the breakthrough. And this Tai True Water saved 1 or 2 years of enlightenment. Shu Lingyun, who was inside the cave of the Supreme Elder, said with an approving expression, "Yuaner's enlightenment is truly marvelous. It didn't take much time to cross over to the more difficult spatial avenue before. Nowadays, comprehending the even simpler water avenue is naturally out of the question." The crowd of people in the Holy Land were also surprised and murmuring when they saw the scene of vision. "Your Highness, what is this situation? Breakthrough also this big movement, really is heavenly indulgence wizard, dazzling incomparable. So many water-related visions. Your Highness is consummating the avenue of the laws of water. Ah, what kind of horrifying and amazing enlightenment is this?" The next month Lin Yuan took out the most valued of his gifts, the 10,000 Paths sword scripture, and studied it. He already loved the way of the sword, and this all-encompassing emperor's scripture that coalesced the many swordways of ancient times was naturally as appealing to immerse in as a fragrant roast chicken. Not only did he read, but Lin Yuan started practicing his sword with his long sword in hand within the cave world within the Holy Land. His stance varies in thousands, countless sword strokes at his fingertips, subtle as the vast starry sky, natural as the brush of God. Every move is performed just right, perfect to the extreme. Performed thousands of moves constantly changing, adjusting the posture more suitable for their own. Did not use the sword intent, did not use any mana, just pure sword dance. Will also be powerful enough to amazing more and more close to the perfect to the extreme. Technology is close to the road. At this time, more than a month and days passed quickly, and Lin Yuan, who was immersed in comprehending the Tao of the sword, didn't feel the rapid passage of time at all. He just wholeheartedly in the sword practice, experienced those heavy as lofty mountains, light like the wind like the test, ethereal as the bright moon and smoke clouds, lonely as the cliffs and pines, vitality as the rising sun and other kinds of sword meaning. The various sword intentions melted into one, taking the essence and removing the dross, melting it down to become part of the nourishment of one's own Taichu sword intent. Buzz, buzz off. As the last sword fell, it was as if the sky was flying out of the sky, as if the geese were falling from the clouds, as if the antelope was hanging from the corner of the sky, without a trace, cutting through the void and inducing ripples. And that sword spirit god crystal stone also shone and glittered during the time of practicing the sword technique, constantly becoming smaller and smaller, and was absorbed cleanly by Lin Yuan. The law of the sword satisfactorily broke through the threshold of the great Tao, and the degree of comprehension also went from the early stage of the first weight, to the middle stage, the late stage, and the peak perfection. Finally, he reached the early stage of the second level of the Tao of the sword sense. The great Tao sense is also divided into 9 realms of enlightenment, each of which is extremely disparate and difficult. Lin Yuan had an extremely high level of enlightenment for the Tao of the sword, and being able to cross over into the second level of the Tao of the sword so quickly couldn't be separated from the help of the 10,000 Tao sword scripture and the sword vibrancy divine crystals. Of course this was because it was only because he was the one who used it that he was able to refine the sword spirit divine crystals to eat through all the wonders of the 10,000 paths sword scripture in a little over a month. If they were to be replaced by other sword cultivation, heavenly pride to cultivate at least need to spend tens of hundreds of years to be able to do so, and also not necessarily be able to sword of the avenue of the beginning. There was also a gap in the speed of enlightenment between the celestial pride, and the gap was so vast that it differed from one day to the next. At this time, the sky above the Holy Land once again appeared a vision, only to see the 10,000 swords towards the sect of the stars arching over the moon like a pilgrimage in one direction, as if the loyal subjects and generals had an audience with the monarch of the sword.
and the sky was filled with bright and dazzling sword light, as endless as the stars in the sky, which were too numerous to be counted. All the people in the Holy Land who had swords saw the flying swords in their hands also automatically saluted in the direction of the Holy Maiden Peak, and they also realized the reason why they felt it was much easier to cultivate their sword techniques in this month. It turned out that it was because Her Highness the Holy Maiden was also practicing the sword and had reached an incredible level in the Sword Dao realm, resulting in the escaping sword intent causing the Taiyin Holy Land to temporarily turn into a Sword Dao Holy Land, which also benefited them. Numerous female disciples excitedly looked at the heavenly vision of the Sword Dao have saluted towards the direction of the Holy Maiden Peak to express their gratitude. Many thanks to your highness for helping us comprehend the sword moves. No wonder when I practiced the Cloud Shadow sword technique, I was able to learn the most difficult 16th move. Thanks to your highness's help. This favor is remembered in my heart. Thank you, your highness. Just what kind of profound realm has your highness's swordsmanship reached? I just see these Sword Dao visions. It's like seeing a supreme Sword Dao emperor. I just want to worship your highness. Chu Lingyun looked at the direction of the Holy Maiden Peak, exuded a thick smile and said, although the avenue of the sword is an acquired avenue, but it is also a first-class killing and destructive way. The power is amazing. This is the Dao of the sword getting started, and it looks like Yuaner has comprehended more than just one level by the looks of it. I'm afraid the legendary born sword immortal was just like this when he was enlightened. With the end of enlightenment, Lin Yuan also woke up from seclusion and decided to come out of seclusion. The way of cultivation. A one and a relaxation, the combination of movement and static, so that the efficiency is faster. Out of the closed cave, Lin Yuan found that the Holy Land within the lights and colorful and New Year's Day. He thought about the date is also true to the New Year's time. No wonder the Holy Land hung full of red lanterns, pasted with window and couplets. Joyful. In fact, there used to be no such thing as a New Year's Eve in the Taiyin Holy Land until Lin Yuan unintentionally mentioned the matter of New Year's Eve a few years ago. Because His Highness mentioned it, the people within the Holy Land also organized it, and began to put up lights and decorations every year at the time of the Spring Festival. The decorations are hot for some celebrations to welcome the new year. Even the Supreme Elder and the Sacred Lord sent word that it should be a hot and bustling affair, so that Her Highness, the Holy Maiden of Taiyin, could feel the atmosphere of home. Your Highness's enlightenment is really extraordinary, unparalleled. Such a short period of time successively penetrate the law perfect comprehension of the great Tao. Really outstanding talent is unparalleled in the world. My admiration for your highness is like that gushing river, continuous and inexhaustible. The 9 heavenly bright moon mirror artifact spirit said in a complimentary manner while flipping through the book that Shizhu had once given to it. The tender and lively little girl's voice paired with the oily words had a kind of unspeakable and inexplicable hilarity to it. Lin Yuan on this side was so flattered by the compliments, but there was always a flavor of déjà vu, as if Shizhu Sr. complimented people in this style. It couldn't be that the artifact spirits born from the many treasures of the human emperor and the Taiyin astrologer were all of this boastful style, could it? As it turned out, Shizhu's book of human emperor's quotations that had taken the artifact spirit world by storm was quite influential, bringing down a lot of purely inarticulate artifact spirits. Yanqing Shui at this time transmitted her voice. Disciple, you finally come out of the gate. Hurry up and come to Jade Chong Peak. Lin Yuan immediately replied with a voice transmission and said, yes, master. I'll be right over. Then instantly came to Yuchong Peak Master Cave. Lin Yuan, looking at the cave, piled up thousands of pieces of various kinds of dazzling clothes, these immortal airy dresses and a variety of jewelry more than cannot be set up. He subconsciously took a step back thinking that he hadn't come to the wrong place. Normally Master didn't have so many clothes here. Lin Yuan had a bad feeling welling up in his heart at this moment, and felt that something big was not good. He couldn't help but open his mouth. Master, did you prepare so many clothes because you wanted to change them yourself? Of course not. These are all the garments for you, apprentice. You honor, hurry up and change into it so that I can take a look at it with the 9 heavens bright moon mirror artifact spirit elder and dress you up beautifully. Yan Qingxue said bluntly. These words fell to make Lin Yuan's heart startled, subconsciously backed up a few steps and said, Master, with so many clothes, can I refuse? Please, this is the lifelong wish and request of the master. Yan Qingxue made a prayer request with her hands filled with anticipation, looking at her disciple with a sincere gaze. This made Lin Yuan look at it and had to give up his struggle and sigh helplessly, saying, okay, master, I'll just change my clothes. Chapter 85, New Clothing. This one is good. The peony one yarn gold silk embroidered skirt looks very rich and gorgeous. Yuaner quickly change into it and try it on. Yan Qingxue said as she picked up a gorgeous and delicate long dress and other clothes and handed them over. Received the clothes. Lin Yuan can only helplessly enter. The master laid out the change of clothes room. He at this time looked down and found that not only there is that peony one yarn gold silk embroidered skirt, there is actually an embroidered lotus flower pattern. Red bibs completely froze. Ah, this Master, did you take the wrong clothes? Lin Yuan hurriedly averted his eyes intolerantly and transmitted his voice to Yan Qingxue. It was really indecent to look at him. At this moment, Yan Qingxue said righteously, I didn't take the wrong one. This is for you, apprentice, and it's still new. As the saying goes, women's clothing must be worn in full set so as not to be exposed before the teacher forgot, only recently remembered. No, master, you've changed. You weren't like this before. This idea popped up in Lin Yuan's heart, and he decisively refused to shake his head and said, just die. Master, I'm not going to wear it. It's just too shameful. Yuaner, please, for the teacher's good disciple, just put it on. It's a token of appreciation that the teacher has prepared for a long time. Yan Qingxue once again used the sincere must-have technique. Together with that beautiful and touching face as well as the expression of incomparable anticipation, it was a complete bludgeoning damage, and even the hard-hearted people would be moved by it. Finally, under Master Yan Qingxue's repeated requests, Lin Yuan finally agreed in a moment of weakness. In hindsight, he looked back on it as a real mistake. The strange black history had added another layer. Lin Yuan agreed and then regretted a bit, but it was not good to go back on what he said. He had to blush and close his eyes to quickly change his clothes, so ashamed that he couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. He could only console himself by thinking, ancient children also wore this, and the famous Neza, the third prince, also wore this back then. Anyway, it's no big deal. That's all. Don't think about it too much yourself. Yan Qingxue also used her magic to send in some jewelry bead hairpins and group fans. She said in a voice transmission, apprentice, you'll wear these together when you come out later, so they'll be even more beautiful. Lin Yuan was almost speechless when he saw these jewelry and fans. So well prepared. Was this premeditated? Yan Qingxue on this side couldn't help but ask out loud when she saw that no one had come out after waiting for a long time. Apprentice, have you changed your clothes? Under Master Yan Qingxue's repeated urging, Lin Yuan had no choice but to break the curtain and push it open and walk out. Yan Qingxue and the Nine Heavens bright moon mirror artifact spirit that were present both had their eyes lit up, looking dumbfounded for a moment, completely speechless, only to see a beautiful woman with a phoenix-winged golden crown treasure pearl hairpin on her head and a 9-leafed exquisite jadeite tassel step walking out, accessorized with red plum carved jewelry in the snow, wearing a gorgeous peony one veil gold silk embroidered skirt, and draped in a feathered garment as light gauze and mist. The beauty of this dreamlike fantasy of the stunning fairy holding a flowery fan. I flow like a sparkling pool of spring water. Just look back will be better than a city full of blossoms of the beauty of wearing tassel jewelry, tied to the 5-colored bells. Waist ring pendant, tinkling, as if from the 9 heavens out of the Emperor Princess. Ah, Your Highness, my honorable and incomparable princess, your beauty is becoming more and more charming to the extreme under these clothes and jewelry. The white clothes are really still too plain. Or is this gorgeous and elegant dress more able to show off your status and beauty? 9 heavenly bright moon mirror artifact spirit excited incoherent up. It for a moment do not know what words to use to praise. This is not good at speech. Treasure mirror artifact spirit once excited up to that human emperor quack to forget. Apprentice, had I known this, my master should have changed your clothes earlier. My apprentice's beauty is unrivaled in the world. Yan Qingxue also revealed a surprised, satisfied, appreciative, excited expression, nodding her head repeatedly and said, Lin Yuan on this side just felt that the descriptions of his master and the 9 heavens bright moon mirror artifact spirit senior were also too exaggerated. He felt that he had just changed his clothes. So what was there to be surprised and praised about? At this time, the cave into the tea and water Chung Luo. She saw this scene after the excitement of the body trembling subconsciously took out the shadow stone eyes glowing asked, wow, Miss finally got a new dress. Can I take a picture to commemorate it? This is what I'll treasure for the rest of my life. Chapter 86. Miss, I just want to record this precious image for my own enjoyment, and will never upload it to the Central State Forum. I'd really like to take a picture with the staying stone. Would that be okay? Qing Luo said with an expression of incomparable anticipation, her eyes glowing with excitement as she looked at her highness, the Taiyin holy maiden, who had changed her clothes before her. She definitely wouldn't post such a treasure as a photo of her highness dressing up on the Central State Forum, and couldn't let those many cultivators who were salivating over her highness's beauty see this scene as well. Fine, you can shoot if you want, just don't post it on the Central States Forum. Lin Yuan looked at the sister like Qing Luo who had requested so much, so he agreed. He thought to himself that there shouldn't be any problem if the pictures he took were not posted on the Zhengzhou Forum anyway, but just appreciated by Qing Luo herself, right? The future will prove that he will regret this decision. Thank you, miss. I will do my best to get the best shot. Qing Luo heard these words excitedly confident assurance said. She used the action of the shadow stone as very skillful.
Whether it is to find the angle or capture the shot is like flowing water.
This look is a veteran. Wow. Give this seat a copy of the photo when it's done. It's something I'll treasure from now on.
Yan Xingxue came over and looked at the picture displayed by the camera-like Shadowstone in Cheng Luo's hand and said,
"This is an improved version of the Shadowstone camera produced by Wanba Lu,
with a fully functional and more modernized shape.
Master,
Xiao Qing is taking pictures and saying she wants to collect them.
Why are you doing the same?"
This side of Lin Yuan, helplessly looking at the two people in front of him, thought to himself. He also cooperated with the group fan and posed a few movements, which also let the photo Cheng Luo more excited, eyes shining.
At this time, the Evergreen Holy Land.
Today Gu Changsheng also returned to the Evergreen Sacred Land in the central state from the demon race frontier. The long distance plus the spatial disorder caused by the ancient battlefield relics could not be transient across the great states, resulting in the killing of the dragon taking only a few minutes, and the return trip taking more than a month.
Just after he arrived at the Holy Land,
he took out the scaly dragon corpse that he had packed and brought back, as well as the many shrimp soldiers and crabs and other seafood ingredients, and first put them in the place where the back kitchen was located within the Holy Land. Making a large number of dishes with so many ingredients would also take quite a bit of time, as well as inviting the most famous spirit chef cultivators in the central state to come over and cook the dishes, which would also take a day or two by that reckoning. I'll use other reasons to ask senior sister Yuana out for a gathering,
so I can give senior sister a surprise. Gu Changsheng was thinking this, he didn't say it out loud.
Soon he thought of the sword trial conference that would be held 3 days later, which was also a sword Dao conference that was held every 100 years in the Evergreen Holy Land, and would attract many sword cultivators in the central state to participate, including and not limited to the disciples of the Holy Land, the disciples of the Taoist forces,
and the many scattered cultivators would also sign up,
because the reward for the first place in the sword trial conference was generous, and there was also the sword wash pool that could be used to quench the treasure of flying swords. This kind of was still very attractive to the scattered cultivators, so there were many applicants. The reason why the Evergreen Sacred Ground held the sword trial conference was, for one thing, to proclaim the reputation of the one sacred ground of the righteous path. Secondly, many sword cultivators gathered together to practice sword techniques, and those various sword chi could also be helpful to the evolution of the treasure land sword washing pool to improve the quality. So this was something that both sides had their own benefits. Every time the Evergreen Holy Land held a sword trial conference, it would also invite other Holy Lands to watch the ceremony, and the other Holy Lands would usually have outer sect elders come over to watch. And sometimes the holy sons and daughters of the other Holy Lands would also come over. Senior sister Yuana is also a sword cultivator, using the sword trial conference to invite her over to observe the ceremony.
This reason couldn't be more appropriate.
Gu Changsheng had already found a good reason to think so in his mind, so he called out to one of the deacons in charge of this matter and said,
"Give me an invitation to the sword trial conference.
I want to personally give it to senior sister Yuana."
"Okay, Daozi, here's the invitation." After hearing this, the deacon hurriedly took out an invitation with the highest specifications and handed it over respectfully. He hesitated for a moment and then asked, "Daozi, that sword trial assembly, do we still have to invite the holy sons and daughters of other holy lands to come and watch as usual?" Within the Evergreen Holy Land, Gu Changsheng was generally addressed as Daozi,
while many of the people outside the Holy Land addressed Gu Changsheng as the holy son of the Evergreen Holy Land.
"Whatever," Gu Changsheng said succinctly, waving her hand, meaning that it didn't matter if they were given invitations or not. It didn't matter if these people came or not, so let the deacons deal with the matter on their own. "Okay, subordinate understands," the deacon said archly,
pondering that it would be better to not send this invitation to the other holy sons and daughters, but to directly send it to the outer sect elders who used to come over from other holy lands to observe the ceremony.
And be sure to keep the information confidential, so it doesn't get out.
If the holy sons and daughters of other holy lands were to know that the Taiyin Holy Maiden would come over, then there would definitely be many rivals of the Dao Sun running over. He had to create a chance for his Dao Sun of the Evergreen Holy Land and the Taiyin Holy Maiden to be alone. The deacon on this side gave a nod to his own wisdom in his heart.
"Lord Daozi, in terms of chasing people, subordinates can only help to this extent." Gu Changsheng, who got the invitation on this side, returned to the cave, spread out the pen, ink, paper and inkstone and wrote, and the handwriting on the invitation was flowing and extraordinary. Outstanding. Gu Changsheng, who had finished writing the invitation, quickly arrived at the mountain gate of the Taiyin sacred ground with his protector, and the sacred ground's guardian disciple invited the two of them to the meeting room when he saw that his honored guest had arrived. Lin Yuan over here heard the familiar voice of senior brother Gu transmitting into his ears. "Senior sister Lin, I've come to find you. Senior brother Gu, you drink tea and eat snacks first. Wait for me to come over." Lin Yuan transmitted his voice to Gu Changsheng and said,
Gu Changsheng, who heard these words, looked at the scenery outside the window with the corners of his mouth curled up,
as if there was some kind of nice scenery somewhere.
Elder Su on this side also looked out the window curiously. White clouds and blue sky pavilions.
There is no attractive scenery. Why is Michiko even smiling? Looked like he was in a good mood.
Lin Yuan made his way to the palace where he received the guests,
and along the way,
the many female disciples of the Taiyin sacred ground talked with glowing eyes.
Wow!
Your Highness has changed into new clothes. This outfit is more able to show your Highness's flowery face and natural beauty, as if she is an imperial concubine princess who descended from the heavenly court. To be able to see your Highness change clothes, I have no regrets in this life. If those cultivators in your Highness's backup group knew about this, they would have to die of jealousy. It's just too beautiful. Your Highness is so beautiful that you can't take your eyes off of her.
Senior sister, get out of the way.
You're blocking my view of His Highness.
Gu Changsheng, who was waiting inside the palace,
saw the gorgeous woman in full dress coming towards him, and his heartbeat unconsciously accelerated by a few points as well, and he just thought it was because of the long goodbye reunion. His eyes also showed a touch of amazement, appreciating the praise, and said, "Senior sister Lin, you've changed into new clothes? It's gorgeous and beautiful. It's not the same style of beauty as your old white clothes."
Elder Su,
who was drinking tea and eating snacks over here, rolled his eyes in his mind.
"Daozi, you just keep pretending."
Calling out senior sister Lin in front of people and sister Yuaner afterward.
TSK, what a bore.
Hearing senior brother Gu's praise being poked and prodded, Lin Yuan said with an awkward and impolite smile, digressing from the topic.
Senior brother Gu came over to find me. I wonder what the matter is. I would like to invite you,
senior sister, to come over to the sword trial assembly to observe the ceremony.
Gu Changsheng directly took out the invitation and said, not dragging his feet at all. Sword trial conference. Yes, I'll definitely be there,
Lin Yuan said as he looked at this invitation. Originally he had planned that he would go to this sword trial conference because amongst this conference was also a prelude to the invasion of the demon clan. The results and impacts caused by this sword trial conference in his previous life were extremely far-reaching. This was an important turning point in Gu Changsheng's life, from being a proud son of heaven with smooth sailing to an ill-fated fall to the bottom.
Lin Yuan, who was sitting on the futon,
looked at his best friend in front of him and thought to himself,
Senior brother Gu, with me here, I won't let you step into the tragedy of your previous life and repeat it again. Since that's the case, I'll return to the Holy Land and wait for your grand arrival.
Senior sister.
Gu Changsheng revealed a smile and bowed his head, and after saying that, he bowed his hand and left. Lin Yuan, who watched the two leave, thought to himself,
Senior brother Gu comes and goes quickly.
He's really as thunderous as ever.
After going back to the evergreen Holy Land on this side, Elder Su Hong couldn't help but use his hands to gesture while saying,
Daozi, didn't you feel your heart flutter when you saw the Taiyin Holy Maiden just now?
It's that feeling of being a little surprised and having your heart thumped.
Senior sister is a girl. Isn't it normal to get some new clothes? What's so surprising about that?
I only have pure feelings of admiration and praise for senior sister Yuaner's new costume.
And I don't have that kind of childish thoughts.
Gu Changsheng shook his head in disbelief after hearing this and said,
appreciating beauty is a common human condition,
and he is not blind to see it, but he is just bent on seeking the way without that aspect of the idea. This side of Elder Su was not too convinced. If he is a few thousand years younger, encountered such a childhood sweetheart beauty like Heavenly Fairy's affectionate little sister, then certainly will not hesitate to pursue each other.
So taking himself as an example, Elder Su wasn't too convinced by Gu Changsheng's denial as he continued to pursue. Daozi, do you really not have any feelings of adoration? Think back to the Taiyin Holy Maiden's face, that immortal beauty, and you are not moved. Is your heart made of stone?
If the players were to describe Elder Su's heart, it would be,
open your eyes and see.
I don't believe you have two empty eyes. Senior sister Yuaner is my only friend,
my dear friend,
and we are both like-minded Tao friends who pursue the great Tao.
Between us is pure friendship. There is no love and affection between men and women. Elder Su, you think too much.
He couldn't understand that Elder Su Hong and the others always misunderstood that he was having an affair with his senior sister.
Alas, what rotten wood.
Elder Su Hong shook his head and sighed and said there is no way out. As an old man who grew up watching Gu Chang grew up from childhood, he naturally could not help but worry more.
He thought to himself, you boys are so greasy.
In the face of such a stunning beauty, confidant was not moved, but also the other party as a close friend.
Daozi, you hold that Taoist pass through life. It's hopeless. Wait to die alone.
Expecting this kind of uncomprehending wooden stump to be able to pursue the most popular and highly regarded Taiyin Holy Maiden in the central state. That is really undoubtedly a fool's errand.
An iron tree with no hope at all. Lin Yuan, who was sending off the guests over here,
heard his master Yen Qingshua's voice transmission ring out.
Apprentice, Come back and change your clothes. Lin Yuan sipped tea and ate snacks, movement dilly-dallying. Thinking of the master cave, thousands of sets of clothes feel a headache. And if the change of clothes have to change to when he was tempted to sit here until the end of time at this point, thinking silently in his mind, can I not go back and change? Chapter 87, New Year. Under his master's repeated urging, Lin Yuan ate 7 plates of dim sum and drank a few cups of tea before leaving the meeting place after procrastinating no longer. He felt shocked when he returned to Jade Shone Peak because outside Jade Shone Peak was filled with female disciples of the Taiyin Holy Land, and the senior sisters who were flying in the sky with their imperial swords saluted and said, "Good morning, Your Highness." Outside that cave was also filled with female disciples, and there were quite a few people who moved benches to rows of seats, and even saw quite a few people with watermelons and melons in their hands, because Lin Yuan had once unintentionally said these words about eating melons and getting high on melons to watch a play in the Holy Land before. It had led to watermelon eating and getting high on melons being popular in the Holy Land as well. Even the Holy Land spiritual fields had opened up fields dedicated to growing watermelons and melons, which were planted and looked after by the outer disciples responsible for planting the fields. When Lin Yuan was shocked and unbelieving, he walked straight into the cave, also saw the many elders as well as Patriarch Qinyu. He saw this scene and thought to himself, are you all so free? Don't you have to practice? Why did you all come over to watch? Sovereign, why have you all come over? Lin Yuan couldn't help but ask. This scene had numbed him. Why were there so many people? It's not like we're having a Holy Land reunion. Ha ha ha. Yuchi, go ahead and change your clothes and just pretend we don't exist. Patriarch Qinyu opened her mouth and said with a smile, and the many elders beside her nodded their heads in agreement with a smile. This made Lin Yuan instantly not know how to spit. This is to say that you can pretend that you can't see it and you really can't see it? There were so many people. This is not a clothes change scene. It's a public execution. Your Highness, this is the watermelon and melon seeds you love to eat. We have specially prepared these melon snacks. The elder of Ling Tian Peak said with a smile as she brought out the cut sweet and delicious jasper watermelon and peeled fragrant melon seeds. Other elders took out a variety of snacks and snacks set out the expression of kindness like the spring breeze and warmth. This kind of behavior is like saying, Your Highness, we've come all this way. For the sake of the food. Let's have a look around too. Lin Yuan looked at the enthusiastic crowd. There was no way out. It was impossible to really drive so many people away. He sighed and took a piece of watermelon and ate it. I didn't expect to eat melon one day, but to eat on my own head. Apprentice, come change into this dress and show us all. Yan Xingxue took out another piece of clothing and handed it over and said. When Lin Yuan went to change, he also heard his master and the patriarch and the other elders discussing changing into that piece of clothing afterwards. How about Yuchi's next change to the butterfly dance narcissus long dress? I think this peach blossom cloud mist luo shirt is good. Very suitable for a young lass like Your Highness. The design of this sky blue dress is also very nice. Especially this pipa sash is very original. I really want to see what Your Highness looks like in it. This dress shows too much. The shoulders are showing. Your Highness is still young. This kind of clothing is not suitable for Your Highness to wear. Lest those denizens outside the Holy Land see it. Similar to this kind of clothing, just throw it away. These clothes style is not enough. This seat where there are a lot of popular new clothes are unified to send over to Your Highness. I shall have plenty there. All brand new dresses still unopened. And fetch them directly to Your Highness. When he heard that some of the elders wanted to send more clothes over, Lin Yuan directly stopped his steps and turned his head to say hurriedly, these clothes are enough. The elders don't need to send any more. I really don't need that many garments. Only after hearing these categorical words of rejection did these elders sit back down with some disappointment and continue their discussion. 1, 2, 3. Lin Yuan had lost track of how many outfits he had changed into. Maybe a few hundred. Because maybe it had broken into the thousands. And he really didn't want to remember how many women's outfits he had worn in his black history. Changed to the back, Lin Yuan eyes godless lying in the changing room couch. He was a lifeless expression, motionless. Like a loss of dreams, full of destruction of salted fish directly open swing. Yan Xingxue was beside her with her clothes and persuaded her. Apprentice, it's been hard work. How about we change into another dress? This is the last piece of clothing. Master, you said the same thing last time. The last one, how so many pieces? Lin Yuan closed his eyes, salty rolled in a different direction, lying on his side swinging bad, said. This is something he has heard so many times. I'm sorry. Apprentice, I just couldn't hold back. But this really is the last piece of clothing. It is also for the teacher to carry out the selection of clothes. How festive it is to wear red clothes in the new year. Yan Xingxue said apologetically, and Lin Yuan finally opened his eyes and looked over. His eyes falling on the clothes in his master's hands. He sighed and picked it up and said, Master, this is really the last time. I don't want to change my clothes again. Okay, Padawan. Master will leave the changing room and wait for you to come out when you're changed.
When came out a combed double ring Wang Xian sideburns wearing red lapel cross-collar jacket fairy, head with gold and jade treasure beads butterfly hairpin and begonias 5 phoenixes sunrise hairpin, embellished with red agate goldfish hair tin, wearing a golden rui long life locks, under the embroidered carp lotus flower pattern of the horseface skirt, wearing a pair of plum blossom color embroidered shoes. The colorful haze of the setting sun fell on that figure, and the scene looked as beautiful as something that would only appear in a painting, with every step taken falling on one's heart, only to see this red-robed and absolutely beautiful fairy carrying a lantern pick up the New Year couplets placed on the table and said with a smile to the crowd, "Happy New Year to all." After Lin Yuan finished speaking, he saw that the crowd was still standing still with their eyes wide open, seemingly not having reacted. Master Yin Xingxue as well as the patriarch's many elders laughed out loud when they came back to their senses and said, "Happy New Year, Yu Qi, Happy New Year, Your Highness." The many female disciples of the Taiyin Holy Land over here who were huddled outside the doors and windows watching with rapt attention also cried out in excitement, "Happy New Year, Your Highness." Lin Yuan was surprised when he saw that there were quite a few children's clothes in the pile of clothes that hadn't been changed yet. How it felt like Master was raising him as a daughter, but there was no clear evidence of that. He couldn't help but ask, "Master, why do you still have children's clothes?" "Apprentice, you have mastered the avatar size Rui. Can you become smaller and show it to Master? I missed your childhood for my teacher. I really want to see you as a child." Yen Xingxue hands clasped together expression of sadness and expectation said. Next to the crowd heard immediately energized have revealed the same expectant longing expression looked over. Looking at the crowd with such an expression after repeated requests, Lin Yuan had to uncomfortably turn his head and said, "Okay then, I'm only going to change this once, just for the day, and tomorrow I'll change back." Then only saw a burst of smoke dispersed. In situ appeared a seemingly 7 or 8 years old tied bud head wearing a red cotton jacket little girl. You shui cute, pink carved jade, lips red teeth, dressed as a New Year's Eve doll is joyful. Eh ha, too cute. Let Master hold it. This side of the Yen Xingxue see so cute lowly form disciple surprise rushed up to want to think of a love hug, but the result is a step too late to give people pick the peach, because Chu Lingyun, who had been on the sidelines, finally couldn't help himself when he saw this scene, and directly appeared in an instant to pick up the little girl with a joyful smile and said, "Grandma's good granddaughter. This is so cute. Come and let Grandma have a hug." Lin Yuan thought to himself as he looked at the excited and thrilled crowd, "Isn't it just getting smaller? As for being so excited? Good disciple, come and eat the grapes." Yen Xingxue smiled as she peeled the grapes and fed them to her little apprentice, and Lin Yuan ate the grapes feeling as if this treatment was better than before. Patriarch Qin Yu also revealed an amiable smile, took the snacks and handed them over and said, "Yuaner, this is your favorite osmanthus cake, come taste the flavor. If it's not to your liking, have the cooks remake it." This side of the Qing Luo has already eyes glowing wildly pressed the camera shooting button of the Shadow Stone, and also turned on the video function. "This is the juvenile version of Your Highness," she muttered. "So that's what Miss looked like when she was little. It's so cute. Wow. I want to hug the little princess too. I'm so envious of these humanoids." The Nine Heavens bright moon mirror artifact spirit couldn't help but shed tears of envy, and it wasn't good for it to morph out with so many people present. A few hours later, being held in his grandma's arms and enjoying the crowd's feeding, Lin Yuan burped, and with a bunch of red envelopes given by the crowd stuffed in his body's clothes pockets, he found a reason to say, "Grandma, I'm tired and want to go back to rest, so put me down." Only then did Chu Lingyun reluctantly put down the child in her arms. Lin Yuan said as he gave another hug to his master Yen Xingxue, who was watching with long-awaited eyes, "Master, I'll leave first. You don't need to see me off." After saying that, Lin Yuan directly ran away. The crowd here was just too enthusiastic for him to resist. The palace door of the Holy Maiden Peak was pushed open, only to see a little girl in a red dress with a long lifelock jump in with her short legs over the threshold. This bouncing scene also fell into the eyes of Fang Xing, who was waiting with the boiled dumplings. "Your Highness, are you getting smaller?" Fang Xing asked with some surprise, and Lin Yuan didn't expect to see Fang Xing waiting outside just as he returned to the palace. He thought to himself with some embarrassment, "Dude, why are you waiting here? If I had known, I wouldn't have jumped. It's me back. What did you want to see me about?" Lin Yuan nodded his head with a serious expression, and Fang Xing said as he served the soup dumplings, "I've cooked soup dumplings for your highness to wish you a happy new year." Lin Yuan sat on the stool and began to take a spoon to taste the soup dumplings. Soft and sweet, or sesame filling, and the sweet wine was also very good. So just see a 7 or 8 year old combed bud head red dress little lowly raised the jade snow cute little face, but with a kind of old-fashioned tone of voice took out a red envelope and said, "Little Fong, the soup dumplings are cooked well. This is a red packet for you. Happy New Year." This scene looked really a bit funny. Fang Xing forced himself to hold back his laughter not to laugh out loud,
He took the red envelope and looked down at the other party and said, "Thank you, Your Highness." Lin Yuan, who had sent Fong Xing away on this side, thought that today was the new year and it was time to go back to see how his disciples and Senior Shizhu and the others were doing, so he dropped his mind to Zhongshan's side. And over here Zhongshan, who saw his master waking up from the ring, was also overjoyed and excited. "Master, you've finally woken up. We're now in the capital of the great Yan dynasty. Your Highness, I miss you so much. A day without seeing you is like 3 autumns. A month without seeing you is like a year. When I didn't see you, every day I thought of you." The white cat that the stone beat had changed into jumped down directly from the top of Nakayama's head, chirping. Lin Yuan also learned about Zhongshan's experience within this period of time through the voice transmission conversation from the two of them. And the harvest was not bad. "Apprentice, Happy New Year. Let's buy some New Year's goods and go back for the new year," Lin Yuan said as he looked at the wide array of yen specialties on the street. His eyes lit up and said. He turned the ring into a ball to transform into his body so that eating felt more real. Instantly a miniature version of a small doll appeared on the grey-clothed youth's shoulder. Zhongshan looked at the doll version of his master teacher, who could be held in the palm of his hand after becoming smaller. He said in surprise, "Master, you've changed your clothes. Your Highness, you look like a fairy child in the sky in this New Year's costume. And the look of Your Highness, the little princess who has become smaller, makes my heart melt." The stone pearl white cat excitedly came over to let the miniature version of Lin Yuan sit on him. Lin Yuan over here realized that he had forgotten to change into white when he changed, but it wasn't a big problem. He had let himself go after becoming smaller. The miniature version of Lin Yuan sat on the white cat as he looked at the red and very tempting sugar plums over there and pointed. "I want a candy cane. Apprentice, buy it." "Alright, master, I'll buy it here," Zhongshan replied as he walked up and bought all the sugar gourds. Lin Yuan, who was eating the sugar gourds on this side, had his eye on a new target and said, "Apprentice, I haven't eaten that pastry before. Let's buy it and try it." So on the way to buy, Lin Yuan ate to his heart's content, not only buying food but also buying a lot of medicinal herbs back. Zhongshan returned to the inn with a big bag of things. Lin Yuan went out to refine these herbs to blend them into a spiritual liquid for Zhongshan. He explained that his disciple these were the medicinal bath materials for the next few months. Used together with the demonic beast essence blood that his disciple had hunted and killed this month would help to refine his body. Waiting to finish busy with this side of things, Lin Yuan also went offline and returned his mind to the central state proper. Lin Yuan, who was sitting inside the cave of the Holy Maiden Peak, took out a token representing the identity of the Holy Maiden as he thought to himself, "Brother Xiao hasn't used the token to send me a message for so long. He should be too busy with his cultivation. It's New Year's, so I'll send him a message wishing him well." It turned out that the token that Lin Yuan had given to Xiao Tian in the first place did not just symbolize the identity of the Taiyin sacred maiden, but this token was also a summoning treasure that could send messages remotely across large states. At that time, Lin Yuan didn't have the time to talk to Xiao Tian about this at that time when he left in a hurry, and he thought that Xiao Tian would find out about this summoning function as long as he checked the token with his divine sense. However, what he never expected was that Xiao Tian did attach great importance to keeping the token close to his body after he got it, but had never probed it with his divine sense. This also led to Xiao Tian not even knowing that the token originally had a summoning function. A few hours ago, Xiao Tian, who was making a breakthrough in seclusion in a treacherous place filled with heavenly dipper sword fury, had also reached the critical moment for the operation of his gong method. The innate mixed unlimited sword cannon that he practiced was a special technique that started out with an extremely low grade, but overabsorbed all sorts of sword chi, baleful chi under the world to improve the quality of the technique to constantly upgrade. And the most special thing, that is, this sword codex can change the human physique. Let a person from the ordinary physique step-by-step metamorphosis into a treasure body, king body, and even the god body. But the whole metamorphosis process needs to be famous in the world to absorb the world's famous sword fury gas. Also need a lot of auxiliary techniques and treasures, as well as the process of metamorphosis of the physique is also a 9 deaths, dangerous and abnormal. If the failure is ashes and smoke, the form of God is scattered. The black-clothed youth with a heavy sword on his back was in the process of making a breakthrough. His body was entangled with a black sword fiend aura that was like an evil scaly dragon circling around, and countless tiny broken wounds appeared on his body, all of which were injuries brought about by the sword fiend aura. Bright red blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. This ferocious and incomparable sword fury chi was running around in his body, making the 5 viscera and lungs also suffer from the impact. The intense and incomparable pain made the black-clothed young man's brows tightly locked. His face was pale, and he was sweating coldly. The old man in the ancient sword over here also murmured with great concern, "Apprentice brother, you must hold on. This is the 89th ranked heavenly dipper sword fiend. If you can refine it successfully, then you can directly become a Hotian sword body. And you can also use the Big Dipper Sword Fury to fight against your enemies with amazing power." As long as you can hold out, your path to power will be many times smoother in the future. Xiao Tian was struggling to support himself in this pain that was incomparably intense, like a death by 1,000 cuts, as he operated the innate mixed Yuan infinite sword cannon, and he had to refine this Big Dipper sword fury for his own use in order to survive. Otherwise, if it failed, the only word that would end up there would be death, and a strong conviction supported Xiao Tian as he grasped for time to refine it without stopping for a moment. Whenever he thought of the white-clothed figure under the moonlit night that day, endless fighting spirit surged in his heart. He promised to go to the Central State to see Brother Lin after 3 years. How could he be willing to give up on this? This fighting spirit of the more frustrated, the more courageous, made Xiao Tian persevere in refining this ferocious and terrifying heavenly dipper and earthly fury, refining the sword fury chi as if he was taming a wild beast, and along with the continuous absorption of the gong method, his physique gradually underwent a sea change, metamorphosing from a spiritual body into one of the treasure bodies, the Hotian sword body. 2 hours later, when Xiao Tian opened his eyes again, he was radiating a strong aura, looking like a supreme divine sword that was about to be unsheathed, and the sword chi that escaped from his surroundings was spreading across the ground, drawing thousands of sword marks on the ground. Teacher, I've broken through and refined successfully, Xiao Tian revealed his joy and said. He had now refined the heavenly dipper sword fury to achieve the Hotian sword body, and even his cultivation had risen as a result of this, breaking through from the early stage of the 6th grade before the breakthrough to the late stage of the 7th grade. Ha 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 ha, brat, you have succeeded in refining the heavenly dipper sword fury. From now on you will be a Hotian sword body, and you have succeeded in cultivating the innate mixed unlimited sword dictionary. You will have a great future in the future, the ancient sword elder said as he stroked his beard with satisfaction. Xiao Tian said as he touched the token he was carrying close to him at this time, revealing a smile. In fact, when I'm in the most painful moments of refining, I think of the time I used to spend with Brother Lin, and that time, though brief, was one of the happiest memories of my life. Just thinking about it makes that sharp pain not so unbearable. A quarter of an hour later, Xiao Tian realized that the token in his hand seemed to emit a faint glow, and he fixed his eyes on it to discover that a line of text message appeared below the word Lin on the token. Brother Xiao, Happy New Year. This discovery made Xiao Tian feel surprised, and he couldn't help but say after checking it with his divine sense and realizing that it was still a summoning treasure. I didn't realize that it was possible to send a message to Brother Lin through the token. I didn't even realize it was possible before. The ancient sword old man looked at his disciple this silly after so long to realize the behavior. He shook his head inside and said, this stupid kid is really lacking in heart. He hasn't used his divine sense to check it after so long, but this token is actually able to send messages across several large states. It's really a treasure. Xiao Tian hugged the token and hurriedly replied by inputting text with his divine thoughts. Brother Lin, Happy New Year. How have you been doing lately? Lin Yuan quickly replied. I'm having a pretty good time. Everyone at the sanctuary is very welcoming and super nice to talk to. You should have been venturing out all this time, right? I see you haven't sent me any messages these days, so you must be very busy. Hard at work. It's not hard. It hasn't been very busy. I didn't know the token could send messages before. Now that I can use it, I can chat a lot. Xiao Tian quickly typed in the text Dao, and the two of them began to chat about their recent encounters with experiences and various interesting things across several large states, talking about the sky and the earth, with a warm atmosphere. The ancient sword old man next to him thought to himself, if only I had such a token back then how good it would have been. It wouldn't have been so bad that I didn't even have a Dao partner at the end of my life. The two had been chatting until the light of day. When dawn broke, the black-clothed young man walked out of the cave to look at the vast and sprawling desert in the distance and the strange terrain, as well as the mirage scenery that appeared in the sky, and all used the shadow-retaining stone to record it down and then sent it out through the token. Xiao Tian sent a message. A mirage appeared in the desert today. A very pretty sight. I want to see it with you. Here's the photo. Lin Yuan replied with a smile when he saw the photo. It's a view that hasn't been seen before. Nice to look at. I like this photo. Xiao Tian replied happily upon seeing this. Brother Lin, I'll take pictures of every place I visit in the future and send them to you. I'll pack and bring a copy of all the various snacks in those places and wait until Central State to give them to you. Xiao Tian thought to himself that Brother Lin must have snuck out from the Holy Land because he wanted to see more interesting scenery and eat more delicious food. It was a pity that Brother Lin was coming back to the Holy Land now, and they couldn't continue to travel the 5 lakes together, so he would take pictures and bring food to Brother Lin. Lin Yuan on this side replied quickly with his eyes glowing after hearing this. Good brother, too righteous. I'll treat you to a big meal every day when we get to Central State, so feel free to order whatever you want. Looking at the photo, Lin Yuan at the moment heart cannot help but think of the previous raised travel frog. Never thought that good brother Xiao Tian will still send photos and food to himself. Yeah, I'll see you in Central State. and we'll have a big dinner together then. Xiao Tian finished sending the message, had the corners of his mouth curled up in a sunny smile. He was in a good mood as he looked up at the distant sky, where it was in the direction of the distant central state. At the same time, the many reservation players within the bustling cities of the modern world who had paid attention to the official Kyushu game received a message alert. The Kyushu game you follow has officially released a new promotional video and pictures. Chapter 88, Publicity. After the official release of the new promotional video of the Kyushu game, many reservation players who received the alert message have opened the promotional video on their cell phones or computers at the first time. This was the promotional video they had been waiting for. Ever since the first Kyushu game promotional video exploded all over the internet, countless people were attracted by the white-clothed fairy in the video to book the game. The influence of the fairy's transcendent and flawless beauty and the charisma emanating from the Taiyin divine body was too great. Many people are looking forward to logging into the game to see the white fairy earlier, and they are eagerly looking forward to learning more about it. Countless players have watched the first promotional video over and over again more than hundreds or thousands of times. That Taiyin sacred Lady Lin Yuan character introduction poster has also become everyone's cell phone screensaver, so you can open your phone and see the picture at any time. Xiang Evening Ching was also one of the many players who were looking forward to the game going live, and she dreamed of going to see that white-clothed fairy. Originally live streaming, she received the alert message and without hesitation, she turned off the card drawing game she was currently playing and said to the audience, "Brothers, sisters, the Kyushu game has finally updated its promotional video, so I'm going to open it up and take a look at it." The viewers were also in high spirits when they heard the news. They were sending out pop-ups. "Oh my god, Kyushu Games finally posted a new video. I've barely watched the previous one 12,000 times I think. It's still not enjoyable. Yeah, I'm going to burn this good news to my old Uncle Sam. The Kyushu game that Grandpa yelled at me to pay attention to has finally been updated. Hurry up, Anchor, hurry up and play the promotional video. Don't delay everyone's precious time. I can't wait to see my wife. Yum yum. Damn bastards. You guys don't steal my wife from me. I hope that Kyushu Games won't be ungrateful, and that the video for this update will still be of my goddess, the White Fairy." So Xiang Lianqing hurriedly opened the new promotional video as the audience urged her to do so. White Fairy wife, I've come to see you. Don't all of you steal from me." When the promotional video unfolded through the virtual helmet holographic projection playback, it was reflected in the crowd's eyes as the scenes from the bonfires celebrated in the border city of the human race in the world of Kyushu. This is also a follow-up bonfire party plot to the previous promotional video, which told the story of Lin Yuan, the holy maiden of Taiyin, who, after beheading more than a dozen demon kings from the demon frontier, came to the border city to be embraced and venerated by countless border cultivators and mortals. This video now shows the nightly bonfire party carnival celebration scene, with the border crowd raising their glasses of wine in the direction of the White Fairy and rising to salute to express their gratitude and respect. Pop-ups drifted through the audience. Wow, all these dishes look so delicious. So many rare birds and beasts that I haven't seen before have been put on the table. So colorful and flavorful. I also want to eat these delicacies in the Kyushu Games. Your Highness, please let me follow you to kill the demons. I'll be in charge of the quacking. Your Highness will be in charge of the killing spree. We'll both quack and kill indiscriminately, and I'll just follow behind as a little follower shouting and dabbling. I was hungry most of the night when I saw these people eating so well. This wave is a real late-night poisoner. These demons are clearly walking gift bags of ingredients. Dip them in some breadcrumbs and fry them. Take them out and taste them. They are crispy on the outside and crunchy with chicken flavor. Looking at the reverent expressions of the people in these cities, I have a feeling that the white-clothed fairy has already filled up the human prestige of the border cities with the admiration of thousands of people. Your Highness, clip the food. I turn the table. Your Highness, drink tea. I pour the wine. Your Highness, don't eat the food. Come and eat me. Already lying flat. He. Bad joke JPG. Upstairs, are you eating properly? Abacus beads are popping out of my face. From time to time, I feel out of place with your perverted remarks because I'm so normal. So Your Highness, leave those guys alone and pick me. I'm tastier. Soon the propaganda video played to the time when the Taiyin Holy Maiden left. The many people and cultivators at the border of the southern state came together to see her off, and the crowd reluctantly bowed to see off the white-clad figure that had beheaded the dragon by the river. The live stream drifted through the booking players' pop-ups. A lot of people came over to see each other off. There were crowds everywhere. My wife Yum Yum has a lot of charm. Bah! What, your wife? Yuan is clearly everyone's wife. Do you kid understand win-win cooperation or not? Damn you shameless people. My goddess Taiyin Holy Maiden's reputation cannot be tarnished. I swear to defend your Highness's reputation to the death. I saw a number of other people in the crowd shedding tears. These people look somewhat familiar, as if they are the ones who were rescued by the white clothes fairy from the demon race frontier before. At this moment, the screen quickly appeared the scene of the white-clothed fairy performing the heavenly grade body technique Royal Wind Easy technique. In the eyes of the viewers who didn't know much about body techniques, it was like a fairy dancing. It was beautiful. And for a while, the viewers watched as if they were mesmerized. After some time, when the stance drill was over, this was followed by a flood of pop-ups. Just now, I was completely dumbfounded. I forgot to send a pop-up. I don't know what language to use to describe such a beautiful scene. In the end, all that came out was, "This is too good looking I'm the same." I'm completely dumbfounded by the immersion. Does the goddess still take disciples? I want to learn this Master is above me. Please accept my apprentice's obeisance. I have poor understanding, so please make sure to cast it many more times before I can memorize it. Auntie, is that you? It's me, Cross. The scene just now was so beautiful. That's probably how the gods watched Chang'e dance during the peach banquet. I'm going to replay it a billion times over and over again after I watch the video later. Finally understand why ancient emperors like fast beauty dance. Then play music. Then dance Xiang Evening Ching was also mesmerized by what she was watching, and she sighed as she wiped the tears that were running down the corners of her mouth. This dance can only be found in heaven, and it's rare to hear it on earth. Then the video footage quickly came to the scene of the Taiyin Holy Maiden returning to the central state, where many dynasties celebrated and congratulated and Taoist forces greeted her. The scene was spectacular and lively. The camera captured the expressions of excitement and reverence of the many people in the streets and alleys from an overhead angle, and even the scenes and sounds of how the storytellers sang about His Highness deeds were edited in. The audience saw that the Xianyu immortal boat was hot and bustling along the way, and that the white-clothed fairy was welcomed and flanked by so many people all the way back. Then to the Taiyin Holy Land, many fairies singing and dancing out to greet. Lin Yuan waved his hand to give all the people 10 years of salary as well as many demonic beasts' carcasses as a large meal ingredients. The Holy Land feast to celebrate the return of His Highness scene. This also made the many players watch and understand just how popular the white fairy Taiyin sacred maiden was in the world of Kyushu. Live streaming pop-ups drifted by. What do you mean by a popular top stream idol in the Kyushu? It's a fairy like the Taiyin Holy Maiden. The white fairy is too popular. I've never seen such a popular game protagonist before, so it shows how beloved the Taiyin sacred maiden is in the world of the 9 regions. Did you guys notice that I just found out through the text labeling place of the video? The people of those dynasties outside the Taiyin Holy Land looked like they were not having a good time, yellow faces and numbness and fatigue, which was a common situation in feudal dynasties. And those people within the Holy Land look rosy-cheeked and spirited with a light in their eyes, which is quite a big gap. And then look at the fervor of these people for the veneration of the Holy Maiden of Taiyin. This shows that my goddess, the Taiyin Holy Maiden, has governed the Taiyin Holy Land well, and the people are living peacefully and prospering. This rehearsal is so big. What we want is this feeling of all eyes on the stars. Wherever the white fairy goes, the people's cheers resonate through the clouds. Just now substituting a little bit of the protagonist's point of view. That feels really cool. It's really too cool and spicy, with so many beautiful fairies coming out to greet them, and the palaces and pavilions in the sky. It's as if we're seeing the Jade Emperor returning to heaven. When the Kyushu game goes live, I must go to the Taiyin Holy Land to join my goddess, the Taiyin Holy Maiden. Your Highness is so generous and broad-minded, bringing back so many good things back to the Holy Land. Happy to issue 10 years of salary as welfare. Love, love, love. The Taiyin Holy Maiden is definitely the boss of our human camp. As a player, I like this kind of pretty strong, powerful, expansive top white rich girl who likes to spread money. Long live the boss. Yuchi's wife is so rich and popular. It feels like there will be a lot of feelings of my love rivals all over Kyushu after I land on the Kyushu game in the future. Upstairs of how much fake wine to drink and eat a few dishes drunk into such talk nonsense. White fairy is you flash aside. After that, the promotional video came to a part that surprised many players. Only to see the video appear after the Jade Shone Peak Taiyin sacred maiden Lin Yuan changed her clothes and came out. A different style of clothes were worn out with different effects and beauty, and a picture of the change of clothes was edited into a video like a fashion show, flashing by quickly, making people dazzled and exclaimed, all the way to the last outfit to change into. The stunning red-clad fairy smiled at the camera with a lantern and couplets to congratulate the new year. This scene caused the audience players to look dumbfounded for a moment, and the pop-ups came to a standstill. A few moments later the live broadcast pop-ups have as if exploding like a pot densely spread out in the sky. Look at this. What's this? It's the treasure of the town station. The miracle Yuchi and the 100 changes Yuchi dress-up chart. It's so nice. Each set of clothes wear out a different feeling. The same point that is so beautiful. I like the type. My goddess have Yuchi's wife smiled at me and told me Happy New Year. My life was worth it. Deer in the headlights in my heart. And Wei died and came back to life. Happy New Year. My precious Fuchi. New Year's Eve. Or the official Kyushu will play very understanding. So many sets of clothes sincere, but the Saint's closet can be more. We love to see. If you don't understand, did everyone take a screenshot of the picture of the video? At this point the promotional video has not ended. Jumped out of an egg, only to see a burst of smoke after the new year dress up the red fairy into a jade snow cute little loli. That jumping look cute to make people's hearts tremble. The last picture is a little girl with a butt head wearing a red cotton jacket eating a candy cane. The pair of watery eyes full of innocence, sitting on the white cat and stretching out her little hand, as if in greeting. Pop-ups began to appear like a frenzy from the live audience. Ah, it's the childhood version of Abuchi. The canon version. It's just too cute. You can have all the sugar plums, and my purse, and no one can take it from you. Yumbo, mommy loves you. No mommy boy. Back off. Back off. Yumbo, come home with me. You like that color sack and cupcake? First of all, I'm really not a lolicon. And secondly, I'm definitely not a lolicon. It's just that my favorite goddess has changed from her girlish form to a loli. Thank you all for your support. This is the daughter of Yuchi's wife and I. She's in elementary school now. Yes, we have a child that looks like this. The fruit of love between me and Yuchi's wife. Damnable love rivals. My goddess Taiyin Holy Maiden is still single, you guys don't make rumors. Xiang Evening Ching, who had finished watching the video over here, also started to open the official updated gallery of the Kyushu game, and she said excitedly to the audience at this time, "This promotional video is fantastic. To be able to see my goddess so many new dress-up fashion show. See the childhood Yumbo so want to kiss and hug and lift high ah." Originally Xiang Evening Ching was a staunch wife fan of the Taiyin Sacred Maiden, but now she had turned into a mom fan with a wavering stance, or both. By this time she had opened the official updated gallery of Kyushu, and sure enough, there were the much anticipated Taiyin Sacred Maiden dress-up pictures as well as the childhood version of the women's dress photos, each in high definition, with more than 1,000 pictures. The official Kyushu game. This is not an update, but it's a shocker when it's updated. So many pictures, it's really a feast for the eyes. Browsing to the side of the evening chain cannot help but surprise compliments. Before the picture of a variety of shapes dress up have, there are wearing 12 heavy flow fairy skirt like a lotus in the water is elegant and dusty fairy, but also cloaked in CUI grain brocade feathers satin cloak looks like a rich girl, as well as dress lively and playful gold rimmed swallow 100 flowers. These pictures made Xiang Evening Ching feel like a rat that had fallen into a granary and felt like she had a bumper harvest. In the past, she only had one white fairy poster to look at, but now she had a whole bunch of pictures of everything. I'll download and print all these pictures later and bind them into a book. So this fashion show photo book will be my spiritual food from now on. To the late Ching, eyes glowing, looked at the picture, said, "Live room, the audience has a lot of people heartbeat faster than her. There are viewers send pop-ups," said. "Just now I found out that you can actually buy Fuchi's photo albums and Q doll pillows from online shopping. These merchants are so fast. This business opportunity is so well captured. Many people have already placed their orders." Lin Yuan, who was in the Sacred Maiden Peak in the world of Kyushu over here, also received a reminder message, and he knew that the official update of the second promotional video had been made. "I hope I won't appear in the promotional video this time. There are so many beautiful fairies in the world of Kyushu. Isn't it good to shoot those real beauties? Or make some hot-blooded videos of the Sons of Chi fighting would be fine." Lin Yuan thought to himself while praying that he wouldn't be used as promotional video fodder this time. The last time he opened the video he was psychologically scarred by a screen full of wives and tigers and wolves words from the players. This time Lin Yuan learned to be smart and directly blocked the pop-up screen from words like wife, then began to watch the video. The white-clothed fairy figure from the promotional video that appeared next made Lin Yuan feel a darkness in his eyes. Something big was wrong. He pulled the progress bar of the video quickly, and when he saw the pop-ups that said the dance was really beautiful when he showed his stance, Lin Yuan held his forehead with an expression of speechlessness and spat. "Come on, this is a proper demonstration of stance, not a dance." When he saw the dress-up scene and the childhood girl's dress picture that appeared in the video, this time Lin Yuan could no longer sit down and directly stood up. "Damn it, why is all my black history of women's clothing being released as publicity fodder? 9 states official combined just caught me a jerk. It's really bullying. I do not want face," Lin Yuan said while feeling a blackness in front of his eyes. The whole world is about to collapse. The future is gray. So many photos circulated out for the players to know. When the players log on later, they then uploaded a picture Zhengzhou Cultivator Forum. Then will not soon the people in the 9 states will also see numerous photos of women's clothing? Lin Yuan, as long as the thought of the future of the Kyushu monks manually a Taiyin Sacred Woman fashion show photo album, suddenly like falling into the abyss general darkness. This is what the end of the social death scene. I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. If I had known, I wouldn't have agreed to Qing Luo's photo shoot. No, The last picture of eating candy canes wasn't taken by Qing Luo. It couldn't have been taken by Heaven's Path, could it? Is there really a Tendo under the sky that has nothing better to do? I shouldn't have agreed to change Master's clothes in a moment of weakness. It's over. It's all over now. I'm so stupid. Really? I just thought it was just a costume change and it was fine. I didn't realize it would be used as promotional video footage. Lin Yuan's expression of despair and regret muttered that if there were pills of regret in the world that could be eaten, he would definitely tell his former self never to change. Dressing is a hell of a way to social death. Chapter 89, Memories. It was useless to regret what had happened. After Lin Yuan adjusted and calmed down, he made up his mind that he would never change into any other female clothing again. Learning from his mistakes, the next time he met his master, he would never be soft enough to agree to change his clothes. Lin Yuan felt that he should have ruthlessly refused such a request from his master and the Nine Heavens Bright Moon Mirror Artifact Spirit Senior in the first place. Just think of the future flood of Black History albums of women's clothing that will be circulated. His heart was now as cold as if he had been killing fish in the vegetable market for more than 10 years. As if he had fallen into the ice cellar, and his heart was penetratingly cold. Lin Yuan directly shut down the players forum. This thing out of sight out of mind. As for the players to go online is still early. The future troubles are still put into the future to solve it. The focus now was still the upcoming Sword Trial Conference. And that was the thing to focus on. Looking at this invitation to the Sword Trial Conference in his hand, Lin Yuan recalled the plot that players in his previous life had speculated plus summarized from the examining party about the experience of Gu Changsheng, one of the sons of Qi in the 9 states. When Gu Changsheng, the holy son of the evergreen Holy Land, was born, there were many visions born, such as the immortal king in the 9 heavens, Jianmu breaking the dome of the sky, and the stars shining in the blue sky, etc., which also shocked many forces in the central state to come to observe the ceremony at that time. The evergreen old ancestor was also overjoyed to directly establish his grandson Gu Changsheng as the holy son of the evergreen sacred ground, cultivating him from a young age. Gu Changsheng, who had the grandfather of the old ancestor, the father of the Holy Lord, and the mother of the elder of the imperial clan, and had the backing of the First Holy Land and the ancient imperial clan, undoubtedly had a very illustrious background, coupled with the amazing talent of having an evergreen sacred body. Gu Changsheng's cultivation speed is very fast. There are even rumors that he is the possible reincarnation of an immortal from the upper realm. He is generous and generous is a big spiller of spirit stones. He is also known by players as Brother Pride, Brother Rich, Brother Pretend or Brother Deadly Pretend. As for why he was addressed as Brother Deadly Pretend, it was because Gu Changsheng was too good at pretending and loved pretending too much. Specific deeds include, during the invasion of the demon race in the previous life, numerous demon zoons of the heavenly demon race led the demon army to confront the forces of the righteous path. At this time the leader of the demon army commander came forward to persuade to surrender. It said a large number of words spilling probably means, your Kyushu realm has no great emperors nowadays, the great Tao is flawed, the heavenly Tao is incomplete, and your strength is weakened by an unknown number of times compared to the ancient era. You and other monks still do not quickly surrender. Hands captured. If you still want to resist, it is a dead end. When subjected to 10,000 devils devouring the heart of 1,000 cuts of pain, will certainly be the soul of the soul all destroyed and never to return. In the face of the enemy demon commander's torrential words, Gu Changsheng, who was the boss of the righteous camp at the time, merely spat out a single word indifferently, kill. Then he alone charged forward in the demon army to kill in and out, killing many powerful demons, killing the many demon army routed and fled. The battle was a great success. In the righteous camp to participate in the war players follow the back to kill the enemy to pick up corpses to make up for the busy and happy. There is such a person ruthless words do not talk a lot of people like to pretend to be a strong strength of the righteousness of the road boss rushed in the front. How to have a sense of security and through the live form to pay attention to the battle players also have for said. Aotian brother Gu Changsheng one person to kill back the crowd of millions of demonic army. Very pretentious play handsome. In the future we call him pretentious brother. With the degree of condescension of the pretending brother, he was afraid that he would still have to pretend even when he was dying, referred to as the dead pretending brother. In his previous life, Gu Changsheng's popularity among the players was very high in addition to the fact that he was powerful and liked to pretend. There were two other main reasons. First, the generous rich, the task rewards to give high. Although Gu Changsheng character condescending for the Road Alliance people and players equally look at the eyes, but he gives rewards in a business-like manner when he says so, and sometimes Gu Changsheng doubles the rewards when he's in a good mood. Therefore, some of the players who are mixed with the righteousness of the road, even if they are not happy with his attitude, but looking at such a high reward, immediately see the money and call out the boss. Secondly, when Gu Changsheng was the boss of the righteous camp, he never talked much nonsense. and every time he fought a war with the demonic path or when the demon race went to war, he never spouted off a bunch of nonsense like some leaders do when they have a meeting. There were only 2 words he said to the people of the Tao Alliance and the players of the righteous camp before every battle: go to war. The players of the righteous camp often encounter the task release object to say a lot of words, especially want to jump the plot of the players can't wait to skip. Encounter such a little words of the realist is naturally very happy. That's why Gu Changxing's image as a cool guy also left a deep impression in players' hearts. If the first half of Gu Changxing's life is a cool stream dragon Aotian, then the latter is an abusive mainstream dragon Aotian. In the previous life, the players reversed the clues they already had to suggest that the turning point in Gu Changxing's destiny was right at the time of hosting this sword trial conference. A nearby secret realm erupted with demonic chi at the end of the sword trial conference, and Gu Changxing encountered a demonic seed entering his body when he went to the secret realm to seal the gap at the entrance to the demon realm. Gu Changxing's mind was divided into 2 to fight against the demonic erosion and the many heavenly devils at the same time, and in the end, he had to choose one or the other, choosing to give up resisting the demonic erosion for the time being and fighting the many heavenly devils. In the end, he was seriously injured from the secret realm, which also led to the devil seed deep into the soul, difficult to separate, can only be suppressed all the time. And in his previous life to the late stage of the plot of the Kyushu world, when the evergreen Holy Land was invaded by the demon race in a big way, the large demonic world entrance gap that was suppressed and sealed by the Holy Land was completely opened by the inner demons. Only then did the senior management of the Evergreen Sacred Land realize that over the years the sealing gap of the entrance to the Devil Realm had loosened and the demonic gas had leaked out. So it turned out that unknowingly many people in the Sacred Land had been trapped, and there were really some elders who had been planted with the Devil Seed without any sound. The Devil Seed is very vicious and insidious, usually lurking up not to be noticed by outsiders. Once the Devil Clan Senior activate the Devil Seed, if the strength realm and the power of the soul is not strong enough, the person who planted the demon seed would be controlled and become a puppet of the demon race to do things that they do not want to do. And those people did bad things after being controlled by the demon seed without knowing it themselves, because there was no memory of that. Demon seed in the demon world such is also a secret that only the top of the demon race knows. The last time the world of the Kyushu and the demon world fought was in the ancient era, and it was now a long time since then. So naturally the human race of the Kyushu was unaware of the abilities of the demon seed. And in the face of the many demon race quasi-emperors leading the demon race army to besiege, but also an evergreen holy land within the control of the insiders to set up the blockade array, resulting in other holy lands also did not receive the evergreen holy land sent out a call for help. The lone evergreen holy land faced a siege from many demon race paragon emperors, and 3 paragon emperors from the evergreen holy land came out in unison, with 1 human race paragon emperors dying in battle, and the other paragon ancestor being seriously injured. In the end, the strongest quasi-emperor at the peak of his strength, elder ancestor Gu Qingxian of Evergreen, executed a secret technique to kill a number of powerful quasi-emperors in the late stage of the demon race with his extreme imperial soldier in hand, and he resealed the entrance, which ended the crisis. The Evergreen Sacred Ground had also suffered a huge blow as a result, with 2 of the 5 imperial artifacts destroyed in the battle, and a quasi-imperial ancestor killed in battle, which was simply the biggest crisis since the Evergreen Sacred Ground was created. The entire Evergreen Sacred Ground also suffered heavy deaths and injuries, in the face of internal and external problems with a powerful enemy of the demon race coming to attack. Gu Changxing's parents also fought and died in order to protect their sacred home and the demonic powerhouses, and before they died, they instructed Gu Changxing that he must live a good life. Gu Changsheng, who witnessed the death of his parents, hated the Devil Clan to the bone, and every time he fought with the Devil Clan, he had to rush to the front to kill and fight, as if he was crazy. With the Evergreen Sacred Ground having been dealt a heavy blow, the other sacred grounds also extended a helping hand when they received the news, and the people of the Tao Alliance began to investigate the causes and consequences of this incident one after another. What came out of the investigation afterward turned out to be a surprise. Someone had gotten an image from the memories of those Evergreen Holy Land disciples who had been controlled by the demonic seed, and what this memory screen showed was surprisingly, Gu Changsheng, who was floating in the air with his eyes in a crimson state looking strange, had actually torn open that seal of the entrance to the demon realm with his own hands. And so this finding drew a furor within the Tao Alliance. Did Gu Changsheng do this thing or not? Is this memory real or fake? Could it be a false memory forged by the demons? Was Gu Changsheng controlled by the demon race or not? It also caused the crowd in the Holy Land to discuss and focus on it. At that time, Gu Changsheng, because of the talent and strength of a strong background, to become the head of the Tao Alliance for 2 years, during which he led the crowd and the demon clan to kill. The battle accumulated a lot of prestige. The fact that Gu Changsheng, the head of the Tao Alliance, might even be controlled by the demon race also drew the attention of many sacred ground ancestors, and in the end, Old ancestor Changqing was forced to join the other sacred ground ancestors in probing into his grandson, Gu Changsheng, inside his body. And so the matter that the Tao Alliance Master Gu Changsheng did have a devil seed in his body was also blown out of proportion, drawing an outcry and shock from the crowd. And for a time, the crowd was agitated and angry. And the crowd in the other holy places felt that they had been deceived and concealed in the past. Gu Changsheng, the head of the Tao Alliance, turned out to be a puppet under the control of the demon race, and the Evergreen Holy Land was thus subject to the suspicions of the crowds of other holy lands, wondering how many insiders there were in the Evergreen Holy Land, and whether it was still trustworthy when even the Holy Sun had been planted with a demonic seed. Evergreen Old Man Mixed Feelings Mood is incredibly complex silence. The Road Alliance people have accusations, suspicion, angry scolding. This made the people who survived in the Evergreen Holy Land very suffocating and moody with complex anger. Their Tao Sun was even controlled by the devil seed turned into a puppet of the devil race, and also one of the accomplices of the robbery of the Holy Land this time. This caused many disciples of the Evergreen Holy Land whose family and friends had died tragically as a result to be filled with anger and resentment towards Gu Changqing as well, and they cursed at the erstwhile Tao Sun as well, venting the emotions in their hearts. Gu Changqing on this side learned that he was actually the biggest accomplice in tearing open the seal that caused his parents' death Holy Land to almost collapse and hit hard. His whole person is lost soul like lost soul. The face of all the accusations and scolding, Gu Changsheng did not say a word silent. He returned to the ruins of the Holy Land of Evergreen once old site looking at the tombstone days, a night of white head. It often takes only a moment to fall from the former pride of heaven to the abyss of 10,000 feet. At that time, the people of the Tao Alliance did not have a solution to the demonic seed, and in the face of Gu Changsheng, who had already been eroded and controlled by the demonic seed and made a big mistake, the people of the Holy Land suggested direct execution. And Gu Changsheng willingly accepted the crime. But Evergreen Elder Ancestor Gu Qingxian stepped in to stop them and said, "My son and daughter-in-law were both killed in battle, and now I only have this one grandson, so I'm going to keep him, and use the merits that this seat has previously established to offset it." After Elder Ancestor Evergreen promised to keep an eye on Gu Changxing to avoid causing trouble, the other Elder Ancestors of the Sacred Land also agreed to the matter. And so the matter came to an end. The people of the other Holy Lands also began to fight for power in the new round of the Tao Alliance's Alliance Leader election. The Evergreen Holy Land lost its eligibility to run for the election, and the other Holy Lands, because everyone's strength was about the same and no one was convinced, the Tao Alliance was also plunged into civil strife as a result. While Gu Changsheng was silent as a stone in his seclusion in the Evergreen Sacred Ground, the Evergreen Elder Ancestor, who had become much older because of the secret technique he had performed, kept watch over him, and the two of them were silent. After a long period of time, Gu Changsheng was already at the quasi-emperor realm when he reappeared in the eyes of the players. That familiar and unfamiliar white-haired, Dao-robed youth appeared in front of everyone's eyes when he faced the many demon race paragons alone and went on a killing spree, killing the bloody rain and crying in the sky, and fighting the heaven and earth. Gu Changsheng, who had returned from his great victory, looked at the people of the Tao Alliance without saying anything and gave them a technique that could refine the demonic seed, also known as the technique of demon seeding the Tao heart, which could refine the demonic seed into a nutrient for the growth of the Tao heart. The people of the Tao Alliance had mixed feelings about this, and some of them continued to investigate the matter of the Evergreen Holy Land being hit hard out of gratitude. After another period of time, some players realized that it was possible that the one who tore open the seal back then was not Gu Changsheng, of which there might be someone else. As for what the truth was back then specifically, there are conflicting and inconclusive opinions because some clues point to something that happened before the players started the service, which is really hard to verify, and there are very few clues. Lin Yuan hadn't seen the players get to the bottom of the truth even before he traveled back to life, and in this life, since he already knew about the crisis that would befall the Evergreen Sacred Ground, he was also prepared to deal with the crisis. Senior brother Gu, I will prevent the tragedy that happened to you in your previous life from happening again. Lin Yuan looked at the invitation to the sword trial conference in his hand, thinking silently in his heart. The 3-foot green blade of his sword case was already waiting to be sheathed next. 3 days passed quickly. Lin Yuan and Grand Elder Gu Mangxing, Qing Luo and the others set off, and soon the Xianyu immortal boat arrived at the place where the Evergreen Sacred Ground was holding the sword trial conference. The majestic and spectacular ring on the open field stands tall, with flying eaves and arches, carved beams and painted buildings. Each piece of masonry is inscribed with flashing array runes, and the materials used for the vermilion wall pillars are also sturdy and incomparable. And there are already a lot of people coming to the spectator seats inside the field, which is very lively. The mountains are filled with peach blossom trees. Thousands of peach blossom plants are like the clouds in the sky, scorching and colorful, and in the distance are the rolling hills,
and near the tree stands a handsome and extraordinary Taoist-robed young man, who looks up with a smile and says, "Senior Sister Lin, you're here. Senior Brother Gu, I've come to see the sword trial conference." Lin Yuan greeted and smiled as he walked over, and Gu Changsheng made a gesture of invitation and said, "Senior Sister, follow me this way. Elder Brother, I have prepared 3 gifts for you." Chapter 90 Gifts. Lin Yuan heard these words and thought to himself, it's true that as soon as they meet, Senior Brother Gu is going to give them gifts. Just like before, he knew it would be like this, so he also prepared a gift for Senior Gu. Lin Yuan, who was familiar with his senior brother's habits, had picked out a return gift before he left and was not surprised. Lin Yuan, who had followed Gu Changxing to sit under the peach blossom tree on one side, said with a smile, "I've also prepared a gift I want to give to Elder Brother. It seems that Senior Sister and I have thought of the same thing. Then Senior Brother, I will first take out my gift and offer it." Gu Changsheng heard smilingly said. The face of a close friend confidant of the Senior Sister mood became relaxed and happy. All the other people did not have for that kind of lofty indifference attitude. He took out the first gift of more than 100,000 years of the Ice Moon Spirit Flower, which is cohesion of the rich Taiyin moon power of the top of the heavenly treasures, only to see a sky blue crystal clear beautiful and exotic flowers unfold, exuding a faint as the moonlight like a bright lantern illuminated the surrounding stamens and petals on the dewdrops. That is the pure extreme power of Taiyin and the power of cold ice condensed into water droplets. Each drop contains the power of the 2 laws, can assist in the cultivation of the enlightenment of the Taiyin Avenue and the Avenue of Ice. Senior Sister Lin, this is the Ice Spirit Moon Spirit Flower, which contains the power of the 2 great Tao laws, the great Tao of Taiyin and the great Tao of Ice. Senior Sister, you are a Taiyin divine body and have also comprehended the laws of ice. This item matches you well, Gu Changsheng said as he handed over the jade box containing the icy moon spirit flower. Lin Yuan took the jade box and also took out his first gift and said with a smile, "Senior Brother Gu, you have comprehended the laws of wood and the laws of life. This is the Jasper Greenwood Ganoderma, which contains the power of those 2 great Tao laws, and is very suitable to be used to assist you in your enlightenment." Lin Yuan took out the jade box containing is also almost the same year of Jasper Greenwood Ganoderma lucidum, is also the top heavenly treasures. This Ganoderma lucidum body emerald green vitality, contains a rich force of life. Just smell the aroma, let a person refreshed, invigorated. Each Lingji leaf was as flawless as beautiful jade, containing the patterns of the great Tao laws, flowing and glittering. This was a gift that Lin Yuan had selected from amongst the many treasures in his treasury. The patterns of the 2 great Tao powers contained in this Jasper Greenwood Ganoderma were both something he had already comprehended, and it was more than appropriate to use it as a gift. Gu Changsheng smiled as he accepted his senior sister's gift. He and his senior sister had a deep understanding of the Gongfu Dao that each other practiced, and the gifts they gave each other were all treasures that were suitable for each other's cultivation. These are Extreme Supreme Artifact Auspicious Cloud Unicorn Boots, a treasure I recently obtained from the secret realm, and I'm sending them to you, senior sister, for your defense. At this time, Gu Changsheng took out the second gift, which was a pair of boots made of ancient heavenly silk, colorful lotus cloud brocade satin and other top materials, with a lifelike unicorn treading clouds pattern on it. The mythical beast Qilin looks powerful and endowed. Under the feet of auspicious clouds, step-by-step lotus, golden light, looks that is alive and well, auspicious and lucky. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up when he saw these boots. This looked both handsome and aesthetically pleasing. The styling was very much to his aesthetic. Moreover, the quality of the auspicious cloud unicorn boots was a bit better than the boot equipment he was currently wearing, and it was worthy of being a treasure that had been handed down from an ancient relic. Thank you, elder brother. I love it. Lin Yuan received the auspicious cloud Qilin boots to thank said. He also took out to go to an inscription of the 2 meters, for elephants and 8 trigrams and other patterns of the palace lamp, containing the power of the sun, moon and stars flickering light, which lamp flame is also unpredictable, sometimes transformed into a sky-high ancient tree, and then transformed into a pool of lotus, and then transformed into a dense bamboo forest. This lamp is called Qingjing 2E8 Scenery Lamp. It can help people to clear their minds and concentrate. It can also be used to cleanse the world of evil. Evil and foreign trickery have to be defended. I am giving this item to senior brother, and I hope that he will take it with him. Lin Yuan's main purpose of gifting this treasure was also a hope, to help senior brother Gu resist the invasion of demonic seeds during his next trip to the secret realm, and the clearing 2 embodied 8 scenic lamps were miraculously effective at washing away demonic qi. In order to deal with the heavenly demon clan on this trip to the secret realm, Lin Yuan had prepared multiple heart-clearing treasures like this one. As for why not sending more pieces, it was because sending one piece of this type of treasure was considered a normal gift between close friends, and sending several pieces of the same function in a row was not very easy to explain. Moreover, the clearing treasures all functioned similarly, and there wasn't much difference between the effects of one and multiple pieces. I will naturally carry the treasures given to me by senior sister close to my body, Gu Changsheng said with a nod as he took the Qingjing 2E8 scenery lamp, and he directly transformed this lamp into a lantern pendant tied around his waist. Senior sister, my third gift is the Kunlun sword scripture that I obtained from an ancient relic. We can attend to this imperial scripture together and discuss it with each other, Gu Changsheng said as he took out a scripture that exuded a mysterious aura and profound sword intent and said, "This is the emperor's scripture created by the Kunlun sword emperor in the ancient times. This great emperor was the peak existence in the sword Dao, and the sword scripture that was passed down was also a top-level technique in the sword Dao. In fact, Gu Changsheng was not a sword cultivator, but was instead skilled in the art of Dao, and this time he went to the ruins to find this Kunlun sword scripture. Naturally, it was meant to be a gift for his youngest sister who was a sword cultivator." Lin Yuan was somewhat moved as he looked at this sword scripture, and he also took out some great emperor scriptures that also exuded an emperor's aura of mysteriousness and said, "Senior brother, this is some scriptures I recently obtained. Let's look at them together." Gu Changsheng looked at so many scriptures in front of him and was also a bit surprised. He thought to himself that it seemed that next time he would have to break into more ancient ruins to get more scriptures to bring back and discuss with his senior sister. "Okay, sister, you see that's a wonderful thing to say," Gu Changsheng said as he held the scriptures close to him while pointing. Lin Yuan looked at the scriptures and expressed his own opinion, and the two of them began to preach and discuss the canon. Looking at the two people sitting together under the peach blossom tree talking and laughing, Elder Su touched his beard and sighed. "This is Yu Thaw." Chapter 91, The Great Meal. Sitting under the tree, Lin Yuan and his senior brother chatted about the scriptures together, sitting and discussing the Tao, comprehending a lot about the various laws of the great Tao as they continued to rise rapidly. Both of them were supreme prides with powerful talent and amazing enlightenment, sitting together to jointly study the scriptures and explore the great Tao, their minds colliding with sparks of wisdom. That enlightenment effect is naturally much better than solitary closed-door enlightenment, as if 1 + 1 is greater than 2. Lin Yuan over here looked at the big tree and thought of the saying, "Wisdom fruit under the wisdom tree, you and I under the wisdom tree." He thought to himself, "Senior brother Gu and I are both geniuses of enlightenment." This kind of Taoist exchange feels as sympathetic and like-minded as two schoolteachers discussing a math competition problem. Gu Changsheng on this side also felt that every time he chatted with his senior sister to participate in the great Tao, the kind of exchange and collision between viewpoints and thoughts would always produce new ideas and inspirations, which was wonderful to immerse oneself in. Before meeting Lin Yuan, previously, Gu Changsheng had never met a peer whose cultivation and enlightenment could match or even somewhat surpass his own since he was a child. Many years ago, a group of holy sons and daughters from other holy lands were trying to challenge the teenage Gu Changsheng for the ranking of the Heavens Pride ranking. As a result, Gu Changsheng directly knocked this group of people down and gave them a fat beating. And the several beautiful fairies and saints were also destroyed by the hot hand and turned into panda eyes, and it was hard to escape. At that time, a holy son of the free and easy Holy Land was beaten up in a lousy manner with a bruised and swollen nose and face and cried out in anger and unwillingness. Gu Changsheng, could it be that none of us holy sons and daughters on the heavens remarks list could catch your eye? You fight with us without even unfolding your holy body visage, and you don't even look at us squarely. Are you treating us all as trashy wastes? Originally, this easy saint's son who was covering his face and baring his teeth in pain didn't expect to hear a reply, but the crowd saw that Gu Changsheng, the saint's son of the evergreen Holy Land, finally turned around to look at them and said, "Aha." The look was 3 parts disdain, 3 parts indifference, and 4 parts diffidence, as classic as a fan chart. These words and eyes also caused a great impact to the many holy sons and daughters present, and they thought to themselves, "Damn evergreen saint's son Gu Changsheng, this guy is really too arrogant." Surprisingly, these holy sons and daughters of them are treated as garbage waste. It is really too unselfish and arrogant. It is simply tolerable. A strange shame. This also left a deep and indelible impression for Gu Changsheng among the many holy sons and daughters of the 10 great sacred grounds, as well as pulling in a large wave of hate and anger values. Therefore, although Gu Changsheng was the holy son of the first Holy Land, his popularity among the many holy sons and daughters of the 10 Holy Lands couldn't be said that he was disliked by people and hated by dogs, but could only be said to be infamous. Former players who knew about this exclaimed, "Worthy of being brother Ao Tian, so proud." Moreover, Gu Changsheng has always acted in her own way and never put other people's opinions in her eyes, and she never fakes colors for people she doesn't know well. Even when faced with the pursuit of some fairies who liked him, he was nonchalantly cold and rejected them. There was once 100 Flowers Pavilion's Linglong fairy springing to life because of the evergreen saint's son's face talent strength, and this young girl summoned up the courage to write a love letter over to confess. As a result, Gu Changsheng had only said one sentence, causing Fairy Linglong to directly break the great defense. The phrase was, "So it's a waste of time to ask me over for such a boring thing." After saying this, Gu Changsheng directly turned around and left the palace where the evergreen Holy Land was receiving guests, and he went back to continue reading the Tao scriptures. Even Elder Su, who was watching from the side, couldn't stand to watch, thinking, as far as talking so mercilessly, refusal cannot be a little more polite. This has also too hurt the little girl's heart. So Elder Su walked out and said, "My Daozi has always been a straight talker to everyone else, so it's better for the fairy to return." After going back, Linglong Fairy both sad and a little angry after going back to the love letter burned. She felt that she was really blind to love such a desperate person, and then waved the sword to cut the love wire closed door to cultivate go. The 100 Flowers Pavilion crowd also felt annoyed and upset because of this incident where their own family members failed to confess and were humiliated instead. And even though they didn't say it on the surface, they still hated the evergreen Holy Land Saint's son in their hearts. This also led to the fact that although Gu Changsheng was handsome and gifted with a strong background, there were no more peach blossoms willing to come up and eat a closed door. In the eyes of many Central State fairies, evergreen Saint's son Gu Changsheng is a big iceberg. Hard to hear, only cultivation all day, no love, iron heart, very unpopular. And Gu Changsheng didn't care at all about other people's hate or like. These were like floating clouds to him. Cultivation was the most wonderful thing in the world to him. He wanted to stand at the peak of the great Tao, even when facing his seniors. In Gu Changsheng's heart, he firmly believed that he would sooner or later cultivate to this realm to surpass the other party, and he was confident that he would surely certify himself as an emperor. And the diametrically opposite of eldest senior brother Gu Changsheng's popularity was, junior sister Lin Yuan was widely popular in the 10 great sacred lands. The many holy sons and daughters were very fond of this talented and powerful little sister with a high face value and good personality, because Lin Yuan treated people with sincerity, was approachable, spoke with humor, and was very righteous. He was widely popular both in the Central State and in the 10 great sacred lands. There were countless crushes and followers, and the people who wanted to pursue the Taiyin Holy Maiden were as vast as a sea of smoke all over the Central State. This pair of siblings can be said to have two extremes of popularity, worlds apart. The two people under the tree over here sat together on the futon to talk about the sutras and the Tao for a long time, at which time Gu Changsheng waved his hand and took out the tables, chairs, bowls and chopsticks and set them up and said, "Senior sister Lin, I went to the Dragon Palace not long ago to catch a scaly dragon to use as a wine dish for you. This great meal is now being served. Senior sister, taste how it tastes and we'll talk while we eat." "Senior brother Gu, you killed that scaly dragon from the Demon Dragon Palace?" Lin Yuan asked with some curiosity, and Gu Changsheng opened his mouth to reply. "Is that claim to be known as the Demon Race 100,000 years rare encounter of the absolute pride of the dragon Ao Xian, but I think its strength is still cannot be defeated by me a move." If Ao Xian were to come back from the dead and hear this, he would definitely retort loudly, "That was one of the top lightning techniques, the Dutian Divine Thunder, that you cast. How could I possibly be able to carry it? That demon clan's pride can withstand this kind of test." As Lin Yuan listened to senior brother Gu describing up the battle hacking and slashing scenes, he was also amused and said, "Ha ha ha, senior brother is really powerful. That augur is really a dish." Hearing her senior sister's praise, this caused the corners of Gu Changsheng's mouth to rise and curl even higher, and she simply couldn't suppress it. The other people's praise is only because of his identity strength, which is comparable to a sincere praise from the heart of the senior sister. So that augur turned into a dish, and the crayfish and crabs that you love to eat. "Senior sister, I caught some to cook in the hot pot. Deacon he, now serve the food," Gu Changsheng said while signaling the deacon next to him to quickly bring up the dishes. And Deacon he on this side had already prepared everything and said archly, "Okay, Michiko." After Gu Changsheng had previously received the task of hosting the sword trial conference, he had left the matter to his experienced subordinates. With his Taoist son status position only need to attend the sword test assembly to sit where will be counted as hosting the assembly. As for the big event of entertaining the senior sister, Gu Changsheng instructed He Jiwei that it was necessary to invite the best cooks to come over to cook, and that all kinds of dishes should be well prepared, and that he would personally supervise them. Gu Changsheng was never stingy with those who did things for him, and he directly threw a few spirit stone-filled storage bags as a reward for Deacon He. At that time, Deacon He received the storage bag with a smile on his face, saying that he guaranteed to do this matter for Daozi properly and securely. Deacon He now greeted his men as they served the food, and soon the table was filled with a sumptuous feast, and numerous tables were lined up to continue serving the food. Lin Yuan's eyes were drawn to the most eye-catching dish. This was a dish in the shape of a 19-layer pagoda.
Each piece of dragon meat was sliced as thin as a cicada wing, crystal clear, flawless as a snowflake, and flowed with a faint golden pattern, a cloudy haze azure dye, surrounded by emerald clear bamboo shoots embracing the pagoda, which made it look very tempting and aesthetically pleasing. Gu Changsheng had been paying attention to this side. He directly picked up his chopsticks and put some of this dish into his senior sister's bowl and said, "Elder sister, you taste it to see how it tastes." Gu Changsheng said, and also drizzled Lin Yuan's favorite sauce over the sliced dragon meat, plus some of his senior sister's favorite side dishes. He had eaten together many times before, so he knew his senior sister well regarding her dish preferences. Lin Yuan tasted this dragon meat and his eyes lit up. It melted in his mouth, cold and refreshing, fresh and delicious, and then with the sauce to make it memorable. So there's this way of doing dragon meat. It's so delicious. Senior brother, you should try it too. Lin Yuan, who was holding chopsticks and savoring the food, ate with relish, not forgetting to say that he also returned the favor by scooping up a bowl of elder brother Gu's favorite carp soup and handing it over. "Okay, sister." Gu Changsheng ate the dishes while drinking the steaming fish soup, feeling that the mellow aroma was rich and sweet, and that the dishes tasted good was a treat for him. Before he met his senior sister, he was born as a transcendent, not eating grains, had no appetite, and had no interests other than cultivation. Now he realized that besides cultivation in life, eating with his senior sister was also a beautiful thing. "Senior sister, this is the hot pot you like to eat. It has a lot of seafood in it. It has a different flavor," Gu Changsheng said as he picked up the red hairy crabs glistening with oil in the pan and put them into his senior sister's bowl, and he skillfully peeled up a crayfish and continued to pass it over. Lin Yuan happily both ate the spicy and fresh aquatic seafood hot pot. He ate the crab meat while picking up a sea cucumber and putting it into his senior brother's bowl, greeting the other party to eat the hot pot together as well. So the two of them ate and chatted happily. The atmosphere is very harmonious and lively. The elder Su under the tree over here looked at the two young men who were eating happily. His expression murmured with a blank expression, "Daozi, did you forget to call out to the old man to join you at the table for dinner?" Elder Su felt sort of permeable to Daozi's demeanor. He thought to himself, "Gu Changsheng, you brat usually can't say more than a few words to Lao Fu for the majority of the year, but you can talk incessantly to your little senior sister." Right, the mouth said, just a good friend confidant. Action, even the other side of the favorite understanding of the clear, and is to kill the dragon and send gifts, also clip food. Now where is your brat courting your senior sister? Forgetting about me, the old man who watched you grow up, holding a duster. Elder Su Han looked at the wind blowing the leaves only to feel the heart inexplicably a little bleak. This scene with a poem, it is even more appropriate. It was a voice that rang out interrupting Elder Su's sadness. "Elder Su, you were thinking about some profound cultivation problem earlier, right? Worthy of being a highly respected senior, but come on and eat. The food won't be as good when it's cold." Lin Yuan turned his head to look at Elder Su, who was behind him, where he seemed to be thinking about life's problems, and opened his mouth to persuade him. Gu Changsheng followed suit and turned his head in some surprise. "Great elder, are you also interested in these dishes? I thought you weren't interested in food after so many years of cultivation." Elder Su on this side felt warm and fuzzy in his heart as he listened to Lin Yuan's words in the front, and then he was furious when he heard Gu Changsheng's words in the back. Elder Su thought to himself, "What kind of delicacies have I not eaten in my many years of living? What do I care about that bit of food? What I care about is just the feelings of the juniors. Look at how caring the other Taiyin holy maiden is. Gu Changsheng, your kid's broken mouth is considered hopeless. Many thanks to your highness the holy maiden for your concern. I'm going to go back to my seclusion. You guys keep eating," Elder Su said to Lin Yuan in a pleasant manner. For Gu Changsheng there was no expression, speechless in his heart. Then he was quickly relieved. Daozi had always been straightforward what he had to say, although to be honest it was old and solid. The old Taoist master over here turned away with a dashing wave of his duster. "Senior Gu, old people sometimes need more care." Lin Yuan couldn't help but look at this scene and said, he often went to care for some sympathy when he was spending time with his grandma, the great elder, and the others. Next to her, Gu Changsheng nodded thoughtfully and said, "I know, senior sister Lin." This side of the evergreen sacred ground within an opulent palace, a graceful and beautiful beauty in a palace dress sat in her seat. She was Gu Changsheng's mother, Ji Wantong. "You're saying that my son invited the Taiyin holy maiden to come over to the sword trial assembly as a guest, and they're having dinner right now?" Ji Wantong, who was listening to her subordinate's report, said with a face of surprise as she thought to herself, "My son wouldn't be finally getting the hang of it, would he? He swore by it last time I asked him. I have a clean relationship with senior sister Yuaner, only the love of a dear friend, never the love of a child." For so many years, knowing Gu Changsheng's lofty character of single-mindedly seeking the Tao, Ji Wanong had thought that in all likelihood, her son wouldn't be able to find a Tao partner, and would definitely have to end up alone. when she learned that Gu Changsheng had actually become close friends with the widely popular Taiyin Holy Maiden. Her mother, Ji Wantong, only felt that this was simply pie in the sky, and was so completely overjoyed that she couldn't wait to celebrate with all of heaven. However, she was still too happy too soon, and when she pulled over her son Gu Changsheng to ask after the situation, the answer she received from her dear friend and confidant left Ji Wantong speechless. She felt that her son Gu Changsheng's wood-like character, if he didn't get the hang of it, and wanted to kill his way through the countless suitors and love rivals who were pursuing the Taiyin sacred maiden, it was really not much of a hope, and it was too slim. Quickly go and take out the 9 heavenly clouds dew that I've treasured for a long time in the treasure vault, and pick some purple haze spirit fruits that are more than 200,000 years old and send them along with it. Ji Wantong quickly instructed her personal maid to do this, so that the two of them could eat and drink well, and it would be best if they could talk for some more time to enhance their relationship. The maids over here also quickly delivered the 9 heavens cloud dew and purple haze spirit fruit to both Gu Changsheng and Lin Yuan. These spiritual liquids and spiritual fruits sent by mother all taste very good, and I've only had them once before, so senior sister, you should try them. Gu Changsheng poured a bowl of 9 heavenly clouds dew for Lin Yuan and handed it over, saying that it looked as if the immortal dew condensed above the 9 heavens, and the many clouds and haze rainbows that appeared on the surface of the agar jelly were also ever-changing, colorful, and spiritually heavenly. Lin Yuan took this bowl of 9 heavenly clouds dew and drank it all in one go, said, as if he was tasting the sky full of clouds in the sky. It was very marvelous and light. The taste of this top-grade heavenly material was very good, even better than the many spirit wines and spirit springs, and he felt that his cultivation had grown by a few points. Originally Lin Yuan wanted to use some words to express his praise himself. In the end he could only think of 2 words. Tasty. Good drink senior sister, you drink more. Gu Changsheng continued to pour a full bowl for his senior sister and handed it over. Lin Yuan also poured a bowl for his senior brother and said, elder brother, you drink too. I'll drink it later. Senior sister, this purple haze spirit fruit condenses the purple haze chi of heaven and earth to be transformed, and when eaten together with the 9 heavens cloud dew, the flavor is even more uplifted. Gu Changsheng handed over a plate of purple haze spirit fruits that were as crystalline and full as grapes, only to see the purple aura and precious light flickering, glittering like a bright pearl. So Lin Yuan was eating the delicious purple haze spirit fruit while drinking the 9 heavens cloud dew. It was a beautiful taste. This big meal Lin Yuan ate happily. He looked at Senior Gu next to him and thought to himself, oh senior brother, I will definitely protect you on this trip to the secret realm. This trip to the secret realm Lin Yuan has 2 purposes. The first is to protect his good friend Gu's senior brother to avoid tragedy. The second is to kill monsters and upgrade. So many holy realm devils in the secret realm are walking experience. They ate and chatted without realizing that a few days had quickly passed, and a large part of the sword trial conference had been carried out. The sword test conference is mostly some of the realm of creation of loose cultivators, not many of the realm of life and death. This level of competition for the saint realm of Lin Yuan and Gu Changsheng, 2 people, like adults watching the children playhouse. For Lin Yuan, who was a sword cultivator, he had seen some sword moves that he hadn't seen before and had gained something. To Gu Changsheng, who didn't cultivate the sword path, these people's moves were like a vegetable chicken pecking at each other, and couldn't attract half of his interest. With the status of the 2 of them, a final attendance at the end of the sword trial conference would be sufficient, so the 2 of them sat together for days while eating and chatting and arguing. At this time, I only saw Deacon he come over to report somewhat anxiously and said, Daozi, a huge demonic aura has erupted within the ancient Song mysteries near the sword trial assembly. It's likely that there's a problem with the sealing of that demon realm entrance seen within the mysteries, and we've already sent people to blockade the area around the mysteries. May I ask how this matter should be handled? I'll take care of this matter. Just wait, Gu Changsheng said without hesitation. He had encountered this kind of thing when he was presiding over the sword trial assembly, so he should be the one to resolve this matter as well. Moreover, he knew the information about this secret realm from the ancient Song secret realm, which was a secret realm that could only allow the saint realm to enter at the highest, and the strongest combatant of the sacred realm of the evergreen sacred land was him, so it was all the more important for this matter to be resolved by him. Senior brother Gu, I'll go with you. Lin Yuan stood up and said. He didn't persuade senior brother Gu to give up going to the secret realm and solve the matter himself instead, because he knew that it was not persuasive. That secret realm appeared at the time of the sword trial conference. With the character and strength of senior brother Gu will certainly go. Moreover, he was, after all, a person from the Taiyin Holy Land, and it was not good for him to deal with the matters of the evergreen Holy Land on his own. This side Gu Changsheng shook his head after a moment of hesitation. Senior sister Lin, this matter is something that happened within my evergreen sacred ground. It should be resolved by me. How can I let senior sister take a risk because of this? Gu Changxing felt that with his own strength he could protect his senior sister in the middle of the secret realm, but he was not afraid of the unexpected. So he refused. Senior brother, you're also taking a risk by going to deal with this matter. The devil race is insidious and cunning. The secret realm may be in danger. So I'm not at ease. The two of us will go forward together to have a caretaker and better seal the demon realm entrance gap. Lin Yuan has taken out the sword box, opened his mouth and said. Hearing these words, Gu Changxing, heart touched to see his sister so resolute, also agreed. Alright, senior sister. Then let's go to the secret realm together. Senior brother, I will definitely protect you. Lin Yuan didn't say anything, thinking to himself. It's not certain who will protect who when the time comes. Senior brother, just stay behind me to seal the spatial rift and watch me kill the four directions. Chapter 92 Entry. Over here, on the way to set off to the secret realm where the outbreak of demonic chi was sealed, Lin Yuan transmitted his voice to the nine heavens bright moon mirror artifact spirit on his body. Elder Mirror, later on the trip to the secret realm, unless you encounter a life and death crisis, Elder, you don't need to make a move. I'll just fight. Just consider it as an experience. Lin Yuan said this because the power of the imperial artifact was too great, and he also wanted to sharpen himself with battles. Whether it was sword Dao cultivation or cultivating the great Dao of killing, both required killing in battles. Lin Yuan, who had killed so many demons and enemies, naturally also practiced the Dao of killing. Moreover, his law of killing had satisfactorily broken through to the great Dao level a long time ago, which was also one of his bottom of the barrel cards. With the imperial artifact nine heavenly bright moon mirror in his possession, Lin Yuan naturally had a strong backbone. And with the extreme imperial soldier in his hand, even if he encountered a foreign quasi-emperor, he could still run away safely. And this trip to the secret realm was actually very safe. At best, the process is somewhat exciting looking, thrilling, but never life-threatening. As for the demon seed, Lin Yuan also knew the method of demon seed Dao heart that was widely spread in his previous life. A method that basically everyone in the late human camp would know. After all, the threat posed by the demon seed before was too great, and after there was a solution, it was natural for it to be widely spread. So there was no need to worry about this matter of the invasion of the demonic seed on this trip to the secret realm, and even if it happened, there was a solution. For Lin Yuan, this trip to the secret realm was to escort senior brother Gu to seal the entrance gap of the demon realm, and he was responsible for killing monsters and upgrading along the way. Gu Changxing on this side was quite concerned about this trip to the secret realm. He thought to himself that he must properly protect his little sister and not let those demons hurt her in the slightest. Grand Elder, my senior brother and I will go into the secret realm first and return after completing the seal, Lin Yuan said to Grand Elder Gu Mangxing and Cheng Luo and the others beside him. As for Feng Xing, after returning to the Holy Land of Central China, he joined the Taoist Mountain River Sect to cultivate hard and work hard in order to become an official follower of His Highness. Your Highness, we'll wait here until you return. Grand Elder Gu Mangxing opened her mouth and said, as she simultaneously transmitted her voice to Lin Yuan. Your Highness, the first time the demon race invaded our Kyushu world was already in the ancient times. Lord Human Emperor and Star Lord Taiyin led the other great emperors of the other races to suppress the ancient demon race and seal the entrance space gap connecting the Nine States realm and the demon realm. Now that millions of years have passed and the seals have loosened as they have worn through time, it seems that an eventful time has arrived. It has been a long time, and we human cultivators really don't know much about the devil race's methods at the moment. Your Highness, be more careful in the secret realm. Your safety is most important. If you encounter danger, hurry and leave the secret realm. As the saying goes, stay alive, stay alive, stay alive first. As for the matter of the Evergreen Sacred Land, there will be people from the Evergreen Sacred Land to deal with it, and it's not a matter for our Taiyin Sacred Land anyway. Miss, be careful on the road. Cheng Luo couldn't help but show a worried expression and said. Lin Yuan smiled and touched her head and said, don't worry, I'll be right back. Over here, Elder Su Hong, who had returned to the cave earlier, also appeared instantaneously, and although he had arrived at the cave, he was actually still remotely watching Gu Changxing and Lin Yuan's interactions from the sidelines with his divine sense. Elder Su watched with great interest, just short of taking a piece of watermelon as a melon eater. Seeing a deacon go over to report what happened in the secret realm, he could no longer sit still and also rushed over worriedly. Daozi, there are demons in the secret realm that must be plotting against us, so be more careful on the way. If the seal doesn't work, you guys quickly exit. The big deal is to block off this secret realm. Don't think about carrying it hard. Elder Su Hong instructed in a serious tone. Although he was very assured of Daozi's strength and felt that nothing should go wrong on this trip, he still couldn't help but urge a few words. Gu Changxing heard these words and then wanted to speak, finally nodded and said, aha. After the two of them on this side, Lin Yuan and Gu Changxing, had bid farewell to the crowd, they quickly entered the ancient Song mysterious realm that had been sealed off. just went in only to see the sky. Dark clouds, black gas heavy. A blood-colored moon hung in the sky looking incomparably evil.
And demonic chi rolled corroding the mountains and rivers of this place everywhere. Gray mist and black smoke filled the air. The earth was dry and cracked, revealing countless gullies and ravines. The ground became hot and scorching,
and fiery red magma rolled out from the cracks,
emitting a sulfurous odor that was very unpleasant. The original clear stream has also become stinky and turbid river water. The color has also become black as ink with poison.
And the water surface,
floating in the corpse of many creatures. The surrounding trees, also dry and twisted in strange shapes, looks very strange. Where they landed is a remote place in the secret realm.
The secret realm is very large, so they just came in but did not run into any demon tribe.
Senior sister,
where is the thickest place of demonic chi?
It is also the place where the ceiling of the devil realm's entrance slit is recorded on the map.
Let's instantly move directly over there. Gu Changxing took the map and said to Lin Yuan.
This was the Evergreen Holy Land's information about the secret realm. Both of them had taken a few copies of the information before they set off.
Lin Yuan also held the map and looked at the direction location and said, "Okay, senior brother, let's go over there now." As for whether or not the devil race would lay any traps,
with both of their strengths they could break them.
And in order to seal the devil realm's entrance gap, this trip was definitely necessary. Early or late, in that case, it's better to settle things sooner rather than later.
The two of them then directly instantaneously arrived at the place where the entrance gap of the sealed demon realm was, only to see a deep and incomparable spatial crack above the pale and barren earth mountain range. This entrance seemed to lead to the gate of the dark and bottomless abyss of hell, exuding a dense and incomparable purple-black demonic gas. This spatial rift that had been completely opened led to the huge and incomparable demon realm, and just the demonic energy that escaped from it made the surrounding area devoid of grass, turning it into scorched earth. Crack at the above seal used to seal the light of the big array also become dimmed down broken. Paste in the above talisman also turned into dust,
and crack around the emergence of a dense and overwhelming demon race.
At least a few tens of millions of Nigh Devil army entrenched in this place. Those devil each strange and hideous. Some like walking hell spiders, some like worms like wriggling looks very disgusting. Some have horns on their heads or covered with bone spurs. There were also demons that were as faceless as shadows. All sorts of demons of all sorts. And the demonic weapons these demons held in their hands also emitted a strong black aura, with the shadows of numerous dead souls emerging from them. This time, the ones leading the team were many Saint Realm demon kings. But this was actually not surprising, as the demon race had a long history and had annexed multiple worlds to grow and develop over the past 10 million years. Moreover, the heavenly demon race is different from the human race, with a different cultivation method and a long lifespan. The early stage relies on absorbing the soul bodies of other races to grow quickly, but the later stage of enlightenment is difficult. And the heavenly devil tribe has a magic gas dunking secret method. Can be some of the devil smashing resources can also be plucked to raise the Saint Realm level, but the potential to exhaust the cultivation can no longer inch forward. This devilish chi infusion secret method could only raise the Saint Realm at most, and it was usually at the early Saint Realm, and it cost quite a bit. Therefore, there was no shortage of Saint Realms amongst the demon race, but it was very difficult to become a venerable paragon. As for the great emperor level, there were quite a few great emperors that had existed in the demon realm after accumulating over the past 10 million years. The devil realm is as strong as the clouds, and there were many human great emperors in the ancient times, and the first invasion of the devil race into the Kyushu realm ended in failure and was repulsed back to the devil realm. But because the 10,000 races invaded the world war in Kyushu to fight the heaven and earth, the great way is missing. The heaven's way is incomplete. The strength of the world of Kyushu is also in the 10 million years gradually declined and declined. Because of the protection of the boundaries laid down by the ancient human emperors and the prevention of the heavenly Tao of the Kyushu, the great emperors, quasi-emperors, and venerable levels of the demon realm cannot enter the Kyushu realm at all now. These devil races' top-level supreme powerhouses could only send some saints to enter through the entrance of the spatial gap as an advance force. These invading demons had only one purpose, and that was to kill the living beings of the Kyushu realm in a big way and destroy everything in the Kyushu realm. This would be able to speed up the depletion of the power of the protective boundary of the Kyushu world, allowing more demonic powerhouses to enter the Kyushu world early to plunder resources and blood meals. There were several hundred Saint Realm demon kings entrenched around the space crack. These demon kings exuded a terrifying aura, with monstrous demonic aura coming from their bodies like a tidal wave. All around them turned into a pitch-black world, and even the blood-colored moon was transformed into the realm, making it look even more evil and dangerous. The many Sacred Realm demon kings laughed as they looked at the two humanoids that had suddenly appeared with fierce salivating expressions. Ha 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 ha. There are even two human brats running over to seek death. What a blood meal for the door. Lin Yuan stared at these Saint Realm devils and revealed a cold smile and said, "Hunt moment activated. I've come to send you on your way."
there is death on the road to the Yellow Springs. Chapter 93, First Kill. The Nine Heavens Bright Moon Mirror artifact spirit on this side then excitedly transmitted its voice and said, "Your Highness, these demons dare to disrespect you. Let me kill them all. Kill all these mongrels. Elder Mirror, it's better for me to deal with these demons. I'm a professional in this area," Lin Yuan said in a voice transmission. In his previous life, he didn't know how many demons he had killed. He really couldn't remember. And he was also called a demon killing machine by the other players. And he was extremely skilled in the business. "Senior brother, I'll now step in to attract the attention of these demons to stall them, and you go seal that spatial gap at the entrance to the demon realm." Before he struck, Lin Yuan transmitted his voice to Senior Brother Gu, who was next to him, and then he turned on the taunting and hate-pulling mode. "With all due respect, all of the demons present are trash. Not a single one of them can fight." Gu Changsheng beside him was also shocked in his heart when he heard this. He didn't expect his senior sister to pull hatred and attract attention so quickly when she said she would strike. Although the method Lin Yuan mentioned was very suitable for the current situation, as Gu Changsheng of the Evergreen Holy Land knew better how to seal the spatial rift in the ancient green mysterious realm. After all, this was also the territory under the jurisdiction of the Evergreen Holy Land. Therefore, Gu Changsheng was also the best candidate among the two to seal the gap in the entrance to the demon realm. And he had originally wanted his senior sister to leave here first later, and then rejoin the two of them after he finished sealing. I didn't expect the senior sister to fly directly to the front of the crowd of devils already acted, with so many demon race demon kings present. "Senior sister, why don't you leave here first? When elder brother I seal the rift and go find you, we'll team up together to kill the enemy against these demons." Gu Changsheng hurriedly transmitted his voice and said, and Lin Yuan over here directly transmitted his voice in reply, "These demons are all just dirt and rabble. Not enough to worry about. Senior brother, you should go and seal it. We'll take on the enemy together after the sealing is done. So let's do it quickly." The many Saint Realm demon kings over here heard Lin Yuan's previous taunts of anger pulling full. They were all considered middle and high level combatants in the demon world, and they hadn't heard this kind of insult for I don't know how many years after they became saints. So naturally they were furious, and a group of demons cursed repeatedly. A mere human race that is like a mole cricket is also speaking out of turn here. "This seed will definitely draw out your soul and torture it with the winds of the 9 ghosts, making your life worse than death. To dare to make such a mockery of us, this person is really tired of living. It's just the middle stage of a human saint, actually daring to speak out in front of so many of us demons. It's really abominable and deserves to be killed. This human brat dares to provoke our great demon race. He really doesn't know how to die and is bold. Let it die without a burial place. This seed has never seen this kind of stunning beauty before. It's really interesting to have such a hot temper. Why don't you let me deal with this human race?" A devil king of the late 9th stage of the Saint Realm directly stepped in and said, "Each stage of the Saint Realm can also be divided into the early stage, middle stage, late stage, and peak stage if it is subdivided." This was a bloodthirsty demon king clad in thick blood-colored armor, with greedy salivating colors in his eyes. His body was crimson and his face was hideous, revealing a mouth of sharp fangs spitting out foul-smelling breath. Rolling corrosive blood flowed from those incredibly sharp claws, and every drop of blood that fell to the ground created an additional river of blood, only to see the many blood-colored rivers on the ground converging together to form a monstrous sea of blood. The boundless sea of blood covering the sky, rushing and attacking, heaving endlessly, setting off shocking waves. Wow! Along with the sound made by the raging and surging sea of blood, the bloodthirsty demon king's hand also coalesced into a long and slender scarlet demonic blade full of evil intent. This bloodthirsty demon blade was his own divine weapon that he had condensed with his divine ability, and with it had already reached the realm of human blade unity, with extraordinary power. This bloodthirsty demon king executed 2 major divine abilities, the Sea of Blood and the bloodthirsty demon blade, both of which were the top divine abilities of the demon race's blood lineage. So it was evident that this devil was also one of the more powerful batch of existences among the many demon race saints. So when the bloodthirsty demon king took the initiative, the other demon kings of the demon race didn't make a move to grab this prey. Lin Yuan's face turned even colder when he heard this devil's previous words, and he only felt extremely disgusted as his killing aura filled the air. He directly drew a sword and chopped over. This was one of the Flying Star Sunrise, one of the sword moves created by his comprehension of the many sword techniques in the Wan Dao sword scripture that he had melded together. The great Dao of sword enchantment made the power of this move reach an extremely terrifying level, only to see this bright and dazzling sword light as vast as a river of stars. There appeared the Milky Way in the sky, hanging upside down in the sky, flickering with light, and a round of bright and hot sun appeared to light up the dark and incomparable night, turning this night sky into day, changing the sky and the earth. The sea of blood that surged and surrounded in all directions was cut through by this sword,
and those scarlet-red blood seas filled with demonic aura were directly burned and purified away by that round of the sun,
instantly turning into nothing and disappearing.
Shoo shoo shoo. This unparalleled sword light directly severed the blood-devouring demon blade that was filled with blood-devouring aura, and it directly cracked into pieces of debris that flew in the air like dandelions. Immediately after that, the sword she was like a rainbow directly chopping the huge and hideous evil intent demonic aura of the bloodthirsty demon king into two halves,
from the top to the bottom, split into two, dripping with blood.
The collapsed blood water seemed to have some sort of life, like it was still trying to escape, which was a life-preserving aptitude that only the Blood Demon Clan had. As long as the Blood Demon Clan still had some blood water that contained part of their divine souls, there was still a chance to be resurrected when they escaped. The bloodthirsty demon king hurriedly split a part of his divine soul to melt into the blood water before he died, and his body's divine soul was directly crushed into ashes by the sword chi. And this small part of the split bloodthirsty demon king's divine soul hurriedly fled with blood and water and shouted,
"Gentlemen, help me!" The bloodthirsty demon king's remnant soul only had one thought inside at this moment. How can this human saint be so terrifying in strength? It's too frightening.
If I had known, I wouldn't have made the first move.
However,
the other demon kings were simply too late to rescue them, only to see a sky full of stars falling. These visions directly shocked and killed the remnants of the bloodthirsty demon king's soul. The sword chi that hadn't dispersed completely wiped out the blood it had been transformed into, with not a single bit of blood remaining. A bloodthirsty demon king in the late ninth stage of the Saint realm fell, and no trace of it could be found in the world anymore. The many demon race members around who saw the scene were shocked, their eyes widening as they felt shocked beyond measure. Especially those Saint realm demon kings whose realms were inferior to the bloodthirsty demon king couldn't believe that an existence as powerful as the bloodthirsty demon king was just killed with a sword. Even some peak sacred realm demons frowned tightly as the many demons began to talk. This is a fake, right? This human actually killed the bloodthirsty demon king of the ninth sacred realm with a single sword. Splitting the sea of blood with just one sword and cutting through an innate divine weapon like the bloodthirsty demon blade is too terrifying. Even this seat can't do that. I have actually felt the aura of the great Tao of the sword. Isn't it only Zunas who are capable of sensing the great Tao? For a saint to have already comprehended the Tao of the sword was simply unimaginable. How on earth did this happen? Could it be that this is the human race's once-in-a-million-years giant pride? This must be this human race's bottom card, probably some attack type of treasure. Otherwise, how could a sword have such a strong power? Soon a more prestigious-looking peak 9th level Saint Realm Underworld Demon King stood out and said, "There's something odd about this human saint. His soul aura is so young yet he's so powerful. This could be the human race's supreme pride. Or perhaps there was some powerful supreme treasure beside it, and just now it had utilized the treasure to send out attacks that far exceeded the realm. This seat has come to test the bottom of this human race." Chapter 94, 2 Kills. The Underworld Demon King was also one of the 10 strongest among the many Saint Realms dispatched this time, so as soon as it spoke the other demon race demon kings quieted down. "Here comes another one to die." Lin Yuan on this side raised his eyebrows and spoke. He was indifferent to this demon king standing out. These devils have to die anyway. That one dies early and that one dies late. The end result is the same. The strength of Lin Yuan, who had already comprehended multiple great Tao laws, was not what it used to be, and in the past, when he encountered a Saint Realm Demon King, he would still have to use the supreme law to exterminate the enemy. Now when dealing with these Saint Realm Demon Kings, it was sufficient to use sword moves, and the power of the sword moves skyrocketed under the enhancement of the great Tao of the sword, which was very astonishing. As for why he didn't need to make a big move to clear the field, it was mainly to seal and delay the time for Senior Brother Gu, in case he opened a big move to kill too much to drive this group of devils to jump over the wall. It wouldn't be good to have them use any demonic undercurrents resulting in seriously disturbing Senior Brother Gu's sealing progress. Lin Yuan pondered over the idea of dragging out the fight with these demon lords by talking first, so that his senior brother would be better able to complete the sealing. When Senior Brother Gu's sealing of the entrance to the demon realm was complete and he no longer had any worries, he would then make a big kill and kill them all. The Underworld Demon King was from the Shadow Demon Clan, looking like a dark and incomparable shadow, unpredictable and undefined. The Shadow Demon Clan was also the top killers of the Demon Clan, having the art of splitting into different bodies and being proficient in the way of change. The Shadow Demon's innate divine ability could transform from reality into emptiness, immune to the vast majority of art attacks, and was incredibly difficult to deal with. Human brat, suffer death. The Underworld Demon King was currently using its top-level divine ability Thousand Changes to split into thousands of shadows, each of which was one of its shadowy doppelgangers. This was the inherited aptitude of the Shadow Demon Clan, combining the characteristics of the race as well as some of the spatial laws to form an alter ego, which required magical power to maintain, and could not exist for a long period of time, though it could be used in times of battle. These shadows also change into a variety of living beings.
There are flying falcons and rocks. There are also wildly running tigers, leopards and jackals, or pythons, snakes, tongjiao, and so on, all kinds of. The scene looks like a time when all the beasts are rushing, as if 1,000 armies are rushing, and the devil's gas rolls as if a mountain is screaming and tsunami is surging. Immediately after that was the execution of the divine ability Dark Sky Curtain, and immediately an incomparably dark night appeared within the realm. The dark laws of the sixth realm surged. Surprisingly, several dark and incomparable suns appeared in the sky, and that dark and heavy curtain unfolded like a cage, darkening the sky. When the many detached shadows of the underworld demon king rushed over again, casting the third top-level divine ability of the demon race, the underworld demon claw. This was also the famous skill of the underworld demon king, combining the laws of darkness and the laws of space. The two laws were fused with each other, and the power was terrifyingly amazing. A huge demonic claw that appeared like a ghost appeared above the head of the white-clothed figure. It was a greenish-black, dry and incomparable palm, with sharp nails like curved hooks, and above it there were eerie and terrifying black chains made of demonic shilaks. Devil claws above as withered tree branches like the hideous emergence of blood vessels, each as if it would wriggle poisonous snakes. That is the power of the law to form a polymer. Just look at it, let a person's scalp numb, body straight cold, and as soon as it appeared to emit a corrupted evil cold breath, even the surrounding air froze for it, and channels of frost power appeared. The combination of multiple devil races' top divine abilities paired with a cultivation of the peak of the 9th level of the Saint realm. The underworld devil king was worthy of being one of the 10 most powerful devil kings sent this time. The strength this exerted was much more powerful and terrifying than those demon kings who weren't very good at laws in the first place. It is only because the venue is now restricted by the rules of the secret realm. Otherwise, if it is put into the cosmic starry sky where the whole piece of the starfield where the battle will be changed by the avatar dark canopy, cannot see a ray of starlight appeared. In the face of these tens of thousands of black shadows that were overwhelmingly rushing over, as well as the grasping underworld devil claws that were enveloping them, Lin Yuan lightly swung out a sword as if the wind was brushing over a willow branch in a natural way. A sword that is like a round of 9 days above the dreamy bright moon. The beauty is unparalleled. Like a mirror, like the water and moon, like hazy, scattered 10,000 clear light. Like a fine rain fell into a pool of spring water. Each split sword light fell like a long silver dragon, as fast as lightning, moving like thunder, directly shattering those thousands of dark shadow split bodies transformed by the underworld demon king into pieces. When the round of bright and flawless moon in the sky, appeared a jade rabbit pounding lively figure, laurel tree swaying, leaves dancing. This is Tuyin Avenue, the avenue of the sword and space avenue intertwined with the appearance of the vision. A variety of avenues of power gathered. Power is also incomparable horror. Just appeared on the suppression of the blockade of this space, emitting a silver light shining in all directions. The underworld devil claw melted like ice and snow under the moonlight. How can there be this kind of terrifying sword technique? What exactly is the power of this bright moon? How is it as terrifying? The underworld demon king, on the other hand, was completely annihilated by the sword chi that was transformed by this bright moon, and only had time to let out a miserable scream. And then the shadow demon's main body that was hiding in the depths of the void was also completely put to death, and his divine soul was annihilated. This sword move is the 9 heavenly reaches for the moon. Another sacred realm demon king has fallen, and it was also one of the strongest those peak saint realm 9 demon kings in terms of battle power. The underworld demon king with the bloodline of the shadow demon king clan unexpectedly died under the sword of the human race just like that. It has mastered several top-level divine abilities, and its comprehension of the power of laws has reached the mid to late stage. And it possesses a life-preserving method such as detachment. But surprisingly, it still can't block the sword of this human saintly celestial pride? This scene let the hundreds of demon kings present were incredibly shocked and somewhat terrified. What kind of monster was this white-clothed figure in front of them? The human race even has such a heavenly strong man? Lin Yuan over here glanced at the spectral demon king, who had already been soul-crushingly dispersed. To be able to die under his sword move made of the power of the 3 great Tao. The other party too was also a good death. And this was the first time he had used this move against an enemy to test his sword. Faced with the sky's dark and pressurized tidal wave of 10 million demon armies and 100 demon kings, those demons who were full of murderous aura and holding weapons and armor looked at the human race in front of them as if they were on the verge of a great enemy, and the atmosphere became incomparably tense and heavy, only to see that magnificent white figure under the night sky holding a long sword. A voice full of killing intent resounded in all directions. Today, I've come to invite the demons to their deaths. Chapter 95, 3 Killings. The many hundreds of sacred realm demon kings present were all as gloomy as water when they heard Lin Yuan's previous statement. At this time, several demon kings at the peak of the 9th level of the sacred realm who were burning with rage opened their mouths one after another. This human saint is too arrogant. To think that he wants so many of us present in the demon race to die all together. He really has eaten the bear's heart and leopard's gall. He is too arrogant. We'll go together this time. Would so many demons be afraid of a single human race? Even if this human race's absolute heavenly pride is strong, it won't be able to defeat 100 of our saints. We'll make a move together. And we'll definitely tell this human brat to come back with no return and die without a burial place. Gu Changsheng on this side also didn't expect his senior sister to be so strong. In the past when he chatted and discussed the Tao with his senior sister, it was just a feeling. Senior sister Yuaner had comprehended the various Tao laws and techniques to an extremely deep level, and she had not expected that she would be so powerful in battle that she would be able to cross over to the Tao level with the consummation of many kinds of laws. Senior sister just now that move used the power of multiple great Tao to kill the demon king at the peak of the 9th level of the Holy Realm. That demon head was able to die on that kind of move, but it was also its honor. Just now, senior sister Profound Child had swiped a Saint 9 demon king with a single sword, displaying an astonishing amount of battle power. Gu Changsheng realized that he seemed to be overthinking when he considered letting his senior sister withdraw first. These Saint Realm demon kings fought with their senior sister, and with senior sister Yuaner's battle power they could fight if they wanted to, if she wanted to leave. With the degree of her senior sister's spatial law avenue perception, absolutely no demon lord could threaten to stop her. Gu Changsheng over here also sees this good opportunity created by his senior sister. He cast up the concealment divine ability illusory airlingshu to disappear in place, using the power of space to hide his body, so that unless he was an existence that was proficient in the laws of space, he could not see his true body. Gu Changsheng concealed his figure and directly instantaneously arrived at the seal of the entrance to the demon realm. He could not waste the precious time that his senior sister had fought for. He had to seize the time to complete the seal earlier, and join hands with his senior sister to kill the enemy as early as possible. If you want to fight, then fight. You come and die. And at the same time Lin Yuan facing the group of devils holding the Qiankuan sword said directly. The battle intent rushed to the sky, looking down on everything. Human saints, your time to die has come. These Saint Realm devils roared and surrounded up to send out all kinds of attacks. At one time, the divine ability flickered and shone like a meteor across the sky. The power of the law surged and communicated with the origin of heaven and earth. The might was incomparably terrifying. Those 10 million demonic generals also led the demonic army to form a formation to perform the art of combining. So many demonic people together with the power of combining under the constant superposition also reached the peak level of the Holy Realm. These densely packed and overwhelming attacks came from all directions, as if a heaven-destroying apocalyptic scene appeared in front of them. So many attacks, if they fell so directly, they could level this secret area as if destroying everything. And in the face of these terrifying attacks, only a black and white incomparably mysterious and profound Taiji diagram emerged, like an unfolding ink scroll. These attacks that fell like a torrential tidal wave were absorbed into the ink in the scroll, and the black and white swimming fish were constantly moving and rotating, emitting an infinite amount of light. This was none other than the Yin-Yang life and death diagram, one of the God body's visions. Lin Yuan unfolded this vision, after he realized the Taiyin Avenue. Soon after the Sun Avenue similarly stepped into the threshold of the avenue. As the saying goes, solitary Yin does not grow, solitary Yang does not grow. And the two comprehensions can promote each other's participation in the Great Tao. With the addition of his Way of Tai Yin and Way of the Sun, the Yin-Yang Tao made the Yin-Yang life and death diagram vision incomparably subtle, containing the power of the Great Tao and skyrocketing in power. The Yin-Yang life and death diagram can be used for both killing and defense once it comes out. Attacking and defending is one, and not a drop of water can leak out. Lin Yuan waved his sleeve to once again perform the top-level divine ability shifting star, returning the way of the other with the way of the other. The 7 stars of the Big Dipper released their light in a big way, their chi rushing into the sky and the stars shining brightly, only to see these attacks instantly being returned to the demon race that originally sent out the attacks. Numerous demon armies also did not expect this scene have been hit spitting out blood. Such a result let the many demon devil kings face more and more ugly, the degree of difficulty of this human race to exceed their imagination. You guys go up and break that human saint's defense. A demon king at the peak of the 9th level of the Saint Realm said in a cold voice to those mid-Saint Realm and early Saint Realm beside him. The terrifying might and irrefutable attitude emanating from him was obvious. These words caused the faces of these mid and early Saint Realm demon kings to change drastically. This human powerhouse had even killed 2 demon kings at the 9th level of the Saint Realm. Just now, such a horrible combined attack couldn't even break the opponent's defense. So how could they break the defense by letting them go up? Wasn't this forcing them, these early mid-Saint Realm demon kings, to send battle results to that human race's absolute heavenly pride? If you let the players to evaluate, this is not the equivalent of the journey to the west of the Demon King to let his men go to catch the great sage. This sent head also does not take this Lord Molten Flame Demon King, we're not strong enough. I'm afraid that we're worried that we won't be able to break through that human's defense. A Sacred Realm 6th level Bone Demon King mustered up his courage and said, ultimately, fear of death overcame fear of the Sacred Realm Peak Lava Demon King. Oh, you're questioning this seat's decision? Being a demon race is so cowardly to be afraid of a small human race. It is really a disgrace to our demon race. If you don't go, this seat will kill you now to sacrifice the flag. Have you mid-Saint Realm and early stage devils heard and understood my orders? If any of you disobey, kill without pardon. The Lava Demon King said with a gloomy expression and ruthless eyes. The aura of the peak of the 9th level of the Holy Realm directly crushed the 6th level of the Holy Realm of the Bone Demon King, forcing the other party's 7 orifices to bleed as they fell from the air and knelt on the ground, smashing out a large pit. The strength of each level of the Saint Realm was vastly different, and the more one reached the later realms the greater the gap in strength. So it was very easy for the Lava Demon King at the peak of the 9th level of the Sacred Realm to try to kill this 6th level of the Sacred Realm Bone Demon King, if it wasn't for the fact that there was still a great enemy of the human race in front of him. The Lava Demon King would have wanted to directly get this guy who dared to disobey his orders and make an example of him. The other Demon Kings at the peak of the 9th level of the Saint Realm didn't say anything, and they were obviously in favor of the Lava Demon King's approach, using these mid and late Saint Realm Demon Kings to probe the strength of that human race for them. It would be best to force out some of that human saint's undercurrents, which would also allow them to be better against their enemies. As for the deaths and lives of these middle and early Saint Realm Demon Kings, it wasn't something that they, the late Saint Realm Demon Kings, cared about anymore. As there is a saying amongst the human race, it is called the death of a friend of the road, the devil between the cheaters of the weak and the strong. The strongest is honored, but there is no moral boundaries of the human race, for the sacrifice of the other demonic race does not have any psychological burden, only feel that it is justified. We follow the orders of Lord Lava Demon King. The dozens of middle and early Saint Realm Demon Kings also had the sense to bow their heads and arch their hands and said, they were also screaming in their hearts or silently cursing the Lava Demon King's ancestors. Lin Yuan on this side was watching the show from the sidelines and didn't directly make a move. This time naturally dragged out the longer the better. He had already seen Senior Brother Gu disappearing into thin air at the same spot. It seems that Senior Brother has gone to seal the entrance to the demon realm by hiding his form. He had to seal the entrance for his senior brother to delay these demons some more. Numerous Saint Realm middle and early stage demon kings have reluctantly rushed up. In order to live, they are also used all their strength to attack. All kinds of divine ability attack endless. The scene seems to be bombarded very vast. However, it didn't help, and still couldn't break the defense of the yin-yang life and death diagram. In fact, these demon kings were not stupid. They were all smart enough to control the strength of their attacks within the range they could withstand, lest they be diverted again by the avatar shifting stars. These mid-Saint Realm and early stage demon kings are still acting up. This attack looks fancy with all their might, but it's actually weaker than the combined attack at the very beginning. Lin Yuan thought to himself, and he felt amused as he looked at these Saint Realm demon kings who appeared to be selling their long-range attacks on the surface. Each of these demon kings hated to stand as far away as possible, and none of them dared to come forward to attack in close quarters. This is the full realization of the spirit of out of work, touching the fish and paddling the water. However, thinking about it, even if these Saint Realm demon kings sacrificed themselves and burned their lives to impact a corner of the yin-yang life and death diagram's defense, most of that credit also went to the Lava Demon King who gave the order, and it didn't have much to do with them, the demon kings in the middle and early stages of the Sacred Realm. What on earth are these losers doing? One by one, hiding in the back, but not a single good son or daughter of the demon race rushed up to fight in close combat. It's really a disgrace. The Lava Demon King cursed and said, although it looked so angry cursing on its mouth, but its figure was motionless in its original position. A little bit of the idea of personally going down to the field to make a move was not there. To be able to have these early mid-Saint Realm demon kings as pawns to test the dangers, they naturally didn't need to personally take action. Lin Yuan on this side also watched these Saint Realm demon kings attacking the yin-yang life and death diagram without stopping. Although according to the strength of their attack, they would not be able to break the defense for thousands of years. Lin Yuan didn't make a move for the time being in order to stall for time, so the scene fell into a scorching and awkward state. On the surface, it looked very lively, and the many aptitude attacking means that the demon kings had exerted were as bright and dazzling as fireworks. But of course, the actual killing effect caused was zero. The distant demon kings at the peak of the 9th level of the Saint Realm were watching without speaking, not wanting to take on this powerful human saint for the time being until they were absolutely sure. Their attention was on Lin Yuan, and they didn't care too much about the disappearing Gu Changsheng. In the eyes of these devils, Gu Changsheng, who was traveling with Lin Yuan, was most likely running away, directly leaving his companion behind out of fear. This kind of thing was a frequent occurrence amongst the devils and was not surprising.
These late Saint Realm Demon Kings didn't think that a human race would be so bold as to run to the seal to seal it under their noses, because as long as someone wanted to seal the entrance slit of the demon realm, it would trigger the demonic formations and backhanders they had set up, and once they found out, that person would definitely be dead. Gu Changsheng, who was cracking the seals over here, looked at the formations laid down by the surrounding demons and thought to herself, although there are many formations laid down by the demon race, it's hard for me to defeat them. I can still do it without causing the formation to react and seal the entrance. After dragging his feet for a while longer, after all, not striking all the time would also cause those demons to become suspicious. So Lin Yuan struck again and swung out a sword. Sword light like a rainbow cut through the sky, from the sky to the clouds, as if from the 9 heavens on the immortal out of the general cloudy and light, without half a bit of smoke and fire breath. Above the sky also appeared like a fairyland-like scene, the immortal cave dojo cloudy. Those pavilions looked beautiful. Many exotic flowers and grasses in full bloom, Yaoqi spring bubbling out, the wind blowing colorful ing. The fallen flowers floating on the stream went with the flowing water, and figures could still be seen sweeping the flowers on top of that heavenly altar. In the sky, there were visions like a fairyland, and on the ground, there was sword light sweeping across the 4 directions. The many Saint Realm Demon Kings that were swept by the sword light were also swept away like fallen flowers scattered on the ground, one by one like dumplings falling one after another into smoke. Their bodies died. In just an instant, the dozen or so Saint Realm Demon Kings who were closest to each other were all dead, and this casualty figure was still expanding. Soon 20 or so, 30 or more. How could these Saint Realm Demon Kings dare to continue attacking the yin-yang life and death diagram? And they hurriedly fled towards the distance. All kinds of recluse aptitude were used, fearing that if they ran slowly, they would fall on the spot. All sorts of flying demonic figures scurried in all directions, while the stunning and incomparable sword light was still killing silently. A bright red and brightly colored bloodflower blooming in the night sky. Those mid and late Saint Realm demon races that finally escaped from life looked back in shock and were shocked to find that this sword had killed 56 Saint Realm Demon Kings. This sword is named Heavenly Flying Fairy. It is really like an immortal striking out to sweep away all the devils, vastly clarifying the world. And Gu Changsheng, who was sealing the entrance gap of the demon realm on this side, had also entered the late stage of sealing, and it should probably be over in less than half an hour. And he was fully concentrating on running his mana to inscribe the sealing runes at that moment. Pale green colored light flowed through the complex and subtle numerous Dao seals, only to see that at this moment, at least a few hundred black demonic seeds suddenly flew out from the entrance slit of the demon realm. These seeds were as black as ink, emitting an incomparably evil aura, scattering in droves like willows, flying towards the 2 people in front of them and in the sky at an astonishing speed. Chapter 96, The Devil's Seed. These devil seeds that flew out from the spatial gap at the entrance of the devil realm were still increasing, and in the end, hundreds and thousands of devil seeds rushed towards the 2 of them. Gu Changsheng was closest to these demonic species that rushed out because of the seal, and the vast majority of them were heading towards him, which was one of the backhanded measures laid out by the demon race in order to stop someone from coming over and sealing the entrance. In an instant, Gu Changsheng also reacted by directly casting the supreme law of all heaven's celebration cloud. This was a defensive top-level supreme law passed down from the ancient times, said to be a law created by the creator of the god and demon era who had the feeling of observing the innate supreme treasures. Although it was a simplified version, the supreme law Zhutian Qingyun was also among the top of the many defensive supreme laws. Overhead appeared a multicolored light flowing colorful clouds of the heavens. A hazy scene of the world of Hongmeng loomed, with the sun, moon and stars flickering between the radiance of the 10,000 lights. The celebratory clouds reflect the divine, and the dome of the sky shows its divine light. The colorful auspicious clouds illuminate the heavens, and the 8 tones of immortal music flow among them. There are also countless golden lamps, precious lotuses, necklaces, pearls, jade pendants, and tassels adorning the surface of the celebratory clouds, which are like large umbrellas. The celestial celebration cloud is invulnerable to all laws and is perfect for defense. Devil Seed is also divided into primary, intermediate, and advanced. Different levels of realm of the heavenly devil clan cohesion out of the power of the devil seed is also very different. Most of the several hundred flying over demonic seeds were stopped by the supreme law of the heaven's celebration cloud, and the intermediate and low-level demonic seeds could not break through the defense, while the high-level demonic species condensed by a small portion of paramount emperors could break through the defense of the supreme law. After all, the heavenly celebration clouds, despite its powerful defense, was ultimately only a gate supreme law. About 70 to 80 high-level demonic seeds continued to fly towards Gu Changsheng, still as fast as lightning, when the light of the Qingjing 2E8 scenic lanterns tied around his waist shone brightly. As the saying goes, there are specialties in the arts, and one thing is as good as another. And this kind of special supreme artifact with the role of clearing the heart exudes majestic and righteousness.
which is the most restraining for the demonic species. Just see the lamp flame skyrocketed. Firelight in the sky. Treasure light glittering. Only to see the shadow of a sky-high tree appeared as if open the sky-blanketed cover to block the dozens of high-level demonic species of the impact. Those demonic chi were slowly dispersed by the positive chi, and the color of the originally pitch-black and incomparable demonic seed was gradually fading. However, at this moment, an accident appeared, and several special demonic seeds suddenly flickered with a strange light, instantly breaking through the defense of the supreme artifact Qingjing 2E8 scenic lanterns, and disappearing into Gu Chongqing's body. These high-level devil seeds were not ordinary high-level devil seeds. The other high-level devil seeds were just casually coalesced by the quasi-imperial level heavenly demon race demon emperors. They did not contain the power of the emperor's Tao, but only coalesced the purest and strangest demonic chi of the heavenly demon race. However, these special devil seeds were devil seeds that the devil emperors of the heavenly demon clan had spent some time condensing, containing the might of a quasi-imperialist, and even with all the treasures of the clear heart, they couldn't block the power of the imperial path. After Gu Chongsheng was taken into his body by the demonic seeds, he felt the several pitch-black and incomparable demonic seeds merge to become a single seed directly rooted in his dantian and deep in his soul, and was continuously drawing nutrients to grow. Senior sister, be careful. There's something odd about these black seeds. Some of them can break through the defense of the heart-clearing treasures and are able to directly erode one's soul and body. Gu Chongsheng, who had been struck on this side, hurriedly shouted towards his senior sister's side, more worried about her safety than dealing with this bizarre demonic seed right away. A small portion of the demonic species over here flew towards Lin Yuan, but before they could arrive close, they were wiped away and turned into pieces by a touch of imperial power containing the Taiyin Avenue emanating from the artifact spirit of the Nine Heavens bright moon mirror of the extremely pathful imperial soldier. This was the reaction of the imperial artifact Nine Heavens bright moon mirror artifact spirit protector. The demonic species condensed by the demon quasi-emperor had far exceeded the scope of what could be dealt with at the Saint Realm, so it stepped in to resolve the situation without violating His Highness's previous request. The Nine Heavenly Bright Moon Mirror artifact spirit over here thought to himself, how dare these dirty things even think of touching Her Highness, who is honored beyond compare. What a fool's errand. No, these demonic species don't seem to be human either. What's a better word to use? The Nine Heavens Bright Moon Mirror artifact spirit that had suffered a loss of no culture on this side fell into contemplation and did not make a sound for a while. Elder brother. I'm fine. How are you feeling now? This devil seed is very difficult to deal with. Once hit, if there is no method of cracking, will gradually fall into the puppet controlled by the devil race. Lin Yuan hurriedly instantaneously came next to his senior brother and inquired, and at the same time, he also cast a mute boundary to avoid the conversation between the two being heard by the demons in the outside world. This time, I didn't expect these demonic species in the secret realm to be so difficult to deal with. Even the supreme artifact level heart-clearing treasures couldn't defend against them, so no wonder senior brother Gu in his previous life was struck. In the previous generation, players found that the demon race still most commonly used medium and low-level demon seeds, and high-level demon seeds were not very common, as players had not encountered high-level demon seeds either, nor had they heard rumors of exalted-level powerhouses being infested by demon seeds, so players generally believe that the supreme weapon clear heart treasure enough to be able to resist the absolute almost all the devil seed erosion, and behind the magic seed with the magic seed of the heart of the law, the devil seed has not constitute a threat. Gu Changxing on this side used her mana to try to expel the demon seed but found that it was to no avail. The difficult part of this demonic seed was that it was rooted in the divine soul, and it was very troublesome to expel it, requiring full concentration to cut this part of the eroded divine soul. Elder sister, I feel that this devil seed is absorbing the mana and soul power in my body to grow stronger all the time after entering my body. It seems that if I want to deal with this devil seed, I have to cut the eroded part of my soul. If you don't cut it in time, after allowing the demonic seed to grow and expand, it will become one with the divine soul, and it will be difficult to split it again. Gu Changsheng felt it while transmitting his voice. He had already felt the difficult part of the devil seed was gathering his mana to suppress the devil seed's absorption of nutrients. How important was the human soul? And if one wanted to cut the soul to do such a dangerous thing, one had to find a safe place and concentrate fully on accomplishing the matter. It's full of demons. It's not the right place at all. Elder brother, I know a method to break the demonic seed. The method of demon heart seed Tao. This is a method created by an elder senior Gu of our human race can be used to deal with the demonic seed, Lin Yuan said as he directly passed on the technique of the devil's heart seed Tao to senior brother Gu. After all, it's impossible to say that this is a dharma created by you in your previous life, senior brother, because once Lin Yuan realized that when he wanted to say words like past life rebirth, a sense of meditative crisis made the alarm bells ring in his heart. This might involve some kind of hidden secret between heaven and earth, so it was better not to say anything. Elder brother, You are now running the Demon Seed Dao Heart method with all your might to dissolve the Demon Seed erosion. It doesn't matter if this seal is completed or not. Your safety is more important. I'll guard you. As for sealing the entrance, there's no need to rush. I'll kill as many demons as dare to run out from the demon realm entrance. Lin Yuan directly opened his mouth and said decisively that it was better to resolve the demonic seed encroaching on senior brother Gu's divine soul as early as possible, lest there be a change later. Gu Changsheng over here was moved in his heart to shake his head and open his mouth. Thank you, senior sister. When I run this method to crack the demon seed, I can also split my heart into two to seal the entrance. Only the sealing speed will be much slower. There are many devils in this place, and it is likely that the devils still have a backhand. I have a life-preserving card that can stall them for a period of time, and my safety should be fine. Senior sister, you leave this place first and go back to tell Elder Su that the Evergreen Holy Land will send more sage elders over to rescue them. This matter is originally a matter of my Evergreen sacred ground. I really don't want to drag you, senior sister, into danger. If you are here, I will never abandon my companions and leave. You don't need to say much, just focus on refining the demon seed. I'll be here for everything, Lin Yuan said with an unhesitating refusal. He was the kind of man who lived and died with his comrades, and would not leave it at that. Gu Changsheng had no choice but to stop when he saw that he couldn't persuade his senior sister. Before he started refining the demon seed, he also consumed most of his entire body's mana to inflict the top-tier auxiliary Supreme Law Golden Light Divine Incantation on Lin Yuan, assisting in increasing his senior sister's battle power. Gu Changsheng mumbled in her mind as she consumed great mana to cast the Golden Light mantra wholeheartedly. Heaven and earth are the fundamental roots of all air. I have practiced for hundreds of millions of years to prove my divine power. Inside and outside the three realms, only the Tao is honored. The body has golden light. This is a Taoist technique. It can be used for defense to drive away demons, protect the body from evil spirits, and can also be used to defend against enemy attacks. There are many wonderful uses, and it's also a first-class supportive divine spell. Lin Yuan felt the layer of vast and radiant golden light that shrouded his surroundings, and felt that his battle power had also been enhanced by 2 to 3% under the Golden Light Divine Mantra enchantment. It was worthy of being a Taoist divine mantra, and it was very effective when cast by senior brother Gu. On this side, Gu Changsheng sat down on his knees after consuming a multitude of mana, and he began to run the Demon Seed Dao Heart method to refine the demon seed, while at the same time separating a portion of his mind to continue studying the sealed entrance. Because of the mute boundary, the conversation between the two was not heard by the demons outside. This side of the sky of the many devil kings also realized that before that human man even did not escape, but instead the other side went to seal the entrance to steal home directly. This discovery caused the many demon kings to burst into a rage, cursing. The damned human brat dared to take advantage of our inattention and run over to seal the entrance of our clan into the Kyushu realm. He really deserves to die. This human man has been infected with the demonic seed. He will surely turn into a puppet of my clan very soon. When that time comes, this seed will surely torment him to the point where he will be bruised all over his body. That human powerhouse actually cares so much about this brat, and will surely be very sad when this human man turns into a puppet of our clan and pulls a sword on her. This seed loves to see the human race kill each other. Ha 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 ha. Human saint. Although you are very powerful, killing many demon kings of my clan, there are still things you can't do. It's impossible for you to seal the entrance to our clan's passageway. Just die. Lin Yuan on this side had already appeared in front of the crowd of devils holding the Qiankuan sword, protecting his senior brother behind him. He directly opened his mouth in a murderous manner and said, "Elder brother has already been hit by the demonic seed, and I no longer care about the seal. I only want to go on a killing spree now." At this time, a demon king of the illusory demon race opened his mouth and said with a smile, "This little sister of the human race, as long as you join our demon race, with your supreme talent passing through, you can be baptized by the heavenly demon imperial race and transformed into a true heavenly demon race. At that time, you will be the greatest pride of my demon race, enjoying many top treatments, and you can even become the personal disciple of the great emperor. My demon race is powerful, with the existence of numerous great emperors, as strong as the clouds, and has annexed many worlds. Isn't it better for you to join our demon clan than to stay in the Kyushu realm where the aura is scarce and the avenues are crippled and the strength is decaying?" This illusory heart demon king of the illusory demon clan appeared to be a hot-bodied whip-wielding queen who looked like she had a lot of flavor. And even though she had a pair of horns on her head, she appeared to be very different from the other hideous-faced demon kings around her. The illusion demon clan knows more about the human heart than the other demon clans that are keen on killing and full of desire for destruction, and is most skillful in the art of illusion and the way of change. And its appearance is often a lot of handsome men and beautiful women. You make a good point, but I refuse. Lin Yuan refused without being moved. He was a human and would never join a hostile demon race.
This was also on account of the fact that the one who spoke was a beautiful woman from the illusory demon clan. If the persuasion was any other oddly shaped and ugly male demon king of 1,000 different shapes and sizes, he wouldn't even look at the other side. It can't be helped. It's an old habit of players to look at their faces more or less, just like many games where NPCs with high face value are many times more popular than ugly NPCs. For Lin Yuan, although this demon king of the fantasy demon clan is long and beautiful, and can say one more word of rejection, when it is time to kill, it will never be soft, and at most, a sword will send the other party a pain. Did you reject me because of that senior of yours? Honestly, you're so useless as a senior brother that you need you as a senior sister to protect. Are you really going to reject my proposal for such a useless man? No longer consider it? The demon king of the illusory demon race continued to say with a smile, and with a wave of his hand, he saw the appearance of many outstanding-looking humanoid handsome men and women of the 10,000 races, all of them with a high face value and different postures. If it wasn't for the deathly aura filling the air, one wouldn't be able to tell that this was a puppet refined from a living being. As long as you join our demon clan, what kind of man, sister I can get for you? All the races of the world have all types of looks, and they know what they're talking about. So isn't that much better than your brother who looks like an iceberg? Don't give up the whole forest for one tree. The illusory heart demon king of the illusory demon clan over here continued to say with an expression that looked sincere. In fact, this was all a common tactic used by the demon race to pull in valuable heavenly pride powerhouses from other races. There are all sorts of ways to persuade people to surrender through treatment, beauty, power, and so on. For the vast majority of surrendered without the strength of gifted foreigners, the devil will only cross the river to destroy the corpse. For gifted and powerful foreigners, the devil will also choose to persuade its transformation into a member of the devil. In the face of this human pride with powerful and astounding talent, the illusory heart demon king's attitude was very enthusiastic, and it very much welcomed the other party to join as a pride of the demon race. This way the strength of the demon race could grow even more, and more importantly, if it was successful, the merit of the introduction would be enough for the illusory heart demon king to receive a generous reward. Lin Yuan over here looked at this scene surrounded by many beautiful men and only felt spicy eyes, feeling that he had been insulted to the core. He only likes women, and he doesn't like men. This operation of the illusory heart demon king is completely bullheaded and counterproductive. In his previous life, Lin Yuan had also encountered the demon race persuading him to surrender many times, none of which had left him speechless like today. Chapter 97, The Great Formation. This side of the Gu Changsheng heard the phantom heart demon king of these words is also the heart of mixed feelings, fists clenched doubly tormented thinking that he was when the brother of the useless, even at this time to become a junior sister's burden. Dragging down senior sister Yuaner and having to protect him is really hard to blame. Gu Changsheng personality arrogant talent and strength background is powerful in the eyes of the people of the proud son of heaven. Before has been smooth sailing. This trip to the secret realm or the first time to encounter this kind of frustration, after being hit by the demon seed can only rely on the protection of the senior sister. So that Gu Changsheng for the first time began to reflect on the self-blame inside full of guilt. Before I came here, I was thinking of shielding my senior sister behind me for protection. But I didn't expect that it would be my senior sister protecting me now. It's all my fault for not escaping the demon seed erosion when I unsealed. In fact, the devil seed appears directly towards the human race will fly to parasitize on each other. At that time, Gu Changsheng in order to seal the entrance is too close to the devil seed, did not dodge over is also a normal phenomenon. The illusory heart demon king is right. But a human man, as long as you join our demon clan, there are plenty of goods like your senior brother. If you join our demon clan and fall back on your armor, you still won't lose your position as a sealed king. With your strength and talent will also be valued by the great emperor of our clan. Become a personal disciple to be cultivated by the emperor's guidance. That is how many cultivators dream of things. Isn't the cultivator's path much more important than any childish love? Moreover, the Kyushu realm is in decline nowadays, and sooner or later it will be our demon race's dish. So it's obviously a wise move to join our demon realm side rather than staying on a broken ship that's about to sink. At this time, a blood and bone demon king next to the illusory heart demon king at the peak of the 9th level of the sacred realm said that it was from the bone clan lineage of the demon clan and wore purple and black armor, and its body was covered in blood-colored bone spikes that looked very creepy. I originally thought that you demon kings of the demon race would have high opinions in your words, but I didn't realize that they were all clichés and platitudes. Straight talk about the advantages of surrendering and never mention the disadvantages. Do you really think that I don't know that you deal with the surrender of foreigners will be planted with a soul mark? Life and death from now on by the top of your demonic tribe control. As a slave or a servant are not a few. Even if you treat me with courtesy, I'm a man with hard bones who would rather die on the battlefield than bow down to you foreigners. Moreover, the victory or defeat of your demon race's invasion of our Kyushu realm has yet to be decided.
In the ancient times, our human race was able to defeat your demon race, and we can do the same this time. And my senior brother is not the useless person you said. He is only hit by your demon race's evil method, unable to move for a while, otherwise it would be easy to kill you. As for the demon race, each and every one of them is a wolf with a heart of gold, double-crossing and deceitful. Their sins are so deep that heaven and earth are incapable of them, and their sins should be put to death. Lin Yuan opened his mouth and said gushingly, listening to the expressions of the crowd of demons become more and more ugly. You human saint is so uneducated. We are at least a few thousand years older than you are, also considered your seniors. We were kind enough to persuade you to surrender, but you even spoke out of turn, really treating your good intentions as a donkey's liver and lungs, really having eyes without a pearl. The blood-bone demon king side also cursed with some annoyance. It didn't expect what it said to be directly dismantled and disliked back. You demons have cultivated for so many more years than me, and you dare to call yourselves seniors when you're still only in the saint realm. You really have lived to a dog's stomach at a very young age. You and the other demons are afraid that they have not been sent out to die as miscellaneous fish cannon fodder. Lin Yuan nonchalantly cursed back to dislike back. Before the formation of the scolding that are the old tradition of the players, his words were less hurtful and extremely insulting, successfully letting the many demon race demon kings break their defenses. Although the Kyushu realm had declined down, invading the Kyushu realm in the early stages was still a dangerous thing. After all, there was still the Kyushu boundary stopping the many powerhouses of the demon race from entering. Therefore, most of the demon kings sent by the demon world this time are the kind of demon kings who don't have much background, and the demon kings who really have background are not here at all. Therefore, for the many devils here, that sentence sent to death of miscellaneous fish cannon fodder is simply the words of the heart, causing damage to the heart of the invisible bludgeon damage, for a time surprisingly unable to refute. Lin Yuan thought to himself as he looked across the room at the demon kings who had fallen into silent rage. It seems to have poked these demon lords in the butt. Surprisingly, they didn't jump right out and refute me on how a few words could make the many demon kings break their great defenses. Gu Changsheng over here continued to seal while refining the demon seed. He also heard Lin Yuan's words, thinking to himself, senior sister is much better at cursing than I am. I am ashamed of myself in this regard. Although Gu Changsheng over here had slowed down a lot due to the refining of the demonic seed seals, he was still continuously inscribing the Dao seals. Lime green light flickered brightly at his fingertips, and judging by the speed, he should be able to complete the seal in about an hour. And the reason why Lin Yuan had spoken so much to the demon kings before was to stall for time for his senior brother. The devil race's side was similarly stalling for time as they spoke, and they were also secretly activating one of the backstops they had laid down, the Purgatory Xianxian Fury formation. The conversation time between the two sides was actually also very short, but a few minutes, and at this time, the devil race's Imperial Dao Grand Formation, the Purgatory Xianxian Fury Grand Formation, had already been completely activated. All of a sudden the winds and clouds changed between heaven and earth. The whole world has become like a purgatory. Generally appeared numerous corpses and dead bones piled up, dark red blood river flowing in the barren and broken earth. Thick as ink demonic gas rolled like a tidal wave swept. Around the ghosts cried and wolves howled mournful hissing, as if the 18 layers of hell descended on earth. Thousands of black stone pillars that appeared ancient and desolate rose up from the ground, and these pillars that reached the heavens and the earth were inscribed with profound and mysterious Emperor Dao formation patterns that shimmered. Above the stone pillar formed a deep and incomparable vortex. Into thousands of tens of thousands of blue ghosts can freeze the soul of the magic flame burning. The murderous aura convergence here. The space for the frozen as if stood still. Ha ha ha, my clan's great formation has been activated to block off this space. Little human girl, neither you nor your senior brother will be able to run away now. This side of the demon race that had started the Purgatory Xianxia formation of the Shadow Demon King let out a big laugh. It was actually the one who was the leader of the many demon races, just that it had been silent before the great battle. It also took time to activate the grand formation and it consumed a lot of resources. If this human Saint Maiden hadn't shown too much combat power, the Shadow Demon King hadn't planned to activate this undercard in the beginning. After all, it was too consuming. At this time, the Shadow Demon King felt that the arrangement left at the sealing place had been touched, and it was startled in its heart. Before concentrating on starting the formation, Shadow Demon King also did not go to carefully probe to perceive the sealing situation, especially after that human man planted the demon seed. The Shadow Demon King felt sure that this person would soon become a demon puppet and wouldn't have to worry about the sealing. The Shadow Demon King carefully probed and sensed the seal's situation. His face became extremely ugly as he ordered to the demons. Damn it! This seat senses that the sealing runes at the entrance are still increasing. That human man surprisingly hasn't turned into a puppet yet and is still sealing the entrance. We can't let that man continue to seal. We need to kill that human man now. Break him into pieces and thwart him. We can't let them complete the seal. For a moment the many demon kings could no longer care about anything else, rushed to the seal wanting to kill Gu Changsheng, because if the entrance was sealed, their failure in this mission would be worse than death. The demon venerable who was responsible for presiding over this matter would definitely invoke the planted restraints in the bodies of these demon kings, torturing them to a life worse than death before practicing them as puppets. Concerning the success or failure of the mission of their own lives, these devil kings also used out of the full force. Originally also afraid of Lin Yuan's strength of the devil king also have close up to the front to attack. There are also many devil armies also assembled into a battle formation to use a combined attack. Those weapons and divine power attacks gathered together majestic power. This time like a boundless sea falling, like the sky collapsing and the divine mountain collapsing, falling towards that human youth at the seal. Chapter 98, Divine Thunder. At that moment, not only did these demons in the secret realm attack Gu Changsheng, who had sealed the entrance, in a frenzy, but terrifying energy fluctuations also came from within the entrance to the demon realm. Another batch of demon kings also led their army into the spatial passageway, and they didn't hesitate to launch a fierce attack when they saw Gu Changsheng, who had sealed the entrance. There was only one purpose, and that was to get this human youth who wanted to seal the entrance killed. Facing the activation of the Purgatory Arcane Fiend formation, as well as the attack of the two demonic armies, the scene seemed to look on the surface as if the two were already in danger of being unable to fly with their wings. In fact, this was also expected by Lin Yuan and the 9 heavenly bright moon mirror artifact spirit. Wanting to seal the entrance to the demon realm was definitely difficult. The demon race was not stupid and would definitely lay down formations in the secret realm. This time around, the demon race demon kings were able to lay down imperial Dao formations in this secret realm. So it seemed that the demon race had also put in their blood. Your Highness, I'll break this imperial Dao formation. It seems that the demon race has also come up with quite a few new things over the past 10 million years, but it'll just take a bit of time to crack it. The 9 heavens bright moon mirror artifact spirit over here said in a voice transmission. It had seen many great formations of the demon race in the ancient era before. This purgatory arcane fury formation hadn't been seen before. It should be a formation born over millions of years, but it was hard for it to be experienced. In terms of dependability, the 9 heavenly bright moon mirror artifact spirit was many times higher than the human emperor seal stone bead. Please mirror elder, the demon race is really stalling for time to mess up as well, and I'm guarding against them for this as well. Lin Yuan said in a voice transmission with the 9 heavens bright moon mirror artifact spirit. Just now he had also secretly used the 3 major divine abilities as he spoke, blossoming flowers in a moment, shifting the stars, returning to heaven and returning to the sun, and a top-tier defensive supreme law, 10,000 golden lotus. Previously, hiding the visions of the avatars and supreme laws was a defense against the attacks of the demon clan, but now one could directly unfold the visions to better face the enemy. In an instant, an infinite amount of light bloomed to illuminate the dark night, eclipsing everything around it, and a vast, bright and dazzling sun appeared in the night sky of the purgatory world. The pitch-black hell was also illuminated by this great sun that appeared, and a golden crow cried and flew out from the Fusang tree, spreading down a path of blazing flames incandescence, burning the ground's ominous miasma and the mountains of corpses and seas of blood, expelling the poisonous mist attacks that contained highly toxic poison and all the negative influences. This is the vision of the avatar returning to the heavens. Accompanied by there is also the sight of the avatar flower blooming in a moment. That blooming beautiful green lotus. Each petal contains the power of the great Tao. All laws do not invade. All evils are not easy. As well as the astral vision of the divine ability to move the stars. The stars shone brightly, and the majestic spatial power countered all those art attacks back. The demon kings in the secret realm attacked with weapons and melee attacks, while the demon race on the other side of the spatial passageway didn't know about the power of this divine ability of Lin Yuan, and the attacks they cast were mainly divine artifacts. Now that it was returned by the avatar shifting star, there were many screams of shock from the demon kings within the spatial channel. How come the Seat's attacks are coming back towards me uncontrollably? What kind of divine ability did that human girl in white cast? It's too evil. Oh no. This is a top-level divine ability to shift stars and return the divine ability art attack received to the enemy. We shouldn't have cast our divine arts just now. Just see the void appeared out of the chaos-shrouded world of the first opening of the scene of 10,000 golden lotus bloom. The stamen of the 7-color haze. Colorful. Dazzling. The sound of the great Tao flow seems incomparable sacred. Each lotus leaf is as crystal clear as emerald carving, containing the power of creation. Those swaying petals fall a little golden light. As the stars shine, the color of 1,000. Just as the chaos of the heavens and earth, 10,000 lotus and show the sacred. The golden petals contain the power of creation, and the jade stamen condenses light to illuminate the universe. These 10,000 golden lotuses exuded a mysterious aura blocking all whether it was a divine ability or a weapon or a melee attack. Like a sea pin,
The many attacks like the tidal wave of the overturning river became calm and directly turned into pieces.
Whether it was the demons in the secret realm,
or the demons in the spatial channel were stopped by these 10,000 golden lotuses, as if they had hit an invisible wall and could not advance an inch. The faces of the many demon kings became incomparably ugly,
and some of them couldn't help but exclaim in shock.
All the attacks that so many of our demon kings have executed surprisingly couldn't do a single bit of damage to these golden lotuses.
What kind of powerful defense type spell is this?
This is the top supreme law 10,000 golden lotus. Each lotus flower contains the power of the 5 elements avenue and the space avenue. This seat has never seen a supreme law that can be executed at the saint realm that contains the power of so many major Tao.
This human saint celestial is simply too demonic.
I didn't expect this human saint to not only have an excellent attack,
but also an even better defense.
With me here, you guys won't be able to hurt my senior brother one bit. Lin Yuan over here was undoubtedly stating the fact that the combined attacks of the many Saint Realm demon kings couldn't even break the defenses when he said those words with his feet in the void. He looked at the two-way demon kings as if they were looking at prey to be slaughtered. And this new batch of demon kings that had sprung up was another great gift package delivered to his door. How much experience could be earned by killing so many Sacred Realm demon kings? Lin Yuan thought to himself, unfortunately, Brother Gu is not a player without a system, and has been hit by a magic seed equivalent to being forced to go offline temporarily,
so I can only enjoy the experience by myself. Now that you're all out, it's time to send you on your way.
Lin Yuan had already used the completion grade top supreme law purple sky divine thunder as he spoke. Divine sunlight flowed around him. Thunder flashed, and his divine might was like a prison. This was one of the top lightning techniques, purple heavenly divine thunder, the same technique passed down from the age of gods and demons, and it was very restraining when used to deal with the demon race. Words just fell, only to see the sky, wind and clouds change color. Dark clouds like the sea set off angry waves and tidal waves. Ripples, layers and layers, the dome of the sky above the appearance of numerous purple heavenly thunder from the heavenly punishment like falling, contains as open heaven and earth like the greatness of the power. Each thunder flashed with dazzling and brilliant purple light, like a divine dragon swimming in the sea of clouds flying towards the bottom, like a heavenly punishment divine sword slashing straight down, emitting an unparalleled and terrifying pressure. Rumble, rumble, rolling and surging thunder then exploded, deafening, like the roar of 10,000 drums in an ancient battlefield, or as if a mountain had collapsed and collapsed. This sound had an ancient and sacred rhythm, as if the gods in the sky were roaring and roaring, shaking the space with layers of ripples. The thunder instantly illuminated the entire heaven and earth, causing the devils in the sky and on the earth to bend their heads in fear and trembling, feeling that a great crisis of life and death had descended on their heads.
Demon lords, help! We don't want to die yet. Someone save me. This purple thunder is too terrifying. What terrifying thunder! It's over. It's all over now.
At this time the 10 million demon army has been scattered and fled.
However,
they that is to lose their helmets and armor cannot escape death,
can only emit miserable screams, and finally was engulfed by the purple sea of thunder and turned into ashes.
Those numerous Saint Realm demon kings who remained in the secret realm, those who were still alive who had originally escaped from the heavenly flying immortal sword strike in the middle to early stage of the Saint Realm demon kings, the moment they encountered the purple thunder, they were instantly destroyed in their godly forms. The late Saint Realm demon kings cannot escape death, can only cry for help. What defense type magic weapon or aptitude protector has no effect?
In the purple sky thunder attack, as thin as paper is generally fragile, instantly extinguished.
I didn't expect the seat to die in the hands of the human race of the 9 states. Originally wanted to make a merit to obtain a reward to become a venerable in the future,
but I didn't expect it to be a blank in the end.
It turns out that human saint's real attack move from before wasn't used at all.
It's really too insidious. Commander, help! I don't want to die yet. Seeing this,
the Shadow Demon King knew the terror of this purple heavenly divine thunder.
It took out the Devil Dao ancestral weapon given by the Devil Sovereign, only to see a lightless and dark flag unfurl,
like a curtain protecting himself and the other Devil Kings at the peak of the 9th level of the Sacred Realm.
As for the other Sacred Realm Demon Kings, the Shadow Demon King couldn't care less and couldn't save them at all.
Wherever the many purple heavenly divine thunderbolts passed by, space was shaken and disturbed, and the thunderbolts turned into oceans that flooded everything, crushing the piles of white bones and corpses,
and turning everything into dust.
The earth trembled under the might of this thunder, and the mountains and rivers seemed to be in awe. Where the lightning struck down, the ground was instantly scorched black,
cracking open a bottomless gully,
as if the earth was also bearing the wrath of heaven. Purple sky divine thunder transformed into a long dragon across the sky and earth towards this side of the space channel. The devil army over there also suffered a heavy blow, have perished,
instantly ashes and smoke.
Many of the devils before they died also issued a reluctant and sorrowful voice.
How could there be such a terrifying lightning method under the sky?
This is the purple heaven divine thunder.
the most rigid in Yang, powerful, deterring all things, cleansing the evil spirits and killing the demons. Under one move, 10 million demons fell on the spot. Chapter 99, Sword Light. Lin Yuan on this side looked at the experience value figure harvested under this move that directly broke 100 million. This wave was really earning a lot of money. Enough to elevate from the 4th level of the sacred realm to several more heavens. He thought to himself that it wasn't in vain that he had delayed before. It was completely a 3 birds with 1 stone. 1 was to help senior brother Gu fight for the time to refine the devil seed. 2 was to seal the entrance of the devil realm which needed time. And 3 was to catch more devils to come over to send them to their deaths to earn experience. The previous use was a few casual swords without a big move. And now it was time to move on to a big move to harvest the prey. Lin Yuan locked his gaze on the 9 still surviving demon kings of the demon race who were at the peak of the 9th level of the demon sacred realm, and revealed a nuclear good smile at them. A quick battle. Get these demon kings killed early, lest they use any more of their undercurrents. So Lin Yuan didn't hesitate to use out the Sword Dao Supreme Law's great move, 10,000 swords returning. In an instant, the winds and clouds of heaven and earth changed color once again. Those majestic sword chi was like a tidal wave sweeping in all directions. Tens of thousands of sword lights appeared between heaven and earth. These flying swords condensed from the power of the great Tao of the sword were incomparably sharp. All of them were the purest power of the great Tao of the sword. Each of these swords is an unbeatable sword. The cold light is as cold as winter snow. Countless sword shadow interlaced as a storm. Thousands of long swords out in the same direction towards the white figure. As in an audience with the emperor of the sword. The white-clothed young man in the midst of the many sword lights was holding a long sword. His clothes flying, standing like a mountain. Surrounded by endless sword chi, that horrifying aura, like a god who pushed everything horizontally in the ancient times. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, the heaven and earth were going to tremble and hum. Countless sword shadows converged from all directions, finally forming a huge and incomparable heavenly and earthly supreme divine sword. This chopping attack that split the sky and chopped to the ground, carrying an incomparably harsh sharpness, directly aimed at those still alive peak 9th level sacred realm demon kings chopping to come. This human powerhouse has struck his sword. All of you who want to live, put your magic power into our clan's ancestral weapons. Only by relying on the power of the ancestral artifact will we be able to withstand this sword. The Shadow Demon King's heart darkened badly and shouted. The nearly 200 demon kings they came to the secret realm had been killed by this human saintly celestial pride with only 9 left. This human saint had actually used a few moves to kill over 180 saints. It was truly terrifying. Thanks to it using the Devil Dao ancestral artifact bestowed by the Exalted One to block those terrifying purple heavenly thunder from before. Or else the consequences would have been unimaginable. The Devil ancestral weapon was a special kind of treasure. A treasure passed down from ancient times with different functions. Unlike weaponry, the Devil ancestral artifact has a number of uses. And once the number of uses is exhausted, it will turn into ashes. As for the Devil Dao ancestral artifact that the Shadow Demon King had taken out, the soul-slaying white bone flag was equivalent to an extreme supreme artifact, but it had a number of times of use that could only be used 3 times, which was granted to it to use, and it had already been used once now. The soul-killing white bone flag could not only be used for defense, it could also be used for attack. This flag was pitch black and emitted an eerie cold light. Now with the 9 demon kings pouring in all their magical power, it suddenly shone brightly and floated in the air as a flag that covered the sky and the sun. The face of the flag was made up of countless Mori ghosts and tired white bone patterns that appeared, floating out a multitude of uncountable stern ghosts. Those white bones resurrected and transformed into battle generals rushing towards the front with weapons in hand. The Mori white bones on their bodies emitting creepy to the extreme sounds, emitting an incomparably chilly aura, filled with what looked to be very weird and horrifying. The soul-killing white bone flag unfolded in the wind, and the white bones on the flag's surface flashed with a ghostly green light, as if there were countless wronged souls struggling in it. At this time, along with the array pattern's light flickering, the earth then trembled and cracked open like an abyss-like crack. In the seam of the rich and incomparable rolling demonic gas rushed into the sky. Countless distorted faces of the living beings of the 10,000 races could be vaguely seen in this demonic aura. Those were the souls imprisoned in the flag. These souls had long since lost their sanity by the torture of endless years. Their eyes were lifeless as they chanted ancient incantations in unison. Their voices low and eerie, as if they were calling from the depths of hell. A mournful wail echoed between heaven and earth, as if the entire world was trembling for it. The power of the soul-slaying white bone flag grew stronger and stronger, and the eyes of the many demon kings flickered with a maddening light, a desire for survival, only to see the bright and colorful sword light and the pitch-black incomparable devil flag confrontation. The 2 parties' collision produced a horrible airflow, shaking the entire void or trembling. The barren ground, wild wind whistling past, rolling up the sky full of dust flying. Rumble, rumble.
a huge crash sounded like thunder, as if it was the hissing of an ancient beast, and a dazzling and incomparable light illuminated the entire secret realm, as if it was the collision of black and white, and the violent explosions produced made space tremble, and the earth cracked open countless gaps as if it were an earthquake. These over tens of thousands of sword chi longswords converged to form the divine sword, and wherever the sword light passed through it cut through the black canopy formed by the soul-slaying white bone flag, just like a sword that opened up the heavens and the earth. Those many severe ghosts let out sharp whistling sounds, however, also died out in this vast river of sword chi. Before dying there were severe ghosts showing expressions of relief at the last moment. Apparently it was a blessing for these tortured ghosts to be overtaken by the sword chi. And those like a tide of white bone army encountered the sword light is also like being blown by the wind, turned into pieces of powder one after another, blowing down the dust in the sky. Immediately after that the handle of the Devil clan inheritance for many years to the Devil Road ancestral weapon killing soul white bone flag was also chopped off by the sword light. The white bone flagpole broke into pieces of powder, and the entire flag also went up in smoke and disappeared into thin air, ceased to exist. The 9 peaked demon kings of the demon race at the Saint realm who saw this scene were shocked and hurriedly fled in an instinctive cry of alarm. Run quickly! This human saint cannot be defeated. How could we meet this kind of human strongman heavenly pride in the secret realm? We can't defeat it even if we put our best foot forward. We can only flee. It's really pathetic and hateful. What a terrifying sword this is. Even my clan's ancestral artifact, the soul-slaying white bone flag, has been cut through. The power of this sword, 10,000 swords returning to the sacred realm, had far exceeded the limits of the sacred realm. Such was the terror of containing the power of the great Tao of swords and the great Tao of space. Even after consuming most of the sword light to deal with the Devil clan's ancestral weapon, the soul-slaying white bone flag, the remaining ones were not something that these peak sacred realm 9 devil kings could handle. They didn't have any backgrounds, naturally they wouldn't have supreme artifacts to use for defense. These Saint realm 9 demon kings then fled in all directions, turning into 9 black streams of light. At this time, the illusory heart demon king, who had fled at the end of the group, was pushed hard by the lava demon king next to him, and was trapped in place by the divine ability technique cast by the other party. The illusory heart demon king specialized in the way of the illusory divine soul. But unfortunately, its illusions didn't work for Lin Yuan at all, while the other aspects of strength were relatively weak. Now that the illusory heart demon king was trapped, he could only wait for death. Before dying, the illusory heart demon king said to the lava demon king, unwillingly filled with resentment, "Damn it! In vain we have known each other for many years. You bastard even pushed me to my death. It's really a good cruel heart. If you don't die, do I die?" Phantom Heart Demon King, you are afraid that studying the 7 emotions and 6 desires of the human race has confused you and made you stupid. It's ridiculous to talk about friendship between the demon race. The Lava Demon King accelerated his speed while fleeing and said with a cold smile. As for the Bone Demon King who had helped the Illusory Heart Demon King to speak before, he had long since run to a place further ahead. These 9 peak demon kings were also familiar with each other, and in the current situation of flying separately in the face of great difficulties also fully displayed the cold-blooded and ruthless style of the demon race. The Illusory Heart Demon King on this side was actually not stupid. It said this in the hope of making the Lava Demon King feel a little bit of hesitation within his heart. Then the Illusory Mind Demon King could use illusion to break through the opponent's mental defenses and pull the Lava Demon King along with him to his death. Unfortunately, the Lava Demon King not only cherishes his life but also has a heart of stone. For framing, the Phantom Heart Demon King does not bring a little bit of hesitation. A little bit more hesitation is irresponsible for his own life. Lava Demon King, even if I die, you don't want to live. This sword light is so terrifying. You will also die under the sword of that human sage Maiden. Phantom Heart Demon King, facing this bright as snow sword light, is also completely unable to resist, shouted. The body of the defensive magic weapon as papier-mâché general simply cannot be blocked. Before dying issued a cry resounded around. These words were also quickly fulfilled as the overwhelming sword light was as fast as lightning, like a long silver dragon crossing everything. Just a blink of an eye of the sword light on the 4 or 5 demon kings, including the Lava Demon King. Even that fleeing in front of the Bone Demon King cannot escape a death. These demon kings screamed in horror and screamed and turned into pieces. The Lava Demon King at the time of his fall had only one thought in his mind. Had I known that I shouldn't have come to the Kyushu realm for those rewards and battle credits, not coming wouldn't have encountered such a monster-like powerful human saintly celestial pride. At this time, the divine sword transformed into 10,000 rays of sword light and flew out, just like a white rainbow crossing the sun and a flying hawk treading on the snow, as if the only thing left in heaven and earth was this endless sword chi. At this moment, all the swords returned to the clan. The sword aura rushed to the sky, and it was as if the light of this sword was the only thing left in the heavens and earth. This sword buried many devils. Seeing this situation, the Shadow Demon King who fled the fastest also injected a steady stream of magic power into a black box.
This was the last card of this operation, and the only way to resolve this matter was to ask the incarnation bestowed by the venerable blood demon. The reason why he didn't use this undercard in the beginning was because the Shadow Demon King knew that the blood demon venerable was irritable and easily angered, and hated other demonic races disturbing him the most. If the other party's incarnation was awakened, even if the Shadow Demon King was the commander of the advance force this time, there was a high chance that he would encounter a blood demon venerable who was in a bad mood to be drained of his blood and die. Therefore, until the last resort, the Shadow Demon King did not want to use this card, and did not expect the Imperial Dao formation to play no role in suppressing this human saint. This sword was incredibly strong and made the Shadow Demon King no longer care about anything else, and when he activated the ancestral weapon, he was secretly injecting magic power to wake up the sleeping blood demon venerable incarnation. I didn't expect to screw up this time and suffer such heavy casualties so soon. It's true that plans can't catch up with changes. If I had known, I would have awakened the venerable incarnation first. The Shadow Demon King thought darkly in its heart. It had completely failed to anticipate before that it was only a few minutes or less before only 2 or 3 demon kings, including itself, were left dead. At this time, the black box was opened by an invisible force, and a reddish figure wearing a blood robe flew out, emitting an incomparably horrifying pressure, which was one of the avatars of the blood demon venerable, one of the 7th level of the heavens exaltation realm. The power contained in this avatar was naturally far inferior to the strength of the blood demon venerable one's own body. However, the blood demon incarnation also had the power of the first sky of the heavenly monarch realm close to the second sky of the heavenly monarch realm, and combined with the senses of the 7th sky of the heavenly monarch realm, it exerted a strength close to the 3rd sky of the heavenly monarch realm. Seeing this, the Shadow Demon King on this side hurriedly saluted and pleaded, "I still ask your holiness to make a move and save us." However, the expectations of the Shadow Demon King and the 2 remaining peak 9th level demon kings were all dashed, and in the end, they were directly beheaded by the falling sword light, their souls destroyed, because the blood demon venerable who flew into the air didn't care at all about the pleas of these saint realm demon kings. To the late venerable all those who didn't enter the venerable realm were ants, and not even one venerable could come out of 10,000 saint realms. These sacred realm demon kings without backgrounds were dead as dead. The big deal was that another batch would be sent over afterward. The demon realm was never short of sacred demon kings. The point is that this demon realm entrance space channel cannot be sealed. This person dares to seal my clan's entrance into the 9 states realm. He really deserves to die. The blood demon venerable incarnation directly cast its gaze towards Gu Changsheng, who was sealing the entrance, and said in a cold voice, it was filled with murderous intent and directly went all out to execute the great move Blood Shadow 7 Killings, which was also one of its famous stunts. This venerable figure was shrouded in a layer of dark red blood mist, as if it had fused with this heaven and earth. Venerable blood demon's eyes were like blood, flashing with an icy cold light, and in his hand, he held a long, blood-colored blade condensed from countless unjust souls. The scarlet blood-like body of the demonic blade faintly emitted a low whimpering sound, as if it was telling of endless pain and resentment. Along with the execution of the 7 killings of Blood Shadow, the surrounding area was like the sound of severe ghosts crying and howling from the 9 hells. The sky and the earth suddenly changed color, and the gusty wind swept up the blood mist, forming 7 huge blood-colored shadows, each of which exuded a suffocating killing intent. The first blood shadow swept out as fast as lightning, and where it passed, space seemed to be torn apart, leaving a blood-colored crack. The second blood shadow followed closely behind, transforming into a blood blade that was as intertwined and dense as a heavenly dragnet, sweeping across the sky. Immediately after that, the third blood shadow coalesced into a huge bloody hand, violently grasping at the human youth in front, wanting to crush all living beings into pieces. Then the fourth blood shadow was like a ferocious beast, roaring into the sky before swooping down with devastating power. The fifth blood shadow transformed into a vast sea of blood, devouring all life. The sixth blood shadow hovered in the air to form a blood-colored vortex, sucking all the surrounding light and energy into it, like a black hole. The last blood shadow, the blood demon venerable, personally wielded his blood-colored long knife, the light of which cut through the sky like a blood moon, carrying an unrivaled might as it chopped straight down towards Gu Changsheng. Gu Changsheng, who was in the process of sealing, looked up to see such a terrifying venerable lord-level attack. He wanted to take out his life-preserving cards to escape. However, the demonic seed in his body was directly triggered to explode by the blood demon venerable lord at this moment. At that moment, the young man in the Dao robe was stiff and incomparable, no longer able to have any movement for a moment and a half, and even the divine sense became incomparably disordered and uncontrollable because of the outbreak of the demonic seed. All he could do now was to watch the sky-splitting blade light fall. This discovery made Gu Changsheng's heart sink to the bottom. There was no way to have a life-preserving card on his body, so he could only use his body to carry it hard.
It was just that he didn't know if he would be able to survive this strike with the life force of the evergreen sacred body.
And even if he didn't die, he would have to be seriously injured.
If one died with the means of the blood demon Venerable One in front of him, it was likely that the soul would not be able to escape resurrection either. Gu Changsheng suddenly felt very fortunate that this blood demon Venerable was striking out at himself and not at his senior sister. I hope that senior sister Yuaner will be able to seize this moment to use the great shifting void talisman to hurry and leave this place. This secret realm is still too dangerous. These 7 blood shadows merged into one to finally form a blade light that covered the sky. A projection of a world made up of a sea of blood pressed over. The power of the great Tao surged like a tidal wave sweeping through, and it was as if the only thing left in the heavens and earth was this flash of blood-colored blade light falling. This majestic and incomparable pressure caused Gu Changsheng's expression to become incomparably grave, and he still proudly raised his head to look directly at this terrifying attack falling, his spine straight as a pale pine, not yielding to that powerful exalted one's mighty pressure. Even if he died under this attack, then he would have to die with dignity and not lose the face of the human race. At this time, Gu Changsheng's eyes suddenly widened. He couldn't believe it in horror as he watched the scene before him appear before his eyes. An unprecedented fear and anger rushed out from his heart, only to see that incomparably familiar white-clothed figure instantaneously appearing high in the sky, using his body to block at the unstoppable blade light that was like opening up the sky and spilling blood. Run! Senior sister! Don't! At this time, Gu Changsheng was already crying out with red eyes, but he who was trapped by the demonic seed could only watch the scene happen, unable to do anything about it. Anger, resentment, fear, his heart had never beat so fast, as if it was going to jump out of his chest. He wasn't afraid to die, but he was afraid that his senior sister would die because of him. The unparalleled extreme fear and anger caused Gu Changsheng to have only one thought in his mind. As long as he could save his senior sister in exchange for his own life, he would be willing to do anything. He forcibly broke through the control of the demonic seed with an incomparable will and took back the control of his body. The intense pain on his body was no match for the agonizing pain in his heart at this time. When looking at the figure holding a long sword with white bloodstained clothes falling down, Gu Changsheng rushed up to catch his sister as if he were holding the whole world. Chapter 100, Red Dust. The speed at which the blood demon Venerable One had struck out to attack Gu Changsheng before had occurred too quickly, and only between the flashes of lightning and fire. When Lin Yuan saw that senior brother Gu's state seemed to be very wrong, he didn't hesitate to instantly move in front of his senior brother to block the slash, and bright red blood flowers bloomed in the air. Then Gu Changsheng caught the injured Lin Yuan, and he hurriedly fed the source power of the evergreen sacred body into his senior sister. This pure and incomparable life force could live and die containing the power of the great Tao of creation, and was one of the topmost divine medicines for healing injuries. Worried that this wasn't enough, Gu Changsheng took out numerous extreme healing pills and gave them to his senior sister. Senior sister Yuaner, please don't die. It's all because senior brother I'm too useless to protect you. Gu Changsheng eyes red with worry and pain and self-blame begging. His character is proud never begged, but at this time as long as you can save your sister, what pride and what dignity are not important. If something happened to senior sister Yuaner, he would definitely slaughter all the demonic races in the world to accompany him. The hidden shackle seal in the deepest part of the divine soul was also broken open because of this extreme emotional force, and a new force surged out, directly refining the power of the demonic seed. At this time, his realm was also increasing and his aura was climbing. Originally, Gu Changsheng had actually broken through to the 9th level of the sacred realm before, but he had cultivated a secret method of purifying and compressing mana to reshape his foundation in order to better polish his realm. That was why he had recultivated in each of the heavens of the sacred realm. His foundation was incomparably solid and strong, and he was currently stuck at the 7th level of the sacred realm. Nowadays, Gu Changsheng no longer cared about any secret techniques or routes. He now only wanted power to break through to Zunshi earlier. Only a strong power could protect the people he wanted to protect. It's good that you're alright, senior brother. I said I'd protect you, so I'll definitely do it. Looking at the white blood-stained blood in her arms, Sister Yuaner smiled at herself and said. For a moment Gu Changsheng's eyes reddened and she didn't know what to say. Lin Yuan on this side looked at the nervous and worried senior brother in front of him and continued. Senior brother Gu, I'm fine. It's just a small injury. It's all healed up after you gave the treatment just now. He just helped senior brother Gu to block that blow. Indeed injured, but only flesh wounds. Looks serious. In fact, did not hurt the lungs is considered a minor injury. In his previous life, early Lin Yuan in order to improve the combat power in foreigners killed and fought. Injuries are commonplace things, the back of the slow strength to become strong. The injuries are much less. This life has a deep background and it's the first time I've been injured, because there were many extreme defensive supreme artifacts on his body. Although his Saint Realm strength couldn't be fully activated, but even if he could only play 2,
3% of the defense power was also very amazing. And the 9 heavens bright moon mirror protected the divine soul and the body such as the heart and other important parts, together with the cultivation of the divine demon body refining technique. Even if one suffered a serious injury, one could quickly recover as before, and the strength of the body would be even higher after recovery. The way of physical cultivation. That was the case. Therefore, Lin Yuan realized that with this minor injury sustained from carrying this blow hard, with his body that cultivated the divine demon body refining technique, even if he did not run his gongfu for at most 1 or 2 hours, he would recover. And after this bloodthirsty treatment by senior brother Gu, Lin Yuan realized that his injuries were instantly healed and due to the power of evergreen and the overly vigorous life force contained in the many pills. These life forces were directly transformed into qi and blood forces because there was nowhere to heal them, and his qi and blood increased quite a bit more. The current Lin Yuan felt like he was in a great state, very energetic, and needed to hunt the demons to vent out his over-exuberant energy. This side of the 9 heavens bright moon mirror artifact spirit at this time immersed in cracking the Emperor's Road formation Purgatory Xianshi Grand formation, and when it reacted to it, it saw that its own little princess was injured. Suddenly worried and angry said, "Your Highness, how are you doing? Those damned demons dared to injure you. I'll kill this demon race now. Kill all these damned demon scum. Kill them all." Elder Mirror, I'm fine. It's better for me to kill this demon clan venerable, Lin Yuan said in a voice transmission in his heart. He was going to personally solve this demon clan venerable. The revenge of that slash was avenged on the spot. It didn't carry overnight. This demon venerable Olden. It's time to explode the experience. The blood demon venerable over here in the air was also a bit surprised to see that his attack didn't hit the targeted Dao-robe human man, but was blocked by a human white-clothed girl. Said, "You actually blocked this fatal blow for him. It's not often that you have such deep feelings amongst the human race, but when you meet this honored one, you'll only have one way to die. So I'll let you be a pair of dead lovebirds." Lin Yuan over here heard these words and thought to himself, what the hell is this demon venerable talking about? He and senior brother Gu are just good friends. What kind of nonsense is this about lovebirds or not? I see that you demons are old and blind, and you believe in what you say. I am good friends with my senior brother Nan. You think of that kind of relationship. It's really nothing. Nonsense. The friendship between our human race is not something that a demon race like you, who has no friends at all to worry about, can understand. Lin Yuan immediately stood up and directly opened his mouth to retort, and Gu Changqing over here took out a jade pendant that contained the power of a quasi-imperialist and said, "Senior sister, this fellow really deserves to die. Let me use my bottom card to kill it." This was also one of Gu Changqing's cards, aside from the Great Shifting Void Talisman, which he had wanted to use before but hadn't succeeded because of the demon seed. There was also the jade pendant bestowed by his grandfather, Elder Ancestor Evergreen, which also contains several quasi-emperor attacks. Lin Yuan looked at the jade pendant and thought to himself, could it be that the sacred land ancestors all like to use jade pendants to contain attacks? The jade pendant that grandmother had given him also contained a quasi-emperor level sword chi. In the past, when his grandma said that there were only 3 sword chi in the jade pendant, he believed it, and later, after he became a saint, Lin Yuan realized that the jade pendant contained 100 sword chi. This was probably the so-called good-intentioned lie. Lin Yuan used the jade pendant that contained the sword chi of the quasi-emperor as one of the bottom of the box cards as well, because he had no experience in killing enemies with this kind of sword chi attack base card that belonged to someone else. He wouldn't use it unless he had no choice. Senior brother, it's better to let me do it. I want to take revenge myself. Lin Yuan shook his head and said, how much experience do you have to earn from killing an exalted? Let him do this kind of thing. What 2 arrogant and cocky little human dolls. To think that they would even try to kill my father. How ridiculous. This honored one will kill the 2 of you now, so that you will understand that honored ones cannot be insulted. This side of the blood demon venerable, listening to the conversation of the 2 people at the bottom, could not help but sneer a few times and said, it has a venerable very confident. Think with their own strength can easily solve the 2 people. The blood demon venerable one was actually preparing the weapon for the killing move as he spoke. Just a minute or 2 of talking time, it will cohesion out of the blood demon clan's original divine weapon, blood devouring devil blade. This time to kill these 2 people in one fell swoop. Not only that, the blood demon venerable one also cast out the blood demon clan's top supreme law, the blood fiend demon flame, which was one of the most evil and wicked flames in the heavens and earth, scarlet and incomparably red, and it seemed to be able to devour all living beings when it burned. The bloodshed demon flame was condensed from countless grievances, hatred and killings, and each strand of flame contained endless pain and despair. Thousands of blood-red demonic flames rose and took off into the air, like a ghostly lantern. A low hissing sound came from those demonic flames, and one could vaguely see thousands of wronged souls wailing. Ah ha! Ah!
Those twisted and hideous faces among those many demonic flames were constantly struggling and roaring,
but could not escape this eternal purgatory. The bloodshed demon flame not only burned the flesh, but also eroded the soul. If one was struck and did not succeed in resisting, his mind would be dominated by endless fear and madness, eventually falling into the puppet of the demonic flames and turning into a madman with no sanity. At this time, the blood demon Exalt also used out the strongest blade technique it had learned, the blood prison burying soul blade, which was also the blood demon clan's top supreme level blade technique.
It's your honor to die under this move of my father. One could only see the blood demon venerable speaking with a cold smile while a heavy bloody aura permeated around it. His eyes became as dark as an abyss, revealing endless killing intent. In his hand, he held a long, blood-colored blade that glowed with a bizarre red light, as if there were countless unjust souls wailing on its blade. This demon race venerable one slowly raised his long knife, the blade cutting through the air and bringing up an ear-piercing shrill whistle. With the unfolding of the terrifying blade, the surrounding air seemed to freeze, and heaven and earth suddenly became dim, as if it was covered by a blood-colored curtain. The blood demon venerable one let out a low roar, and his blade slashed down, a blood-red blade light tearing through space like lightning and rushing straight ahead. Wherever that brilliant and dazzling scarlet blade light passed through, the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. The projection of the scarlet world reappeared, and countless blood-colored ghostly shadows surged out from it, pouncing on the enemy with teeth and claws. Each ghostly shadow carried a mournful wail, as if it was an evil spirit crawling out from the depths of hell, devouring all life. Blood demon venerable's figure loomed in the blood-colored blade light, his aura blending with that blade technique. Each swing of the blade was accompanied by a tremor in the heavens and earth, and the power of the great Tao of blood surged to the surface. Even space couldn't withstand this violent power and emitted a hum, buzz, buzz, buzz. As far as the light of the blade reached, everything withered and the living were in ruins, as if the entire world had been dragged into a blood-colored hell. This blood prison soul burial blade technique was cultivated by the blood demon venerable one with the blood and souls of countless living beings, and the blade would always see blood, and the soul would be buried in the yellow springs. At this moment, the blood demon venerable one seemed to have transformed into a messenger of hell, descending into the secret realm with endless killing and destruction, killing towards the two. Lin Yuan on this side didn't avoid or hide when he saw this. He also rushed forward with his Qianquan sword in hand, using some of his bottom cards. In an instant, one could only see many visions appearing in the sky, and a beautiful green lotus appeared in the dreamy and boundless chaos sea, with each crystal clear petal emitting hazy light and containing countless subtle great Tao patterns. Next to the rippling sea appeared a round of bright moon, blue waves rippled with layers of ripples. This is the divine body vision chaotic seed green lotus, the bright moon on the sea, as well as the yin and yang life and death diagrams and many other visions. The world of the sword appeared in the sky slowly unfolded, like 1,000 worlds descending to see the mountains and rivers, the sun, moon and stars floating in the sky above. The whole magnificent dreamlike vast and sprawling world appeared in front of the eyes, revealing the vaguely visible outline of the continent. Lin Yuan's realm was also soaring at this time, from the 4th level of the Saint Realm to the early 5th level of the Saint Realm, passing through the small levels of the early, middle, and late stages of each heavenly realm. Then he broke through to the 6th level of the Saint Realm, the 7th level of the Saint Realm, and finally reached the late 8th level of the Saint Realm with great momentum. In just an instant, he had already broken through from the 4th level of the Saint Realm to the 8th level of the Saint Realm. The speed of this breakthrough caused the Blood Sea Demon to stare in disbelief, wanting to cry out that this was impossible. How on earth did this happen? Even if it was a clinical breakthrough, it wouldn't be possible to break through 4 heavens so much at once. This is a fake, right? This honorable man doesn't believe that there could be such a talented and demonic person in the world. The Blood Demon Venerable said uncontrollably. The killing intent in its heart became even more exuberant, and the blood prison soul burying blade technique saber technique execution also became more and more powerful and aggressive. If this was all true, then this person would surely become a major problem for the demon realm's invasion of the Kyushu realm. At this time, Lin Yuan swung out a sword. The Great Tao of Sword and the Great Tao of Space came out in unison. The time laws of the grand completion level surged, and the power of many kinds of laws in Great Tao intertwined together to bring together a mammoth and unparalleled horror attack. The sky appeared in the scene of the human world, with the earth rolling red dust, as a colorful scroll, spread between heaven and earth, prosperity and bleak intertwined. The noise and silence coexist. Each person has left on the scroll or colorful, or a cloudy and light one. In the view you can see in the distance the early morning mist shrouding the old town. The green stone road is bustling with passers-by. Many vendors pushing goods this street hawking. People eating steaming hot food at wonton stalls sit around and talk about interesting gossip. Street alleys children chasing and playing. Issued a burst of laughter. The time has come for the midday market, where vendors can be seen shouting a wide variety of goods and crowds of people are bustling about. Some people are bargaining, others are stopping to watch, and others are in a hurry. Next to the corner of the theater at this time on the gongs and drums, it is the turn of the opera singers on stage. Melodious and very melodious. Attracted the audience issued a burst of applause. The bustle of the red dust, in this moment reached its peak. At dusk, the afterglow of the setting sun colored the clouds in the sky, and the mountains in the distance were gilded with a layer of gold, becoming softer. Under the willow trees by the river, fishermen put away their nets and rowed their oars across the water, sending ripples through the water. Farmers in the fields carry their hoes home, treading the road back to their homes with the golden waves of wheat behind them. Cooking smoke rises from the roofs of the villages, interspersed with the aroma of meals drifting into the distance. As night fell, the lights came on. The restaurants in the city were filled with gaggles and laughter intertwined with singing, while the Taoist temple in the mountains and forests outside of the city was secluded and quiet, very different from the bustle in the city. These scenes together form this picture of the red dust, both the smoke and fire of the city and the tranquility of the mountains and rivers, both the bustle and the silence of solitude. Like a long flowing river of time, it carries the joys and sorrows, sadness and happiness of countless people. This is the world of the masses of people gathered into a great momentum, cohesion into this full of human smoke and fire atmosphere of a sword. When this earth-shattering sword-light fell, it directly calmed the cries of the many wronged souls that surged out of the blood-colored world like a clear wind blowing on a willow branch, purifying the blood-fiendish demonic flame that was filled with pain and despair. Then it broke through the amazingly powerful blood prison burial soul blade technique to form an airtight attack. And finally the stunning and incomparable swordlight landed on top of the blood demon Venerable One's head. And instantly, the entire crimson blood-like body turned into a clay statue, turned into ashes, and dissipated into smoke. This sword is called Red Dust, and today it beheads the blood demon Venerable. Chapter 101. This Red Dust sword was also one of Lin Yuan's self-created sword technique moves, containing the power of the laws of the Great Tao of Time and Space and the Great Tao of the Sword. Its power and potential was very astonishing, and its future ceiling was very high as well. As for the blood demon Venerable's avatar, although its attack power was equivalent to the third level of the Heavenly Monarch realm, its body was ultimately only the peak of the first level of the Heavenly Monarch realm, a typical high offense and low defense. So it was only natural for it to die from the Red Dust sword that contained the power of multiple Great Tao. After Lin Yuan saw this scene, he cautiously swept the secret realm inside and out multiple times with his divine sense. Only after ensuring that the blood demon Venerable's incarnation had been completely resolved did he retract his sword. Of course, what also reassured him was the system message signaling that it had been killed and another large amount of experience had arrived. Worthy of being a demon exalted, the experience provided after death is much more than those Saint Demon Lords. The experience gained from just killing one is enough to raise me to the late 9th stage of the Saint realm. Lin Yuan thought to himself, what a bountiful harvest earned this time. Gaining the experience value of breaking through from the middle stage of the Saint realm 4th sky to the 9th stage of the Saint realm. This was also thanks to these demonic armies coming over to the secret realm to deliver their experience. Gu Changsheng over here was also filled with shock when he saw that scene of Red Dust beheading a venerable with a single sword. He really didn't expect his senior sister's battle power to be so powerful and her talent to be so amazing. To use the Saint realm to fight against an exalted. This was something that hadn't happened in millions of years in the realm of the 9 regions. Only in the ancient times would such legends exist. And those gaijin who did were all taboo sequence level heavenly prides. And the matter of Lin Yuan breaking through several heavens of the Saint realm at once made Gu Changsheng surprised, but he could still accept it. It was because Gu Changsheng thought that his senior sister had also cultivated a similar secret method of remodeling her foundation before suppressing her realm. However, senior sister Yuaner's 19-year-old Saint realm 8th level. This kind of unparalleled talent made even Gu Changsheng, who had a haughty and confident personality, feel a bit ashamed of himself. In the young generation of the 9 states, only senior sister and I can be called true supreme heavenly prides, while the others are nothing more than mediocre people. Gu Changsheng's heart not only sighed at the thought, having awakened the evergreen sacred body and the emperor bloodline, his cultivation speed was also amazing, and now at the age of 25 he had reached the peak of the 9th level of the sacred realm. He still felt that his strength was not enough to protect his senior sister, and that he had to break through the heavenly exaltation realm as soon as possible. Senior brother, I've had an epiphany and now I want to cultivate. Lin Yuan, who had returned to the ground, said to Senior Gu beside him that he wanted to enroll in that force of the law of time generated by the continuous plus upgrade system. Gu Changsheng said with a solemn expression as he nodded. Senior sister, you enlighten yourself. I'll protect you. Then I would like to thank you. Senior brother can seal the entrance first. I just had an epiphany. I can end the state of seclusion at any time. Lin Yuan smiled and opened his mouth. It wouldn't take long to just sense that power of time. Moreover, if there were still demons invading the secret realm to come over and serve food, he could end the Senate battle at any time. After saying that, Lin Yuan also closed his eyes and entered a state of enlightenment, his sense of the laws of time deepening. Gu Changsheng on this side also continued to seal the entrance while keeping an eye on his senior sister, holding the jade pendant containing the power of a quasi-emperor in his hand in case another demon venerable ran out of the passageway to attack. The 9 heavenly bright moon mirror on this side naturally didn't stay idle. It directly surged out an incomparably majestic force of Taiyin pouring in along the Devil Realm's entrance spatial channel. With the soul scent left behind by the previous incarnation of the blood demon venerable, he found the other party's true body as if following a trail. This guy even made Her Highness get hurt. I must get this bastard killed. Those demon clans that contain this blood demon mongrel bloodline all deserve to die as well. The 9 heavenly bright moon mirror artifact spirit thought angrily, wanting nothing more than to go on a killing spree in the demon race. As a former fellow Taiyin astrologer conquered the 10,000 races of the 9 heavenly bright moon mirror killing aura that is extremely strong, the mantra is often shouting at the enemy to fight and kill. At this time, near the entrance to the small demonic realm within the boundaries of 10 million miles of the inside a cave, the blood demon venerable who was in seclusion had a gloomy and hard-to-see face and opened his eyes. It was shocked and unwilling to roar in anger. I can't believe my avatar died just like that. And died without having the time to send back any useful information. Just what kind of person killed that venerable incarnation of mine? Could it be that someone's exalted race had descended? But the secret realm intelligence obtained from the exploration showed that it could only accommodate Saint realm entry at most. It seems that the human race that may have entered the secret realm brought some treasures that contain Zune-level attacks and used such treasures to kill my avatar. If the blood demon venerable one knew that the Saint realm Lin Yuan had killed his own avatar, it would have been shocked beyond belief. This terrifying talent would also cause the blood demon venerable to quickly report it to the demon race paragon emperors. At this time, the devil world's dark and incomparable night sky wind and clouds changed color, covering the sky like a curtain like layers of dark clouds dispersed, only to see an infinite amount of light shining in the heavens. The projection of the extreme Tao Emperor's 9 heavenly bright moon mirror appeared in the sky of the demon realm. It was a beautiful round of bright moon above the 9 heavens, which contained the majestic and vast power of the great Tao, emitting a soft and clear light, just like a sparkling silver lake, and as if the stars in the sky were shining brightly, which contained the vicissitudes of the years and the supreme principles of the world. Mirror surface inscribed with profound and subtle avenue runes flow, the sound of the avenue flow, as deafening as the flood bells. Taiyin Avenue and Space Avenue intertwined together. Thousands of avenue laws of the divine locks gushed out to gather as if into a heaven-opening blow. The formation of the attack is bright and dazzling. The power is also powerful so that the surrounding space are twisted, torn, reorganization. Countless space ripples followed by fluctuations spread. This one is full of ancient atmosphere, powerful and incomparable attack, like a god coming down to put an end to this chaotic and evil world. Stop. At this time, the demon quasi-emperor who was in charge of the second level of the quasi-emperor realm in this territory drank while trying to make a move to stop it. However, it had just condensed a quasi-emperor level attack and had not yet used it when it was interrupted by the mirror of the 9 heavens bright moon exuding a clear radiance and hitting it. The devil paramount emperor also suffered a backlash as a result of this. His face became more and more unsightly. When a voice filled with killing intent reached its ears, "If you dare to block, I'll kill you together." The 9 heavens bright moon mirror artifact spirit mainly wanted to deal with the blood demon venerable one. And the reason why it was a warning for this demon quasi-emperor who came out of nowhere was because it was afraid that killing the demon quasi-emperor would attract a great emperor. After all, this was the territory of the demon race, and it was only a projection appearing. It was still necessary to fight quickly and settle this blood demon venerable and its bloodline descendants earlier. This side of the devil clan quasi-emperor also did not continue to strike. This suddenly appeared in charge of the territory of the 9 heavenly bright moon mirror emanated the might of the Emperor Tao. Obviously not it can deal with. Recognize the time to be wise. From the heart only. This demon race paragon of the bone race lineage thought silently in his heart. Just what world did this powerful person cross the border from? Surprisingly, they are attacking with such fanfare and dare in our demon realm. This is definitely not something this seat can deal with. It's better to avoid the front line for now. Soon the visions that appeared in the sky above the retreat cave made the blood demon venerable one stop thinking, and it was terrified to find itself suppressed by a powerful and terrifying spatial avenue force, and it could not move its body but could only sit rigidly in place, unable to escape. He could only watch the attack that appeared in the sky of the demon realm that contained the power of the imperial Tao fall and wait for death. And before he died, the blood demon venerable was still shouting, "Old ancestor, save me. I don't want to die yet." However, it was just as if the blood demon venerable one had ignored the pleas for help from the shadow demon king and the other demon clans. This demon paragon also ignored the blood demon venerable's plea for help, as there was no need for it.
and it had many venerables under it. If the death of a blood demon venerable, if it could calm this powerhouse's anger, then it would be better to die, lest the fire be drawn and burned onto oneself, only to see that the blood demon venerable one at the 7th level of the heavenly exaltation realm was directly shattered into pieces by this terrifying power of the extreme Tao, and his divine soul was extinguished, and he died without resting in peace. And the descendant heirs who had a bloodline relationship with the blood demon venerable one all died at this moment, and their families were completely exterminated, with their bodies killed and their clans extinguished. Only at this moment did the projection of the 9 heavenly bright moon mirrors artifact spirit dissipate into the night sky of the demon realm. After a period of time on this side, Lin Yuan on this side opened his eyes after ending his enlightenment. The corners of his mouth rose up in a good mood as the laws of time had broken through from the 7th to the 8th, and it wasn't too far away from the perfection of the laws. The only thing that was a bit regrettable was that the demon race surprisingly didn't continue to send demons over to send experience. This was because Lin Yuan had killed too many demons in the spatial passage before, and some demon soldiers who had managed to escape had gone back to report the news, causing the other demon armies stationed next to the entrance of the passage to be afraid to enter. And this side of the Gu Changsheng has completed the sealing of the side of the waiting. See, the sister woke up. He opened his mouth to say, "Senior sister, let's go back." Chapter 102 returns. Senior brother has been waiting for a long time, Lin Yuan said with a smile. He participated in the use of a few hours to comprehend a lot, for the perception of the law of time is one step closer. It hasn't been a long time. It's only been a few hours. I can wait as long as it takes for senior sister to close her door. Gu Changxing shook his head and said, he just kept watching to protect his senior sister, looking at her with his eyes glued to the ground. He couldn't get enough of her. As long as his senior sister was still safe and sound in front of him, he thought this was just great. Senior brother, let's go back now. Lin Yuan on this side saw that the seal had been completed and said that the mission of this trip had been taken care of, and then scanned a few times with his divine sense to make sure that there were no leaks from the demon race. The system panel also showed that there were no hostile red dots in the secret realm, so it seemed that the hostile foreigners were all dead. Okay, sister. Gu Changsheng nodded and said. So the two senior siblings quickly instantaneously arrived at the exit of the secret realm and walked out. The waiting grand elders Gu Mangsing and Su Hong saw their own sacred maiden and Dao Sun appear before them, and upon seeing the white-clothed maiden and Dao-robed youth whose bodies were stained with blood as if they had been injured, their eyes were wide open in disbelief and anger. And Grand Elder Gu Mangsing was shocked and heartbroken as he pulled Lin Yuan up and said, Your Highness, who hurt you? I'm going to exterminate their entire clan. Did those demons in the secret realm do it? I see no need for the secret realm to exist. Miss, the injuries on your body. Qing Luo on this side looked at Lin Yuan with tearful eyes and choked. This was the first time she had seen His Highness injured like this. Those damnable demons were just too bad. Lin Yuan over here realized that he had forgotten to remove the blood with his cleaning spell before coming out. The Gu Changxing next to him was bleeding from his 7 orifices because he had forcefully broken through the demonic seed confinement earlier, so both of them had dried blood on them when they came out. So Lin Yuan cast a cleansing spell to eliminate all the bloodstains on both him and his senior brother. As for the clothes, they all had an automatic repair function that had been restored a long time ago. Great Elder, I'm fine. I've long since recovered from a small injury. I've already avenged myself on the spot, and the ashes of that demon venerable have been raised. Lin Yuan opened his mouth to explain and said, signaling that he wasn't fine. He had a system shield on him that couldn't be seen through no matter how much the others probed, so the others couldn't tell if the injuries were healed or not. On this side, after Lin Yuan's repeated explanations, the Grand Elder Gu Mangsing was relieved, still uneasy to use all kinds of healing techniques, just like an old mother hen protecting her pups. Elder Su Hong over here also looked at Dao Zi worriedly and said, Dao Zi, what happened on your trip? How did you get hurt like this? Are the injuries serious? Elder Su, we encountered a demon army in the secret realm, and in the end, there was a demon venerable incarnation that made a move to try to kill me, and my senior sister was injured in order to save me from blocking that fatal blow. Gu Changsheng opened his mouth to narrate and said, the small injury of his that was due to breaking through the demonic seed blockade of bleeding from his 7 orifices had long since healed and was not worth mentioning at all. There was really no need to elaborate. And what made him feel most guilty and self-conscious was the fact that his senior sister had been injured as a result. Elder Su on this side at this time, his eyes opened wide and his mouth was open for a moment. He didn't know what to say. Taiyin Holy Maiden was injured because she saved Dao Ziyu. How the hell did you kid do that? Why didn't the old man ever meet this kind of confidant back in the day? It is really too enviable. The Grand Elder Gu Mangsing and the others over here who heard these words turned their heads to look at Gu Changsheng. A murderous aura coming from over there extremely thick. Your Highness, I told you that all the men outside this holy land are scourges. None of them are good. This kid even watched you block the knife for him. How shameless.
Grand Elder Gu Mangsing coldly snorted with extreme dissatisfaction and annoyance as he looked over at the evergreen Holy Land and said to Lin Yuan, "Great Elder, you've misunderstood. Senior Brother Gu was controlled and unable to move his body at the time. It wasn't done on purpose." Lin Yuan opened his mouth and said in explanation for Senior Brother Gu. However, this explanation only caused Grand Elder Gu Mangsing's expression to ease a bit as her expression became even more disgusted. "Humph. As a senior brother you can't even protect your senior sister. And you need your senior sister to save her. Your Highness still shouldn't get too close to such useless men." Grand Elder Gu Mangsing opened her mouth in dissatisfaction. This if not in the evergreen sacred land in front of other people's families. She would have long ago directly cursed out. How unpleasant she could curse. In short, this brat from the evergreen Holy Land should stay away from their family's precious Tai-in Holy Maiden. The farther away the better. Lin Yuan on this side was still about to open his mouth to explain a few words for his senior brother, when a loud laugh came from the air. Ha 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 ha. This Sikh just came out of the gate and saw that there are honored guests from the Tai-in sacred ground coming to our sacred ground as guests. "How are you all doing?" At this time in the void came out a domineering and imposing green man said with a smile. This is precisely the evergreen old ancestor Gu Qingxian. He had a very long lifespan as a prospective emperor and was still in his prime. "We have met Senior." Grand Elder Gu Mangsing saw that the evergreen old ancestor had come out, also arched her hand and saluted and said, she now only wanted to take His Highness to say goodbye and leave earlier. This evergreen holy ground really didn't want to stay for one more moment. Junior friend Lin helped my evergreen holy land seal the entrance to the demon realm and was even injured because of it. This is some pills and heavenly materials for healing, as well as a gift of thanks from our holy land. There is no need to excuse yourself. Please accept it. This side of the evergreen elder ancestor Gu Qingxian said with an amiable smile, and his warm attitude directly handed over a few storage bags. "Thank you, Senpai." Lin Yuan saw that he couldn't refuse to accept the storage bag to say thank you. He swept with his divine sense and found that it was loaded with all kinds of superb healing pills, as well as numerous heavenly materials and geomantic treasures. The minimum were exotic flowers and herbs that were more than 100,000 years old. And there were even some hundreds of thousands of years of precious and rare top-grade heavenly materials and treasures. This gift of thanks from the evergreen Holy Land was too generous. The value of these extremely high-grade healing pills alone was comparable to the entire treasure trove of the many Dao lineages. As for the value of those top-tier heavenly materials, there was no need to mention that not only could they be used to comprehend the laws of the great Dao, but after absorbing them, they could also be used as nourishment for the world of swords or experience for upgrading. The top of the heavenly material treasure wonderful use a lot. Directly into the experience will have some loss gain is not so big, so still kill monsters upgrade this road gain the most. Lin Yuan had helped the evergreen Holy Land mainly to help elder brother Gu reverse his fate and kill demons to earn experience for upgrading, and he hadn't expected to receive so many thank you gifts from the evergreen Holy Land. It's true that good people have good rewards. The ancients are true. Senior, we've been out for several days. It's time for us to return to the Tai-in sacred land. Grand Elder Gu Mangsing at this time proposed to say goodbye said. This side of the evergreen old man smilingly said, all of you are our holy land's honored guests, and have helped our evergreen holy land. Why don't you stay for some more time? The banquet has already been prepared. Old ancestor Evergreen on this side looked at Gu Changsheng, who was still standing stupidly without making a move, and he instantly felt a headache as well. If the kid was half as smart as he was studying the Taoist scriptures when it came to emotions, he wouldn't have to bother him as a grandfather. Changsheng, why don't you quickly persuade your senior sister to stay longer and entertain each other? Evergreen elder ancestor Gu Qingxuan's side secretly transmitted his voice directly to his grandson. And Gu Changsheng subconsciously nodded his head after hearing the transmission. How should I persuade Sister Yuaner to stay for a few more days? Right. There's also the sword trial conference. Gu Changsheng on this side thought about it and remembered that the reason for inviting his senior sister over was precisely to watch the sword trial conference. So he opened his mouth and said, Senior sister Yuaner, let's go eat first. When we're done eating, the sword trial conference should be almost over. Why don't we go and see the results then? Good. I don't know who the final reward of this sword trial conference will go to. Let's eat first. Lin Yuan heard that there was another big meal to eat, heartily nodded and said, who wouldn't tea like a free meal? The cook invited by the Evergreen Holy Land to organize the banquet was very good. After all the hard work of killing so many demons, he's not allowed to enjoying the food? Although this killing of demons was hard work, it was actually mainly a matter of swinging out a few swords. On this side, Grand Elder Gu Mangsing was staring at Gu Changsheng as if she were a thief. And if she could, she wanted to erect an impenetrable wall between His Highness and this brat, separating the comings and goings. So with the Grand Elder following behind Lin Yuan and Gu Changsheng all the way, staring, the two subconsciously converged a lot in front of their elders.
didn't chat for too long, and mainly ate. So a day or two later after eating they came to the closing ceremony of the sword trial conference. This sword trial conference competition had already ended, and the top 3 players were selected through a battle, and the reward issued to the crowd was an outer sect elder of the evergreen sacred ground. And Gu Changsheng and Lin Yuan both sat on the high platform of the referee's seat to attend to show their faces for a bit, and surrounded the end of this sword trial conference, and the spectatorship came to an end. The original audience was not too surprised to see Gu Changsheng, and those who knew Gu Changsheng's identity thought, after all, this was a competition organized by the Evergreen Sacred Land, and it was not surprising that the Evergreen Sacred Sun appeared. There were still many cultivators who didn't recognize Gu Changsheng's identity because Gu Changsheng usually stayed in the Evergreen Sacred Land or went to the secret realm to venture out, and his figure rarely appeared in the Central State Forum. When the many spectators and contestants saw the Taiyin Sacred Maiden Lin Yuan appear, the whole place instantly boiled over. Many cultivators in the audience stood up just to see Her Highness the Holy Maiden better. The crowd's expressions were excited and chattering. The scene instantly became as lively as a stargazer's scene. Heavens, I actually saw Her Highness, the Taiyin Holy Maiden, appearing at the sword trial assembly. This trip to the tournament was not in vain at all. It was so worth it. Your Highness, I want to follow you to kill the enemy. It's a good thing I came to the site of the sword trial conference, or else I would have missed the chance to meet my benefactor. Then who is the man standing next to Her Highness the Holy Maiden? I haven't even seen him in the Central State Forum. That's Gu Changsheng, the Holy Son of the Evergreen Holy Land, and this is a competition organized by the Evergreen Holy Land. Her Highness, the Holy Virgin, should have been invited to come and watch the ceremony. Fellow Taoists, make way. Don't block me from seeing His Highness. I'm willing to offer 50,000 top-grade spirit stones in exchange for a spot in the first row. Which fellow Taoist is willing to trade with me? This side of the scene is hot and bustling, boiling like a pot of boiling water. Even the first 3 sword cultivators who are receiving the award are glowing in the eyes, in which the first place sword cultivator is even more glowing eyes excitedly bowed and saluted. It was because I was able to comprehend sword intent after reading the scriptures and stance explanations on the Tao of the sword posted by Her Highness, the Holy Maiden of Taiyin, on the forum. Your Highness is the equivalent of a teacher to many of our loose sword cultivators. I'll never forget your guidance. I didn't expect to have the honor of meeting Your Highness today. Lin Yuan still has the habit of being a good teacher when he brushes the Central State Forum, and also brainstorms to promote the further development of the Kyushu Kung Fu moves. He has uploaded numerous explanations of swordsmanship moves and feats, as well as a lot of insights into explaining generalized Tao techniques. And these information posts do not set a threshold. There is no limit, or free of charge, belonging to the teachable. These information has become the majority of scattered cultivators as a treasure. Many of the high-ranking forces and powerhouses in the 9 states had a gateway view and would not teach anyone other than their own sects, nor would they instruct these casual cultivators that they looked down on. And Lin Yuan's pointers were geared towards the 9 states, and cultivators who had access to the internet could see it. Not only casual cultivators could see the posts he made, cultivators in the sect also similarly use these experience posts as a guiding light, which is the guidance of the Supreme Celestial Pride Saint of the 9 states, placed before there is no networking, are very precious, unattainable. Therefore, among many cultivators, the Taiyin Holy Maiden Lin Yuan was also the famous teacher who guided them in their cultivation, although they knew that their own qualifications were not worthy of becoming the other party's disciple, and in their hearts, they also treated them with the right of a disciple. There were also cultivators who were invited to come here specifically to write news reports, and they were like eggplants with chicken blood, taking pictures and writing at the same time. For example, this cultivator of the Tianji Pavilion, a famous intelligence organization in the Central State, was excitedly taking wild shots with his retention stone, and he had already thought of the name of today's front page headline. Her Highness, the Holy Virgin of Taiyin, appeared at the sword trial, and the crowd was thrilled. It's all the rage now in Central States news that the longer the headline, the more elements there are, but as long as the title had the words Taiyin Holy Maiden in it, even the shortest post would quickly burst into flames. Such was the attraction of being number 1 in the top stream of popularity in the Central State. Of course the monk who wrote it still used the customary long headline. Lin Yuan on this side saw all these people on the scene looking at him. He was also a bit surprised. This wasn't in the Taiyin Holy Land. How come there were still so many cultivators who were so excited? In the past, Lin Yuan was either on the way to subdue demons and eliminate devils, or he returned to the Holy Land to cultivate, as well as spending some effort to connect the network to the Kyushu to implement a series of governance measures in the Taiyin Holy Land. He knew that the people of the Taiyin Holy Land loved him, not so much about the situation outside the Taiyin Holy Land. In Lin Yuan's opinion, posting to explain sword moves in Taoism in the Central State Forum is just a small matter. He wanted to post with a large tie-in Holy Maiden Lin Yuan sent directly cut the small number to visit the forum. Senior sister Yuaner is really too popular, Gu Changxing thought to himself as he looked at the boiling excited scene below, and he was more than able to feel the powerful charm of his senior sister that drew countless people to her. But these people can only shout from the stage while I can sit next to my senior sister. This is the benefit of natural strength and background. Gu Changxing on this side was silently thinking in his heart. On the surface he looked as high and cold as ever, completely making people guess that he was actually thinking about this at this time. Chapter 103 Closing. Good afternoon, fellow Taoists. Lin Yuan saw so many people on the stage looking at him with reverence, also opened his mouth to greet him and said, his voice reaching the ears of everyone present. The hearts of the many cultivators who heard these words were thrilled. What an honor it was for Her Highness, the worshipful and grateful Tai-in Holy Maiden, to greet them. Good afternoon, Your Highness. So the audience of the Sword Trial Assembly audience and the players have neatly shouted in reply. The sound deafening. If the players see the scene also thought that here in what idle fan meeting. Lin Yuan looked at this scene and thought to himself that so many cultivators under the stage are still strange enthusiasm. He turned his mind to come over to the sword test conference, or basically sword cultivators, and the majority of scattered cultivators. Then there must be a lot of cultivators who have read his previous posts explaining sword moves. So when you think about it, the audience on stage turned out to be netizens. Together, this sword testing conference has turned into a meeting between netizens and bloggers. Lin Yuan was silently thinking in his heart. And Gu Changxing over here had already signaled the deacon within the Sword Trial Assembly to continue presiding over the Sword Trial Assembly. Fellow Taoists, don't be at ease. This Sword Trial Conference, our evergreen sacred ground, invited Her Highness, the Tai-in Sacred Maiden, to come over to observe the ceremony. Fellow Taoists don't want to lose their manners in front of His Highness, do they? Deacon, he quickly stepped forward to maintain order at the scene and said. These words really worked, and at once the scene became quiet. And the many cultivators in the audience sat upright and adjusted their positions. They straightened their instruments and then looked up at the high platform in the distance, making sure to look their best to make a good impression on His Highness. This was able to express their gratitude and reverence for Her Highness, the Holy Maiden of Tai-in. Secondly, if there was an extremely small probability of striking it lucky, and that lucky person was recognized by Her Highness the Holy Maiden, and could join the Taoist forces under the banner of the Tai-in Sacred Ground, it would truly be a step to heaven. Alright. The Sword Trial Conference continues. The next step is about the entry time of the sword washing pool. Deacon, he continued to introduce, said, in the past, when it comes to the sword washing pool, the participants in the scattered cultivators will be very excited and expectant. Now present in the crowd, obviously mind is not here. They all coincidentally in the same direction to look over there. Without a doubt, the one sitting on the high platform in that direction was none other than the Tai-in Sacred Maiden Lin Yuan. The Sword Trial Conference had now reached its closing ceremony, and the session of giving out rewards to the contestants had already been completed. So soon after the Sword Trial Conference was over, Lin Yuan and the rest of the Tai-in Holy Land crowd also said their goodbyes and left, while Grand Elder Gu Mangxing couldn't wait to leave the evergreen Holy Land earlier. Senior brother Gu, goodbye. Before he left, Lin Yuan smiled and waved his hand and said, this trip to the secret realm is really profitable. Go back and raise your realm to the 9th level of the sacred realm. There's no need to suppress levels or anything. Cultivate early to become an exalted one and go to kill in the extraterrestrial battlegrounds, where there were great packages of experience for all races everywhere. Senior sister Yuaner, goodbye. Gu Changxing opened his mouth to say goodbye and said, although he was reluctant in his heart but did not show it. In fact, he wanted to stay longer with his senior sister. He only felt that the time spent together was too fast. Senior brother Gu, what did you just call out to me? This side of Lin Yuan discovered the change in the senior brother's address, surprised asked. Before senior brother Gu was directly shouted Lin's senior sister. How and Ling's senior sister shouted the same as the abundance of sister almost. Senior sister Yuaner, is there anything wrong with this? If it's too abrupt, then I'll change it back. Gu Changsheng hurriedly explained and said that he was afraid that the name calling would cause his senior sister to be displeased, and if she didn't like him calling out like that, then he would change back to his previous name calling. It's nothing, just a little surprised. Senior brother can shout if he wants to. Lin Yuan shook his head and opened his mouth. Senior brother Gu and senior sister Ling were both his good friends, so he couldn't afford to be thick-skinned in terms of address. Shouldn't he change his title to keep up with the times? Change it to elder brother? Lin Yuan thought about it for a moment and thought that it would be better to forget about it. It would be more pleasant to call out to senior brother Gu. Okay, senior sister Yuaner, Gu Changsheng said with a sigh of relief after hearing that. After the trip to the secret realm, he didn't want to be like before, and preferred to directly call out to senior sister Yuaner. After sending his senior sister away, Gu Gu Changsheng still looked at the direction that the Xianyu immortal boat had left. He didn't leave, just stood at the same spot and looked out, not knowing what he was thinking. Half an hour later, the holy maiden of the great Luo, who had gotten the news through the headlines of the Central State Forum, rushed over. She saw the Dao-robed young man standing at the entrance of the mountain, so she asked, "Fellow Daoist Gu, may I ask if Sister Yuaner is still watching the ceremony at the sword trial assembly? I'm here to find Sister Yuaner." Senior Sister Yuaner has already left to go back to the Taiyin Holy Land, Gu Changsheng replied. His impression of the great Luo holy maiden Ling Qingran came from his senior sister's complaint that this was one of Senior Sister Yuaner's good friends. In that case, I'll leave you alone and take my leave. Ling Qingran pounced on a heart. Some disappointment said. She heard the other side said the sentence after the abyssal sister heart alarm bells. This Gu Changsheng was worthy of being her greatest love rival on the way to pursuing her sister Yuaner. What Yen Lian was not even on the same threat level compared to this evergreen saint's son. Sister Yuaner was annoyed with Yen Liang, who was like a dog's skin, and with Gu Changsheng as a good friend. This level of threat was naturally worlds apart. Fortunately, Gu Changsheng, this person is not enlightened as that would, and Yuaner's sister to get along for so many years or as always as a friend. So thought Ling Qingran, also breathed a sigh of relief. She sincerely prayed that the evergreen sage best this life do not enlightenment, so that there is one less the biggest love rival. As she left, the holy maiden of the great Luo, Ling Qingran, revealed a sincere expression as she said with a smile from the bottom of her heart, "Fellow Daoist Gu, may your friendship with Senior Sister Yuaner last forever and ever." Gu Changsheng over here was first stunned when he heard this blessing. He then thought to himself, this great Luo holy maiden even blessed herself and Senior Sister Yuaner for a long life before she left. Not bad for being one of Senior Sister's good friends. She was quite nice. Thank you for your blessing, fellow Daoist. Gu Changsheng also nodded his head and thanked him, saying that after sending off the holy maiden of the great Luo again, a group of holy sons and holy maidens from other holy lands soon came. Gu Changsheng, I heard that Senior Sister Yuaner attended the sword trial conference organized by your evergreen holy land. Is Senior Sister still there now? Gu Changsheng on this side looked at these former underlings who had dared to inquire about Senior Sister Yuaner's news. They really didn't know what they were talking about. Get out! Accompanied by a cold cry that sounded like a thunderous explosion. These holy sons and daughters of other holy lands were driven out by a majestic and vast force, and after a gust of wind blew by, the crowd had already appeared 10 million miles away. The leader of the life and death realm triple stage Easy Saint's son Li Lingxiao had an ugly face, and next to him, most of the other holy sons and daughters of the creation realm, and a few of the life and death realm, also had depressing expressions and were suffocating. This Gu Changsheng is really as arrogant and domineering as ever. He does whatever he wants just because he's strong, without the slightest regard for the dignity of a sacred ground successor such as myself. Is the saint realm that great? Sooner or later, we'll be able to become a saint realm, or even a heavenly father realm. Free Saint's son Li Lingxiao cursed in anger and said, as soon as he thought of the scene where he was challenged to Gu Changsheng's brutal fat beating many years ago, he was even more enraged, and the old and new grudges surged up into his heart together. Everyone was a sacred land successor, and Gu Changsheng had directly blasted them all out like this. Didn't they want to lose face? But such a young saint realm is truly remarkable. By the time we become the saint realm or even the heavenly father realm, perhaps Gu Changsheng will have long since become a quasi-emperor by then. A holy son of the Tianqian Holy Land next to him said in an ill-timed and straightforward manner, which made the free holy son furious and rolled his eyes without any goodwill. How do you kid grow others' ambition and destroy your own? Senior Sister Yuaner is also in the saint realm, but her attitude towards us is easygoing and approachable, many times better than that guy Gu Changsheng, and her character is immediately superior. That's why people are so different from each other. And this side of Ling Yuan, who had returned to the Holy Land, saw Supreme Elder Chu Lingyun and Patriarch Qin Yu welcoming him over. Yuaner, let Grandma take a look at you to see if your injuries have healed yet. I heard from Full Star that you were injured in order to save Gu Changsheng of the Evergreen Holy Land. Silly child. If that Gu kid dies, then he dies. Your own safety is the most important thing. Next time you encounter danger, run away. Got it? Chu Lingyun said as she pulled Lin Yuan with concern, and she simultaneously cast a variety of healing spells that contained the great Tao of life to fall. Lin Yuan felt this warm and abundant life energy, as comfortable as a hot spring, and he nodded his head and said, I know, Grandma. Lin Yuan thought to himself that he knew, but next time he would dare to do so. Yuaner, you are still too kind. Saving people should also be measured. Leaving directly when things are not possible is not unrighteous, but a wise move. And the hearts of the people are wicked. You used to save those people fish and dragons, and some of them are not necessarily grateful. Patriarch Qin Yu said on the side, their family saint daughter is good at everything. Good talent, good character, good everywhere. Just in the cultivation world, good people do not necessarily have good rewards. Don't worry, patriarch, my chivalry is just a hobby. I know it in my heart, and it was my business to save them, and I didn't expect anything in return or gratitude. Lin Yuan waved his hand and opened his mouth. For friends and family, that of course is to protect, cannot be accidental. Spell everything to save down. As for strangers in distress who are not familiar, it's just a matter of smooth sailing to save them when they come across them, and it's just good to have the strength to do whatever you want. That evergreen Holy Land's Gu Changsheng still needs you to save him. Not very good in terms of strength. Yuaner, you'd better minimize your dealings with this kind of man in the future, and if he tries to pursue you to confess, just reject it. You are still too young now. Cultivation is important. What love and affection are all floating clouds. Grandmother Chu Lingyun instructed in a serious tone. The only precious heir of their Taiyin sacred ground could not let anyone else abduct him. Grandmother, elder brother Gu and I are just good friends. Elder brother Gu is dedicated to the Tao, so how could he possibly come after me? Lin Yuan, who heard these words, was surprised and said, with his understanding of senior brother Gu, this kind of thing would never happen. He simply couldn't imagine what the hell kind of cold joke it was that senior brother Gu Changsheng, who was engrossed in the study of the Tao scriptures, would confess in a serious manner. At this time, Chu Lingyun discovered that Lin Yuan's realm had actually reached the 8th level of the Saint realm. Shocked and incredulous surprise said, Yuaner, your realm has broken through to the 8th level of the Saint realm? Truly a heavenly prodigy that is unparalleled in the ancient world. Xinyu over here was also surprised and elated and said, Heaven bless the Taiyin Holy Land. I have never seen a peerless heavenly pride such as you. Yuaner, a 19-year-old Saint realm 8th level is definitely the most demonic heavenly pride in the 9 states over the past 10 million years. Thinking back then, when I was 19 years old, I was still just a 9th level cultivator of the creation realm. Grandmother, patriarch, I feel that I still have some epiphanies, and I want to go into seclusion to break through my realm to the 9th level of the Saint realm, Lin Yuan said to them, which made Chu Lingyun and Qin Yu even more surprised. Yuaner, go and cultivate in seclusion. I'll tell them all not to disturb you. Cultivation is most important. Chu Lingyun, smiling and spirited, couldn't stop nodding her head and said, people are happy and happy. She has a kind of want to show off with the other Holy Land's old ancestors said. How did you know that our family's Holy Maiden has broken through to the 8th level of the Holy Realm, and it's going to break through to the 9th level soon? After bidding farewell to the Supreme Elder Chu Lingyun and Patriarch Qinyu, Lin Yuan also returned to the Holy Maiden Peak to hang a closed door sign at the entrance. Lin Yuan, who had returned to his cave, looked at the experience on the system panel and revealed a smile as he silently said in his heart, System, add points. In an instant, the entire person's realm directly broke through to the late 9th stage of the Saint realm. Chapter 104, Conversation. Lin Yuan on this side felt the familiar power of time emerge once again, and a memory as if he had practiced the gongfu many times 1,000 times also surged in his heart. He felt that his realm was close to regaining the heavenly exaltation realm of his previous life as well, because the sense had long since reached the Zuni level. Upgrading and adding points without any bottlenecks was all a matter of smooth sailing. This kind of systematic addition to the realm coming from a solid and incomparable foundation was very different compared to the flimsiness that other people might have in their cultivation. In other words, how can a player be said to be hung up when he uses the system to add points by his own merit? It's called hanging all the time, okay? Then Lin Yuan closed his eyes and began to carefully feel the laws of time contained in this force of time, carefully comprehending and recalling, as tirelessly as if he were savoring a gourmet meal. Along with the passing of time bit by bit, his sense of the laws of time deepened. During the period when Lin Yuan was in seclusion, Ling Qingran, who had swooped in from the Evergreen Holy Land, didn't come over to the Taiyin Holy Land, but instead returned to the Great Luo Holy Land to continue her cultivation, because she pondered that she had come here not too long ago. It wasn't good to be too frequent, in case she disturbed Sister Yuaner's cultivation. Moreover, Ling Qingran also had a sense of urgency. After all, her love rivals Gu Changsheng and Sister Yuaner were both in the Saint realm, and she was really not strong enough for a creation realm, so she had to refuel her cultivation. After the crowd of easy saint sons on this side had been swept away by Gu Changsheng, they rushed to the Taiyin sacred ground without stopping after venting their anger. Then they learned of the news of the Taiyin Holy Maiden's seclusion, so the easy Holy Son and many other holy sons and daughters had no choice but to leave their gifts and leave with regretful farewells. These holy sons and daughters of other holy lands also dispersed, returning to their respective holy lands to cultivate or go to the secret realm to intrude. The night is like water. Stars twinkle. The moon in the sky spills down a path of clear light like the same fall of a soft veil. Shrouded in the vast mountains and streams and valleys between the tree branches swing in the wind rustling sound, like the waves, like the ups and downs of the sea. Inside the Grand Elder's cave of the Evergreen Holy Land, Su Hong was surprised to see his own Daozi actually come to the doorway with a jar of wine. At this time of the day this kid didn't study the Tao scriptures for cultivation, but came over to find him, an old man. What exactly was the matter? Daozi, is there something you're looking for, Lao Fu? Elder Su Hong couldn't help but open his mouth and ask. His eyes flicked to the top of the altar of fine wine, which was surprisingly still the divine immortal drunk that he loved to drink. Moreover, just smelling the fragrance of this wine was already intoxicating enough. This spirit wine must have a very impressive vintage. It was definitely a good wine. I'm sorry, I've come to say sorry for not inviting you to dine with me earlier. Great Elder, I shouldn't use my thoughts to directly judge others' thoughts. This fine wine is for you to taste. Great Elder. Gu Changchang breathed a sigh of relief and finally said the words he wanted to say before he went to the secret realm. When he wanted to say it, but the time wasn't right for that. After the trip to the secret realm, he looked for the usual fine wine that Su Lao loved to drink the most to come to the door to apologize, and spent a lot of time trying to find this very long vintage of divine spirit drunkenness. Although Gu Changsheng was arrogant and didn't understand the world, he wasn't stupid, instead he was very smart. It's just that no one would ever talk to him about this before, and with his positional talent he didn't need to care. It wasn't until senior sister Yuana reminded him to care more about the elderly at the banquet that Gu Changsheng realized the inadequacies of what he had done. It wasn't that he had forgotten to call Elder Su for dinner, he just didn't call out because he thought he didn't care about that. In fact, although Gu Changsheng didn't care about those outsiders he couldn't see, he was very attached to the friends and family he cared about. It's just that he's a person who can't speak, and is more adept at expressing it with his actions. Elder Su Hong also did not expect Dao Zi to apologize for a trivial matter. This was really an unprecedented first time. He had watched Gu Changsheng since he was a child, and had never heard this kid apologize to anyone in over 20 years. For a while Elder Su Hong was somewhat flattered. He wiped his beard and mumbled with wide eyes. Daozi, is this jar of wine really for old me? You actually have moments when you would apologize? Am I mishearing with my ears? Or are you drunk? Great Elder, I'm not drunk. Senior sister reminded me before to care more about the old man. I felt that what my senior sister said made sense. Reflected on what I had done, and did what I wanted to do. So what's wrong with that? Gu Changsheng shook his head and said very frankly, he has always had what to say. Want to do what to do. Why need to cover up? Straight is. No problem. So it's what the Taiyin Holy Maiden said. No wonder you listened in. Daozi, Elder Su Hong said with a sudden realization. Thinking about it, other people wouldn't say this to Daozi. Gu Changshan was highly regarded at birth, cultivating with the evergreen elder ancestor, and his parents loved this only child, preparing all kinds of good cultivation resources for him, and booing and praising him from time to time during the week. The people of the evergreen Holy Land were expecting a lot from Daozi, and they expected Daozi Gu Changxing to lead the evergreen Holy Land to become even more brilliant. Even the many elders were praising him, praising Dao Sun Gu Changxing's amazing talent and that he would surely be able to prove himself as an emperor in the future. As for the others outside of the evergreen Holy Land, excluding the impotent rage as far as the defeated generals such as the Easy Saint's son were concerned, even if the other cultivators that they had met before were dissatisfied with Gu Changxing's arrogant attitude, even if they had grievances in their hearts, they would still give a few compliments from the bottom of their hearts on the surface. After all, this was the holy son of the first Holy Land. All in all, it was all flowers and compliments. What with all the criticism and advice that was simply not there. However, Gu Changsheng was very clear that apart from his grandfather, his parents, Elder Su, and these people, the others were mainly saying this because of their own natural strength background. Whether it was genuine or not, he could feel it, so there was no need to take it to heart. It was only after meeting senior sister Yuaner that Gu Changsheng would hear some sincere caring advice, both on cultivation and on matters of life. Every time, Gu Changsheng would listen to his senior sister's opinions very carefully, thinking about the problem and then taking action. I didn't think that someone as high and mighty as Michiko would know how to care enough to apologize. It's unbelievable. But once I think that it was the Taiyin Holy Maiden's suggestion, that's not surprising. This side of the elder Su Hong could not help but reveal a heartfelt smile thought. He then thought of what embarrassed scratching his head and said, "It's also because I was confused for a moment and forgot at the time that you, Daozi, went to the Demon Clan borderlands to kill the dragons just to feast on the Taiyin Sacred Maiden. It's also my fault for interrupting your meal. It didn't interfere with the rest of your time together, did it?" "No. Senior sister Yuana and I are getting along very well." Gu Changxing shook his head and said, the corners of his mouth also turning up when he thought of the scene of talking and laughing with senior sister Yuana while eating. "Then Daozi, have you changed your mind in any way after this trip to the secret realm? Are you still the same as before? Just wanting to be good friends with the Holy Maiden of Taiyin? There's no hint of a heartbeat, and you really don't want to pursue your senior sister?" Elder Su Hong was still undeterred in his questioning. He felt that the Taiyin Holy Maiden was such a good person. He really does not believe that there will be a man who cannot be moved when he meets a confidant who is as beautiful as a heavenly goddess and also sacrifices her life to save you from a knife. I'm afraid that the only ones who can do this without being moved are cultivators of the emotionless way. But their family Daozi is not a cultivator of the emotionless way either. Gu Changxing on this side said with some confusion after a moment of silence. I don't know. In the past, as long as I stayed with senior sister Yuan, I would feel happy and have endless things to say to her. Even if we don't talk and just look at Sifu, my mood is happy. The moment my senior sister was injured in order to save me, my heart was beating especially fast. I would rather die myself than see my senior sister leave me. I don't know if it's a heartbeat, if it's love. At this moment Gu Changxing felt that this question was even more difficult to answer than that cultivation question he had encountered in the past. Elder Su Hong on this side didn't expect to just ask for this amazing news. It was no less than an iron tree blossoming and an iceberg melting. He thought that this time Daozi's answer was still as thunderous as before. Senior sister is my only close friend and confidant. I do not have male and female feelings for senior sister. I didn't expect to be able to hear this kind of answer in an unprecedented manner. The Daozi who was obsessed with studying the Tao scriptures and cultivating them would even inquire about what love was. Why don't you ask your heart? Maybe you've had the answer in your mind for a long time, just waiting for you to figure it out and do what you want to do. Elder Su stroked his long beard and spoke with relief. And Gu Changxing on this side nodded his head after placing the wine altar and said, Thanks for your advice, Grand Elder. I'll think this through. After waiting to send Gu Changxing away, Elder Su Hong returned to his cave and drank while thinking. It seems love is truly magical, capable of making the high and mighty bow down and the brave and confused. Chapter 105, Enlightenment. The night sky is like ink. The stars are dotted. The woods under the moonlight seem quiet and peaceful. Only the sound of rustling leaves and the sound of insects ringing. A few fireflies fly out of the grass, emitting a faint glow, and in the distance the stream gurgles through the valley. Returning to the sacred Sun Peak Pavilion, Gu Changxing sat by the window, surrounded by a pile of treasured Taoist scriptures and jade slips, but rarely did he pick them up to watch. He was lost in thought as he looked at the bright moon in the sky, thinking back to the first time he met his senior sister. 5 or 6 years ago, Grand Elder Gu Mangxing received an invitation to bring Lin Yuan over to the Evergreen Sacred Ground as a guest, and at that time, a few months had already passed since Lin Yuan had become the Taiyin Sacred Maiden. At that time, Gu Changxing received a voice transmission from his mother calling him to come over to the parlor to meet the guests, so he reluctantly put down the Taoist scriptures in his hand and left the cave after organizing his instruments. When he passed by the pavilion, the spring sunlight fell on the ground leaving dappled shadows, the surrounding carved beams and painted doors and windows inscribed with exquisite and chic patterns. Outside the window was the peach blossom tree's splendid and colorful bloom. As if the clouds of haze fell on the branches, the petals were fluttering and falling like rain. This beauty also caused Gu Changxing to stop and linger in the gallery for a moment. When he looked up again, he saw, across the pavilion water, a scene that one would never forget. At this time a breeze blew through the curtain. Those layers of curtains, the sunlight falls as a layer of golden light, came out of a floating as if immortal white girl, emanating such as clouds, looking forward to the light. Xia Ji Yun, reminiscent of the heavenly clear moon and clouds. The ground of the jade tree agaric flowers, the water on the hectares of lotus in full bloom in 1,000 shapes and sizes looks breathtaking, pink and white, graceful, emitting a refreshing fragrance, like emerald lotus leaves rolling down crystal clear water droplets, that blue rippling lake surface sparkling, those bright and colorful koi carp swimming underwater, that white-clothed fairy with fluttering sleeves just appeared and outshone the pool full of lotus blossoms and the countless fangs on earth, making even the spring light fall for it. Only to see this white girl around the corner of the gallery at this time looked back, and the two of them glanced at each other, as if time had become still and slowed down. Gu Changxing felt his heart beating fast, a feeling he had never felt before, and he heard a shout as pleasant as the tinkling of spring water in the mountains ringing in his ears. Good day, elder brother. Good day, senior sister. Gu Changxing quickly reacted and replied. This was the first time someone had called himself senior brother. The crowd of the Evergreen Holy Land shouted Daozi, and in the past, when they met the holy sons and daughters of other holy lands, they all called them by their first names. Then the white-robed girl who was now calling out to her senior brother should be the Taiyin Sacred Maiden who had come over to the Holy Land as a guest. For some reason, looking at the smiling white-clothed junior sister in front of him, his heart seemed to be beating faster. The teenage Gu Changxing thought to himself at that time, maybe he was a little excited because it was the first time he was called senior brother. At this time Lin Yuan, who had come over to the Holy Land as a guest, also didn't expect to see Gu Changxing as soon as he turned around. He greeted him in the spirit of politeness, and didn't expect to actually receive an answer from the other party. On this side, Gu Changxing's mother, Ji Wantong walked out and said with a smiling face, "Ah, eternal life. The Taiyin Holy Maiden is coming to our evergreen Holy Land for the first time. You take the little girl to the evergreen sacred ground to stroll around and entertain your honored guests." "Yes, mother." Gu Changsheng nodded in response, his gaze still lingering on the white-clothed senior sister in front of him. "Senior sister Lin, I'll take you to my collection of canonical books." Gu Changsheng directly opened his mouth to invite and said, this is the first time he invited others to see the collection of those Taoist scriptures and canonical books. He felt that this is the best thing to see in the Holy Land, next to Ji Wantong's speechless choke, which have come up to invite people 13 or 14 years old little girl to read a book. This is not boring? If it were her, she would have refused long ago. Okay, senior brother Gu. Lin Yuan, on the other hand, nodded his head in anticipation and said, really curious about what kind of those canonical books would be that could be collected by senior brother Gu Changsheng, the former head of the Dao Alliance. So Gu Changsheng took Lin Yuan to the cave of the sacred Sun Peak, and the two of them went through these Taoist scriptures together, exchanging cultivation tips and getting more and more excited. Lin Yuan was also a bit surprised at first. He thought to himself that he didn't expect Gu Changsheng, who had few words in his previous life and was as good as gold, to have so many words when it came to cultivation, and they coincide in many ways in their study of the scriptures. This is the first time Gu Changsheng has encountered a peer who can talk so well and share similar interests and talents in cultivation, and he is also overjoyed. Both of them were supreme prides. Discussing cultivation and comprehending the Tao of laws was heady. There was a feeling of chess rivalry and sympathy, and the more they argued, the more they deepened their understanding of each other. Then Elder Su Hong sat next to the two men and watched as they talked and laughed and chatted for a long time. The more he listened, the more surprised he was while drinking and mumbling, "Is this the world of true genius?" Next to him, Grand Elder Gu Mangxing glanced at him in dissatisfaction and said, "Let's be quiet and not disturb the two of them in their enlightenment." The two protectors of the Tao were afraid of affecting the two cultivating and participating in the great Tao, so they hid in the void and disappeared. Waiting for 10 days, Gu Changsheng and Lin Yuan both ended this discussion with great interest, harvesting a lot, both sides for all kinds of law perception to a higher level. At this time Lin Yuan saw a flock of cranes flying by in the distance. The round and chubby snow-white figures made him a little greedy and he couldn't help but murmur, "The cranes looked delicious." Gu Changsheng, who was next to him, also noticed this scene and spoke directly, "Then let's catch some cranes to eat." "Ah, are these cranes really edible?" Lin Yuan said with some surprise. He just casually said that this was after all a crane raised in the evergreen Holy Land, not the Taiyin Holy Land, and the cranes that are raised are also generally used mainly as mounts, and to a lesser extent for food. "Sure." Gu Changsheng nodded without hesitation and said, "Since senior sister wants to eat it, of course these cranes are the ingredients." After saying that, Gu Changsheng raised his hand and grabbed down a dozen or so cranes flying in the sky. In fact, the race of these birds was called spirit feather white cranes. Instantly these fluttering wings of the spirit-feathered white cranes became fish meat on the chopping block. "Great, senior brother. I'm telling you roasted fairy cranes, that flavor is really one of a kind." Lin Yuan's spirit lifted after hearing that he could eat. He also took out bottles and jars of spices and barbecue grills from his storage bag, and he even had a kitchen knife and iron pot with him. Senior sister is fully prepared. Gu Changsheng sighed. This was the first time he had seen a cooking tool, and he didn't expect his senior sister to carry it with her. That's natural. It's a meal. Of course you have to carry it with you. You can still eat it wherever you go. Lin Yuan, who was organizing the kitchenware, grinned and said as he used his mana to condense a samsara fire to be grilled later. Gu Changsheng on this side used her mana to quickly process up the feathers of the spirit feather white crane, so the two of them chatted while roasting the cranes and ended up eating with their mouths full of oil. "This roasted immortal crane tastes great. It's just as delicious as senior sister said." Gu Changsheng thought so to himself as he looked at his senior sister who was eating with relish, thinking that just the immortal crane was not enough to entertain his senior sister, and that he would have to entertain her with a more delicious spirit beast. After pondering for a moment he thought of the extremely tasty fire feather 8 precious chicken that had been raised for 800 years as mentioned by Elder Gu of Spirit Beast Peak. Then Gu Changsheng spoke. "Senior sister, I know there is an even better food. That fire feather 8 precious chicken I heard tastes delicious. There's a fire feather 8 precious chicken that has lived for 800 years right here in Spirit Beast Peak. I'm going to bring the chicken over and roast it for dinner." "Okay, elder brother. I'll burn the fire here until you return." Lin Yuan's eyes lit up in anticipation when he heard it and said, "This fire feather 8 precious chicken has heard of it before, but he has not eaten it yet." Then Gu Changsheng was on fire and quickly grabbed a fire feather 8 precious chicken and came back, and the two of them quickly plucked the feathers of the fire feather 8 precious chicken and roasted it for dinner, feasting on it. "Senior brother,
This fire feather 8 precious chicken is worthy of being a spirit bird that has lived for 800 years. I've heard it's delicious before, and when I tried it today, it really tasted absolutely amazing. Sitting next to the fire, Lin Yuan's ate his chicken leg and said in admiration, and Gu Changsheng next to him also nodded in agreement and said, "Yummy." It seems that when Elder Gu said that this fire feather 8 precious chicken is very tasty, it is indeed so. When the two of them said their goodbyes, before leaving, Lin Yuan smiled at his senior brother and waved his hand. "Senior brother Gu, goodbye. The next time you come to the Taiyin Holy Land, I'll treat you to a gourmet meal. Senior sister Lin, I will pay a visit some other day," Gu Changsheng said with some reluctance as she looked at the departing white-clothed figure. It was the first time he'd met a good friend he could talk to so well, and he hadn't made friends before. A few hours later, Elder Gu's furious roar came from Spirit Beast Peak. "Is that the bastard who stole the fire feather 8 precious chickens raised by the old man? I haven't even given up eating it after 800 years of hard work. So who on earth dares to steal the fire feather 8 precious chicken raised by this seat?" Then Gu Changsheng appeared in front of Elder Gu after hearing the commotion, handed over a few storage bags and said, "Elder Gu, I'm the one who ate it. So it was eaten by Daozi. That's fine. I was joking about those words just now. Daozi doesn't have to take it to heart." The original angry ancient elder took a look at the original Daozi 8, immediately changed his face and said, and the anger in his heart gradually calmed down. When the ancient elders received the storage bag with a sweep of the divine sense, immediately smiled with joy. Daozi out of the hand, really generous as always. This could buy many rare and delicious spirit beasts like the fire feather 8 precious chicken. Daozi, if you like to eat delicious spirit beasts like the fire feathered 8 precious chicken, I'll go get some more back. Elder Gu on this side stroked his beard and laughed after collecting his storage bag. Gu Changsheng nodded and said, "I'd like to thank Elder Gu for preparing some more delicious tasting spirit beast ingredients that senior sister likes to eat. I'd like to treat senior sister to a big meal next time." As he spoke, Gu Changsheng handed over a few more storage bags. "No problem. This matter is wrapped up in me absolutely properly. Don't worry, Daozi." This side heard the unexpected gossip of the ancient elders. Suddenly eyes lit up, said. Even the storage bag momentarily forgot to pick up. Elder Gu felt that he smelled something unusual. Counting the time, Daozi had also reached the age of pursuing a fairy. A few weeks later, Gu Changsheng paid a visit to the Taiyin Holy Land, and Lin Yuan warmly entertained senior brother Gu. And if one ignored the fact that the crowd of the Taiyin Holy Land had been staring at the two of them the entire time they were talking, it was still a very enjoyable meal. In these next 5 or 6 years, the two of them also often visited each other's homes as guests, and also used to go to the secret realm together as companions, and their feelings became deeper and deeper. Now Gu Changsheng recalled the days and nights he spent with senior sister Yuaner, whether it was the two of them eating hairy crabs together under the red maple forest in the fall, or silently cooperating with each other in battle to defeat those organ puppets in the secret realm, or in the attic. They talked about the scriptures and the Tao to understand the law, and all sorts of past events. Each scene recalled are incomparably clear, as if yesterday reappeared. He covered his chest, feeling that for the first time he was looking at his heart clearly, and that he had actually been in love for a long time, loving without realizing it. At this time, Gu Changsheng finally drifted off to a great realization, couldn't help but say, "So it turns out that I have long had my heart set on senior sister Yuaner, but I just haven't realized it for so many years." The great elder wasn't really wrong when he said I was like a piece of wood. If we let the players weigh in, we might want to say, what kind of wooden big brother and white moonlight little sister is this? Gu Changsheng, who had figured out his own feelings on this side, his gaze became incomparably firm, and he had already made up his mind to pursue his little senior sister. Even if there are thousands of dangers, going through fire and dying, I will never give up. It's senior brother, I was too obtuse in the past, and I've only woken up now. I want to pursue senior sister Yuaner and want to be with her forever. Gu Changsheng looked at the moon in the sky and thought of his senior sister's figure, muttering that he didn't want to be just good friends with senior sister Yuaner anymore, and wanted to be a Taoist couple with his senior sister. Imagining a future where he and his senior sister would talk and laugh together and travel around the mountains, Gu Changsheng felt that it would be such a happy thing. Just as Gu Changsheng was pondering plans on how to pursue senior sister Yuaner, at that moment, evergreen elder ancestor Gu Qingxuan's voice came. "Nagisa, come over to my place. I have something for you." Chapter 106, Understanding. Gu Changsheng replied with a nod after hearing these words. "Okay, Grandpa." Soon he instantly arrived within the cave residence of the evergreen old ancestor. And as soon as he entered, he saw that his grandfather and parents were surprisingly here, and that his father, Gu Mohan, had rushed back from the extraterritorial battlefield this evening. At this time, this handsome man in battle armor Gu Mohan was talking to the palace dress beauty Ji Wanong next to him. He held a crystal clear ethereal dreamy snow lotus flower, as if offering a treasure with a pleasing smile, and said, "Mistress, This is the ice spirit snow lotus that I picked back from the spirit race frontier. Rumor has it that this is the flower of eternity, which will never wither, symbolizing my eternal and unchanging love for you. In my opinion, Tomer, you are 1,000 times more beautiful than this ice spirit snow lotus. Flowers for beauty. This flower is more than appropriate for you. Smooth talker, you just know how to coax me with good words. This time you have gone to the extraterrestrial battlefield for several months. Where did you run off to fool around? There are fewer letters written than before, too, so don't be quick and honest. Jiwanong looked at this ice vibrant snow lotus a good mood or still daintily said, apparently for the previous days to reduce the exchange of letters some dissatisfaction. There were still many dangerous places in the extraterrestrial battlefield, and she was also worried about her husband's safety. When our human race fought with the spirit race, I fought with those experts of the spirit race who were at the 9th level of Zunshur. The fight came from the spirit race frontier to the ruins of an ancient battlefield ruin. The signal wasn't very good in that part of the world to cut off transmission, and when I got out of the ruins I realized that a couple of weeks had passed. I didn't rush to write back to you, ma'am, and then I hoofed it back. Gu Mohan hurriedly explained and said, he did not want to let the lady misunderstand and get angry. Then these days I'm afraid I can't enter the cave to be swept out. Brother chill, you didn't get hurt when you fought with the spirits, did you? Ji Wanong hurriedly pulled the other party's hand and asked with concern. Gu Mohan patted his chest and said with a big, bold smile, ha 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 ha, Tonger doesn't need to worry. I killed those spirit race exalted ones and it's nothing at all. Instead, I got quite a lot of good stuff. Husband, you're so powerful. Those spirit clans aren't even your match. Ji Wantong revealed an expression of adoration and quipped, while Gu Mohan swept his wife into his arms and said fondly, Tonger, I think about you every day in the extraterrestrial battlefield. Every second. Gu Changsheng, who was standing next to her, silently watched, feeling as if she was a bit redundant and really couldn't interject any words. However, Gu Changsheng had long since gotten used to this, and now he had even memorized these words silently. So this was how Dao couples got along with each other, and perhaps it would come in handy later. The players would definitely want to spit if they saw it. What kind of earthy love language is this? And what's there to learn from it? At this time Gu Mohan turned his head and finally saw his son, who came in for a while. He continued to embrace his wife without letting go and raised his head to greet him. Ah, Nagisa, you're here. Father, you've returned from the extraterrestrial battlefield. Are the battlefield conditions still safe? This side of Gu Changsheng also greeted and opened his mouth. Gu Mohan nodded his head and confidently and openly revealed a smile and said, all is well. The newly fought down territory of my Kyushu human race in the extraterrestrial battlefield has been properly settled, and now the results of the battle are still expanding. After the father and son exchanged a few moments, that's when grandfather Gu Qingxian opened his mouth and asked, Eternal life, say again in detail what you encountered in this secret realm encounter. I want to know more about the situation of the secret realm demons. Okay, Grandpa. Gu Changxing nodded his head and said, as he spoke in detail while also taking out the shadow retaining stone that had recorded the entire process of entering the secret realm and playing it. Because he was going to the secret realm to seal the entrance to the demon realm slit, he carried a shadow retaining stone with him to facilitate the recording of specific intelligence information about the demons in the secret realm. After all, from the ancient times of the first demon race invasion of the world of the 9 states has been a lapse of 10 million years too long. The human race for the demon race of the current intelligence knows very little, so even more need to understand to beware of the demon race. As the lingering stone played, Gu Changxing's parents and grandfather felt a bit shocked when they saw Lin Yuan burying 10 million demonic armies and many Saint Realm demon kings with his sword moves. Was this really a sword move that the Saint Realm could use? That much great Dao sense was comparable to some of the Zunis in the late Heavenly Sovereign Realm. It's true that heroes come out of the youth. The future generations are fearful. Little friend Lin's amazing talent is put into the ancient times. That is also a stunning talent. Even when I was young in the Saint Realm, I only managed to achieve the perfection of several law perceptions without ever stepping into the threshold of the great Dao. Evergreen old ancestor Gu Qingxian sighed. Gu Mohan and Ji Wanong beside him also nodded with empathy. Both husband and wife were at the heavenly dignity realm, one at the peak of the 9th level of the heavenly dignity realm, and the other at the late 7th level of the heavenly dignity realm. They naturally understood how difficult it was to comprehend the great Dao, and the more they understood that Lin Yuan, who had comprehended so many great Daos at a young age, was gifted with a demonic talent to the extreme. At this time, the shadow retaining stone also played to the scene where the blood demon Venerable One made a move to try to kill Gu Changsheng, and Lin Yuan was injured and fell from the air in order to save him from the sword. That killed so many demons. Or immaculate white fairy at this time but dress stained with blood, like a broken kite falling. This scene makes people look heartbreaking. Even evergreen old ancestor Gu Qingxian and Gu Mohan, who were used to seeing life and death, were moved by this.
because if this blood demon venerable one's fatal blow fell, then Gu Changsheng would most likely fall, and even if he didn't die, he would definitely be seriously injured. And in the face of such a horrifying attack like the full force of a heavenly sovereign realm powerhouse, Lin Yuan, who was only at the 4th level of the Saint realm, stood in front of Gu Changsheng and helped him resist such a heavy blow. How could this life and death friendship not make them, Gu Changsheng's relatives, feel for it? Next to her, Ji Wantong was even more worried and incomparable, looking at the injured white fairy in the image, subconsciously shouted, "Don't let anything happen." The next projection stone was also quickly put into Lin Yuan out of the red dust, a sword to kill the incarnation of the blood demon venerable. When they saw this scene, the 3 evergreen old ancestors were also shocked. Like little friend Lin, this kind of heavenly pride of the world is an existence that suppresses everything in whichever era you put it in, and people of the same generation can only look up to it. Saint realm crossing a large realm to kill a venerable. Those top great emperors in the ancient times were no better than that when they were teenagers. The evergreen old ancestor who had watched the battle exclaimed, sighing. The 2 people next to them, Gu Mohan and Ji Wanong, were also incredibly agreeable. Gu Mohan said, "It's fortunate that this isn't a heavenly pride from the same era as me. Otherwise it would be too much of a fall from grace to only be able to look at people's backs. This kind of amazing talent enlightenment is too strong. I've read a lot of canonical books from the ancient times. This level of heavenly pride stepping into the taboo level, Saint Realm kills venerable, this kind of battle record can be ranked among the top in the human race's heavenly pride sequence." Ji Wanong said with a heartfelt sigh of relief, "Above the average human genius is a genius, a heavenly pride, a supreme heavenly pride, a heavenly pride of the world, and the top human geniuses are all at the taboo level. The human sequence that is throughout the entire history of the human race in the entire 9 states since the taboo level heavenly pride rankings. Extremely secret, almost no much information circulated, only know that there is this concept. Faced with this kind of overwhelming pride that was rare in the entire history of the human race, they were also shaken. The difference in strength between the heavenly exaltation realm and the Saint realm was like the difference between an ancient beast and a mole cricket. The difference in strength was heavenly and earthly, like clouds and mud. It was as astonishing as a weak ant killing a strong elephant head-on. After the playback of the image scene of the shadow retaining stone had passed, evergreen old ancestor Gu Qingxian spoke. "This demonic seed is extremely harmful. Even you, Changsheng, have been struck, and I'm afraid that anyone else who encounters it will not be able to escape." Luckily, little friend Lin knew the solution, or else it would have been really dangerous. "It looks like old me will have to go to the Taiyin sacred land to find immortal Chu and little friend Lin in a few days to talk about the matters concerning the demon race." Then old ancestor Evergreen looked at the bright starry sky outside the window and spoke. "The Tianji Holy Land has calculated that there will be a tidal wave of aura caused by the epical tides coming to the Kyushu realm in a little over 2 years. By that time a new round of the Golden Great World would have opened, and the speed of cultivation would be much faster than it is now. Coupled with the fact that the loosening of the devil race's entrance seal is now just the beginning, the devil race is not going to give up on invading the Kyushu realm. It seems that the future is destined to be eventful." After hearing these words, Gu Changxing's face also became grave. He was now incomparably hateful towards the devil race, because the devil race made his senior sister injured, and he couldn't wait to kill all the devil races. "I know, Grandpa." Gu Changxing nodded his head in understanding and said. At this time the evergreen elder ancestor Gu Qingxian said with an incomparably solemn expression of command, "You've met a girl who can live and die together, so you must cherish and love her. Don't miss out on this genuine relationship and regret it when the time comes." At this instant Gu Qingxian thought of his beloved wife who had passed away long ago, his senior sister, because she had once tried to save him in the extraterrestrial battlefield. At that time, the senior sister to perform the secret method of burning longevity life essence. The essence of the deficit of divine medicine is difficult to save, resulting in the back of the early death, which has always been the biggest grief in his heart. Gu Qingxian, who had become the peak of the quasi-emperor, had the greatest wish to see his former lover again, and if immortality really existed in the world, then the method of resurrection should also exist. If there really was such a method, he would fight this life to find it. 10,000 deaths. The lineage of the Gu family in the Evergreen Holy Land may be due to family customs or heredity, and there are often infatuated species that love only one person in their lives and love them to death. In his previous life, the examination party player who had once mixed into the Evergreen Holy Land to become an outer disciple understood the Gu family's family history and uploaded it to the players' forums. And the players sighed after reading it. "I didn't realize that the Gu family clan of the Evergreen Holy Land often puts out love brains, and even Aotian brother Gu Changxing's parents are notorious for showing love in the central state. It seems that their son Gu Changxing is not close to women, but is instead an anomaly in the family." The Gu Changxing of this life had already understood that his mind was set on a goal, so he said with a firm gaze, I will definitely protect my beloved senior sister and will not let senior sister Yuan suffer any grievances. This side of the evergreen old ancestor heard very pleased. Then he paused for a moment surprised to open his mouth and said, Chang Shang, your kid just said beloved senior sister. Could it be that your kid is really enlightened and wants to pursue your senior sister? My heart pleases senior sister. This heart is visible in heaven and earth, the sun and the moon. At this time, Gu Changxing frankly and straightforwardly said seriously. Next to Ji Wandong excitedly wiped a handful of tears excitedly. Gosh, son, you finally realized. I thought you were afraid you were going to end up alone in this life, holding on to that Taoist book of yours. I didn't realize that your piece of wood could be considered to have blossomed. It's really not easy either. If she could express her joy at this moment with actions, Ji Wantong would want to celebrate a big banquet in the evergreen Holy Land with lights and colors for several years. This Sai Gu Mohan walked forward and said with one hand on his son's shoulder, Chang Shang, my father has brought gifts for you and your senior sister from the extraterrestrial battlefield this time. These are the 300,000-year-old heaven and earth Shinawang fruit and Tai divine wood branches, which can be used to comprehend the 5 elements Great Tao and increase your cultivation. Originally, I wanted to mention a few words to you, but I didn't expect that you silly boy would finally realize that he likes his senior sister. God knows how depressed I used to get when I heard you say you only treat people as good friends. I think I am wise and intelligent. How could I have such a mute and unintelligent son like you? Back in the day when I was courting your mother it was a mouthful of words. Can be active. You kid need to learn more from me. Then Gu Mohan began to teach his son about chasing people, such as giving things away, finding scenic places to meet on a date. And at the end of his speech he quietly transmitted his voice and said, Son, there's another very important trick, and it's a knowledge that my father had rummaged through numerous wild books back in the day. Back then, Lord Human Emperor punched numerous love rivals in order to pursue the Tai-Yin astrological monarch and warned them not to go after the Tai-Yin astrological monarch. This shows the reliability of the approach of relying on strength to defeat many love rivals. But the suitors of the Tai-Yin sacred maiden that your kid is going after are just too many, spreading all over the central state, and it's simply impossible to beat them up if you want to beat them up. If you meet a threatening love rival, just beat him up. Don't hesitate. Gu Changsheng on this side also hurriedly nodded his head. He felt that he had learned very useful knowledge. After all, this was the experience imparted by the deeds left behind by the human emperor lord in the ancient times. Ji Wanong over here came over with a joyful smile and handed over some storage bags and said, It's not enough to just send heavenly treasures. All of these are sent over as well. These are the latest models of the most popular clothes, jewelry of the fairies of the Middle Kingdom. Son, when are you going to invite the Holy Maiden of Tai-Yin over as a guest again? I'll prepare a sumptuous feast to entertain then. This matter of you pursuing the Tai-Yin Holy Maiden, our entire family will support and help you. Gu Changsheng had just received the storage bag handed over by his parents when Old Man Evergreen handed over another storage bag and said with a smile, Everlasting, go for it. The entire Evergreen Holy Land is your help. At this time, Gu Changsheng looked at his supportive family members, and he said with a heavy nod of his head after receiving the storage bag, I'll sure. When he returned to Sacred Sun Peak, Gu Changsheng sat on his futon and pondered. Senior sister Yuaner has just returned to the Tai-Yin Holy Land not long ago, so it would be inappropriate to pay a visit tomorrow without being too hasty instead. It's better to ask senior sister when she's free first, and then visit her in a few days. Thinking this way, Gu Changsheng took out his palm treasure and sent a message to his senior sister. Then he began to quiet his mind and prepare for cultivation. After the trip to the secret realm he was full of motivation for becoming stronger. The only way to guard his senior sister in the future was to become stronger. Soon when Gu Changsheng entered the state of cultivation, he realized that a scripture containing an incomparably arcane and profound aura of the great Tao had appeared in the depths of his divine soul, each outlined Tao pattern appearing to be very ancient and vicissitudinous, and the flow of the radiant immortal light contained appeared to be glittering. When Gu Changsheng broke through the deepest seal of the divine soul in the secret realm due to extreme emotion, causing this scripture to surface and appear in the depths of the divine soul, the magical power that accompanied the gushing out had not yet completely escaped, and so in conjunction with the method of refining the demonic seed of the Taoist heart instantly transformed the demonic seed. What exactly is this scripture? Why did it appear in the deepest part of my divine soul? And why does it have a familiar feeling? Gu Changsheng, who was sitting on the futon, fell into deep thought as he flipped through this scripture in the deepest part of his divine soul, realizing that it was only a single volume, but it was far more profound by many times than those imperial scriptures he had seen before. By looking through it, Gu Changsheng learned that there were two main functions of this ancient and mysterious to the core scripture. The first casting a flawless Tao foundation, and the foundation would become unparalleled solid and strong. The second role is to increase the battle power. More according to the degree of enlightenment and realm can increase the cultivator a minimum of 30%.
the highest 10 times the battle power. However, this scripture cultivation also has restrictive conditions that require excellent talent and amazing enlightenment to cultivate. One had to be a god body or saint body to be able to do so, and one's enlightenment had to be at least at the level of participating in the perfection of the laws. Moreover, it was very difficult to cultivate, and there was also an age limit. Only cultivators who were no older than 100 years old could cultivate. The effects look truly amazing. Just the first volume is even more powerful than the effects of those imperial scriptures I've seen before. Could it be the first volume of the legendary immortal scriptures? But isn't that a thing of legend? How did it appear before my eyes? Gu Changsheng felt a sense of familiarity as he looked at this scripture. As if he had practiced this immortal scripture before. Could it be that he was still an immortal in his past life? No matter what the previous life was like, it's all in the past. In this life, I am Gu Changsheng, and that is something that will never change. Gu Changsheng, who figured this out, didn't want to explore his past life. He just wanted to live this life. This Gong method is very suitable for a supreme heavenly pride like my senior sister and I to cultivate. When I visit senior sister in a few days, I'll give it to senior sister Yuaner together as a gift. Gu Changsheng directly made a decision. Although the immortal scriptures were very precious and rare in the world, it was more than appropriate to share them with his senior sister. Immediately afterward, Gu Changsheng also quickly continued to enter the state of cultivation. He was fully focused on cultivation, constantly absorbing the surrounding spiritual qi. His strength was also constantly accumulating and improving. A few days later, Lin Yuan, who was practicing in the Taiyin sacred ground over here, woke up from comprehending the laws of time, and gained good harvests, and his use of the laws of time was further advanced. As he reached out, he saw a seed sprout from the soil instantly growing new leaves, and then a lush tree soon appeared, blossoming and bearing fruit in the blink of an eye, followed by the fading of branches and leaves, as if spring, summer, fall, and winter had passed in an instant. This was all because of the law of time. Lin Yuan had accelerated the time of this seed, allowing it to grow rapidly. The laws of time have accelerated with new insights and are more comfortable to use. This move can be used on the enemy later after deeply comprehending the avenue of time to accelerate the burning of the enemy's lifespan. Lin Yuan's side pondered over the moves, and after doing so he decided to relax for a while. Before our fighting cultivation also some tired. Also should relax for a day or two. Labor and leisure. Cultivation efficiency is better. When Lin Yuan flipped out his palm treasure intending to browse through the news of the Central State Forum, he found Senior Brother Gu's message, thinking to himself, Senior Gu asked when I'm free, so I'll reply with the time first. Lin Yuan, who had finished replying to Elder Brother Gu's appointment to meet tomorrow, continued to start browsing up his palm. Mid-State Forum launch. The first headline on the front page was that long headline party. The news about the Holy Maiden of Taiyin attending the Sword Trial Conference was exploding with heat. Many cultivators commented below regretting that they didn't go to the Sword Trial Conference and missed seeing the Holy Maiden. Lin Yuan logged in as a small number and directly skipped the headline news about the Taiyin Holy Maiden, and then opened the second news item. Myriad Sound Pavilion Fairy performs new opera garden of terrifying dreams. It's true that it's not just text descriptions that can make popular gossip news, but crucially, there's also video. When I opened the video, I saw that in the garden full of spring color and flowers, the fairies of the Myriad Music Pavilion were playing the zither and playing music to sing on the stage, dancing beautifully and waving their sleeves like clouds, just like butterflies limp and dancing, and their voices were as beautiful as heavenly music, and the sound of their voices lingered around the beams of their voices, and they would not stop for 3 days. It was true that no matter whether it was in the modern world or in the world of Kyushu, everyone's taste in appreciating beauty was the same. Who didn't like to see pretty young ladies singing and dancing? Lin Yuan drank tea and ate snacks while listening to the song. He thought to himself that Elder Zhongli really had a reason for liking to do this. This is what enjoying life is all about. I have nothing to do today. I drink tea and listen to music, then play music and then dance. Chapter 107 Updates. Lin Yuan swiped the video with his palm treasure to watch the fairies of the Myriad Sound Pavilion sing, and after listening to the song he used his trumpet to give the video a like. He then proceeded to browse through the Central State News, like a melon-eating badger watching the top 10 headlines, half of which were videos related to the various fairies in Central State. For example, the celebratory scene in this year's 100 Flowers ceremony at the 100 Flowers Pavilion, where beautiful women dazzle the eye. Can even see the Yaoqi fairy dancing sword scene? That video open a look. The scene is a stream next to the surrounding flowers and trees, along with the colorful, waterside beauty dancing sword look very pleasing to the eye. The few remaining news items were that some secret realms in the Central State had made significant discoveries, such as a casual cultivator discovering the opening of an ancient relic hidden in a certain secret realm, and so on and so forth, topics. After watching a dozen more videos, Lin Yuan also satisfied his desire to eat melon. He finished his tea and then ate the watermelon that was freshly cut from his storage bag, and really just ate melon while watching the show. He thought of the cultivators he saw saluting him at the sword trial assembly, and logged on to the large Taiyin holy maiden Lin Yuan. Just as soon as he logged in, Lin Yuan saw reply to the post those countless comments, many of which are thank yous for posting things like, "Many thanks for the grace of the holy maiden's guidance. I will never forget it. Your Highness explains the sword and Dao techniques in an incisive manner, straight to the essence. It made me watch it and then it was like an enlightenment, a sudden realization. It turns out that there is also a gift-giving function with spirit stones, and although my gift is insignificant to your Highness, I come every day to give a gift to show my true appreciation. Ever since I watched your Highness's teaching posts and videos, my cultivation strokes have improved all the way, and this clan competition, I've improved by 160 places compared to the last time. Olmi originally encountered difficulties in cultivating an extremely profound sword technique and was trapped for 8 years, and it was only after reading your Highness's explanation that I realized what the problem was. I came over to express my gratitude right after solving the problem. How come there's still a limit on the maximum number of spirit stones for gifting in this forum? I would also like to charge more spirit stones to thank your Highness. Such a favor is appreciated. This is really the treasure of the town station in the knowledge area of the Central State Forum. Show your appreciation by liking your Highness's posts every day." Seeing these many posts of grateful pursuit, Lin Yuan was also in a good mood. This feeling of being appreciated and praised was very cool. It's been a few months since I posted with my big number, so let's update today's post with the sword and Dao explanations. Thinking this way, Lin Yuan opened the post in the knowledge partition. Then he used his divine mind to quickly code and write the text of the explanation, and then took a few instructional videos and uploaded them. These video explanations are very detailed and easy to understand. The complex, obscure and difficult to understand knowledge are as simple as possible to understand. Try to let every cultivator who has seen the video can watch and learn something. This was Lin Yuan's usual style of explaining his moves in Dao, whether it was posted on the players forum or now on the Zhengzhou forum. As always, he tried to let as many people as possible be able to figure it out and materialize the image of those esoteric and mysterious feelings. By the time Lin Yuan had finished posting the video and uploading it, these few posts were quickly and immediately discovered by the many cultivators who were paying attention to the large number of the Taiyin Sacred Maiden, and then the posts quickly exploded. In just an instant, the comments on this post directly soared to a terrifyingly astronomical number, showing that there were really a lot of Zhengzhou cultivators online at this time, and the vast majority of them had followed the account of the Taiyin Sacred Maiden Lin Yuan. The powerful appeal of this top stream number 1 in Central State's popularity is completely disconnected from popularity in the Central State Forum. For most of the cultivators, those sacred land ancestors and sacred lords were all too far away from them. This resulted in a small number of Zhengzhou cultivators following them. Basically, disciples of their respective holy lands clicked to follow them outside of that, with a relatively small number of fans. As for the holy sons and daughters of other holy places, although they also had quite a few fans online, they were only on a small scale. Zhengzhou forum fan number of accounts is a lot of various types of live broadcast popular anchor cultivators. There are explaining, refining, alchemy, cultivation, but also adventure, treasure hunting, and singing, dancing type of blogger, a variety of all kinds 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 of. But the popularity of these popular blogger cultivators in the live broadcasting room was simply more than thousands of times different than that of Her Highness, the top stream Taiyin Sacred Maiden of the Central State. It's like the difference between the light of a candle flame compared to the vast sun. Lin Yuan, who had finished posting his teaching post, looked at so many enthusiastic netizens replying, and he didn't know how to reply to the crowd. He simply couldn't reply, so he chose to go offline. Sometimes it's not good for a big number to be too famous. It's better to be small, surfing the web as much as you want, free and easy, without being surrounded by a bunch of internet users. Lin Yuan thought about logging back into the small number White Sword Immortal really handsome. This is one of his 18 small number. Looks a little middle-aged. But starting so many trumpets gave Lin Yuan a bit of a headache as a naming waste, so he just took random trumpet names. Anyway, the internet is so big, who knew it would be him underneath this little number? There is less entertainment on the Kyushu network these days, mainly watching videos or live streaming. When the players go online, maybe they'll even use the retention stones to make TV dramas and movies you can watch, giving the cultivators of the Kyushu some modern civic shocks. Lin Yuan said with a sigh as he swiped through the Central State Forum. The current entertainment in the Kyushu realm was relatively homogeneous. As for what future players will get up to when they land, that's the future. After 2 hours,
Lin Yuan put down his palm and decided to go out to eat outside. The spirit cooks of the Taiyin Holy Land were very good at their craft, because they knew that their own holy maiden loved food. The elders of the Taiyin Holy Land's food hall had specially poached some top chefs with high salaries from Taotai House, one of the most famous restaurants in Central State, and each of them would have a handful of unique skills, making the food quite tasty. As soon as he pushed open the door, Lin Yuan saw Supreme Elder Chu Lingyun and Patriarch Qinyu, who appeared outside the door in an instant. At this point he had the inexplicable feeling of walking out of his room to see his parents after hours of playing on his cell phone after homework. On second thought, he had already broken through the 9th level of the Saint Realm, and had also been comprehending the laws of time for many days. It's not just playing with a Palm Pilot. There's nothing to be ashamed of. It's called combining labor and rest. Ever since Lin Yuan went into seclusion, Chu Lingyun and Qinyu had been using their divine sense to focus on the outside of the cave's door, and when they saw Lin Yuan come out they directly rushed here by instantaneous movement. The Supreme Elder on this side, Chu Lingyun, felt the late 9th stage of the Saint Realm on Lin Yuan's body, and she said with a smile that could hardly close her mouth, "Good, good, good. You've broken through to the late 9th stage of the Saint Realm. Our Taiyin sacred land will definitely be able to create a new glorious history with you. You've been practicing hard. The meal hall has long prepared the dishes you usually love to eat. Quickly go and eat." Next to her, Qinyu was also smiling and nodding her head repeatedly. She was also very much looking forward to the Taiyin Sacred Ground's future ascent to the top of the #1 sacred ground scene under Lin Yuan's leadership. "Grandmother, cultivation isn't hard. Let's eat together." Lin Yuan smiled at Supreme Elder Chu Lingyun as he thought of Senior Brother Gu coming over to the Holy Land tomorrow, so he said, "By the way, Senior Brother Gu and I have an appointment to come over and visit the Holy Land tomorrow, and I had a big meal at the Evergreen Holy Land earlier, so I want to entertain back as well." Chu Lingyun over here heard that Gu Changsheng was coming to visit her family's precious holy maiden. She thought to herself, this Evergreen Saint's son had even caused Yuaner to be injured, but he still had the face to come over to the Holy Land to pay a visit. What a big nerve. The Holy Lord Qinyu next to her also had a change of expression. She also hated the fact that the wild men under the sky should stay as far away from Lin Yuan as possible and not come to seduce our holy maiden. At this time the Supreme Elder Chu Lingyun was afraid of scaring his granddaughter to hold down the heart of the killing in anger. Her eyes shed a cold light on the surface of the smile and said, "Don't worry, Yuaner, our Taiyin Holy Land will treat him well." Chapter 108 Reflections. As Lin Yuan dined, he heard the voice of the Nine Heavens Bright Moon Mirror Artifact Spirit Senior ringing in his ears. "Your Highness, that demon venerable's body that injured you before has already been killed by me, as well as its bloodline descendants are all dead." This is the scene of the battle at that time. The Nine Heavens Bright Moon Mirror Artifact Spirit transmitted an image of the battle at that time after finishing speaking. "Thank you, Elder Mirror." Lin Yuan gratefully opened his mouth and said. He also didn't expect Elder Mirror to step in and directly and quickly resolve the blood demon venerable body. This was a solution to a hidden danger. After all, the only good haters are dead haters. Originally, Lin Yuan had planned to wait until he became an exalted one and then cultivate for some more years at that time. When the demon race invaded, he would then settle the blood demon exalted one's main body. Now that it seemed unnecessary, Lin Yuan looked at the picture, the blood demon venerable who had been soul-crushingly scattered by the terrifying blow emitted by the Nine Heavens Bright Moon Mirror projection. He silently scratched this enemy out of his little book of mental grudges. It's so soothing to know that revenge doesn't last overnight. As for experience, there were plenty of demon races exalted ones, as well as the heavenly exalt realm experts of the 10,000 races on the extraterrestrial battlefield, adding up to an even more staggering number. So after Lin Yuan became an exalted, he wouldn't be lacking the heavenly exalted realm expert experience gift pack at all. As long as the strength is strong enough, killing Zunis to earn experience and upgrade speed in the extraterrestrial battlefield will never be slow. But instead, the more they kill, the stronger they are and the faster they progress. Your Highness, this time I went out to infiltrate the demon realm, and in order to break through the demon realm's boundary I consumed some energy. So I want to rest for 2 or 3 months to recover my energy. During that time, if your Highness has anything, you can just wake me up. It won't matter. I'm always at your service. Your Highness. The Nine Heavens Bright Moon Mirror Artifact Spirit said in a voice transmission that it had also encountered the boundary that the demon great emperors had set up in the demon realm millions of years ago after projecting into the demon realm. These demon boundaries had decayed many times over after such a long period of time, but breaking through first still took some of the energy that the Nine Heavens Bright Moon Mirror had previously stored. Elder Mirror, you can rest as much as you want. Don't worry. I'm staying in the Holy Land for the next few months and don't intend to go out, Lin Yuan said in a voice transmission. Before he had also opened a channel to report demons and devils after networking to the Central State. Cultivators in Central China can call the reporting hotline if they encounter a demon or devil that is too powerful to deal with.
The Taoist Union will send a specialized department of law enforcement officers to deal with this matter, and there are corresponding rewards for reporting the truth. Years ago, in order to better subdue the demons and eliminate the devils, after he gave a greeting to the Taoist Alliance, as a subordinate organization of the 10 Great Sacred Grounds, the Taoist Alliance immediately sent out the law enforcement department of the cultivators for the Taiyin Sacred Maiden to collect information on the demons from all walks of life, as well as to follow His Highness in the saddle. Therefore, the top boss of the law enforcement department of the Tao Alliance headquarters in the central state was the Taiyin Sacred Maiden Lin Yuan, which was under direct jurisdiction. After Lin Yuan's instructions, once the Tao Alliance's law enforcement department found any very dangerous demons or devils popping up, they would summon him and then he would step in to take care of them. The efficiency of descending demons and eliminating devils in this way is very fast. So Lin Yuan used to patrol the hunt without having to care about the intelligence as long as he kills the enemy, which is very efficient. Recently, the Tao Alliance's law enforcement department gave me a report on the situation through the palm. Law and order in Central State is relatively good right now. Those demonic forces still remaining in the Central State had all disappeared, most likely transferring their base camps to other places, and there was little trace to be found. He killed too many back then, scaring the devilish and evil cultivators that he hadn't encountered, resulting in also no ungrateful devilish evil cultivator dares to pop up after my return. Killing the enemy can't find a target, so it's better to cultivate in the Holy Land. Lin Yuan thought, so there is no way. Have the intention to subdue the demons and eliminate the devil, but the Central State also has no devil cultivator evil cultivator show up. After all, those bold and arrogant devil cultivators and evil cultivators have long been killed by him, because the devil cultivator and evil cultivator has been difficult to have any survival space in the Central State. As long as the Central State cultivators found, that is to report and deal with the death of the body in the road to die, a one-stop service. That's why the devil cultivators are hiding like rats. And even those people probably left the Central State a long time ago and ran away to other big states. And there are even some that maybe aren't even in the human frontier anymore. Over here in the Evergreen Holy Land, Gu Changsheng, who had received a reply about the time to meet tomorrow, was also in a mood that was difficult to calm down. And tomorrow he would be going to see senior sister Yuaner. How to pursue his senior sister in this regard? He didn't have much experience, although he had the experience of pursuing his father, Gu Mohan, who had imparted it to him. It didn't feel like it was enough. Gu Changsheng then decided to get more experience from others. And he thought of what senior sister Yuaner had once said. One person is a good advisor, but 3 people are good advisors. Sometimes it is possible to listen to other people's opinions and choose the useful suggestions among them. Gu Changsheng first thought of Elder Su Hong, but quickly shook his head, considering that Elder Su Hong didn't have a Taoist couple, and that it felt a bit embarrassing to bother the elders over such childish matters. He decided that it would be better to ask the younger disciples in the Sacred Sun Peak to see if he could get some useful advice. So Gu Changsheng quickly found his target with a sweep of his divine mind, an outer disciple at the gate who looked vacant. At this time, where the Sacred Sun Peak Palace was receiving guests, an outer disciple was holding a palm in his hand and was giggling while looking at it. This person was named Shenlu, who was in charge of the reception. Since the many elders of the Evergreen Holy Land knew that the Holy Sun liked to study the canonical books behind closed doors, there weren't any elders who would come to disturb the Holy Sun's cultivation. It caused Shenlu to feel that the task he had taken on was really too leisurely. A job of looking after the gate. It wasn't good to cultivate during the mission, so he picked up his palm and watched the live stream with great interest. And there was no provision in the sect rules that said you couldn't go online during work. This outer sect senior brother, quickly come to the cave to meet me. At this time a familiar and somewhat unfamiliar voice came into Shenlu's ears. Surprisingly, it was Daozi who called out to him to go to the cave. He couldn't help but think to himself, could it be that Daozi saw me playing with the palm and wanted to shout over to criticize? It's over. I should have known better. Yes, Daozi. At this time, Shenlu hurriedly replied, and he quickly arrived inside the Holy Sun's cave, waiting to be criticized with apprehension. This outer disciple, do you know how to pursue your sweetheart? Gu Changsheng opened his mouth to inquire and said. Hearing this, Shenlu couldn't help but blurt out when he reacted. Daozi, you're not thinking of pursuing Her Highness, the Taiyin Holy Maiden, are you? Gu Changsheng fell into a state of silence. He had only been enlightened for a short while, and had only told his family that he wanted to pursue his senior sister. He didn't expect to be guessed by an outer disciple. Could it be that the matter of him liking his senior sister was known to all the people in the Evergreen Holy Land? Had he acted so obviously in the past? In fact, the vast majority of the people in the Evergreen Holy Land felt that their family's Daozi liked the Taiyin Holy Maiden. Otherwise, why would Daozi smile so happily every time they met? An elder once exclaimed, "This is the first time I've seen Daozi smile." At this time, Gu Changsheng, who was sitting on the futon, said bluntly, as he directly handed over several storage bags filled with spirit stones. I do want to pursue senior sister Yuaner, so I want to learn more about the experience of chasing someone. Shenlu, who heard this inquiry from Daozi, he then saw the spirit stone handed over, and also began to rack his brain to think up a reply. Daozi, I see that the experience posting of pursuing fairies on the Central State Forum mentioned that gifts should be pitched at the right place, and that gifts made by hand are more sincere. You might consider getting your hands dirty and making a gift that Her Highness, the Holy Maiden of Taiyin, would like. Shenlu also had no experience in pursuing fairies, and at most, he had gone online to look at videos of fairies dancing, and in the end, he only came up with this suggestion. Gu Changsheng heard this and thought that this was a good suggestion. Senior sister Yuaner loved food, so he could personally make some of his sister's favorite dishes as a gift. Your suggestion is good. I'm going to make some of my senior sister's favorite dishes to send over as a gift. After considering this, Gu Changsheng opened his mouth and said, waving his hand, he added some storage bags containing spirit stones as rewards and put them into Shenlu's hand. Thanks, Michiko. Receiving the spirit stone, Shenlu hurriedly thanked and saluted. He used his divine sense to count the spirit stones in his storage bag and thought, Daozi is really generous. It's exactly like the rumors. Gu Changxing on this side acted directly to instantly move to the kitchen. He took out his palm treasure and searched the online recipes before starting to cook. Did Michiko go and cook this? It's so fast. I wonder what kind of dish was made in the end. Shenlu, who was sitting on the futon, thought to himself as he watched the Daozi in front of him instantly disappear without a trace. He felt that Daozi's cultivation talent was so strong. Cooking shouldn't be that bad even if it was his first time doing it, so he couldn't help but be filled with curious anticipation. A few hours later, a loud ringing sound came from within the holy sun peak of the evergreen Holy Land, like thunder exploding, as if 10,000 horses were roaring in unison, breaking the tranquil atmosphere among the mountains and forests, causing the birds in the air to scatter and flee. Rumble, rumble, deafening sounds accompanied by skyward flames and violent explosions rang out. The entire roof and walls of the kitchen within the cave were blown away. Chapter 109 Meeting, above. Only broken walls were left behind after the kitchen explosion, and there was a young man in a Taoist robe standing in the center, who seemed to be in deep thought at the scene. There was also something like an iron pot and more like an alchemy furnace on the ground, blown up and blackened with debris everywhere. It seems that the fire was too big before, as well as the dozen or so kinds of spiritual herbs that were added had conflicted with each other, leading to the explosion that produced. Gu Changsheng pondered and muttered as he casually waved his sleeves, and with the effects of earth walling and house building techniques and other spells, the new kitchen was soon built. Divine thought. Instantly storage bag flew out of the new kitchenware, pots and pans set up. These things since seeing the senior sister brought. He also prepared a lot of sets of kitchenware. Originally, Gu Changsheng had started practicing according to a recipe she found online, but as she practiced, she began to be unsatisfied with the simple recipe. He searched for the fact that Sifu Yuaner deserved the best, and that a novice like himself would make this simple dish, and the food would not taste as good as the craftsmanship of those chefs who had been operating this path for years. It's better to find another way to improve and create new recipes for dishes that are both thoughtful and innovative. So Gu Changsheng began the path of improving his recipes, and he hoped to create very delicious and flavorful high-quality advanced spirit food. So the cooking had to be done with the best ingredients, and those recipes didn't have enough quality and quantity of spirit herbs added. So he took out a bunch of herbs from his storage bag and added them in order to get better flavor. The flame he used to cook the dish was the 6-ding divine flame condensed out of his mana, which was one of the supreme laws, the fire of the strange doors, which was divine and extraordinary. The temperature of this flame was extremely high, causing the iron pots cast in basalt iron in the kitchen to be unable to carry the temperature and melt into iron. So Gu Changsheng saw that the iron pot couldn't carry the 6-ding divine flame, so he took out an alchemy furnace, and he pondered. Both are used to cook things. An iron pot and an alchemy furnace are similar. No. Try using it first. Then Gu Changsheng looked at the pot cooking this pot of soup that looked a bit strange in color, felt that it was not selling well. He then added some brightly colored spiritual flowers and other ingredients. So a variety of spiritual herbs and flowers ingredients plus a variety of medicinal power convergence and conflict to the extreme point will occur a big explosion. This kind of cooking method like alchemy, but all without alchemy techniques of harmonization. By feeling to try not to explode is strange. This side of the Supreme Elder originally indulged in drinking in the cave. The ground, placed a lot of wine altar. Heard this explosion also instantly awake too. The eyes become sharp up full of probing thought. What the hell is going on here? There's even an explosion coming from the sacred sun peak? Did something happen while old man was away? Could someone be able to sneak into the Holy Land to attack the sacred sun peak? It shouldn't be so. So multiple defense formations are not vegetarian. And who dares to come to our evergreen Holy Land to throw heavenly thunderbolt to blow up the Holy Sun Peak?
Isn't this looking for death?
The only one who had the ability to do such a thing at the Holy Land Peak was Daozi.
So it shouldn't be that he blew up the sacred Sun Peak, right? As soon as he thought of this possibility, all of a sudden, Elder Su also couldn't sit still and directly instantaneously arrived at the sacred Sun Peak.
Although it was possible to use divine sense to probe the situation, how could it be as real as coming over to see it on the ground? When he came to Sacred Sun Peak, Elder Su Hong saw the kitchen that had been blown up and Gu Changsheng, who was standing there not knowing what he was tinkering with that caused the explosion.
Elder Su Hong couldn't help but curiously come closer and ask, Daozi, did you just blow up the furnace in alchemy?
Grand Elder, I was cooking just now. Tomorrow I'm going to see Senior Sister Yuaner, and I wanted to make a dish with my own hands to give to Senior Sister.
Gu Changsheng shook his head and opened his mouth, and Elder Su Hong, who heard these words, was also surprised and speechless and thought, who cooks and makes such a big explosion? The Danding Peak of Alchemy did often show this movement.
Those Dan masters often blow up their furnaces every time they come up with some new and rare pills.
So that's how it is. Then you continue. Daozi, don't worry about the old man.
Elder Su Hong waved his hand and said, he thought of the fact that Taiyin sacred maiden Lin Yuan liked food, and it was a good idea for Daozi to think of making a dish to send over with his own hands.
That is, Daozi, can he eat the food he made?
Thinking about the sound of the explosion just now makes Elder Su Hong a little worried, but it is not good to say it explicitly.
It is better to look again.
So Elder Su Hong found a tree to sit down, and he drank while he watched on. Seeing this, Gu Changsheng also continued to devote herself to cooking and began to continue experimenting with new recipes.
For the 96th failed explosion of a new recipe attempt just now,
Gu Changsheng felt that it was quite normal and not too much of a surprise.
Failing to try new recipes was the norm now.
It's not that simple to create high-quality,
new, delicious and flavorful spirit food recipes.
Many spiritual chefs have failed over and over again and worked long and hard to create satisfying signature recipes,
and decades are considered few,
and centuries are not too many. And it was even harder for Gu Changsheng as a novice cook to create high-quality recipes that he was satisfied with, given his personality of pursuing perfection. And so after Gu Changsheng continued to devote himself to the cooking process, the sounds of explosions came from Sacred Sun Peak one after another, and flames shot up to the sky. After a dozen explosions, Gu Changsheng didn't even bother to rebuild the kitchen and stood directly on the rubble to experiment with new recipes.
And Shen Lu, the outer disciple sitting on the futon, listened to the incessant explosions every other day. From the initial shock of disbelief, to the later also got used to it, he thought in his heart, I didn't realize Michiko would be the kitchen killer the internet said she was. It seems that the saying, no one is perfect, no gold is perfect, is really not wrong. Successive explosions resounded within Saint Sun Peak,
making the other elders who were unaware of the truth think that Daozi was practicing some kind of fire or thunder method. And it was until nighttime when Elder Su Hong couldn't stand to watch and persuaded,
Daozi, you're going to meet the Taiyin Holy Maiden tomorrow, and this cooking skill can't be practiced in just one day.
It takes a long time to practice to get it perfect.
Why don't you just buy the dishes made by the top spirit chefs and send them over like before? Gu Changsheng, who heard this suggestion,
thought of the fact that she would be meeting her senior sister tomorrow.
Creating innovative recipes is really not something that can be accomplished in a day or night. It takes longer. It's better to wait until later to create a satisfying new recipe before surprising Sister Yuchi.
So Gu Changsheng also listened to the advice and nodded her head,
saying, the Grand Elder has a point, so I'll do the same as before.
Elder Su Hong, who heard these words, also breathed a sigh of relief.
He didn't want to see Daozi serving a pot of strange dark cuisine to the Taiyin Holy Maiden,
which was a gift that was clearly a death sentence.
Gu Changsheng then returned to the cave after repairing the kitchen, and when he saw that the outer disciple Shen Lu hadn't left yet, he thought of the trick his father had said. The whole beating up a love interest thing wasn't like cooking, he could still do it easily. Gu Changsheng was confident that among the current younger generation, other than his senior sister, no one else was his match. Do you know who is more famous among the people pursuing senior sister Yuaner in Central State?
Gu Changsheng opened his mouth and directly inquired. He usually indulged in cultivation and generally did not go online, so he did not know much about the situation of the Central State Forum, and the Palm Treasure's role for him was similar to that of the Transmission Jade Slip. A few years ago, when senior sister Yuaner first held her palm to him, she said, "Elder brother, this palm treasure has finally been researched." At that time, after his senior sister left, although he wasn't clear about the role of the palm treasure, Gu Changsheng didn't hesitate to buy a large number of palm treasures from the industry underneath his senior sister. The evergreen sacred ground was given a palm pendant by hand, for no other reason than to buy more to make his senior sister happy.
Daozi, Her Highness,
the Taiyin Holy Maiden has many fans and suitors in the Central State.
and there are countless people who want to pursue Her Highness. The most famous person among them would be Yan Liang of the Red Sun Holy Land. I heard that the first time he saw Her Highness, the Holy Maiden of Taiyin, he directly proposed to her, and then he was beaten and hung up for 3 days and 3 nights. However, this person still did not give up his heart and often ran to the Taiyin Holy Land to send gifts to see Her Highness the Holy Maiden. Moreover, this person Yan Liang has also been cursing against many cultivators online, saying that they are not worthy of pursuing the Holy Maiden of Taiyin, saying that he is the #1 suitor of Her Highness the Holy Maiden. Shenlu mentioned this and spoke at length. He was one of the many fans of Her Highness, the Sacred Maiden of Taiyin. Lin Yuan had read all those teaching posts that he had posted, and had spent quite a few spirit stones to send gifts and flowers at the bottom of the posts. In the view of Shenlu, who was a disciple of the Evergreen Holy Land, among the many people pursuing Her Highness the Taiyin Holy Maiden in the Central State Holy Land, only their Dao son from the Evergreen Holy Land was truly qualified to pursue Her Highness the Taiyin Holy Maiden, although there wasn't much hope. But in case he succeeded, wouldn't he be able to meet his idol, Her Highness the Holy Maiden, often in the Evergreen Holy Land? Therefore, Shenlu has also used his trumpet in the Central State Forum in the past few years, and Yan Liang, the Holy Son of the Red Sun, has also used his trumpet to curse at each other across the internet line. Daozi's question made Shenlu immediately think of this person, and he spoke with some indignation in his tone. When Gu Changsheng heard that this Yan Liang dared to propose to his sister and also harassed her so much, his expression instantly became as cold as ice, making the air around him become as cold as an ice cellar. What realm is this Yan Liang? Where is he now? Gu Changsheng's eyes flashed with a cold light as he opened his mouth to ask, wanting to teach this brazen love rival a lesson now. Daozi, I heard that Yan Liang's current realm is the 7th level of the creation realm, and he ran to the Taiyin sacred ground to deliver a gift a while ago and was discovered by old ancestor Qiang, who captured him and beat him back for many days. The Red Sun Holy Land was able to hear pig-killing screams every day. Recently, I heard that the great Luo Holy Maiden Ling Qingren went to the Red Sun Holy Land to challenge Yan Liang, and the great Luo Holy Maiden beat him fat again. And now Yan Liang is still in the Red Sun Holy Land in confinement. Gu Changsheng, who heard these words over here, was also silent as he thought to himself, why is this Yan Liang's realm so low? It's only the 7th level of the creation realm, not even the life and death realm. He wanted to step in and teach this guy a lesson himself, in case the other cultivators saw him and thought that he was bullying the small with the big. Gu Changsheng didn't care about other people's opinions. He was worried that his senior sister would misunderstand and think he was bullying the weak. First let go of Yan Liang, this guy. Anyway, this person has also been taught by the Red Sun ancestor, and the great Luo Holy Maiden is still in confinement. Wait for the future to meet and then clean up the other party. Jumping clown. Not enough to worry about. If I meet him next time and he dares to harass senior sister, I will definitely teach him a lesson. Gu Changsheng said with a cold snort after thinking about it, and he threw out a few more spirit stone storage bags to Shenlu, who had answered the question. Thanks Michiko, can I go back then? Shenlu, who received the storage bag, said happily and bravely that he found that Daozi was not only generous, but actually quite nice. He had been playing with his palm for so many days while watching the gate, and Daozi must have seen it and not criticized himself, and sought him out to ask for advice on chasing people, which was really flattering. I'm grateful to this senior brother for answering my questions, so go back to your own business. For this outer sect disciple who had provided useful advice and information, Gu Changsheng didn't begrudge the statement, opening his mouth. Tomorrow was quickly approaching, and as Gu Changsheng wanted to set off for the Taiyin Holy Land, suddenly evergreen old ancestor Gu Qingxian appeared in front of him and said, "Oh, eternal life, I will also go forward with you." Evergreen old ancestor Gu Qingxian knew that if he didn't go himself, then Gu Changsheng would definitely have to suffer this time when he went to the Taiyin Holy Land. With Taiyin Sacred Land Supreme Elder Chu Lingyun's style of acting, it was something that didn't mind bullying the small with the large at all. Okay, Grandpa, Gu Changsheng answered. He didn't think much about it, just thought that his grandfather had something to discuss with the Supreme Elder of the Taiyin Holy Land, presumably this big matter of the demon race. In fact, his guess wasn't wrong. Old Ancestor Evergreen did want to discuss the matter of the demon race with the Taiyin Sacred Land Supreme Elder Chu Lingyun this time when he went to the Taiyin Sacred Land. When they arrived at the entrance to the Taiyin Sacred Ground, Gu Changsheng saw it at a glance. His senior sister, who was surrounded by the crowd of the Taiyin Sacred Ground, was waving this way. Lin Yuan said as he smiled in greeting when he saw senior brother Gu arrive. Senior brother Gu, you're here. Gu Changsheng on this side was just about to reply when he felt a majestic and vast pressure surging towards him, and immediately his body sank, as heavy as a Tarzan pressing down on him. This pressure was then counteracted by another familiar quasi-imperial pressure emanating from the evergreen old ancestor. At that moment, Chu Lingyun appeared in the air with an unkind look in his eyes as he looked down at Gu Changsheng. Ha 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 ha. Fairy Chu don't come back well. This seat has come to the Taiyin Holy Land this time to discuss important matters. Evergreen Elder Ancestor Gu Qingxian said with a big smile and an arching salute as he took a step forward to ease the atmosphere. Seeing this, Chu Lingyun also withdrew his icy sight and arched his hand to return the salute and said, "In that case, fellow Taoist Gu, please head inside." After the Supreme Elder Chu Lingyun and the Evergreen Old Ancestor had both disappeared into thin air, the crowd of the Evergreen Holy Land felt relieved, and that quasi-imperial level pressure, even if it had been tightened up a lot, the overflowing might was still frightening to the heart. "Senior sister Yuan, I'm coming." Gu Changsheng over here reacted and said to his senior sister in greeting, his words just falling. At that moment, all the people from the Taiyin Holy Land unanimously looked at where Gu Changsheng was, and if their eyes were able to directly knife people, I'm afraid that there would have been 1,000 holes there already. Early on, when they learned that the Evergreen Saint's son would come over to visit the Holy Land, the people of the Taiyin Holy Land all reached a consensus. Guard our best saintly highness. Stop any wild men from outside the Holy Land from coming near Her Highness. Chapter 110 Meetings, below. Yesterday, the many disciples of the Taiyin Sacred Ground got the news that the Evergreen Sacred Son, Gu Changsheng, was coming to see their family's holy maiden, and all of them were suddenly like a great enemy. This Evergreen Saint's son had often run towards the Taiyin Sacred Ground in the past few years, and anyone with a clear eye would be able to tell what he had in mind for Her Highness. It's a pity that this person has been holding back and not confessing. Unlike that Yen Liang who directly proposed to expose the wolf's ambition, the result was that they were also unable to dismantle the man's scheming at His Highness. That's why yesterday Morong Ling, the leader of the disciples, pulled the true disciples of all the major peaks together for an all-night meeting, with the sole goal of stopping Evergreen Saint Sun Gu Changsheng from approaching Her Highness the Holy Maiden. Your Highness is of our Taiyin Sacred Land, and we must not let those bad men outside the Sacred Land have a chance to get close enough to hoodwink Your Highness, especially since this Evergreen Saint's son, Gu Changsheng, often runs to our Holy Land. Use flowery language to get Your Highness to think of him as a good friend. So this person's threat level was extremely high, much more dangerous than that annoying Yen Liang. Anyway, we must stop this guy from approaching His Highness. The chief disciple Morong Ling stood in the center of the crowd and clenched her fists and said, if it wasn't for the relatively large realm gap, she would have wanted to challenge the Evergreen Saint's son to stop the other party from getting close to Her Highness the Holy Maiden. This meeting on the spot, there are many inner disciples and outer disciples have also been present to express strong approval. They are a group of excited arms shouting shouts. We are sworn to guard Your Highness to the death. That sound deafeningly resounded through the gathering's peaks, and those who didn't know saw it and thought that the Holy Land had encountered some foreign enemy attack, and a group of people swore to guard the safety of the Holy Maiden. I didn't realize the truth would be like that. Fortunately, the array soundproofing is good, the sound did not spread out. Otherwise such a big movement is really too striking. Accompanied by the disciples in the Taiyin Sacred Ground after shouting, so under Morong Ling's leadership, one by one, the female disciples began to come up with ideas, discussing one plan after another, and Grand Elder Gu Mangsing nodded in satisfaction after noticing this scene. These disciples had a heart, and since that was the case she didn't need to come down and stop them herself. After all, elders come down to stop easily cause young people's rebelliousness. Between peers do not have to worry about this. Previously, Grand Elder Gu Mangsing felt that Gu Changsheng was also considered a door-to-door match in terms of talent and status, and that he was also relatively strong and outstanding among the many Your Highness suitors in Central State. But when Grand Elder Gu Mangsing learned that Lin Yuan had been injured in order to save Gu Changsheng during this trip to the mysterious realm, she instantly felt that what she had once thought was terribly wrong. This kind of unreliable man is simply unwanted, completely unworthy of pursuing their family's highness. It is best to get as far away as possible. At this time Gu Changsheng and the crowd of the Evergreen Sacred Land also entered within the Taiyin Sacred Land, and Lin Yuan led them to the place where the banquet was being held. Along the way, Gu Changsheng felt that there were people from the Taiyin Holy Land staring at him from all sides, and these female disciples looked over with unkind and hostile gazes, as if he had done something great to hurt the heavens and harm the earth. Gu Changsheng wasn't surprised by this. This was the kind of treatment he received every time he came to the Taiyin Holy Land. In the past, he had been somewhat helpless and amused at the Taiyin Holy Land crowd staring like thieves, and at that time, he felt that these people should have misunderstood. The current Gu Changsheng was also a little weak when he looked at the wary and watchful gazes of the people of the Taiyin Holy Land, because he did want to pursue senior sister Yuaner this time, unlike before when he had a clear conscience. Lin Yuan opened his mouth as he brought the guests to the banquet site and sat down. Senior brother Gu, you treated me to a big meal last time, so I'll treat you back this time. This is a dish created by the chefs using the golden plume fire phoenix that has the bloodline of the phoenix seed. This dish is called Phoenix Rising Sun. Senior brother, you should taste it to see how it tastes. Just see the table place the most eye-catching dishes in the middle of a gold and red like a flame-winged soaring phoenix. Lifelike. Beautiful. Each piece of feathers are flowing color. Surrounded by emerald turquoise vegetables, golden corn, white and flawless tofu, and crystal full of vermicelli. The dish looked delicately carved and beautiful. And the phoenix with a green sycamore branch in its mouth looked up to the sun in the sky, as if it was going to come alive and fly in the next moment. Lin Yuan used his chopsticks to clip a few pieces of golden plume fire phoenix meat and put them on his plate and handed them over. Senior brother Gu had treated him to auger dragon meat last time, so this time he used phoenix meat to entertain him, putting together a heaven signature dish of a low-priced version of dragon liver and phoenix gallbladder out. After all, the Jiaolong and golden plume fire phoenix of the Kyushu world only possessed the thin bloodline left behind by the dragon and phoenix clans in the ancient times. Legendary true dragons and phoenixes that are divine beasts that appeared in the age of gods and demons have long been untraceable and only rumors remain. Seeing this scene next to the crowd of onlookers from the Taiyin Holy Land stared at Gu Changsheng with envious and jealous gazes. It's a dish from His Highness' own hand. They want to eat it too. How can this person eat a dish from His Highness's hand? Xing Luo next to her saw this scene, although she was also a little envious but not as excited as those people next to her, because when she ate with the lady, she also often ate the dishes that the lady pinched for her. Gu Changsheng ate the golden plume phoenix meat handed over by his senior sister, and his mood became very pleasant. As long as the food handed over by the senior sister, even if it's not good, that's something to be praised. Not to mention the fact that the meat is very fresh and tasty, dipped in the honey sauce is very tasty. Just when Gu Changsheng wanted to open his mouth to speak, at this time, Morong Ling stepped forward and walked up to Lin Yuan with a gongfu jade slip and asked, "Your Highness, I encountered some problems I didn't quite understand when I was cultivating my gongfu, and I wanted to come over to inquire about it." Senior Sister Morong, the solution to this problem with this gongfu is... Lin Yuan flipped through the questions marked on the gongfu jade slip and answered them patiently and in detail. Morong Ling listened attentively while echoing a few sentences from time to time, and she even glanced at Gu Changsheng triumphantly. The expression spoke for itself, as if to say, "You will never cross me to speak to His Highness." There was nothing Gu Changsheng could do about it but wait, and it wasn't the first time this had happened. Every time he was in the Taiyin Holy Land, whenever he wanted to speak a few more words with his senior sister during dinner, a group of disciples from the Taiyin Holy Land would jump out and interrupt him for all sorts of reasons. Gu Changsheng ate the dishes feeling tasteless at this point. More than the food, he wanted to chat with his senior sister. When he used his chopsticks to start eating, he found that the bowl of spirit rice still tasted familiar, salty and bitter. The reason why the rice was salty, because when Gu Changsheng's rice in this bowl was served up, it was soaked in salt water with special care. That's why it was so salty. Harmless but hard to eat. Every time I visited Taiyin Sanctuary rice before I've added salt. And sure enough, this was no surprise. Gu Changsheng ate his meal without changing his face. He thought to himself that it was still a familiar recipe with a familiar flavor. A few hours later, Morong Ling finally finished asking all the questions, and the puzzles written on the pile of jade sketches handed over were all answered. Throughout the entire process she passed melons and fruits and tea to Lin Yuan, who was explaining from time to time, and the many senior sisters including Morong Ling were all listening very attentively as well. These questions were in fact the difficulties above the feats that the crowd had recently encountered, as summarized by their brainstorming. After all, you can't waste your highness's time with useless problems. So they racked their brains to list all the difficult problems they encountered with their feats. These difficult questions were answered one by Lin Yuan, who answered them very quickly, but explained them very thoroughly and clearly. So the crowd looked at His Highness with more and more gratitude and admiration. Your Highness has worked hard. Drink a cup of heavenly fragrant spirit fruit brew to moisturize your throat, Morong Ling said as she handed over the wine with her eyebrows. The other disciples around them couldn't sit still when they saw this. They came over with their food. Zhou Zian, a true disciple of Danding Peak, carrying a plate of frost hoa snow lotus root soufflé, grabbed the first opportunity to speak. Your Highness, this is a snack I made with my own hands. Can you taste it to see if there are any improvements to the flavor? In front of the plate of snowflakes like the shape of the exquisite and chic frost hoa snow lotus root pastry, layers of pastry as thin as cicada wings, crystal clear in the sunshine glittering. Lin Yuan watched and also looked forward to picking up the snacks and savoring them before saying in admiration, Senior Sister Zhou, the dim sum you made is delicious. I can eat out the crisp and refreshing flavor of the snowy lotus root as well as the mellow sweet aroma of the honey. The texture is very delicate and crispy. It tastes delicious. Personally, I don't see anything that needs to be improved. Hearing this compliment, Zhou Zian's excited body is trembling. His Highness complimented her. This moment of excitement cannot wait to jump up and cheer. Next to the other senior sisters and sisters also seemed to be anxious to carry a plate to come over attentive and expectant have shouted, Your Highness, try the green rock spirit sprout soup I made. Will you?
There's also my plate of steamed illusory spirit sparrow. It took a long time to get into the flavor.
Your Highness, try my handiwork first. Everyone make way. It's better for me to go first.
I prepared this great dish just for your Highness to savor.
It won't be as tasty when it's cold. Why should I let you? First come first serve, do you know? Your Highness, look at my dish.
Looking at the many noisy senior sisters, Lin Yuan also opened his mouth to calm down and said,
don't be in a hurry. Sisters and brothers, take your time one by one. I'll taste them all.
As soon as these words came out,
the many warbling fairies present also quieted down. Next they went up to deliver the food in order while chatting with Lin Yuan,
and for a while the scene was lively with chatter.
Gu Changsheng,
who was sitting on the side watching this scene, thought to himself, senior sister is too loved in the Taiyin Holy Land.
So many people want to cook for senior sister.
The many people of the Taiyin Holy Land surrounded Lin Yuan like knights guarding a princess,
defending themselves against the elements.
By the time Gu Changsheng had finished eating this big meal and finished eating, he hadn't been able to say a few words to senior sister Yuaner. The large meal dishes were delicious, but Gu Changsheng's mind wasn't focused on the meal. Instead she kept looking at Lin Yuan in the crowd. When he finished eating, Lin Yuan said to the Dao-robed youth next to him,
Senior brother Gu, why don't we walk and talk to my cave? After eating, Lin Yuan also wanted to take a walk to eliminate food,
a habit he had developed in his previous life. And it's nice to walk and talk with a good friend. And it doesn't take long to walk to the cave.
Okay, senior sister Yuaner.
Gu Changsheng nodded his head and said that what his senior sister said was what she said. And he also had a lot of things he wanted to say to his senior sister. As the two walked along the road talking and laughing, suddenly a female disciple wearing a light pink dress appeared on the side of the road and shouted towards the side of the road as soon as she lay down.
Ouch! My broken foot hurts. A nearby female disciple in aqua blue hurriedly came forward to assist and said, Are you alright, senior sister Lu? Do you want me to send you back to the cave for treatment?
In order to stop the chat between Her Highness the Holy Maiden and the evergreen Saint Sun Gu Changsheng, these disciples of the Taiyin Holy Land also used their lifelong acting skills. They may be a bit flamboyant as they have not specialized in the subject.
Their lines refer to the script circulating on the internet, and their acting skills are all up to the individual.
Gu Changsheng over here looked at the two people who were acting,
and he also developed a bit of puzzled disbelief. Under the sky, there would even be a cultivator with a broken foot? It's really unheard of, or the first time I've seen it.
Lin Yuan felt a bit of deja vu as he watched this scene.
Wasn't this the flatland drop from his previous life? Chapter 111, The Taoist Scriptures.
If some players were to see the fake punt they would comment,
that's a pretty standard ass-backwards flat sand drop style.
The two female disciples of the Taiyin Holy Land who performed this scene obviously knew it as well. Cultivators walking on the road can still break their feet is really some incredible. This flat fall has not been acting too fake. That senior sister Lu Jingwen who was lying on the ground also revealed a pitiful expression while covering her ankle and wrist and said,
An old injury I've suffered before has flared up. It'll be fine with a little rest. It can't hurt. It just hurts. At the same time,
senior sister Lu's gaze looked expectantly at Her Highness the Holy Maiden in the distance from time to time. And that expectant and shy expression didn't look like it was staged, as if a young girl was in love. This expression caused the many senior sisters and brothers hiding in the trees and bushes around them to marvel. Moron Ling hid in the bushes and saw this scene.
She also couldn't help but nod her head, secretly thinking in her mind,
Senior sister Lu's acting skills are worthy of being the best amongst all of us.
This expression shows no traces of acting at all. In fact,
senior sister Lu was completely genuine at this time. She was originally the niece of the alchemy pavilion master,
Lu Fei Meng, who was initially curious about Lin Yuan, and as a result,
the more she learned about him, the more she admired him. Especially after witnessing Lin Yuan sweeping through many heavenly prides to top the Heavens Pride ranking a few years ago with a single sword.
He then went on to defeat many life and death realm powerhouses to top the Earth ranking.
The white-clothed sword immortal figure that looked out of the corner of the eye also deeply fascinated the senior sister Lu Jingwen. When there was a time in the secret realm when Lu Jingwen and the others encountered a demonic beast at the late stage of the life and death realm chasing after them,
the people were saved by Lin Yuan.
Lu Jingwen in the crowd's heartbeat accelerated as she watched the white-clothed figure fall completely, becoming one of the many fangirls and crushes. At this time, the other senior sister in aqua blue dress who was holding up senior sister Lu next to her said,
Senior sister Lu, don't try to be brave. Why don't we go find a medical practitioner to take a look? Senior sister Autumn, it's all old. I can do it. You don't have to worry.
Lu Jingwen adjusted her angle to pose as a sickly westerner and said her lines. Her gaze still couldn't help but sneak a peek at Her Highness,
the Holy Maiden. In the distance,
these two acted a little better than the other disciples, but tried too hard. Lin Yuan and Gu Changsheng both saw something as well. Gu Changsheng was silent on this. He was already used to the Taiyin Holy Land crowd appearing with all sorts of assorted techniques to interrupt his conversation with his senior sister. Lin Yuan also understood the reasons why the senior sisters and brothers were doing this, and were actually being overly concerned. His own real gender was male, not female, and it was impossible for him and his senior brother, two big men chatting, to spark any love. These adorable senior sisters and sisters were also making Lin Yuan feel knowledgeable every time they used this kind of fancy moves to stop them. Lin Yuan walked over and leaned over to look at the injury. It was indeed a broken foot. This senior sister Lu was too desperate for the sake of acting. However, this senior sister did have old injuries on her knees as well, presumably the aftermath left by the incomplete cultivation of a certain body refining technique. It was Lin Yuan who had stepped in to heal senior sister Lu's injuries, including that old wound, with a Dao that contained pure life force. This senior sister, feeling better from your injuries? Lin Yuan asked with a gentle smile as he lowered his head. Lu Jingwen felt the healed old wounds as well as the warmth of her body. She looked at His Highness in front of her and had the urge to rush up and confess directly. The many disciples of the Taiyin sacred ground who were watching this scene around them also revealed envious expressions. They felt as if they had eaten lemons so sour. How nice it would be if the one being cared for so much by His Highness was me. Even the senior sister next to her in the water blue dress showed an envious expression. She so wanted to switch places with senior sister Lu. Lu Jingwen quickly also realized that if she dared to confess Her Highness on the spot right now, afterwards, she would definitely be strongly condemned by a group of Taiyin Holy Land sisters in a group of anger. None of them had confessed their love. They had turned out to be the first one, which shall not blow up the pot. And most importantly, what if the confession didn't work and made His Highness hate him? This was something that could never be accepted. So senior sister Lu Jingwen looked at Lin Yuan with a grateful imploring gaze that kept blinking her eyes and said, Your Highness, I feel that I'm in a good state now. Thanks to Your Highness for stepping in to help me heal. I really can't thank you enough. I'd like to ask Your Highness to go to the humble abode to entertain me. A show of hands. I won't bother senior sister with the hospitality. Senior brother Gu and I still have things to talk about today. Lin Yuan smiled and shook his head in rejection as he looked at the darkly glowing senior sister Lu and thought to himself, this senior sister blinks so incessantly. Is it because her eyes have been blown into the sand by the wind? On this side, seeing that the plan to invite His Highness didn't work, Morong Ling transmitted her voice to the two Lu Jingwen and said, You guys come back first and start the next plan. Your Highness. Then I'll send senior sister Lu back to her cave. The water blue-clothed senior sister next to her also helped up senior sister Lu and said, and so the two of them quickly left this place as well. Just as Lin Yuan and Gu Changsheng continued to start chatting, the sound of a quarrel came from the side of the road. Only a spirit beast peak senior sister wearing a long moon white dress shouted with an excited expression. I raised so many rabbits and you made them into spicy rabbit heads and ate them. Why would you eat a rabbit when it's so cute? Another female disciple of the spirit cuisine hall, who looked valiant in her red dress, held a spicy rabbit head in one hand while hastily explaining, This senior sister, I really didn't realize that the original rabbit had an owner. I thought this was a spirit beast peak free-range rabbit, the kind that can be eaten, so listen to my explanation. I don't care. I won't listen. You must give me an explanation today. I'm going to report to the law enforcement hall right now. The spirit beast peak's senior sister covered her ears and yelled loudly, and the spirit meal hall's disciple also said in a dissuasive manner, Senior sister, how many spirit stones is this rabbit worth? Is it okay if I compensate you 3 times? Is this a matter of spirit stones? You're insulting me my relationship with rabbit with spirit stones. I will never accept this compensation. I will make you pay dearly. The spirit beast peak's senior sister also imagined that the beloved pet she had raised was eaten by someone else. Even though this rabbit was not the beloved pet she had raised at all, it was a kitchen ingredient rabbit that she had carried over for the sake of acting. But substituting a bit of acting also became more genuine. She burst into acting showing an angry expression shouting her lines. The spirit cuisine hall disciple who was acting next to him also cooperated by reading out the lines. A rabbit is just a rabbit as far as that goes? Not to mention the rabbit has been eaten. Do you want some of this spicy rabbit head? It is really spicy and delicious. Can I send you 10 more of these rabbits? The crowd from the Taiyin Holy Land over here, who were hiding in the back and watching, couldn't help but think to themselves, just how many spicy rabbit heads has that senior sister who wrote this kind of script eaten? Your Highness, come and judge us. How should this matter be resolved? This side of the spirit beast peak senior sister saw Lin Yuan as if she saw a big savior, jumped up and ran over and said, seeing that these senior sisters love acting so much, Lin Yuan also cooperated and acted persuasively. It's not like there's no solution to this thing. In a nutshell, it's 3 words, it's got to add money. This side of the side ear listening to the crowd Taiyin Holy Land crowd heard this answer for a moment face to face. A moment later they reacted. Morong Ling first opened his mouth to voice transmission said, It's worthy of your highness to say something so eloquent to be able to solve the problem. Then Lin Yuan quickly said a few words to persuade this pair of performance partners to persuade to resolve the conflict. After sending off the two senior sisters, Lin Yuan felt the surrounding figures that were following all the way behind and hiding also said with a helpless smile, "All of you senior sisters come out." As soon as these words came out, there were fairies from the Taiyin sacred land popping up in the woods, in the land, in the grass, on the ground, and in the sky, just like radishes being pulled out of the ground one by one. There appeared numerous sisters and brothers looking over with expectant little eyes as if they were shining, when they heard Lin Yuan shouting for them to appear. So a group of Taiyin Holy Land's senior sisters came up and surrounded His Highness, chattering endlessly. The crowd tacitly separated Gu Changsheng and Lin Yuan directly, as if separating the heavenly river of the cowherd. So Lin Yuan and the people of the Taiyin Holy Land chatted all the way, and Gu Changsheng was squeezed out of the circle too far away and had to say nothing. A long time later, while waiting for Lin Yuan to bring senior brother Gu to the Holy Maiden Peak's cave, he spoke persuasively to the many senior sisters. "Senior Gu and I would like to talk alone. Senior Gu and I are just close friends. So don't worry, senior sisters. Everyone please go back to your own business." The crowd of the Taiyin Holy Land had no choice but to nod obediently and disperse when they heard that His Highness had said so, and then after the palace gates were closed, they regrouped on the corners of the walls, the roof, the windows and pricked up their ears to listen for movement inside. Zhou Zian of Dandong Peak said with some worry, "That evergreen saint's son is alone in a room with our highness." Alone with a man and a woman. He wouldn't have any bad thoughts, would he? Morong Ling, who heard these words, shook her head and said, "I don't think so. This is in our Taiyin Holy Land. Who would dare to molest our family's highness?" For the evergreen saint's son to be able to become good friends with His Highness, he was also a smart man and wouldn't make such an unwise move. And we don't need to worry too much. I think that your highness is much more powerful than the evergreen saint's son. What senior sister Morong said is very true. Your highness is definitely the strongest amongst the younger generation in the 9 regions. The sisters next to him nodded their heads in agreement and said, Gu Changsheng, who was finally able to be alone with his beloved on this side, was also relieved, and the corners of his mouth rose as his mood became pleasant. "Senior sister Yuaner, this is a gift for you." Gu Changsheng took out a bunch of storage bags and handed them over, saying that here was that mysterious technique he had branded down with jade slips and divine sense. There were also a variety of dishes customized from top spirit chefs that Master Sister Yuaner liked, as well as a variety of gifts prepared by her parents and grandfather. Looking at the gifts piled high, Lin Yuan said with a smile while thinking about returning the gifts, "Thank you, senior brother Gu." The first thing that attracted Lin Yuan's attention was the jade slip of the Gongfu, because this look was very much in line with senior brother Gu's gift-giving style, and his senior brother had often given him scripture texts in the past. He picked up the first volume of this scripture, the Hongmeng Dao scripture, and felt the subtle and profound ancient aura contained within it. The flow of the immortal light in Taoism contained surpassed those imperial scriptures that he had previously come into contact with. Just a simple browse would make Lin Yuan feel a bit shocked. Could this kind of grade of Gongfu be the legendary immortal scriptures? The immortal scriptures were given away as soon as they were said to be given away. Senior brother Gu was too generous. This made Lin Yuan a bit of a dilemma for returning the gift. He didn't have any immortal scriptures to give to his senior brother either. Luckily, the inheritance treasury he had inherited had a lot of emperor-level feats. It was just that the quality didn't work and the quantity came to make up for it. "Senior sister Yuaner, this is a volume of scriptures I obtained that is very suitable for our cultivation. So I want to give it to you. We can discuss Gongfu cultivation together." Gu Changsheng opened his mouth, and the door. The entry requirements for the Hongmeng Dao scripture were very high, and it required a very young, top-tier Jedi heavenly pride to be able to cultivate it. He felt that he and his senior sister were well suited for this technique, able to increase both of their battle power and roots. Many thanks to senior brother Gu for the gift. Lin Yuan looked at the Gongfu jade slip and thanked. He had already made a list in his mind of those inherited Gongfu that he had given as a return gift, because there were really more feats of the inheritance left behind by his parents, causing Lin Yuan to also have been putting them away without organizing them, and now he began to use his brain to organize and select them. Then the two of them began to discuss the cultivation of the Gongfu while holding the jade slip, sitting and discussing for a few more days. During this time, Qing Luo came over to serve tea and water as well as a variety of snacks, so Lin Yuan and Gu Changsheng chatted freely while eating and talked to each other, chatting to their heart's content. When the discourse was over, Lin Yuan swept through the midst of the gifts with his divine sense and found that, surprisingly, there were also several storage bags filled with a variety of women's clothing and jewelry. This makes Lin Yuan remembered the previous change of more than 1,000 sets of clothes fashion show black history. Suddenly his mood turned straight down, sharply depressed, opened his mouth and asked, "Elder brother, are these clothes also a gift from you?"